Chapter 1. Rebirth. Alright, Mike had to admit that he tragically reincarnated, and it seemed to be in a rather strange place. Just the day before, he was an ordinary high school student, wearing very common clothes and riding a not-so-common bicycle to a quite average school for classes. It happened to rain that day, and he forgot to bring his raincoat, thus getting struck by lightning. The probability of being struck by lightning wasn't much different from winning a $5 million lottery from the people around him. He learned that this place was called Noah Continent, in the Photon era, where technology and civilization were far more advanced than on Earth. He was born into the Yu family, a powerful family in the Eastern Dragon Empire, and became the second young master. However, from a young age, Mike was frail and sickly, so he secretly learned knight's martial skills without telling his father, because his father didn't want him to learn them. But when his father found out, he turned a blind eye to it. Unknowingly, 3 years passed, and Mike was now a 13-year-old boy. According to the tradition on Noah Continent where one comes of age at 16, he was already close to adulthood. And 13 is a crucial year for every child. As in this year, they can apply for their careers to the most prestigious council known as the Elders' Council. If one can become a knight, bard, boxer, priest, warrior, or mage, then they have a bright future. In East Dragon City, where the Yu family lived, the most respected Elders' Council was established by the older generation of the Yu family. Mike also submitted an application to become a knight. Mike thought that after 3 years of relentless effort, he would finally see the fruits of his labor. However, the Elders' Council unanimously disagreed with Mike's application, which left him utterly bewildered. Only after Gillis explained with a helpless expression did Mike understand there was such a rule. The family heir must be a knight. But to prevent brothers from competing for the clan leader position, only one descendant in each generation could become a knight. Mike felt enraged because all his efforts over 3 years were rendered futile. Son, you can choose other professions, like a mage, pugilist, or warrior. Your elder brother has already been designated as the successor. You cannot become a knight, Gillis said helplessly. Mike locked himself in his study alone, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. He smashed everything on the table to vent his dissatisfaction, chest heaving violently, hands clenching unconsciously. Even though the nails dug into his flesh, drawing blood, Mike remained oblivious. He initially planned to live a peaceful life in this world, but fell in love with the profession of a knight 3 years ago. Having grown up admiring Taoist philosophy, finding a goal and stick all into it for 3 years was not easy for him. Now it was all gone. In a deep breath, Mike decided to do something to prove he had the capability. With a cold laugh, he packed his belongings, put on the shield and sword he had used for 3 years, rode a magic-powered motorcycle, a type of motorcycle-like vehicle powered by a magical crystal, and ignored his family's attempts to stop him as he headed for the Shadow Forest in East Dragon City. Chapter 2. Shadow Forest. It is a very dangerous place, but also a place abundant in resources. Be it knights, mages, or any other professions, they can find what they need in the Shadow Forest. Many people venture into the Shadow Forest to seek treasures, but first, they must defeat the monsters within. Aaron thought of his brother's recent mission with his team, targeting the flame boar inside the Shadow Forest. It was a third-rank magical beast, usually only conquerable by those who had reached the third-rank steel level. However, Aaron was determined to hunt it down with his first-rank black iron strength, and do so before his brother. Taryn worriedly asked, Badian, will Aaron be alright? Alan sighed and said, if he really succeeds this time, I might consider Brer Alban precedent for him. If Aaron kills the flame boar, it would prove that he is a prodigy, and even the elders wouldn't turn him away over mere rules. I'll send someone to watch him from the shadows. Taryn, you can rest assured. After several hours of travel, Aaron finally arrived at the periphery of the Shadow Forest. As its name suggested, no sunlight penetrated the forest's canopy, creating an eerie and ominous atmosphere. Yet, Aaron paid it no mind. His sole focus was on killing the flame boar to prove himself. However, Aaron wasn't some fool who thought he could win a direct confrontation with the flame boar. So, before leaving, he brought along some tools he made. He owed this preparation to a book called The Treasure of Traps, which detailed various traps designed to catch magical beasts, each corresponding to different levels of these creatures. Long ago, there had been a profession known as trapper, but due to the astronomical costs of high-level materials and their lack of combat effectiveness, this profession soon faded away. Nonetheless, this book was immensely helpful for Aaron. Born into a noble family, precious resources were abundant, allowing him to easily set up traps against third-rank magical beasts. Moreover, though Aaron was not highly ranked, he still possessed considerable skills, and if he timed it right, he just might succeed. Following the map, Aaron arrived at an area frequented by flame boars. From his storage ring, he took out a black, wire-like material. It was much sharper than steel wire. This was the adamant wire Aaron crafted based on the book. Made from adamantite and celestial silkworm silk, while not priceless, it was quite valuable. Observing the surroundings, he found an area where trees were close together. Carefully donning gloves, he meticulously wound the adamant wire around the trees, forming a dense web about 10 meters apart, invisible under the dim light, effectively concealing the trap. Next, Aaron dug several holes, filling each with a different powder from his storage ring. He created 7 evenly spaced holes in a circle, placing a magic bomb in each one, controllable by a remote. These bombs were small in power, but sufficient to ignite the powders when triggered. Setting up more traps, Aaron then took out a long flute with a mischievous grin. This unusual flute could attract nearby magical beasts if played correctly. If not, he'd probably regret it. Having practiced beforehand, He began playing a low-pitched tune, spreading through the shadow forest. Those secretly protecting Aaron exchanged glances, wondering where the young master had learned these unconventional methods. They observed that if the flame boar were truly lured here, it would face a perilous situation. Around Aaron, traps lay in all directions, forming a deadly cage. Mike's flute soon began to take effect, and the sound of trampling could be heard from all around. Everyone protecting Mike went on high alert. If anything happened to the second young master, they would all lose their lives. Soon, a third-rank magical beast, the flame boar, appeared before Mike. It had a fiery red body, two sharp tusks protruding from its mouth, and was surrounded by flickering flames. Mike stopped playing the flute and waited for the flame boar to charge at him. He had already investigated that flame boars were close-combat magical beasts with no spellcasting ability, so there was no need to worry about long-range attacks. The flame boar hesitated briefly, then charged at Mike like a bull. There was no fear in Mike's eyes. His left hand pulled a thin thread, causing wooden spike boards to rise up from 4 directions around him. Each board stood 3 meters tall, ensuring the flame boar couldn't escape. Furthermore, there were ground spikes in front of these boards. Mike drew his sword and held a shield in his left hand, ready for the flame boar's charge. Of course, he wouldn't engage it head-on. Its greatest strength was its impact force. With only first-rank black iron strength, how could Mike withstand such a powerful assault? As the flame boar approached, Mike raised his left hand and pressed a button. The rope tethered to his left hand quickly lifted him up onto a thick tree trunk. He slashed through the ropes, suspending the spike boards with his sword, allowing them to fall directly above the flame boar. Although the flame boar was rather clumsy, it understood it had fallen into a trap. It angrily roared and tried to back away, but it retreated right into one of the pits Mike had dug. When the flame boar backed into the small circle formed by the 7 holes, Mike pressed another button, detonating the magic bombs which ignited the powders in each hole. 7 different colored poisonous mists rose as the powders burned, clearly toxic. Gingerculously, the mists hung together without dissipating, forming a cage trapping the flame boar. The toxic fumes gradually corroded the flame boar's outer layer, causing it to howl in pain. Instinct told it not to stay here, so it rushed out of the mist, paused slightly, and ran toward a direction that seemed free of traps. However, was it really safe? That path was lined with the nearly invisible adamant wires. By the time the flame boar ran a dozen meters, its body was sliced into several pieces by the adamant wires, and blood splattered everywhere. This was the first time Mike killed something, and he couldn't help but vomit on the side. Little did he know, his actions left those protecting him utterly stunned. They had witnessed firsthand a first-rank black iron individual killing a third-rank flame boar without spilling a drop of blood and without a scratch on himself. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Reality struck hard, and they couldn't help but accept it. They all gasped and nodded in approval. While Mike didn't use night combat skills, he demonstrated exceptional intelligence. Knowing he couldn't defeat the flame boar directly, he set up a series of traps, luring the flame boar to attack, evading its charge, and forcing it into retreat, where it encountered poisonous mist, rendering it incapable of fighting coherently. In this weakened state, it naturally fled in the opposite direction, right into the most deadly trap, where the adamant wires awaited. Not only did Mike cleverly utilize all the traps, but he also anticipated the opponent's psychological process with precision, which they admitted they might not have achieved even themselves. Impressed, they nodded again and escorted Mike home along with the dead flame boar. Chapter 3, The Wager. Everyone watched as Aaron, only 13 years old with a mere first-rank black iron strength, dragged back a dead flame pig. If it weren't for the ANBU who had accompanied Aaron in forming Jagger almost refused to believe it. After understanding how Aaron killed the flame pig, Jagger couldn't help but be startled. One who could set up such a horrifying trap at such a young age could only be a genius. Thus, Jagger handed over the information to the Elder Council. Everyone fell into silence as they read through the report. I think we should make an exception. This child is a genius. If we give up on him, who knows how many more years we will have to wait. What a joke. Aaron has never used any night tactics from start to finish. Why would you consider him a genius? Humph, that doesn't make sense. What's most important for a knight? Leadership. Most team leaders are knights because when carrying out tasks, they first consider completing it with the least casualties, not relying solely on brute force. Such brute force guys are no different from waste. I'm sure everyone saw Aaron's mind. As a knight, he is undoubtedly qualified. Yes, I agree with him. Discarding such a genius due to our ancestors' rules is indeed too pitiful. Rules are dead, people are alive. Aaron's value cannot be compared with the knight rules. We should set a precedent. Inappropriate. Doing this will definitely cause resentment in Davon, possibly even harming Aaron. It might lead to a family split. With everyone holding their own opinions, no conclusion was reached. Meanwhile, Davon and his team had returned. Upon seeing the dead flame pig being dragged by Aaron, naturally, they knew what happened. Davon's expression turned grim. He stepped forward and asked, "You want to become a knight so much?" Aaron saw a flash of murderous intent in Davon's eyes and sneered. "You want to kill me?" Davon paused. Indeed, there was a fleeting moment where he thought of it. Aaron noticed it. Taubin a deep breath. Aaron said to Jagger, Taryn, and the just-emerged group of elders, "Was the murderous intent in your eyes real, just now? You truly intended to harm me. Truly unexpected, my brother wants to kill me." Davon snorted coldly without Lualban at the mockery in Aaron's eyes. Aaron continued, "The reason you don't want me to be a knight is simply because you fear I might challenge your position as head of the clan. Don't argue, because it's true. Dare you say you didn't think of this?" Davon felt as if something blocked his throat, unable to speak since Aaron was correct. Davon, you, Jagger frowned deeply. He clearly understood his eldest son's thoughts, feeling not only surprise, but mostly disappointment. Knights represent righteousness and judgment. Yet now, his son who well knew the code of knights felt murderous towards his younger brother. Humph, what a narrow-minded person, Aaron mocked coldly. What did you say? Before Davon finished, a sword pierced the ground before him. Aaron's treasured sword. Aaron said coldly. I know, no matter what I say or promise now, you won't feel assured, right? How about swearing the demon heart oath? Aaron, no. Jagger grabbed Aaron's wrist and said, do you know what the demon heart oath is? Once violated, the oath causes one's heart to be devoured by demons, resulting in certain death. But he doesn't believe me, does he? Aaron laughed coldly. Better to clarify now than living in fear of my dear brother's assassination after becoming a knight. Tell me, what do you need from me to become a knight? Davon clenched his fists and coldly replied, all right, I'll give you a chance. Within a year, if you can form a team where every member's gender is opposite to those of my team and defeat my team, I will let you become a knight. Aaron sneered. I think you misunderstood. It's not that you allow me to become a knight, but recognize it. You have no right to strip me of my eligibility to become a knight. Out of respect for you as my elder brother, I put it this way. Aaron glanced at Davon's team and added coldly. In other words, the members I need are a male mage, a female martial artist, a male bard, a male priest, and a female warrior, am I right? And I still need to defeat you, right? I accept your condition, don't regret it. Aaron packed his bags again, preparing to leave the next day. No matter how much Jagger and Taryn tried to persuade him, Aaron was determined to leave. He wasn't going to win an argument over steamed buns, but he refused to be confined by his brother like this. Aaron thought about the teammates he needed to find. Apart from a mage, it would be relatively difficult to find members of other professions in the opposite gender. Usually, girls preferred supporting and healing roles, while boys liked combat roles. Finding completely opposite genders for these roles was indeed challenging. However, finding a male mage would be easy, and Aaron just happened to know one. He didn't personally know this mage. He only heard about him from the female mage on Davon's team, who mentioned that the only male mage in their class lived in the Velia Cathedral in East Long City. So, Aaron decided to look for this mage first and ask him to join. At night, Aaron stood alone by the window, gazing at the beautiful night sky, sighing softly. He realized he had lost his composure. Given Aaron's usual demeanor, the situation earlier in the afternoon shouldn't have happened. But after seeing the look in Davon's eyes, his heart sank as if falling into a deep abyss. That murderous intent was unmistakable, revealing Davon as someone with a strong jealousy and narrow-mindedness, unable to tolerate anyone stronger than himself. Aaron mocked himself, Finn Albin, about what his parents said to him that evening, suggesting he choose another profession so the Elder Council would immediately agree. But even if he chose another profession, what difference would it make? Aaron knew that no matter what career he pursued, once he became powerful enough to escape Davon's control, Davon would still try to eliminate him. Initially, Aaron believed he wouldn't experience the dark side of the family, but now he realized he had been too naive. Although Aaron sometimes felt indifferent, if anyone posed a threat to him, he would not allow such danger to exist. Therefore, he accepted Davon's harsh conditions. Humph, a male priest, a male bard, a female martial artist, and a female warrior. He has planned this well. There are very few people in those professions with the opposite gender. It won't be easy to gather such a team, let alone convincing them to join. But I won't give up. I'll make you lose gracefully, brother. Aaron crushed the cup in his hand, closed the window, and went to rest. Chapter 4. The Confused Magician. The next morning, Mike arrived at the foot of a small hill on the outskirts of town. He looked up at the large house on the hill and sighed with relief, finally found it. Mike dismounted, holding the reins of his horse, and slowly walked up the hill. I didn't expect the male magician in the rumors to live here. Are magicians always eccentric? Do they all prefer remote places? Mike looked around. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping would be audible. He thought if he lived here alone, he might go crazy within half a month. Villagers said this magician has been in seclusion here for 3 years. In other words, he must be quite old. I wonder if he will agree to my request. Mike felt somewhat anxious. As everyone knew, magicians were often eccentric. Sometimes they seemed normal, but other times they acted like madmen. Maalban had hard to understand how to interact with them. At the Magic Warrior Academy, few people wanted to be friends with magicians because of their neurotic tendencies. But even if he refuses, I have to keep trying until he agrees to come with me, Mike thought. If I retreat now, wouldn't all my efforts over the past 3 years be wasted? I won't let that happen. Mike recalled the arrogant demeanor and sarcastic words of Yanni before he left. If you want my approval, complete my task first. Gather such a team within a year. How easy is that? Mike's hands involuntarily clenched as he reached the small house on the hill. Indeed, it was beautiful enough to be called a garden. On the beautiful lawn lay a young man who appeared only a year or two older than him. The youth was slightly snoring, wearing glasses and Lualban adorable, almost like a Bowsy-faced character. But this made Mike's mouth twitch. Could this really be the legendary magician? He had always imagined male magicians as having white beards, long robes, and holding a long magic staff. This cute appearance seemed far too different. As the youth woke from a sneeze, Mike nodded to himself, confirmed, just a passerby. No way, could a magician look like this? Even if beaten, he wouldn't believe it. The youth, possibly due to high myopia, had lost his glasses from the sneeze and was fumbling around on the ground, not noticing Mike standing right in front of him. After finding his glasses and putting them back on, The youth saw Mike and was startled. "Ah, someone," the youth exclaimed, jumping to his feet in surprise. Mike felt speechless. If this were a comic, many ellipsis marks would fall from his head while a flock of crows flew by. Coughing slightly, he said calmly, "I've been here for a while." The youth scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, not many people come here." "No problem, I'm xuanhuan for someone," Mike replied. "May I ask where Mr. Xuan is?" "Xuan." The youth paused, then pointed to himself with a laugh. "That's me." At this moment, a gust of wind blew, causing Mike to momentarily petrify before turning around to leave. "Sorry for disturbing." Hold on." Xuan hurriedly tried to stop Mike. "Please wait." Suddenly, Mike felt a pair of hands grab his ankles tightly. Turning back, he couldn't help but sweat drop. Xuan, completely disregarding his dignity, was crying uncontrollably while clutching him. "Why do you want to leave when you find out I'm Xuan?" What's going on?" Mike's mouth twitched, wanting to kick Xuan away but couldn't bring himself to harm someone he had no grudge against. Please let go, Mr. Xuan." I know I seem confused. The last knight who came here reacted the same way." Xuan wailed without any sense of decorum. "But I am much more reliable than I look. Please tell me what you need, and I'll do my best to meet your request." Let go, Mr. Xuan. I understand your feelings, but... I won't let go unless you tell me." "No, I'll go to the bathroom," Xuan cried. All right, I'll tell you." Mike, kneeling on the ground with his hands propping him up, was thoroughly defeated by magician Xuan. "Really? Thank you so much." Xuan wiped away his tears and smiled. Xuanhuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief, saying, "First, introduce yourself." "Oh right, my name is Xuan, a magician, 16 years old," Xuan said. In fact, age was what Mike was most concerned about. It seemed he had guessed correctly. Xuan was only 1 year older than himself. Mike sighed again and followed Xuan into the study inside the house. They sat down, and Xuan handed him a cup of coffee with a smile. "Here, to perk you up." "Thanks." Xuanhuan accepted the coffee. "You seem like a decent person," but in the next second, after Talbin a sip, Xuanhuan spat out the coffee, coughing. "I take that back." What happened?" Xuan hurriedly stood up, but tripped over the chair behind him. But Xuanhuan couldn't care less about that at the moment. "Did you put salt in the coffee?" Sorry, I made a mistake." Xuan bowed repeatedly in apology. Xuanhuan sighed helplessly again, sat down, and said, "My name is Mike, 13 years old. The story is this." Xuanhuan explained the entire situation to Xuan. Xuan exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Mike is actually the second son of the Yu family, the son of Camden?" "Yes, but according to family rules, only the eldest son can learn knight skills to inherit the clan leader position, while other siblings must learn other professions. However, I love the profession of a knight, so I must meet that strict condition." Chapter 5, Xuan's story. "But Mr. Aaron also said..." Xuan didn't finish his sentence when Aaron interrupted. "Just call me Aaron. I'm actually 1 year younger than you, and it feels strange to be called Mr. "Oh, okay. Aaron, you did say that the Elder Council decided on your knighthood recognition, and you mentioned they finally agreed for you to become a knight, which means you can already become one. So why do you still need to complete this difficult task? Male mages aren't too hard to find, but the other 4 professions are." Aaron nodded and said, "I understand. If I could avoid it, I would. But my older brother is too envious. If I became a knight now, he would surely try to get rid of me because he wants to become the clan leader and can't afford any threats. Our family had set rules to prevent such incidents, but since my situation was special, those rules were changed. Therefore, partly to protect myself and partly to enhance my own strength more quickly, I must complete this task. After all, a knight does indeed need a team that can share life and death with him, right?" "I see. Although I don't fully understand, I have heard about conflicts among children of noble families," Xuan nodded. "By the way, I apologize for Talbin only about myself. You're only 14. You should be studying magic at the local magic and martial academy. Why are you living in seclusion on this small mountain alone?" Aaron asked curiously. "In fact, I was kicked out by my teachers at the academy," Xuan laughed sheepishly. Aaron felt his headache worsening. Knowing what Aaron was Xuanhuan, Xuan quickly explained. "But after years of diligent self-study, I believe I can now help you." Seeing Xuan's determined expression, Aaron couldn't outright refuse and said, "If so, can I see your magic?" Of course. Xuan and Aaron went outside. Xuan smiled and said, "Since I have a better understanding of dark elements, I usually cast dark element spells. However, I'm not an elemental master yet. I haven't reached that level." "What's your current rank then?" "Silver rank 4. Xuan scratched his head, embarrassed. "What? You're a silver rank 4 mage? Just 1 rank away from being able to change careers." Aaron was astonished. It was hard to associate the seemingly clumsy Xuan with the fact that he was already a silver mage at 16. Generally, even with good talent, it took at least 25 years to reach silver rank. Yet Xuan was only 16. Xuanhuan Aaron didn't believe him. Xuan released his mana, revealing a faint silver glow, leaving Aaron no choice but to believe it. "Strange, if you're a genius, why would the school expel you?" Aaron asked in puzzlement. Xuan's expression darkened, and after a long pause, he said, "Ernan, I tell Aaron? Will you help me seek justice if I do?" Xuanhuan into Xuan's hopeful eyes, Aaron nodded. Xuan smiled gratefully. "Regardless of whether you can or not, thank you for being willing to help. Actually, I'm not from East Dragon City, but Rainbow City near the coast. There are 2 reasons why I was expelled from school and ended up here in seclusion. First, although I am a silver mage, once in battle, I tend to get very nervous and easily forget my spells. No matter how high your rank is, a mage who forgets spells on the battlefield is as good as dead. So, I never won any duels at school since spellbooks weren't allowed in competitions. After pondering for a moment, Aaron said, although this first issue is indeed troubling, I don't think it's enough reason to expel you. Is it because of the second reason? Sean nodded and slowly said, my parents died because of me. What? At that time, after advancing to silver rank, I tried hard to overcome my stage fright. Then, I found a potion in my teacher's book that could alleviate the nervousness during battles. I thought if I eliminated my nervousness, everything would be fine. If I could get rid of my nervousness, wouldn't it be that I wouldn't forget spells anymore? So I asked my teacher for leave and went to collect the materials needed for the potion. However, my action was obstructed by someone. Spialban of which, I have the same situation as you, Aaron. That woman was the most talented magician in the school besides me at that time. She was already at the iron rank and was about to break through to the silver rank. But that woman had always been jealous of me because I was better than her, so she didn't want me to get that potion and sent people to obstruct me. Her family was a powerful one in the area with some influence in the government, thus naturally having many underlings. They bought all the materials needed for the potion in the city, leaving me nowhere to find them. Enraged, I confronted her, but she used magic to attack me and insulted my parents. At that moment, I lost control due to anger and, unexpectedly, did not forget the spells. I cast the most powerful spell I had at that time. What was it? Sean looked at Aaron and said, the corrosion curse. Since I had a better understanding of dark elements, almost all the spells I cast were dark element magics. The corrosion curse is one of the dark element curse magics that can continuously erode the enemy's skin. Even healing magic cannot cure it. To be cured, only the death of the caster can work. It is the only low-level dark magic that cannot be resolved. That woman loved beauty very much, so she threatened to kill me to remove the curse. Scared, and fearing the power of the nobles, the school expelled me. But my teacher didn't abandon me. He compiled his lifetime knowledge into a book and gave it to me, instructing me to bring my parents to Donglong City for refuge, as even the local nobles would never dare to harm us there. You know how strict law enforcement is in Donglong City. Aaron nodded and said, since then, why? Because it was too late. Sean sighed, his face filled with sadness. When I got home, my parents were already dead. So I fled desperately, using the teleportation scroll given by my teacher to reach his residence in Donglong City, which is this house. Then I've been studying magic here ever since. Aaron sighed. Jealousy does so much damage. What can we do? As long as they are human, everyone will have these negative emotions. Now you understand why I'm here, right? Chapter 6, Joining the Team. So, you wish for me to use the power of the Yu family to help you uphold justice, correct? Mike asked. Sean nodded. If I were to seek revenge on my own without being targeted by the powerful elite, I would have to become a saint rank. Only by reaching saint rank can one commit murder without the nation intervening. So I've always thought that if no one helps me, I would strive to reach that strength on my own and then take my revenge personally. I understand your feelings. Indeed, at saint rank, one becomes a rare existence across the entire Noah continent. Anything is possible once you reach that stage. Wielding the power of life and death is nothing. However, it will take you decades, even if you are a genius. But I apologize, I cannot help you right now. Mike said. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Sean's eyes, but he didn't cry. Mike smiled and said, don't be sad. Right now, I need to fulfill a promise with my brother. Once we gather our team and defeat him, I can become a knight. Then I'll have the authority to discuss this matter with my father, and hence, the power to deal with it. Rest assured, within a year at most, you will witness your enemies die before your eyes. Thank you, Mike. Sean smiled happily. Just then, an annoying voice interrupted. Mike and Sean turned around to see 3 fully armed knights. Well, isn't this the second son of the Yu family? What's this? Still chasing that night dream? Oh, the rules of the Yu family won't allow it. Give up, said one young man who seemed to be the leader, Spialban, in a high-pitched voice. Mike raised an eyebrow and retorted, Humph, what right do insignificant members of some no-name small knight order have to act arrogant before me? Tisk, just a mere first-rank knight, and you dare to be insolent before us. Mike sneered, so what? Ere none you little lackeys even comprehend the martial arts of the Yu family? You're only 3 bronze knights. Do you believe I could defeat all of you alone? Fine, let's see what makes you think you can act so cocky. The 3 knights lunged at Mike together. There was no trace of fear in Mike's eyes as his shield deflected their swords effortlessly. The strength of 3 grown men couldn't match that of a 13-year-old boy, a truly astonishing sight. However, Sean wasn't surprised. As a former prodigy, his teacher had taught him much about the unique martial arts or magic of prestigious families. He knew quite a lot about the Yu family. Being a knight lineage, the Yu family allowed only the heir to pursue knighthood, while most other clan members became knights in their respective capacities. The 4 major knight orders of the Yu family, Divine Wind, Thunderbolt, Blood Spirit, and Tyrant, each wielded incredible destructive power. This gave Yu family knights the ability to fight 10-1 or even challenge higher ranks due to their martial arts and rigorous training. Although Mike was only 13, Talban on 3 knights and their 20 simultaneously was feasible thanks to the physical enhancement techniques of the Yu family, improving muscle strength, power, explosive force, endurance, speed, and agility, coupled with exceptional martial arts. But Sean wasn't idle either. He produced a spell book, adjusted his glasses, and began chanting, "O great Hades, please forgive my request. Grant me the power of darkness to repel these foes before me, showing them the might of darkness." Dark elemental magic, dark explosion. After chanting the spell, Sean pointed forward. Hearing Sean finish his incantation, Mike quickly retreated. Almost immediately, a black energy sphere appeared behind the three knights. It gradually grew until it reached a diameter of about 1 meter before exploding instantly. The three knights, caught in the center of the blast, lost their combat ability. Even from a distance, Mike felt the shockwave and marveled inwardly at the immense power of dark elemental magic, the hardest but most potent magic to master. Mike walked up to Sean and said, "Is this the book your master gave you?" Sean scratched his head awkwardly. "This is the special weapon my master made for me. It not only amplifies spells, but also allows me to record any magic I want to cast at any time, in case I forget." Huh. Mike didn't know what to say. Sean sat on the ground, gazing at the distant blue sky and said, "I really envy you, Mike, because you can strive for a goal. Don't envy me." Mike smiled and extended his hand. Sean looked at Mike in surprise. Mike smiled again and said, "Join my team. From now on, Sean will be my companion." Sean happily nodded, pulling Mike up by the hand and asked, "When do we set off?" "Wait until you've packed up. Besides, we need to figure out where we're heading since I don't know which city has the people we're xuanhuan for," Mike said. "No problem, leave that to me," Sean said with a smile. "It's a tricky spell, but it's one of the few non-dark elemental spells I can do." Sean took out some materials for an invocation magic array and handed Mike a piece of paper, saying, "Write down your wish on this paper, like who you want to find and their gender. Put everything down." Mike took the paper, nodded, wrote down his wishes, then passed it back to Sean. Sean placed the written note in the center of the drawn hexagram and started chanting, "I am a humble mortal with a small wish. I hope the gods guide their devout believers to find their destination. Summoning spell, Divine Dog." As soon as Sean finished Spialban, the hexagram glowed with white light, followed by an explosion that created white smoke. When the smoke cleared, a cute little dog appeared in the center of the hexagram. The puppy was milk white with a tiny bell around its neck, xuanhuan very adorable. "Hello, I am the dog deity." The puppy spoke and even extended its right paw friendlily. "Hello, dog deity, have you received our wishes?" Sean asked. Dog deity nodded and reassured them. "Rest assured, you can set off now. If the city you go to has the people you are xuanhuan for, I'll automatically sense it." Dog deity continued. "Until we find everyone, I'll stay with you all. So, you'll be responsible for feeding me 3 meals a day. Ma'll ensure I don't starve." Mike laughed and said, "That's quite something. Let's go now. By the way, do you ride horses?" Sean shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I can ride a broomstick. Although I might get confused during battles, generally casting spells won't be a problem. Wait for me while I pack up my luggage, and then we'll set off." Chapter 7. Dual Magic Beasts of Thunder and Lightning. Aaron and Sean finally succeeded in getting lost after a day. They had planned to head for Xuanhuan town near East Dragon City, but ended up lost in the outskirts forest of East Dragon City. "Don't you have any magic that can identify landmarks?" Aaron asked. "Magic isn't omnipotent. Not everything can be solved with magic," Sean said with a wry smile. Aaron wiped the sweat from his forehead. They had been lost in this damned forest for a whole day, and their stomachs were already growling. Heaving a sigh, he dismounted and tethered the horse to a nearby tree so it could graze. From his storage ring, he took out 2 pieces of dried meat. Since time didn't exist inside a storage ring, anything stored there wouldn't decay. Aaron then gathered some wood into a pile to make a fire, and said to Sean, "Cast a fire spell to light the firewood." "Well," Sean scratched the back of his head and said, "I don't know how to use fire magic." Aaron looked at the innocent-faced Sean. The stick he was holding snapped in half, and he glared at Sean like a raging demon, shouting, "Aren't you a silver rank mage? How can you not even cast fireball?" Sean was almost scared to death. His eyes fell off, and he had to grope around like a blind man to find them. Sighing heavily, Aaron smacked his own forehead, picked up the glasses, and put them back on Sean's face. Sean explained, "I'm sorry, but you don't seem to understand what it means to be a mage." Aaron thought for a moment. It seemed that because Davin's female mage companion spent all day spitting fire, he naturally assumed all mages could use fire magic. So, not every mage can use the same type of magic? Sean shook his head and replied, "Not exactly. Before we specialize, mages gather elements through incantations and by sensing elements around us to launch attacks. However, every mage senses different elements. What elements you sense determine what type of magic you can use. I've already mentioned that I can sense dark elements, so I use dark element magic. As for fire element magic, only mages who can sense fire elements can perform it. If I force myself to use fire magic, I would end up injuring my body as backlash from the magic is no joke. What are we supposed to do then? Eat raw food?" Aaron massaged his temple, exhausted. "You guys don't eat. Give me the meat." An adorable canine god suddenly pounced over, snatching the piece of dried meat from Aaron's hand and started munching greedily. A few seconds of silence followed. Then, "You damn dog. Give me the jerky." Aaron stood up to chase after him but was held back by Sean, who said, "Aaron, calm down. I have a way to cook the jerky." Aaron stopped his rampage and slowly sat down, handing the remaining piece of jerky to Sean. As Sean pulled out tools from his storage ring, he explained, "When I lived alone before, I still needed to eat, right? But I wasn't too good at xuanhuan, so I bought a magic pot. Just by using mana crystals as power, the magic pot can cook whatever food you place inside." After Spialban, Sean also took out the magic pot, some mana crystals, and a stove-like device from the storage ring. He placed the dried meat in the pot and set the mana crystal into the slot of the stove-like contraption. Soon enough, the mana crystal began to glow, and the magic pot started emitting heat. Before long, a piece of cooked meat was born from the magic pot. Aaron and Xuan divided the meat with a knife and fork. After tasting it, he found it delicious and couldn't help but ask, "Why haven't I ever seen these things at home? This is something only mages can use. Other professions can't buy them. This is issued by the Mage Guild, a kind of welfare since mages tend to be solitary, spending all day researching various magics. Who has the time to cook? The magic pot replaces our need for that, and is very convenient," Xuan replied, adding, "But I wonder when we'll be able to leave." Aaron thought for a moment and said, "The forest we're in now is outside East Dragon City. Fortunately, it's not Shadow Forest. We'll just take our time while Alban. We'll eventually get out." The Shadow Forest. Experts reported on TV just 2 days ago that the outskirts of East Dragon City's forest and Shadow Forest are connected, Xuan said nonchalantly. Helmet's knife and fork slipped from his hands to the ground, and he looked at Xuan with an unfriendly gaze. "Why didn't you say this earlier?" Xuan couldn't help but shiver. He felt countless grudges around him. Seeing Helmet's murderous look, he hurriedly explained, You never asked me." Helmet sighed and said, "In that case, let's finish eating quickly and set off. The smell of the dried meat will attract all sorts of magic beasts. If that happens, it will be difficult for us to get out. Hurry up." However, sometimes misfortune would always come knock Alban in the most annoying way possible, especially when you least want it to happen. Just as Helmet and Xuan were about to set off, a sound of hooves came from the distance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. "This is the footsteps of a magic beast." Helmet took out his shield and sword. The canine god jumped into Xuan's clothes, only its head visible from the chest area, while Xuan took out his spellbook, ready for battle. As the sound drew closer, Helmet and Xuan saw a horse. Although it was similar in size to ordinary horses, electric arcs occasionally flashed across its body. "Not good. It's an electric magic beast." Helmet's face changed dramatically. A 4th-tier magic beast, proficient in trampling and magical attacks. "This is bad. I'm afraid it's worse than just bad," Xuan said grimly. Electric magic beasts are special types of magic beasts that usually appear in pairs. If an electric magic beast is here, it means a thunder magic beast is also nearby. As Xuan finished Alban, another identical horse ran next to the electric magic beast, without electric arcs, but roaring like thunder. 2 4th-tier magic beasts. "Xuan, do you have the confidence to defeat them with your magic?" Helmet asked. Xuan sighed and replied with a bitter smile. "Although it's difficult, I can give it a try, but I need to chant incantations, so?" Helmet raised his sword and shield, determination etched on his face, saying, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, they won't hurt even a hair on your head. Just focus on chanting the incantations. Then it's in your hands." Chapter 8, Team Bond. Aaron knew that it was impossible for him to agree based on his current strength, but he didn't need to do so. He only needed to wait until Xuan completed the spell. Aaron took a deep breath and raised his sword. Thrust. Aaron's body leaned forward in a diving posture, with his shield at his side and his sword pointing forward. With a push from his right foot, his entire body surged forward. Seizing the moment, Aaron swept horizontally with his sword. The Thunder Beast and Lightning Beast, with their excellent jumping abilities, leaped backward, dodging Aaron's attack range. Lightning and thunder spewed from their mouths, intertwining into a spear that instantly pierced towards Aaron. If it were an ordinary knight, they would absolutely choose to dodge because lightning magic is the bane of knights. After all, their armor is made of metal, which is an effective conductor. However, Aaron showed no intention of retreating as he held his shield forward to meet the lightning. An ordinary knight would undoubtedly die from electric shock, but would the knights of the Yu family be so fragile? Long ago, the Yu family's knights understood their own weaknesses, thus their armor and weapons were treated with insulation. In other words, they were non-conductive, meaning lightning would not cause much harm. Yet, the impact force of the lightning spear was incredibly powerful, causing Aaron's left hand holding the shield to tingle with numbness. He secretly felt alarmed. Was this the strength of a 4th-grade beast? Xuan had yet to finish chanting the incantation because he knew ordinary spells couldn't harm these lightning beasts with such agility and evasive capabilities. Therefore, a wide area attack spell was necessary, but such spells required long incantations before a change of profession and could not be interrupted. Both Xuan and Aaron knew this. Hence Aaron wouldn't let the beasts cross this line, even one step. Being 4th-grade beasts, the Thunder Beast and Lightning Beast had already developed some intelligence. They sensed the fluctuations of dark elements around them and fixed their gaze on Xuan, who stood behind Aaron. Aaron knew a tough battle was coming, as he observed that the two beasts had shifted their targets to Xuan. Roaring, the Thunder Beast and Lightning Beast charged at Aaron, the former leading and the latter following. "I won't let you succeed." Aaron opened his inner martial aura to the maximum, focusing it on his sword and shield. Thunderlight spewed from the Thunder Beast's mouth, and Aaron blocked it with his shield. However, the impact was significantly stronger than before, and Aaron suffered injuries, with a trickle of blood flowing from his mouth. Following that, the Thunder Beast rammed into his shield directly, causing Aaron to feel his left arm bone crack. Despite excruciating pain, Aaron gritted his teeth and held firm against the Thunder Beast. At that moment, a shadow flashed past him. His face turned pale. The previous combat made him forget about the existence of the Lightning Beast. But if he turned around to attack it now, his back would become an optimal target for the Thunder Beast. Yet if he didn't stop the Lightning Beast, Xuan would be doomed. Magicians with fragile bodies face certain death when attacked up close. Clenching his teeth, Aaron used all his might to push his shield, creating an opening to block the Thunder Beast. Instantly turning around and jumping into the air by pushing off with his right foot, Aaron swung his sword, unleashing a sword flash straight at the lightning beast. Sensing danger from above, the lightning beast had no choice but to retreat. Meanwhile, Aaron felt intense pain across his back as if scorched by fire. Turning around, he saw that the thunder beast's thunder cannon had penetrated his armor and injured his flesh. Nonetheless, Aaron was relieved. If not for the armor, the earlier attack would have pierced through his body. Though Sean wanted to help, he couldn't because the incantation wasn't finished yet. Aaron didn't urge him either since he knew even the slightest error in such a long chant could ruin everything. The shield was discarded to the side, leaving Aaron with just a sword in his hand, heavily wounded. Blood trickled down from his back, and he found his breathing increasingly labored. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he braced himself for the impending battle. The thunder beast and lightning beast charged again. Aaron had to keep both beasts away from Sean, so he ran toward them and stopped a few meters away. Stretching out his left hand, he triggered a mechanism. Several almost invisible steel wires, triggered by darts at their ends, shot into a nearby tree. With his right hand raising the sword, Aaron slashed downward, sending a sword flash directly between the two magical beasts. Naturally, they had to dodge. One went left, the other right, continuing to run. Aaron smiled triumphantly, ignoring the lightning beast on the left and heading straight for the thunder beast on the right. His sword swung horizontally multiple times, striking at the thunder beast's neck, chest, and legs. Even the thunder beast had to avoid these attacks. At this moment, Aaron heard a mournful cry from the lightning beast. Because the steel wires were so sharp and light refracted, they were invisible from a distance. The powerful impact of the lightning beast made it unable to stop even when it saw the wires up close due to inertia. The diamond wire cut off all four legs of the lightning beast instantly, leaving it writhing on the ground, likely not to survive. The thunder beast let out an enraged roar. Aaron released the tightly held diamond wire with his left hand, both hands now gripping the sword as he blocked the thunder beast's biting mouth, maintaining the standoff. Just then, Sean finally completed his wide area spell. Aaron, get out of the way. Aaron nodded, sheathed his sword, and leaped in front of Sean. Black light flickered around Sean. Dark element magic, eternal slumber of hell. Activate. As he spoke, a huge magic circle appeared on the ground, and 20 demon statues slowly rose within it, surrounding the two magical beasts. Then, the statues began emitting sorrowful cries, chilling sounds that made Aaron shudder. Blood flowed slowly from the statues, but strangely did not spill beyond them. The thunder beast tried to escape, but was trapped by the barrier generated by the statues. Blood quickly spread to the thunder beast's chest, emitting dense blood mist that instantly enveloped it. After a mournful cry, the thunder beast fell silent. Sean and Aaron couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as the magic gradually faded. At that moment, Aaron instinctively sensed danger, pushing Sean aside and jumping away himself. Almost simultaneously, a bolt of lightning struck the ground where they had been standing moments ago, charring everything in place. Chapter 9, Dual Nature of Lightning. What is happening? Even Aaron's face showed a look of terror, because the thunder beast was standing before them unharmed, and its power and magic seemed even stronger than before. No good. How could I forget? The dual nature of lightning for the thunder beast and electric beast. Sean also revealed a look of fear. What is this dual nature of lightning? The reason why the thunder beast and electric beast must act together is that their individual energies are too powerful, even they cannot bear it. Therefore, they rely on the mutual dependence of thunder and electricity to suppress that power. So, in the past, if one wanted to kill these beasts, both had to be killed simultaneously. Otherwise, if one dies, the other will unleash all its suppressed power, doubling its strength. Sean explained. Double? Aaron stared intently at the thunder beast and asked again. Since their bodies cannot handle it, presumably this state won't last very long, right? It won't last very long, and once time runs out, it will die. However, trying to prolong the battle is not realistic, Sean said, because this state can last up to 12 hours. 12 hours? Aaron's expression changed drastically. Then he said, but we absolutely can't last 12 hours. Sean nodded. This battle may. You go, I'll cover you. Aaron said. Sean froze, seemingly not reacting yet, as Aaron continued. I called you out. It's a knight's duty to protect the lives of teammates. Quickly activate the flying broom and leave. If I leave, what about you? Sean shouted. How can a first-class Iron Knight defeat a near fifth-class beast? Aaron fell silent for a moment, then said, I understand, but knights cannot retreat. You have vengeance to pursue, don't you? Leave quickly. If you return to your original place, you can avenge your parents during your lifetime. If you die here, everything will be over. Go now. With that, Aaron raised his sword and charged directly at the thunder beast. Even though my current strength isn't enough to perform this move, I have no choice but to take a gamble. Black feather sword technique. Flash. Aaron's speed suddenly increased, reaching the front of the thunder beast in an instant. His sword glowed with white light, emitting sword chi. The sword chi instantly struck the thunder beast's body, but the wound was shallow, not fatal. The thunder beast roared in pain and spewed lightning, which hit Aaron's body. Aaron felt numbness immediately. Plus, having just forced a second-class bronze knight-level technique, his body could no longer bear more injuries. Sean, run fast. I can't hold on much longer. Aaron slowly got up, his bloodstained body still holding up the sword, his fighting spirit maxed out. Suddenly, Aaron's aura changed dramatically. One man, one kill, to the death. Aaron slashed out his sword chi, successfully hitting the Thunder Beast. Just like the name suggested, it was a fight to the death. The sword chi injured Aaron as well, and his already fragile body couldn't take it, collapsing and losing consciousness on the ground. Xuan clenched his fists. Honestly, he did consider leaving, but seeing Aaron using a life-threatening move to let him live, Xuan couldn't move to escape. His eyes showed determination, looking at Aaron lying on the ground severely injured. Xuan recalled the devastating spell. Though not recorded in books, Xuan remembered the incantation for the second time. Despite not wanting to use it due to its double-edged nature, Xuan had no choice but to gamble. Magic flickered around Xuan's body, and his aura completely changed. He swiftly formed seals with his hands. O Angel Galilei who judges souls, I humbly plead with my mortal body and soul for your fair judgment. Render your haughty verdict to prove whether I am guilty or the enemy is. If I am guilty, I will descend into the Azura realm to cleanse my sins. If the enemy is guilty, may divine punishment strike the opponent down. Upon finishing, a white magic circle appeared in the sky, from which a figure slowly emerged, an angel with 8 pairs of pure white wings holding a balance scale. The scale shot 2 beams of light, Strialban Xuan and the Thunder Beast, then began to tilt, with the right side eventually Synopsis. The angel pointed at the Thunder Beast and spoke. You are guilty. After saying this, a bolt of heavenly thunder descended. This was not comparable to the Thunder Beast's lightning. It was the kind of thunder that could destroy everything. The heavenly thunder struck the Thunder Beast, which instantly turned to ashes, not even having time to emit a scream. Then, the angel slowly disappeared, and the magic circle gradually shrank and finally vanished. Aaron sighed in relief but felt dizzy and then fainted on the ground, losing consciousness. Other monsters slowly approached, following the scent of blood, intending to eat the meal before them. But suddenly, they let out cries of anguish as if encountering some terrifying natural enemy and fled. From the sky, a woman suddenly descended. She appeared to be in her early 30s and could be described as breathtakingly beautiful. Looking at the unconscious Aaron and Xuan, she muttered to herself. Aaron, you were willing to fight to the death for your companion. Such spirit is undoubtedly knight-like and deserves commendation. Xuan, at a critical moment, you did not abandon your companion and even used the most dangerous spell, Judgment, showing deep loyalty. This also deserves commendation. The woman took out 2 feathers, one red and one black, placing them on the chests of Aaron and Xuan. The feathers slowly merged into their bodies, and their wounds rapidly healed. The woman smiled, then took out a sword, a shield, a book of spells, a magic staff, and 2 sets of luxurious clothing. Children, one day you will awaken and become Noah. These gifts are our first meeting present to you. Make good use of these Noah sets, take care of yourselves, and I look forward to your growth. Finished Spialban, the woman once again slowly disappeared as if nothing had happened. After the woman left, Aaron and Xuan gradually woke up. We're still alive? My injuries. Aaron was surprised to find that his wounds were completely healed. Xuan shook his head, still groggy, and said, what are these things? Xuan pointed at the items beside him. They don't look ordinary at all, and I feel a warm and comfortable power inside me. Heaven, I advanced and became 3rd-class Iron Knight. Aaron exclaimed. Now I can use the higher martial techniques of the Yu family. Seems like we had a strange encounter while unconscious. Look, Aaron, these are priceless treasures, Xuan said. Our equipment was damaged in battle, so it's perfect timing to replace them. Aaron nodded, took off his armor, and examined the clothes clearly meant for him since the other was a magic robe. After putting it on, he felt a warm current flow through his body. He stabbed it with a knife, and the clothes showed no damage at all. Heaven, this craftsmanship, to make such strong yet light clothing. What kind of technology must it be? Now Aaron wore a dark blue outfit, picked up the sword and shield, and looked quite brave, without the bulkiness of the knight's armor. Xuan flipped through the book of spells and chuckled. This is practically custom-made for me. This spellbook automatically displays the incantations of spells I want to cast, but have forgotten. So I don't need to flip pages during battle anymore. This magic staff increases my magic power by more than 10 times, and the magic robe has some defensive properties too. With such equipment now, I am confident I could directly kill those 2 beasts. By the way, how did you kill them? Aaron asked. I used good and evil magic, judgment from heaven. This magic is a double-edged sword. If you have done more wrong than the other party, you will die. Therefore, the mortality rate for the caster is a staggering 50%. It's also the only super magic usable by any level. I went through a lot to learn it, Xuan said. But we're both alive now, that's what's most important. Let's go. Staying here any longer, I'm afraid more monsters might attack us. Xuan picked up the flying broom and smiled. Alright, let's set off. Where's the dog god? Come out quickly. Don't look for it. The dog god automatically hides in another dimension when danger comes. It will probably appear once we leave the Shadow Forest, Xuan replied. Chapter 10, Xuanhua Town Gym. By the way, why did you choose to go through Xuanhua Town, Aaron? There are many cities around Donglong City, Xuan asked while riding his broomstick. Why must you go to Xuanhua Town? That route is the most dangerous. Of course it's to challenge the gym there, Aaron said. Gym? Xuan blinked in confusion. Hey, don't blink like that. Acting cute is shameful, Aaron said scornfully. Gyms are places for challenges. In the Donglong Empire, across 6 provinces and 12 cities, there are 12 gyms in total. If one obtains all 12 gym badges, they can participate in the annual gym finals. Winning the competition brings great honor. The 12 gym leaders are experts of the Donglong Empire. While it's not necessary to defeat them, their approval is required to earn a badge. Ernon, anyone join? Xuan asked. Aaron nodded. If it's another profession, they can team up with a knight. Only knights need the 12 badges for participation in solo events, but there are also team events. Sean nodded and said, So, does Changhua Town have a gym? Is that why you're going there? Yes, Changhua Town belongs to Dongwang City, and its gym, the Changhua Gym, is the official gym of Dongwang City. I also need to find companions and become stronger, Aaron replied. The two chatted as they quickly arrived at Changhua Town. Though called a town, its development was on par with some major cities. However, upon entering, Aaron noticed people wearing worried expressions, as if something unpleasant had occurred. Frowning, he stopped a hurried passerby and began to ask, Sir, may I ask why? But the man interrupted him. Don't ask me, I know nothing. Then the man pushed past Aaron and disappeared from sight. Is there some kind of disaster here? Why are these people so anxious, as if they've seen something terrifying? Sean commented. I don't know. Let's head to the gym first. I know where it is. Let's see what's happening there, Aaron said. Sean nodded and followed Aaron to a large cathedral-like building. A cathedral? Is the gym leader of Changhua Town a priest? Sean asked curiously. That's right, a holy rank judge. Though holy rank individuals are rare, almost all 36 gym leaders are of holy rank, Aaron explained. A judge who uses divine magic, Sean said. All right, let's go inside. I'm curious to meet this person. Aaron sighed inwardly and slowly pushed open the heavy doors. Inside, the setup resembled a church, with a woman dressed like a nun kneeling before a statue of God in prayer. Aaron and Sean waited until she finished. Sorry for keeping you waiting, the woman smiled and said, I am Capri, the gym leader of Changhua Gym. Are you here to challenge the gym? Aaron nodded. But what about the people outside? Why do they look so uneasy? Has something happened in this town? Capri sighed and looked ashamed. Currently, all residents except myself have nightmares every night. This has affected their rest. People have sought help from outsiders, but none succeeded. Those outsiders never woke up again. They're not dead, just asleep, unresponsive. I've tried using divine magic, but to no avail. I can only pray daily that God will free them from these nightmares. Even the judge's prayer didn't work. Could it be caused by someone? Aaron asked. Capri shook her head. I'm not sure. This issue has plagued me for half a month. If I can't resolve it, I cannot hold the gym challenge. If so, we outsiders might be targeted too. Fine, let us handle this problem, Aaron confidently declared. Exiting the cathedral, Sean sighed. Such a troublesome matter. Why get involved? It's dangerous. Sean, since others are in trouble, we should help them, Aaron said. We should do more good deeds, accumulate blessings, and create virtue for ourselves. The corner of Sean's mouth twitched, nearly losing balance and falling to the ground. Are you a fortune teller? Aaron laughed and patted Sean on the shoulder. Don't be like that. This is also a kind of training, right? Who knows? Maybe we'll become stronger. Sean adjusted his glasses. Forget it. Anyway, you're the leader. Do your best. I don't want to die young. If I lose my life, you know the consequences. Enough. Stop nagging. Hurry up. Let's find a place to stay first. Everything will be clear by nightfall, won't it? Aaron said. Sean sighed and had no choice but to follow. Night came, and they stayed at a hotel, waiting for the enemy. Since those outsiders all fell asleep, there must have been some warning signs beforehand. At this moment, Aaron and Sean felt drowsy, exchanging smiles before collapsing onto their beds. Soon after, the window slowly slid open, and a man dressed in black slipped inside. He kicked the sleeping Aaron and sneered. I thought they were something. The equipment is decent though. Humph, another 2, just 3 more people, and 100 souls will be complete. Then our organization's goal can be achieved. So what if it's a saint-rank judge? Still clueless, aren't you? But then the man felt excruciating pain in his legs. Lou Albin down. He saw a sword that had severed all the tendons in his feet. No, impossible. Why didn't you fall asleep? The man stared at Aaron and Sean, who were standing up. Sean adjusted his glasses. The area effect, time-limited spell you used, eternal sleep, can put opponents into a deep sleep at any chosen time, mobbing them unable to wake up. Although it's powerful, it's easy to counter. Aaron and I cast resistance spells against sleep beforehand. But xuanhuan, only because of the incredible augmentation from this staff and spell book could I manage this. Don't take such risks next time. I hate trouble. Chapter 11. The Black-Clothed Organization. All right, stop nagging. Hey, what's your name? What did you mean by that organization earlier? What's your purpose? Mike asked. Humph, are you as Albin me to spill the beans just like that? Everyone in our organization is well-trained. Even the harshest torture won't break us. The black-clothed man replied coldly. You've got quite a tough mouth. No problem. I have my ways to make you talk, Mike said indifferently. Sean adjusted his glasses and asked, You have a way? You've studied torture? Mike showed a demonic smile and said, I know plenty of tortures, just afraid you haven't experienced any. Let me recall for a moment. Sean, do you have any corrosive liquids? Corrosive liquid? Sure, I have some. Magicians love to study these kinds of things. Why do you need it? Sean asked curiously. Hey, I plan to prepare a nail board. The nails on the board will be hollow, so they can be filled with liquid. One end would be connected to a plastic tube, then we'll slowly pour the corrosive liquid through the tube into your body. How does that sound? Mike said with an innocent smile. Both Sean and the black-clothed man couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Let me think more. How about clamping your ribs between 2 iron plates and then squeezing them slowly? Mike blinked his eyes and looked at the black-clothed man. He clearly saw the cold sweat on the black-clothed man's forehead and decided to add fuel to the fire. Talb in a deep breath, Mike continued. You think I dare not take action, right? Fine, let me find where I put that flesh-scraping knife from last time. After saying this, he actually rummaged through his storage ring. I'll talk. I'll talk. The black-clothed man finally could not bear it and shouted. You're willing to talk now? Then speak quickly. Mike sat down and then told Sean. Sean, cast a protective magic spell on him, so no one else can silence him. Sean hesitated, then nodded, reciting a simple incantation to create a magical barrier around the black-clothed man. Okay, start tell Albin, Mike said. My name is Lowell. I'm one of the people of our organization in this town. Our goal is to extract the essence and souls of the residents here, the black-clothed man explained. I don't know exactly why we need to do this. We seem to have found a treasure here that constantly absorbs surrounding chi. We want to take away that treasure but can't because of a seal on it. The method to remove the seal is to collect 100 people's souls and essences and fuse them using our organization's special machine. Therefore, we ordered our curse masters to cast nightmares on the residents here, preventing them from sleeping while silently draining their essences. Once their essences are drained, their souls become accessible. Mike sneered. Just for a treasure, you have to harm so many people? By the way, Sean, what's a curse master? Why have I never heard of it? Sean explained. It's very normal you didn't know. Curse masters were a profession that was eradicated long ago. Their abilities were too terrifying. Curses aside, they could turn living people into puppets following their orders. So, the Magic and Martial Arts Council designated it as a forbidden profession, with severe penalties for anyone caught learning it. That's why this profession has long vanished. Never expected there would still be curse masters in your organization. If they are indeed curse masters, it explains a lot. Casting nightmares and absorbing others' essences are their specialties. Looks like your organization isn't something good either. What's your organization called? Mike asked coldly. I really don't know. The organization has strict management. People like me who are not in headquarters know absolutely nothing. Orders come layer by layer, and I'm at the bottom, only knowing that the representative color of our organization is black, the black-clothed man replied. Mike pondered for a moment and said, Sean, bring him along. Let's go to the church to find Allie. Sean nodded, sealed the black-clothed man's powers, and dragged him out of the hotel. Along the way, the dark streets felt eerie and sinister. Mike and Sean also keenly sensed a murderous aura. The visitors aren't friendly, Mike muttered to himself, raising his sword, which flashed with red light. Black feather sword technique, moon flash. Mike raised his sword, turned around, and swung horizontally first, then slashed vertically, forming an X shape with the sword flashes directly attack Alb in the distance. The deserted street was strangely quiet, but just as the sword flashes were about to hit a distant stone statue, space twisted, and the sword flashes were absorbed into it. Then a black-clothed man emerged. He wore a wide robe with long sleeves, completely covered by black mist, giving off an eerie aura. In his hand was a short staff that looked like it was made of bone, topped with a skull, which appeared extremely terrifying. Be careful, Mike. He's the curse master who knows many bizarre spells. We must be cautious. Sean raised his magic wand and kept reading incantations from his spellbook, casting a magical shield around himself. Mike lifted a shield in front of his chest and stood in front of Sean. The curse master remained silent throughout, but his blood-red eyes sent shivers down anyone's spine. O dark spirits from the netherworld, heed my plea and manifest before me. Sean waved his magic wand, and the crystal ball on top flickered. A black magic circle appeared under his feet, continuously emitting black smoke. Gradually, the smoke transformed into black-cloaked ghosts holding scythes, roughly numbering dozens. Mike, my ghost soldiers will cover you so you can attack. Don't worry about me. I have a protective shield, Sean said. Why didn't you use the shield earlier then? Mike asked. Oh, because I forgot the incantation for the shield, huh? Ignoring Sean's awkward laughter, Mike focused on the curse master ahead, fully prepared because his intuition told him this guy was a seasoned expert, not someone like the scatterbrained Sean. The ghost soldiers swung their scythes toward the curse master, attack Albin ceaselessly. Being ghosts, they did not fear physical attacks. They surrounded the curse master, block Albin his line of sight. Seizing this opportunity, Mike charged directly at the curse master. He reasoned that since curse masters operated through spells like mages, they must be vulnerable in close combat. Seeing the curse master trying to cast a spell towards him, Mike couldn't help but smirk. His plan was war Albin. Chapter 12, The Curse Mage. The curse mage finished reciting the complex incantation, and a jet of black smoke shot out. The smoke transformed into a demonic face that roared as if trying to engulf Aaron. Aaron displayed a mock Albin expression. In an instant, he was swallowed by the ghostly mist. Just when the curse mage thought he had succeeded, Aaron suddenly appeared behind him, raising his sword and slashing directly at the curse mage's head. Though surprised, the curse mage did not seem panicked. With a swift sidestep, he left behind multiple afterimages, and what Aaron struck was merely one of those illusions. So fast, Aaron couldn't help but exclaim. Seizing the opportunity, the curse mage manipulated the black mist into a dagger, thrusting it straight at Aaron. I won't let you succeed. Sean waved his magic staff, launching the energy projectile, a mage's favorite attack. Mages concentrate their magic power in their staffs, then launch it like cannonballs, forming an offensive force. A beam of light deflected the dagger's trajectory. The dagger pierced into the nearby wall, which instantly turned black and began corroding. The sound of acidic melting startled both Aaron and Sean. Aaron was amazed by how potent the curse mage's corrosive spell was, having destroyed an entire wall in moments. Meanwhile, Sean was astonished because he used his full strength on that energy projectile just now to ensure Aaron would be 100% safe, yet it only deflected the dagger without Brer Albin it, proving the curse mage's strength was superior to theirs. Aaron, this guy is formidable. We're no match for him. Let's try to find Senior Alley, said Sean. However, he realized that Aaron didn't hear a word he said. Hee, formidable opponent. I'm fired up. Aaron emitted a stronger battle aura and raised his sword. Black feather sword technique, moonlight flash. He leaped into the air with a powerful kick from his right foot, spinning rapidly to form a tornado centered around him. The tornado unleashed numerous crescent-shaped sword flashes, forcing even the cursed mage to dodge its edge. As dozens of sword flashes descended from above, the cursed mage once again cast illusions, teleporting to another side. Where he stood moments ago became a massive crater. Suddenly sensing danger behind him, the cursed mage jumped again, narrowly avoiding another attack. Upon Lualban back, he saw it was Sean. Sean had just performed Dark Elemental Magic, Dark Arrow, a single-target destructive dark element spell. The cursed mage finally spoke. Oh, a dark elemental mage? Quite a prodigy, aren't you? Barely a teenager, yet already a silver-level mage? Interested in becoming a cursed mage? The power of a cursed mage suits you best. Sean sneered. Do you think I'd agree? Cursed mages are strictly forbidden professions. I'm not stupid enough to learn such things. His spellbook flashed, and his magic staff shimmered with a dark glow. O stars of night, master of darkness, summon meteors to punish the evildoer before me. Immediately, the surroundings were rocked by tremendous vibrations as a meteor fell from the sky, Strialban the cursed mage directly. The immense impact of the meteor stunned everyone nearby, but no one dared to come out, for they were mere commoners, fearing the adventurer's battle could be fatal at any moment. Did it work? Asked Aaron. Sean frowned and replied, no, the feel wasn't right. At that moment, cracks appeared in the meteor, and it shattered instantly. To everyone's shock, the cursed mage remained unscathed. Even Sean's expression changed drastically, for that move was his most powerful attack, requiring substantial mana. Feeling somewhat weakened, he couldn't believe the cursed mage was attack-albing him again. If struck, even his magic shield might not hold. Damn it, am I going to die here? But at that moment, Aaron appeared in front of Sean, using a shield to block the cursed mage's attack. Despite holding off the assault, Aaron was forced back several steps due to the impact, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Are you alright, Aaron? Sean's face filled with guilt since Aaron got injured because of him. Aaron wiped the blood from his lips, shook his head, and said, I'm fine. I just didn't expect him to be this strong. Even with the shield block albin the attack, I still got hurt. This shield is a treasure, but its effectiveness depends on the user's level. You're only at the 3rd stage now, so it's natural that you can't fully utilize its defense, Sean explained. I used the meteor spell just now, and Senior Alley should have sensed it by now. I believe she is on her way here. Aaron was full of surprise. Did you plan this from the beginning? Sean nodded. By my albin use of the grandeur of such spells and my magic fluctuations, it was enough to let Senior Alley notice. This cursed mage, although powerful, is probably still at the gold level. If he were a saint level, he wouldn't need incantations. He could cast spells instantly. You two brats have angered me, and you will regret it. The cursed mage growled in a low voice, raising his bone staff, which began to gather black energy. Unlike Sean's dark elements, this energy was nauseatingly evil. The bone staff emitted layer upon layer of black ripples. Malb and both Sean and Aaron feel extremely uncomfortable. They also discovered in horror that their strength was being slowly drained away. Damn it, he's absorbing our power, Sean said weakly as he collapsed to the ground. Even Aaron was barely supporting himself with his sword. Humph, regretting now. Are you, for opposing me? The cursed mage sneered. I'll turn both of you into my puppets, forever under my control, never able to free yourselves. The cursed mage laughed wildly as 2 beams of black light shot out. Sean and Aaron, already weakened, had no way to dodge them. Suddenly, a white beam of light struck the black beams from the side, dispelling them. A melodious, yet angry voice sounded. Wanting to turn these 2 children into puppets? Dark cursed mage, you must get through me first. Chapter 13, Cheryl. A beautiful woman slowly emerged from the side, and it was indeed Cheryl. Just as Sean said, the huge magical fluctuations had let Cheryl sense Sean's magic, thus allowing her to arrive here. In Cheryl's hand was a scepter, with which she indifferently looked at the Eduardo without any ripple of emotion as she said, I really didn't expect that the long-disappeared Eduardo would appear again. Not bad. Almost Brer Albin through to the saint rank. Do you also want to meddle in my affairs? The Eduardo said coldly. You should be aware that although I am only at the gold rank, Eduardos have unique abilities. Malb and cross-rank challenge is not difficult. Besides, what if you defeat me? Do you dare oppose our organization? Cheryl sighed with a smile and said, you just don't learn. Even if your organization has many capable people, how could they easily make an enemy of me for one person like you? Although I am alone, the pavilion masters of the 36 Dao pavilions are united. And who do we have as our backers? Is something you know very well, right? Your organization leaders should also be smart people. They wouldn't lightly declare war on us for a single gold rank existence. At least not for now. Humph, since you refuse to reason, I'll see just what you can do. The Eduardo tore off his black clothes, revealing an exquisite mage robe. Only then did one notice his face, if that could still be called a face. His face was incredibly pale, resembling a skeleton, with no trace of lips, Lualban particularly terrifying. So that's it. You've already merged with an evil spirit. No wonder you're so confident. Eduardo merged with an evil spirit cannot be judged by their realm. Cheryl sighed and said, you could be considered a genius. Too bad. Why take the path of no return as Eduardo? Originally, I only wanted to capture you alive, but since you have merged with an evil spirit, You've forsaken the embrace of God. As God's messenger, I must give you the fairest trial. Really? The Eduardo deliberately lengthened his tone to show ridicule. The judicator? Huh? No wonder you keep talbalbin about God. I believe in God too, but I believe in the evil God. Go to hell. The Eduardo's hands moved rapidly like a butterfly threading flowers, conjuring a magic array before him. From within, emerged several skeletons unlike any ordinary ones. These skeletons were made entirely of jade, creating a bizarre scene. Jade skeletons? You actually have these long-extinct monsters. Cheryl's expression turned serious. An ordinary dark element mage can summon undead as well, but most of these undead summoned from hell were relatively weak, and skeletons were among the lowest level. However, there were exceptions, the jade skeletons in front of her. Jade skeletons were not hellish undead, but the result of refining living humans and white jade. After successful refinement, such jade skeletons were formed, each representing the combat strength of the 4th-tier silver rank. And the Eduardo had summoned 10 of them at once. Anger appeared on Cheryl's face. How many lives have you taken? Not many, maybe 100 or so, the Eduardo sneered. You deserve death. Cheryl raised her scepter. Without chanting incantations, the sky darkened with clouds, gradually turning into thundering. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck towards the Eduardo. Fearful of underestimating him, he used instantaneous movement to dodge to the side, narrowly escaping the attack, which reduced its point of impact to mere dust. Ernan, you dodge one. Ernan, you dodge dozens. Divine art. Heaven's thunderstorm. Immediately after Cheryl finished Spialbin, bolts of lightning descended from the sky one after another. Though not overwhelmingly dense, it left the Eduardo unable to concentrate on attack Albin, forced only to defend. On the side, Sean revealed an envious expression. If he could reach the saint rank, he would be able to cast powerful spells without chanting incantations. If he became an archmage, this would be even more special as he could achieve this at the gold rank. However, Sean realized now wasn't the time to think about such things. You Helmet, let's resolve these jade skeletons together. Sure, you Helmet, without a second thought, took out his sword and slashed at the jade skeletons. Although jade skeletons were tough, you Helmet's sword, being a treasure, overcame their defenses with ease. With a few strikes, he resolved one. Originally, jade skeletons. Their strength wasn't that weak, but the manipulator was now too busy to take care of them. Thus, the jade skeletons, losing their control, were extremely slow, even less efficient than low-level skeletons because those could attack based on instinct. Dark elements, hear my prayer and bring down the rain of darkness to cleanse the enemy's sins. Dark elemental magic, black demon rain. Sean's magic staff flashed with brilliant light, forming a large magic array in the sky from which black, glowing rain continuously fell. As the rain landed on the jade skeletons, they began corroding instantly, finally turning into wisps of green smoke before vanishing completely. Although the black demon rain did not injure the Eduardo significantly, it effectively disrupted him. It seemed this Eduardo was overly arrogant, Albin, that just by mastering curse magic, he could successfully challenge higher ranks. While such incidents had indeed occurred in history, who exactly was Cheryl? As the pavilion master and a saint rank existence, her combat experience and power were immensely abundant. Moreover, as a judicator who believed in the thunder god, she was the natural nemesis of Eduardos who worshipped evil gods. Therefore, the Eduardo had little fighting capacity from the start. Cheryl watched as Sean and you Helmet easily disposed of the jade skeletons, smiling and nodding in approval. Well done, children. Go rest to the side. I'll take over from here. You Helmet and Sean knew continuing to stay would only limit Cheryl's movements, so they moved away from the battlefield. The thunder finally ceased, leaving the Eduardo unharmed yet utterly disheveled. His clothes were torn, his blood-red eyes filled with hate staring at Cheryl. However, Cheryl remained unperturbed, saying indifferently, "What do you say, Eduardo? Surrendering can save your life. Resistance will lead only to death." Humph. Everyone knows that judicators strike hardest against heretics. Surrender? What a big joke. Don't think you have everything under control. I still have moves left. The Eduardo sneered, gathering magic in both hands and pressing a tattoo on his chest, subsequently releasing formidable magic from within his body. Chapter 14. Dimensional Decomposition Technique. The curse user writhed in agony on the ground, but Ali did not dare to relax for a moment. The greater the side effects of a technique, the more powerful its might usually was. And now, the curse user's body started to slowly melt. Yes, melt into a pool of black liquid. Within the black liquid, a form gradually emerged, completely black and indistinct, lack all but any features except for being surrounded by black flames. Ali frowned. I didn't expect that you would have fused with a high-level evil spirit like the Shadow Demon. No wonder you possess such formidable power. The curse user did not respond, having lost all reason, his personality temporarily controlled by the Shadow Demon. Though Ali's expression was serious, there was no hint of fear. She raised her staff and drew a circle in the air. White ripples spread out like waves on a lake disturbed by a stone, reaching above the Shadow Demon, yet it showed no reaction. Ali murmured, as expected, because it has merged with a human, it is immune to purification? She sighed. Regardless, such evil spirits should not exist. Let both this curse user and the demon vanish. Ali released her staff, which floated independently in the air. She clasped her hands together, then slowly opened them. Between her palms appeared a white, transparent cube containing a small white orb that seemed insignificant but caused a ripple in the Shadow Demon's power. It raised its clawed arms, transforming the black flames around it into a serpent of fire, which attacked Allie while she cast her spell. Allie attempted to dodge, but then smiled as she stood still. A massive gate had appeared in front of her, adorned with a large ghostly face that swallowed the fire's serpent whole. Allie glanced at Sean, who was performing the spell, nodding in approval. This young man was indeed a prodigy, using a silver mage's ability to cast the third-ranked defensive spell among mages, the Rashigomo. Despite its incredible defense capable of repelling attacks below the holy rank, it came with 3 drawbacks: lengthy incantation time, significant mana consumption, and extremely high difficulty. But for Sean, this was not an issue. He only needed to buy time for Allie. Grateful, Allie nodded, expanding the cube in her hands until, leaping onto the Rashigomo, she pushed forward. The cube instantly grew larger, enveloping the shadow demon in a swift motion. So, having you and Sean participate together is actually to test your cooperation. Iolo and Sean nodded and said, if that's the case, then we will go to your cathedral tomorrow afternoon, Senior Allie. Allie nodded, get some rest early. I still have to soothe the civilians and tell them this good news so they can sleep peacefully. With that, Allie dragged the black-clothed man away. Sean patted Iolo's shoulder. All right, let's go back to the hotel. It's already very late, and I'm dead tired. Iolo and Sean nodded and left the street. But after the street gradually quieted down, 4 black-clothed men appeared on the street. What should we do? The plan failed. No worries. Upper management said we should temporarily give up this treasure since the Priest Guild will soon send people to investigate our organization's affairs. Fortunately, that captured guy was just at the lowest level and knew nothing, so there's no need to silence him. It's a pity about that curse user who died. What's there to be pitted? He's just a failed experiment of the organization, not worth dying for. Rather, we need to think about what to do next. The 4 nodded and disappeared again in the dimly lit street. Iolo and Sean returned to the hotel. Just as Sean was about to sleep, Iolo shook him awake. What do you want? I'm the one who's sleepy here, Sean grumbled. Let's go to that place tomorrow, Iolo said with a mischievous smile. Where? Wait, you're not Finn Alban of Check Alban out that treasure, are you? Sean pointed at Iolo. Iolo nodded. Now that we know about the treasure, I can't rest until I see it. What if we manage to get it? This is a great opportunity we must seize. Fine, but can I sleep now? I'm really tired, Sean said. Iolo pushed him back onto the bed. All right, you sleep. Chapter 15, The Blood Curse Revival Technique. The next day, Aaron and Brinley arrived at the cave that was said to contain treasures. It was an incredibly ordinary cave, and if it were up to Aaron, he wouldn't have guessed that any treasure would be hidden in such a place. Could this be a trap, Aaron? Brinley asked with some concern. Hey, Brinley, don't jinx us, Aaron said unhappily. Say something nice, something nice. As he spoke, Aaron playfully pinched Brinley's chubby cheeks. Brinley rubbed his face and replied, got it, let's go. Although Aaron thought the possibility of an ambush was small, he still held his shield protectively over his chest, and Brinley cast a magic shield around himself as well. After all, caution never hurt. Who knew if someone else had been left here? Aaron and Brinley cautiously entered the cave. It was pitch dark inside, despite the bright daylight outside, and the air was damp. Luckily, we brought magic flashlights, lighting devices powered by magic crystals. Aaron took out 2 and handed one to Brinley, keeping one for himself as he led the way forward. The journey was silent except for the sound of dripping water. Aaron frowned and said, Brinley, doesn't this feel too quiet? Brinley nodded. Since there's treasure here, there should be traps or mechanisms. Be on guard. I find the surroundings eerie. Aaron agreed and moved forward cautiously. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound growing louder. What is that noise? Aaron frowned, his instincts telling him danger loomed. It sounds like something crawling, but what could it be? Brinley looked serious. No matter what, we must be cautious. Places with treasures are indeed perilous. These traps seem set by an organization to prevent anyone from Talban the treasure first. After a while, Aaron and Brinley finally saw what it was. However, their expressions were different. Aaron turned pale, Lualban terrified, while Brinley seemed thrilled as if he'd found a treasure. Heavens, I'm not hallucinating. It's really another ghost butterfly. Fantastic. Brinley was almost clapping in excitement. It's an insect. I'm afraid of bugs. Fear flashed across Aaron's eyes. What? A guy scared of bugs? No problem. Leave it to me, Brinley said with a sly smile. What do you plan to do? Aaron asked suspiciously. You don't know, do you? This is a nether ghost butterfly, a dark attribute mages dream out. It can also serve as a guardian beast and is quite rare. Most magical beasts are fixed in rank at birth, but the nether ghost butterfly evolves. When it reaches gold rank, it can produce thousands of offspring. It seems attracted by the treasure, not bound yet. It's already at silver rank. Malbin it perfect for a contract with me, Brinley exclaimed happily. Whether we find the treasure or not, I've already gained a lot. Are you going to make me distracted so you can establish a pact? Aaron guessed. Of course you need to hold it off, but did you think signing a pact was easy? You have to defeat it first, subdue it with your strength, before you can sign a pact. Stop procrastinating, Terransong. I don't care if you're scared of bugs, move. I need to cast a spell. Brinley revealed a side never seen before. Aaron was dismayed. Normally so easily bullied and clueless, Brinley was acting like a tyrant. But Aaron complied, knowing Brinley would need less protection if he had a guardian. Just hold it back so it doesn't attack me. I'll use sealing magic to restrict its movements, Brinley said, waving his staff and beginning a long incantation. Aaron shook his head, refocusing on the nether ghost butterfly. His hands trembled. After all, since his past life, Aaron had always been terrified of insects, even butterflies and bees. And now, facing the nether ghost butterfly. Its wingspan was more than 2 meters. Who knew how many times larger it was compared to an ordinary butterfly? To be honest, the nether ghost butterfly was considered the most beautiful among magical beasts, extremely attractive in its own right. But this didn't affect Aaron. The nether ghost butterfly started flapping its wings, purple light spots falling down, apparently insect scales. Aaron raised his sword. Black feather sword technique, blow away. He executed a move from the black feather sword technique that created a gust of wind around him, gently lifting his body. Swinging the sword brought forth a wind blade which, upon hitting the scales, instantly scattered them. However, Aaron wasn't going to stop there. His goal was to suppress the nether ghost butterfly. Since it was a rare growth-type magical beast, it must possess abilities unique to itself, so he needed to prevent it from attack Alban right from the start. Without a second thought, Aaron unleashed continuous sword flashes, crescent-shaped wind blades assaulting the nether ghost butterfly from all directions. The nether ghost butterfly emitted a chime-like sound and produced ripples in front of it from the sound waves, which counterattacked Aaron's sword flashes. The seemingly fragile sound waves directly destroyed his sword flashes, with leftover energy also targeting Aaron. Aaron raised his shield defensively, block Alban the attack. Only then did he feel the true terror of the nether ghost butterfly, as the sound waves penetrated his shield to strike his forehead, causing intense pain. Damn, a move that attacks the opponent's nerves, truly worthy of being a growth-type magical beast. Its strength really stands out. Just as Aaron prepared to launch another attack, he heard Brinley's voice. Aaron, get out of the way. I'm ready with this sealing magic. Aaron nodded and moved aside. Suddenly, black chains appeared from Brinley's body, numbering over a dozen. These numerous chains restrained various joints of the nether ghost butterfly's wings and body. The nether ghost butterfly fell to the ground, unable to use its powers due to the sealing magic. Brinley stepped forward, touching the nether ghost butterfly's head with a hearty smile. It is indeed as beautiful as rumored, but why does it seem so hostile towards me? Idiot. You want it to be your contracted magical beast, so of course it would be hostile, Aaron said while dusting himself off. Brinley shook his head. Because only mages can sign contracts with magical beasts, you wouldn't know this. Generally speaking, growth-type magical beasts are mild-tempered and like being around humans. So if someone encounters one and is a mage, they usually agree to contract. This is because when contracted, their strength becomes linked to the contractor's. As the contractor advances in power, they too benefit by advancing. Magical beasts work hard to grow and advance, but using a contract to boost their strength quickly, why not take the opportunity? Chapter 16, The Lucky Xuan. Why does he hate you so much then? You don't seem like the type who would be disliked, Aaron said with a raised eyebrow. Xuan smiled self-admiringly. Of course not. I was the school heartthrob back then. Aaron was speechless, but still asked, is there any way for us to find out why it hates us? Sure, there's a way. Xuan closed his eyes and pressed his forehead against the ghost butterfly of Netherworld's forehead. Aaron faintly saw some magical power flowing from Xuan's body into the ghost butterfly. Aaron was puzzled. He had seen many mages communicate with magical beasts, but none of them used this method. After a while, Xuan lifted his head and sighed. Why have I never seen the method you're using? Aaron asked. The method I use is one I created myself. Pressing foreheads together indicates no hostility in the eyes of magical beasts because no hostile person would willingly put a vulnerable part close to their opponent. Then, I use my telepathic ability similar to mind-reading magic to enter the other party's body and obtain the information I need, Xuan explained. You're truly a genius to invent magic like that. So, did you get any information? Aaron asked. Xuan nodded. This ghost butterfly of Netherworld is female, and her male mate has been forcibly trapped here by an organization as a blood sacrifice to initiate the first seal, the ecological link seal. They might have left to lie low and locked the male here to guard the cave entrance. With the male being captured, the female can't just sit by idly, so it's creating 2 barriers for them. How could they do such a thing? Despicable. Aaron punched the nearby wall. Xuan was silent for a moment before saying, I know you understand human language, but cannot speak yet. Let me help you rescue your mate on the condition that you won't harm us. Why not make it your familiar? That's a condition you could have said, Aaron said in confusion. Xuan shook his head and smiled sadly. Stroalban, the ghost butterfly of Netherworld. Every mage can only sign a contract with one magical beast, and this ghost butterfly already has a partner. How could I separate them? They remind me of my deceased parents. Aaron's lips curved into a smile. You are kind-hearted. While the world is cold and indifferent, there's someone like you who considers them magical beasts. I admire you. My teacher once said that all beings, human or magical beasts, are life forms. This principle may sound cliché, but to me, my teacher's words are truth. Xuan stood up and waved his wand. Brealban, the chain seal on the ghost butterfly of Netherworld. Lead us to your mate, and we can save him. The ghost butterfly of Netherworld emitted a bell-like sound, spreading its wings and flying deeper into the cave. Xuan gripped his wand tightly. These people who toy with magical beasts, I, Xuan, swear to eradicate all of you. Following the ghost butterfly of Netherworld, they arrived at a fork in the path and saw another ghost butterfly chained up. The female flew over, seemingly communicating with the male. Then, it returned to Xuan's side. Xuan nodded, approached, and examined the chains on the wall. These were not ordinary chains, for each chain was embedded in a magic array. Every magic array contained 3 chains, totaling 15, which differed from Xuan's chains. These chains penetrated the male ghost butterfly of Netherworld's body. leaving visible bloodstains despite no longer bleeding. What is this magic? Aaron asked. It seems more powerful than your sealing magic. Sean sighed. Yes, this seal is indeed much more potent than mine. It's called divine imprisonment. Divine imprisonment? Sean nodded. If performed by someone above the holy stage, this magic can supposedly imprison even gods. It's the most tyrannical seal because the chains penetrate your body and curse it. If you resist, the chains will activate the curse, mauled and living worse than dying. So, can it be undone? Aaron asked. There are two ways. One is if the caster can easily undo the seal, but that's clearly impossible. The other way is through the forbidden spell among magicians, the blood curse revival spell, Sean replied. What is this magic? Aaron asked. Since it's a taboo spell for mages, it can't be easily used, right? Sean nodded. Using it once will have one's lifespan, but it can grant a single wish. What? Aaron's expression changed drastically. Half of your lifespan. No, you cannot do this. The cost is too high. I understand your desire to save it, but there are no other methods, right? Sean turned and glanced at Aaron indifferently. I cannot bear to see others unable to reunite because of a mere obstacle, regardless of whether they are human or magical beasts. Sean gripped his wand tightly. I want to do this, and I hope you won't stop me, Aaron. Aaron fell silent for a moment, then sighed and said, Do you need protection? Sean smiled. Of course. Aaron stood aside, guarding the cave entrance along with the female ghost butterfly of Netherworld. Sean held his wand horizontally, ready to cast the spell. Wait, don't you need a spell book? Aaron asked. I've memorized the incantation this time, Sean smiled. Ancient power slumbering within me. As its master, I will offer half of my life as a price, beseeching the exalted god of life to grant my one wish. I swear that this wish shall not tarnish my life, my conscience, or my soul. I will not use it for evil purposes. Therefore, please grant my wish. After Spialban, Sean knelt down. Aaron, give me the sword. Aaron hesitated for a moment before handing over the sword. Sean took a deep breath and made a shallow cut on his wrist with the sword, drawing a stream of blood that formed an unusual magic array. If my wish is wicked, let me die bleeding. If my wish is virtuous, please grant it. I am willing to pay half of my life. The magic array was fully formed, and the blood stopped flowing. In the red magic array, the silhouette of a beautiful woman appeared. She wore a red robe and held a crystal ball in her hand, Lualban solemn and kind. The woman opened her eyes and spoke slowly. I am the goddess of life. What you see before you is my apparition. Now, speak your wish so that I may judge if it is good or evil. My wish is to remove the seal on the ghost butterfly of Netherworld and grant it freedom. Sean said. The goddess of life looked at the ghost butterfly of Netherworld behind Sean, then turned back to Sean. Your wish is good, and I shall grant it. With that, the goddess waved her hand, and all the chains instantly snapped, freeing the male ghost butterfly. As payment, you will lose half of your life. Sean bowed his head. No regrets. The goddess slowly raised her hand, and a red light orb flew out from Sean's body, splitting into two. Half returned to Sean's body, while the other half remained in the goddess's hand. She revealed a faint smile and disappeared. Chapter 17 Enlightenment. Time Magic. This is the divine realm, a place that all adventurers long for. At this moment, inside a temple filled with plants, a woman in red suddenly smiled. Camilla, what's happening? Is there something to be happy about? A woman beside her, dressed in fine silk, asked with a smile. I met a kind child who exchanged half of his lifespan just to set a magic beast free. Camilla waved her hand, and the conversation between Sean and her inside the cave appeared as if replaying itself. The gods nodded their heads. A child like this might become a god. He seems around 14 years old, but already has the strength of silver rank. His future is boundless. As the gods sighed, Sean had already fainted inside the cave. Aaron sighed. To be honest, he couldn't understand Sean's decision. Everyone thinks differently. Although Aaron also wanted to save the nether ghost butterfly, he admitted he could not do so at the cost of half his life. People are both selfless and selfish. It all depends on your choice. Aaron didn't expect such an event to occur during a treasure hunt, exchanging half of one's lifespan. Unless Sean can cultivate to the saint rank within the remaining time. Once reaching saint rank, the lifespan usually extends to around 200 years, but that's impractical. Those who achieve saint rank typically train for 40 to 50 years. Despite Ali appearing young, only heaven knows her true age. While Aaron was tending to Sean, the nether ghost butterfly flew in from deeper within the cave carrying a small box and landed before Aaron. Lualban at the strong energy radiating from the box. Aaron couldn't help but wonder if this was indeed the treasure from the cave. If it were so easy to obtain, why did the organization go through so much trouble without success? Is this the treasure from the cave? Aaron asked. The two nether ghost butterflies nodded. Aaron sighed again. He wasn't feeling any joy now, since his companion's safety was most important. Unable to communicate with the butterflies or understand why the treasure was easily obtained, Aaron said, Since your seal has been lifted, hurry away. Don't come back here. Not all humans are as kind as Sean, and you won't always have such good luck. The nether ghost butterflies let out a melodious sound like wind chimes before they left the cave together. Aaron opened the box and found a letter and a delicate cup inside. However, the cup seemed peculiar. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the Holy Grail from Greek mythology on Earth. Opening the letter, Aaron read, Human, when you open this letter, it means my messenger has recognized you. Otherwise, you wouldn't see this letter. Since my messenger has entrusted this box to you, you have passed the test. Listen to this story. In ancient times, when the world was newly formed, chaos reigned without any life. Humans created by gods multiple times were wiped out for no longer believing in them. These eras were known as the Golden Age, Silver Age, and Bronze Age. But not everyone died. Over the course of history, some people continuously evolved, though very few. They possessed powers humans could never have. Known as the Noah clan, each member had eternal life and youth and protected their civilization with 6 sacred artifacts. However, fearing their power, gods declared war on them, leaving only a few survivors. I was one of them, bringing the artifact Noah Chalice here, hiding in seclusion after escaping with severe injuries. Using the remaining strength, I sealed the chalice and this letter, hoping someone with Noah's bloodline would one day find the 6 artifacts and reopen the Noah clan's homeland, a place that cannot be accurately located after centuries. But when the 6 artifacts and the 6 successors appear together, the artifacts will guide you to the location. In the ancient ruins. If you are not of Noah's lineage and have received this letter, I humbly ask you to find someone who carries this bloodline. If you are of Noah's lineage, then it is even better. Please take on your destined mission. If you are unsure, just hold the Holy Grail in your hand. The power of the Holy Grail can identify the successor of Noah's lineage. Aaron finished reading the letter and was stunned for a moment, still unable to accept the story it told. However, Aaron still picked up the Holy Grail. The moment he touched it, the Holy Grail emitted a blinding light, and 2 lines of text appeared on it, leaving Aaron speechless. Aaron, Noah's sword, Sean, Noah chalice. Aaron drew in a sharp breath. Did this mean that this Holy Grail belonged to Sean? As Aaron was lost in thoughts about Noah, Sean had already woken up. You're awake, Sean. Aaron helped Sean up. Sean still felt a bit dizzy and asked, where did this cup come from? Aaron handed over the letter in his hand to Sean. After reading it, Sean had the same look of shock but then sighed, saying, I think everything should be left to fate. It might not be possible to deliberately search for them, but now isn't the time to talk about these things. I think we should leave first. Aaron nodded and said, you're right. This place is still dangerous. Who knows when the organization's people will return? Let's go, I'll support you. Aaron supported Sean towards the cave entrance. Just as they reached the entrance, a slightly smaller nether ghost butterfly flew in front of Sean. What is this? Sean frowned, communicated in the same manner, and then exclaimed with joy. It's the child of those 2 nether ghost butterflies. It has already reached silver rank and wishes to sign a contract with me out of gratitude. That's great news. Let's begin now. I'll watch beside you, Aaron said with a smile. Sean nodded, and difficult words flowed from his mouth. When he finished reciting the spell, a parchment appeared in front of Sean, bearing his name. Following the nether ghost butterfly's call, the parchment added nether ghost butterfly beneath his name, then closed and vanished. The contract is complete. From now on, you shall be called Nikki, Sean said with a smile. Nikki chirped happily and offered a fruit emitting red light, Lualban vibrant and extraordinary. This is heaven. It's the fruit of life. Sean exclaimed. Fruit of life? What's that? Aaron asked. You really lack common knowledge. The fruit of life comes from a tree that bears fruit only once every 1,000 years. It can replenish lost life force, Sean explained. With this, I can recover my previously lost lifespan. Sean took the fruit of life from Nikki, slowly swallowed it, and instantly, a vast amount of life energy surged into Sean's body. Soon after, Sean's body began to emit golden light. Advanced. Gold rank. Aaron widened his eyes. Is this guy just too lucky or what? Chapter 18, The Gym Battle. Mike couldn't help but twitch his lips. This luck was really too good, getting a growth-type magic beast and recovering vitality, and now advancing due to the effect of the fruit of life. Advancing to the golden level made one a true expert since there were only dozens of Saint-class experts across the entire Noah continent, and for some small countries, golden level experts were their top cards. After all, most Saint-class entities were concentrated in the Eastern Dragon Empire, with a few scattered in the other 2 empires. At this moment, the golden light surrounding Sean had already faded, replaced by black light. Mike clearly understood that now Sean was choosing between becoming an elemental master or a magic conductor. Mike had once heard a successfully reclassed magician say that during any career reclassification, an incredibly magical scene would appear in one's mind, like a multiple-choice question as Alban, which profession one wanted to become. Of course, reclassing wasn't 100% successful. If Sean chose to become an elemental master, he would likely be a dark elemental master, and he would need to undergo a baptism by dark elements. Enduring enormous pain from the baptism was required for success. On the other hand, reclassing as a magic conductor was relatively more difficult because everyone's magical energy fluctuations and thoughts were different, so every magic conductor's spells were unique. During reclassing, one needed to achieve enlightenment, creating a new spell. Failure meant reclassing also failed. Thus, due to the low success rate for magic conductor reclasses, most magicians chose to become elemental masters. However, it was said that magic conductors were generally stronger than elemental masters, both in physical agility, magic capacity, and spell power. The black energy surrounding Sean became increasingly dense, cold sweat pouring out on his forehead, showing how much pain he endured. Mike was very worried but didn't know what profession Sean chose. About 15 minutes later, the black energy gradually turned into a vortex, slowly merging into Sean's head. It seems the reclassing is finally over. It looks like it was successful. Sean, wake up. Mike shook Sean's shoulder and said. Sean pushed Mike away, adjusted his glasses, stood up, and at this moment, the magic staff and book in his hand began to change again, emitting strong light, and then fusing into a crystal ball. The black crystal ball resembled a beautiful black gem. Sean's loose magic robe also changed shape, transforming into stylish combat gear, exuding a fashionable trend. Well, Sean, Lualban at you like this. You don't resemble a magician, but rather a celebrity, Mike remarked. I didn't expect your outward appearance to be so impressive. If you were a celebrity, you'd probably be a world-famous star. Cut it out, don't tease me. I did try, Sean muttered softly. What? You've really been an entertainer. Mike widened his eyes and asked. Not an entertainer, a model. Though I didn't pursue it further because my teacher said I had exceptional magical talent, and being just a model would have been such a waste. Sean said. Anyway, I've successfully reclassed as a magic conductor. Let's leave first. I think we can't right now, Mike pointed at Nikki. Because you advanced, it also advanced and is currently Brealban through. Today sure is your lucky day, Sean. Everything good happens to you. You're jealous, aren't you? Sean laughed and said, You shouldn't worry. With your talents and abilities, how could you possibly not surpass me? Regardless, there was a significant gap when we first met. But we can't be careless now. A growth-type magic beast Brealban through can cause changes in the sky, attracting other adventurers who might cause trouble. We need to be cautious. At this moment, Nikki was enveloped by a descending purple light. 5 minutes later. Sean, I think your worst skill isn't magic, but jinxing things. Mike grabbed his hair in frustration. Well, no matter what, we can't let them get Nikki. Sean chuckled awkwardly. Lualban had a golden level knight and 3 silver level magicians opposite them, and coldly said, Leave now. Nikki is my contracted magic beast, and I won't give it to you. Humph, you only have one person and a 3rd-tier knight. Do you think you can defeat all 4 of us? It seems you've successfully reclassed as a magic conductor, but what of it? Do you really think your newly advanced strength can stand up to us? The golden level knight sneered. Phew. Sean exhaled and calmly said, Mike, you stay with Nikki. I'll handle these guys. Mike nodded and stood behind Sean. The black crystal ball in Sean's hand glowed ominously, appearing both beautiful and eerie. You cast your spells. I'll take the lead. The golden level knight commanded his 3 companions before charging directly at Sean. Sean raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, A knight's strength lies in their armor, sword, and shield. What can you do without them? Let me show you my magic. Arc of time. As soon as Sean spoke, the crystal ball flashed, and something astonishing happened. The knight's armor, sword, and shield quickly rusted and corroded away. Now defenseless, the knight was no longer a threat. Now what? Without your equipment, what tricks do you have left? Sean taunted. How did you do that? The knight asked incredulously. Your weapons are made of steel, and all metal eventually rusts and corrodes. I simply sped up the process, Sean explained with a smile. Damn it, finish him off, the knight roared at his companions. The 3 silver-level magicians unleashed elemental water spells. Sean smiled again, pointing forward. The oncoming water streams instantly evaporated. Impossible, they all exclaimed in shock. Sean coldly remarked, I already told you, you're no match for me. I can control objects past, present, and future. Thus, whether it's equipment or elemental spells, they're ineffective against me. A monster. The 4 stumbled back, trying to escape, but Sean wasn't so lenient. If he let them go now, they might return to cause trouble. Sean split his crystal ball into 4, which swiftly struck the backs of their heads, knocking them unconscious. What did you do? Mike asked. Just altered their memories using my magic. Sean adjusted his glasses and said, All right, this should be resolved now. Nikki's breakthrough should be almost complete too. Chapter 19, Guarding Against the Minotaur. After resting at the hotel for a day, Aaron and Sean came to the church in the afternoon of the next day. When Allie saw them, she smiled and said, Don't be surprised later. While Aaron and Sean were still wondering what Allie meant, the whole church started moving. Aaron and Sean hurriedly held onto the nearby chairs until the entire church changed its shape, leaving Aaron and Sean dumbfounded. It had transformed into something akin to an ancient Roman gladiator square in just the blink of an eye, and the stands were filled with townsfolk. I'm very curious where all those people were just now, Aaron said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Sean pushed up his glasses with a speechless expression. Allie stood beside a statue on one of the stands, smiling as she said, This Colosseum is prepared for you too. Next, I will release the Minotaur, and you must be careful. However, since Sean has advanced to the gold level, the challenge now lasts for 2 hours. Aaron and Sean nodded in agreement. Aaron poked Sean's waist and asked, Hey, how's your control over magic? Don't worry, it's already completely mastered, Sean replied with a smile. Maybe we can defeat the Minotaur. You're quite confident? Aaron raised an eyebrow. Sean chuckled, pushing up his glasses and pulling out a black crystal ball. Let actions speak. As an archmage, I no longer need to chant cumbersome spells. My magic type is mid to long range, so I will attack from a distance and assist you. The actual killing task will be yours, okay? Of course. Aaron drew his sword and grabbed his shield with his left hand, smiling. Leave it to me. As Allie gently struck a large bell beside her, they felt a violent tremor. An iron fence in front of Aaron and Sean gradually opened, revealing a Minotaur wall-all out. Both couldn't help but draw a cold breath. It was only upon seeing it that they truly understood how terrifying a Minotaur could be. Its massive size aside, it also evoked a sense of fear and dread. This was natural. Humans instinctively feel more terrified by huge creatures when sensing danger. Though Aaron and Sean felt some fear at that moment, it was soon replaced by determination. They had to win this battle. The Minotaur swung its enormous battle axe with thunderous steps and roared while running towards them. Sean and Aaron exchanged a glance, and Sean spread out a black magic array with his left hand. Come out, Nikki. A dazzling butterfly appeared from the flashing magic array, not merely decorative, but Sean's contracted magic pet, the netherworld ghost butterfly. Sean and Aaron jumped onto Nikki and flew into the air. Although large, the Minotaur couldn't fly and thus couldn't reach Nikki. But this wasn't a problem for the Minotaur, who wielded a giant battle axe. It lifted the axe, aiming to split Aaron, Sean, and Nikki in half. In an instant, the axe split through them, and the spectators revealed frightened expressions. However, Allie merely smiled faintly, not expecting Sean to have advanced to the gold level within just 2 days and possessed a rare growth-type magical beast, the netherworld ghost butterfly. Regarding the splitting earlier, Allie wasn't worried at all since the netherworld ghost butterfly was famous for illusions. Thus, what the Minotaur had slashed must have been just an illusion. Just as Allie had imagined, space blurred not far from the Minotaur, and the three reappeared shortly after. Aaron, it's very strong. Be careful, Sean said gravely. Aaron nodded and leaped into the air. Black feather sword technique, moonlight flash. Suspended in midair, he created a tornado centered around himself. Moon-shaped sword flashes continuously emerged from within the tornado, yet they seemed ineffective against the Minotaur. Aaron's face turned grim. Frankly, Spialban, he wasn't weak because the unique skills of the Yu family allowed him to challenge higher levels easily. Coupled with the legendary sword and shield given by the mysterious woman, the sword itself was capable of slicing through metal like butter. Together with the Yu family martial arts, Aaron's previous move was comparable to a gold-level knight's attack. The ineffectiveness against the Minotaur wasn't due to its overwhelming power, but rather its body. The Minotaur itself. This creature, despite its clumsy movements and simplistic attacks, boasted formidable defensive capabilities and unimaginable destructive power, albeit equivalent to a gold-level powerhouse, specifically one that was notoriously difficult to deal with. After Aaron used Moonlight Flash, an issue arose. The move kept him suspended in midair, while Sean had distanced himself to avoid being drawn into the vortex. Expecting this strike to be effective, they were disappointed when it turned out to have no impact at all. Once Aaron completed his maneuver, he began descending, but this interval was enough for the Minotaur to turn around and charge again. Suspended in the air, Aaron was unable to evade. Just as the massive battle axe was about to cleave Aaron, a shock-albin scene unfolded. The axe rapidly rusted and corroded. Though it still struck Aaron, the weakened state of the axe combined with Aaron's shield significantly diminished the impact. Allie couldn't help but cover her mouth, gazing at Sean on the netherworld ghost butterfly. It was clear that Sean had cast the spell just now, but this was not elemental magic, as there was no discernible gathering of elements. Thus, Sean must be an archmage. Allie drew in a sharp breath. She had heard about the challenges of becoming an archmage, yet never imagined Sean to be such a talented prodigy. The mere fact that Sean could corrode the giant battle axe with one move spoke volumes of the strength of his magic. Allie felt a surge of excitement. As a saint-level powerhouse, her usual pampered life made her yearn for a challenge. Initially, she believed Sean and Aaron would be unable to compete against her, but now, she realized she had underestimated them. At this moment, the Minotaur was left without its weapon and resorted to relying solely on brute force for attacks. Such a reckless offensive strategy made it easy to dodge. Aaron promptly jumped back onto Nikki. The black crystal ball in Sean's hand began to spin rapidly before shooting directly toward the Minotaur's forehead. Sean reasoned that regardless of how strong the Minotaur was, its forehead and facial features remained vulnerable. Indeed, the crystal ball struck the Minotaur. Although it shattered upon impact, the blow caused blood to trickle down from the Minotaur's forehead. Your weapon, Sean. Don't worry, did you forget my abilities? Sean smiled and gestured with his hand. Amidst a flash of light, the shards of the crystal ball reformed, returning intact to Sean's grip. Beside them, Allie was truly stunned. Initially believing Sean's magic revolved around corrosion, she now saw that wasn't the case. Furrowing her brow, she murmured, reforming broken objects, causing the axe to rust. It's not corrosion. Could it be? Her expression suddenly changed. Could he control the time of objects? His magic is actually time. Chapter 20. The hero saves the beauty. Aaron and Sean, who were still in battle, did not know that Milana had already analyzed Sean's magic. At this moment, they were still focusing on the Minotaur. Although Sean had successfully injured the Minotaur with his previous strike, the crystal ball was broken. This wasn't just any ordinary crystal ball. It was a fusion of Sean's previously obtained magic staff and spellbook. Although magical items are usually quite fragile, this was a treasure that had some level of defense, yet it shattered from the single blow. It seems that even though we've found its weakness, the weak point is still very hard. Unless we attack its eyes. But the eyes of the Minotaur are so small, how can we possibly hit them? Sean frowned as he analyzed the situation. In that case, we have to jump onto its nose and stab directly into its eyes, Aaron said. As you say, but the Minotaur isn't immobile. Putting aside whether you can successfully jump onto its nose, even if you do, won't it use its hands to attack you or throw you off? There is no support on its nose, Sean replied. How will we know if we don't try? Aaron said. Sean stopped Aaron just as he was about to jump down and said, let me give it a try. You? What are you planning to try? Smash it with the crystal ball. Sean smiled and said, do you know what time does? Does. Time connects everything. Past, present, and future, Sean explained. But you can't manipulate the time of living beings, right? Aaron asked. Sean chuckled. Indeed, I can't control their time, but I can control their future. Only recently did I realize just how powerful this treasure is. The crystal ball in Sean's hand slowly floated in the air. Because this shape is tailor-made for this move. The crystal ball multiplied from 1 to 10, and then from 10 to 100 amidst a glow. Each crystal ball represents a future, representing infinite possibilities. With this move, each imagined future I conjure will attack the only reality that exists, causing both physical and mental pain. It will experience 100 different futures back to back. Ernan, you imagine how it would break its spirit. Aaron swallowed dryly and laughed nervously. Your magic is truly terrifying. Who would have thought that someone who usually appears so cute can be so terrifying in battle? Spealban of which, since you became an archmage, your personality has changed. You're no longer so clumsy. Sean smiled as the crystal balls above him reflected the image of the Minotaur. Under Sean's command, they attacked the Minotaur in a spiral pattern from 4 directions. Each crystal ball produced a massive explosion, engulfing the Minotaur in a barrage of explosions. Amidst the explosions, they heard the cries of the Minotaur. Milana furrowed her brow. She knew the power of that attack, though she didn't know its true effect. She could guess its strength. That move was incredibly powerful. Even Milana admitted that if she had been hit by it, she would have been seriously injured. She couldn't help but look at Sean with newfound respect. Then she glanced at Aaron. To be honest, there wasn't much remarkable about Aaron's attack just now. However, with Milana's sharp eye, she saw that the martial arts used by Aaron were likely unique to the Yu family. Since she had seen the eldest son of the Yu family, this meant that Aaron was the second son. Since he had gained the approval of the Elder Council to become a knight, there must be something special about him. Moreover, Milana had once felt Aaron's shoulder. From the bone age, it was clear that Aaron had only been practicing martial arts for 3 years. Reaching the 3rd stage in just 3 years showed his talent surpassed even Sean's. Though at present, because Aaron was only a 3rd-rank bronze knight, he could not yet use the family's advanced techniques. Milana believed that in a few years, he would surpass his father. At this moment, the explosions had subsided, and most of the attacks had concentrated on the face. The Minotaur's face was now bloodied and mangled, its roar gradually turning into moans until it finally fell to the ground, breathless. Aaron and Sean jumped down to the ground. Aaron approached, ready to deliver the final blow, but Sean stopped him. Sean, Aaron frowned. I know you're kind-hearted, but this Minotaur is not good-natured. It has eaten many people and deserves to die. Sean sighed and said, monsters attack all but humans is their instinct. Although it has eaten people, aren't humans also at fault? The horns of the Minotaur can be exchanged for immeasurable wealth. How do you know the Minotaur was the one to initiate the attack on humans? Sean stroked the bloody head of the Minotaur, with blood covering his hands, causing a slight tremble. Seeing the Minotaur's tearful eyes as it moaned in pain, Aaron and Sean were momentarily stunned. Sean's eyes then showed an expression of compassion as he said, Aaron, we've already won this battle. Ernan, we spare its life. But even if we don't kill it, the priest guild will still carry out its execution. It will die anyway, Aaron replied. Why go through all this trouble? Sean, I understand that you have a kind heart and dislike killing, but no, it cannot fight anymore. Let's stop it here. Sean's tone was no longer a plea but a command. Such firmness from Sean left Aaron stunned, and after a moment, he sighed helplessly and nodded. On the platform, Milana watched Sean's compassionate face and couldn't help but laugh. She never thought Sean had such a monk-like compassionate heart. Milana waved her wand, and a green magic array appeared in the sky, sprinkling green light onto the Minotaur. Its wounds began to visibly heal. Slowly descending to the arena, Milana smiled and said, You've won this battle, and you fought brilliantly. Milana took out a green lightning-shaped badge. This is what you've earned, Aaron. Keep Waralban hard, and in time, you will surpass your father. Senior Milana, can we not kill this Minotaur? Sean asked with a pleading tone. I know you are kind-hearted. Also, the Priest Guild has recently uncovered the truth. The victims were monster hunters who operated illegally, without state permission. They killed a weak young Minotaur and its mother, leading to this Minotaur's revenge. After childbirth, both the female and the young are only around 2nd-rank strength, Maalban them easy targets. The Priest Guild has ruled this Minotaur innocent, but since you were given this test, it wasn't immediately returned to the forest. Milana said, gently Stroalban the Minotaur. Though Minotaurs are terrifying, they are naturally gentle, living deep in the mountains, avoiding human contact. The deaths of those hunters cannot be blamed on the Minotaur. Will it be returned to the forest? Sean asked. Of course, if it wishes, or it can stay with you. Milana pointed at Sean. Me? Sean was surprised. Yes, from your battle, I analyzed your magic. It seems to be related to time, right? Sean nodded. My magic controls the time of objects. That makes sense. Though your magic can manipulate time, it isn't inherently offensive. The move you used to injure the Minotaur was powerful, but I noticed your magic power drastically decreased. In other words, it isn't suitable for continuous use. The problem is, you can't always rely on your teammates. What if you encounter a mage who doesn't use elemental magic or someone in a profession that doesn't require much equipment? How would you fare then? Milana smiled. Though you have the ghost butterfly, it is primarily for support and excels at illusions, not direct attacks. In this case, you need a partner who can protect you in close combat at all times. But I've already made a contract with Nikki. I can't make another contract with the Minotaur, Sean explained. That's not a problem. Milana pulled out a colorful gemstone ring from her storage ring. This ring was obtained early in my career. It's said to be equipment used by summoners, an extinct branch of mages. Since I can't use it, I'll give it to you. Given how well you treat monsters, it seems fitting. While the material quality isn't high, this ring can hold 8 magical pets. With this ring, you can form a contract with the Minotaur. Sean took the ring and approached the Minotaur, holding the ring towards it. Would you be willing to become my partner? The Minotaur let out a low moan, transforming into light particles that merged into Sean's ring. Sean put the ring on and immediately felt the bond forming. Thank you, Senior Milana. If not for this, I don't know to what extent Sean would be saddened, Aaron said with a smile. Milana nodded but then added, however, Sean, remember, kindness is a virtue, but excessive kindness can bring disaster upon you. Keep in mind, not every person or every mistake deserves forgiveness. If this Minotaur had killed ordinary people, I wouldn't have been so lenient. Yes, I understand. All right, Aaron and Sean, you've won the gym battle. Keep Waralban hard, Aaron. You will become an excellent knight. Chapter 21, The Velvet Family. Humph, this little fellow has finally returned. In the countryside, Aaron looked at the Branson hiding in Sean's arms and said demonically while pinching Branson's mouth, You brat, where were you when we were risalbing our lives? Now you come to me for food, huh? Branson said discontentedly. Finian, you call me a brat? By age, I am many years older than you. I am Branson, a deity. This is blasphemy. Didn't see you use any powerful spells anywhere, Aaron retorted with a cold laugh. You're really useless. With his mouth pinched painfully, Branson pitifully looked at Sean. Sean smiled, adjusted his glasses, and said, Aaron, don't damage its nose. We still need it to help us find people. Stop bullying me. I sensed another person's aura. Branson roared. Oh, Aaron released his hand and said, Then lead us there now. Okay. Branson nodded. Sean put Branson on the ground, who sniffed the air and slowly walked forward, while Aaron and Sean followed him. They, however, stopped in front of a steamed bun shop. A breeze blew past. Seeing Branson holding a steamed bun in its mouth and the boss of the steamed bun shop reaching out for money, Aaron and Sean both showed demonic smiles. Immediately sensing something was wrong, Branson said, Well, I was hungry. Hungry. Aaron laughed like a demon. Sean, I'm also hungry. How about dog meat today? Sure. Sean replied, also smiling like a demon. Red cooked or clear stewed or barbecued? Just as Aaron and Sean decided to teach this showy but useless Branson a lesson, it suddenly became noisy up ahead. Upon closer look, a girl with her hair tied up in buns and wearing a green sheephow, Lualban, just over 10 years old, was running with a few men armed with swords chasing after her. It seemed the girl couldn't run any further and saw Branson floating in midair due to Sean's spell. She pointed and shouted, Look, there's a puppy in the sky. To Alban advantage of their attention being diverted upward, the girl ran even faster. When the men reacted and tried to chase again, Aaron silently stuck out a foot and tripped those who were trying to catch up. What are you doing, boy? One man asked menacingly. Aaron looked at him indifferently. Large-headed, big-eared, broad-shouldered, he carried a large sword on his back. Aaron raised an eyebrow. Are you mercenaries? Finian. Good guess. We're mercenaries and don't care if the target is a child or an adult. Anyone daring to block my path will be sliced into two by me, the man sneered. Aaron sighed lightly. A few fourth-rank mercenaries, chasing a kid relentlessly. Finian, you've got some nerve. You're just a third-rank knight and still want a medal? The man laughed contemptuously. Prove yourself first. Aaron remained silent. Finn Alban he had faltered. The girl ran behind Aaron and pleaded tearfully. Big brother, please help me. If they catch me, I'm done for. Sean adjusted his glasses, put Branson in his arms, and stroked the girl's head, saying, Don't worry, little girl. Aaron isn't one to leave others in peril. That's right. Sean drew his sword. They're just a few fourth-rank mercenaries. Sean, stand down. Let me handle it. Fine. Go ahead and show your skills. Sean grinned, to Alban the girl's hand. Let's go inside the restaurant and order some food. The mercenaries were furious at Aaron and Sean's disregard for them. The burly man fumed. Finian, you'll pay for angering me. Humph, bring it on then. Aaron sneered. A fist came flying at him, but Aaron didn't even draw his sword, catching the punch with one hand. What? You caught my punch with one hand? The man's eyes widened in surprise. His punch could kill a third-rank beast, yet this 13-year-old boy caught it single-handedly. You're just mercenaries. As I recall, the mercenary profession has somewhat declined. Many outstanding skills have gradually been lost. Your fist strength is powerful but too straightforward, and easy to counter, Aaron remarked. In simple terms, brute strength can overcome skill. As long as my strength is greater than yours and my wrist power is more adept, your punch is rendered useless. Finished Alban, Aaron pulled the man towards him. The sudden force made the man take a few steps forward, while Aaron took this opportunity to strike his opponent's abdomen with his elbow. Struck by this powerful blow to a vital point, the man tasted sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his abdomen, falling to his knees, seemingly struggling to get back up. You few, come at me together then. Even my sword is unnecessary against you, said Aaron casually, returning the sword to its scabbard. This overwhelming insult immediately caused the rest to lose their composure, roaring as they lunged towards Yutian Lam. Yutian Lam sneered, meeting one approaching mercenary head-on and Alban him squarely in the groin, an attack no man could easily withstand, causing the mercenary to collapse instantly. Then two others attacked from either side, but Yutian Lam remained unfazed, as he had noted that like professions such as assassins, sorcerers, and sealers, mercenaries were also declining. Although there were still many mercenary guilds on the continent, most mercenaries had average strength now. Even if their ranks were high, they seemed insignificant in the eyes of other professions. After all, without advanced skills, how useful were their ordinary moves? Among peers, the difference in levels was determined by both combat experience and the rank of the martial arts they practiced. The martial techniques of the Yu family were the highest level of knight martial arts, capable of defeating opponents of higher ranks, while what were the abilities of mercenaries? Therefore, Yu Tianlam held no fear for the two mercenaries attack him from both sides. As they were about to hit him, Yu Tianlam leaped backward, hands on the ground, using his body's rotational force to kick one man's neck, rendering him unconscious instantly. The remaining man threw a punch, but Yu Tianlam deflected it with both hands, grabbed the sword scabbard, and swept across, Strialban the last mercenary's temple. Soon after, the final one collapsed on the ground too. TSK trash. Yu Tianlam kicked the men lying on the ground in disdain and noticed people around Lualban at him with pity. Though puzzled, he didn't ponder much and walked into the restaurant. Chapter 22. Mara's determination. When Aaron walked into the restaurant, Sean and the little girl had already sat down, and the little girl was already eating heartily. Aaron also sat down, and without Lualban up from his book, Sean asked, "Done?" "Of course, but it's truly sad. My father said that several decades ago, mercenaries represented power, courage, and justice. Now they have degenerated to this extent." Aaron sighed. "Don't be melancholic. All things have a process of budding, blooming, fruiting, and withering. Who knows? One day, professions like knights and mages might weaken or even disappear," Sean said. "Millions of years ago, there were probably dozens of professions on the continent, not like now when only 6 mainstream ones remain. The others vanished into the long river of history for various reasons. You take it quite calmly." Aaron turned his head to look at the little girl who was eating ravenously and said with a smile, "Eat slowly. No one is fighting you for it." "Big brother, thank you. You're such good people," the little girl said with a smile. "Hee. What's your name, little girl?" Aaron asked. "My name is Mara," the little girl replied. "Lualban at your attire. It seems like something from 100 years ago in the Eastern Dragon Empire." Sean finally looked up and asked, "Is there any particular reason?" "Yeah, my family used to be a prominent household, but we declined. However, our ancestral clothing must be passed down through generations, according to our family precepts." Mara smiled and said, "Brother, can I pack these things to take away?" "Sure, if you like them, I can buy more for you," Aaron said with a smile. "Big brother, where do you live? Aaron, I come to play with you?" Mara asked. "Of course, we're staying in the hotel upstairs. You're welcome to come play with us anytime," Aaron said with a smile. Watching Mara gradually walk away, Sean closed his book and said, "I think Mara is one of the people we're Lualban for." "Why do you say so?" "The Branson just mentioned Mara's name before I even asked her. Also, her dress looks very much like the attire of the Wu Dao family roam from the Eastern Dragon Empire during its peak 100 years ago. They're known for their qipao and are a family that values etiquette. I think this Mara is the female boxer we're Lualban for." Sean adjusted his glasses as he analyzed. "But if she's a boxer, how could she have no ability to fight back against those few mercenaries?" Aaron frowned. "Most of the mercenaries' powerful techniques and cultivation methods have been lost. The few I defeated earlier were only second-rank bronze in strength. If Mara is a boxer, she shouldn't lose, especially coming from a martial arts family, suggesting she has talent. If she doesn't know martial arts, why would the Branson lead us to find her? It was the Branson that led us to this countryside. Maybe she has some reservations and didn't dare to fight back." Sean wondered aloud. "That's possible. When I defeated those guys, everyone around me looked at me as if I were pitiful, as if I'd caused some big trouble," Aaron said. "Do you think Mara offended someone behind those people?" "Humph, in such a small place, how big can anyone with background be?" Sean sneered. "I bet it's just a local landlord with a few lackeys bullying people around, which is why everyone fears them. But in this world, it's about the strong Spialban. We should be enough to silence those landlords. But we don't know where that person is." From others' reactions, most won't reveal the location due to fear of causing trouble. So, we'll wait for Mara to come to us. Since she likely offended that person, she'll need our help eventually, right? Aaron said. "Yes, that makes sense," Sean nodded. "Let's eat too. By the way, don't Bull Demon and Spirit Butterfly need to eat?" Aaron asked. "No need. Francisco and Little Spirit have signed contracts with me, feeding on my mana rather than ordinary food," Sean said. "Looks like I can be a summoner alongside being an archmage. Do you plan to capture other magic beasts?" Aaron asked. Sean shook his head and said, "I need to reserve these opportunities for situations like with Francisco and Little Spirit. There are only 7 spots left. I can't use them carelessly." Sean took a sip of coffee and continued Tal Albin. Aaron and Sean chatted for a while longer, had some food, and then paid before going upstairs to rent a room for rest. As the sky grew darker, Aaron and Sean lay in bed and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, after they had just washed up in the room, the door was suddenly opened. "Brother, I've come to find you too, Mara quickly turned her back to Sean and Aaron because she saw that they were getting dressed with their upper bodies exposed. "What's there to be shy about?" Aaron chuckled. "It's not like you saw something inappropriate. Your eyes won't get any problems." No. Brother, hurry and get dressed. Our family has strict rules. Girls shouldn't see men's bodies before marriage," Mara said. Men. The corners of Aaron and Sean's mouths twitched. Both were just adolescents still in their developing years. Men? Speechless. After getting dressed, Aaron and Sean accompanied Mara downstairs, sat at the dining table, ordered some breakfast, and started chatting. "Brother, actually I came here to ask for your help." Mara hesitated for a long time before finally mustering the courage to speak. "Anything, tell us what it is," Aaron said. "Sean and I will do our best to help." Mara nodded gratefully. "Actually, I have offended the local magnate. Our Rome family was a martial arts family that thrived 100 years ago, Maalban's significant contributions to the Eastern Dragon Empire. However, our clan leader suffered a defeat outside, and due to this failure in war, he was impeached by officials and dismissed by the Alban of the Eastern Dragon Empire at the time. From then on, our Rome family gradually weakened. With the passing of the older generation, now only 3 of us remain: my mother, my brother, and me. My father died due to excessive exertion during martial arts practice. Although our family has declined, we still possess many valuable items. But the local magnate Alpha is very interested in our various collections and has repeatedly offered to buy them. We all refused, and after my father's death, these people lost all reservations and directly hired mercenaries to forcibly take our possessions. My mother fell ill from the stress and hasn't recovered yet. My brother, who couldn't practice martial arts due to health issues since childhood, and I practiced family martial arts under my father's guidance. Whenever I tried to resist, even though I was stronger than them, I always got injured due to their overwhelming numbers. Every time I resisted, the bullying intensified, not just for me, but also for my neighbors. I tried to save them, but they all distanced themselves from me. Saying this, Mara clenched her hands tightly, and tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 23, Sean's Anger. To be honest, I really can't understand, Sean said. Is a local tycoon really worth you all being this afraid? No matter how strong one person is, they naturally won't win. But if all of you oppressed people resist together, it should be easy to achieve victory. Mara was silent for a moment before she spoke. Everyone just wants to live in peace and never thinks of resisting. Precisely because of this, those people have become increasingly arrogant. So, the fault still lies with your neighbors. If they unite, this problem wouldn't be a problem at all. Forget it. There's no point tell Alban about it now. How about this? You take us to your house to see the situation. We can get a better understanding. What do you think? Aaron asked. Mara nodded and led Aaron and Sean to a dilapidated bungalow in a corner of the small village. Aaron couldn't help but sigh. My father once told me that the martial arts family Rome's patriarch loves classical style, so their residences resemble ancient palaces. I didn't expect them to have fallen into such disrepair. Truly, fate is cruel. Mom, I'm back. Mara ran into the house. The next second, Aaron and Sean heard a loud slap. At the doorway, they saw a middle-aged woman lying on the bed slapping Mara. Unfilial child. Always causing trouble. Look what they did to your brother. The middle-aged woman pointed at the man beside her who was wrapped in bandages. Mom. Mara covered her face, stunned. Aaron and Sean glanced around and noticed unfriendly gazes from the people nearby. They couldn't help but frown. Did you hear? They offended Alpha here. Yesterday, they beat up Alpha's men on the street. Really? They're in trouble then. Seriously, why would such people come to our place? Leave quickly. Mara is always bringing troublemakers back home. Sean's face darkened. Aaron patted his shoulder and said, all right, don't take it to heart. These people are just too scared. At that moment, inside the house, Mara's injured brother spoke. Mom, don't blame sister. Those guys were just too overbearing. Ernan, we blame them? Ernan, we? I only hope you two can live in peace. If Caitlin can be bought by a noble family as a maid in the future, I would be content, the middle-aged woman said. But you keep stirring trouble outside and bringing suspicious people home. Suddenly, Aaron felt an alarming aura coming from Sean. Even he felt a bit frightened, shivered, and tried to laugh it off. Hey, Sean, don't take it to heart. They've been oppressed for too long. Mom, they're very capable. They are knights and mages. Maybe they can help us. Mara said. Enough. Haven't you caused enough trouble? Your deceased father taught you nothing but trouble-malbin things. You always bring misfortune upon everyone, the middle-aged woman shouted. After that, she started coughing violently. Her brother sighed and patted her back, saying, Sister, go out for now. Wait until mother calms down. Mara complied and left the house. The three walked in an open field. Aaron asked, what happened just now? Who did this to your brother? Alpha, of course. Mara kicked a stone into the river. Why do they have the right to do this? Why don't you report this to the local authorities? Even though there's no government office in this village, you can report this incident to Xuanhuan Town nearby. As the administrators of Xuanhuan Town, they can't ignore it. But Alpha says he has connections. It would be pointless even if we reported it. Mara lowered her head. Stupid. Sean frowned. How do you know it can't be solved if you haven't tried? A rural tycoon can't have that many connections. It's ridiculous. They shut your mouths with just a few words. Mara sighed. Forget it. Let me take you to Uncle Cornell. Aaron and Sean were taken to a house with an artistic flair by Mara. Does an artist live here? Aaron asked. Mara nodded. The door opened, and a Gervais wearing simple clothes with some paint on his face came out. Caitlin, who are these two? They are my friends, Mara said. Didn't Uncle always say you wanted to meet knights and mages? Well, here they are. Hello, Mr. Cornell. I am Aaron, a knight. Loke, I am a qualified high mage, Sean smiled. Welcome, come in, please come in. Cornell seemed somewhat flustered. The three walked into the house and saw beautiful oil paintings all over the room. Caitlin, could you go get me some pigments? They're in the adjacent storage room, Cornell asked with a smile. Mara nodded and left. Cornell sighed, sat on a chair, and spoke to Aaron and Sean. Gentlemen, please help this child. I think you've heard the story from her already. Caitlin is the only one who has tried to resist here, but each time she failed and ended up hiding here crying. Every time, I comfort her, but I can't really help. However, you two are different. You are powerful. Mr. Loke is already a qualified high mage, and though Mr. Aaron is still a knight, I feel a strong presence of power from you. Therefore, please help her. You can help her fundamentally. But before Cornell finished, they heard a pot break. Caitlin, why do you say these things? Mara shouted. I just want you to escape Alpha's control, Cornell said. No, I don't need your concern. Mara yelled and ran out of the house. I don't want to think about those impractical things anymore. Useless, they don't understand our situation. My naivety has caused trouble for everyone, for mother and brother. Mara squatted on the grass. Tears fell. The sky also began to drizzle. She cried for a while, wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, stood up, and clenched her fists. I can't cause any more trouble for them. I have figured it out. Chapter 24, Nikki's outburst. Night fell, and Aaron and Sean returned to the hotel. Lying in bed, Aaron tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He looked at Sean and said, Sean, why does Caitlin's mother blame Caitlin? Caitlin didn't do anything wrong in this matter. Sean sighed and said, sometimes the weak have to choose to compromise for survival. But in my view, this is a very foolish approach. Sean, it seems you have strong opinions about this, Aaron said, frowning. Why? Why? Sean sat up suddenly and shouted. Of course I should scold them for being stupid. They're terrified of just a petty landlord. What about me? When I offended such a powerful force back then, I never gave up. I will take my revenge. Aaron rubbed his temples and sat up, saying, Sean, people are different. Some are as optimistic as you, believing that if they fight hard enough, they will win. But some are pessimistic, and there's nothing we can do about it. Sean snorted coldly, but did not respond. Aaron continued, I understand. This incident has triggered your hatred for that person, so you feel angry about those who give up their freedom easily. But Sean, you shouldn't let such emotions control you. Aaron stood up and sat next to Sean. Don't worry, your vengeance will come true, and so will theirs. Let's go talk to Caitlin's mother tomorrow. Sean didn't speak, but nodded. The next morning, under unfriendly gazes, Aaron and Sean knocked on Mara's door. However, it was opened by Mara's brother. Seeing Aaron and Sean, he understood immediately and said, Mara went to Alpha house early this morning to work as a maid. She volunteered. What? Aaron couldn't believe it. Yesterday, Mara still wanted to fight. Why would she suddenly agree to become a maid? Sean frowned. Why? Mara's mother stepped out and said, because she realized that continuing like this would only bring us misfortune. Aaron lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly, and said word by word. She couldn't have gone willingly. Mara's mother sighed and said, I know she feels wronged, but we women have to live like this. We should keep our place, waiting until one day we can marry into a good family, bear children, and adhere to womanly virtues. So you ignore your daughter's efforts? Sean adjusted his glasses, showing no emotion, and said calmly, you forced her to be a victim of fate. Is this what it means to be a mother? We have no choice. This is how it is meant to be, Mara's mother shouted. Aaron didn't respond, but Sean laughed coldly. How laughable. You refuse to make an effort and blame everything on fate. What a joke. Fate destined it? No, it was you who decided it. Aaron, wait here, I'll rescue Caitlin. I'll go with you. Aaron was interrupted by Sean. Caitlin and I share the same destiny, but we chose different paths. Let me bring her back. Don't worry, I can handle them alone. Nikki, Clem, let's go. Sean waved his hand, summoning the ghost butterfly and the Minotaur, shock Alban everyone around. Standing atop Clem's head, Sean looked at Mara's mother like a Alban and said, Fate? Destiny? Humph, I will carve out my own path with my hands. If anyone stands in my way, they will die by my hand. Sean left under everyone's shocked gaze. After a long pause, Mara's mother asked, what did he mean when he said he shares Caitlin's fate? Aaron sighed. Spee Alban of misfortune, Sean is truly the most unfortunate. Aaron began recounting Sean's past. Meanwhile, Sean strolled through the streets with Clem. Everyone hurried to hide indoors. Sean stopped a man who hadn't had time to flee and asked, Hey, where's Alpha? Speak quickly. His demonic appearance made the man freeze, revealing all. Come on, Clem, Nikki. Sean arrived at a lavish villa. Never thought such opulence could exist in this remote village. Sean took out a magic orb, approached the iron fence, and waved his hand, causing it to corrode instantly. With a kick, Sean easily kicked the door open. Immediately after, the alarm went off, and many mercenaries ran out from the villa. However, when they saw the Minotaur behind Sean, none of them dared to step forward. Being mercenaries who often faced life-threatening situations, they knew all too well how terrifying a Minotaur was. It was one of the most powerful gold-ranked magical beasts. Impossible. He can actually control 2 gold-ranked magical beasts. Didn't summoners become extinct long ago? One seemingly knowledgeable mercenary said in terror. The strength of a summoner's pets cannot be measured by their rank, regardless of whether the beast can advance or not. Once a contract is signed, it will upgrade with its master. Oh, you know quite a lot, Sean smiled. Though I'm not a summoner but a mage, my 2 pets indeed get stronger through our contract. Haven't you guys bullied the wrong family enough, Clem? The Minotaur Clem growled lowly. Clem, deal with these outsiders for me, just don't kill them. Wait here for me, got it? After saying this, he jumped onto Nikki. Clem nodded, roaring and swinging the expensive battle axe Sean bought for him, causing Earthshaw and tremors. The outcome of the battle was obvious. Sean flew towards the inner villa. Considering there might be people like Mara inside, he did not use time magic. Otherwise, his time magic could have made the entire building collapse. Nikki, summon clones to explore the villa and find where the Roan family is. Nikki's wind chime-like voice rang out, followed by purple light emanating from her body, splitting into numerous purple light butterflies similar to regular ones, but composed of Nikki's purple light, each flying into different parts of the villa. Chapter 25, Mara joins. After a while, Nikki let out a low cry, and Sean asked, "Did you find it, Nikki?" Nikki nodded and made a few more sounds. Due to the contract, Sean could understand their meaning, and he nodded in agreement, saying, "I see. Right in front of Alpha? Humph. Then I'll deal with this good-for-nothing." Sean leaped to the front of the villa, and Nikki emitted a beam of purple light, instantly blasting the door open. "Nikki, return to my body first." Nikki responded, turning into a ray of light and disappearing. Then, Sean walked into the luxurious villa. Meanwhile, Clem had already dealt with those mercenaries. Most had fled as none of them were gold-tiered. Clem stood at the entrance of the villa, awaiting Sean's instructions. There were still many mercenaries inside the villa. Without even glancing at them, in the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, numerous purple butterflies appeared around Sean. Each butterfly that touched a person drained all their strength instantly. "Nikki, well done. I didn't expect the bone-luellating butterfly effect to be so effective," Sean said to himself. After turning several corners, Sean kicked open the door to Alpha's room. On the sofa sat an ordinary Lualban man exuding a gaudy air. This should be Alpha. 3 girls were by his side, one being Mara, and the other 2 dressed somewhat like Mara's neighbors. Besides, there was also a warrior beside Alpha. Indeed, a gold-tiered heavy sword warrior. Judging from his attire, he seemed to be a heavy sword master. "Oh, it's our great magic conductor. Didn't that third-class knight come?" Alpha raised his wine glass with a wicked smile. "Humph, sending errand against someone like you from the countryside? Don't make me laugh," Sean sneered. "Surprisingly, you have a gold-tiered heavy sword warrior beside you. No wonder Mara can't match up against you with such a powerhouse here. Are you here to save her?" "But she came here voluntarily." Alpha stroked Mara's chin. Although Mara felt disgusted, she didn't pull away but closed her eyes to hold back her tears. The other 2 girls, who looked about 18 years old, showed sorrowful expressions but dared not step forward. "Who says I'm here to save her?" Sean said calmly. "One who has given up hope and freedom does not deserve my rescue. I'm only here to teach you a lesson." "Oh, what?" Alpha asked with interest. Once upon a time, there was a genius mage who was top-notch in school. But because he always forgot spells during battles, he planned to brew a potion to keep him calm. However, a classmate jealous of his talent, who held power in the Donglong Empire's court, bought out all the ingredients he needed. A dispute arose, and the boy cast a spell on her, leading to severe retaliation. His parents died tragically, and the boy had to live a meager life in Donglong City. But he swore that no matter how powerful his enemy became, he would eventually take revenge. "That boy is me," Sean explained coldly. He looked at the stunned Mara. Sean shifted his gaze back to Alpha, and then to the heavy sword warrior. "Why follow such a person?" The heavy sword warrior remained silent for a moment before replying. "I owe his father my life." Sean nodded and said, "I see. Mr. Alpha, you seem quite confident. Then Alban a magician stands no chance against you." Alpha chuckled. "Though Mr. Sean is a genius, it's unfortunate that you came alone. In a one-on-one situation, can a mage really defeat a warrior? I doubt anyone would believe that." Sean smiled faintly. "You never know until you try, don't you? Heavy sword warrior, what's your name?" The heavy sword warrior lifted his large sword and said, "I am Nevin." "Mr. Sean, forgive me." With that, Nevin raised his sword, and a blood-red crescent-shaped sword aura slashed toward Sean. The sword aura cut Sean in half instantly, but instead of leaving behind blood, the sword aura became gradually transparent and finally vanished. At the same time, the 3 girls by Alpha's side also disappeared. Alpha and Nevin chased into the courtyard of the villa, only to be terrified by the massive Minotaur Clem standing there. "Minotaur?" Nevin's expression turned serious. "Mr. Sean, it seems you are no ordinary person." At that moment, the 3 girls were on one side, while Sean stood atop Clem's head, over Lualban Alpha and Nevin, saying, "It's not over yet, Nikki." As he spoke, a purple light flashed, and the ghostly butterfly Nikki appeared beside Sean. No way, you actually have 2 magic pets. And both are gold-tiered. Is the ghostly butterfly an evolutionary-type magical beast? Nevin's face changed dramatically. "Heavy sword warrior, I have nothing against you. Quickly retreat, I just want Alpha's life." The crystal ball in Sean's hand emitted black light. "What are you waiting for? Attack now, Nevin," Alpha shouted. Nevin clenched his teeth and swung the great sword, sending waves of red sword energy towards the Minotaur. The Minotaur roared and swung its battle axe, block Alban Nevin's sword energy. The crystal ball in Sean's hand flickered with light. Time magic. Manipulate the weapon's time into the future. Corrosion. Right after Sean's words, Nevin found his weapon rusting and corroded, Alban it unusable. "I am a magic conductor. As a heavy sword warrior, you should know the characteristics of a magic conductor. My magic can manipulate the time of objects. Warriors and knights who need weapons to fight stand no chance against me," Sean said coldly. "Nikki, knock him out." Nikki let out a low cry, and a visible purple sound wave hit Nevin, causing him to collapse on the ground. It wasn't due to the power, but because the ghostly butterfly sound had a soporific effect. So, when hit by Nikki's sound wave, Nevin naturally fell asleep. "Now what, you despicable soul? With your last line of defense gone, what will you do?" Sean said with a mock Alban smile. Chapter 26, The City of the Undead. Alpha felt an unprecedented fear, and he grabbed Mara beside him, saying, "What now? If you dare to come over, I will kill her." As he spoke, Alpha took out a dagger from his pants. Sean sighed, and was just about to use time magic. But noticing Mara's trembling body, he stopped the spell. It's still too early to give up. Mara grabbed Alpha, arm holding the dagger with her left hand, then spun around and pinned it behind him. "I won't give up. I want freedom." Sean laughed. "Well done. He jumped down from Francisco Head, walked to Alpha, and said, "Just a somewhat wealthy guy? Worth all this fear? If you had united from the start." Even though Alpha had some people around him, it wouldn't have been enough against the power of the masses. You created this miserable situation by giving up so easily. And as for you, Mr. Alpha, I will let these villagers deal with you. They've suffered enough under your tyranny. Brother Sean, what about this person? Mara pointed at Nevin lying unconscious on the ground. Sean fell silent for a moment and said, "Leave him there. He'll sleep until tomorrow. Hand him over to Changhua Town's authorities in the meantime. If they refuse, give him to Sister Allie at Changhua Town's church. Tell her Sean and Ash caught him. She'll take care of it. This man is talented. It's a pity he followed Alpha. Oh right, one more thing." Sean walked to the villa, unfolded a magic circle in his hand, and with a flash from the magic orb, the massive villa collapsed instantly. He turned back to Alpha and said, "Your hideout is demolished too. Now you can't bully people anymore." Back at Mara's house, her mother and brother were silent after listening to Sean's story. Ash sighed and said, "This is Sean's story. What Sean has suffered is far greater than what you've faced, but he has always tried hard, hoping one day he could avenge himself with his own strength. You offended a local tycoon, and yet are so cowardly. No wonder Sean got so angry. It's easy to change your situation, yet you blame fate. How can Sean accept that?" Just then, Mara's shouts were heard outside the door. "Mom, brother." Everyone walked out of the house. Sean, Mara, and 2 other girls returned, and in the hands of the Minotaur, Alpha and Nevin were being held. "You're back." Ash smiled. "Yes, Alpha house has been destroyed. There's much gold and jewels inside that he extorted from the commoners. Send some people to retrieve them. Ma'alban life better for everyone," Sean said. The crowd nodded gratefully. Ash sighed with relief. "All right, matters are resolved. Kamenu seems to have disappeared again. Yeah, forget about him. A pretty face, but no substance." Sean waved his hand. "Who says I'm only a pretty face?" Kamenu wagged his tail as he walked out of the house. "I am a god. Respect me, understand?" Sure. Can we set off now, Mr. Kamenu?" Ash asked with a smirk. Kamenu shivered at his not-so-nice smile and hurriedly nodded. "Good." After bidding farewell to Mara's family, Ash rode a horse, while Sean sat on an enlarged crystal ball. "You look quite relaxed, Sean. Where's your broom?" Ash asked. "Not needed. Brooms are for unclassed mages. I don't need one anymore," Sean smiled. "It's more comfortable sitting on a crystal ball. But seriously, why not bring Caitlin with us?" Ash shook his head. They can't leave without Caitlin. Though she's a 4th-rank silver fist master, there's nothing else they can do. So, they'll find another. "That's true. Finding another female boxer would be hard," Sean commented. "This career is usually preferred by men." Just then, Mara's voice came from behind. "Brother Ash, Brother Sean, wait for me." Ash and Sean turned around, and Mara hopped onto Ash's horse. "Caitlin, why are you here?" Ash asked in surprise. "I'm going with you. Mom already agreed and let me become a boxer," Mara said with a smile. "Mom and I have made a deal. When I come back next time, I will definitely be a powerful boxer to protect them." "Then let's go," Ash said, then suddenly thought of something. "Why is it that in our group, I, the captain, have the lowest rank?" Sean smiled. "There's nothing we can do about that. Both Caitlin and I started practicing from childhood, but you've only been practicing martial skills for 3 years. Reaching the 3rd rank is quite an achievement." Ash couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "But as you know, my previous promotion was unclear even to me. After one sleep, I became 3rd rank. Ma'alb and me seem like a fool." Sean shook his head. "To think that way makes you a fool. Countless adventurers remain at the same level their entire lives. How many can advance? Although your last promotion was strange, it was at least a stroke of luck for you, wasn't it? Overthinalban things is excessive. Whether through hard work or sheer luck, they are what you deserve because you've put in the effort. Stop being so stubborn about it." Ash shrugged, looked at the map and said, "Following this route, we'll really be out of East Dragon City. Next up is Sea Blue City." At this point, a gleam of excitement flashed in Ash's eyes. "What? Does Sea Blue City also have a dojo?" Sean asked. "No kidding. Of course it does. I've long heard that the Sea Blue Dojo Master in Sea Blue City is a Saint-class elemental mage who specializes in water element magic, and she's a great beauty too," Ash said excitedly. "Shame on you, a real lecher." Sean turned his head and continued while Alban forward. "But since she's a magician, the match will surely be very interesting." Why do you say that?" Ash asked. "Think about it. Before a magician reaches the Saint stage, unless they're high-level mages, they need to chant spells, which leaves room for vulnerabilities during battles. Therefore, the best and most popular method is to sign contracts with magical beasts. Even saints started from lower ranks. So, I imagine that the dojo master likely has a magical pet, and it should be of a considerable rank," Sean explained. Ash nodded. "No problem. We have magical pets too, 2 of them. And now with Caitlin joining us, we shouldn't have any issues." Chapter 27, Black Magic, Void Demon. At this moment, Mike frowned as he stood before an empty city. Brinley and Mara beside him were also on guard, scanning their surroundings with vigilance, for the place was simply too eerie. They had been heading towards Hylon City, yet inexplicably ended up in this ancient fortress. It was truly an ancient stronghold, with walls just like those from ancient battles, and its internal structure mirrored those of old times. Furthermore, there wasn't a single soul inside this city, only a faint mist. "Damn, where have we ended up?" Mike asked irritably. "Shouldn't we be nearly at Hylon City? I think we're seeing ghosts in broad daylight. This isn't an illusion. If it were one, little you would have sensed something." "No one surpasses the nether ghost butterfly in detecting illusions," said Brinley. "Let's carefully recall how we got here. I just feel like we've lost a chunk of our memory." Don't you agree? Asked Mara. It's like someone cut out a part of our memories. Mike and Brinley thought about it carefully and realized that indeed, they felt as if a piece of their memory had been skipped over. It seems we're not here by accident, and leaving won't be easy either, Mike sighed. Why don't we just turn back? Mara asked, puzzled. Brinley remained silent, pointing behind them. When Mara looked back, she saw no city gates, only a hazy gray emptiness. I guess we can only move forward. Let's see what's happening in this ancient city, Mike said. Spialban of which? What happened to your horse? Asked Mara. I haven't seen it since just now. Though I don't know what happened, my horse is in my magic pet ring, said Brinley, tapping his forehead helplessly. Thankfully, I didn't make a contract with that horse, or I'd really be crying now. In that case, let's leave the horse with you. Something might happen soon, and the horse would be inconvenient, said Mike. Let's check these houses. Houses? Why should we look at these dilapidated shacks? Brinley raised an eyebrow. Haven't you seen how horror movies always play out? What do you mean? In horror movies, the protagonists often die because they are too curious. Brinley rubbed his neck. I want to live longer, so I'm not going in. Hey, this isn't a horror movie, okay, said Mike. Brinley retorted. Does our current environment look any different from a horror movie? Seriously, let's just move forward. Maybe we can find a way out. We don't even know why we're here. Spialban of which? Where's the K9 spirit? I haven't seen it since just now, said Mara. We need to summon it. Perhaps it knows what's going on. Brinley began drawing a magic circle on the ground, then recited a spell. Come forth, K9 spirit. A cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing the K9 spirit. K9 spirit, do you know what this place is? Asked Brinley. Here. The K9 spirit glanced around, Llewellyn terrified. How did we end up in the necropolis of spirits? The necropolis of spirits? But how did we get here when we have no memory of coming here? Mike asked, furrowing his brows. The K9 spirit tried to calm down. I'm not sure either. Everything was fine until after you passed through that crescent-shaped stone cave. You all became dazed and unresponsive, which was terrifying. So, I returned to the dimension. So, what exactly is the necropolis of spirits? Asked Mara. It sounds familiar, but I can't quite remember. The necropolis of spirits, as the name suggests, is a place for spirits. Generally, spirits can be categorized as one type of monster, but some unique ones don't belong in that category, explained the K9 spirit. Almost all of them suffered immense injustice in life and refused reincarnation. Their souls eventually transformed into terrifying creatures that feast on flesh, nourished by hatred and suffering. These spirits roam together in places heavy with energy, establishing their necropolis. Any living being who accidentally triggers their traps will be lured here to become food for the spirits. I remember, Mara said. I once saw in our family's genealogy that one of my ancestors died in the necropolis of spirits. It seems that to leave the necropolis of spirits, we must defeat all the spirits without exception. Because as long as one spirit remains, the aura of the necropolis can continue, and we won't be able to leave. After defeating all the spirits, we also need to destroy all the buildings of this city. In short, if we want to leave, we have to raise this place to the ground. Mike and Brinley couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. If that was the case, it was truly terrifying. What is the general strength of these spirits? Mike asked. Ordinary spirits may not pose much danger to you, but it's said that each necropolis of spirits has a ruler called the Ghost Emperor, who is the strongest among them. A conglomeration of resentful souls that must devour 100 souls daily to grow stronger. These cannot be measured by their levels. It depends on the amount of resentment they harbored in life, said the K9 spirit. We earth deities who live above ground fear these things very much too. Why did you summon me? I can't leave now. Everyone sighed. After a moment's thought, Mike said, since you say this is the necropolis of spirits, why can't I see any spirits? The K9 spirit sighed, looked up, and let out a low growl. Then sound waves spread out, revealing one spirit after another. Unlike the ghostly wraiths that were transparent and intangible, these spirits were corpses, retaining their appearance at the moment of death. Some even had their internal organs hanging out. Brinley and Mara, having never seen such a scene before, squatted down and vomited. Only Mike, having watched many American horror movies in his previous life, turned pale but didn't feel nauseous yet. The K9 spirit had already burrowed into Brinley's arms, trembling with fear. Brinley, Caitlin, get up quickly, we're surrounded. Mike shouted. Brinley and Mara knew they couldn't stay like this and struggled to stand despite their nausea. These guys are corpses, which means they can't fly, right? Come out then, little you. Brinley summoned the nether ghost butterfly, little you. Caitlin, Mike, hop on. Let's fly up. Mike and Mara nodded and leaped onto little you's back, swiftly ascending into the air. Llewellyn down at the spirits below, whose clawing hands tried to pull them down. Mike couldn't help shuddering. I don't know why, but these guys look just like zombies. Zombies. Brinley glanced below again. They do resemble the zombies from movies. Wouldn't getting bitten turn us into zombies too? He spat unconsciously. Congratulations, you're right, the K9 spirit said. So, I have to say something unpleasant. If any of you gets bitten, commit suicide immediately. There's no saving you once cursed. Mara sighed. No wonder so few people come out of the necropolis of spirits alive. Not being allowed to suffer even a minor injury is particularly harmful for melee fighters like Brinley and me. Chapter 28, Duel. But I don't know large-scale magic, you know. I am a magic conductor, and the weakness of a magic conductor lies in the lack of area of effect spells, Sean sighed. What about your teacher's spellbook? Perhaps it has some records. Otherwise, we can't keep letting Nikki carry this burden. She can't handle it for long, Aaron said. Sean took out the spell book his teacher gave him from his storage ring. Large-scale magic, and it must not rely on elements, suitable for gold level. Wait a moment, let me find. Sean quickly flipped through the pages xuanhuan for the appropriate incantation. After flipping through 2/3 of the book, just as Aaron and Mara were about to lose their patience, Sean finally exhaled in relief. Thank heavens, I found it. Tell us quickly. Aaron and Mara hurriedly leaned in, peering at the spell on the book. This is dark magic, Sean said. Though I wonder why my teacher knew dark magic. But currently, this seems to be our only option. Dark magic? What does that mean? Mara asked. It means forbidden magic, such as spells that can cause instant death, have severe backlash on the caster, or use human sacrifices for blood rituals. These are all called dark magic because they're too dark and dangerous to use, Sean explained. This record here is for a void summoning spell, which can summon a void demon from the deepest part of hell, but it requires a sacrifice. Sacrifice? What kind of sacrifice? Not something like sacrificing half one's life again, right? Aaron asked. If so, we might as well not do it. We aren't always lucky enough to get the fruit of life. The sacrifice isn't life, but corpses, Sean said. It states that we need 100 corpses filled with uncheat, resentment, for a live offering, and the time required would be 1 day. Corpses? Would these undead creatures below suffice? Aaron asked. Theoretically, yes. Sean scratched his head. But the problem is that I need to draw a magic circle around them. It shouldn't take long, just 1 minute. What? Draw a magic circle? Aaron was nearly ready to curse. Have you lost your mind? Go down there to draw a magic circle now? Even if we can hold on for 1 minute, can you guarantee no undead will hurt you within that minute? You misunderstood. By drawing a magic circle, I mean sealing symbols. I need to form a massive seal, which takes time. Your job is to prevent the undead from fleeing while I create the magic circle, Sean said. Shouldn't be too hard, right? Don't say it's easy, Caitlin. Can you manage? Aaron asked. Mara nodded, pulling out 2 fans connected by a long chain from her sleeve, which couldn't help but remind Aaron of a character in The King of Fighters. Aaron asked, aren't you a martial artist? How come you have weapons? Now it was Mara and Sean's turn to be stunned. After a pause, Mara replied, well, brother Aaron, martial artists can have weapons. Martial artist is just a general term. Different schools may use different weapons based on their martial arts training. Why? Did you think martial artists only use fists? Not really. In my brother's team, the martial artist only wears boxing gloves, Aaron admitted, a bit embarrassed. You're Tal'Alban about Western martial artists. Our Rome family belongs to Eastern martial arts, which can't be compared to those Western ones. Our Eastern school's martial arts are vast and profound, Mara said. All right, let's go down. Brother Sean, please rely on us. Don't worry. There are buildings on both sides, so you only need to guard the front and back entrances. Sean finished Spialban and began forming seals with his hands. Magical power rapidly gathered above Sean's head, slowly forming a black magic circle. The magic circle rotated continuously, emitting streams of black lightning arcs, with a ghost face at its center, xuanhuan extremely eerie. At this moment, the numerous undead creatures beneath Sean began to become restless, roaring and rushing toward both ends. However, Aaron and Mara had been waiting for them. Aaron waved his sword. Black feather sword technique, moonlight flash. Aaron hovered in the air, releasing wave after wave of sword flashes. However, to ensure the number of sacrifices remained intact, he only severed their legs, rendering them immobile. Although this method was mentally taxing, but not impossible for Aaron. Though many undead had their legs severed by Aaron, they still crawled forward. Aaron gritted his teeth and once again used moonlight flash, this time cutting off their hands as well, rendering them truly immobile on the ground. Meanwhile, Mara wasn't idle either. Despite her fans xuanhuan fragile, they were actually made from the toughest materials, golden silkworm silk and adamant bamboo, with chains of mystic iron. In short, these fans were rare treasures. Mara waved her dual fans like a butterfly threading flowers. It was unknown what martial art she was using, but she looked as if she had 18 arms. No, even more, like the Gil's thousand-handed guanyin. Wherever her fans went, the undead didn't die, but were all forced back and remained immobilized on the spot. Throughout the ordeal, Mara didn't move a single step. Aaron couldn't help but marvel at the depth and complexity of the Rome family's martial arts, which should never be underestimated. 1 minute, though brief, posed a challenge to Aaron and Mara, as they had to restrict the undead's movements without killing them. The sheer number made it incredibly difficult to hold them back. When the 1 minute mark finally arrived, both Aaron and Mara heaved sighs of relief. Several times during the battle, both almost got bitten by the undead. The situation had been extremely precarious. Sean's magic circle slowly descended as the undead roared and attacked it. The ghost face in the center of the magic circle twisted before transforming into a gigantic ghost face. It flicked out its tongue, scooping up dozens of undead into its mouth, grinding them loudly. This bone-crunching sound made Aaron and Mara, now on Nikki's back, shiver with cold sweat. Even Sean himself felt somewhat uneasy. Surely this is dark magic. It's quite eerie, Sean said with a forced laugh. Hey, could it backfire? Aaron asked. Huh? Backfire? No, theoretically, it shouldn't, Sean said somewhat nervously. What do you mean theoretically? That means there's still a possibility, right? Aaron asked. You dared to summon. What if we end up losing everything? Don't worry, nothing will happen, because of the contract. Sean insisted. The power of the contract is absolute, even if I summoned a powerful void demon. Don't say that so easily, little kid. Just then, turning around, they saw a giant clad in armor standing before them. Behind the giant was a massive axe, and through the helmet's slits, 2 blue, ghostly flames burned. This was none other than a void demon. The contract didn't take effect. Sean's face was full of terror. What? Everyone was taken aback. Chapter 29 Noah. I think we're in trouble this time, Mike said, swallowing hard. How could this happen? Sean was too shocked to speak coherently. The magic book clearly didn't mention that the contract would fail. How could it? Hey, Mara nudged Sean's waist and said, I don't think our problem now is discussing the magic in the book, but Thin Albin about what we should do next. If we mishandle this, we might have to leave our lives here today. Why did the contract not take effect? Sean still couldn't figure it out. Just a contract. Do you think it would work on someone of my level, a Lord God? The Ghost General's cold voice rang out. If I want to break it, I can break it any time. Don't you understand brute force can overcome anything? Lord God level. Sean's lips twitched. What do we do now? Run or not? Mike asked in a low voice. Sean smiled bitterly and said, do you think we can run away? Since the other party is at the Lord God level, killing us is as easy as crushing an ant. Are you sure we can escape successfully? Moreover, running may infuriate him. I think under these circumstances, Tal Albin to him wisely might be better. Mike sighed. Sean made sense. He stood up, took a deep breath, and tried to remain calm, but his trembling hands betrayed his nervousness. It was only natural, after all. When one felt they were on the edge of life and death, barely managing to control their emotions was already quite impressive. Do you want to kill us? Mike asked slowly. Kill you? The void demon revealed a tone of disdain. I am a Lord God. Why would I bother with a few ants like you? Even the strongest among you is merely a gold-class mage, and mastering time magic, quite special indeed. To master magic akin to the laws of the universe is rare indeed. Though imperfect, it is remarkable. This is the city of undead. The void demon glanced around. Sean nodded and explained. Because of our professions, none of us have large-scale destructive skills, so we had to summon you. The void demon acknowledged, and then, as if sensing something, he slowly continued. This city of undead is relatively small, so there are no more undead left in this entire city, except for one Empyrean Emperor. Judging by its aura, it's at the advanced level. You want me to help you get out, right? Follow me. Mike and company quickly urged Nikki to keep up. Although they were flying, the void demon's immense size meant every step it took covered an enormous distance. Everyone was taken aback by the void demon's earlier words. He said this city of undead was relatively small, yet even the Empyrean Emperor here was at the pseudo-god level. What about a larger city? The thought was too terrifying to imagine. Following the void demon, Mike and the others arrived at the center of the city of undead before an ancient, massive palace. Soon, they felt the temperature drop significantly, accompanied by ghostly howls. A huge skeleton, only slightly shorter than the void demon, walked out step by step. Indeed, it was a skeleton, encased in black flames, within which ghost faces occasionally appeared. Clearly, it was the Empyrean Emperor. Are you the Empyrean Emperor here? The void demon said coldly. You should know my intentions for coming here, right? The Empyrean Emperor sighed. I can escort you out of the city of undead. How about that? Although the Empyrean Emperor was at the pseudo-god level, ever since the void demon stood before the palace, it sensed the vast power of the void demon, unable to gauge its exact strength. This proved the void demon was far superior. Therefore, the Empyrean Emperor chose to show weakness. Offending a void demon for mere humans, who were like ants to it, would be unwise. As a pseudo-god with divine intelligence, it understood the pros and cons of the situation. Mike and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but the void demon's next words stunned them. No need. Just by destroying you, I can lead them out. Before the Empyrean Emperor could react, its head was severed. However, it wasn't over yet. The black flames from the Empyrean Emperor transformed into a fire serpent, lunging directly at the void demon. The void demon snorted disdainfully, and with a wave of his massive hand, he tightly gripped the black fire serpent. Then, using both hands, he tore the serpent to shreds. An advanced-level Empyrean Emperor was powerless in the hands of the void demon and was instantly killed. But Thin Albin about it made sense. After all, the void demon was at the Lord God level. Did you guys summon me just to fight this trash? The void demon turned around, the 2 ghostly fires within his helmet suddenly burning more intensely. That he's angry? Sean asked. It seems so. What should we do? It looks like he wants to kill us. Mara clung tightly to Sean's shoulders. You punks, you can all die now. With that, the void demon swung his axe down. Everyone was terrified as Nikki quickly used an illusion to dodge the attack. You said you wouldn't kill us. Mike angrily demanded. I thought you summoned me for a powerful enemy. Now it seems this pseudo-god level Empyrean Emperor was too easy to take down. Since I'm here, I might as well have a good fight. Now that the Empyrean Emperor is dead, you will have to fight me instead. If you agree, I'll let you go. How does that sound? The void demon said. The group couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What kind of joke was this? If they could beat a Lord God, they wouldn't be worrying about the city of undead. But soon, Mike clenched his teeth and said, we only have one choice. Fight. What? Sean and Mara were shocked. Are you crazy? How can you possibly win against him? We need to escape. You're right, brother Mike. The gap between us is too big. There's no way we can win. Mara tried to persuade Mike. Thin Albin, he was risk-Albin his life. Mike tightened his grip on his sword and jumped off Nikki's back without another word. He shouted loudly. You guys run. I'll hold him off. The martial techniques of the U family are no ordinary feat. Even if you are a Lord God, I can still make things difficult for you. Hearing such mad words, the Ghost General didn't get angry but smiled instead. Kid, at least you've got some spirit. Then the ghost general shimmered, his body gradually shrinking to human size. I'll shrink to your size to fight you, but I won't hold back. If you can't handle it and die, don't blame me. Chapter 30, Mara's Transformation. Without wasting words, Aaron raised his sword and charged forward with the ferocity of a tiger. The void demon remained calm, lifting its battle axe only to find it was rusting away. Lualban up, he saw Sean on Nikki's back. Why don't you leave, Sean? Take Caitlin and go, Aaron said anxiously. Sean sighed. Do you think you can hold them off alone? I summoned him. It's my responsibility. If anyone should stay, it's me. Since we can't leave the city of the undead anyway, we might as well fight. If you dare to face him, how can we, your teammates, abandon you? You're our captain, Mara said, pulling out her weapon from her sleeve, ready for battle. Aaron paused, then smiled. All right, even if we die today, we'll give it everything. He gripped his sword with both hands, slashing horizontally and then vertically, forming an X shape that attacked the void demon's face. Sean manipulated the crystal ball. Time magic, shift the armor and weapons to the future, causing corrosion. As he finished Spialban, the void demon clearly felt its armor and weapon corroding, but it didn't seem to care. With a roar, the corrosion stopped and disappeared. How? How is this possible? Sean exclaimed. Why isn't the time magic war Alban? The void demon replied calmly. Your time magic only manipulates objects. My scream coated my armor and weapon with my blood, which you can't see. After all, I am the void demon, representing the void. My body isn't visible to the naked eye, but once my equipment is stained with lifeblood, your magic becomes ineffective. What? Such a method? Sean gritted his teeth. Nikki Francisco. As he spoke, Nikki's wings flapped rapidly, creating wind blades and visible sound waves in the air. Meanwhile, Francisco swung his battle axe, roaring as he attacked the void demon. Unperturbed, the void demon simply raised its axe. Despite being much smaller compared to the Minotaur, Francisco was thrown back by the demon's next strike. Francisco, Sean clenched his jaw. His crystal ball multiplied into 10, then 100. Time magic, parallel worlds. 100 crystal balls fell, hitting the void demon and causing a massive explosion. However, Aaron and the others knew such an explosion wouldn't hurt it. When the flames from the explosions were dispersed by the whirlwind generated by the demon's weapon, Mara stepped forward. The Rome family's ultimate technique, Dance of Slaughter. 1,000 blade shadows. A chime-like voice echoed as crimson crescent-shaped blades shot from Mara's fan, swirling around her like a dance, mesmerizing yet deadly. The red blades attacked the void demon from all angles, producing thick smoke. Mara retreated to Aaron's side, eyes fixed on the smoke that slowly cleared, revealing the undamaged void demon. Damn, no damage at all. Despair flashed across their faces, but quickly turned to determination. They each showed grim smiles, preparing to use their most desperate techniques. I never thought bringing Caitlin along would end up hurting her, Aaron said. How can you blame yourself, Brother Aaron? Without you, I'd probably still be a maid under Alpha, and the villagers would continue to be oppressed. Think about it. Though we've only known each other for a short time, we've been through so much together, Sean said with a smile. Unfortunately, we can't avenge our parents. Still, before we die, having 2 friends and 2 devoted familiars, I'm content. Right? Seems like we're all going all out now. Let's see who can last longer, Aaron laughed. He raised his sword and shield, crossing them over his chest. He bit his tongue, spitting blood onto them, causing them to glow oddly. Then Aaron's body was enveloped in white light, and the sword and shield gradually transformed into a ball of light. This ball deformed slowly, eventually becoming a 5-clawed golden dragon. Mara held her hands out horizontally and unfolded her fan, starting to spin in place. As she spun faster and faster, an enlarged, ethereal version of herself appeared behind her. Mara immediately stopped and moved her hands like butterflies dancing among flowers, constantly moving up and down. Gradually, additional arms appeared on the figure behind her, eventually reaching 100 arms, each holding a fan. The phantom gradually merged into Mara's body, resulting in 100 arms sprouting from her back, adding an aura of solemnity rather than fear. Sean's crystal ball shattered explosively, causing Francisco and Nikki to wail and collapse on the ground, proof that their contracts had vanished. The shattered pieces of Sean's crystal ball slowly formed a black vortex in front of him, absorbing everything around it like a black hole. However, this was not the end. Sean formed seals with his hands, creating a magic array. Suddenly, the vortex disappeared, leaving Sean holding a bell, a circular bell. Despite the dire situation, Sean smiled. 5-clawed golden dragon. 1,000-armed demoness. Time law. The void demon couldn't help but gasp, its ancient memory reminding it of an extinct race. 3 of its leaders had exactly these forms. One transformed into a golden dragon, one with 1,000 arms, and one who mastered time. Interesting. It seems you are connected to the Noah clan. Roaring, the void demon emitted powerful energy. But at this moment, the 3 warriors were already fighting recklessly. The 5-clawed golden dragon roared as it lunged towards the void demon, wrapping itself tightly around the demon. It then unleashed a golden energy ball from its mouth, Strialban the demon's head. A massive explosion ensued, but the attack wasn't over yet. Mara rode on a golden lotus, with all her 100 arms fully extended, launching attacks. Each arm wielded a fan, which shot out dozens of crescent-shaped blades. The golden lotus disintegrated into petals, each as sharp as a blade, slicing towards the void demon. Finally, the hour and minute hands of the bell in Sean's hands began to move, one counterclockwise, one clockwise. Though it seemed ordinary, since one moved forward and the other backward, it violated spatial laws, causing Xuan's surroundings to shatter into nothingness, spreading rapidly toward the Void Demon. Although the Void Demon did not take these desperate moves seriously due to the vast gap in power, their techniques, momentum, and spirit left it increasingly alarmed. It remembered the woman who stood before it years ago, saying with a smile, "One day, we will return." At the time, the Void Demon didn't believe it, but now, it seemed entirely possible. The three had exhausted themselves and lay unconscious in pools of blood, critically injured. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Void Demon released 3 streams of black energy, entering their bodies, and instantly, their fatal wounds began to heal. I never thought I would have the honor of seeing the 3 leaders today. Over the years, I have regretted what happened. Now, it is time for me to make amends. Goddess, you were right. The Noah clan is returning. Chapter 31, Skywind City. When Mike and the others woke up, they found themselves no longer in the city of the undead. A Void Demon was sitting beside them. Instinctively, the 3 stood up ready to attack. All right, no need for fighting. The Void Demon waved his hand. The 3 looked at him suspiciously. Honestly, they didn't want to fight this abnormal being either. After all, they knew that their moves were like trying to shatter a stone with an egg against the Void Demon. "Were you the one who saved us?" asked Mike. "We used a move that would result in mutual destruction. We should have died." The Void Demon unexpectedly sighed and said, "It was my fault for not recognizing you." Huh. Such a reaction from the Void Demon left the 3 momentarily puzzled. The Void Demon slowly stood up. He still had the appearance of an ordinary person, so there was no need to worry about frightening anyone else. "You are all members of the Noah clan. No, should I say, leaders of the Noah clan." Huh. Mara felt utterly baffled by what the Void Demon said. However, Mike and Xuan did not show any signs of confusion, as they had already known. "It seems that besides this young girl, the 2 of you know something," said the Void Demon. Mike nodded. "We haven't had the chance to tell Mara yet, so she doesn't know. Of course, we aren't sure if she is part of the Noah clan since we haven't tested her." "But what did you just say, leaders?" the Void Demon asked. "I ask you, was the last move you used, which resulted in mutual destruction, unique only to you?" Mike nodded. "While it's our family's inherited technique, only I have mastered it. No one else has been able to learn it." Mara also nodded. "My situation is the same as Brother Mike." Xuan added. "Unlike them, I accidentally comprehended this move when I became an Archmage." Suddenly, the Void Demon threw his head back and laughed, startling the 3. "I have waited so many years. Finally, I've found you. Do you know the legend of the Noah clan?" Mike nodded. "Because we found the Holy Grail of Noah, we do know some things." The Void Demon nodded. "The reason why the Noah clan came into existence is actually a secret known only to a few people, even within the Noah clan initially. Did you know that the entire universe consists of countless worlds, each world being a realm? Our realm has 3 major realms: the God realm, the human realm, and the demon realm. To coexist peacefully within the same realm, there must be balance. Once the balance is disrupted, calamity will befall the world. Back then, because the God realm had its gods, the demon realm had demons, but the human realm lacked strong figures. This imbalance meant that it could lead to the collapse of the realms, a disastrous event. So, some people in the human realm chose to abandon becoming divine or demonic and instead explored their human potential fully. They became the Noah clan. Their true responsibility was to maintain the balance of the realms. At first, it was indeed so, but 6 powerful figures emerged within the Noah clan, their strength supposedly reaching that of the creator gods. At that time, the God realm and demon realm only had 2 creator-level gods each. Thus, they feared the human realm's Noah clan and decided to unite to subjugate the Noah clan. Despite having numerous powerful members, the Noah clan was too few in number. Moreover, the founder, Queen Noah, mysteriously disappeared. Although 6 members reached creator god level, the Noah clan was nearly exterminated, leaving only those 6 strongest. Strangely enough, instead of Alban revenge, they carried their artifacts and vanished along 6 different paths. Originally, the gods wanted to pursue further, but the most powerful god intervened. Known as Father God, he was allegedly the father of the creator gods. He stopped the greed of the god and demon realms, but the Noah clan still disappeared mysteriously. Father God had no choice but to use powerful magic to make various abilities emerge on the continent, the ones you now call professions. "But that doesn't add up," Xuan frowned. "When we obtained the Holy Grail, we received a letter. If things were as you described, the circumstances wouldn't match." "This is what you don't know," the Void Demon said. Indeed, the 6 Noah leaders who carried away the artifacts were the real deal, no mistake about that. The reason they left such a letter was probably because they decided to be reborn. Reborn. Yes, honestly Alban, back then, the Noah clan was indeed too powerful. The human realm's strength had grown so strong that even if the god and demon realms combined, they wouldn't have stood a chance. Alban it also impossible to maintain balance. So, some speculated that maybe the few leaders of Noah felt that their actions led to the destruction of the Noah clan. Therefore, they decided to reincarnate to atone for their sins. But this grudge couldn't be left unavenged. So, they sealed their knowledge and memories within the artifacts and forcibly twisted the wheel of fate, allowing them to return to the place where the artifacts were sealed in one of their future lives after reincarnation. "This, you mean Xuan finding the Holy Grail was predicted by the past life Xuan?" Mike asked in disbelief. "I know with your current abilities, you might not understand yet, but it's alright. As you gradually grow stronger, you will come to understand," the Void Demon said. "Back then, Among the 6 Noah leaders, the leader could transform into a 5-clawed golden dragon. I wouldn't make a mistake on this. One held a folding fan and could turn into 1,000 arms. Another could manipulate time to travel to the past or future. Seeing your 3 styles, I can confirm it's you. Although now your techniques seem somewhat mismatched compared to back then. It's because you're not yet fully proficient. I can only say learning these techniques is destined for you. Mike and the others exchanged glances. Though they didn't believe in fate before, they now had no choice but to believe, given the undeniable evidence in front of them. Oh right, Queen Noah instructed me to give you something else. The Void Demon said. She entrusted it to me tens of millions of years ago, saying that someday I would meet its rightful owners. To be able to predict events tens of millions of years later is truly beyond our reach. He took out a book, a blue feather, 2 fans, and a set of women's clothing. The blue feather already exists inside both of you, Mike and Sean. It seems that Goddess Noah had made contact with you at some point. This feather belongs to Mara. The Void Demon placed the feather on Mara's forehead, and as it glowed, it gradually fused into her body. A blue light enveloped Mara, putting her in a meditative state. You've got to be kidding me. Is she advancing too? Mike groaned. What does this feather do? Sean asked. These feathers were left behind by the 6 leaders before they reincarnated. Later, Queen Noah collected all of them. To awaken, you must have a feather within you, the Void Demon explained. It's called Noah's feather. The fan and clothing are also for Mara, just like the equipment you both carry. As for this book, it's for you, Mike. For me. Mike surprisingly accepted the book, opening it to find powerful martial arts techniques. These are the true martial arts you should cultivate, called Moonless Stream, an extremely potent technique. You should practice diligently. As for Sean, you've mastered time magic quite well, but that's not your full power. In your past life, you could control not only time, but also had 9 powerful divine beasts around you. I saw traces of 2 of them from Norma and Francisco. Keep striving. With that, the Void Demon laughed heartily and vanished on the spot. Chapter 32. The Hell, 3-Headed Dog. After the Void Demon left, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They then looked at Mara, who had successfully broken through to the gold level and was beginning her job transition. Which profession do you think Caitlin will choose? Aaron asked. Most likely she'll become a fist king. Few people opt for berserker these days, Sean said. But what I'm curious about is this. He pointed to the fan left by the Void Demon. Don't you think this fan is too large? Sean held up the iron fan that reached up to his chest. And it's very heavy. Indeed, in terms of agility, it's certainly not as good as Mara's previous weapon. But why should it matter? As long as Mara likes it, that's all that matters. In any case, this fan is on a completely different level from her original martial arts skills, Aaron said as he opened the martial arts book given by the Void Demon and started reading it. A while later, Mara slowly opened her eyes and immediately began to wield the fan given by the Void Demon. She quickly opened it with one hand and swung it lightly, sending a whirlwind that made Aaron and Sean close their eyes. Not bad at all. It's really a treasure. Mara happily touched the large fan. Aren't you finding it heavy? Sean asked. Please, it's light enough for me to handle with one hand, Mara replied. Sean seemed quite defeated, squatting down under a tree drawing circles while Aaron remarked calmly. Sean, you're even worse than a little girl. No wonder you're a mage. Caitlin, change into your clothes. We need to get going. All right, just give me a moment. Mara ran to a big tree and changed quickly. Her outfit was indeed beautiful, a set of light blue combat gear. This outfit is so convenient. Wearing a chi pao restricts my movements and doesn't allow me to perform at full strength. Sean, my horse, Aaron said. Sean extended his magic pet ring, and with a flash of light, Aaron's horse appeared beside him. Aaron mounted, with Mara sitting in front of him. After ensuring his pet beast was fine, Sean sat on his enlarged crystal ball, and the trio headed towards Ocean Blue City. Our next destination will be the city of Heavenly Wind under the jurisdiction of Ocean Blue City, Aaron said. But it seems somewhat chaotic there. Chaotic? Sean frowned. What does that mean? I understand this well. Heavenly Wind City has always been notorious for its lawlessness. It's easy to enter but difficult to leave, Mara explained. What do you mean? Aaron and Sean stopped and asked. Heavenly Wind City is a city where only the strongest survive. Once inside, if you want to leave, you must defeat the boss. If you can't win, you have to stay there for life. Even if you win, you still need to watch out for potential assassinations along the way. It's truly a dangerous place. I suggest we take a detour. Don't underestimate the people there. It's rumored that the previous bosses of Heavenly Wind City were Saint class. I think we should leave as soon as possible. Sean frowned deeply. Aaron thought for a moment, glanced at the map. Let me see if there's another route to Ocean Blue City. Yes, there's a smaller path. We'll take that. That works. Although it might be more troublesome, it's better than dealing with those troublemakers, Sean said. An hour later, surrounded by a group of muscular men with sly grins and tattoos covering their bodies, Sean and Mara felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Aaron. Aaron, can you explain how you led us here? Sean sneered. Well, I made a wrong turn. So, Aaron chuckled nervously, knowing he had gotten himself into a serious mess. Well, now we have to follow the rules of Heavenly Wind City. Mara opened her large fan, Lualbin serious. Sean sighed as his crystal ball began spinning, emitting black light. You're actually directionally challenged. This is not good. Relax, these small fries won't be a problem. I've already learned some of the Void Demon's martial arts on the way. Don't worry, Aaron said. Fine, let's hope we have the same luck as last time. Where's the Hellhound again? Oh well, never mind. He's useless anyway. Sean adjusted his glasses. Shall we start by talbing down these guys? They look like fighters, though lower in rank. They are not of high rank, only around second stage black iron. But there are too many of them, which makes dealing with them somewhat troublesome. Well, leave this to me, Mara said with a smile. I haven't had the chance to stretch my limbs since becoming a fist king. Mara leaped into the air, fully opening her fan and giving it a powerful flick with both hands, creating a strong whirlwind that made everyone squint. Having advanced to fist king, I can finally use our family's renowned martial art, the wrath of the wind god. Let these scoundrels see how formidable I am. Your presence is truly overwhelming. No wonder you're a female fist king. But we shouldn't just stand by idly either, Sean lazily remarked. Time magic, revert the land to the past. As soon as he finished Spialban, the ground in front of Sean began to soften and eventually turned into a swamp, trapping those who intended to attack him. Sean adjusted his glasses calmly. I've reverted the soil to ancient times when this area was still swampland. Hee, let you guys experience my power as well. Mujutsu school, Night Slash. Everyone felt a flash before them. Then they couldn't move their bodies, unable even to notice when Aaron drew or sheathed his sword. My Mujutsu school technique can cut through clothes and flesh to directly sever the nervous system. Since I have cut off the reflex nerves in your limbs, you will be unable to move from now on. It seems Aaron is more powerful than us after all, even though he is the weakest in terms of cultivation, Sean said with a laugh. These guys are not even worth a glance, killed instantly. Mara folded her fan back and smiled. Aaron walked over to Sean and Mara and said, all right, we should be cautious. These fellows were probably just the first wave sent to probe our strength. The truly powerful ones are likely behind. At that moment, the surrounding area suddenly began to shake. What's happening? Sean struggled to maintain his balance. Something big is coming. Could it be another enormous beast? Aaron speculated. I think Brother Aaron is right. This time it is indeed something massive. This aura is unmistakable. Our family records mention it. It's the hell, three-headed dog. Mara said, the hell, three-headed dog? Sean looked startled for a moment. Then his expression changed dramatically. That's correct. A Saint-class magical beast capable of using 3 elemental magics. Its body is so tough that it can withstand any attack below the Saint class, be it physical or magical. It's an extremely powerful Saint-class magical beast. Anywhere with a hell three-headed dog will emit a nauseating stench of rotting corpses because they love eating humans. They are the most evil of magical beasts. Chapter 33, Eva, you say what should we do now? This time, it seems like we really have to run away. Mike flashed a hint of fear. Run, Mara sneered coldly. How is it even possible to escape? Do you think the three-headed hound won't be able to sniff out our scent? Really, troubles come one after another without end. We barely escaped the attack from the city of undead, and now we have to fight this Saint-class magical beast. Sean sighed. And we can't summon void demons either. This time we are truly in the most dangerous situation. Now what? Asked Mara. Usually, to defeat a hellhound, 2 Saint-class individuals must unite their forces. Our predicament is indeed quite dire. Mike pondered for a moment and said, if it's not meant to be a disaster, it wouldn't happen. If it is, it cannot be avoided. Before the hellhound arrives, let's ambush it first. What? Are you crazy? We can't even manage to hide, and you're Talalban about an ambush? I think what we should do now is break the seal on the gate behind us as soon as possible. Once the seal is broken, we can get out, Sean shouted. Do you still think we can possibly fight the hellhound? How would we know if we don't try? Mike said coldly. Since it dared to come, we shall face it head on. Aren't each of us capable of challenging ranks above ours? With good cooperation, there might be a chance of success. Removing the seal is indeed the best choice, but removing the seal takes time. The hellhound is almost here. Do you think we still have that luxury of time? Sean clenched his fists in frustration. There's no other way then. If we've decided to fight, we must put all our strength into it from the start, or we'll be killed instantly. Remember, the hellhound prefers fighting with magic, wind, lightning, and fire magic, whose destructiveness is shock-alban. The best method to fight against it is at a distance because we can avoid its spells, but up close, its claws will be a different story. At this moment, not far away, the hellhound was rushing full speed towards them. Its master sat in the castle of Skywind City, presenting a sight that greatly disappointed people. Contrary to the imagined rough and evil man, the master was a woman, more precisely, a girl who looked only 6 or 7 years old. She wore a puffy dress and had an adorable smile, holding a sparkling diamond in her hand, which was hard to associate with a place like Skywind City. However, though she looked so innocent, she was indeed a Saint-class powerhouse, more accurately, a Saint-class archmage. At this moment, the girl was in the study, Lualban at the picture of a handsome young boy on the wall, shedding tears, which surprisingly resembled Sean when examined closely. Just then, the door opened, and a knight with a black cloth over his eyes walked in. Kneeling on one knee before the girl, he said, Miss, we've discovered 3 outsiders, a 3rd-rank steel knight, a 5th-rank gold mage, and a 5th-rank gold pugilist. Has Xiaohe already gone? The girl asked in a cute voice. Yes, perhaps he has already engaged the enemy by now. These 3 possess extraordinarily strong power within their bodies, albeit not difficult for them to challenge higher ranks, so for safety, we have released Lord Hellhound, the blindfolded knight said. Louisa nodded and said, Jerry, you did well. Report back to me after they are dealt with, understood? Yes. The blindfolded knight stood up and left the room. Louisa turned her gaze back to the person in the photo who resembled Sean. Brother, when will I see you again? I miss you so much. Louisa cried once more, but this time, blood flowed from her eyes, Lualban terrifying. Meanwhile, Mike and his companions were bracing themselves on the rooftop. They watched as the hellhound approached. Sean roared, and black light emanated brightly from his body. Simultaneously, the land before him softened, turning into marshland that extended all the way to the feet of the hellhound. But the hellhound stepped onto the marsh as if Wallabin on solid ground. How is this possible? Ernonnet walk on marshes. Sean was taken aback. This isn't the time to worry about that. Mara unfolded her large fan. Rome family martial technique. Dance of wind blades. Infusing her inner strength into the fan, she transformed the gusts of wind into blades that could easily slice through surrounding buildings, but caused no harm to the hellhound. Moonless flow, Yiksha flash void. Mike unleashed dozens of sword flashes in succession. These were no ordinary sword flashes. They could sever nerves directly. However, when the sword flashes struck the hellhound, they were deflected without any effect. Indeed, it's a tough opponent. The hellhound had already reached the trio, with its three heads opening their mouths simultaneously, one spitting fireballs, another lightning bolts, and the third wind blades, each targeting one of Mike's group. The three of them dared not withstand the attacks, and could only dodge. The hellhound's magical attacks hit the tall buildings behind them, instantly shattering them into rubble. Sean, Caitlin, follow the plan, Mike shouted. Sean and Mara both nodded in agreement. Without a word, Mara moved along the rooftops, trying to get behind the hellhound. Naturally, the hellhound wouldn't let her succeed, turning one of its heads to aim an attack at her. Dead dog, your target is here. Sean's crystal ball multiplied from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100. Time magic, parallel worlds. With a wave of his hand, all the crystal balls flew towards the head that had turned to attack Mara, while Mike climbed to the top of the tallest skyscraper. A magic array unfolded before Sean. Time magic. Manipulate the time of the buildings into future collapse. As soon as he finished Spialben, every building except the tallest one collapsed almost instantly, showering countless debris from the sky. Although such an attack couldn't inflict significant damage on the hellhound, it did buy some time. To Alban this opportunity, Sean retreated quickly and summoned Nikki, flying into the air. Having cast parallel worlds and caused widespread building collapse, Sean had expended a great deal of mana, leaving him with only half left. He was now breathing heavily on Nikki's back, for consuming so much mana in one go was physically taxing. Meanwhile, Mara had already reached behind the hellhound, and Mike had made it to the rooftop of the tallest skyscraper. Seeing that both were ready, Sean stood up. Nikki, unleash the maximum number of bone-dissolving butterflies. Nikki let out a cry, emitting a purple glow far more intense than ever before. The purple light split into countless purple butterflies. The butterflies swarmed towards the hellhound from all directions, covering its body. Although bone-dissolving butterflies had minimal effect on the hellhound, their sheer quantity caused a noticeable decline in its reaction speed. Chapter 34, Petrifying Eye. Who would have thought that so many bone-softening butterflies would only slow its reflexes a bit? Damn it, how could this be? Sean held his hands out straight, gathering all his magic power. Depleting all the magic power from his body was excruciating, so Sean gritted his teeth. In front of him, the crystal balls increased from 100 to exactly 3,000, and each crystal ball was more than twice as large as before. Time magic, 3,000 worlds. Sean roared and swung his hands. The 3,000 crystal balls simultaneously plummeted onto the hellhound, creating massive explosions and smoke. Now's the time. Mara unfurled her large fan. Wrath of the Wind God, Scythe Weasel. Mara vigorously waved her fan, forming sharp, blade-like cyclones with the hurricane powered by her inner strength. The cyclone instantly targeted the tail of the three-headed dog. Although Mara felt somewhat speechless at the method initially, she had no other choice now but to use her most powerful attack on the hound's weakest spot, the area below its tail. Though she couldn't help but look down on the idea of Iolo who came up with this method, there seemed to be no other viable option. Indeed, the hellhound emitted an anguished howl, causing the girl in the distant castle to pause, then pressed the bell beside her. Miss. Chandler knelt on one knee. Follow me to the scene. I just heard Xiaohei's howl, the girl said. Yes. Chandler followed the girl out of the room. Meanwhile, as the explosion and wind blades dissipated, the hellhound began to go berserk. Iolo took a deep breath, leaped off the skyscraper headfirst while raising his sword, plunging it directly into the hellhound's body. Iolo realized that the physics of gravitational acceleration could significantly enhance the otherwise moderate strike. He believed this method might allow the sword to pierce through the hellhound's body. Due to the attacks by the bone-softening butterflies, Sean, and Mara, the three-headed dog could not react at all. Just as the girl arrived on the scene, the sword penetrated the hellhound's body. Iolo pulled out his sword, kicked off with both feet, and dismounted from the hellhound's back. Xiaohei. Ignoring Chandler's objections, the girl ran to the hellhound's side, her hands glowing with white light, which gradually healed the wounded beast. We can't let her heal the hellhound. Let's all attack together. Iolo shouted. Chandler drew his sword and confronted the three. Damn it, Shadowless style, Nightshot flash. Iolo unleashed dozens of sword flashes targeting Chandler's nervous system and his limbs, yet Chandler deflected them perfectly, despite their near invisibility. I'll handle this. Wrath of the Wind God, Dance of Wind Blades. Mara's fan sent out wind blades that attacked from blind spots. These were not magical constructs, but created by her inner strength, manipulated to change direction freely. As a martial arts prodigy, Mara knew exactly where the vulnerable points lay. To her astonishment, Chandler's body folded into improbable positions, almost like an octopus, bonelessly dodging every attack with unimaginable agility. Damn, Is this guy a monster? Iolo couldn't help but exclaim. Sean slowly approached Iolo. Are you okay, Sean? Iolo asked worriedly. Just fine, but my magic power is exhausted. Sorry, I'm not combat ready for now. Sean panted heavily, clearly worn out. Luo? Sean Eason. The little girl who had been healing the hellhound stood up, seeing the exhausted Sean whom she had long dreamed of. You are, Sean frowned, trying to remember, then showed disbelief. You're Eva? You're really Eva? No, impossible, weren't you dead? Sean's face lit up with overwhelming joy as he embraced Eva, tears streaming down his cheeks. Great, you're alive. Sean, what's going on here? Iolo asked. Wiping away his tears, Sean explained. Her name is Eva, my childhood neighbor and playmate. But, she died when she was 7. I knew who the killer was, but I couldn't take revenge. This has always been a thorn in my side. I didn't think I'd have the chance to meet you again, Eva. After a while, Sean loosened his embrace around Eva and said, but why haven't you changed at all? And how are you in Tianfeng City? Since you and your friends are with brother, then you aren't bad people. It is my contracted magic beast, specifically for my protection. Brother, come inside the castle with me. I'll explain everything properly there. Eva smiled. Everyone nodded and followed Eva into the castle, entering her room and sitting on the pink sofa. Chandler, guard outside the door, Eva instructed. Yes. Chandler turned and left, closing the door behind him. The large room now only contained Eva, Iolo, and Sean. Brother Sean, first, I must say that I indeed died. Eva gave a sad smile. I am now an undead. What? Iolo and the others were shocked. Having traveled through the city of undead, they certainly understood what Eva meant by undead. You haven't lost your sanity because of the crystal on you? Sean paused, sighed, and asked. Eva nodded. Yes, that's right. When I initially died, I was attracted as an undead towards the city of undead, but halfway, I met Chandler who was heading to Tianfeng City. He gave me a crystal stone and had me hold it. Afterwards, I regained my sanity. Then I followed him here, where he defeated the previous leader of Tianfeng City and became the new governor, always protecting me. So, why did you become a saint rank? Sean asked further. Eva sighed. It's because of this crystal stone. This stone is the family heirloom of the Chandler family, called the Sage's Stone, possessing unimaginable power. However, due to this, the Chandler family suffered a tragic extermination. They wanted to come to Tianfeng City, but soon after Chandler and I arrived here, those who lusted after the Chandler family's treasures came. So, from then on, any outsider who entered Tianfeng City would be killed without mercy, not only to protect the crystal, but more importantly to protect me, because I can only survive by relying on this crystal. It's all my fault. Sean clenched his fists. If I hadn't called you out to play that day, you wouldn't have been killed by that damned woman. Right? Why did brother come here? Didn't you say you'd study magic with teacher? How are uncle and aunt? Eva asked. Sean's face showed sadness. Maalb and Eva paused. Then her expression darkened. Something happened to them? Sean nodded. All because of that woman. My parents died. I was expelled from school, and I fled to teacher's house in Donglong City until I met these companions. Why did that woman harm you? Eva asked. Why else? For the same reason as yours. Initially, we both surpassed her in talent and strength when we entered the academy. She killed you before you could grow stronger. But I was always under my teacher's protection, so she couldn't get to me. By the time you entered the academy, you were already a gold-level mage. Naturally, she had someone eliminate you, and then tried for me. Although I escaped, my parents couldn't return in time and died at her hands. Sean suppressed his inner anger and hatred, Spialban coldly. Eva fell silent, as did everyone else, creating an awkward atmosphere in the room. Eva sighed. Brother, do you need help? Sean shook his head. You can't go out in your current state. Even though your power has become saint rank because of the crystal, I will eventually take revenge with my own hands. I will bury her myself. Sean said. Don't worry about me. Rather, how have you been, Eva? Eva smiled. Don't worry. Chandler treats me very well, and he can protect me forever since he is now quasi-god level. Quasi-god level. Everyone was astonished. On the continent, even though saint ranks were rare, major countries could still produce some. But quasi-god levels were different. To cross from saint rank to quasi-god level, one had to endure divine punishment, which few could bear. 9 out of 10 would end up in hell, while those who survived would gain eternal life, needing only to understand the divine core to become true gods or devils. Knowing that, I'm relieved, Eva. Brother will definitely avenge you. Within a year, I'll settle both scores. Sean declared. Yes, I believe in you, brother, but I can still help you in some ways. Eva stood up and said, I can teach you my ultimate skills. Chapter 35, Imaginative Magic. You can't be Thin-Alb enough, but if you do this, you will lose this magic, Sean said. No, I object. Don't be like this, brother Sean. Eva took Sean's hand and said, I can't help brother in any other way, so I have to give this magic to you. I've seen your magic. It is supportive. Although you now have 2 magical beasts, should you encounter a more powerful foe, your disadvantage will be exposed. My magic is also supportive, but it can offer you some protection. With that, yellow light emitted from Eva's hands, gradually coalescing into a light sphere. The sphere split into 2 parts, gradually Shrin-Alban as it fused into Sean's eyes. What is this? Mara asked. This is the legacy of magic between 2 mages. As we all know, the magic of a mage is self-learned, so others cannot learn it. But sometimes, some mages are unwilling for their powerful magic to turn to dust with them. Thus they choose to pass it on to a worthy successor, who must also be a mage. In this way, the recipient can use 2 powers and become stronger, Iolo explained. It seems Eva has passed on an eye-related magic to Sean since the magical energy was infused through his eyes. Sean finally sighed and said, "You're still the same. Always only thin Alban of others. But I see that Fred likes you very much. It's just too bad that humans and ghosts are worlds apart." "Brother, it's okay." Fred said that as long as I reach the pseudo-god level, he can find a way to help me bypass the heavenly punishment and reshape my body. "Then, I will marry Fred," Eva said. Sean smiled. "This is your best choice, I bless you. But, brother, you know in my heart. I understand, but people can't be greedy. Knowing you're safe is enough for me. In the future, I will face many difficulties on my own and may not be able to give you much. But Fred can provide for you, so stay with him." Sean patted Eva on the shoulder. "After everything is settled, I'll come to see you. Take care of yourself, brother. Eva will bless you." Eva wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Iolo, Mara, and the other left Tianfeng City. Sean was unusually quiet along the way, but Iolo and Mara didn't disturb him because they understood that Sean needed time to calm down. They came to the most famous forest in Highland City, the Evening Glow Forest. "I say, why don't we go straight ahead? Why do we need a detour to this Evening Glow Forest?" Mara asked. "If we come to Highland City without visiting the Evening Glow Forest, it would be such a pity. It's rumored that if one can see beautiful evening glow from the Wish Cliff in the Evening Glow Forest, then one wish can be granted," Iolo said. "Do you still believe in that?" Mara couldn't help but sweat drop. "In fact, it's not just Iolo who believes in it," Sean said, "because there are indeed cases where wishes have been fulfilled. Thus countless tourists visit here annually. However, strangely, the Wish Cliff does not seem fixed. The first person who had their wish fulfilled could not find the Wish Cliff by the original path. So many people say it can only be encountered by someone fated." "So mysterious," Mara pursed her lips. "What are we waiting for? Let's get inside. It's already 1 p.m. The trio entered the forest. The Evening Glow Forest was completely different from the Shadow Forest. This place was warm and comfortable. Although there were magical beasts, they were mostly herbivorous lower-grade magical beasts without harmfulness. For this reason, many ordinary tourists dared to approach this area. "How do we find the Wish Cliff?" Iolo asked. "How should I know? I've never been out before," Sean shrugged. While they were discussing how to find the Wish Cliff, sudden screams sounded from ahead. The three looked at each other and hurriedly ran toward the source. Not far from the incident site, the three hid behind a huge rock and saw several men in black robes confronting a man and a woman. The man seemed to be a 4th-rank knight, while the woman, holding a string instrument, was a bard, apparently also 4th rank. A bald, burly man lay unconscious at their feet, seemingly a pugilist. After closer inspection, Iolo found these black-robed figures similar to those seen in Xuanhuan town. "Sean, what do you think?" Iolo asked. "These black-robed men are definitely not good people, that's for sure, judging by their ranks. 3 of them are gold level, 2 pugilists, and 1 elementalist. As for the others, they're negligible," Sean analyzed. "Want to have a competition to see who can defeat more black-robed men?" Mara asked with a smile. "No need, leave it to me." Sean pushed his glasses up. "The magic I inherited from Eva is quite powerful." Sean slowly stood up and walked in front of the black-robed men. They were initially stunned by Sean's sudden appearance, but quickly reacted and rushed at Sean, while the mages started chanting incantations. "Hey, you two surrounded. If you don't want to die, close your eyes," Sean said. Seeing the two hesitantly close their eyes, he took off his glasses. Then, yellow light emitted from Sean's eyes, just for a moment, and all the black-robed men around him turned into stone. Instant kill. Sean put his glasses back on and said with a smile, "Okay, you can open your eyes now." The man and woman opened their eyes and were astonished to find the black-robed men around them had all turned into stone. "Not bad, Sean. What kind of magic is this?" Iolo patted Sean on the shoulder and asked. "Stone petrification magic. When used, anyone who sees my eyes will turn into stone," Sean replied with a smile. "What's the difference between you and Medusa?" Iolo couldn't help but say. "Medusa? Who is Medusa?" Forget I said that." Iolo silently cursed himself for being stupid. There was no Greek mythology in this world, so how could there be a Medusa? "Thank you for saving us." The man stepped forward, bowed deeply, and expressed his gratitude. "It's nothing. These black-robed men aren't any good. They can stay as stones like this forever." Iolo smiled and waved it off. Chapter 36, The Saint Rank Dennis Warehouse. This spell is indeed very useful, perfect for surprise attacks. After all, the first reaction when facing an enemy is to look at them, right? Said Aaron with a smile as he bid farewell to those people. Hee, it's okay, but Eva was indeed a more excellent mage than me. When she was killed by someone back then, she was already at the gold rank, and think about it, a girl of just 7 or 8 years old was a gold rank mage. Sean sighed. If Eva were still alive, she would certainly be a household name in the Eastern Dragon Empire by now. Alright, don't be sad. No matter what, Eva is relatively happy now, isn't she? Aaron patted Sean on the shoulder to comfort him. At that moment, an eerie sound echoed around them, and the three furrowed their brows, becoming vigilant. Suddenly sensing someone behind them, they turned to see a young man wearing a jacket and glasses Lualban at them with an evil smile. "There's an evil aura emanating from him," frowned Sean. "He seems to be a mage, but where does this evil aura come from?" "You are Aaron, Sean, and Mara, right?" asked the young man. "Who are you? How do you know our names?" The three became alert, realizing the visitor might not have good intentions. Aaron drew his sword. Sean's crystal ball began swirling around him, and Mara unfolded her large fan. His presence felt incredibly powerful. "Say, maybe we shouldn't have wandered out here." Sean sighed helplessly. "Danger awaits us almost everywhere we go. While this isn't necessarily a bad thing, it's exhausting. True powerhouses stand amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What's a little adventure? Aaron sneered at the young man across from him. Who are you? Do you want to become another soul under my lordship? I am Emil, the leader of the group you just defeated. If one's dogs are hurt, the owner naturally comes out to settle the score, right? The young man said with a grin. Settle the score? Do you have the capability? Aaron raised an eyebrow. Judging by your current realm, you seem close to Brealban through to the Saint rank, but ultimately you're still at the gold level. Do you really have the confidence to fight us three? Emil smiled and adjusted his glasses. Sometimes, realm doesn't determine strength. Like you three, enough talk. Let's start the battle and make you realize you've provoked someone you shouldn't. Sean, Caitlin, let's go. Aaron leaped into the air, executing the moonless stream style. Dozens of sword flashes rained down toward Emil. Sean's crystal balls swiftly danced. Time magic, parallel world. 100 crystal balls targeted Emil directly ahead. Mara flashed to Emil's left side, waving her fan. God of Wind's wrath. Dance of wind blades. Wind blades struck Emil from the side. The coordination between the three was evident. They almost simultaneously determined their attack directions. Aaron from the upper right, Sean straight ahead, and Mara from the left. This way, the only escape route was behind them. Forced to dodge the ultimate moves, Emil would inevitably move backward, giving them a chance to combine their attacks. However, to their surprise, Emil showed no signs of fear and instantly disappeared into a cloud of smoke. In the mist, two strangely shaped creatures appeared beside Emil, one resembling a bird, the other a tiger. And an unknown shield appeared in Emil's left hand. What is this? Aaron was surprised. Not monsters, what are these things? These two unidentified creatures blocked his and Mara's attacks, while Sean's frontal assault was deflected by Emil's shield. They are my guardian divine beasts. The bird is Wind Swift Beast, and the tiger is Thunder Speed Beast, Emil said with a smile. You won't win against them. Darn. Aaron landed on the ground, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Spinning his body, sparks ignited on his sword, forming a flaming vortex that transformed into a massive fire dragon charging at the Thunder Speed Beast. Moonless Stream, Garuda Flame. Flames instantly engulfed the Thunder Speed Beast. No so-called guardian divine beast can survive my divine flames. And Mara also attacked, wielding her giant fan with both hands. Wind God's Wrath. Multiple sickle weasels. 3 tornadoes were unleashed from her fan, each infused with formidable inner strength. This combination of inner strength and wind created a fearsome weapon. The 3 tornadoes converged on the Thunder Speed Beast, engulfing it in a storm. Mara put away her fan. To dare call yourself Wind Swift Beast. Wind is my companion. However, to their astonishment, when the flames and storms dissipated, the Thunder Speed Beast and Wind Swift Beast remained unharmed. How can this be? Aaron was shocked. Did we have no effect at all? Mara's face showed disbelief. Fool. Sean, petrify them. Aaron shouted. It only works on humans, Sean explained. You idiot. I meant petrify him himself. Aaron was nearly driven mad. He's wearing glasses, it won't work. Sean said gloomily. Damn it. Why are there so many limitations on this magic? Aaron and Mara retreated back to Sean. Since individual attacks were useless, they had to stay together. This guy is different from the black-robed people we've encountered before. He's a true powerhouse. Although still at the gold level, he's right that realm doesn't determine strength. Along our journey, we've defeated many people and may have become a bit arrogant, forgetting that there are always stronger ones out there. Sean sighed. But we still don't know what kind of magic he uses. What about that shield? It was just here and then disappeared? Mara frowned, puzzled. Perhaps. Sean furrowed his brow. I felt his magic is somewhat special since earlier. Let me try again. Watch him closely. Using this spell will make me dizzy for a few seconds because I haven't fully mastered it. Damn, if this weren't a dense forest, Francisco and Nikki could help us greatly. Don't worry, leave it to us, Aaron said. Sean took a deep breath, unfolding a magic array in front of him. Then the crystal ball began to grow, turning into 3,000 surrounding him densely. Emil couldn't help but frown, sensing that this spell might be troublesome. The crystal balls around Sean projected Emil's image, emitting black light. Time magic, 3,000 worlds. With a wave of his hands, the 3,000 crystal balls rained down like a deluge toward Emil. Cursed. The gold shield in my left hand can repel anything. Emil sneered as he slowly summoned the gold shield. The crystal balls reached Emil almost simultaneously, and the resulting fire and explosions enveloped Emil and his 2 divine beasts. When the smoke cleared, the trio remained unscathed. Darn, are they monsters? Sean felt dizzy and leaned back, caught by Aaron. Gasping for breath, Sean said, but now I finally understand what your magic is. Your magic is imagination, right? Imagination? Aaron and Mara frowned. The magic that turns imagination into reality, similar to my time magic, touching upon certain laws. Damn, this is going to be tough. Chapter 37, Lucky Star. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you would understand the secret of my magic. Indeed, my magic, the concrete arc, can materialize everything I wish for. Emil said with a cold sneer. You should know now, you have no chance of winning. Oh, you're Sean, right? You are very talented. You're strong with temporal magic. Interested in joining our organization? Join you. Sean laughed disdainfully. I'm not that desperate yet. Let's see how long you can last. What do you mean by that? Emil frowned slightly. The magic I've grasped, like yours, touches upon the laws of magic seeds. And you should be well aware that this kind of immensely powerful magic, far exceeding ordinary mages, is known as lost magic. It has significant drawbacks. I wasn't quite clear about it before, but after using 3,000 worlds in Tianfeng City last time, I finally understood. Although we possess powers beyond what ordinary mages can achieve, we cannot sustain prolonged combat. Once our magical power is overused, it could very likely lead to retaliation from this magic. Sean sneered. Don't tell me you haven't felt any strain after casting spells up till now. Emil showed a fierce expression. I didn't expect you to know so much. Since that's the case, you can all die. Emil roared. The death claw residing in my right hand can sever space. As he spoke, his right hand transformed into a pitch-black arm, more akin to an eagle's talon than a human limb. Emil waved his hand forward, and the arm extended infinitely, lunging directly at Sean, who was almost defenseless. Sean's body was still relatively weak and couldn't move. Kato stood in front of him, block Alban with a shield, which deflected Emil's attack, though both Kato and Sean crashed into a large tree behind them. Sean, despite being a mage even after changing professions, had a frail body. This collision had already injured his internal organs, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Brother Kato, Brother Sean. Mara stared intently at the man in front of her, unfurling her fan. Wind God's wrath, great scythe weasel. With a sharp flick of the fan, a hurricane several times stronger than before instantly surrounded Emil, making it impossible to see what was happening inside due to its immense size. Seizing this opportunity, Mara rushed to Kato and Sean's side. Brother Kato, how is Brother Sean? Mara asked anxiously. Not good. Sean's internal organs are damaged. If we delay any longer, he will die. Kato saw Mara's hurricane devastate the surrounding forest, with countless wooden stakes and broken trees piled together, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Withstanding such wide-ranging magic, there's no way he could still be alive. But that's not necessarily true. Emil's voice sounded, shock Alban both Kato and Mara. From afar, under a broken tree, Emil slowly stood up, albeit with multiple injuries on his body. This is the first time I've been so badly hurt since joining the organization. Trash like you managed to fight me to a draw? But don't get too cocky, it's not over yet. I'll bury you here. Emil crossed his hands, and a foul, evil magic burst forth from his body. Then, Kato and Mara found themselves unable to move, as a black tower of light appeared beneath their feet, merging their lower bodies into it, immobilizing them. Damn it, what kind of magic is this? If Sean takes another hit, he's finished. Kato desperately tried to break free, but couldn't use his martial arts or fighting spirit. Bury them, Tower of Gods. Emil watched as the giant tower exploded, Alban with satisfaction. The next moment, however, he was surprised to find the three unharmed, encased within a blue spherical barrier. Who's there? Show yourself. Emil snarled viciously. Slowly, a woman in her early 40s emerged from the forest. Though she had some white hair, she didn't appear old, exuding a queen-like regal aura. She held an elegant blue staff and approached Emil. To deal with 3 children, you resort to such cruelty? Emil sneered. You save them? Then you die too. I must die. The woman laughed. Ever since I, Sylvana, advanced to the saint rank, not many people have dared to speak to me like that. You're a saint rank. Emil was shocked and immediately thought of retreating. After all, as Sean had mentioned earlier, while his magic was powerful, it couldn't be used for long periods without Alban retaliation from the magic itself. And now, he had little magic power left. If he forced himself to continue fighting, it would cost him his life. Emil gritted his teeth. The wings of the flying Pegasus reside in my feet. As he spoke, a pair of wings appeared on each of his feet, allowing him to fly into the air and quickly disappear from Sylvana's sight. Sylvana sighed, while Alban over to where Mike, Sean, and Mara lay on the ground. She sighed again, murmuring, this child is quite seriously injured. The gemstone on her magic staff emitted a blue light, from which small bubbles emerged. The bubbles adhered to Sean's wounds, some even entering his body to heal internal injuries. As Sean's wounds gradually healed, his consciousness also began to slowly return. Meanwhile, Mike and Mara had merely lost consciousness temporarily due to the explosion. They also woke up at this moment. Seeing this unfamiliar woman treating Sean, they didn't interrupt her. After a while, Sean's wounds were fully healed, and he completely regained consciousness. Sean slowly sat up, Alban bewildered, while Mike and Mara gave him questioning glances. Sylvana stood up with a slight smile, saying, your injuries aren't too serious anymore. Why was that man chasing after you? From what I saw, he was using lost magic related to the creation law, a very powerful archmage. But don't worry, I've chased him away. Are you a saint rank? Mike asked. You're quite perceptive, Sylvana smiled and said. Where are you headed? We want to go to Sea Blue City Sea Blue Gym for a gym battle. Mike scratched his head and said, we didn't expect to be chased by that man named Emil halfway there. We offended them back in Xuanhuan Town in Donglong City. Truly a case of old enemies meeting on narrow roads. So you've already obtained the Xuanhuan Gym badge? Sylvana asked. Mike nodded. Sylvana smiled and said, all right, you're fine now, and I should be going. We will meet again. With that, Sylvana slowly walked away and disappeared from Mike and the others' sight. Chapter 38, Divide and Conquer. So, let's continue with our goal and find the wish-granting cliff, Iolo said with a smile. Huh? You still haven't given up? Mara was speechless. You won't find it. Iolo raised an eyebrow in displeasure. What do you mean, huh? There's still time before dusk. Hurry up. We need to start Alban. Sean sighed. I can't walk anymore. What's the point of finding it anyway? Of course, we want to make wishes to become stronger. Although in terms of strength I'm on par with you guys, my realm is far behind yours. How can this captain be the weakest among you? Iolo replied. Just as Sean was about to say something, he noticed a fireball in the sky, initially small but gradually enlarging. His expression changed dramatically. Quick, get away. All three noticed the fireball getting closer and quickly moved back. Instantly, a large crater appeared in the center where they were standing. Seeing no further movement around them, they cautiously approached the crater. Inside was an oval egg, quite large, and Iolo couldn't help but think how much it resembled those Easter eggs from Earth. What do you think this is? Mara asked. Who wants to go down and retrieve it? I think it might be a magic beast's egg, Iolo speculated. Have you ever seen a magic beast's egg fly down from the sky as a fireball? Iolo wiped the sweat off his forehead, speechless. Forget it. Let's just get it up here first. Iolo jumped into the pit and picked up the not-so-small egg. The three squatted down to examine it closely, but they still had no idea what it was. Sean, aren't you familiar with these magic beasts? What could this be? I'm not sure either. I've never read about it in books or heard about it from teachers. Sean pushed his glasses up. At that moment, the egg began to tremble slightly. Huh, it seems to be hatching. The three watched excitedly as a very cute little creature emerged from the egg. The creature had a star-shaped head, big watery eyes, multiple mouths, and a body smaller than its head, somewhat like a dog's body, but floating in the air surrounded by colorful light spots. Wow, so cute. Mara, being a girl, couldn't resist pouncing towards it and holding it in her arms, rubbing her face against it. Unexpectedly, though small, the little creature had a big temper and slapped Mara's face. Just as she was about to snap, the little creature hid in Iolo's arms. What? Why would you choose him over me? Mara cried out in frustration. Sweat. Caitlin, what are you saying? That sounds so awkward. Sean's lips twitched. Maybe it's because Iolo picked up the egg, so it feels close to him. This little guy is truly adorable. Iolo smiled as the creature snuggled against him, gently holding it in his arms. Sean, any idea what this little one is? Sean shook his head. Suddenly, xuanhuan appeared in Sean's arms and said, You guys really have great luck. Such a rare opportunity. What exactly is this little one? Iolo asked. This little one is called a lucky star, also known as a wish-granting star. It's a quasi-divine magic beast that can grant wishes, but it has no offensive abilities. It's said that every 50 years, it comes from the Milky Way to the Dusk Forest to seek the wish-granting cliff, waiting for people to come and make wishes. Then it falls into a deep sleep and returns to the Milky Way, xuanhuan explained. So that's why the Dusk Forest has legends about granting wishes. It turns out it's true. Iolo smiled, Stroalban the lucky star's head. But be careful. Many people calculate when the lucky star arrives and come searching for it. Some illegal forces might even use it to grant terrifying wishes. So, you must protect it. The person who held the lucky star will be its favorite during this time. You can follow it to find the wish-granting cliff and make your wishes, xuanhuan finished before diving back into Sean's arms. Iolo frowned and said, Could those black-clothed men be searching for the lucky star too? What about that Saint Rank Sr.? It's very likely. If the black-clothed men discover we have the lucky star, it will be troublesome. Now, we need to get to the wish-granting cliff as soon as possible, Mara said. We can't defeat that Emil. If the lucky star falls into his hands, everything will be over. Iolo nodded and lowered his head to ask, Lucky star, do you know where the wish-granting cliff is? Hernan, you take us there. The lucky star nodded in agreement. The three of them followed the direction indicated by the lucky star. Sometimes, as the saying goes, enemies always meet on narrow roads. Although Iolo's group did not want to encounter the black-clothed organization, they met again. However, it seemed to be another team this time because Emil was not among them. Let's finish this quickly. We can't make too much noise or it will attract others. Sean took off his glasses, his eyes flashing with yellow light, and before the black-clothed people could react, they were all petrified, except for one. This guy didn't look into my eyes just now. Sean frowned. He shouldn't know about my petrifying eyes. Then, let's take care of him. At this moment, the lucky star's body emitted a glow, slowly merging into Iolo's body. Don't worry. xuanhuan spoke up. This is just a self-protection mechanism when the lucky star senses danger. Why aren't you disappearing this time? You usually run away at the first sign of battle. Sean seemed slightly surprised. The crisis this time isn't too great, so it's fine. xuanhuan waved its paw. I didn't think Emil was telling the truth, and you're still alive? The remaining black-clothed man sneered. You came for the lucky star? Iolo asked. Exactly. That useless Emil couldn't even handle the three of you, but I don't want to be your enemy. Just hand over the lucky star. The black-clothed man said coldly. Hand over the lucky star to you? Do you think we would agree? Iolo's eyes showed ridicule. Besides, the lucky star is inside me now. Do you think you can take it? The black-clothed man shrugged. No problem. Since we came here Lualban for it, we've already made preparations. There are many ways to take the lucky star out of your body, hehe. Chapter 39, Sean's outburst. Be careful, this guy is not an ordinary opponent, Sean said. The man in black tore off all his black clothes, revealing a Gervais who appeared to be in his 30s, holding a long sword. Iolo frowned. Be careful, this guy is a sword saint. My name is Jeffrey, please guide me. The man drew his long sword and raised it high. Iolo unsheathed his sword and lunged at Jeffrey's face. Jeffrey gave a faint smile and slightly turned the long sword, using the sunlight to reflect directly into Iolo's eyes. Blinded by the sudden light, Iolo immediately closed his eyes. Jeffrey smiled smugly. Oh no. Sean's crystal ball shot out instantly, and Mara's large fan also released a whirlwind, but it was too late. Jeffrey's hand had already reached inside Iolo's body and grabbed Ansel. Ansel cried, trying to struggle free, but to no avail. Since Ansel had no attack power, Jeffrey easily captured him. The mission is complete. I have no intention of talbing your lives. Leave now. With that, Jeffrey vanished into the forest. Iolo, having been attacked, fell unconscious. Sean and Mara rushed over, relieved to find that Iolo was just unconscious with no serious injuries. What should we do? Ansel has been captured. We must get him back no matter what. Mara said, but we don't know where their base is. Sunset Forest is vast, and none of us can sense auras like a bard. It will be difficult to find them, Sean sighed. Xuanhuan then poked its head out. I can help you. Don't forget, I'm Xuanhuan and have memorized Ansel's scent. Really? Sean did not show extreme joy, but eyed Xuanhuan suspiciously. Ernan, we trust you? What kind of attitude is that? At least I'm a guardian deity, Xuanhuan growled. Underestimating a deity will have consequences. Sean Gidge, Iolo Gidge is walbin up. Mara smiled in relief. Damn it, we must bring Ansel back. Who knows what that organization will do to him? Iolo clenched his fists. It's all my fault. I failed to protect him. Sean sighed. This isn't entirely your fault. It seems we underestimated this organization. Now it looks like they have quite a few experts. Well, let's not dwell on it. Xuanhuan says he can help us find Ansel. Time is short. Only 1 hour before sunset. Mara said, let's set off right away. The three moved as fast as possible in the direction Xuanhuan indicated, soon arriving at a warship. Xuanhuan said, Ansel is inside. I can smell him. The others are not worth mentioning, but Emile, an unknown woman, and Jeffrey are here too, and they seem to be skilled, stationed on the first, second, and third floors respectively. They clearly anticipated our pursuit and set up checkpoints. To rescue Ansel as quickly as possible, we need to fight one-on-one, Iolo said. The three fell silent, knowing they were not individually strong enough against their opponents, especially the unknown woman whose skills remained a mystery. According to their setup, Jeffrey should be the strongest. Let me handle him, Iolo said. I'll deal with the mage Emile. Sean pushed up his glasses. Mara laughed. Then the mysterious woman is mine. Be careful. I'll follow Iolo to look for Ansel, Xuanhuan said, clutching Iolo's chest. Although it's not nice to doubt, why are you so enthusiastic today? Sean asked suspiciously. You usually slip away faster than anyone. Well, you see, rescuing Ansel would be a great achievement for us guardian deities. Maybe I can get promoted, Xuanhuan grinned slyly. The three exchanged glances as if they had expected this response, took deep breaths, and entered the warship stronghold. At that moment, Emile on the first floor, the mysterious woman on the second floor, and Jeffrey on the third floor simultaneously sensed the presence of Iolo and his companions, each arriving at the designated checkpoints to intercept them. On their way, the trio encountered no resistance, which was part of Jeffrey's plan. For them, it was just a game. There was no need for such a large-scale effort. Soon, the three arrived at the checkpoint guarded by Emile. It seems we meet again. You guys caused me quite some trouble last time. Emile sneered. As he spoke, his right hand suddenly transformed into the same pitch-black claw as before. The black claw was about to attack Iolo, but was blocked by Sean's black crystal ball. Sean stepped forward and said coldly, Emile, your opponent is me. Iolo, Caitlin, go on. Leave it to you, Sean. Iolo and Mara quickly went up the stairs to the second floor. It seems you intend to face me alone. Ernan, you really do that? Emile sneered. Just you alone? 3 of you weren't my match earlier, yet you remain here by yourself, underestimating me. Sean smiled too. A few hours ago, in the forest, I couldn't fully utilize my abilities. But now that there's ample space here, it doesn't matter. Sean's expression turned cold. Norma, Clem. As soon as he spoke, Emile felt a sudden numbness, unable to muster any strength. Lualbin closely, his body was covered with purple butterflies. Just then, a roar echoed from above, followed by a massive battle axe chopping down towards him. A powerful vibration reached Iolo and Mara on the second floor. Will brother Sean be alright? Mara asked worriedly. Don't worry. Sean has 2 magic pets, so he should be fine, Iolo replied. So you've decided to use a divide and conquer strategy. A sultry laughter sounded, and Iolo and Mara stopped. In front of them stood a gorgeously dressed woman, holding an exquisite lute, her bewitching eyes staring at them. I am a bard, please guide me. A bard? How can it be an auxiliary class? Mara frowned. However, she understood that if the opponent dared to single-handedly confront them here, she must have sufficient strength. Although bards were supportive roles, it didn't mean they lacked offensive capabilities. Brother Iolo, let's stick to the plan. Leave this to me. I'm counting on you. Iolo continued upstairs with Xuanhuan in his arms. Chapter 40. The Demon God Jamal. At this moment on the first level, Sean did indeed manage a successful ambush at first with Norma and Francisco. However, when Francisco swung his battle axe, Emile had already conjured up a shield which, fragile as it seemed before the axe, managed to block the attack. This is quite a surprise. You actually have 2 more magic pets. Emile smiled. But do you really think such a move could defeat me? You're too naive. Sean also smiled, spreading his hands as the crystal ball transformed into 100 orbs. I didn't expect that move to beat you either. Which is more powerful, time or creativity? I'm truly Lualbin forward to finding out. Seems like you're rather confident. Emile adjusted his glasses and said. Sean replied with a smile. Regardless of whether I live or die today, you will be buried with me. He then waved his hands, shooting the crystal balls like bullets at Emile. But this time, it wasn't the parallel world. He only used them for ordinary attacks because Sean knew well that using grand spells would rapidly consume physical and magical strength. Since his opponent was equally proficient in magic, the best strategy was to prolong the battle, letting the opponent expend more magic power. Thus, by leveraging Francisco and Norma, the chance to defeat the enemy would increase. With so many crystal balls, Emil had no choice but to keep the shield up. Yet doing so, his rate of magic consumption surpassed Sean's. Emil clearly understood Sean's strategy, unwilling to fall into the trap, yet forced to. Emil felt unprecedented humiliation, roaring, "Come out, my guardian beasts, Thunder Beast and Wind Beast. Humph, you think you're the only one with magic pets? As long as I want, I can create sacred beasts to fight for me too." As soon as he finished Spielben, two huge whirlpools appeared around him from which Thunder Beast and Wind Beast emerged. Sean burst out laughing. "What's so funny?" Emil growled. "I laugh at your foolishness. Did you think I wouldn't know about these creations?" Sean pointed ahead. "I've been thin-alban about this all along. Now I finally understand. Your monsters aren't worth fearing." "What are you saying?" Emil's face showed disbelief. "Humph, just tell Alban big. Think about your current situation. My guardian beasts will slay Minotaur and ghostly butterfly easily." "Is that so?" Sean sneered. "Time magic. Turn back the existence of objects in time. Vanish." Instantly, the two guardian beasts beside Emil wailed and transformed back into whirlwinds, vanishing into specks of light. "How can this be?" Emil blanched. Sean sneered. "From the beginning, I suspected if you really could create anything through imagination, wouldn't you be invincible? But combined with my magic, I discovered the true secret. It lies in your inability to create life. At most, you can only create non-living things, puppets." "You." Emil was stunned speechless with shock and anger. In this world, whether it's magic or martial arts, nothing is perfect. The closest ones come with severe side effects and limitations. My time magic manipulates time, but not living beings' time, while your magic can create something out of nothing, yet it cannot create life. If they're not alive, I can nullify their existence with time magic, right? Despite our battles being hours apart, I've been analyzing your magic. My magic seems custom-made to counter yours." Sean smirked. "Though your dark claw and shield were adapted from your arms and belong to the living realm, I couldn't apply time magic there. However, losing the summoning of sacred beasts, how can you possibly win against me and my magic pets?" Emil clenched his fists tightly, trembling. An eerie fear crept into his heart. Am I afraid? Impossible. Haha. At this moment, Emil laughed. Sean frowned. "What are you laughing about?" "I laugh at your foolishness too." Emil's face twisted into a menacing expression. "Fear and pressure only fuel my imagination." "Ha." Emil extended his hands forward. "Reveal yourself, the Sanit river of loneliness that devours souls." As he slapped his hands on the ground, silver-gray lake water instantly appeared all around, rapidly spreading to Sean's side. Sean raised an eyebrow, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Humph, didn't I say? I can manipulate the time of objects. No matter how powerful your river ability is, what use does it have? Time magic, manipulate the river's time to the future, evaporate." However, this time, the magic did not activate, and Sean's face showed surprise. "How could this be? Why can't I manipulate time anymore?" Perfect opportunity. At that moment, Emil's dark claw struck Sean's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away until he slammed into a steel wall, coughing up blood. This blow had severely wounded Sean. Cold sweat poured down as he clutched his stomach, trying to struggle to his feet, but feeling powerless. "It's useless. You said you could only manipulate the time of objects, right?" Emil revealed his left hand with a gash. You mixed your blood in the river, giving it lifelike characteristics." Sean frowned deeply. At this moment, he couldn't muster any strength. "Damn, was it because of this river? What a miscalculation." Chuckles. "Look, your Francisco and Norma can't get up either." Emil pointed to Sean's two fallen magic pets, which could only emit pitiful cries. A victorious smile spread across Emil's face. "It seems I win in the end, doesn't it? This river is called the Sanit River of Loneliness. It can absorb your power." "Damn." Sean clenched his fists as Emil kicked him again and stepped on him. The two magic pets struggled to stand and help their master, but were too weak. Why am I so useless?" Sean thought in frustration. "I clearly made a promise with Eva to use her magic to bury that woman myself. How can this be happening here now? No, I won't accept it." Sean muttered under his breath. What are you saying?" Emil leaned down close to Sean's ear. "What a useless piece of trash. Are you begging for mercy?" Sean bit his tongue fiercely, using the sudden pain to help himself stand up. "I'm not trash," he roared, punching Emil away. Chapter 41, Devil God Jamal 2. Emil spat out a mouthful of blood and rubbed his eyes. A monster. Emil's face was filled with horror. Worthless. Sean's head slowly lifted, his bloodshot eyes staring coldly at Emil, freezing him in place. The black crystal ball emitted a brilliant light as it returned to Sean's hand. "You call me worthless? Fine, I'll prove I'm not by killing you. Time magic, parallel world. Let me grant you the cruelest future." 100 crystal balls shot toward Emil. His pupils constricted. This speed far exceeded what he had faced earlier. Before Emil could react fully, the crystal balls were already in front of him, followed by a series of explosions that enveloped him in flames. "Nikki, Clem, get up and use your strongest attacks to crush him," Sean roared. Nikki, the ghost butterfly, let out a high-pitched cry, flapping its wings unsteadily as it flew up. Its wings grew faster until a large swarm of black butterflies appeared. Each butterfly had a sharp proboscis laced with deadly poison. This was the most terrifying move of the ghost butterfly, the dance of demon butterflies. Even a saint-level being would have to evade this attack, though it could only be used once a day. Clem also rose with a roar, raising his battle axe which emitted eerie cries like wails of ghosts, exuding a heavy bloody aura. This was the Minotaur's ultimate skill, Blood Slash. A blood-red glow enveloped the giant axe just as the horrific dance of demon butterflies hit Emil amid the ongoing explosions. Sean took a deep breath. Nikki and Clem, having used their ultimate skills, needed rest and returned to the demon pet ring. Now, he should be dead. Sean sighed in relief. Not over yet. Emil's Feng Kong de Xiaosheng Hun Hun de Jun Shi, Zila Loiji de Shinko. It's impossible. Withstanding such powerful attacks, even a saint would be severely injured. How can he be unscathed? Yu Tianlin said, though the explosion smoke prevented him from seeing Emil clearly, but he could tell Emil was fine from his tone. Then, a steady and slightly indifferent voice sounded. Because I blocked the attacks for him. Suddenly, the wind blew away the smoke. Sean saw a tall, handsome man hovering in the air, with Emil standing behind him, grinning madly. The man had long black hair down to his waist, goat-like horns on his head, pointed ears, and a pair of black wings behind him. He wore lavish ornaments. Sean stared incredulously at the man before him. If not for his injuries, he might have thought he was dreaming. He still couldn't believe what he was seeing. How can this be? The devil god Jamal, one of the most powerful beings in the netherworld. How can you be here? Surprised, aren't you, Sean? Our family has a 10,000th lineage of devil god Jamal, allowing me to perform a secret ritual to summon him. It cost me 50 years of life, and can only be used once. But you forced me to use this move. Ancestor, kill him and avenge me. Emil laughed maniacally. Do you know who you're Talalban to? Jamal looked at Emil as if he were an ant, and then grabbed his throat tightly, Spialban icily. You're commanding me? A mere human? Someone with such a filthy soul. You can't do this. I'm your descendant. Emil struggled, but escaping was laughable. Descendant? Humph. Just because you have a 10,000th of my bloodline, you dare claim to be my descendant? Who do you think you are? Whether I kill him depends on my mood. Whether I kill you also depends on my mood. Summoning me here so easily infuriates me, so I'll kill you first. As he spoke, Jamal tightened his grip, severing Emil's head cleanly. Throughout this, Sean hadn't moved a single step, merely staring in shock at Jamal's actions. Turning to look at Sean, Jamal smiled wickedly. Had enough? Jamal's words struck Sean like a wake-up call. He retracted the crystal ball, bit his left ring finger, and drew a blood line in front of him. Then, placing his left hand on his chest, kneeling with his left knee on the ground, and his right hand beside his right foot, he lowered his head and tried to steady his voice. Greetings, Lord Jamal. Really? Jamal smiled with interest. It's been tens of millions of years, and I didn't expect anyone in the human world still knows how to worship me. I thought everyone here now worships gods. However, Sean remained silent as Jamal descended to the ground and slowly walked towards him. Sean instantly felt an overwhelming pressure. Though it didn't harm him, it made him realize just how insignificant he was. Why aren't you Spialban? Jamal asked with a smile. Sean swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and recalled what his master had taught him. Slowly raising his head, he placed his left hand from his chest onto Jamal's right hand, trying not to let it tremble. Then, he moved Jamal's hand to his own chest and placed his right hand back on his right knee. It seems you truly understand the rules. Not bad. When answering my questions, if you're human, you must first seek my permission in this manner. Otherwise, it will be a dead end. Jamal withdrew his hand from Sean's chest and said, Now, you may speak. Sean bowed again, returning to his original posture, and replied, Yes, these rules were taught to me by my master. Why did your master teach you this? And why did you learn it? Jamal asked curiously. My master once said that as a spell book, especially an archmage, one cannot forget the rules of worshipping you, for magic originates from the netherworld. Thus, we are called mages, wielding magic. Those who worship the gods should be priests learning divine arts, not mages. Sean continued without daring to look up, adhering to the rules not to gaze upon Jamal during the conversation. Then why did you agree to learn this? Isn't everyone very devout to the gods nowadays? Jamal asked again. To be honest, at first, it was just to complete my master's task. But, when I became an archmage, understanding magic, I sensed its origin. Sean said nervously. Only by delving into the deepest realms of sorcery can magic become more powerful and perfect. I see. Jamal squatted down, lifted Sean's chin with his right hand, and said with a smile, Come with me to the netherworld and serve me. Sean's eyes widened in disbelief. His master had said mortals couldn't enter the netherworld simply by advancing to the god tier. They needed the approval of a demon. However, the netherworld was indeed the best place for mages, and becoming a servant of a high-ran Alban demon could greatly aid one's cultivation. Being a servant of a devil god was an honor many high-ran Alban demons craved. So, you're worried about your companions? Don't worry. I promise they'll be fine, and I'll ensure you all reunite. We'll just stay in the netherworld for a while. How does that sound? Jamal exuded a regal aura that turned Sean's initial fear and anxiety into fervent excitement. Finally, falling to his knees, Sean bowed and trembled as he said, Please, master, establish the contract. Chapter 42, The Gu Despising. At this moment, no one knew that Emil was already dead, nor did they know that Sean had followed Jamal to the netherworld. At this moment, on the second floor, Mara was confronting Kinley. Hee, such a cute little girl. I almost can't bear to lay a hand on you. Kinley twisted her waist, cradling her pipa, gently placing her hands on it. Little girl, it's not too late to leave. Mara sneered. Do you think there's a way out? She unfolded her fan. Let's get started. Kinley began playing music. As a musician, what she excelled at most was using instruments to play music to enhance her own side. However, Precisely because of focusing on support, musicians generally lack offensive power. But now, she was fighting alone here. The reason why Mara did not attack first was because of this. She did not believe an ordinary musician would dare to challenge an offensive profession alone. There might be someone in secret, but this seemed unlikely as Branson had already investigated. The other possibility was that she was not an ordinary musician. Mara once heard her father say that some people who were dissatisfied with their lack of powerful attacks tried to study two professions simultaneously. Most people failed, but some found a trick, maalben themselves stronger this way. Seeing the opponent constantly playing the pipa, emitting notes which should serve as positive enhancement, Mara decided to probe the opponent's strength first. God of Wind's wrath, sickle weasel. Mara unleashed a tornado, aiming to counteract Kinley's move. Sound changes when encountering strong wind, disrupting correct playing and providing a good way to understand if this was just a bluff. Kinley saw the approaching hurricane, but showed no panic and continued playing the pipa. The tornado enveloped her, yet Mara felt something wasn't right. After the tornado dispersed, Kinley had vanished from where she stood. Damn it, where is she? Mara used her fan as a shield over her chest, observing all around. Suddenly, she sensed danger behind her, instinctively turning and shielding herself. Almost immediately, several silver needles hit the fan, Sparalban before falling to the ground, emitting a corrosive hiss. Poison. I didn't expect you to use poison. Though Mara knew her opponent wouldn't be ordinary, she was still somewhat surprised by the use of poison. Using poison belonged to martial arts, but even martial artists rarely ventured into it. Not that gentlemen don't use dishonorable means, but poison has little effect against high-tier opponents. Most silver-level and above individuals are nearly immune to poison, while poisons lethal enough to instantly kill experts had long disappeared from history. Examining the fallen needles, Mara recognized ordinary corpse poison, frowning. Using such inferior poison, do you underestimate me? Kinley smiled. You shouldn't talk like that, little girl. Look behind you. Mara froze, then turned around, her expression changing dramatically. A massive scarlet whip snake had appeared behind her, and without hesitation, she moved out of its attack range. I didn't expect you to have the snake demon known as the scarlet whip snake. It said its venom can corrode everything, and even high-ranalban individuals could die from carelessness. With its large body and thick scales, its defense and physical attack are top-notch. Isn't that right? You're only half right. It's not just a common scarlet whip snake, but a scarlet king cobra. Kinley laughed slyly. The scarlet king cobra has power not unlike your own. A flicker of fear crossed Mara's eyes, quickly replaced by determination. Assessing the situation, she realized she formed a triangle with the scarlet king cobra and Kinley. Attack Alban either would expose her to the other. Thus, she needed to eliminate one while avoiding the other. She deemed it safer to deal with the scarlet king cobra, first, due to its formidable strength and venom. To underestimate it would be a mistake. If she were to fight the scarlet king cobra, she had to ensure she wasn't hit once. Defeating Kinley while dodging the scarlet king cobra would be extremely difficult. Mara unfolded her fan. God of Wind's wrath, sickle weasel. She waved the fan vigorously, creating a massive hurricane that rebounded in the confined space, ricocheting from one place to another and forming an arena where wind blades danced everywhere, sustaining this phenomenon for some time. Mara sneered as she made a beeline for the scarlet king cobra. Though its defensive and offensive capabilities were astonishing, Mara knew a crucial fact about all powerful snake creatures. Their weak point was always the heart area beneath the 7th scale. Mara folded her fan, using the wind blades as a stepping platform to rapidly move behind the scarlet king cobra. She pressed one end of the fan onto the 7-inch mark on the snake, standing atop the fan to increase its force. However, to Mara's surprise, even such powerful pressure couldn't penetrate the scales at the scarlet king cobra's weak point. Damn it, how is this possible? As Mara's face changed drastically, her body reacted instantly, immediately leaving her original position with the fan. In the next second, the scarlet king cobra released its venom. Observing the corroded walls, Mara's expression darkened further. The ship's metal-lined walls had been severely damaged by the corrosive poison in just moments. Even Mara couldn't help but shudder at the sight. The hurricane also dissipated by now. Seeing Kinley laugh smugly opposite her, Mara felt something amiss, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. There was an odd sense of disharmony. However, there was no time for deeper thought as the scarlet king cobra lunged again. God of Wind's wrath, dance of wind blades. Mara unleashed dozens of wind blades across the entire body of the scarlet king cobra, but they proved ineffective. Give up, you can't win against the scarlet king cobra, little girl. Kinley laughed condescendingly. However, Mara smiled as well. Why are you so pleased, Kinley? Do you think I'm just this capable? She stuck her fan into the ground. Did you know that the Roan family is renowned as a martial arts family not only because of our impressive martial arts, but also because we possess secret martial techniques passed down to only one person per generation, possessing tremendous power. And I am the inheritor of these secret techniques. Now let me show you how easily your so-called Scarlet King Cobra can be defeated. Mara lightly covered her mouth with her hand, waiting until the Scarlet King Cobra was almost within Strialban distance. She then moved her hand away, spitting out gray smoke that enveloped the snake. Though obscured, screams could be heard from the Scarlet King Cobra. Kinley's face changed drastically, yet she didn't stop playing the pipa. What did you do? Is it poison? Impossible. The Scarlet King Cobra has unmatched resistance to toxins. Nothing in the world can harm it. You're right. It's not poison. What I expelled is the goo poison, Mara replied with a cold smirk. Chapter 43, Priestoni. Goo. Emidsgedonling sir, da ban. Impossible. It said that the secret art of Gu was long lost along with the Wuyue clan who once thrived on Noah continent. Are you a descendant of the Wuyue clan? No, I am not a descendant of the Wuyue clan. Our family merely had some connection with them in the past, so we inherited this power of Gu from them. What I spit out may look like smoke, but it is actually a cloud of insect-like creatures at the microbial level. How strong the scarlet python's resistance to toxins might be, what I released wasn't poison. These insects will drill into the mouth of the scarlet python and devour its flesh. Eventually, it ends up like this. Mara pointed to the hollow remains of the scarlet python behind her and said calmly, I didn't expect a little girl like you would have such disgusting things inside you. What's the point of pretending to be calm now? You've already lost this battle. Mara said, God of Wind's fury, dance of wind blades. Dozens of wind blades struck Imazidon instantly, but Mara's face turned extremely grim because the wind blades went straight through the opponent as if the body were air. Then, more and more duplicates of Imazidon appeared around Mara, each one Lualban exactly the same with no differences whatsoever. Mara looked around and said, I finally understand. Your true power isn't poison but illusions. You can cast illusions on me while playing music, albeit it impossible for me to pinpoint your real self, which prevents me from attack you. No wonder an auxiliary role dared to confront me directly. You knew I wouldn't be able to hit you. Imajubong chuckled and said, Little girl, don't you think it's too late to realize that? After all, I've been winning since the start of this fight, haven't I? You won? Huh, that's laughable, Mara sneered. Right now, I'm just suppressed by your illusions and can't find you. But your offensive means are few, aren't they? Otherwise, why didn't you attack when the Scarlet Python was Strialban? At those moments, I exposed many weaknesses, but you only kept playing your pipa. Sometimes you shouldn't talk too confidently, little girl. It might lead to trouble, Imajubong replied. Suddenly, Mara felt pain in her wrist and saw that a silver thread had wrapped around it, cutting into her flesh with just a slight pull. This is a string from your pipa? Mara took out a bandage from her storage ring and skillfully bandaged her wound. These strings from my pipa are my weapons. Not knowing which one is the real me, do you think you can defend against my strings? Imajubong smiled triumphantly. Mara used her fan as a shield in front of her chest and eyed her surroundings warily. Something's off. There must be something wrong. She struggled to recall that among these numerous figures, only one was the real Imajubong, while the others were fakes. And there must be some differences between the real and fake ones. It's impossible for them to be perfectly identical. She hadn't found the difference yet, but Imajubong seemed amused by her own trick, occasionally using her strings to make cuts on Mara without targeting vital spots, intentionally playing a cat and mouse game. Mara felt unprecedented humiliation until she suddenly noticed their feet, the shadows. That's right, even in dim lighting, there should still be shadows, but none of these figures had shadows under their feet, meaning all those without shadows were fakes. However, Mara remained composed. It was too early to act. She wasn't sure if Imajubong had any hidden tricks. She needed to endure until Imajubong delivered her final blow. Then, the real Imajubong would likely lower her guard, creating an opening. Mara managed a barely noticeable smile. The standoff lasted nearly 5 minutes before Imajubong decided to launch her finishing move. Sorry, little girl, sister doesn't want to play anymore. Let me send you on your way. Imajubong felt certain of her victory. Indeed, the real Imajubong moved closer to Mara along with the illusions, and Mara thought, it's truly better for heaven to sin than for man to. As Imajubong approached Mara, ready to strike, a glint of ferocity flashed in Mara's eyes. A barely noticeable green substance on her right thumbnail directly stimulated Imajubong's arm holding the pipa. Ignoring the pain, Imajubong hurriedly moved away from Mara. Impossible. How did you see through it? You couldn't have seen through my illusions. They are perfect. Your illusions are perfect? Mara sneered with disdain. Don't make me laugh. It's miraculous that someone who doesn't know the weaknesses of their own techniques can survive this long. I won't tell you, and I want you to die an unsatisfied death. Make me die unsatisfied? With just you. Imajubong's voice was sharp and piercing. Just Brea Alban my illusions doesn't mean you're sure to win. What other moves do you have? You've used all your tricks. For a loot player, attack power is secondary. I really can't imagine how you could win over me. And do you think my earlier move was only to stop you from playing the pipa? Mara said indifferently. Imajubong's pupils contracted slightly as she looked at her gradually bluish arm with fear, then glanced at Mara. You used goo. Exactly, and it's the heart-devouring goo. Mara laughed coldly. It will crawl along your arm all the way to your heart and devour it. If you can't bear the pain, I suggest you kill yourself. Those who can subdue the Scarlet Python must be people with blood-stained hands. If you weren't cruel, I might have spared your life, but you don't deserve it. Mara watched as Imajubong screamed in agony and fell to the ground, gradually losing her breath, feeling relieved. At this moment, Mara couldn't help but worry. During the fight, a tremendous explosion had been heard on the first floor, signaling the battle had started. But now, the first floor was completely silent. After some consideration, Mara decided to return to the first floor to check. Upon reaching the first floor, she saw a scene of devastation. When she saw Emil's decapitated body, a look of horror appeared on her face. Knowing that Sean was a mage who wouldn't possess a spell capable of severing heads, this injury didn't seem like Sean's doing at all. Fear began to rise in Mara's heart. Where's brother Sean? Could he? No. Impossible. He's so strong. How could he be dead? While comforting herself, Mara searched for any clues about Sean. Finally, she found a magic book in a corner. The magic book was a gift from Sean's teacher before he obtained a new weapon. Mara opened the first page of the book, trembling hands turning the page. After reading the first page, she breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought Brother Sean has such an opportunity? But how could he leave now? Mara muttered to herself. Since I'm certain Brother Sean is safe, I need to hurry and help Brother Iolo. Mara shouldered her fan, picked up Sean's magic book, and rushed to the third level of the warship as quickly as possible. Chapter 44, Tai Chi Sword. At this moment, Sean had already followed Jamal to the netherworld. It was vastly different from what Sean had imagined. The environment here was no worse than that of Noah continent. The descriptions in books about the horrors and hellish conditions of the netherworld were all baseless. Following Jamal into a black castle, there were all sorts of demons inside, undoubtedly Hiran Alban beings. Each one was greatly surprised when they saw Sean. After all, it had been a very long time since any mortals visited the netherworld. Leading Sean into an enormous room, at the center of which was a magic circle with a radius of about 5 meters, and suspended above the magic circle was a cradle. This is where you will rest. Yes, master. Jamal suddenly frowned, then looked at Sean, and finally placed his hand on Sean's forehead. After a while, he said, I didn't expect you to be the reincarnation of the leader of Noah. Sean then recalled how the Noah clan and the divine and demonic races were sworn enemies. To prevent the revival of the Noah clan, Jamal might very well kill him. With this thought, Sean's face turned pale. However, Jamal did not seem to have the intention to kill him, leaving Sean unsure of what to say, standing silently by. I didn't think I'd see a member of the Noah clan. Truly a coincidence, Jamal said indifferently. You needn't worry, I won't kill you. The demon god who killed your clansmen millions of years ago, my father, is dead. I am the new demon god, and I have no grudge against the Noah clan. What? Even Sean was stunned. A second demon god. Could gods die? Is this so surprising? Both demons and gods can die. Just because they don't age doesn't mean they cannot be destroyed. If someone stronger kills them, they naturally die, Jamal explained. From what I can see, your power isn't fully restored yet. Although the magic you use resonates with your previous life's magic, due to your physical body, using time magic places a heavy burden on you, correct? Sean nodded. I cannot engage in prolonged battles because excessive use of magic can lead to backlash. So, in the short term, our focus will be on enhancing your magic power. Brea Alban through to the Saint rank is secondary. Given your strength, reaching Saint rank is just a matter of time. My goal is to unlock both your magic containers to their full potential, Jamal said. 2 magic containers? Sean paused, then asked, but master, everyone only has 1 magic container. This has been established theory. Jamal scoffed. Human theory? Don't forget, the birthplace of magic is the netherworld. Every individual has a magic container and a hidden magic container. Typically, mages store magic elements from the air in the ordinary magic container, but even that one can't be fully expanded. The hidden one is even more inaccessible. So if both can be fully utilized, your magic power will be astonishingly strong, and with the enhancement of your magic power, your spells will also change. But if you want to grow stronger, you must be prepared to face death at any moment. Near the brink of your limits is where breakthroughs happen most easily. The netherworld is indeed a place filled with blood and violence. Many irrational demons abound here, so you must decide for yourself, and do not regret it later. Master, I know it's impossible to become stronger without paying a price. Being recognized by Master is a great honor, and I will not miss this opportunity. I want to become stronger. For this, I will not retreat no matter what happens. Sean said firmly. Very well, I hope you don't disappoint me. Rest today, we'll start training officially tomorrow. Jamal left Sean's room. Meanwhile, on the Black Cloak Organization's warship in the Evening Glow Forest, Mara had arrived by Mike's side, and was fighting alongside him. Caitlin, where's Sean? Mike asked. Brother Sean is fine, but he's no longer in the human realm. I'll explain the details later. Let's defeat this opponent first. Mara replied. Mike nodded. He and Mara took a step back, exchanging a knowing glance. A spark of fire flashed across Mike's sword. Moonless stream, Garuda flame. A vortex of flames rapidly rose, transforming into a fiery dragon. Fury of the wind god, Scythe Weasel. Mara summoned a powerful wind. The wind combined with the fire dragon, becoming even more ferocious as it roared towards Jeffrey. Seeing such a move, Jeffrey couldn't help but show a serious expression. Using wind to enhance the fire's power to create a stronger combination technique. Very good, but this still can't win against me. A powerful aura burst from Jeffrey's body, his longsword emitting a silver glow. As the fire dragon reached Jeffrey, he thrust his sword into the head of the fire dragon. Then, an unbelievable scene occurred. With Jeffrey waving his longsword, the fire dragon actually changed its attack trajectory, turning back to assault Mike and Mara. Their faces turned drastically pale as they leaped to the sides, narrowly avoiding the attack from the fire dragon. The fire dragon then crashed into the wall of the warship, instantly creating a large hole. What is going on? Mara asked in shock and anger. Why did our ultimate move turn around to attack us? Tell me, Jeffrey, can you change the trajectory of attacks? Mike asked grimly. Jeffrey raised an eyebrow and said, Indeed, my sword technique allows me to alter the trajectory of attacks, redirecting them back at the attacker. This is a creation of mine, combining Eastern martial arts with Western swordsmanship. How despicable. No wonder I felt his sword movements were so familiar. It's because it's the Tai Chi sword from our martial arts. Mara's face darkened. Tai Chi sword. Mike's expression fell. He certainly knew about Tai Chi sword, the supreme martial art in wuxia novels on Earth, never imagining it would exist in this world. I've heard of the Tai Chi sword, seemingly a very formidable sword technique. Of course it is. Legend has it that the Tai Chi sword was created by a reclusive master who emphasized using softness to overcome hardness, transforming tangible form into intangible profundity. Although my ancestors of the Rong family also wanted to learn it, they could never find that senior, which has always been a regret for our family. But how do you know that is Tai Chi sword? Mike asked. Haven't you heard the saying, even if you haven't eaten pork, you must have seen pigs run? Our family's martial arts records describe the Tai Chi sword. The movements he used just now are exactly as described in our family's martial arts records. There can be no mistake. Mara explained. This battle will be very difficult. From what we see now, we cannot perform combined attacks. Both of us must attack simultaneously. Otherwise, every time he changes the attack trajectory, we will only waste our energy in vain. Chapter 45, Enos's Wish. Alright, let's attack together. Aaron waved his sword, but didn't use any martial techniques. His goal was to keep Enos busy, so he couldn't alter the trajectory of attacks. Meanwhile, Mara would handle the real assault. Aaron leaped into the air and swung his sword downward towards Enos's head with the aid of gravity and speed. However, Enos merely lifted his long sword and deflected Aaron's strike instantly, causing Aaron's hand to go numb. Damn it, he overpowered me with just one hand. Good job, brother Aaron. Mara opened her fan, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Wrath of the Wind God, Gust. A strong gust of wind enveloped Enos the moment Aaron left him. However, Enos did not alter its trajectory because this wind had no offensive power. Unlike the previous gust, which carried wind blades, this one only had slightly stronger force. As the wind gradually dispersed, Enos emerged from it and said, "Are you underestimating me?" "I'm not underestimating you at all. If I used other moves, you would change their trajectories. That's why I chose this one. How do you know there isn't any hidden danger in this move?" Mara raised an eyebrow, full of sarcasm in her eyes. Enos frowned. Just as he was about to make a move, he felt incredibly heavy, his legs gave way, and he collapsed on the ground. "What is this? Is it poison?" "This is not poison. It's a charm," Mara coldly stated. "Your companion, Ime, died by my charm. Now, you will meet the same fate. Although the strong wind can only inflict a soft tendon charm that paralyzes your body, your strength is no longer a threat. I didn't expect such a long-lost charm. It was indeed a miscalculation, but do you think I would give up like this?" Enos sneered and slowly stood up. "What? This can't be. You were hit by the soft tendon charm. Your body shouldn't be able to move freely." Mara's face turned red with shock at the seemingly unaffected Enos. "Humph, you've lacked composure after all. Your soft tendon charm doesn't dissolve my strength. It disrupts my nervous system, making my body unresponsive to brain commands, right?" Enos raised his long sword. "But even if disrupted, as long as I know which part to move for each command, it will work. For example, if moving my left foot means my left hand moves, I just need to reverse my thoughts, right? How could you figure out how to move in an instant?" A bead of cold sweat ran down Mara's forehead. "Damn it. You're tougher than I thought." But even if he can move now, his body still can't move freely. Understanding how to move is one thing. Adapting is another. His reactions must be slower than normal. Perhaps we have a chance. Aaron remarked. Unjetsu's school, Night Flash. Sword Flash is capable of severing nerves repeatedly stabbed towards Enos. Despite weaker reflexes, Enos jumped into the air to evade the attacks. Just as he landed, Mara roared and folded her fan into a stick, pounding it fiercely towards Enos. Enos raised his sword again to block the attack. At that moment, Aaron launched another attack. Black Feather Sword Technique, Moon Flash. Crescent-shaped light blades surged toward Enos's face. With a slight effort, Enos easily pushed away Mara and then kicked her into the air while using the rebound to jump and avoid Aaron's attack. "Damn it, since you're good at dodging, I'll make it impossible for you to dodge." Wrath of the Wind God, Multiple Giant Scythe Storm. Mara swiftly waved her fan 10 times, transforming the relatively small space into a hurricane filled with countless wind blades. Even Enos couldn't redirect every single blade, only dodging them nonstop. Aaron gritted his teeth, aware that using this technique might be exhausting, but it was necessary. His body's aura flared up, his eyes tightly shut. The sword in his hand emitted a bizarre blood-red glow, and a shadow appeared behind him. He looked much like the immovable Wisdom Alban of Gilsdism, and beside Aaron, golden runes slowly appeared one after another. The runes kept emerging and then merged into the blood-red, glowing sword. Then, Aaron opened his eyes, which had turned into a terrible red, as horrifying as a demon's. At this moment, the immovable Wisdom Alban behind Aaron also started to act, with an enlarged version of Aaron's sword appearing in its hand. It slowly raised the long sword and slashed down. The crimson sword chi dispersed all the wind blades along its path and directly hit Enos. Mara's hurricane slowly dissipated. Enos, having received this strike from Aaron, was indeed injured not insignificantly. However, Aaron now felt it was somewhat strange because this move that produced shadows behind him was also something Mara could do, and Mara's shadow very much resembled the thousand-armed Guanyin of Gilsdism. Yet, clearly, there was no such religious sect in this world. So how did this happen? However, Aaron quickly shifted his attention back to Enos. After all, defeating Enos was paramount at this moment. "I didn't expect you to have such powerful moves." Enos slowly stood up. "Maybe I will die today, but the lucky star must not fall into your hands." "Why?" Aaron asked. "From your eyes, I don't see the evil of the Black Cloak organization, but why do you do such bad things? Tell me your reason." Enos smiled. Haven't you heard that pitiful people must have hateful aspects? This saying works in reverse too. But none of that matters. I have my pursuits and beliefs, and you have your goals and paths. Since we are on different roads, we are destined to be enemies. Tell me, where is the lucky star? Aaron coldly raised his sword. That last move has already broken many of your meridians, and the storm produced by Mara also contained venomous insects. You have no more chances of winning. I won't tell you, forget about it, Eno said with a sneer. The lucky star is on this warship, but exactly where it is, you'll just have to find out yourselves. Brother Aaron, it doesn't matter if he doesn't speak. I have a way to make him talk, Mara coldly said. Enos, you can explain your troubles now. If you don't, you should know that I am adept at venomous insects, and there are ways to control your mind and force you to reveal secrets. Venomous insects are used for cursing and assassinating, not direct attacks. Since you understand venomous insects, you should know what I mean. Was obtaining the lucky star for the organization, or did you want to fulfill some wish of your own? After listening to Mara, Enos fell silent. After a while, he slowly replied, I merely borrowed the organization's name to come here and search for the lucky star. As for its purpose, naturally, it is to fulfill my own wish. Originally, I intended to use your hands to eliminate Emile and Aimee and then easily dispose of you afterward. Now it seems I was too naive. If you are willing to help me, I can tell you where the lucky star is. Just say it, said Aaron. My wish is simple. Aaron pressed a button nearby, and a hidden door slowly opened. Inside was a glass jar filled with green medicine, and inside the liquid was a woman. If she could still be called a person, she is the organization's experiment, yet a failed one. She is also my sister. So I hope the lucky star can cure my sister and restore her to her former self. Aaron nodded. If you only wanted to capture the lucky star to fulfill this wish, it wasn't necessary. The lucky star is kind-hearted and wouldn't ignore your request. What we need to do now is get the lucky star to take us to the wishing cliff quickly. Chapter 46, Sea Blue City. Are you saying Sean went to the demon world? Aaron asked in surprise. Yes. It said that because Emile had a hint of fiendish bloodline, he attempted to summon Jamal to destroy Sean. Unexpectedly, Sean was favored by Jamal and went to the demon world for training. As for Emile, he was apparently killed by the fiendish god Jamal. Sean said he would return within a year, Mara said. That's good as well. If Sean can train in the demon world, he will definitely progress much faster than staying with us. For him, it can be considered an incredible opportunity, Aaron said with a smile. Well, your fortune isn't bad either. By using Lucky Star, you successfully advanced to the silver level. With your current strength, even a gold level opponent could possibly be dealt with alone, Mara said with a smile. I truly hope Jeffrey and his sister can live well. But I'm quite curious, Caitlin, why didn't you make a wish? Aaron asked. Mara smiled faintly. I did wish. However, Lucky Star told me that my wish couldn't be fulfilled. Why not? What did you wish for? Aaron asked curiously. To go home, back to my true home. When Mara said this, a glint of tears flashed in her eyes. Aaron wore a puzzled look, but did not ask further. After all, everyone has secrets they are unwilling to share with others, just as he himself did. After passing through Twilight Forest, we'll take a shortcut straight to Sea Blue City. Finally, we can participate in another gym battle. Aaron stretched lazily and said happily. I think our chances of winning are very slim, Mara remarked. Our current strength certainly can't compare to what it was in Xuanhuan Town. We may have to face the gym leader who is at the Saint rank personally. But as Brother Sean mentioned, mages generally have magic pets. Although our power has greatly increased now, without Brother Sean and his 2 magic pets, we can only fight one-on-one, which means our chances of winning remain low. Don't say that. How do you know we can't before we've even fought? Caitlin, remember, when dueling with skilled opponents, never consider them too powerful. Doing so only burdens you and causes you to reveal vulnerabilities. In battle, always push forward relentlessly. This way, there's still a chance of victory. So whether it's a Saint rank or whatever else, even if they're stronger than us, does it matter? Haven't we experienced enough cross-level challenges during our adventures? Aaron smiled and added, we're here. When Aaron and Mara entered the beautiful Sea Blue City, they couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Truly worthy of being called the most beautiful city of the Donglong Empire. Every building was made from blue crystal, with an environment as beautiful as it was European medieval castle-styled. Entering here feels like stepping into the Middle Ages of Europe, Mara sighed. Europe? Aaron froze, then looked incredulously at Mara. Mara realized she had spoken out of turn. Well, I was just Talalban nonsense. Don't overthink it. In fact, she completely misunderstood Aaron's expression. The reason for Aaron's surprise was Mara mentioning Europe, a place or country that had never appeared anywhere on the Noah continent. How did Mara know about it? Aaron remembered his grandfather's words back on Earth. Aaron, you have a cousin, and just like you, she was born before a divine statue, thus blessed by heaven. You must find her once you grow up. Aaron couldn't help but gasp inwardly, wondering, could it be that Mara, like himself, came from Earth? Like him, was she also a Chang'e? Chang'e should be omitted as per translation rules. But although Aaron guessed something that made him immensely hopeful, he decided not to mention this to Mara for the moment. After all, he couldn't be certain yet, and this secret couldn't be shared with anyone. Let's find a Western restaurant first and eat something. We're hungry, Aaron suggested. Sure, Big Brother is paying, right? Mara stretched and smiled. As the two walked into the Western restaurant, everyone couldn't help but cast curious glances their way. After all, a 13-year-old and a 10-year-old, 2 children all been into such a high-end Western restaurant, one boy wearing a knight's sword and shield, and a girl carrying a large fan, were bound to draw extra attention. After all, while many could become various professionals on the Noah continent, ordinary people still made up about 70% of the population. To suddenly see two such young adventurers naturally piqued everyone's curiosity, especially considering their Strealban appearances. "Excuse me, Erwin, do you have any set meals for two?" Aaron asked. "There's one, but only a couple's set meal." The Erwin replied with a smile. "That's fine. She is my fiancée. We'll take the couple's set meal," Aaron said. The Erwin was slightly surprised, but due to professional etiquette, he quickly resumed his professional smile. "All right, please wait a moment. Why did you say I'm your fiancée?" Mara blushed deeply, wishing she could disappear from all the looks they were getting. "You don't understand, Caitlin. In Western restaurants, set meals are usually cheaper than ordering individually. Since it's just us two, a man and a woman, why not enjoy the couple's set meal? And save some money too?" Aaron shrugged nonchalantly. Mara couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Brother, do you really have to say I'm your fiancé just to save a little money? You're such a penny pincher. No girl would act like that." Aaron responded without hesitation. "You don't understand. These days, everything costs money, and prices keep going up while salaries stay the same. We should save wherever we can. Accumulating small savings can make a big difference over time. Just think, if you save 1 yuan a day, that's over 300 yuan in a year. Look, this set meal would cost 450 yuan if ordered separately, but as a set, it's only 350 yuan. That's a saving of 100 yuan. Mara's mouth twitched, feeling dazed as if a flock of black crows had flown over her head, accompanied by a barrage of ellipses falling down, mauled her dizzy. "Brother, anyone who marries you in the future might not know whether it will be a blessing or a curse. You are from a noble family, yet you worry about such a small amount of money. You don't understand. Nobility doesn't last forever. Dynastylics is full of competition and struggles, so if I had a choice, I'd rather engage in business," Aaron explained. "I know it might upset you, but didn't your own family fall because of a minor mistake at one point? It's hard to ensure our family won't face a similar fate." Mara sighed. "What you say is true." Just then, a commotion arose inside the restaurant. Chapter 47 Minor Frictions. "Hey, where's the boss? We're here to collect protection fees." A few burly men with large swords strode in, one of them bald with a scar on his face, and it was he who spoke up about collecting the fees. Both Yun Bowie and Mara spat out their mouthfuls of water in unison, unable to help but be speechless. What era were they living in? Who still collected protection fees like this? Who allowed you to leave? "Since you're dining here today, everyone should chip in," the bald man sneered. "If you don't pay, I shouldn't have to explain what happens next. Young Master Godwin isn't someone you want to provoke if you want to stay in Azure Sea City." The crowd could only grudgingly hand over all the money in their pockets to the bald man and stood by the counter, waiting until all the fees were collected before they could leave. The bald man scanned the restaurant and noticed 2 children still sitting there. The little girl leaning back against her fan sipping coffee with her eyes closed, while the little boy with a sword and shield used his knife and fork to eat steak. "Brat." The bald man walked over and smacked the marble table hard. "Did you hear me? Pay the protection fee." But who were Yun Bowie and Mara to heed him? Mara put down her coffee cup and sighed. "Big brother Yun Bowie, should you go or should I?" Yun Bowie, not lifting his head, said, "I'm eating my steak. You finished your coffee, so take it as exercise. It's just a silver rank warrior anyway." The group standing by the counter gaped in disbelief. How dare they be so audacious? The bald man flew into a rage instantly. "Brats, are you as Alban for a beating?" Mara sighed, standing up behind the bald man with a vexed expression. "Really, we finally have a nice meal, yet someone has the nerve to behave so crudely in such an elegant place. How distasteful." The bald man drew his large sword. "Girl, you're as Alban for it." However, before he could strike, a whirlwind swept the bald man straight out of the restaurant, leaving behind only a shattered glass wall and Yun Bowie continuing to eat his steak. Yun Bowie swallowed a mouthful of steak, wiped his lips with a napkin, stood up, dusted himself off, and walked over to Mara. "There are still a few others. Let's finish them off." Before those outside could recover from the sudden ejection of the bald man, another massive explosion echoed, sending the remaining thugs flying out as well. The crowd couldn't help but look inside, seeing a boy with a sword and a girl carrying a huge fan slowly walk out. "Hey, had enough? Are we paying the protection fee?" Yun Bowie asked nonchalantly. Those collecting protection fees didn't dare say another word and scrambled away from the restaurant. Inside and outside the restaurant, people stared in astonishment as if they had seen a ghost. Heavens, they actually attacked Godwin's men. People started murmuring. "Yeah, aren't they courting death? But they seem really strong, almost like they eliminated them in seconds." "You don't understand. The Godwin family is immensely wealthy and powerful. What kind of experts don't they have? Afraid of 2 kids? These kids are doomed." "Not again," Yun Bowie sighed. "If Sean were here, he'd probably blow up. But should we investigate that Godwin fellow's background?" "That's easy." Mara pointed at the Irwins inside. "Just ask them. If not, we can act first. But isn't there a dojo in this district? Wouldn't the Saint Rank Master handle these things?" Naive girl. Reaching Saint Rank is just 1 step short of false god level. Though few can break through historically, every extra moment increases the hope. Saint Rank Masters serve as a deterrent rather than managing local affairs. They wouldn't waste time on such matters. Only the clerics of the church would bother out of compassion. Yun Bowie explained, then went back into the restaurant with Mara. People still looked at them as if they had seen ghosts. He patted Erwin on the shoulder. "Hey, who is this Godwin you're so afraid of?" "That? I don't know. Don't ask me. It's none of my business." The Erwin ran off, and others reacted similarly, saying they didn't know. clearly fearing to offend Godwin. Is this a joke? It's as if we were the ones in the wrong. Iolo scratched his head gloomily. At that moment, there was a commotion outside the Western restaurant. Iolo and Mara exchanged glances and walked out. As expected, they had hit the dog, and now the dog's owner had come to settle the score. A man who looked far from decent stood there, dressed in an overly luxurious manner. It seemed he was Godwin. Behind him were several others, each dressed differently, indicating various professions. Did these two kids beat you up? Godwin asked the bald giant next to him. Yes, young master, it was them. Godwin nodded and stepped forward, saying, Brats, not paying protection fees is one thing, but injuring my men is another. You're as Alban for death. Seriously, Mara said with disgust as she approached. Look at your outfit. Just because you're rich doesn't mean you need to show off. If you must show off, at least dress fashionably. Instead, you have such bad taste. Look at those accessories of yours. Are you trying to dress up like a woman? While cosplay is popular, your face just ruins the character. Caitlin, Iolo also stepped forward, smiling. Don't be too harsh on him. It's not his fault he looks disgusting, but acting despicably is on you. Mr. Godwin, since your appearance offends the public, stay hidden to avoid ruining beautiful Azure Sea City. After saying that, both burst into laughter, while Godwin's face alternated between red, white, and green. Damn it, attack them, take them out. Godwin shouted in frustration. Iolo saw 6 people step forward, all gold-ranked and part of a team, including 6 different professions. The leader was a Gervais who approached Iolo and gave a slight bow. My name is Andre, profession, Thunder Knight. For 2 young ones like you to possess such strength suggests an extraordinary background. I apologize on behalf of the young master for his rudeness. This reaction caught Iolo and Mara by surprise, leaving them momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Andre, who asked you to apologize to them? Godwin yelled furiously. After all, Andre was his subordinate, and it would be laughable if a subordinate apologized to mere children on behalf of his master. Chapter 48, A Perfect Priestoni. Master, it's highly unusual for a child from an ordinary family to have the power to defeat someone at the silver level at such a young age. Such geniuses usually come from distinguished families. We shouldn't make enemies so easily, Andre said. What are you afraid of? My father is the mayor of High Lawn City, with significant influence. Why should we fear him? Andre, you always find excuses to avoid confrontations in the past, and now you're slack Alban off when dealing with 2 kids? My father assigned you to me to be at my command. Do you think you have a choice? Godwin roared. Forget it. There's no point tell Alban to a spoiled brat like you. Let's go, Mara. Mike frowned. Mike thought Godwin wasn't worth bothering with, and didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. After all, as Andre said, the Yu family was top tier in the political circles. They wouldn't consider a mere mayor much of a threat. So, he prepared to leave with Mara. However, Godwin mistook their retreat for fear and boasted arrogantly. Haven't you moved yet? Or I will strip your families of citizenship rights. Godwin pointed at the other people around him, who all looked helpless. Brother, what is citizenship? Mara asked. Citizenship means enjoying national treatment within this country. Those who commit serious crimes can lose this right, which essentially means they cannot live here and must go to another country, Mike explained. I didn't expect Godwin would use such despicable methods to command others. But brother, a fight seems unavoidable. They will surely fight with all their might to protect their families, Mara said. Mike nodded and said, right. Just focus on Alban out those 4 attackers directly and ignore the support classes. But isn't it better to prioritize defeating the support classes first in a team battle? Otherwise, it'll be endless, Mara asked doubtfully. That's only if the strength levels are similar. Do you think that applies here? Mike asked with a smile. Mara laughed too. You're right. But our luck has been good lately. Every place we go ends up with a fight. As she spoke, she unfolded her fan and leaned against Mike. My apologies. Andre sighed, his body bursting with blue lightning, then instantly appeared before Mike, swinging his sword down. Mike raised his sword to counter, but realized it went through him. It was an illusion, the Thunder Knight's signature phantom attack. Meanwhile, Andre's real form had already moved behind Mara. She remained calm, swiping her fan backward to block his attack effortlessly. Andre inwardly marveled. A simple fan could withstand his strike, indicating it was an extraordinary weapon. Considering his own sword was a family heirloom and extremely sharp, he became even more certain that their opponents weren't ordinary. Mike turned around, aiming his sword at Andre's face. Andre kicked off the ground and quickly retreated back to his team. At this moment, their support classes began to show their value. A girl holding a staff, dressed like a nun, released wave after wave of white light, area of effect healing spells. And a woman with a lyre plucked its strings, emitting beautiful notes that boosted everyone's combat stats. On the other side, the wind element mage began chanting spells to cast wind magic. The heavy swordsman and the boxer, each wielding heavy weapons, charged toward Mara and Mike simultaneously. Trivial tricks. Mike laughed, gripping his sword with both hands. Moonless stream style. Yasha flash air slash. Instantaneously, dozens of sword flashes erupted. The heavy swordsman and the boxer only saw a flash of white light before they were immobilized. How is that possible? Andre and his teammates gasped in shock. Were the 2 main attackers defeated in just one move? What's going on, Tatum? Andre asked the cleric casting heals. Their nerves have been severed. These injuries can't be healed during battle. They need extended rest and medical attention. Tatum responded, drenched in sweat. It's useless, Mike said coolly. My sword technique cuts through the opponent's nerves directly through their clothes and flesh, leaving them unable to move. Now, 80% of the nerves in their limbs are completely severed. Viola, is your spell ready? Andre asked. He knew they absolutely could not lose this battle. Godwin would follow through on his threats, and if they lost, their families might be. Viola nodded, her magic staff glowing with light as a tornado rushed toward Mara. Oh, wind. Mara raised an eyebrow. Wind is my partner. With that, she waved her fan forcefully, generating an even larger tornado that engulfed Viola's spell before hitting Viola directly. Viola, Andre couldn't believe it. 3 companions, all at the gold level, had been instantly defeated by one move. Andre clenched his hands tightly, gripping his sword. Thunder Absolute. His sword was immediately wrapped in blue arcs of lightning. With a powerful swing, a crescent-shaped sword energy, layered with arcs of lightning, transformed into a magical serpent that opened its mouth wide as if to swallow Mike and Mara. Mike remained calm as the magical serpent approached. His sword flashed with a white glow, moonless stream style, Yasha, flash air slash. The sword flash appeared once more, slicing the magical serpent into 2 halves. At the same moment, Mara launched her attack. Fury of the Wind God, Great Scythe Weasel. A hurricane containing immense destructive power lifted everyone, including Godwin, into the air. After several seconds, they fell back to the ground, covered in blood. However, the monk named Tatum remained unharmed, as Mara hadn't attacked her. You're called Tatum, right? The healing task is yours. Also, tell this Godwin he's messed with someone he shouldn't have. A mayor of High Lawn City means nothing to me. If he dares to strip you of your citizenship rights, show this to his father. Mike took out a badge with an eagle flanked by ribbons entwining swords. This is the Yu family's family crest. Tatum stared in shock at Mike and Mara. Mike smiled. If he strips you of your citizenship rights and then shows this to the mayor, and tell him that the second young master of the Yu family is very dissatisfied with Godwin. He finished Spielban. He and Mara left the restaurant entrance, heading straight for the High Lawn City dojo. Chapter 49, Negotiation. At this moment, Mike and Mara were standing outside the entrance of the dojo, waiting for it to open. What do you think the dojo master of Azure City looks like? Asked Mike. Terrence mentioned that most mages are quite mysterious and a bit eccentric. Adepts are fine, but elementalists tend to have rather explosive and peculiar temperaments, said Mara with a smile. Hee, my temperament isn't strange at all, came a gentle voice as the door opened. It's Senior. Mike and Mara looked in surprise at Guadalupe, who had opened the door. Hee, I did say we'd meet again, said Guadalupe with a smile. Come in. Mike and Mara followed Guadalupe into the reception room and sat on a light blue sofa. Guadalupe smiled and said, Why isn't that little boy with glasses around? You're tell Albin about Terrence. He's busy and can't be with us right now, replied Mike, scratching his head. I see. That's really a pity. The magic he grasped on his own is quite powerful, and I really wanted to see it. But never mind, everything happens as it should. You two aren't simple either. 1 gold rank and 1 silver rank at such young ages. Impressive. I assume you know the rules of the dojo challenge. If Terrence was here, I would have taken the field myself since the 3 of you together are almost unmatched by any gold rank. But now there are only 2 of you. Senior, we want to face you, said Mike. We yearn to challenge stronger opponents. Only then can we improve faster. If you lower the difficulty just because of our strength, what would be the point of the dojo challenge? Guadalupe smiled and said, All right, beating me is too hard for you, but if you can last for half an hour, that will suffice. I know what you're going to say, and I've heard about your match in Xuanhuan Town. Not to boast, but in terms of strength, I'm still above that alley. So as Albin you to last for half an hour isn't underestimating you. So, Senior, will anyone else watch? At the last challenge in Xuanhuan Town, so many people watched Terrence and me, which felt uncomfortable. Mike scratched his head and laughed. I'm not someone who likes crowds. Guadalupe covered her mouth and giggled. Don't worry, I also prefer tranquility. Whether the dojo challenge is public depends on the preference of both the dojo master and the challengers. I don't like too much noise either. Rest here for a while. We'll have the dojo challenge in the afternoon, alright? Mike nodded and went with Mara to the guest rooms on the 3rd floor of the dojo. Mara stretched out lazily on the bed. So tired, finally, I can rest a bit. Caitlin, you sure are lazy, sighed Mike, shabbing his head helplessly. By the way, do you think the mayor of Azure City will react when he sees your badge? Asked Mara. What can he do? He'll likely come here to apologize to us, said Mike. That's how bureaucracy works. They take advantage of those weaker than them. If you have a higher status, you have the power to crush them. Many people break their heads trying to enter politics, but I find it utterly foolish. Brother seems quite disdainful of politics. Mara asked curiously. Your family is a renowned noble clan, and your father should be a first-class official, right? Mike nodded. Yes, but do you know something? Dentist work can make people lose their minds. In our Yu family, only 1 person per generation can become a general, the patriarch. Others aren't allowed to hold office. The issues involved are complex, and I won't go into detail. In short, only the eldest son can become a knight and inherit the position of patriarch, then enjoy power and privileges. My brother created this difficult situation because he feared I'd take his place. How could your brother be like that? Ernon's siblings hate each other just over power. Mara expressed her dissatisfaction. Why don't your parents intervene? It's not that they don't care. I broke the rules first. The family established these rules to prevent brothers from turning against each other, but didn't consider how unfair it is for the second son. I was sickly as a child, and without becoming a knight. If it weren't for this rule, I would probably still be very weak now. Only when I became interested in knighthood did they tell me that I couldn't become a knight, that I couldn't do it. Even if it's extremely difficult to assemble such a team, I will still strive for it. After all, it's fate, isn't it? to have met you and Sean, and in the future, we will meet more companions and fulfill the mission of the Noah clan. Just at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Sir Iolo, may I come in? It was the voice of a Gervais, somewhat hoarse and trembling slightly, obviously very nervous. Iolo and Mara were quick-witted and naturally knew who it was. Indeed, as you expected, brother Iolo, Mara said with a smile. Come in. Iolo opened the door and said indifferently. Iolo and Mara sat on the sofa. There were 3 cups of coffee on the glass table. Iolo picked up 1 cup and sipped it before saying lightly, Sit down, Mayor. May I ask your name? I beg your pardon, Sir Iolo. This humble person is Vernon. My good-for-nothing son Godwin has offended you. Please don't hold it against us. Vernon smiled awkwardly, wiping the sweat off his forehead, nervously Spialban. At this moment, Iolo displayed the true demeanor of an aristocrat, slowly putting down his coffee and smiling faintly. It's fine. I wouldn't get angry over such trivial matters. The reason I left the badge with that monk Tatum was because I heard a sentence from your son, a sentence that made me want to talk to you. Mara was simply astounded. This Iolo, who looked like a ruler of a region, was someone she had never seen before. Most of the time he appeared ordinary, almost unremarkable. But right now, he seemed to be standing at the peak of power, Lualban down upon everything. He was incredibly handsome. Thin Alban of this, Mara blushed. Sir, I dare not take it ha. Vernon laughed nervously and said, Sir Iolo, if you have anything to say, just speak. All right, let me be brief. Your son threatened your subordinates, saying he would revoke their citizenship if they didn't defeat us. However, as far as we know, revocation of citizenship seems to be a penalty only applied to those sentenced to death or life imprisonment. As the mayor of Azure City, you indeed have the authority to revoke someone's citizenship. So I would like to verify here whether your son was referring to something that had happened before. That was just a heat-of-the-moment remark by your honorable son. There wasn't such a thing. Vernon knew that if he said something wrong today, he might not only lose his position but also risk confiscation of family assets, as abuse of power could lead to such punishment. Iolo raised an eyebrow and said calmly, Heat of the moment? Is there any resentment towards me from your son? Also, he collected protection fees in front of many people. As a high Renalban official, you should find it disgraceful that your son acts like a gangster outside. No such thing. This humble one spoke wrongly. Vernon kept wiping the cold sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. All right, I won't say more. Whether it happened or not, you should know better. I don't wish to make a big deal out of it. Just don't let your son act so arrogantly and tyrannically again. As for what you've done in the past, I won't pursue it further. Well, nothing else. I hope you know how to proceed. I have a dojo challenge in the afternoon, so I won't keep you longer. Iolo smiled lightly and said. Chapter 50, Winning the Match. After seeing Ripley off, Mara couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect Brother Aaron to have such a serious side. It really gave me a fright just now. But after this lesson, he must learn to rein himself in, right? Of course, no fool would offend the Yu family for no reason. The Yu family, despite having only one person serve as an official each generation, holds the great military power and has many experts within the clan. Naturally, they can't be underestimated. He's just a mayor. No matter how influential he is, how could he compare to me? Aaron said with a smile. All right, let's not talk about these things. After resting a bit more, we will go to the arena for our match. Aaron and Mara rested for a while longer, then went downstairs and found Isa. Are you ready? Then follow me. Isa said with a smile. The 3 arrived at the competition site, which, as Aaron had expected, was full of water. For Isa, who used water magic, a place filled with water was the best venue. No wonder Senior Isa said that enduring for half an hour would mean winning. It seems that even half an hour won't be easy here, given it's all water. Aaron drew his sword, and Mara stood beside him, unfolding her fan. Apart from Isa, Aaron, and Mara, there was only one staff member acting as the referee in the arena. The duel begins, ordered the referee. With a wave of Isa's magic staff, without any incantation, since instant spell casting was effortless for a holy rank mage, 2 water columns emerged from the water and transformed into 2 water dragons, lunging towards Aaron and Mara. Shadowless flow, night fork flash. A white light flashed from Aaron's sword, severing the water dragons and shooting towards Isa. Godwind Wrath, Blade Weasel. As Mara waved her fan, razor-sharp tornadoes scattered the water dragons and attacked Isa alongside Aaron's sword flash. Isa showed approval in her eyes, raised her hand lightly, and a blue translucent barrier enveloped her. This water-composed barrier seemed fragile, yet remained unharmed when struck by the sword flashes and wind. Good, your techniques are quite impressive. You've effectively combined defense with physical attack. It's a perfect counter-move, and you deserve my utmost seriousness. Isa's barrier vanished with a wave of her hand, and she began emitting a different kind of magical aura. Brother Aaron, do you feel it? Mara showed a serious expression. Aaron nodded. The aura is completely different now. Senior Isa is getting serious. Aaron looked excited. Caitlin, let's engage in this battle. Oh brother, don't get too worked up. Mara sighed helplessly. Isa slowly raised her left hand. Water magic, water sky phenomenon. Upon finishing her words, a whirlpool appeared beneath Aaron and Mara. Arched water columns rose from the whirlpool, forming a shape similar to an orrery. Aaron and Mara were lifted into the air by this move. Water dragon roar. Another water dragon with 3 heads emerged from the water, several times larger than the previous ones. It roared and struck Aaron and Mara, knocking them into the water. Nice work using the fan as a shield to protect yourself and your companion. Isa nodded. Stand up if you want to pass this challenge. Who would have thought that the seemingly gentle water could be so powerful? Mara couldn't help but exclaim. That's natural. When the pressure of a stored water jet reaches a certain level, it can easily pierce through steel. Aaron wiped the water from his face. Be careful. Her strength is several times stronger than ours. This is truly the power of a holy rank. Brother Aaron, you attack, and I'll perform a feint attack. Mara held up her fan. Sure, don't overexert yourself. Aaron raised his sword and ran quickly towards Isa, with Mara running in front of him. Isa tapped forward slightly, and countless water droplets shot at Aaron like bullets. At this moment, Mara would use her fan to block the attacks. Mara was glad that her fan was a treasure, otherwise, her weapon would have been destroyed under such intense attacks. Thanks to Mara's effective use of the fan as a shield, both she and Aaron managed to reach Isa. Both of them wore accomplished smiles. It was well known that even a Saint rank mage would face fatal danger if subjected to close-range attacks. Shadowless Stream, Night Fork Flash. Aaron swung his sword, releasing dozens of sword flashes. At such close range, even Isa wouldn't be able to withstand it. Furthermore, Mara closed her fan and slashed down with it, as if it were a blade. However, what surprised Aaron and Mara was that Isa's body was split into two halves, which then turned into a puddle of water. Not good. Retreat fast. This is a water clone. Aaron's expression changed drastically as he pulled Mara back, while holding the shield in front of his chest. Mara also unfolded her fan with her right hand to protect their backs. Very nice, retreating promptly, and still remembering to defend yourselves after an unsuccessful attack. You two are quite excellent. Isa slowly emerged from the water. You are exceptionally outstanding. It's hard to imagine that at your young age, you already have such rich combat experience. Aaron, I know you're the second young master of the Yu family. And you, Mara. My family has long fallen into decline. Now only my brother, mother, and I remain. We were once the martial arts family-run family, said Mara. I see. No wonder you possess such strength, Isa nodded. Time's up, you have passed. Isa took out a blue drop-shaped badge from her body and handed it to Aaron. This is well-deserved. Congratulations. Chapter 51. Flower Queen, Qingling, Kristinata. A month passed, and finally Aaron and Mara left Cebu City, arriving at a city under the jurisdiction of Jinling City. However, upon entering, what kind of city is this? Aaron looked around and noticed that everyone on the street was wearing attire similar to Tang Dynasty clothing on Earth, and the buildings resembled those from ancient times. He nearly stumbled. Let me check. Mara glanced at the map in her hand for a while before saying, found it. This is the most famous city in the Eastern Dragon Empire. The most famous city? Aaron frowned. I don't remember my father ever mentioning it. It's called Sakura City because cherry blossoms bloom all year round, hence the name. The city is famous because it's the only place in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire where brothels are allowed. Moreover, 80% of its revenue comes from this industry, Mara shivered. Additionally, people here love role-playing and dressing up in classical styles. That's what the map says. Aaron's lips twitched as he rubbed his forehead with one hand and led Branson with the other. He said coldly, Branson, why did you bring us here? Because I sensed the teammate you're Lualban for, Branson replied. And that person has a very strong aura, indicating they might be quite powerful. Here, Aaron glanced around, noticing everyone was staring at them like they were UFOs, and he really wanted to strangle Branson. Well, let's find them ourselves. We know they're in this city, right? You can't pinpoint their location more precisely. Aaron picked up Branson. But Branson shook his head. This time it's different. I can accurately sense this person's aura. Aaron asked in surprise. Why? Before, you could only give us a general direction. Because this person carries a divine scent. Follow the direction I point, and you'll find them, Branson explained. That's why I think they might be an expert, possibly even stronger than both of you, as they seem to have a guardian spirit with immense spiritual power. Aaron and Mara exchanged glances. If Branson was right, this person must be incredibly powerful. Yet, excitement outweighed their worries. Who would be their next companion? They had been following Branson eagerly until he stopped. Lifting their heads, they saw a luxuriously decorated high-rise building with 4 large characters on it. Baiwa Yuyuan, 100 Flowers Courtyard. Both frowned. What does this place do? Why such a strange name? Aaron asked, puzzled. Why ask me? Let's go inside and see, Mara suggested. Didn't Branson say the person we're Lualban for is inside? And because their aura is so strong, they likely live here regularly. Aaron nodded and walked in with Mara. Inside, the decoration was even more luxurious than outside. It might as well have been a palace. A short-haired man dressed in elegant Tang Dynasty attire approached them, exuding the air of a successful businessman, perhaps the owner of the place. Welcome, first-time guests. The Gervais pulled out a business card and handed it to Aaron, introducing himself. I am Alexei, the owner of Baiwa Yuan. Pleased to meet you. Mr. Zheng? Ernan, you tell us what this place does. Aaron asked. He had noticed many handsome men in bright, revealing clothes flirting with others, and it included both men and women. Alexei was momentarily stunned but quickly coughed, and said, You two don't know what this place is? No problem. Given your appearance, you're not from this city, and it's your first time here, right? Please sit down and enjoy some refreshments. Aaron scratched his head. All right, I'm hungry now. Aaron and Mara sat at an exquisite round table by the edge of the hall, which was made of valuable stone. Alexei summoned 2 men, about 18 years old, dressed in cherry blossom-patterned robes that made them look almost indistinguishable from girls. They carried fine wine flasks and jade cups over to Aaron and Mara. Distinguished guests, it seems this is your first visit to Baiwa Yuan. Let me introduce myself. My name is Adele, said one of the men with long yellow hair, gently placing the wine flask down and sitting beside Aaron. My name is Raphael, said the other man with black hair held in place by a belt-tasseled hairpin, smiling as he placed the jade cups next to Aaron and Mara. Aaron and Mara felt extremely uncomfortable. After using money to finally get rid of the two effeminate men, they whispered to each other. Caitlin, don't you think this place is a bit strange? Aaron asked. Mara couldn't help but roll her eyes. Brother is really slow. It's so obvious. This is a brothel. A brothel. Aaron's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. You've got to be kidding me. I haven't seen any courtesans around here. Wait, could it be? You're right. Mara slapped her forehead. This is a brothel that sells male beauty, and from the looks of things, these people seem to cater to both genders. Both genders? What do you mean? Aaron wasn't F.A. Albin. He truly didn't understand. Although he had lived twice on Earth, he was always a well-behaved child with strict upbringing, so he never thought along those lines. Mara couldn't help but look down on Aaron. Haven't you heard of otaku girls? They enjoy yaoi, which means love between males. In our current environment, if we exclude the women who come here to consume, it basically means yaoi. But why am I even explaining this to you? Ugh, you're confusing me. But Caitlin, why is your face red? Aaron asked curiously. A little heat wouldn't cause this much flushing, would it? Your face looks like it's small Albin. Nothing, ha. Mara tried to brush it off. Finn Albin to herself that she was an avid otaku girl, and it was best not to tell the innocent Aaron about this. Yet, watching the intimate interactions between the men nearby made her heart race and her face turn bright red. Branson, hurry up and sense something. I don't want to stay here any longer. Aaron looked at Branson almost murderously, threateningly. Well, there isn't that person's aura here. That person's aura. Wait, it's approaching, right there. Branson's claw pointed toward a man covered in a veil while Albin onto the central stage in the hall. Chapter 52. The Courtyard of 100 Flowers, Peerless Beauty. The moment the masked man stepped onto the stage, all eyes were instantly drawn to him. Dressed in luxurious silk brocade, his attire was opulent yet refined, while the mask added an air of mystery. Quick, look. The courtesan of the Courtyard of 100 Flowers is here, a man exclaimed. Excuse me, who is this man? Aaron nudged the man beside him and asked. The Courtyard of 100 Flowers is the largest and most luxurious male brothel in this cherry blossom city. This man is the most popular courtesan there, generating the highest monthly revenue. He is named Willie and only appears once a month. Everyone today hopes for a night with Willie, the man said with a lecherous glance. Aaron couldn't help but inwardly despise this attitude, but the man continued. Tonight, the highest bidder has the chance to be with Willie, but it ultimately depends on Willie's preference. Even if someone offers an astronomical sum, Willie can refuse. He has the right to refuse guests. Aaron couldn't believe his ears. He is the first beauty of Cherry Blossom City, generating more profit in one night than others combined. Of course, he has such privileges. All right, the bidding starts now. Although this man seemed quite handsome, spending money in this way seemed irrational to Aaron. Brother, what should we do? Kinsei says he's the person we're Albin for, Mara said. Could he be the male troubadour we're searching for? Aaron remained silent for a while before saying, if we don't seize this opportunity tonight, we might never see him. Fine, let's splurge this time. Fortunately, we brought enough money. Mara giggled, covering her mouth. My Albin brother do such things is really amusing. When Brother Sean returns, I must tell him all about this. Bidding begins now. A man on stage with a microphone announced. Then came a frenzy of rapidly increasing bids. Aaron and Mara exchanged puzzled glances. Was 50,000 too much for anyone, no matter how beautiful? That amount would take a common family years to save. 70,000. I bid 80,000. 100,000. A man dressed like a dashing gentleman spoke lightly. After he bid this price, no one dared to challenge him further, likely because he was from a powerful background, as evidenced by the respectful looks from those around him. Brother, should we bid now? Mara asked, or we'll lose to him. Aaron nodded, gritting his teeth, but he had no choice. 120,000. The crowd was stunned, all turning their gaze to the bidder. Upon seeing it was just a child, they burst into laughter. Brat, stop causing trouble. You're not even fully grown. What are you doing here? Exactly, do you have that much money? Aaron smirked and pulled out a black credit card. This is one of the 100 limited edition black cards issued by the Eastern Dragon Empire, allowing unlimited withdrawals. If you doubt it, we can test it here. Mara also sneered. She had a fiery temper, being trained in martial arts, and now standing on the table, fanning herself, she exuded a queen-like aura. Whoever laughs at us again, I'll beat them so badly they won't even recognize their own mother. This threat proved effective. Everyone fell silent, recognizing Aaron and Mara as unusual characters. 140,000, the man bid again. Aaron was furious. Those who could flash a black card in the Eastern Dragon Empire were certainly of noble status. It was infuriating that these people still dared to bid against him. Though the card allowed unlimited withdrawals, parting with so much money for just one night irked him deeply. 160,000. 180,000, the man insisted, clearly determined to win the bid tonight. Damn it. Aaron clenched his teeth and spat. 3 million. At this bid, everyone couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. 3 million. Such an astronomical amount added at once. Aaron looked fiercely at the man, who merely smiled slightly without continuing to bid, then bowed to Aaron and left the courtyard of 100 Flowers. Well, let's ask Willie what he thinks now, the host said, inwardly uncertain. After all, the winner was just a child, Even though he did pay a lot, Willie usually wouldn't agree. However, if refused, the shop would lose 3 million. After a while, Willie raised his hand and turned around to leave the stage, saying, "Let them in." Another wave of exclamations erupted as Willie actually agreed to be with 2 children. This baffled everyone. Aaron handed the black card to the host. Remember to return it after swiping. Then he and Mara walked into Willie's room. The room, unlike this sensual and debauched place, exuded a classic charm. Decorated beautifully, it felt like being transported back to ancient times, filled with luxurious antique furniture and poems, scrolls on the walls that emitted a strong fragrance of ink. As traditional Chinese, Aaron closed his eyes with a smile, seemingly blending into this beautiful environment. Do you understand classical literature? Willie removed his veil, revealing an undoubtedly stunning face. Mara drooled instantly, her eyes turning into heart shapes, clearly having fangirled over him. Aaron sat down on a stone bench and said, "Indeed, sir, you seem quite knowledgeable about classical literature. Each poem or scroll here might have flaws if viewed individually, but you have flawlessly integrated different styles of poetry and paintings together. Moreover, paired with these classic yet luxurious furniture arrangements, and with the light fragrance of ink mixing with the scent of Wuyo incense, creating an appropriate aroma that serves as the finishing touch for this room. I am in awe." A trace of admiration and joy flashed across Willie's eyes, but he maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "You are the third person who truly explained the layout of my room. Although previous visitors were also accomplished youths, none explained it so thoroughly. Most just spoke insincerely and superficially. Having lived for 16 years, I finally meet my third kindred spirit. If you don't mind, Aaron, you can address me by my name. I shall follow your instruction. However, may I know the names of your other 2 kindred spirits?" Aaron asked with a smile. "The first person doesn't need to be mentioned again. We are no longer friends. The second is Alexei, the owner of the courtyard of 100 Flowers. Now, Aaron, can you tell me your reason? I can see you are different from those who seek a night of passion. Your eyes lack lust, but have a look of wanting to explore answers from me. I am very curious. Why do you look at me this way?" Chapter 53, The Divine Dancer. "Excuse me, are you a bard?" Aaron asked. Lawrence raised an eyebrow and then said, "Did the dog Cammy in your arms tell you that? Do you know it?" Aaron asked in surprise. Lawrence covered her mouth with a light laugh. "It's just a minor land god. Of course, I recognize it. So, you came to me to ask for my joining? Ernan, you tell me why? Just by showing that black card, finding a powerful bard wouldn't be difficult for you. Why go through all this trouble to come here?" Aaron couldn't help but give a bitter smile as he said, "If it were as easy as you say, I wouldn't have such a headache. In fact, it's like this." After hearing this, Lawrence nodded. "So, what you need is a male bard. The dog Cammy must have sensed my power, so it brought you here. But you'll be disappointed because I won't join." Aaron was stunned, frowned, and asked, "Why?" "I've already explained the reason. Wouldn't it be better for you to explore the Eastern Dragon Empire with us than stay here?" Lawrence sighed. "There are 2 reasons. First, as you can imagine, most of us who return to such places often have tragic backgrounds, mired in debt and sold here against our wills. We must repay these debts. If we wish to leave, someone would have to redeem us, and my redemption price is 10 million. Ernan, you afford it." Aaron and Mara gasped at this, but Lawrence wasn't finished. "Secondly, I don't want to leave. Honestly, although I feel we share common ground, one who has been betrayed by their comrades will never fully trust anyone again. I can't believe you'd protect an auxiliary like me in a real crisis, so I refuse your invitation. But my companions and I have never betrayed or abandoned anyone in times of danger. How could we abandon our comrades?" Aaron said, frowning. Lawrence sneered coldly. "Ha, companions? To me, it's indeed a laughable term. Sorry, but I'm not interested in them. I just want to stay here and do my job as a courtesan and wait for someone to redeem me." After saying this, Lawrence stood up. "Maybe you're different when it comes to comrades, but please understand, people are different. I can't stake my future on you. Having experienced betrayal, I don't want to bear that pain again." She pointed to her heart. "So if you only came for this, you might as well leave now." With that, she waved her sleeve and pulled down the curtain in front of the bed. "I'm going to rest. Please leave." Aaron and Mara looked at each other in silence, then sighed and left. However, they weren't ready to give up. They just knew any further talk now would be futile. "Now what do we do?" Mara asked. "Even if we redeemed her, she still wouldn't join us. In her words earlier, we found that she seemed to have been abandoned and betrayed by her teammates before. Maybe we can start from this point," Aaron said. "You mean investigate Lawrence's past story?" Mara said. "Not a bad idea, but who do we ask?" Aaron smiled. "You're getting slow. Isn't it obvious that every brothel owner knows everything about the identities of their courtesans? So, we can just ask the owner of this place." "The man named Johnny?" Mara frowned. "Oomph, how can someone running a place like this be good?" "You're mistaken there," Aaron chuckled. "In this city, it's merely a custom. We won't debate its merits. Regardless, the people of Sakura City find it normal. Thus, these businessmen set up such establishments for profit. This doesn't necessarily make Johnny a terrible person. Let's talk to him. Maybe we can learn something. What do you want to know from me?" Johnny suddenly appeared behind Aaron and Mara, startling both of them. "When did you? Were you kicked out by Lawrence?" Johnny smiled. "I know what you want to ask. Follow me. Let's go inside and talk properly." He led Aaron and Mara to his room on the 3rd floor. "Please, take a seat," Johnny said as he sat on the sofa by the window. In front of the sofa was a square table made of crystal stone. Johnny placed 3 cups of tea he had brewed on the table. "Please help yourselves." Aaron and Mara sat down. Aaron spoke up, since you know what we want to ask, can you tell us Lawrence's story? Johnny took a sip of tea and said, it happened about 10 years ago. I was traveling in a coastal city of the Eastern Dragon Empire. When I passed through the Boisseau forest there, I found a young boy who seemed to be a bard. At that time, he was only a second-rank bronze child but was covered in blood, lying there. There were a few other children around his age with him, seemingly his companions. A fourth-rank magical beast was in front of them, which they couldn't defeat, so they all abandoned the already bloodied boy and ran away. I killed the magical beast and saved the boy. That boy was Lawrence. It was our first meeting. After I sent him to the hospital and found his family, I left my contact information. I never saw him again after that. I never thought that 3 years ago, his father would send him here. What? Lawrence's father sent him to you? Didn't he know what kind of place this is? Aaron asked in surprise. Johnny sighed. Precisely because he knew. That's why he sent him here. What do you mean? Are you saying his father, knowing what kind of place this is, still sent his own child here? Aaron shook his head in disbelief. How could a father do that? I was also very surprised at the time. Lawrence's father said their business had failed and they owed a lot of debt. Apparently, Lawrence was the second son in the family. To reduce expenses, they wanted to sell Lawrence to me to pay off debts. Even now, I can't forget the greedy look in his father's eyes. Initially, I did not agree and offered to lend them money unconditionally since I really liked that child. He reminded me of myself when I was young. He was kind but a bit weak. However, Lawrence insisted on staying. Johnny explained. Mara widened her eyes. He asked to stay on his own? Johnny nodded. It makes sense. No matter how weak he was, he still had his dignity. He didn't want to owe me anything. Moreover, from his expression when he looked at his father, it was as if he was Llewellyn at a stranger. It seems he didn't have a good life at home. So I had no choice but to keep him and promised that if he wanted to find another job or go to school, I would help him. But he refused and started serving customers like everyone else in the shop the next day. Although he became a courtesan very quickly and reached this level now, I noticed that his heart grew colder. Thin Alban about it later. Having experienced betrayal from both his comrades and family, he must have been hurt deeply. He no longer trusted anyone. Now, he only treats me a bit better and barely acknowledges others. Of course, he wouldn't agree to join your team, even though he's a gold-level divine dancer. Chapter 54, Coincidence. You said what? He is a divine dancer. Mara stood up abruptly upon hearing Alexei's words. What's wrong, Caitlin? Aaron was startled by Mara's exaggerated reaction. Brother, do you know the meaning of a divine dancer? Mara explained. Among bards, the success rate for becoming a dancer is much lower than that for a mage to become an archmage. And among dancers, there exists an even more special class called divine dancers. The ratio of divine dancers to dancers is 1 to 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. A divine dancer is arguably the profession closest to divinity, not the gods in our sense, but rather deities said to exist in a higher realm known as the spirit realm, above all other planes. Divine dancers are blessed by these deities. Miss Mara is right. Alexei interjected while pushing his glasses up. From my research in ancient texts, this so-called spirit realm seems to be the godly realm of a plane called Earth, and it is reportedly the most powerful among all divine realms. It is said that their attire resembles that of Sakura City. Divine dancers not only enhance allies and weaken enemies through dance, they themselves are no longer ordinary support roles. They attract powerful deities as their guardians due to their spiritual energy. Of course, this power is limited by the physical endurance of the divine dancer, but it cannot be underestimated. Heaven, if Cavan has such talent, it's too bad he stays here, Aaron remarked. I feel the same way, but on this matter, he won't listen to me. There's nothing I can do. Alexei shook his head. If you two can persuade Cavan to leave, I would be very grateful. Alexei furrowed his brow and fell silent. Mr. Alexei, do you remember where Cavan's family lives? It's quite far away, in the Rainbow City's Purple Illusion City, Alexei replied. What? That place? It turns out Cavan and Sean were born in the same city. If Sean were still here, perhaps he could have met Cavan, Aaron sighed. In any case, we'll take our leave now. We'll help Mr. Alexei with this matter. If so, I entrust him to you, Alexei sighed. I hope this child wouldn't be so stubborn, continuing to force himself despite dislialbinate. Aaron and Mara left by xuanhuan and found a hotel on the street. Brother, should we visit Purple Illusion City first? Mara asked. Yes, this isn't an adventure, but a mission. We must move quickly. Let's use the magic-powered aircraft. It will only take us an hour to get there, Aaron said. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in Aaron and Mara's room. Their expressions changed dramatically as they drew their weapons and prepared for battle. But then a familiar laugh emerged from the black hole, which slowly disappeared, revealing Sean once again. Sean, why did you return now? Aaron asked in surprise. Weren't you supposed to be gone for a year? Yeah, I was. So what's the deal? Sean scratched his head. But only a month has passed here, Mara pointed out. Oh, maybe the time difference between the demon realm and human world is different. Anyway, I underwent a whole year of life and death training there, Sean replied. But my magical power has indeed increased significantly. What about your pet ring? Aaron asked. Sean shrugged. Master said relying on pets would only degrade my abilities, so he left them temporarily in the demon realm. Master. Aaron and Mara hadn't processed this term yet. I'm Tal Alban about Jamal, the demon god, you know. Oh, have you found new companions? Sean sat down and asked. Aaron and Mara couldn't help but smile bitterly. Aaron said, we did find someone, but they refused to go on adventures with us. This is how it happened. Sean fell unusually silent after hearing this, showing signs of shame and regret on his face. Sean, why do you look like that? Wait, could it be? Sean covered his face and nodded. You guessed right. Back then, I was one who abandoned my companions and fled for my life alone. At that time, I was just a lowly bronze rank, and when I saw a 4th stage magical beast, I was so frightened that I couldn't even stand up. So the other companions dragged me away. When I came to my senses, I found Cavan missing. Upon Alban, I learned that everyone was terrified and had left behind Cavan, not knowing if he was still alive or not. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. It was the first time seeing Sean cry like this in front of his companions, and Aaron and Mara could only sigh that this must be destined fate. What should we do now? Should we let Sean meet Cavan? Aaron asked. But wouldn't this rather make things worse for Cavan? According to Baiwa Yuan's owner Alexei, as a divine dancer, Cavan's strength is likely above all 3 of us. What if he sees Sean and wants revenge? Mara frowned, her face filled with worry. However, if we want Cavan to join us, we must resolve this issue. Ultimately, Sean will have to meet him, won't he? Aaron said. You can hide from it for a while, but not forever. Besides, we promised Mr. Alexei that we would help persuade Cavan. We shouldn't go back on our word, right? Sean wiped away his tears and took a deep breath. Leave this matter to me. Just stay here. Hold on. Sean, what are you planning to do? Aaron sensed something amiss and held back Sean, who was about to leave. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. On the contrary, if others get involved, it might just make things more complicated. So it's better handled by me alone. Sean said. By Yuan, right? Stay here and trust me, okay? Seeing the determination in Sean's eyes, Aaron could only sigh helplessly and nod. Chapter 55, A Reunion. Sean arrived at the 100 Flowers courtyard as mentioned by Aaron, composed himself, and walked in. Unlike Aaron and the others, Sean was already 16 years old. According to the rules of the Eastern Dragon Empire, one becomes an adult at 16. Furthermore, Sean was handsome, so as soon as he entered, several flamboyantly dressed men approached him to chat, but were politely declined by Sean. He walked up to the steward of this courtyard and said, I would like to see your top courtesan, Willie. That's not possible, sir. Willie sees only one guest per month, and she has already had her guest today. Therefore, you cannot meet Willie. The steward replied with a smile. This? Sean frowned, but he understood that places like these have their own rules. He then suggested, all right, I am an old friend of Willie. Since I can't meet her right away, may I meet Mr. Johnny, the owner here first? The steward was quite adept at dealing with people. From Sean's demeanor and eyes, he sensed some subtle clues and nodded. Certainly, sir, please follow me. After Alban approval from Johnny, the steward led Sean in and closed the door behind them from the outside. You look familiar, as if we've met somewhere before, Johnny remarked upon first seeing Sean. Sean couldn't help but smile bitterly. First, I must thank you for saving Willie. For me, it has always been one of my heaviest burdens. Johnny furrowed his brows. You're that child, now I remember. The one who fainted out of fear at seeing a 4th-tier magical beast and was dragged away by his companions. Sean nodded. After that incident, I've been afraid for a long time, and that fear later turned into regret, yet I could do nothing to change anything. I thought Willie was dead, and I'd have to carry this heavy burden for life. But I never imagined he was alive and wanted to see him. May I? Johnny looked at Sean for a moment and then said, You can tell me how his life has been since I saved him. After all, his father sold him to me personally. Sean sighed. Mr. Johnny, you should know, Willie comes from a family of dancers. In the past, his family members have become the most famous dancers and artists in the Eastern Dragon Empire. However, Willie wasn't satisfied with dancing just for money. So he secretly learned the art of a bard from others outside. That forced adventure was also our private activity. Later, when his family found out about Willie's actions, they considered it a violation of family rules. Ever since then, wherever Willie went, there was always someone from the family watching him. Willie seemed to have been deeply affected and didn't want to be around us anymore. He was the second son but also a bastard child, thus wasn't liked much at home. A few years later, his family faced financial difficulties, and then Willie disappeared. We thought he was dead, but I never expected him to be here with you. After listening, Johnny nodded. All right, I'll let you see him, but to be honest, he is exceptionally powerful now. Upon meeting you, the first thing he might do is punish you. Be mentally prepared. Sean nodded. I understand. Aaron and the others have already told me everything. Since I'm here, I'm fully prepared mentally. Why weren't you seen with Aaron earlier? Because I had separated from them for some time and stayed in another place. I just came back recently. Sean smiled bitterly. Please tell me where Willie's room is. I'll find him myself. The last room on the 2nd floor belongs to Willie. Johnny said, good luck. Sean came to the luxurious room's door and knocked. Is it Mr. Johnny? Please come in. Clearly, Willie thought the only person who would visit him at this time would be Johnny. Johnny pushed the door open and saw Willie's shadow projected on the curtain block Alban, the wooden bed. His hand instinctively clenched. The curtain was gently pulled aside. What did you need me for? Jump. Upon seeing Sean, Willie was first startled, then frowned, followed by a darkened face, and finally reverted to a calm expression. It has been a long time, Willie. Sean smiled awkwardly. Your room still exudes the same classic atmosphere. Have you lit the Wio incense again? I remember it's your favorite. Willie sat down on the stone bench, expressionless, and said, Why did you come here? He then noticed Sean's awkward appearance and added, Sit down and talk. It has been a long time. That, Aaron told me about you, and I didn't expect you to be here, Sean said. Have these years been tough for you? Willie raised an eyebrow, took a sip of fine wine from the stone table, and replied, Not at all. I am the top courtesan here, dressed in brocade and fed with delicacies, earning a lot of money. Compared to my previous hard life, this place is paradise, isn't it? After Alban, He even put on a fake smile used to attract customers. Willie, Sean, who had been gripping his hands tightly on his knees without noticing, slowly lowered his head. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Willie asked indifferently. At that time, we shouldn't have left you behind, Sean said. Ernon, you forgive me? However, Willie showed an indifferent look and continued drain Albin from his wine glass. Ah, you mean that time? That matter is long gone. I no longer care. But I won't join your group as I previously told Aaron. I only trust Mr. Johnny. I accept your apology. Now, you can leave. Willie, Sean frowned slightly, revealing a sad expression. Maybe it's karma. The few of us who abandoned you in the forest that time are now down to just me. What do you mean? Willie frowned slightly and asked. Evo is dead, killed by that woman we always considered a thorn in our side at school, and my parents were also killed by that woman. The other two survivors from back then died in a car accident 3 years ago. Now, only I remain. I often wonder if it really is karma. Although we deeply regret what happened, it's too late to change anything, Sean said slowly. Willie's hand trembled slightly. Then he said coolly, what does that have to do with me? What are you trying to prove by saying this? I told you, you can leave. Because, I fear I might not resist the urge to kill you. In an instant, Willie crushed the wine glass in his hand. But what was shattered wasn't just the glass. Chapter 56, Duel. Ching. Willie. Sean turned his head, not daring to look at Willie's expression at this moment, not daring to imagine. Why do you still appear before me? You all left me in the forest back then, without any regard for my life or death. If it weren't for Mr. Johnny, I would probably be a wandering soul by now. I had almost forgotten about this incident. Why do you have to show up again and talk to me about these things? Willie's chest heaved violently as she pointed her right hand at Sean. Get out. Get out. Willie. Sean looked at Willie and said, I know this matter has caused you great harm, but I sincerely regret what I've done. Ernon, you forgive me? Would you join us on an adventure instead of doing something like this here? You won't leave. Fine. This is your doing. Don't regret it later. A powerful divine force unique to divine dancers erupted from Willie's body. For colors of divine force, white, red, green, and yellow, surrounded Willie, forming a beautiful vortex. In the vortex, 2 black ribbons appeared in Willie's hands, starting to dance gracefully. The spiritual power then bifurcated into a small bell, which produced melodious sounds that complemented Willie's dance beautifully. However, Sean felt powerless and unable to move. Sean stared in surprise at Willie. Even if ordinary dancers could weaken their opponents, it was absolutely impossible to reach such a level. Is this the strength of a divine dancer? Sean tried to move, but found his body as if bound. Unwilling to give up, how could he fall down without gaining her forgiveness? With firm resolve, Sean slowly stood up. Willie, since you want to fight, let's battle then. Sean waved his hands and summoned a weapon, not a crystal ball, but rather a black staff embedded with a crystal ball. The staff was made from materials from the demonic realm, far more powerful than those made from common wood. At the tip of the magic staff was a crescent moon shape, within which was Sean's crystal ball. Sean also emitted a powerful dark magical force, different from before. This time the darkness seemed purer and stronger. Willie raised her eyebrows, stopping her dance, and looked at Sean. I didn't expect you to have made a pact with Jamal from this world's demon realm. No wonder you have such dark power. But you can't win against me, Sean. I'm no longer the little helper girl I used to be. Willie unleashed all her divine force, and Sean instantly felt like a tiny boat in an ocean. Sean gritted his teeth and maximized his magical force. The intense energy fields they emitted made the entire 100 Flowers secluded courtyard sway. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Everyone in the courtyard showed signs of fear. Meanwhile, nearby, Aaron and Mara also sensed the powerful forces colliding and left the hotel to head toward the courtyard. The two people had already ascended to the roof, confronting each other. In the office, Johnny sighed helplessly, and with a wave of his hand, a white energy stabilized the swaying building. At that moment, all the experts in Sakura City felt the energies from the 100 Flowers secluded courtyard and rushed over. When they saw one of the confronters was the flower queen of the courtyard, their eyes widened in shock. Time magic, parallel world. The crystal ball on Sean's staff detached itself and turned into 100 identical orbs that shot towards Willie. Instantly, Willie disappeared in an explosion, but Sean knew this level of power wouldn't hurt her. Sure enough, the explosion was suddenly dispersed, and a man in his 20s, with white hair, wearing tight-fitting clothes, appeared beside Sean, holding a short blade. It must have been him who dispersed the flames. Sean looked serious, waving his hand lightly, and the crystal ball returned to the staff. By now, Aaron and Mara had arrived, but did not intervene, knowing that others' help would only complicate matters. Who are you? Sean coldly asked the man holding the short blade. I am Callan, one of the 4 protectors of Willie. The man coldly replied. So, you're from the spirit realm. I read about this in demonic texts during my time there. It seems Aaron was right. From what I understand, you 4 protectors are among the strongest in the spirit realm too, but now, it's impossible for you to display such overwhelming power. Deniswar, Sean said, waving his magic staff. As he did so, strands of incantations twisted around Sean like ribbons. Time magic, time chains. With a gesture of his hand, the incantations instantly transformed into chains that spiraled and danced, tightly binding Callan. Callan emitted a white divine force and let out a roar, Brealban free from the chains. Sean frowned deeply, pondering his next move. However, Willie had already taken action. Her hands moved swiftly, and the ribbons seemed to come alive, Strealban toward Sean. Sean's expression changed dramatically. A huge black magic array appeared behind him, then sucked him in instantly. Next, the magic array reappeared behind Willie, and Sean emerged once more. He swung his magic staff and struck Callan, who was caught off guard and hit on the back, immediately spitting out blood. To all but advantage of this, Sean used the same method to teleport away to a distance. Callan, are you okay? Willie supported the injured Callan. Callan shook his head. I'm fine. This youth is tougher than expected. It seems we need the others as well. As he spoke, light flashed around Willie, and 3 women, all Lualban in their 20s, appeared beside her. One wore a red, fluffy long dress with long fiery red hair, appearing seductive, holding what looked like a phoenix feather fan. Another wore a green and white dress with a long staff in her hand, inscribed with the Big Dipper, exuding an indescribable mysterious aura. The third one wore a yellow chiffon dress. Lualban somewhat ordinary compared to the red-haired woman, but with a sense of steadiness, holding a delicate token. Sean couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, then raised his magic staff. So, you must be the Southern, Western, and Northern Protectors. Southern Protector Cassie, the seductive woman said, waving her feather fan. Western Protector Bryson, the staff-wielding woman, said softly. Northern Protector Bianca, the steady woman said, her jade token gleaming. Sean smiled. It's an honor to meet the 4 protectors today. Very well, let's see what you've got. Sean gently raised his hand, and 4 magic arrays appeared under their feet. Their expressions changed, transforming into 4 rays of light to dodge the magic arrays. Be careful, this child can manipulate time, Callan warned. That spell just now slowed down our perception of time. We need to be cautious, Cassie said. Let's attack. The 4 of us shouldn't lose to this brat. Even if we can only use a fraction of our power here, Bianca said coldly. Then let's begin. Willie, stay alert, Bryson said. Willie nodded. Chapter 57. Everyone, attack together. The words had barely left their mouths when the 4 Directions Protectors all, humph, rushing over without any defensive moves. Underestimating me, are you? Sean said coldly. I'll make you regret it. Time magic, 3,000 worlds. As he spoke, the crystal ball once again emitted a black light, and although it remained on the staff, around it split into 3,000 such orbs, like meteors falling from the sky towards the 4. Just as the 4 were about to be hit by Sean's magic, a faint translucent protective barrier appeared around them. Sean frowned slightly. Though his attacks landed successfully, they didn't harm the 4 because the seemingly fragile shield deflected everything. A closer look revealed that behind them, Marion was dancing, and with her dance, a layer of faint divine power quietly emerged, constantly enveloping the 4 Directions Protectors. So that's how it is. Relying entirely on Marion for defense allows them to concentrate all their strength on offense, Sean muttered to himself. However, the 4 Directions Protectors had already surrounded him. Sean slowly looked at the 4, saying nothing but bursting with even greater magical power, and took off his glasses. Yet none of the 4 Directions Protectors looked directly at Sean's eyes, as if they had anticipated that his eyes possessed petrification magic. Don't look into his eyes. I can sense it. His eyes have the power to petrify, Mariana said. Sean furrowed his brow. Could this Mariana perceive the types of magic his opponent used? Knowing that the opponent was now aware of his eye's secret, there was no point in wasting magic on petrification. He put his glasses back on. Impressive, the 4 Directions Protectors of the spirit realm. Even with less than a 10,000th of my power, you are quite a challenge. Then let's continue. With that, Sean waved his staff, continuously firing beams of magic, clashing fiercely in midair with the 4 Directions Protectors. At this moment, many experts watching from the ground were stunned. Never thought Sean would be this strong, Ash sighed. With his current strength, dealing with ordinary holy rank shouldn't be a problem anymore. Indeed, the amount of magic Sean has is immense, and Marion seems even stronger, Mara remarked. No wonder she's called one protected by the gods. Undoubtedly, Sean had become very powerful, but he was still no match for the 4 Directions Protectors. After a while, Sean was already wounded. Although he had received some physical training in the demon world, he couldn't compare to warrior professions. By now, Sean was struggling to stay afloat in the air, swaying before finally plummeting down. Sean, Ash and Mara ran to Sean's side, but he pushed them away, using his staff to support his heavily injured body. What do you want me to do to gain your forgiveness? But this question stumped Marion. How could she forgive him? Let him die? Yet, she realized that even if she watched Sean die right in front of her, she wouldn't feel happy. Feeling flustered, she recalled the 4 Directions Protectors and fled as a beam of light to the outskirts. Sean, you were reckless. Ash supported Sean's faltering body. You're a mage. Your body is naturally frail. What can chasing after her achieve now? Meanwhile, Marion had reached a desolate hill on the outskirts of the city. Marion, what's wrong? Why did you leave suddenly? Davian asked. Marion shook her head. Nothing. I just don't know how to forgive him. The 4 Directions Protectors exchanged glances, while Marion murmured to herself. Am I really wrong? Since coming to 100 Flowers Courtyard, I haven't trusted anyone except Mr. Johnny. Perhaps you should give that child another chance, Mariana mused after a moment. I can feel the kindness and innocence within him. I don't believe he abandoned others willingly. Moreover, you were young then, and facing life and death situations, your first instinct might have been to run. Are you saying Sean was unintentional back then? Marion looked up. Mariana nodded. Yes, in dangerous moments, the body often acts before the brain sends signals. It's called a reflex. Sometimes, we shouldn't be too rigid. One sling stood up, leaning against the tree, Lualban at the 4 Directions Protectors inside. I really don't know why you were willing to protect me back then. What difference does it make that I'm a divine dancer? Even in the spirit realm, You are among the greatest of powers. Your true forms must be incredibly strong. Why did you choose me? Christopher rarely showed a smile as he said, we've long given our reasons. First, you're a child worthy of our protection. Second, it's because of your mission as a member of the Noah clan. Your journey from our world's human realm, Earth, to here is not without purpose. Our duty is to protect you until you grow strong enough. Bryson also nodded but slightly frowned, raising his staff and saying, be cautious, there's movement. The Four Directions protectors surrounded One Sling, trying their best to sense every move around them. Suddenly, more than a dozen black figures emerged from the dark woods. Who are they? One Sling frowned deeply, her black ribbons swirling around her like living creatures. There's an evil aura about them, Bryson said in disgust. The others are no threat, but the one in the middle is of holy rank. Be careful. The Four Directions protectors exchanged glances. Cassie stood by One Sling, while Davian swung his blade, charging at the holy rank black-clothed figure. Christopher raised a token which, with a flash of light, transformed into a sharp dagger. Then Christopher slowly disappeared into the night, even his presence vanishing. Meanwhile, Bryson pointed his staff toward the sky, creating a black vortex accompanied by sparkling stars. Davian's blade met the black-clothed man's knight sword, Sparalban upon impact. Both retreated a step, and it was clear to Davian that this holy rank opponent was formidable, far from an ordinary rank. The other black-clothed figures rushed towards One Sling, attempting to attack her. However, their attacks were futile. Cassie coldly smiled and gently waved her feather fan, releasing bursts of flames. Despite some of the black-clothed men using water magic, the flames only grew fiercer. With your mere water spells, you think you can extinguish my divine fire? How deluded! My divine fire will burn everything before it. Cassie continued waving her fan, enveloping nearby foes in roaring flames. Meanwhile, Bryson plunged his staff into the ground, summoning a meteor shower from the sky. Each large and destructive meteor Strialban those who aimed to harm One Sling. One Sling herself wasn't weak either. She gracefully moved her hands, her two long silk ribbons weaving through the black-clothed men like snakes, leaving trails of blood wherever they went. Chapter 58, Assassination. The black-clothed figure clearly did not expect an auxiliary dancer to be so tenacious, as every move now betrayed a hint of anxiety. Once again dodging Armando's strike and seeing all his comrades fall around him, the black-clothed figure seemed to struggle with something before deliberately feigning a move, intending to turn and leave. However, he saw mockery in Armando's eyes. Do you think you can still escape? A cold voice sounded, and the black-clothed figure suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Turning around, he saw Griffin gradually appear behind him, a sharp dagger piercing his back. The black-clothed figure knew it was coated with potent poison due to the similar pain spreading throughout his body. After landing the blow, Griffin quickly retreated out of the black-clothed figure's range, as did Armando. The black-clothed figure had no means to escape. The poison not only caused excruciating pain, but also paralyzed his body. Speak. Why did you attempt to assassinate Lawrence? Armando said coldly. However, the black-clothed man sneered, his hoarse voice echoing. Do you think you've won? If the mission fails, I'll die when I return anyway. Might as well drag you all down with me. Tearing open his clothes, a ghostly face appeared on his chest, appearing extremely eerie. At this moment, the ghostly face's copper-like eyes turned blood red, its tongue slowly extending from the mouth. The black-clothed man was in great pain, screaming loudly. Then, a bloody light barrier formed around him, within which his body gradually melted, leaving only the ghostly face, which grew into a body and finally transformed into a monster 4 or 5 meters tall. After Talbin form, Armando's expression changed drastically. This isn't good. It's a demon soul ghost from the netherworld, a monster that devours souls. After consuming the soul of that saint-class man, we are absolutely no match for it now. We must go, but it was already too late to leave. The demon soul ghost spat out dozens of green fireballs from the mouths on its palms, forming a cage that tightly confined the 5 people inside. Damn it, don't touch the flames, they're highly poisonous. Armando shouted a warning. What do we do now? The 4 surrounded Lawrence in the middle. Though the 4 protectors tried their best, they could barely muster any strength and could only watch as the cage kept Shrinalban. And the demon soul ghost laughed arrogantly, its hoarse laughter causing severe headaches for the 5. I didn't expect its voice to be soul-piercing, troublesome indeed. Fisher covered his head, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his body trembling slightly. The cage is getting smaller, what do we do? Armando asked. Let's fight. We can't let anything happen to Lawrence. Unkit gritted his teeth. Lawrence objected outright. No. How can you risk yourselves for my sake? Now isn't the time for that. At worst, we'll lose some vitality, but if we continue like this, you will die. However, Lawrence would not agree. Just then, an unexpected event occurred as the green flame cage suddenly turned into stone. This is... The 5 looked into the distance, where Brinley dragged his injured body, his glasses glowing purple, evidently a petrification spell, but not quite. Normally, Brinley's petrification only affected humans and should have been yellow, so Aaron and Mara were perplexed. At this moment, Lawrence felt complicated, somewhat self-blaming, guilty, and angry. Brinley merely frowned and asked, how did a demon soul ghost from the netherworld get here? Huh, you know about this? Armando looked curiously at Brinley. Ordinarily, such knowledge wouldn't be known to humans, but Finn Alban about it. It made sense since Brinley had once lived in the demonic realm. Brinley, wasn't your petrifying eye only able to petrify humans? Aaron asked. My petrifying eye has been improved and can turn non-living objects into stone. But for something that's both a living entity and not human, it is powerless. Brinley finished, coughing violently and kneeling on one knee, clearly having reached his limit with that last move. Brinley, you've pushed yourself too hard. Aaron looked anxiously at Brinley. No, you need immediate treatment, Caitlin. Let's finish it together. You can't handle it. It possesses Saint-class strength, Armando said. Aaron looked at Armando coldly and said, if you retreat just because of the realm, you're not worthy of being a legendary expert from the spirit boundary. Aaron drew his sword. On the battlefield, don't consider how powerful the enemy is. Just rush forward without hesitation. As he finished Spialban, the sword flash appeared instantly. Moonless stream, Nightfork sky flash. However, the demon soul ghost was not that easy to deal with. It held its hands up flat, and a black shield appeared in front of it. Block Alban the nerve-severing sword flash with the large shield. Since this is the case, let me try. Mara opened her fan. Fury of the Wind God, Great Scythe Weasel. The hurricane capable of cutting through steel enveloped the demon soul ghost, and Mara smirked as she brushed her hair aside. Even if the shield can block the attack, it won't be able to withstand attacks from all sides, right? However, in the next moment, Mara's smile froze because the demon soul ghost was unscathed. Damn, how tough is his skin? Mara held her fan in front of her chest to guard against the demon soul ghost's sudden attack. At this moment, Brinley stood up and said, Aaron, Caitlin, let's go together. But your body? Aaron asked worriedly. Don't worry. I've gone through countless life and death training sessions in the demon realm. This minor injury is nothing. Brinley's crystal ball on his magic wand emitted a bright light, and then in the astonished gazes of everyone, it turned into 10,000. Yes, 10,000. Not to mention the 4 protectors and Lawrence. Even Aaron and Mara, who knew Brinley's strength, exchanged glances. This was simply too formidable. However, the two quickly came back to their senses. Now was not the time to discuss these things. They had to get rid of the demon soul ghost as soon as possible. Then we will go together. Aaron's sword emitted a red glow. Moonless stream, Yama slash. A crescent-shaped blood-red sword flash appeared in front of Aaron, but did not attack immediately. Instead, it grew larger and larger on the spot, emitting intense malice. Meanwhile, Mara raised her fan above her head. Since we are using our full strength, then let me join in. Fury of the Wind God, Wind Demon Beast. The fan flashed down and formed a tornado. Inside the tornado, there appeared a monster resembling a combination of a deer and a horse. And Aaron knew what it was, a wind-controlling demon beast from the Xuanhuan Jing, Fei Lian. Although this wind demon beast was made of condensed wind at this moment, its power was absolutely incomparable to the previous moves used by Mara. Time magic, 10,000 cycles. Brinley pointed his left hand forward, and the 10,000 crystal balls surged forward, combining with Aaron's and Mara's techniques to form a destructive force. This force instantly engulfed the demon soul ghost's body, emitting a blinding light that forced everyone to close their eyes. When the light disappeared and they looked again at where the demon soul ghost stood, there was a huge crater, and the demon soul ghost had long turned into ashes. Chapter 59, Pawn. After bidding farewell to Sakura City, Haley also agreed to adventure with everyone. On the way, Haley learned about everyone's Noah identity and couldn't help but ask, so how many artifacts have you found? We only have one, the Noah chalice, said Aaron. Haley nodded and asked, then where are we heading next? Follow him. Aaron held up a dog god. This little guy has been bringing us together gradually. Haley couldn't help but exclaim, I can hardly believe that such a cowardly, unreliable dog could become a deity. What kind of world is this? Yes, every battle it's the first to run away until we win. Then it comes back wagging its tail. Mara covered her mouth and chuckled. And, it seems like we're being followed. The 4 exchanged glances and spread out into a formation. Aaron stood at the front and coldly said, aren't you going to show yourself? Oh, you actually noticed me. A woman in red robes slowly emerged from the woods in front of them. She appeared to be barely over 30, with a thin veil covering her face. In her hand was a long magic staff that resembled flames, radiating an intense fiery energy. Ever since Haley was attacked, we felt it was strange why the Black organization targeted us. Now it appears that we 4 share a common identity and possess what you seek, Aaron said coldly. Noah. The woman laughed lightly. You're quite clever. Indeed, when Haley stayed in 100 Flowers' secluded court, we couldn't strike because a supreme powerhouse always protected her. So last night when we discovered she left alone, we sent our organization's experiment subjects to assassinate her. We didn't expect to be countered by you all. It seems you're very strong. After much consideration, I decided to take action myself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mora. Experiment subjects? The group frowned, not understanding what she meant. Our organization is artificially creating saint-rank powerhouses but lack one material, Noah's life force. As long as we kill you and obtain your blood, the experiment will succeed. The woman's magic staff began to glow. I must warn you, this isn't a regular upgrade. You have no chance of winning. Fire Dragon Dance. As Mora finished Spialban, a swirling fire dragon appeared before her. Roaring and filled with immense power, it charged directly at Aaron, who stood at the front. Insignificant skill. Sean's magic staff emitted black light, causing several large rocks around them to crumble and float up in front of Aaron. Foolishness. Do you think some rocks can block my fire dragon? Next moment, the fire dragon crashed into the rock fragments before Aaron, yet to everyone's surprise, these fragments managed to halt the attack until the fire dragon dissipated. How is this possible? If Mora hadn't confirmed Aaron and others were gold and silver ranked, she would have thought there was someone hiding their true strength among them. Nothing impossible, Xuan replied calmly. I just need to revert time for the rocks to their intact state the instant they're destroyed by your fire dragon. Repeating this cycle means even mere rocks can defend against you. Mora sneered. Just a gold-level mage. Do you really think you can be my match, a saint-rank elementalist? Xuan smiled and slowly walked to stand before Aaron. Meanwhile, Haley had already started dancing, her divine powers transforming into various musical instruments surrounding her as she danced, infusing visible power into Xuan's body. Annoying, the support effect is so powerful. Mora showed signs of anxiety. Since that's the case, flame magic, flame whirlwind. With a wave of her staff, a vortex of flames formed above Mora, growing larger until she threw it down toward Xuan. Xuan didn't panic. He merely sighed. If you weren't an elementalist, I wouldn't dare be so presumptuous. But since you are one, you can't win even at saint rank. Time magic. Control the flame's time to future tense. Extinguish. The moment Xuan spoke, the mighty flame vortex that roared just seconds ago extinguished instantly. Firewu looked at Xuan with a face full of horror. However, Xuan remained expressionless and merely sighed, saying, What kind of saint rank are you? You're just a high-level test subject of your organization. Your control over elements is far inferior compared to true saint ranks. Perhaps you'd be very powerful against others, but against someone who can manipulate time like me, you have no chance of winning. Your control over the elements is simply too poor. If you were a true saint rank elementalist, you would have found a solution in that instant. It seemed as if Fire Wu had been hit right on the mark, revealing a look of twisted anger on her face. Xuan sneered coldly. Even if you hate me to death now, it's useless because you're about to die. With that, he took off his glasses, his eyes glowing a purple hue. However, Fire Wu immediately closed her eyes. Do you think I don't know that your glasses can cast petrification magic? Xuan didn't reply, only smiling. Now, please look at my glasses, just one glance will do. Open them. The voice carrying magic entered Fire Wu's ears, and in the next moment, she became dazed, slowly raising her head. The moment she met Xuan's gaze, Fire Wu snapped back to reality, her face a mix of shock and rage, but it was too late because she had already started turning to stone. What just happened? Why did she open her eyes? Aaron asked. Xuan put his glasses back on and said, Nothing much, just learned a bit of enchantment from the master. Using this kind of magic takes time and isn't always successful, so I just gave it a try. Meanwhile, Haley had also stopped dancing and stepped forward, saying, Be careful, I feel there are more enemies around us. Aaron nodded. I think so too. This woman is just a pawn. The truly formidable ones should be behind us. The four maintained their formation with Aaron in front, Haley and Xuan in the middle, and Mara at the rear, cautiously moving forward. After Walbalban for a while, Aaron suddenly stopped and sneered. So, a mighty saint rank would resort to something like traps? He was Lualban at the dense web-like steel wires ahead, covered with transparent liquid, clearly toxic. Without another word, he drew his sword and slashed out several sword flashes, cutting all the wires. Chapter 60, Deegan. How did you see through these traps? A Gervais with a large sword on his back descended from the air, Lualban coldly at Mike. Mike smiled without Spialban. Then Alban back to the treasure mirror of traps he had seen before. What kind of traps hadn't been recorded? For the other party to boast about such low-level traps was laughable. The Gervais also noticed the disdain in Mike's eyes and said coldly, This gentleman's name is Deegan. Let's skip the chit-chat move. According to our organization's orders, I must capture you all alive. Capture us alive? Mike sneered. Better not be too confident. His expression turned cold as he charged straight at Deegan. Meanwhile, Lawrence summoned the four guardian devas who surrounded her. She began dancing, but this time, instead of enhancing her allies, she was best at applying negative effects. Everyone heard a sound like wind chimes, followed by Lawrence softly chanting, O gods of the spirit realm, accept my dance in praise of divinity, sleep butterfly. Lawrence's long sleeves flicked, and butterflies the size of palms appeared around her. These butterflies then surrounded Deegan. Maalb and him immediately feel exhausted and slowing down his body's response. What an opportunity. Mike leaped into the air. Moonless stream, Yiksha flash. This was Mike's strongest Yiksha flash ever, with nearly hundreds of sword flashes descending on Deegan like lightning, creating smoke that enveloped Deegan completely. Don't stop, everyone together. Sean's crystal ball flashed, dividing into 3,000 identical orbs. Time magic, 3,000 great worlds. The orbs instantly rushed into the smoke, causing massive explosions. Mara waved her fan with a smile. Let me add some fire too. God of wind, multiple scythe weasels. With a flick of her fan, several tornadoes intertwined and rushed into the flames and explosions, aiding the flames Sean produced. The combination resulted in even more powerful blasts. Once the flames and smoke cleared, where Deegan had stood was now a desolate scene, revealing a deep pit several meters wide. As they approached, everyone wondered if Deegan had been eliminated. Suddenly, Lawrence's Eastern Guardian Devis Braden shouted, Watch out. He carried Lawrence away from the large pit, while the others, alerted by his warning, fled almost simultaneously. Just then, a figure shot out of the pit, wielding a heavy greatsword aimed directly at Mike. Unable to retreat, Mike could only raise his shield. Though it defended against Deegan's attack, the shock caused his hand holding the shield to bleed profusely. This guy is so strong. Was our attack useless? Lawrence frowned and danced again. O gods of the spirit realm, accept my dance in praise of divinity, soul prison. Immediately, a white halo appeared beneath Deegan's feet, rapidly shooting out chains with lightning attached, binding him tightly. However, Deegan broke free effortlessly without any injuries. Everyone's faces paled. It was well known that dancers were rare and highly sought after for their potent and hard-to-shake negative buffs, which significantly weakened opponents. Even against a superior opponent, the effects persisted. As one of the exceptional divine dancers, Lawrence was confident enough to seal over half the strength of a Saint-class warrior. Yet, Deegan easily shattered the soul prison. Yosef frowned and said, "This man has Titan blood." "What does that mean?" Mike asked. "Titans are among the most powerful beings on this plane, existing on the ground. While they lack divine magic, their sheer strength and formidable defenses are truly terrifying. Although Titans are extinct, it seems this man has inherited some of their blood, albeit very diluted. Still, this alone allows him to sweep across most Saint-class beings. No wonder Lawrence's soul prison was ineffective. His defense is simply too strong." Yosef warned, "We cannot take such an opponent lightly." "Damn it." Mike raised his sword, but his left hand trembled slightly. The movement was so subtle that only Mara, who was close to him, noticed. Mara also sneered. "Since physical attacks are useless, let's try another method." With that, she put away her fan and slapped the ground. But nothing happened around them. Sean and Lawrence exchanged puzzled glances. What were these two up to? Meanwhile, Deegan was equally confused by Mike and Mara's actions. However, at this moment, Mike said, "Lawrence, Sean, you cover Mara and me. We need to get closer to him." Sean and Lawrence didn't have time to ask why, and they trusted that as the team leader, Mike wouldn't do anything foolish. Sean mustered his strength, and his crystal ball split into 10,000 orbs, each emitting terrifying magic, surrounding him densely. From Lawrence's sleeves emerged her weapons, 2 ribbons that could freely twirl. She held the ribbons and began dancing on the spot. With every step, her spiritual power grew stronger. It was clear that Lawrence was about to unleash a powerful technique. Seeing this, Deegan did not interfere. After all, he ranked high among the saints in their organization. How could he fear the moves of a few gold-level youths? He wouldn't be laughed at for letting them make their move. So, Deegan slung his large sword over his shoulder and allowed the four to act. Mike and Mara exchanged glances, then moved from both sides simultaneously. Deegan lifted his great sword off his shoulder, ready to counterattack. Time magic, 10,000 cycles. Sean pointed his magic staff forward, and the 10,000 crystal balls attacked from every angle. Although Deegan wanted to strike first to stop Mike and Mara from getting closer, every time he swung his sword, several crystal balls would intercept it and explode, forcing him to retract his sword for defense. Although Sean's previous attack had done no damage, Deegan knew that this round of explosions was far more powerful than before. "O gods of the spirit realm, your humble servant dances for you, offering the most beautiful divine dance, praising you with utmost sincerity. Bring suffering upon the enemy, 7 colored phoenixes." A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lawrence. Slowly, 7 vortexes of different colors appeared in the sky. From the vortexes emerged 7 phoenixes of varying colors. Though not true phoenixes, they were lingering echoes with astonishing power. This was one of the few offensive techniques Lawrence knew. The 7 colored phoenixes danced and flew in the air, calling out loudly, then charged toward Deegan, each spitting colored beams from their mouths, far exceeding Sean's attack in power. To all but advantage of this opening, Mike and Mara finally reached Deegan's side. Chapter 61, Rocky. To Deegan's surprise, Aaron and Mara did not launch an attack. Aaron merely circled around Deegan and then returned to his original position, with his left hand trembling slightly again unconsciously. And Mara only gently touched Deegan before returning to her starting point. "Are you playing with me?" Deegan felt disrespected and immediately became furious. Just as Deegan was about to rush over, he felt a sharp pain in his body. Llewellyn down, he saw that his left leg had been cut open by a thin thread. If he had taken 2 more steps, it would have been worse. Realizing this, Deegan broke into a cold sweat. At this moment, the spot on Deegan's body where Mara had touched began to turn blue, which then gradually spread. Soon, Deegan's entire left hand had turned green, and Deegan suddenly felt excruciating pain in his left arm, as if the cells inside were being destroyed. Meanwhile, small insects slowly emerged from under Mara's feet. They looked like ladybugs, but had 8 spots, with their mouthparts having 4 petals, giving a bone-chilling sensation. These insects slowly crawled towards Deegan. Wanting to dodge, Deegan found himself surrounded by countless fine threads set up by Aaron, forming an impenetrable net. For Deegan to get out, his body would need to be able to withstand the sharpness of the steel threads. After all, no matter how strong human flesh is, it remains flesh. How does it feel? My withering Despising paired with the 8-spotted beetle, even if you are a saint rank, it's enough to give you a hard time. Mara said with a sneer. Although it has considerable power, unfortunately, it has no effect on me. Sensing a huge threat behind her, Mara instinctively blocked herself with her fan. Before anyone could react, she was hit by Deegan's giant sword. Although she managed to block the attack with her fan, the force knocked her down after Brealban 3 trees. On the ground, Mara, though not unconscious, couldn't stand up within a short period. "Caitlin!" Aaron exclaimed in shock and anger, Llewellyn at the intact Deegan and glancing back at him in confusion. What exactly happened? How can there be 2 people? These aren't 2 people but dummies. That one just now was merely a mechanical puppet I made. I wouldn't show up easily without understanding my opponent. Deegan laughed coldly. As if to verify Deegan's words, once the 8-spotted beetles left, a damaged mechanical man appeared. "Damn, we've been tricked." Marion redirected the 7-colored phoenix to attack the real Deegan. But Deegan simply swung his greatsword lightly, turning the phoenix into nothingness. Not possible. Due to the phoenix's destruction, Marion felt dizzy and was supported by Sod to avoid falling down. This guy is far craftier than he looks. There's nothing we can do. Xuan raised his wand level, black magic swirling around him. Then Xuan said coldly, "You'll regret this, big guy." The magic vortex dispersed into light points. A few seconds later, Xuan erupted with magic that stunned Deegan. Deegan's face changed dramatically. "You're crazy. Bursting out all your magic at once can be fatal for a magic conductor. It's often said that the most terrifying thing in battle is someone who doesn't care about their own life. They will stop at nothing to kill their enemy, even if it means mutual destruction." Thus, Deegan showed horror when seeing Xuan seemingly ready to go all out. "I'm afraid now? Too late. Even at the risk of backlash today, I'll take your life." Just as Xuan finished Spialban, a man in a black cloak appeared behind him. The man had an almost superhuman beauty, pale skin, pointed ears, and blood-red eyes, lazily Lualban at Deegan while holding a large scythe. "Why is he here?" The four guardians exclaimed in unison. "Do you know him?" Aaron asked. "Of course, he is one of the 10 most powerful leaders in the spirit realm, known as the Death Lord, the god of death. Why would he be connected to Xuan? The spirit realm is parallel to Earth, and contracts with its inhabitants must be made by people from that dimension. So unless this Xuan isn't from this dimension, Mariana speculated. "Wait, compared to you guys, how does this Death Lord rank?" Marion asked. The four guardians couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Although we pride ourselves as powerful figures in the spirit realm, we stand no chance against a Death Lord ranked in the top 3. We didn't even make it into the top 10. Deegan was about to attack, but was knocked back by a black beam emitted from the shadow behind Xuan. "Little brother, did you summon me just to deal with this scum?" The Death Lord asked indifferently. Xuan turned around with a cold smile at the Death Lord who had solidified his body. "Humph, Franco, stop ridiculing me. I'm now like a tiger reduced to being teased by dogs. And you're still Mock Alban?" The Death Lord known as Franco covered his mouth and chuckled. "You're as unexciting as ever. Anyway, since you summoned me, I'll help you once. But let me make it clear. This is my soul fragment, so my power will only be at the saint stage. Moreover, I must act through your body. You should understand what I mean, right? Enough nonsense. If you want to use my body, do it quickly," Xuan said coldly. Then they saw Franco's soul fragment slowly merging into Xuan's body. Afterward, Franco waved his left hand, and a scythe appeared in his hand. "Who are you now?" Marion asked. Franco, who now controlled Xuan's body, turned to look at Marion with a lazy smile. "This body belongs to my little brother, but now it's operated by me, Franco. Enough talk." Franco brandished the scythe, staring at Deegan with a bloodthirsty grin. "Descendant of the Titans, that old man once humiliated me. Although I exterminated his entire clan, there were some leftovers. Today, I'll wipe out all the Titans completely." Franco sneered as he swung the scythe, releasing a crescent-shaped black blade that hit Deegan directly. Despite Deegan's reaction, his left arm was cut off. However, Deegan didn't rush forward because he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the possessed Xuan. It wasn't just the realm or strength, it was the murderous aura. Even Deegan, who had killed countless people, felt nauseous. So Deegan chose to flee. However, he knew he would face punishment if he failed the mission, so he took an extremely risky action. He planted the great sword into the ground, where some archaic words appeared on the blade. Then the words glowed brightly, engulfing Deegan, the unconscious Mara, and Aaron before disappearing, along with the great sword. "Where did they go?" Marion asked Franco. Franco replied indifferently. "They were captured. Follow me." Chapter 62, Death Lord. "Now can you explain to us what's going on with Xuan?" Qing Ling said coldly. Basil didn't mind Willie's cold tone and just smiled lazily, saying, "Well, it's not that complicated. Xuan is actually a deity from the spirit realm and my biological younger brother, who is also the god of star spirits, ran Alban forth among the 10 leaders of the spirit realm. However, later on, we had some conflicts. To punish him, I kicked him out of the spirit realm. First, he reincarnated as one of the Noah clan, and now he has become your companion." "Conflicts? Kicked out of the spirit realm?" Willie couldn't help but twitch her lips. "Aren't they brothers?" He did this. But Lualban at Basil, she could indeed see someone who would do such things. "Why did you let Deegan escape earlier? You had the ability to intercept him, no, to kill him." Willie frowned. Basil stopped and stared coldly at Willie. Suddenly, Willie felt dizzy as Basil's icy hand was already at her throat, and the 4 protectors dared not make any move for fear of harming her. "Listen, puny human, you have no right to question me. I've killed my own flesh and blood before. Don't anger me. Just follow me quietly, understand?" Basil moved his slender fingers away, shouldered his scythe, and continued while Alban. Soon, they arrived at one of the Black Cloak Organization's bases. "This base only has one Saint rank member, Deegan. I'll take care of him, while you handle the Golden rank members. Should be fine, right?" Basil said coldly. Willie and the 4 protectors didn't respond, but Basil wasn't angry. He walked alone to the front of the base. The entire base resembled a steel castle. Basil didn't bother with idle talk, and before anyone knew it, the 2 silver rank guards were dead. The 4 protectors couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was the difference in strength. In the spirit realm, powerful beings abounded. Although the 4 protectors were not weak, they couldn't claim invincibility. Even just the 10 leaders of the spirit realm were beyond their reach. Once inside the base, Basil and Willie split up. According to Basil, dealing with those below the saint rank was beneath him, so he left them to Willie and went directly to find Deegan. Willie looked at the increasing number of Black Cloak members around him and smiled bitterly. Though he wasn't afraid, there were still quite a few to deal with. "Oh God of the spirit realm, accept my dance of praise, sleep butterfly." Willie waved his sleeves, and beautiful crystal butterflies appeared before everyone. Those with weak minds fell asleep instantly upon contact, while the strong-willed struggled desperately. Seizing the moment when their opponents couldn't move, the four protectors used their unique skills. Despite the many golden rank experts, they were no match for the protectors under these circumstances. Screams echoed throughout. Qingye and Disham managed well, while Braden's slashes produced blood lotuses wherever he went. Willie took out a fan, unfolding it to block splattering blood from his face. "Braden, must you always turn battles into massacres?" "I'm getting dirty," Willie complained. But clearly, Braden hadn't heard. The five of them calmly eliminated every member of the Black Cloak organization in each hallway. Meanwhile, Basil had already faced Deegan. "I didn't expect you to be this fast." Deegan raised his greatsword solemnly. "Let the riffraff deal with riffraff. I only need to dispose of you." Basil stretched, his pale, slender hands pick Alban up the scythe, glowing with a chilling light. Beneath his bloodthirsty and icy gaze was an eerie smile that sent shivers down Deegan's spine, as if facing a remorseless killer. "Hold on, aren't you concerned about their lives?" Deegan pointed his sword at Aaron and Mara, who were pinned to the wall with bone drills, bleeding and unconscious. Although Deegan seemed confident, his trembling hand betrayed his true feelings. "You're afraid? Forget it. Even if you kill them, I don't care. The person standing before you isn't that bespectacled, slightly foolish mage anymore, but a soul summoned from another dimension, possessing his body. It has nothing to do with me whether you want to torture or kill them." Basil's left index finger lightly traced over his purple-black lips. "I simply enjoy slaughter." As soon as he finished Alban, Basil vanished from where he stood. Deegan's pupils constricted. Years of combat experience let him make the correct choice in an instant, dodging the scythe that should have slit his throat. Deegan swung his greatsword horizontally, aiming to drive Basil away from him. However, this was just a wishful thought of Deegan. Basil's body was severed into two pieces but didn't bleed. Instead, there were black mists at the wounds which, under Deegan's horrified gaze, quickly healed and restored him. You're a monster." Deegan couldn't stop trembling. "Monster? Not exactly." Basil appeared beside Deegan with a light laugh, the scythe already at Deegan's neck. "I merely oversee death, and remember, never call me a monster." Because the scythe sliced off Deegan's head, and the look of terror on his face gave Basil a sense of pleasure, as if he relished seeing others afraid of him. Then Basil walked to Deegan's head and said, "Because my brother called me a monster once, so I sent him to reincarnation." Basil turned around to look at Aaron and Mara nailed to the wall, forming a sinister smile. He waved the scythe, Alban the nails through their palms. Aaron and Mara fell to the ground, unconscious. TCH, really not durable. Basil turned to finally arrived Willie and the four protectors, smiling and saying, "You're too late. Deegan is already dead. They are seriously injured, but unfortunately, not dead yet." "You truly a devil," Willie said coldly. "Oh, thank you for the compliment, he." Basil covered his mouth with a light laugh, then said, "All right, I've done what I came here for. It's time for me to go. In the future, don't call me out for dealing with these trash. Seriously, a bunch of incompetent guys. And you four protectors, focus more on practicing when free. Don't waste time on this guy, worth it? Even if he is of the Noah clan. Oh right, there are Noah clan artifacts here, find them after I leave." As he spoke, Basil's soul emerged from Sean's body and transformed into black dots disappearing. Sean lost consciousness and fainted on the ground. Chapter 63, Mechanism. "You're finally awake, Sean." Sean opened his eyes to see three people Lualban at him with worried expressions. "Where is my accursed brother? Did he roll back to the spirit realm?" Sean asked in an unfriendly tone. "Well, yeah, more or less," Iolo said. "But fortunately, he left some medicine before he left. Otherwise, Mara and I would still be unconscious." "Humph, does he have such a good heart?" Sean raised an eyebrow, sneering. "He's the one who once tried to kill me, his own brother. Would he leave medicine for you? Forget it, let's not bother with this now. Since you're all fine, we should look for the artifact. My brother wasn't wrong. There indeed is a Noah artifact here, and my Noah Holy Grail is already reacting." Sean took out the Noah Holy Grail from his storage ring, which emitted a continuous golden glow. Everyone nodded, stood up, and began searching for the artifact within the vast base. Initially, the entire place was like a maze, but the Noah Holy Grail in Sean's hands served as a compass, guiding them quickly to the bottom of the base. Facing a heavy iron door, the Holy Grail's light grew even brighter, confirming that their target was indeed here. "Sean, can you open this door?" Iolo asked. "Not a problem," Sean smiled, and the crystal ball on his magic staff flashed. "Manipulate steel, time fast forward, decay." The door gradually rusted, became brittle, and crumbled into pieces of rusted iron on the ground. I must say, Sean's time magic is quite practical for these situations, haha. Sean couldn't help but roll his eyes. "All right, stop wasting time. Let's go." The four of them passed through the gate and encountered a strange scene. A narrow road stretched out before them, flanked by bottomless abysses on both sides. Numerous numbers adorned the path, appearing rather eerie. "What do you think?" Iolo asked. Mara thought for a moment and said, "I believe there must be a special way to proceed." "What do you think?" Greer also nodded. "But the question is, how? With so many numbers and no hints, it's clear that only the core members of this base knew the way. We don't know any route forward, and stepping into a trap could be disastrous. But there's no point pondering here. The numbers on the ground show no pattern. It comes down to how we move. Standing here, afraid to advance, won't help, Sean said. Why don't we send someone to scout ahead? Mara suggested. But that's dangerous, Greer said. We don't know what traps await if we step wrong. If someone accidentally falls, who knows if they'd survive? But we have to do it this way unless we give up on finding the artifact. We don't have any puppets or mechanical creatures to test it either. Sean frowned. I'll scout ahead. However, Iolo stopped Sean first, saying, let me go. Even though you're strong now, your body's sensitivity and reflexes can't compare to mine as a knight. Agility, evasion, and physical endurance. I surpass you in these areas. As the captain, it's my responsibility. Without waiting for objections, Iolo drew his sword, held up his shield, and slowly stepped onto the narrow path. Each row had 4 numbered tiles, with only one being correct, meaning the chance of a trap was 3 and 4. Iolo took a deep breath and cautiously placed his left foot on the leftmost tile, with no danger evident. He frowned. Had he guessed right on the first try? Carefully, he placed his right foot on the same tile, and nothing happened. He exhaled in relief. At that moment, Greer, with sharp senses, shouted, there's a spring sound. Trap. Almost simultaneously, various darts flew from all directions above. Though Iolo's shield could block some, his back was vulnerable. But Iolo had no intention of defending. Seeing the darts raining down, he smirked. Underestimating me. No moon style, Azura flash jump. Hundreds of sword flashes shot out in all directions, slicing the incoming darts into 2 pieces wherever they went. Amazing. Greer couldn't help but admire. It seems that after practicing the no moon style, almost everything can be cut by Brother Iolo, Mara said with a smile. Sean said, Iolo has always been gifted in swordsmanship. With the assistance of such a divine weapon as the treasured sword in his hand, anything that doesn't have terrifying physical defense like Hagong wouldn't be able to stop Iolo's sword flash unless they could dodge it. Iolo's techniques are different from those knights who pursue power. His moves focus more on speed. As you saw, even we couldn't clearly see the direction he swung his sword. Countless hidden weapons fell into the abyss on both sides after being cut, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. If not this one. Iolo retreated back to the starting point and stepped on the second tile, which was met with another wave of hidden weapon attacks, but noticeably more than before. Reluctantly, Iolo had to retreat to the starting point again. Just as he was about to step up again, Sean stopped him. All right, don't try anymore. We won't get anywhere if we keep doing this. Sean frowned. Why is that? Think about it. If 1 out of every 4 tiles in each row isn't a trap, the probability for the first row is only 1 in 4. By the second row, there's still a 3/4 chance of a trap, and if you step wrong, you must return to the starting point. This continues row after row. I estimate this path has about 100 rows. How long do you think it would take us to try all possibilities? Not to mention, there might be rows where all tiles are traps. Even if we eventually pass, how many days would have passed, and we would be completely exhausted. And there's still an iron door ahead, meaning there's more than one checkpoint here. This approach will exhaust us to death. Iolo nodded. I understand what you're saying, Sean, but we don't have any other options. Chapter 64, The Demon Octopus Zhang. I want to go down to the bottom of the abyss. Sean pushed up his glasses and said, What? The bottom of the deep abyss? No, what if it's dangerous? Iolo tried to stop Sean. This is the base. In other words, no matter how deep this abyss is, it must have a limit. I can use the crystal ball to go down. Don't worry about me. I'll be right back. As Sean spoke, the crystal ball on his wand detached and slowly grew larger. Sean sat on it, and the crystal ball began to float down into the abyss, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. I hope nothing will happen to Sean, Qing Ling asked worriedly. We can only trust him now, Iolo sighed helplessly. Not long after, they heard a massive roar from below. Everyone's expression changed, knowing that something was hidden in the depths of the abyss. At that moment, Sean floated up on the crystal ball, his face still pale from shock. What's down there? Iolo asked urgently. It's a saint-level demonic beast, the abyssal demon octopus, Sean said solemnly. Everyone gasped. The abyssal demon octopus, the most powerful waterborne demonic beast, was also an extremely disgusting one. Iolo couldn't help but think of the giant octopus sea monsters from horror movies he had seen on Earth, and shivered involuntarily. Be careful, it's coming up, we must attack with all our strength, Sean said seriously, yet his face was deathly pale for some reason. Is it water down there? Iolo asked. If it's water, we won't have much chance of winning. There isn't much space here for us to maneuver. At those words, Sean couldn't help but vomit. Don't ask me that question. You can't imagine what's down there. Just thin Albin about it makes me sick. As everyone stood in shock and anger, thick tentacles started to stretch upwards. Each tentacle tip had a sharp mouth, tongues protruding from which dripped green, foul-smelling liquid. Everyone felt their stomachs churn. Damn it, we're no match for the abyssal demon octopus here. I need to destroy this part of the base to create more space for battle. Cover me, Sean said. Everyone nodded. Iolo used his sword technique, cutting off each tentacle that climbed up, but more kept coming endlessly. Mara was similarly engaged. Though her wind blades could cut the tentacles, they quickly regrew. Marion's four guardians joined the battle too, while she herself boosted her companion's abilities. She hadn't thought of using negative support against the abyssal demon octopus. That was impractical. Time magic. Control the time of all objects around us. Future mode. As Sean spoke, the base began to collapse, sending debris raining down. Let's go, jump up. Sean floated rapidly upward on his crystal ball. Iolo and Mara stepped on the falling rocks like stairs, jumping to safety. Marion also left the room with the help of her four guardians. They gathered outside the base, watching as large parts of the Black Robe organization's base were destroyed, and tentacles emerged from the rubble, followed by the head of the abyssal demon octopus. When the entire creature appeared before them, everyone finally understood why even the usually calm Xuan turned pale and vomited. On the enormous head of the abyssal demon octopus, covered in gray scales, hung countless corpses, bloody flesh, and entrails. Its head was encased in various human bodies, emitting a strong stench of blood. Ugh! Mara squatted down, unable to hold back her nausea. Marion and Iolo didn't vomit, but were equally pale, swallowing repeatedly to keep from retching. The abyssal demon octopus roared, spotting Iolo and the others, and thick tentacles attacked from all directions. Damn it! Everyone, attacked together. Iolo did not use his sword techniques because there were too many tentacles. He needed to save energy for fighting the octopus itself. Mara had the same thought. She put away her large fan and took out her twin fans, slashing at the tentacles relentlessly. The 4 guardians which she did protected Marion in the center, but they were not idle either, unleashing their attacks one after another. For a moment, the flashes of knives, dagger shadows, burning flames, and meteors from the sky all struck at the abyssal demon octopus's tentacles and body. But even with these efforts, it didn't seem to make much difference. Xuan gritted his teeth, then Alban that he couldn't hold back any longer. Damn, you foul octopus, I'll make you shut up now. I'll show you my summoning spell after regaining my memory. Under everyone's surprised gaze, a strange symbol suddenly appeared on the back of Xuan's left hand. Open. Gate of Liu Jin. As he spoke, a giant golden lion shimmering with light appeared before everyone. Then, the golden lion flickered with golden radiance, gradually transforming into a human figure, a young man with short blonde hair dressed in athletic gear. Oh, Xuan, you finally remembered us. But where are we, and why do I feel so weak? Jin exclaimed in surprise. I'll explain later. Right now, you're only at the saint level, just like our opponent, the giant octopus you see. Take care of it. Xuan commanded. But I can't handle it alone. Ere not you open another gate, Xuan? This octopus is imbued with dark magic, Jin said gravely. I understand. It's still a bit strenuous, but let's try. Open. Gate of Virgo, Adeline. As he finished Spialban, a girl in a maid outfit with handcuffs on both hands appeared. She gave a slight bow to Xuan. Shall I punish it, your highness? Not what I meant. Xuan smacked his forehead. Help Xuan take care of this monster. Yes, sir. Adeline leaped into the air, her chains extending, tightly binding the head of the abyssal demon octopus. To everyone's astonishment, she used the momentum of the chains to throw the octopus like a discus into the nearby forest. Everyone's expressions froze as if they had swallowed an egg whole. Now it's my turn. Jin's hands glowed with golden light as he threw 2 punches directly at the face of the abyssal demon octopus. The octopus roared in pain, swinging its tentacle to wrap around Jin and hurl him toward Adeline. Both fell heavily to the ground. We can't handle it, they said before disappearing. What a waste. And here I expended 2/3 of my magic to summon you too. Xuan rubbed his hair in frustration. Chapter 65, The Demon Octopus. Well, even you have your moments of panic, but your tricks are endless. Lawrence teased while dodging an attack from the tentacles, her 2 black ribbons weaving around like snakes, continuously slicing through the demon octopus's tentacles. Xuan gritted his teeth and said angrily, Is now really the time to mock me? This isn't War Alban. It has too many tentacles. We can't keep up. Mike panted heavily, his grip on the sword trembling slightly, as did Mara's after such a long battle. They were all exhausted. Frustrating. Time for this earth to turn into the past. Xuan's words caused the ground around the demon octopus to soften, eventually turning into a black swamp, causing the octopus to sink. However, it stopped halfway down. Darn it, the swamp is too shallow. It can't fully submerge it. Xuan shouted. We need to retreat. If we stay, we'll all die here. Though everyone was reluctant, they knew it was true. They began to withdraw, but just then, one of the demon octopus's tentacles firmly wrapped around Mara's ankle, dragging her backward. Caitlin. Everyone's faces changed drastically as they grabbed hold of Mara, but no matter how much strength they exerted, they couldn't overpower the massive creature. Their hands slipped, and Mara cried as she was dragged away. Just as everyone despaired, a golden lotus flew in, instantly severing the tentacle holding Mara, who quickly ran back to her companions. She turned to see a boy approaching, floating toward them. He wore a translucent black sleeveless silk vest, an open white fur coat, black leather pants, and knee-high black boots. His age seemed similar to Lawrence's. He hovered in the air with a golden lotus beneath his feet and a sun-like symbol on his forehead. Are you adventurers? Why did you provoke this octopus? The boy asked coldly. Everyone hesitated, unsure how to answer since some things couldn't be told to outsiders. The boy seemed to guess their thoughts but didn't show anger. Instead, he remained icy, watching as dozens of tentacles flew toward him. Watch out. Everyone tried to warn the boy, only to be amazed when each tentacle that nearly touched him was blocked by semi-transparent golden lotuses. Incredible. Incredible. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Big fellow, you can't break through my 1,000 lotus array, the boy said calmly. But it saves me the trouble of Lualban for you. I need your venom as material, so it comes easily. Wait, you're not going to face it alone, are you? Mike said. It's a saint-tier creature. You can't win alone. Also, you must be a monk. The boy turned, raising an eyebrow. Correct, but I'm no ordinary monk. With that, he faced forward again, his hands moving gracefully, releasing golden runes around him. Throughout this, countless tentacles tried to attack, but none could truly harm him, as the boy had said. Truly, a mere Saint-tier monster shouldn't be so arrogant. The boy sighed, floating closer to the creature. You're unlucky, being so full of malice. You met someone who can easily dispel it. Without that malice, you lose your power. The boy extended his right index finger, lightly pointing forward. A golden flower bud appeared, slowly blooming into a golden lotus. Its petals spread out, forming a vortex that struck the small, blood-colored skull on the demon octopus's head. The demon octopus screamed in pain, its crimson body dissipating into a puff of smoke. To everyone's shock, its scales vanished, its gray body turned red, and it began shrinking until it became palm-sized. Everyone looked as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. The boy frowned. What? This is the real form of the Linglong octopus. What? But isn't this the demon octopus? Sean's mouth twitched as he asked. Demon octopus? The boy said indifferently. Indeed, many people easily confuse the demon octopus with the Linglong octopus. However, a demon octopus dies once it leaves seawater. Even if there is water here, it's fresh water, and a demon octopus cannot survive in it. What you have seen is a polluted Linglong octopus. The Linglong octopus has a gentle temperament. Although it's at the Saint tier, it likes to be close to people, and it both rare and adorable. But once tainted by malevolent energy, it turns into a murderous creature. This ruin must have been home to people who killed many others and left those victims alongside the Linglong octopus, causing it to transform into a bloodthirsty beast. Of course, its power also becomes very formidable. However, as long as one knows how to dispel this malevolent energy, there's no problem. Did you solve it so easily because you can neutralize this malevolent energy? Mike asked. The boy nodded. I came out this time to find the Linglong octopus. I'll take this little guy away. Wait, Mike shouted. The boy did not show impatience but still had a blank expression, as Alban. What else? You are a monk and a man, right? Mike said, please join our team. It was the first time the boy showed a look of confusion. Join you? That's impossible. First, I have things to do. Second, even if I wanted to join, it would only get you into trouble if others found out. What does that mean? I am a heretic and do not believe in the God of Light, understand? I've been expelled by the Cleric Guild, so even if I joined you, you wouldn't be acknowledged in any competitions, and you'd be arrested for associating with a heretic. At that moment, loud noises came from afar. The boy spat. I didn't expect the Cleric Guild to act so quickly, as if they won't rest until they capture me for execution. Hey, if you don't want to get involved, stay aside and don't help, or you'll regret it. With that, the boy floated forward to meet a group from the Cleric Guild. Chapter 66, The Despising Monk. Aaron and the others carefully observed the crowd, most of whom were priests, but a small number were gold-level inquisitors. The boy sighed, his face still showing no emotion. Why do you persist in pressing me so hard? Ernie asked himself, have I done anything evil that even the enforcement team of the Clerics Guild had to be dispatched? You haven't done anything evil? One of the men, seemingly the leader, said coldly. You killed the only son of Inquisitor Cade, and that is not considered evil? That was him as Alban for death, the boy replied coolly. He first raped, then murdered my only relative, my only older sister. As her brother, it's natural for me to seek revenge for her. But rest assured, may Galesta be compassionate. I've already chanted the Nianfo for him. May Galesta be compassionate. This time it was Aaron and the others who spoke, all four in unison. Then they looked at each other in surprise. Ernie turned his head, now curious. Do you understand the meaning of this phrase? Aaron and the others could only nod. Aaron said, it refers to Gilsdism, doesn't it? But why don't you shave your head? Ernie actually laughed at this, genuinely laughing with joy. Good. Meeting you all has been wonderful. Finished Alban, Ernie turned back to look at the group from the Clerics Guild and said calmly, if you want to take me back, then prove it with your true strength. Ernie placed the delicate octopus in Aaron's arms, saying, little one, wait here for a moment. Let's use heavenly thunder together, the leading man said. All the inquisitors began chanting spells, instantly causing dark clouds and thunderbolts in the sky. The lower-level priests also cast spells like light arrows. However, neither the heavenly thunder nor the light arrows had any effect on Ernie, because all the attacks were blocked by golden lotus flowers. A golden Dharmachakra slowly appeared behind Ernie, resembling the Dharmachakra behind Vajra, immovable King Bodhisattva. Then, golden light erupted from Ernie, blinding both the priests and Aaron and his companions. The light transformed into countless golden needles, causing those from the Clerics Guild to feel a chill run down their spines. Following that, the needles shot out simultaneously, leaving everyone except the leader and a few elite inquisitors dead. But at this moment, Ernie clasped his hands and softly chanted, Amitba, may Galesta be compassionate. Aaron and the others couldn't help but laugh bitterly. May Galesta be compassionate. Yet he didn't bat an eye while killing. Hearing this, the few survivors of the Clerics Guild exploded in anger. Don't act righteous. What compassion? If you truly had compassion, would you kill so ruthlessly? Ernie remained calm. This is merely self-defense. If you hadn't come after me, there would be no need for these sacrifices. You, fight to the death with him. They started pooling their divine powers together, and the bodies of the many fallen around them floated eerie white smoke, merging into their energy. What is that white smoke? Asked Mara. That's human souls. I never thought this move would require so many souls to be cast. But this spell must be powerful. Shouldn't we help? Isidore asked. No need for your help, Ernie said coolly. I initially thought this was some advanced spell, but it turns out to be just a phantom of the God of Light. You sure sacrificed a lot using such a vast cost to summon the phantom of the God of Light. But with your strength, you can only summon up to the saint level, right? Humph. Even if it's only the saint level, it's still the great god of light's phantom. Do you think you can win? The leader sneered. Reveal yourself, great god of light. Please eliminate this heretic before us. Suddenly, a handsome young man appeared, clad in splendid white robes, wings made of pure feathers, holding a sword shimmering with bright white light. You're the heretic? The god of light's phantom said. Indeed, though you are a monk, your power isn't from the light divine. Well done, you few. The god of light looked down at the kneeling members of the clerics guild who adored him with reverence. Ernie sneered and said, do you really enjoy being worshipped so much? If that's the case, I'll tear those shiny wings of yours right in front of your believers. Humph, tell Albin big. When had the god of light ever been insulted like this before? His face twisted into a menacing expression as he swung his bright, white sword at Ernie. This time, Ernie's Thousand Lotus formation failed. Although the Golden Lotus did block the attack, it shattered in the process. Oh, not bad. You actually have some skill, the god of light sneered. But do you really think you can escape from me with this? I never intended to escape, Ernie replied coolly. Because the one who will die is you. Finished Spialbin, Ernie stopped fooling around. He took out a string of golden prayer beads with his right hand, wrapped them around his hands, then pressed his palms together. As he slowly opened his hands, a small golden lotus appeared in his palm. Then, Ernie raised his hands forward and coldly said to the phantom of the god of light, you're done for. Thousand Lotus, myriad arrays, Daryl. As soon as the words were spoken, the golden lotus in Ernie's hand shattered instantly. Then an unimaginable burst of golden energy emerged from his hands, forming pillars of light, like cannons directly engulfing the god of light. When the golden light dissipated, the god of light was no more. The remaining members of the clerics guild stared in shock, their faces pale, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Aaron and the others were equally astonished. They hadn't expected a monk known for healing spells to possess strength rivaling that of mages or warriors. You can go chat with your beloved god of light now. Don't you want to embrace him? Ernie placed his hands together and said, May Galesta be compassionate. As soon as he finished Spialbin, the remaining inquisitors turned into bloody mist. Everyone watched Ernie dumbfounded as he slowly descended to the ground, walked over to Aaron, and gently took the delicate octopus from his arms, saying, I originally wanted to chat with you longer, but I must go now. You are challenging various dojos, aren't you? I used to live in Purple Fantasy City and Rainbow City, but now I reside in Blue Fantasy City. Feel free to visit me anytime. Wait, you lived in Purple Fantasy City? Isidore asked excitedly. Yes, until a month ago. Is there something wrong? Ernie asked. Is the Archmage Preston in Purple Fantasy City's Magic Warrior Academy alright? And what about Emily, the daughter of the influential Sidhu family? Isidore asked. Although curious, Ernie answered truthfully. Preston became a saint-class mage and went on a pilgrimage after Brealbin threw. As for that arrogant and ruthless woman, Emily, she remains the same. Unfortunately, she has already killed several talented young mages at the academy. Is that so? Thanks. Isidore forced a smile. Ernie tilted his head, Albin for a moment before saying, If you've had conflicts with Emily or lost a loved one due to her actions, feel free to visit me in Blue Fantasy City, and I'll accompany you. But not now. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye. With that, Ernie bowed and slowly walked away. Chapter 67. The wrong character was chosen. So, before we continue searching for the artifact, let's confirm one thing first. Aaron sighed and said, Earlier, all four of us seem to know the meaning of the phrase Galesta's compassion, yet the so-called Galesta does not exist in this world. So, how did everyone come to know it? I'll go first, Sean said. I imagine you all know that after being killed by my brother in the spirit world, I was reborn. My cycle of reincarnation led me to Earth first, and later I came to this Noah continent. Harriet sighed. Then I'll explain second. I'm originally from Earth, but I'm of mixed Chinese and Japanese descent. My mother used to be a miko at one of the most famous shrines in Tokyo, Japan, and I learned the sacred dance from her. Later on, our family of 3 was on a plane when it crashed. When I opened my eyes again, I had been reborn here. Same with me, Mara said. I was just attending school when an earthquake struck. I was buried alive by falling bricks. When I woke up, I had become a baby, reborn in the Noah continent. Aaron showed a look of confirmation. I was struck by lightning while going to school. The other 3 couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? Aaron complained. Well, generally Spialbin, those who are struck by lightning have done bad things, Mara said with a smile. Does that mean Brother Aaron was a bad person in your past life? Okay. In short, except for Sean, we were all reincarnated here because we experienced disasters on Earth. Considering the situation in Noah, it means we were originally part of the Noah race. After dying, we were reborn into the Earth realm, and now because the Noah clan needs to reunite, we have crossed back over, Aaron speculated. This theory does make sense, Sean nodded. Alright, now that we've figured this out, let's check the base. Though much of it is destroyed, the area where the artifact is hidden remains intact. Everyone nodded and arrived at the nearly ruined Black Organization's base. The 4 climbed onto the ceiling and jumped down, returning to the first checkpoint. Luckily this place is destroyed, rendering all the traps ineffective. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what to do, Aaron said. Enough chit-chat, wasting time won't get us anywhere. Let's move faster, Sean urged. The 4 easily passed through the tunnel, reaching the second large iron gate. Sean nodded, and his crystal ball flashed, quickly corroding the second door. What appeared before them was a spacious room containing only an arena, with a computer placed in front of it. What's this supposed to mean? All four looked puzzled at the computer and the arena. The computer displayed nearly 30 characters, male and female, old and young, even some bizarre creatures. Aaron frowned. Don't you think this looks familiar? After Aaron mentioned this, the other three indeed felt that the machine looked familiar. Then Mara clapped her hands. I remember. Isn't this an arcade machine? We used to play fighting games on these. Now that you mention it, it does look like that. But what's it doing here? Are we supposed to choose a character and fight the game machine on the arena? Aaron said. Sean adjusted his glasses. I believe you're right. It seems that's what we're supposed to do. Then I'll give it a try. Aaron rubbed his hands together. It's been a long time since I last played. I miss it. Sarai, help him pick a character. Caitlin and I have seen these before, but haven't touched them, so we don't know how to operate them, Sean said. Sarai nodded, stepped forward, and chose a character on the screen. Soon enough, the arena flickered and a figure appeared. However, this figure. Sarai, what did you choose? Sean nearly fell over upon seeing the character on the arena. Who is this androgynous creature? Sarai glanced at the screen. Oh, this one is called Roshenji, a demon that possesses a Miko's body, hence having a woman's form but a man's voice. The weapon is a Miko's soul-summoning baton, specializing in witchcraft. Why couldn't you pick something more normal? Mara asked. You don't understand, do you? In arcade games, the characters that look the most normal are often the strongest, Harriet said confidently. You idiot. Don't you know that in fighting games, the most abnormal Lualban characters are also the strongest? Aaron was about to lose it. However, the arena was already surrounded by a barrier, meaning he had to defeat his opponent to get down. Since that's the case, there's no other way. Aaron drew his sword and jumped into the air, strike first. No moon style, Naicha flash air. The virtual Roshenji from the computer emitted a bone-chilling laugh, then began twirling the spirit-summoning baton wrapped with white paper, block Alban Aaron's sword flash attacks as he twirled. Then, in an instant after Aaron landed, Roshenji launched a black beam. Aaron quickly raised his shield with his left hand to block the black beam, but the immense force sent him flying back and crashing into the wall. You really? Sean was speechless. Since you've played arcade games before, why did you choose this character? Couldn't you have chosen one that looks slightly more normal? Well, I like this kind of character, Harriet scratched her head sheepishly. Don't you think he's cute? Mara and Sean twitched at the corners of their mouths, with a flock of crows flying overhead. It seemed Harriet's sense of aesthetics was a bit. You think that half-man, half-woman effeminate character is cute? Sean pointed at Roshenji and asked, what kind of eyesight do you have? Did a pig kiss your brain when you were a kid? Harriet rolled her eyes and said, well, I've already chosen him, so there's nothing I can do about it. At this moment on the stage, Aaron was already out of breath. This seemingly feminine character was actually quite strong. The sword flashes from the no moon style couldn't effectively damage him, while Roshenji's black beams could attack Aaron from a distance, putting immense pressure on Aaron. Chapter 68, The Mysterious Chapel. Damn it, Aaron had never been so frustrated in a fight. Tamika's speed was overwhelming, making it impossible for him to unleash his full strength. He could barely manage a fraction of his power under her suppression. We need to find a way to help Aaron, Sean said. Is there any way we can switch fighters? We need someone who can perform ranged attacks. Willie couldn't help but laugh bitterly. How is that possible? They're like two characters on a game console. It won't end unless one is defeated. Willie watched Tamika's every move on the arena and frowned, as if noticing a pattern. She narrowed her eyes and observed more carefully before saying, I get it, Aaron. Don't keep thin Alban about attack Alban him. His moves follow a certain pattern. Once you figure out that pattern, you'll be fine. Aaron hesitated for a moment, then nodded and began closely observing every movement of Tamika's attacks. What's going on? Willie, Luo, Kiki and Mara asked, confused. Look, didn't you notice that Tamika's moves and actions have been consistent since she started fighting Aaron? It's like she's programmed to go through all her actions in one set mode and then repeat it. In other words, she's ultimately a computer program, not comparable to human intelligence. She can only make fixed movements. Willie added, look, Aaron has already caught on. On the stage, Aaron, after receiving advice from Willie, found that it was indeed as Willie had said. Even the direction of the black light pillars were exactly the same, making it much easier now. Aaron smiled and charged straight at Tamika, who continued as if pre-programmed, shooting the black light pillars behind Aaron, completely unmoved by his close proximity. Amaya stream, Yiksha flash. At such close range, no matter how strong the defense, it would be impossible to withstand the attack. Tamika was instantly overwhelmed by the sword flash. Aaron jumped back to maintain a distance, preventing any sneak attacks from Tamika. However, this concern was a bit unnecessary, because when the sword flash disappeared, Tamika had vanished too. The screen also showed that the game was over. Then the entire space began to shake, and a magic array appeared on the stage. This is a teleportation array, let's go up, Sean shouted. Mara, Sean, and Willie ran to Aaron's side. The teleportation array emitted a white light pillar, enveloping them all. The four were teleported to a place resembling a chapel. But this place looked extremely eerie, as the iconic cross was black, covered with thorny black rose vines. The white walls were in ruins, even stained with blood. The surrounding plants and trees were all withered, and dried branches hung with blood-red skulls. Ossifs croaked unpleasantly, making their spines tingle. What kind of place is this? There shouldn't be such a place in the base, Mara said. Sean adjusted his glasses, sighed, and smiled wryly. Looks like the base kept the sacred weapon hidden well enough, even hiding it in an isolated space. What's an isolated space? The others asked curiously. An isolated space exists within this dimension, but can't form its own world independently. These spaces were often created by powerful ancient individuals, with various purposes. I think the teleportation array should have sent us here. This isolated space must be where the sacred weapon is stored, though it looks like there are plenty of traps around. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so terrifying. Willie, can you sense what's inside the chapel? Aaron asked. Willie nodded. Let me try. After closing her eyes and spreading her divine energy to sense the surroundings, everyone looked anxiously at Willie as she opened her eyes. How does it look? Willie laughed bitterly. This chapel is far larger than it appears. There are countless forks inside. Though I sense part of it, I still can't sense everything. And the parts one did sense have various undead creatures. We can't pass through without defeating those monsters. Well, everyone exchanged glances. Since Willie, as a deity dancer, could sense a wide area and still couldn't fully sense the interior of the chapel, it was clear that it was indeed fraught with danger. To retreat? That was absolutely impossible. Even if they wanted to turn back now, there was no way out since they didn't know how to leave this space. The only way was to move forward. All right, let's move forward now. But at that moment, everyone smelled a strong stench of blood, so thick it made them feel nauseous. Then small holes began appearing in the ground around them, from which monsters crawled out. These monsters were about half human height, with faces somewhat like pigs, but their two eyes were hollow, just black holes. Their blue skin was covered with patches of necrotic flesh, and their mouths bore sharp fangs as they slowly approached Aaron and the others. Damn, we're surrounded. Mara said, what are these things? Ghouls, Sean explained. They're low-level undead creatures, said to roam the netherworld feasting on corpses. Individually, they aren't too powerful, but their numbers are extremely vast. There must be about 1,000 around here. Annoying, using sheer numbers to win. Aaron frowned. Should we just charge through? Sean shook his head. That won't work. Ghouls locate prey by sound. Running will make noise. Willie also mentioned there are many undead ahead. If we don't deal with them one by one, once we go in, the ghouls behind us will catch up, and that would be disastrous. And under no circumstances can they bite us. They carry necrotoxins. Being infected means either death or turning into one of them. So you mean we have to defeat all the ghouls without Talbin any damage? Mara pulled out her fan. Not a good situation. We have no choice. Each of us takes a direction, okay? Tianlan suggested. It's the fastest way. Let's see who's faster then. Let's go. Sean laughed. Aaron leaped into the air. A Maya stream, Yiksha flash. Sword flashes rained down from the sky, each flash claiming a ghoul's life. Go. Sean pointed his hand, splitting into 100 crystal spheres that continuously bombarded the oncoming ghouls. Though they didn't explode, the ghouls were pierced through by the spheres. Aaron, don't overexert yourself. Conserve your strength for later. It's best to use physical attacks against these ghouls. Aaron nodded and charged into the crowd of ghouls, his sword sweeping wide. Lualban, quite formidable. Mara didn't use her large fan, as it wasn't suitable for close combat. Instead, she took out her old weapon and quickly darted among the ghouls, her sharp fan slicing through them effortlessly. Willie also didn't summon the 4 guardians, as it would require significant divine energy and last only 2 hours, so she couldn't do it now. Her 2 ribbons danced like butterflies, not falling short of the other 3. Chapter 69, Troubles one after another. After half an hour, they finally managed to eliminate all the zombies. However, they were now panting and sitting on the ground. Not using powerful ultimate moves, but only ordinary physical attacks posed a tremendous challenge to their stamina. I think we need to rest for a bit before going in, Aaron said while catching his breath. Willie, when you were sensing earlier, what kind of monsters did you detect? Tell us more about them. Sean said. We must be well prepared now. Who knows what kinds of creatures await us inside? The number of monsters inside is definitely less than these zombies, but they should be of higher level than the zombies. Once we go in, the first thing we will see is a group of large, sharp-toothed bats whose fangs are almost as big as their bodies, though their entire bodies are only palm-sized. Next, there will be a group of creatures that resemble rats with 2 legs and are around the same height as the zombies. Some hold daggers or magic staves, and a few have a fiery red body that constantly spews fire. There are also some armored creatures that are slightly shorter than us and look like beasts, holding clubs and similar weapons. This is all I can see. The rest is unknown to me, Willie said. Sean sighed. Looks like our troubles aren't small. Those bats are known as giant fanged bats, preferring to drink human blood, but they were confirmed extinct 30 years ago. As for those rat-like creatures with daggers, don't worry about them. They are just goblins with no significant attack power. The ones with magic staves, however, could be problematic. They're called goblin sorcerers and excel at ice-based magic. Those that spit fire are flame goblins, who turn into fireballs and ram into you, which is not a pleasant experience. And those armored guys are probably orcs. Are they very strong? Mara asked. They're not exactly very strong, but trust me, since we've already encountered these creatures, whatever lies beyond what Willie couldn't sense will only be more formidable. If my guess is correct, there might even be holy class undead here. Sean pushed up his glasses and continued. Also, as Willie said, it's a complicated structure. We must ensure there's no pursuing force, so we have to eliminate all the monsters along the way. It's not only a test of our stamina and magic power, but we also need to hurry up. We've already been delayed here too long, and nearly 3 months have passed since we started Lualban for our companions. The others nodded. Aaron stood up and said, all right, let's go. The 4 slowly entered the church. From the outside, the interior was pitch black, revealing nothing. But once inside, they found it truly complex, just as Willie had described. They walked down from the floor and stopped in front of 4 iron gates because they heard noises coming from inside. These 4 iron gates housed the giant fanged bats and the goblins mentioned by Sean, Willie explained. There are not many behind each gate, probably around dozens in total. Aaron nodded. As usual, one person handles one. The 4 nodded again. These creatures were too weak, and even handling dozens wouldn't be a threat. Just as they approached the 4 gates, they opened. After while all been through, the iron gates closed behind them. Aaron saw the giant fanged bats and goblins charging towards him and sneered, drawing his sword. Moonless stream, Yiksha, flash void. He struck out in one direction, forming a powerful energy wave that instantly turned the approaching bats and goblins to ashes. Humph, garbage. Aaron rushed forward without any special move, fighting purely with martial skills against the remaining monsters. Naturally, he emerged victorious. On Mara's side, she quickly dispatched most of the creatures with a scythe weasel, finishing off the rest by smashing them with her fan. On Sean's side, as before with the zombies, he split into 50 crystal orbs, each targeting a creature and turning the bats into pieces. Willie's ribbons danced around her like blades, forming a whirlwind that eliminated all incoming monsters in mere moments. The 4 iron gates opened simultaneously, and the 4 walked out, advancing further ahead. Soon, they encountered the several types of monsters Willie had mentioned, but these were easily dealt with. Aaron stopped and asked, "Are you sense here, Willie?" Willie smiled bitterly and shook her head, saying, "I already tried just now, but it didn't work. There seems to be a force here preventing me from sensing clearly. Since that's the case, let's continue forward," Aaron sighed. At this moment, the 4 suddenly sensed rustling sounds coming from ahead. Although faint, in this quiet corridor, it was quite noticeable. When the 4 saw the creature's mob and the sounds, they couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. In front of them was a spider, but it was enormous. Each of its 8 legs was probably 3 meters long, and its mouth was even bigger, large enough to swallow a small house directly. Its 8 eyes gleamed ominously as they looked at Aaron and the others. Sean's face changed. "Not good, look around." The other 3 were startled and looked at the walls surrounding them. They were crawling with smaller versions of spiders, each one lualbin at them like they were food. "Are you okay, Aaron? This isn't the time to be afraid of bugs." Sean was both alarmed and anxious. Seeing Aaron's pale face, Sean remembered that Aaron seemed to be afraid of insects. He had nearly fainted when seeing the ghost butterflies before. Now, all around were spiders. It was impressive Aaron hadn't passed out yet. "What should we do?" Sean, seeing Aaron's ghastly pale face, quickly shouted, "Snap out of it. Don't fail us now, and we need to retreat quickly. It's too narrow here. Let's go back to the square." With that, he pulled Aaron and ran back. Mara and Willie also left without another word. The spiders behind them began to chase from the ceiling and the floor. The 4 reached the square. Willie, seeing Aaron's state, started performing the divine dance. "God, please accept my dance of praise, water of tranquility." As she finished Spialbin, a drop of water glowing brightly landed on Aaron's forehead, and his previously pale face instantly regained its color. "This will temporarily prevent him from fearing spiders. Let's quickly come up with a plan," Willie said. However, Aaron's face suddenly changed as he looked into the distance. "It's too late, Caitlin." Chapter 70, The Demongla Spider Queen. Hearing Aaron's words, Mara nodded in agreement without a word and unfurled her large fan. Fury of the Wind God, Sickle Weasel. Mara's tornado effectively blocked the not-so-wide exit, slicing any spiders trying to come out into pieces. Because the passage was narrow, the wind did not disperse quickly, but rather swept inside the cave entrance for a considerable time. During this period, the Zhengzhao Sheng, agony-filled screams, of spiders continued, while the entrance was filled with splattered green spider blood from their torn bodies. The green spider blood emitted a corrosion sound that made their teeth ache, causing goosebumps on the 4 people. After the tornado dissipated, most of the small spiders were virtually exterminated. However, they knew that the big spider must still be alive, probably unharmed. "What kind of creature is that, Sean? Do you know?" Aaron asked. Sean nodded and said, "Of course I do. It's the Demongla Spider Queen, one of the more powerful among spider-type magical beasts. Its strength doesn't lie in itself, but in the white sphere behind it. That huge sphere continuously produces small spiders like the ones we just saw. Its own power isn't particularly strong. It's a gold-level magical beast." Aaron couldn't help but change his expression after hearing Sean. "Wait, if what you say is true, it still has many small spiders at its disposal, right? I see that the sphere behind it remains plump." Sean sighed. "My teacher once said that if you encounter a Demongla Spider Queen and don't have many companions to help deal with the minor spiders, the best option is to flee. Those small spiders will grow after some time following their emergence from the Demongla Spider Queen. They won't be so easy to handle then, growing to become silver-level spiders. So, I think our situation now is not good. The Demongla Spider Queen is coming out." Kristen pointed at the cave entrance where cracks were already appearing. Soon after, the entrance and the surrounding walls crumbled, and the Demongla Spider Queen slowly crawled out. Just as Sean described, there was a tear in the white sphere behind the Demongla Spider Queen, from which numerous small spiders emerged. Though called small, these spiders were only relative to the size of the queen. Aaron observed that they were about basketball-sized. "We can't let these small spiders grow. We must destroy the source producing them first, or it will be endless." Sean raised his staff, and the crystal orb emitted a flash of light, transforming into thousands of orbs that fiercely attacked the small spiders. The other 3 also realized the severity and did not delay. Kristen knew they couldn't hold back now, so she summoned the strongest area attack protector, Butterfly Executioner. Without delay, Butterfly Executioner appeared beside Kristen, continuously fanning divine flames with her phoenix feather fan. Instantly, a sea of fire erupted before Butterfly Executioner, and the fate of the spiders within it was predictable. Mara raised her fan. Fury of the Wind God, multiple scythe weasels. She swung her fan fiercely, generating an unimaginably strong hurricane around her. Every spider in the hurricane's path was shredded. Mara herself closed her fan and took advantage of the fierce wind to directly attack the egg sac from which the spiders were produced. However, Mara had underestimated this magical beast. The Demongla Spider Queen was notorious for being cunning. Although surrounded by the hurricane and unable to move, it had 8 eyes, observing Mara's every move clearly. Just as Mara approached Thin Albin, she was about to succeed. One of the Spider Queen's legs thrust forward like a spear. Mara was startled and tried to dodge, but couldn't. At the critical moment, a black whip wrapped around Mara's waist and pulled her back, saving her. Thank you, Kristen. No problem. Under Butterfly Executioner's cover, Kristen performed a divine dance. O gods, accept my dance of divine praise, jade honey bees. Upon Kristen's command, a swarm of emerald green bees, each the size of a baby's head, appeared. Seeing the spiders on the ground, they all looked ferocious, forming a terrifying insect cloud that devoured a patch of spiders entirely. Each spider was pierced by the jade honey bees' deadly stingers, instantly melting into a puddle of liquid. The jade honey bees were not like ordinary bees that would die after stinging. Once they pierced a spider, they immediately sought out the next target. Aaron was also busy. He didn't use the moonless stream technique because it consumed too much battle chi, making it unsuitable for fighting low-level enemies. However, he still had the Yu family's inherited martial arts, some of which were area of effect skills. Aaron's sword gleamed with a cold light. Black feather sword technique, rain shower. Aaron raised both hands high, and the sword in his hand floated in the air, gradually transforming into 10 swords, each surrounded by 10 slightly smaller ones, making a total of 100 swords. With a gesture from Aaron, all the swords scattered, slicing through the spider crowd continuously. Through their joint efforts, most of the spiders had indeed been eliminated, but troubles followed one after another. Since the Demongla Spider Queen's egg sac remained intact, it could still produce more small spiders. Seeing the number of small spiders increasing again, Aaron shouted, "This won't do. We need to destroy the egg sac first. Cover me." With that, Aaron lifted his sword and charged towards the Demongla Spider Queen, while the other 3 used their ultimate skills to cover him. Fury of the Wind God, multiple scythe weasels. Mara swung her fan, creating several intersecting tornadoes in front of Aaron. Meanwhile, Sean's crystal orb, Kristen's jade honey bees, and Butterfly Executioner's divine flames attacked the Demongla Spider Queen's eyes from both sides. Their combined attacks were effective. The explosion and flames instantly blinded the Demongla Spider Queen, allowing Aaron to leap onto its head. Despite the terrifying sight of its huge eyes, Aaron knew there was no time for fear now. Moonless Stream, Yama Slash. A blood-red crescent moon-shaped blade appeared, growing larger as it gathered energy, finally Strialbin the Demongla Spider Queen's egg sac. The Demongla Spider Queen let out a horrific scream, its body violently Shalbin, and 2 legs stabbed upwards at Aaron. At the same moment, Kristen extended a black silk ribbon, wrapping around Aaron and pulling him back. With the destruction of the egg sac, the Demongla Spider Queen no longer posed a significant threat. Let's finish this together, Aaron said. Moonless Stream, Yiksha Flash Air. Fury of the Wind God, Sickle Weasel. Time Magic, Parallel World. Jade Honey Bees, Shatter. Sea of Fire. The combination of everyone's ultimate skills formed an enormous energy sphere, which obliterated the Demongla Spider Queen with devastating force. Moments later, it turned into ashes. Chapter 71, The Terrifying Landon. A gold-level magic beast, is this hard to deal with? Aaron collapsed on the ground, saying breathlessly. Brinley also wiped the sweat off his face and said with a wry smile, "Haven't you heard that many ants can kill an elephant? We are not Saint Stage experts, yet we have to face such a large number of opponents. Naturally, it's beyond our capacity. We don't know what will come next," Lawrence panted. "Will it be a Saint Stage magic beast?" Mara also forced out a bitter laugh. "It seems that whenever we face a Saint Stage magic beast, we've never won. Just like the hell 3-headed dog in Tianfeng City, or the mutated Lingshu Zhengyi. Because Saint Stage magic beasts are generally stronger than Saint Stage humans, both in defense and attack, which human saints cannot match. Although it's not absolute, in most battles between Saint Stage magic beasts and humans, the beasts win," Brinley explained. "If the guardian of this cathedral is at the Saint Stage, things will be troublesome because we don't have any clerics who can provide healing. Alas, it's a pity Ernie isn't here. His strength is absolutely capable of challenging higher ranks, and I'm sure his healing skills aren't bad either." Aaron revealed a gloomy expression. "Let's rest a little more, then move forward. I think we're close to the exit." Brinley rubbed his neck and said. After an hour's rest, the 4 continued on their journey. They encountered some trouble along the way, but those were only gold-level magic beasts, much easier to deal with than the Demongla Spider Queen, so they managed to resolve them easily. Finally, they arrived at a huge stone door. Together, they broke down the stone door and walked inside. Inside were countless stone coffins, each topped with a skull. Next to the coffins were snake-like statues spouting green gas, which was likely poison. "Ernan, you feel it? I sense an enormous amount of magical power and evil force." Lawrence frowned, with a hint of fear in her voice. "This is terrifying. Everyone, get ready." The 4 looked around cautiously. When they reached the center, the green gas from the snake statues turned into black gas, gathering overhead and slowly forming a light sphere. The sphere split into several smaller ones that merged into each skull on the stone coffins. The empty eyes of the skulls emitted black light, merging together before finally forming a skeleton wrapped in a tattered black robe, holding a giant sword. It stood over 2 meters tall. Who would have thought it would be the Landon? Brinley smiled bitterly. An undead-type saint-stage magic beast, favoring areas crowded with undead creatures where energy is intense. Its power changes according to the environment. Aaron spat. Damn, every time our luck is this bad. Complaining won't help. Lawrence raised her right hand and summoned the 4 protectors. This battle is a fight to the death. Give it your all. I'll support you. Why not use negative assistance on the Landon? Aaron asked. Brinley sighed helplessly. Although we reincarnated into this world, why do you lack common sense so badly? An undead-type saint-stage magic beast has one characteristic. It's immune to negative assistance and curse magic. Using negative assistance on it would just waste spirit energy. It'd be better to enhance us. The Landon spoke. You are not part of the organization? Why did you come here? Aaron gazed at the 2-meter-tall Landon and sighed. Of course, for the divine weapon, the Noah clan's divine weapon. So you've dealt with the people outside, as well as my incompetent subordinates? The Landon asked slowly. Yeah, Aaron said coldly. So what? Will you just give us the divine weapon? Surprisingly, the Landon didn't get furious, but laughed loudly. If you can truly defeat me, what's wrong with giving you the divine weapon? This world always respects the strong. I value strength above all. Although I follow the crow's order to guard the divine weapon, if you can beat me, take it. Such an answer left everyone speechless, staring at each other unsure of what to say. But if you can't win, you know what will happen. The Landon raised its sword. Leave your lives here. Humph, we'll definitely defeat you. Aaron's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh gods, please accept my dance of praise. Omnidirectional blessing of the gods. Lawrence's hands emitted light spots of 4 different colors, which drifted onto the other 3 people. This is a comprehensive assistance to enhance your attack power, magic power, defense power, and agility. It lasts for 1 hour. This battle requires our all-out effort. The opponent will have twice their original strength in this environment, heavy with energy. Brinley waved his magic wand, with crystal balls continuously appearing around him, emitting black magic power, ready to strike. Indeed, we must go all out from the start. Aaron said without further ado. Moonless Stream, Imma/, Wrath of the Wind God, Dance of Wind Blades. Mara swung out dozens of crescent-shaped white wind blades. The white wind blades surrounded the Imma/, gradually being absorbed by it. Then the Imma/ split into dozens of identical blood-red crescent blades. The Landon was slightly surprised. Oh, a combo move. The Landon, a saint-stage magic beast, had intelligence on par with humans and naturally saw the power of this combo move. Although it was strong, it didn't faze the Landon. Lifting its hand, it slashed forward simply, shattering all the incoming crescent blades. Brinley's eyes lit up as he pointed forward. Time magic, 3,000 great worlds. The timing of the spell was perfect, right when the Landon had dispersed the Imma/, with old force spent and new force not yet generated. The Star Tracks and Butterfly Slaughter from the 4 protectors immediately launched meteor and flame attacks, merging with Brinley's attack like raindrops from all directions against the Landon. However, the Landon merely waved its robe and easily blocked the magical attacks, remaining unscathed. Chapter 72, The Ancestor of the Roan Family. Not far from the 4 people, Ernie was carrying the spirit octopus and hurrying along. Behind him, another group of cleric guild members had fallen. Clearly they were trying to capture Ernie, so he unhesitatingly chose to silence them. However, a few only lost their ability to fight. Why? One of them struggled to ask. Why didn't you kill us? Ernie stopped, not turning back, and said coolly, You are not Thorn's people. I only killed his confidants. As for you, you just followed orders. Why should I take your lives? I know that the attitude towards me within the cleric guild is now divided into 2 camps. Those who want me dead are Thorn's people, right? Tell him, when you return, if he dares, send a saint-level expert to attack me. Ernie no longer cared about the survivors and gradually walked away. Suddenly, he frowned, opened his right hand, revealing a small golden lotus flower. But at this moment, the lotus was nearly shattered. They ran into trouble. Ernie muttered to himself. A golden lotus appeared beneath his feet, and he and the golden lotus turned into light points, slowly disappearing from the spot. Meanwhile, Iolo and the 3 others were in dire straits. The power of the Landon far exceeded their imagination. Normally, the Landon wouldn't be this terrifying, but the battle took place in a cemetery where the aura of death was so heavy that most attacks barely affected it. In contrast, several of the Landon's powerful moves inflicted severe injuries on Iolo and his companions. With her weaker body, Willie and Sean could hardly stand to fight again. The 4 protectors also returned to the spirit world after block Alban most of the attacks for Willie. Iolo looked at Brinley and Willie behind him, clenched his fists, and stared at the Landon. For the first time, Iolo felt so helpless. Even facing the 3-headed hellhound and the mutated spirit octopus did not leave him feeling this powerless. He actually felt fear. Seeing Iolo's trembling body, Mara shouted loudly, Brother Iolo, don't be discouraged. Iolo looked at Mara. Her stubborn face was full of rebuke, reproaching the team leader. How could Iolo, the pillar of the team, feel afraid? This would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the team's morale. We can't win, Caitlin, Iolo said with a bitter smile. Mara was stunned for a moment, then said, You disappoint me, Brother Iolo. Mara coldly turned around and unfolded her fan. Landon, you are indeed very powerful, but don't think you've won yet. Is that so? Do you have some hidden trick up your sleeve? The Landon looked at Mara, seemingly quite eager. Mara smiled, bit her left index finger, dipped it in her own blood, and drew a complex array on the large fan surface. She then stuck the fan into the ground and quickly formed seals with her hands, chanting, "Father as one, mother as two, siblings as three. From the depths of the netherworld, I call upon you. Summoning souls." The long-lost soul summoning technique. Interesting. The Landon, as a necromancer-type magical beast, naturally understood the effects of soul summoning, which could summon a powerful soul to fight for the user. However, after using this technique, there was only half an hour of time, and the user would be immobilized for 10 minutes afterward. Slowly, a woman appeared beside Mara, a beautiful woman with a fan in her hand, though hers was a small and exquisite sandalwood fan with a string of bells hanging from its lower end. She wore an elaborate long robe, Lualban like a queen. "Child, did you awaken me?" the woman asked softly. "I pay my respects to the ancestor." Mara knelt down with one knee and said devoutly, "We are in trouble. The opponent is a saint-level Landon. We can't win, so we called upon the ancestor for help." "No need for formalities, child. Please stand." The woman smiled and said, "I never thought my soul summoning technique would indeed be used. When I created the family, I left the soul summoning technique just in case my descendants needed help someday. How have you been?" Mara lowered her head. "The family has declined, betrayed by wicked people, and has already declined 100 years ago. Now there are only my brother, my mother, and me left. My brother is weak and cannot practice martial arts, so now I am the only one left in the family." The woman paused, then sighed. "It seems I did not foresee everything. Never mind." The woman looked at the Landon and said, "You are indeed very strong. If it were ordinary saints, these children wouldn't be in such a plight. You're almost Brealban through, aren't you?" The Landon nodded. "Yes, I am just a step away from advancing to the stage of false god, and then I can reshape my own flesh. Why do you guard something that shouldn't be guarded for others? You should know that these children are the true masters of the divine weapon." "Are you helping the evil?" the woman asked calmly. The Landon shook his head and raised the sword in his hand. "In this world, the strong prevail. If they don't have enough power, even if they possess the divine weapon, they cannot defend it. It's better off with me. If you want to help them get the divine weapon, then defeat me." The woman sighed and smiled bitterly. "I'm just a soul now, not able to unleash all my power at most saint level." "Ancestor, you can't even beat it?" Mara asked. "I apologize, child. With my current strength, at best, I can only end up equally wounded with him, and I no longer have the strength to kill him." The woman looked guilty, but quickly became resolute. "If so, I will still give these children a chance, even if we end up equally wounded." "Senior, let me handle it." Iolo spoke up. But weren't you trembling in fear?" the woman asked. Iolo laughed. "It is precisely because I tremble in fear that I realize I'm not yet strong enough. I need to become stronger to be a true pillar of the team. The fastest way to get stronger is to fight against the strong." The woman's eyes flashed with surprise, then she smiled. "That's right. To grow, one must first recognize their shortcomings. But child, you're already full of injuries. Take a rest. That girl summoned me. I shouldn't waste her energy." She stepped forward and unfolded her fan. "Come on, Landon. Good. Though you're a woman, you have great courage. I admire you." The Landon also raised his sword. Then, amid the not very spacious cemetery, there echoed sounds like thunder and drum beats. Chapter 73, Ernie Takes Action. "It's a pity, but you are still no match for me." The Landon pointed his sword at the fallen ancestor of the Roan family and said indifferently, "You are now a soul, lack Alban the strength to fight with me. Perhaps in your lifetime, you were an extremely powerful being, but now, all that has become nothing more than fleeting clouds. Are you okay?" Mara tried to help the ancestor up, but her hand passed through his body. "Foolish child, I'm a spirit. How could you touch me?" The ancestor of the Roan family smiled bitterly and said, "But it seems I cannot help you anymore. Though I injured it, it wasn't enough to cause serious harm, and my strength is already exhausted." "Damn it." Aaron stepped in front of Mara and coldly said, "You haven't won yet." As he spoke, Aaron's hands moved rapidly like butterflies tying seals, and a shadowy image of a five-clawed golden dragon appeared around him. The Landon's expression turned grave. Instinct told him this move was no ordinary one. Golden light radiated from Aaron, and he floated into the air. The dragon's shadow gradually became more real, finally transforming into a true five-clawed golden dragon. Aaron's clothes changed into golden armor, and he wielded a dazzling golden sword and shield, riding the dragon as he burst through the graveyard roof and soared into the sky. The Landon laughed loudly and transformed into a gray beam of light, also ascending into the air. At that moment, outside the ruins of the Black Organization base, Ernie had his eyes closed as if sensing something. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing surprise, which then turned into admiration. "I didn't expect to see a five-clawed golden dragon. Interesting indeed," Ernie muttered to himself. "But getting to that space will be quite troublesome using their method. If we go by their way, it will definitely be too late. No choice, I'll have to take a risk." In the graveyard, under the gray sky, on one side was the mighty Landon draped in battle robes, and on the other was Aaron riding a five-clawed golden dragon with a golden sword in hand. They clashed continuously in midair, each collision resembling lightning and thunder. "Big brother Aaron." Mara stared dazedly at Aaron in the sky. However, The ancestor sighed and said, "This boy is actually using that move." "What? Do you know what it is, master?" asked Mara. "How could I not know? Do you know which era I belong to? When I just became a saint, it was precisely the time of the Noah clan's downfall. Although I cannot disclose that history, I can tell you that this move grants temporary immense power, but at the cost of burning one's innate essence. You should understand the importance of innate essence to a person." Upon hearing this, Mara's face changed drastically. How can Big Brother Aaron do this? Overusing innate essence can lead to premature aging. They wanted to help, but sadly, Willie and Sean were too badly wounded to move, and due to the soul summoning technique, Mara couldn't act either. "This boy is doing this to protect you. Unfortunately, even if he wins this battle, he likely won't have many years left to live," the ancestor sighed. "Don't speak so definitively, senior," came a confident voice. Everyone looked. It was Ernie. "Ernie, why are you here?" Mara asked in surprise. "Didn't you leave already?" Ernie sighed and said, "I sensed danger and returned to check. Look how severely injured you all are. Let me treat you first." Ernie clasped his hands, forming a brilliant golden light that split into two, covering Willie and Sean's bodies, healing them visibly. Such rapid healing magic," Mara exclaimed. "What kind of technique is this?" "See, I hang poo do, compassionate fairy," Ernie replied calmly, then pointed his left hand at the ancestor of the Roan family, allowing a golden lotus to slowly dissolve into him, significantly improving his condition. "Thank you. There's nothing to it." Ernie glanced at the sky and said, "It seems I made the right choice to come. It truly is Aaron who summoned the five-clawed golden dragon. Even though it's currently just an energy construct, there's no Mr. Alb in it. You're searching for the Noah relic, aren't you?" "You know about it?" Ernie nodded. "Because I am also from the Noah clan. We can talk about this later. If Aaron continues to consume his innate essence like this, even the greatest god will not be able to save him. I need to help." With that, the golden lotus under Ernie's feet slowly bloomed, then lifted him into the air. "That child is very special. His energy seems to not belong to this plane." Birdie frowned slightly and said, "It feels much like the Gelesta Dinoswar of the spiritual realm, as legends say." When the Landon saw a boy standing on a golden lotus with solemn golden dermic seals shining behind him, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "You are from the Gilstist order?" "Indeed. I, Ernie, have inherited the power of the Gelesta realm and have come to meet you." "Aaron, you are brave indeed. However, it would be best for you to stop now. If you do so, I can still help you restore the innate essence you've used after the battle. If you continue consuming it, even gods will find it difficult to save you. As someone from Earth should know, dealing with spirits and ghosts is what our Gilstist practitioners excel at." Ernie finished Spialban, clasping his hands together in prayer. Aaron hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and landed on the ground. As Ernie had pointed out, he had already consumed a great deal of his innate essence, and signs of premature aging were beginning to show. "Finian, though you are from the Gelesta realm, and you seem to have inherited the mantle of a great figure, do you really think you can win against me, who is about to break through to the level of a pseudo-god?" the Landon said coldly. "Arrogance will come at a price." Ernie smiled but remained silent. After a while, he slowly took out a string of shimmering golden prayer beads, wrapping them around his wrist, and placed his hands together. "Amitba." "Tisk, if so, don't blame me for being impolite." The Landon's sword emitted green light, and from within it emerged many ghastly faces of ghosts. These ghosts exuded such powerful malevolence that Ernie couldn't help but frown. "These people all died by my hand. You should know that the holy grade magical beasts of the undead clan are quite unique, created from the dead bodies of humans or beasts that have cultivated posthumously. After I became the Landon, I locked these people in the sword, Maalban their resentment extremely intense. Ernon, you dispel it." The Landon roared and swung his sword, sending countless spirits flying toward Ernie. But Ernie remained calm, simply chanting softly, "Compassion of the Gelesta." Chapter 74, Defeating the Landon. Facing countless Eeg that seemed to cover half the sky, Ernie remained fearless. The Eeg were blocked by one golden lotus after another before they could reach Ernie. "The 1,000 Lotus Array is most effective in countering one-ling attacks," Ernie said with a smile. "Every measure has its countermeasure. Am I right, Landon?" "Is that so?" the Landon replied coldly. Ernie was taken aback for a moment. He looked down and saw that some young Eeg had slipped underneath, attempting to attack from below. "I figured it out long ago. Your 1,000 Lotus Array may have strong defenses around you, but offers no protection beneath your feet." The Yonling swiftly engulfed Ernie. However, the Landon sensed something amiss and instinctively moved aside. Almost simultaneously, a golden lotus exploded where the Landon had been standing just moments before. The Landon glanced at where the being had attacked, finding only pieces of lotus roots. "A body double," he remarked, Lualban at Ernie. "It seems I underestimated you. You are indeed more troublesome, but you are still no match for me." The strange patterns on the Landon's robe emitted a faint black glow, followed by black clouds rising from the robe, hovering above his head and gradually coalescing. Ernie's expression grew serious. He felt the immense grudge and undead energy within the black clouds, thick and heavy. Without delay, Ernie's hands moved like butterflies weaving through flowers as he cast one spell after another. Before him, a mysterious golden seal slowly appeared. The Landon pointed his sword at the black clouds, from which black arcs emerged, flowing into his body along the blade. Astonishingly, as the arcs continued to flow into the Landon, his skeletal body began to grow flesh. Eventually, the Landon fully transformed into a human. Witnessing this bizarre scene, even Ernie couldn't help but change his expression. The other party definitely wouldn't use such a spirit-draining move unless it were very powerful. Are you a revenant or a human now? Ernie asked coldly. The Landon stretched his limbs and smiled. It's been a long time since I last fought in my physical form. I am not quite human yet, but your brilliant Gilstist light won't be as effective against me anymore. Ernie's face paled slightly, showing a hint of worry, but he quickly regained his composure. So that's how it is. By using this method, you've removed my advantage. Now, whether I can defeat you remains uncertain. You're right. If we continued as before, I would lose for sure because revenants fear Gilstist light. But now, with my new body, I no longer fear your light. The Landon sneered. Ernie didn't reply to the Landon. His hands continued to make seals until finally, a lotus-shaped seal formed. Light of Galesta. Ernie pointed his hand, and the seal emitted dazzling golden light, akin to a mini sun. The golden light gradually turned into golden needles, pouring down like rain toward the Landon. The Landon's expression turned grim. From his hands spewed gray mist that enveloped him, dissipating upon contact with the golden needles. The gray mist, however, dwindled under the relentless attacks. Finally, when the needles were all gone, so too was the gray mist. What a tenacious fellow, Ernie mumbled, clasping his hands together, eyes closed. Golden lotuses suddenly appeared around him, eventually enclosing him tightly within translucent golden petals. The Landon frowned slightly. His sword flashed, transforming into a ferocious snake with sharp fangs, spitting toxic dark green liquid. Yet, it vanished upon contact with Ernie's lotuses. At this point, Ernie opened his eyes, emitting golden light from them while the lotuses around him also shone brilliantly. The Landon's complexion changed abruptly. His hands formed as much gray mist as possible, coalescing into a shield before him, seemingly trying to withstand the incoming attack. Ernie smiled. Limitless purification. The lotuses shot beams of golden light that slammed fiercely into the Landon's shield. Soon, the shield made an ear-piercing sound before shattering. The remaining beams hit the Landon directly, instantly engulfing him in a pillar of light. Ernie slowly landed on the ground, a sudden dizziness almost causing him to fall, and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth indicated that this battle was not as easy as it appeared. Are you alright, Ernie? Iolo asked anxiously. Ernie shook his head and walked up to Iolo, saying, You should be worrying about yourself first. With that, he clasped his hands together and then spread them, pressing one on Iolo's chest and the other on his forehead. Don't move. I'm helping you restore your lost true essence. Ernon, this even be fixed? Gillis had once told him that no matter how powerful a monk might be, they could not restore someone's lost life force. Ernie smiled. You underestimate me. The healing arts of this world cannot compare with the power of the Gilstist realm I have inherited. It's not good. You're really amazing, brother Ernie. You actually defeated that Landon, Mara said admiringly. Ernie replied with a wry smile. Then you're mistaken. First, when he fought me, he was already injured from battling an earlier opponent and had expended some of his strength. Then he clashed with Iolo for a while, further reducing his power. Plus, Gilstist light has an unimaginably strong suppressive effect on the undead, which is why I could make it look so easy to defeat the Landon. If it had been another holy grade magical beast, I probably wouldn't have lasted a few moves. Seeing everyone was safe, the ancestor of the Rome family left. Iolo's injuries were healed, but his white hair could not be restored. Why do I have white hair now? Seriously, it makes me feel like an old man, Iolo complained. Ernie glared at him and said, You should be grateful that I could help you restore your life force. White hair is better than shortened lifespan, isn't it? Besides, I think your white hair looks good. Good. Mara chimed in. Really, it does look great, brother Iolo. It looks so suave. You were already handsome, and now with such snow-white hair, you have a touch of rugged charm. Iolo watched Mara's eyes sparkle with hearts and twitched his lips. Seems like there's no immediate danger now. You guys can go in and retrieve the artifact. I'll take my leave now, Ernie said. Not you stay with us now? Iolo asked. I can't. I told you I have something important to do. On the way here, I was pursued and attacked 3 times. So if I join your group now, it would only bring you trouble. I'll leave now. Remember, you can find me in Xuanhuan City. Ernie finished, and golden lotus petals appeared beneath his feet, gradually disappearing as he faded away. Chapter 75, Noah's Star. Alright, Ernie is gone again. Tell me, am I really that handsome? Iolo said to Willie and Sean. The two looked at Iolo with disdain. Suddenly, Willie struck a very alluring pose and said, When it comes to looks, you're nothing compared to me. We can't compare with him. We belong to the delicate type, while he's more rugged. But to be honest, if we were on Earth, it would definitely be Willie and I who are more popular, not like you, Iolo. Sean said with a helpless wave of his hand. Your type is outdated, completely outdated. Iolo's lips twitched as a large flock of crows flew over his head. He stood up dejectedly. Alright, no more chatter. Let's get up and find the divine artifact. Just then, footsteps sounded from behind them. The 4 turned around, their expressions turning grave because what they saw was none other than the Landon. Damn! Iolo prepared to draw his sword, but was stopped by the Landon. Now, young man, no need for that. I've already lost. You may take the divine artifact. But do you know where it is? Asked the Landon. This. The 4 exchanged uncertain glances. Although the Holy Grail of Noah could sense the direction of the artifact, it wasn't precise enough. In other words, they still had to search on their own, yet every minute here increased their danger. They couldn't rule out the possibility of Black Robe Organization members showing up, which would complicate things. Do you know? Iolo asked. The Landon chuckled and said, Of course, after all, I've been slumbering here to guard this Noah's artifact. But let me warn you, the Black Robe organization is far more powerful than you can imagine. I've seen more than one pseudo-god level expert among them. Heaven knows what else might be Lualban. They haven't acted simply because they don't care about you. However, if you become too audacious, you'll leave yourselves without any chance against them. The four nodded in agreement. The Landon walked to the center of the cemetery, slapped the ground, and formed a black magic circle. From the circle, a stone coffin slowly emerged. The lid was pushed aside by the Landon, revealing a necklace hanging with a golden pentagram. This is one of Noah's artifacts, Noah's star, the Landon announced. At this moment, Noah's star emitted a golden light, then floated into the air before finally landing in Iolo's hands. It seems this artifact belongs to you, lad. You should leave now. I'm about to return to my slumber, said the Landon. Aren't you leaving? What if someone from the Black Robe organization comes? Iolo asked. The Landon gave a hoarse laugh. I didn't expect you to care for me. Don't worry. Even if someone from the Black Robe organization comes, they won't be more than Saint Tyr, incapable of harming me. It's best if you leave as soon as possible. The four nodded again and left through the portal opened by the magic circle. Finally obtained the second artifact, Iolo stretched and sighed in relief. Just as the four were about to leave, for beams of light appeared beneath their feet. Before they could react, they were swallowed by the light columns and vanished from the spot. At this time, within the Black Robe organization base, in the space where the Landon resided, a dark-haired man with a short knife in his hand slowly approached. His eyes were blood red, and there was a long scar running across his left eye. Maalb and him looked extremely terrifying. The artifact, the man asked coldly. The Landon looked up at the man and replied calmly. Those children took it. They defeated me, so I gave it to them. The man looked down at the Landon like an ant, then raised his dagger after a pause. What good are you alive for? Even if you're a pseudo-god, do you think I'm easy prey? The Landon stood up, raising his sword. Soon, we'll see how easy prey you are. The dark-haired man smiled. With a deafening roar, the dark-haired man crushed a skull underfoot and said coldly, if not a mere insect, what else could you be? Meanwhile, the four reappeared on a square surrounded by statues. In the middle was an altar, where the unconscious Iolo and the others lay. Beside them stood a woman, the same one who had given them feathers and weapons previously. Mike and the others slowly opened their eyes, puzzled about why they were here. When they saw the woman standing before them, they first froze in surprise, then felt a strange sense of familiarity, but couldn't quite place who she was. You're finally awake, the woman said with a smile. Where are we? Mike asked. This is an independent space I created, prepared for the day I would summon you here. The woman explained with a smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Debbie, the queen of the Noah clan. You're the queen of the Noah clan? Mike exclaimed in shock. But wasn't it said that only we survived? Debbie smiled bitterly. Most of the Noah people who died have disappeared, reincarnated into other worlds, losing their bloodline and powers as Noah. And now, I am merely a fragment of memory left behind as I face death. I possess no power, only able to guide you when the time is right. Now that the four of you have gathered, Mike and Sean have been placed inside the feathers by me, and Mara's feather was entrusted to the Void Demon and delivered to you. As for Willie, I don't need to explain. We met long ago. And now, you have encountered another member of the Noah clan, Ernie. In other words, you have now gathered 5 people. So, I can reveal all your questions, your fragmented memories, and your true identities. Our true identities? The four clearly showed confusion at this statement. Don't you find something conflicting or contradictory about your identities? Debbie said with a smile. This involves the time difference between different dimensions, so I won't elaborate further. My time is limited, so please listen while I explain everything you want to know and what you can know at this stage. Chapter 76. Debbie. Debbie looked at the 4 people and said slowly, you must have already learned about the origin of the Noah clan, so I won't elaborate on it. Originally, the Noah clan didn't have a leader title, I was the only queen. But later, 6 people who reincarnated from different realms broke this singularity. Those 6 people had strength comparable to mine at the time, so I granted them the title of leader and began my seclusion, hoping to achieve further breakthrough. Are you saying we are among those 6 people? Debbie nodded and said, yes, let me start with each of you one by one. First is Mike. You originally belonged to the Earth realm. The first time you were reincarnated here, it should have been during Earth's prehistoric era, when you could control the 5-clawed golden dragon for your own use. I was very surprised because your power did not belong to this realm. So I conducted a divination of your fate. I discovered that you were one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the prehistoric Earth, the Eastern Heavenly Emperor Xavier. Because of a conflict between Fushi and Sui Ren, your residence on Xavierlun Mountain was destroyed, and you were swept into the chaos. Your soul then drifted towards the Noah continent, which was closest to the Earth realm, and thus you were born among the Noah clan. Of course, strictly speaking, your power did not come from the Noah clan since you weren't originally from here. Therefore, the feathers I gave you were actually tools to awaken the sealed powers within you. I'm the Eastern Heavenly Emperor, Xavier. Mike stared in disbelief at Debbie. Debbie smiled and continued. Then, as you all know, the Noah clan disrupted the balance between realms and was destroyed. At this time, your soul returned to Earth and became an ordinary person. However, you have now been summoned back, likely because the residual power you left behind on Noah continent has called you back through special means. This is Mike's identity. Next is Sean. Actually, there isn't much I need to explain about him. He was originally an unparalleled powerhouse in the spirit realm, overseeing sleep in the starry sky. Due to conflicts with his brother, he was reborn. Like Mike, you cycled through Earth once before coming to the Noah continent, then again back to Earth, finally being drawn back by your own power. Sean nodded. Although my memories of my first life are blurry, I can vaguely recall that this is indeed true. Naturally, the human brain can only retain limited memories, so it's understandable that you cannot remember every detail across multiple lifetimes. Now about Mara. Your situation is the most unique, Debbie explained. My situation is the most unique? Debbie nodded. Yes, you are different from them. Instead of calling you a person, it would be more accurate to say you are a world. Seeing Mara's puzzled expression, Debbie continued. In the Earth realm, there was once a small world where the inhabitants were very fragile and lived on the moon. When pollution caused the extinction of its population, their unresolved love and thoughts merged with the last unpolluted stone on the moon. Over time, that stone developed its own soul and consciousness, although you remain unaware of your origins as a stone. You came to Earth searching for a new home, but encountered a temporal storm that brought you to the Noah continent. Your experiences after that were similar to theirs. Debbie then pointed to Lawrence. As for Lawrence, you come from another realm, neither Earth nor Noah continent. Your home is known as the Elf realm, which still exists today. It is ruled by 3 powerful elves, Jace, Warren, and Spirit Emperor. You were the Spirit Emperor. Due to long-standing conflicts with the neighboring demon spirit realm, you died unexpectedly in battle. Your soul was preserved by Jace and Warren, but couldn't be revived. Thus, you were sent to reincarnate, and ended up in the Noah continent. After another death, you arrived on Earth and eventually recrossed to return here. Then what about him? Ernie, Mike asked. Is he perhaps from the Galesta realm? Debbie nodded. You guessed right. The Galesta realm is a powerful interface almost on par with the spirit realm, and at that time, Ernie was merely a lotus flower beside the Galesta. Later, due to an attendant child accidentally brealbing this lotus flower, Ernie came into being. Like Lawrence, Ernie's first life was on Noah continent, and he later came to Earth. Because of the illumination of Galesta light and the Galesta's guidance, I believe Ernie has long known about these things. So what exactly do we need to do? Why do we need to collect artifacts? If the descendants of the Noah clan no longer exist, as you said, finding the artifacts and opening the Ark would be pointless. And wouldn't it disrupt the balance between realms? Mike asked, frowning. Debbie sighed and said, actually, the so-called balance no longer exists now. The Noah clan consists of only me and you 6 people. Of course, I am just a consciousness now and can't be counted among them. So this balance is not important anymore. If the first reincarnation to Noah was coincidental, then I believe the second coming here was orchestrated by someone, bringing you together. Although your powers linger in this world, usually it should be the power recalling its master, not the master being called back by the power. Therefore, your reincarnations were probably premeditated. As for who set up this scheme, I'm not sure, as that person's strength far exceeds mine. But aren't you at the level of a creator god? Is there anyone more powerful than you? Mike asked. Debbie smiled bitterly and said, naturally, each realm has a different understanding of power, which directly leads to significant differences in strength between realms. The most powerful is the spirit realm, followed by the Galesta realm, elf realm, and so on. Our Noah continent is relatively strong, but only ranks around 20th. Don't underestimate such Ran Albans. Even one difference can mean a world of difference. That's why, despite being only gold rank or even silver rank like Mike, you have defeated many holy rank warriors. This is because the imprints on your bodies do not come from Noah continent, but from other more powerful realms. What do we need to do now? Currently, you need to find the last person who hasn't been found yet, and continuously grow stronger. Once you all reach the holy rank, you need to accomplish 2 tasks. One, which I don't need to mention, is collecting the artifacts. The other is to travel through various countries on Noah continent to find something called Noah's wings. These are similar to the feathers within you. One feather represents the revival of one Noah clan member. You will eventually return to your respective worlds, so before you leave, I must recreate the Noah clan. But now I lack the power to do so, so I need your help. When you possess both the artifacts and feathers, I will naturally find you. You need to find a total of 100 feathers. Just then, the surroundings suddenly shook. Debbie's expression changed. Not good. Someone has discovered this independent space and wants to break in. I'll send you elsewhere first. The opponent is very strong, a pseudo-god. Before the 4 could react, they were enveloped by white light and left this independent space. Within a minute after Debbie left, the black-clothed man who had killed the Landon entered. Tisk, did I arrive too late? Chapter 77, Hernangian City. Phew, that was close. The 4 of them couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Iolo stood up and patted the dust off his body, as Alban. Right, Queen just teleported us out. Where are we now? Sean looked around, then took out a map from his storage ring and compared it. He said, we seem to be at the border of Hernangian City. Why bother with a map? What good are your eyes? Willie raised an eyebrow and pointed to a sign next to her which clearly read, Hernangian City. After all that trouble, it turns out we were over Thinalbanet. Let's go, don't stand there like statues. Mara brushed the dust off her clothes and said. The 4 walked into Hernangian City. It was called Hernangian City because it was the highest altitude city in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire. It was said that at its peak, Hernangian Mountain was surrounded by mist and clouds. Since this is Hernangian City, there should be a gym here. Iolo rubbed his hands together, Lualban quite eager. The gym is in the center of town, we're only at the outskirts now. It'll take some time to get to the city center. Sean adjusted his glasses and said, I think we should find a place to rest first and have a good sleep. That's not a bad idea, Mara said with a smile. The 4 walked into the city. As it was on the border, it wasn't very bustling. Not until they passed through a small town and a forest did they finally arrive at a city gate. Lingyu City, not a bad name. Iolo put his hands on his waist, Lualban very relaxed. I'm telling you, it's already 9 o'clock at night. Shouldn't we hurry inside? Sean panted and asked. We could have stayed at the inn in that small town earlier. Why spend hours getting here? Could that inn even be lived in? Iolo said glumly, I can't take it anymore. Just stop arguing and let's go in. We haven't had dinner yet. Willie, who usually looked leisurely, seemed agitated due to hunger and fatigue. However, as the four were about to enter, 2 men over 2 meters tall blocked the entrance. Iolo frowned and asked, what are you doing? We want to go in. You need to pay 300 yuan per person to enter the city, one of the big guys replied coldly. Huh. Iolo and the others exchanged looks. It seemed that other cities didn't have this rule, charging money just to enter. Do you want to pay or not? If not, scram. The big guard said rudely. Veins began to appear on Iolo's forehead. Mara, standing beside him, suddenly shivered and slowly turned to look at Iolo with fear, almost gasping aloud. This expression, as if harboring deep-seated enmity, along with such overwhelming killing intent. Sean and Willie were also startled by Iolo's intimidating presence, but Sean calmed down soon after, pushing his glasses up and Lualban beside Iolo. He patted Iolo on the shoulder and said, It's fine, I'll cover the entry fees. Those words made Iolo's killing intent vanish instantly. Mara disregarded what her mother said about ladylike behavior, gulping at Iolo who wore a contented smile. Her mouth could have fit 3 eggs. Willie twitched at the corners of her mouth, feeling as if there were ravens flying over her head. Here, for all 4 of us, 1,200 yuan in total. Please keep it well. Sean handed over 1,200 yuan with a smile. At least you know when to quit. All right, you can go in. The guard put the money in his pocket and stepped aside, allowing the 4 to enter the city. But the people inside seemed constantly on edge, as if something terrible might happen at any moment. Even though it was only 9 o'clock, everyone looked anxious, wanting to return home quickly. A passerby bumped into Iolo, got up without apologizing, and ran away. What's going on here? Did we end up in some weird place again? Iolo's mouth twitched. Forget it, I'm exhausted. Willie complained wildly. Damn it, my beauty sleep. The other 3 were speechless. The 4 entered a hotel that looked decent on the outside. They sat down and ordered the menu from the xuanhuan, ready to order food to fill their stomachs. I'll treat everyone today, Willie said. After all, it was my idea to eat here. I want this dish, and this one, and some of this too, plus a bottle of premium red wine. Money isn't an issue. Hey, the food here is quite expensive. Are you sure it's not a problem? Iolo laughed and asked after the xuanhuan left. Willie couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You should worry about your own money if you don't want to spend it. But why do you have to worry about mine? Don't worry, I have money. After all, Mr. Johnny treats me very well in the 100 Flowers secluded courtyard. It's true. These kinds of expenses can be spared if possible. Don't waste money on unnecessary things. Iolo said helplessly. That doesn't sound like something a noble would say. Mara covered her mouth and laughed. It seems whoever ends up with Brother Iolo in the future mustn't be extravagant. Willie gently tapped Iolo's head and said, Money is meant to be spent. Once it's used up, we earn more, then spend again. Really? The 4 were chatting happily, unaware of the malicious smiles on the boss's and Irwin's faces at the counter. Boss, that boy in the elaborate ancient clothes and the one wearing glasses are prime catches. If we offer them to Lord Edgar, he will definitely reward us. The Irwin grinned cunningly. Yes, when serving the wine later, add something to the red wine and deliver those 2 kids to the city lord. As for the other 2, lock them in the basement first, the Bowen said coldly. What about their weapons? What does it matter? Just a big fan, a sword and a shield? Put them in storage. Even if they are adventurers, how powerful can they be at such a young age? Just have someone keep an eye on them, the Bowen replied. Unaware of the Bowen's sinister plan, and not suspecting any issues with the food and drinks, the 4 ate and drank heartily without hesitation, as they had been hungry for days. So when they stood up to leave, they realized they were dizzy and disoriented. Not good. There's something wrong with the wine and food. But it was already too late, as this sedative was quite potent, and the 4 had no resistance, falling victim immediately. Chapter 78, Dragon Flame. When Lawrence and Brinley woke up, they found themselves locked in a gigantic birdcage made of gold. How do we end up here? Lawrence asked, frowning as he looked around. Brinley adjusted his glasses and observed the surroundings. We must be in someone's house with considerable power and wealth. Otherwise, the decoration wouldn't be so luxurious. But where could this place be? Lawrence was far from calm like Brinley, showing signs of anxiety. Never mind that. Let's get out first. Brinley raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you can? What do you mean by that? Attempting to summon the 4 protectors, Lawrence realized he couldn't call upon his divine power, causing his face to pale. Sighing helplessly, Brinley explained. If getting out were that easy, would I need you to do it? I would have destroyed the cage already. But who on earth has such a sick hobby? Not only keeping us in a birdcage, but also chaining us up. He pointed to a golden chain around his ankle. Lawrence grimaced, Lualban at the chain he had not noticed before. Why do I feel like we're being kept as pets? You feel that way too. And where are Aaron and Mara? Brinley frowned. I remember we were having dinner at that hotel when we felt dizzy. Could that place be a black hotel, luring us here? Though I admire your composure in this crisis, what should we do now? Lawrence slumped to the ground. Brinley shrugged. Wait for the owner of this house to come. Meanwhile, Aaron and Mara woke up in a dimly lit room. Despite the dimness, which wouldn't affect Cultivator's vision much, they found themselves securely chained. Aaron glared coldly at the Bowen and Irwin. A black hotel? Why capture us? Where are our companions? The Bowen smiled. Don't blame me, kid. Blame yourselves for being out after 9. It's a special regulation in our city, Lingyu City. Special regulation? Aaron urged him to continue with narrowed eyes. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Our city's lord is a powerful man who brought prosperity. However, he has a twisted hobby. He likes to hunt beauties after 9 p.m., regardless of gender. That's why everyone rushes home by 9, for safety. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mara exclaimed, You didn't send Lawrence and Brinley to that lord, did you? Correct. Regardless of your strength, you can't beat the lord. Once inside his castle, your powers will be sealed. You'd be no match for him, the Bowen shrugged. Mara turned to speak to Aaron, but saw him Lualban dejected, muttering, Why wasn't I sent? Am I ugly? Mara nearly snapped. In this critical moment, you're thin Alban about that nonsense. Wake up, you. Startled by Mara's shout, Aaron looked at her frantic expression and laughed awkwardly. You two are quite relaxed. Anyway, watch them while I rest. The Bowen stretched, patted the Irwin, and walked out. Hey, what will happen to our companions? Aaron asked darkly. The Irwin replied. Most likely, they'll be thrown back when he gets bored, or kept in the castle if favored. The lord seemed interested in them. They might be enjoying luxury there. Luxury? How can that perverted lord talk about luxury? Enraged, Aaron tore off the chains with a roar. Startled, the Irwin tried to alert others, but was knocked unconscious by Aaron first. Mara easily broke free, twisting her neck. We should find our weapons first. That's easy. Aaron woke up the Irwin who had fainted on the ground. Just as the Irwin was about to call for help, Aaron covered his mouth. Aaron stared at the Irwin with a murderous look and said coldly, Tell me, where are our weapons? If not, I'll kill you. The Irwin nodded and pointed to the side. You mean in the next room? The Irwin nodded fearfully. Good choice. If you dare to lie, you're dead. Aaron sneered coldly. Aaron and Mara went to the next room. The Irwin trembled as he took out the key and opened the door. Aaron and Mara entered the storage room, retrieved their weapons and gear, swiftly put them on, then knocked out the unfortunate Irwin again before climbing out the window. The night street was so quiet that even footsteps could be heard clearly. Aaron couldn't help but shudder and asked Mara, Don't you think this place is a bit eerie? Mara nodded. We've been Wallalban since we left. Why do I feel it's getting colder? At that moment, black smoke began to emerge from the alleys beside the street. The black smoke transformed into skeletons holding scythes, gradually surrounding Aaron and Mara. Haven't we seen too many undead lately? Aaron sighed, putting a hand on his forehead with a troubled expression. Mara wished she could slap her fan against Aaron's head. In this critical situation, you're still acting gloomy? Hurry up and deal with them. Don't forget Lawrence and Brinley are still in danger. You're right. Aaron laughed, drawing his sword, which immediately emitted flashes of light. How did you become such an idiot? Mara remarked after defeating another skeleton soldier. Meanwhile, in the Lord's castle, Lawrence and Brinley, who were locked in a cage and forced to wear peculiar clothes, gazed blankly at the so-called master of this room. Finally understanding why they were captured here, could only bitterly smile. On a luxurious bed in front of them lay a young, handsome blonde man in elegant silk clothing, holding a wine glass filled with delicious red wine. The blonde man was sipping the wine while Lualban at Brinley and Lawrence with a lustful expression. Chapter 79, Dragon Courage Fragrance. Are we in the tiger's mouth now? Lawrence asked the man in front of her. Brinley pushed up his glasses to hide his inner panic. We can't use magic or divine dance now, which means we have no ability to fight back. The chances of escaping are slim, and we don't know what Aaron and Mara are doing. Hopefully, they haven't been caught. Why don't I seduce that guy to let us go? Lawrence suggested. The corner of Brinley's mouth twitched as he said with a bitter smile. You seduce him? What if he likes you and wants to keep us here forever? Don't forget, he said earlier that as long as we're in the castle, we can't use our powers or spirit energy, meaning we stand no chance at all. How about it? Have you decided? The blonde man laughed as he sat up and looked at Lawrence and Brinley in the cage, saying, If you two are willing to stay with me, Vlad, you will live a life of luxury beyond your dreams. Why does this sound so familiar? Brinley sighed and asked Lawrence, What should we do? Such a headache. Lawrence supported her forehead helplessly. At this moment, the door opened, and a Gervais walked in. He came to Vlad and said, Young master, there are 2 kids outside the castle demanding you release their companions, or else they'll destroy this castle. Huh? Just 2 kids? This castle can confine aura, inner energy, magic dennisware, and spirit energy. What can they do? Ignore them, and just send a few people to capture them. I want to see what these 2 kids' companions look like. Vlad grinned lecherously. Hey Lawrence. Brinley nudged her and whispered. To set up such a restriction in one castle, it must be a barrier. And all barriers have their weakest point. We need to find that spot and break it. You're right, but how do we get out of this damn cage? Lawrence replied. Even if we did get out, Vlad seems skilled. Do you really think we can escape? You may be clever in other ways, but aren't you forgetting something on you? Brinley smirked. Lawrence was stunned for a moment before realizing. No way, it's my treasured possession. Using it will cost half of its power. And what good is keeping it if not to use? Brinley retorted. Besides, I'm not in any hurry. I don't look as good as you, and Vlad will surely choose you first. You bastard, but there's no incense burner here, Lawrence said. Well, that's easy. Wait here. Brinley cast a flirtatious glance at Vlad. Young Master Long, we'll do as you say, but we need some incense to set the mood. Could you give us an incense burner? Lawrence shuddered beside him. She was scared by Brinley. Meanwhile, Vlad, being a pervert, didn't hesitate and handed over an antique-style incense burner to Brinley. Getting the hint, Lawrence placed a pink spherical object inside. Soon, a faint fragrance filled the air. Vlad then asked him to sit on the bed, and shortly after, he felt dizzy but stayed upright. Damn it, hurry up, Brinley urged. Don't rush. Lawrence vigorously fanned the fragrance towards Vlad. A visible pink mist seeped into his skin. After 5 minutes, Vlad finally fell asleep. Phew, this dragon courage fragrance really works on anyone. Lawrence exhaled in relief. Next, let's have Long Young Master lead the way to destroy the castle's barrier. As soon as she finished Spialban, Vlad got up from the ground. Lualban the same, but with duller eyes, controlled by the dragon courage fragrance. Following Lawrence's instructions, he led them to the backyard, pointing at an inconspicuous little flower. Never thought the weak point would be here. Brinley couldn't help but admire. This guy has brains. Vlad, stop blabbering and destroy it, Lawrence ordered. Vlad nodded and produced 2 fireballs in his hands, which instantly incinerated the small flower. Lawrence and Brinley suddenly felt a warm current surge through their bodies, indicating that the barrier was indeed destroyed, allowing their magic and divine power to flow normally again. Let's go quickly, Lawrence said. Yeah. Brinley nodded and prepared to leave with Lawrence when he sensed danger from behind. He pushed Lawrence away and sidestepped himself. Lualban back, they saw it was Vlad. It's impossible. I used half of my dragon courage fragrance. How could he have woken up so fast? Lawrence exclaimed in shock. At this moment, however, Vlad gave off a completely different vibe. Now, he radiated an intense aura of killing intent, glaring at Lawrence and Brinley with hateful eyes, sending shivers down their spines. How did this happen? From the beginning, I wasn't affected by your dragon courage fragrance. I led you to destroy this barrier, so you would use your powers while still inside. Ma'al been it easier for me to kill you and avenge my hatred. Vlad began to emit immense magical power. The two turned pale. This level of power belonged to the saint rank. What grudge do we have against you? It's just because I burned the dragon courage fragrance. Wait, dragon courage fragrance. Lawrence suddenly thought of something and paled even more. What is it, Lawrence? Brinley, seeing her expression, realized the situation was serious. He's of the dragon race, no doubt about it. Only dragons are immune to dragon courage fragrance. Since it's made from dragon bile, dragons consider anyone who uses it their greatest enemy. We're doomed. We actually burned dragon courage fragrance in front of a dragon, Lawrence said grimly. Brinley frowned, but then took out a magic wand from his spatial ring. If it's just the saint rank, we might be able to handle it if we're willing to pay the price. You're crazy. You want to kill a dragon? Lawrence cried out in alarm. Dragons are the most powerful race in the world. Nobody dares to provoke them. In the dragon race, even the saint rank is only the strength of an adolescent. Brinley sneered coldly. Since he knows now, he can't be allowed to live. Killing him will silence him. Not only that, but everyone in this castle today must die. Chapter 80, The Dinosaur of Edgar. Quite the big talk. Do you two kids really think you can defeat us, the Dragon Clan? Edgar sneered, and a purple flame vortex appeared beside him. The purple flame seemed to have a devouring effect. Willie frowned. Sean nodded. In elemental magic, different colors of magical elements mean different auxiliary effects. Red flames represent burning, blue flames represent cold, green flames represent deadly poison, and purple flames represent devouring. Be careful. We cannot be touched by these flames, or our energy will be devoured. Sean, can you summon the constellation spirits again? Asked Willie. Our chances of winning are slim with just the two of us. Sean shook his head. I've already tried, but for some reason, although it succeeded last time, this time it doesn't work. Even my brother cannot heed my call. It seems he wants to watch my mockery. Willie, what about the 4 protectors? Are their injuries not healed yet? Willie nodded. From the battle with the Landon last time, they were heavily injured and can't be summoned now. Sean sighed as the crystal ball in his hand flickered with light, transforming into more than 3,000. If that's the case, Willie, be careful. I can't divert my attention to protect you. Willie smiled. Do you think I'm a frail dancer? Her ribbons flew out from her sleeves like living creatures dancing around her. I can protect myself. Divine dancers are inherently offensive. Sean chuckled, Lualban at Edgar with eyes flashing coldly. He removed his glasses, and his eyes immediately emitted a purple glow. Although Edgar met Sean's gaze, he did not turn to stone. Sean frowned and said faintly, Indeed, the Dragon Clan is immune to curse magic. Edgar sneered. You're not too stupid. You used the crystal ball to pretend to cast a spell, drawing my attention while planning to use the petrification magic after removing your glasses. Unfortunately, petrification magic belongs to curse magic and is ineffective against dragons. However, right after Edgar finished Spialban, Sean suddenly appeared behind him. Honestly, enough chatter. A black beam shot from Sean's staff. Do you think a mere magic energy blast can take me down? What a joke. Edgar kicked off the ground, hovering in midair. 2 purple flame whips appeared in his hands, turning into 2 purple fire snakes roaring towards Sean when he waved them. Unhurried, Sean had a black magic array appear behind him, which then engulfed him. Moments later, he reappeared behind Edgar. Temporal magic, 3,000 worlds. Sean controlled the floating magic spheres, aiming for a point on Edgar. Divine spirits of the spirit world, please accept my sincere praise. The dance of gods. Embody the dance god. Suddenly, Willie shone brightly. Even Sean and Edgar couldn't help but feel blinded. After the flash, a tear-like mark appeared on her forehead, and the 2 ribbons beside her turned translucent white. Willie gently leaped, stepping as if on invisible stairs until she stood before Edgar, beginning a beautiful dance. The dance was mesmerizing. As she danced, white light sprinkled around her, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Edgar was entranced without noticing the mock-Alban smile on her lips. Sean also caught on, keeping a distance from Edgar while continuously gathering dark power with his staff, seemingly preparing to unleash a powerful move. At that moment, Edgar was still captivated by Willie's dance. No, rather, the dance of a star maiden of the spirit realm who imparted her power to Willie. He paid no attention to the white ribbons slowly approaching his vital areas. Confirming that Edgar was truly entranced, Willie smirked, controlling the white ribbons to stab directly toward Edgar's heart. At that moment, the ribbons gleamed sharply like sharp blades. However, just as the ribbons were about to strike, a red glow flashed across Edgar's chest, and he instantly regained consciousness. Seeing the ribbon flying toward him, Edgar quickly dodged to the side. What happened? How did you wake up so suddenly? Willie frowned. The spell she had used would drain her energy afterward, but could summon a star maiden from the divine realm, allowing her to infuse part of her strength into the caster's body. 3 hours. Do not underestimate this power. After all, the Starry Sky Dance Maiden is an absolute powerhouse in the spirit realm, whose dance can both captivate and kill. Willie's dance just now was the beguiling dance of the Starry Sky Dance Maiden, which can mesmerize opponents and make them lose themselves in a dreamlike state before being killed. Seems like I underestimated you too. Edgar tore open his shirt. Around Edgar's neck hung an ordinary xuanhuan necklace, but when Willie saw it, her expression darkened. Because that necklace had a clear ability to dispel illusions. In other words, spells like illusion and enchantment could be negated by this necklace, though it required time. Daryl, Sean roared, pointing his staff at Edgar's back, sending a cone-shaped black beam straight for Edgar's heart. Edgar sneered, turned around, and conjured a flame shield with his hands, easily blocking Sean's attack. The shield then instantly transformed into a giant flame serpent, which opened its massive mouth and lunged at Sean. Behind Sean, the black magic array appeared again, using the same method to reappear next to Willie. Hee, didn't expect you to actually use temporal magic, and since time and space are one, you also possess some spatial powers. That instantaneous movement just now was achieved through spatial manipulation, wasn't it? Edgar said with a smile. Although I have to admit you both have formidable abilities, you still aren't my match. Edgar pointed his right finger at the sky, where a vortex formed instantly, followed by purple fireballs raining down. Sean and Willie's faces changed dramatically as they each deployed their defensive moves. With a wave of his hand, Sean formed a protective barrier from the surrounding bricks, covering himself and Willie inside. Meanwhile, Willie's 2 ribbons danced rapidly, continuously emitting white light particles that attached to the bricks Sean controlled, forming a layer of white protection. The attack came almost instantly. Sean unleashed all his magic power, constantly rewinding the bricks to before they shattered, while Willie continuously infused divine power into the white shield to strengthen the defense. The intense impact caused blood to trickle from the corners of their mouths, but they knew if they couldn't hold on, everything would be over. The commotion within the castle naturally alerted Aaron and Mara. They fought their way through all the enemies blocking their path and arrived directly at the scene of Edgar's battle with Sean and Willie. Chapter 81, United Against the Enemy. When Aaron and Mara arrived, Vlad had just finished casting his spell. As the thick dust cleared, Sean and Willie, were seen gasping for breath, xuanhuan extremely tired with multiple injuries on their bodies, but none of them were fatal. Is it you two? Vlad looked at Aaron with disdain. Minnows remain minnows. No matter how many gather together, they are nothing more than a mob. Do you really think you can fight against our noble dragon clan? Dragon clan, Aaron replied sarcastically. You're nothing more than a bunch of winged lizards. Who would have thought you dare call yourselves dragons? Have any of you ever seen a real dragon? Humph, you dare to call me a lizard? You're as xuanhuan for death. Purple flames erupted from Vlad's body. With a wave of his hands, a massive fireball shot towards Aaron, engulfing both him and Mara. Vlad wore a proud smirk on his face, but that smile froze in the next moment. Because suddenly a strong wind blew, dispersing the fireball and causing it to land on the castle, setting it ablaze. Humph, you can only spew a few fireballs. As long as I'm here, your flames will never touch us. Mara leaned against her fan handle, watching Vlad leisurely. Humph, Vlad sneered coldly. You truly know nothing about the power of our dragon clan. Enough talk, let's attack together. Aaron leaped into the air, moonless stream, yiksha flash. Swords flashed and stabbed toward Vlad. Vlad waved his left hand, summoning a flame to burn away those sword flashes, but it suddenly went out. Focusing his gaze, he saw it was Sean. The time when fire manipulates his future, extinguish. Sean said calmly. So I told you, elemental magic is useless against time. While Vlad was still shocked by Sean's move, a melodious flute tune sounded, accompanied by falling snowflakes from the sky. Vlad didn't pay much attention at first, but gradually felt his physical speed decreasing, alarming him as he looked at Willie standing on floating ribbons in midair. Willie was playing a white jade flute, composing a sad yet beautiful melody. This can't be. My physical speed is decreasing. We dragons are immune to negative and curse magic. Vlad's face turned grim. There are no absolutes in this world. No matter how strong your immunity is, can it withstand the music of the divine? Sean sneered coldly. Now Willie is playing the dance music of the spirit world star maidens, called Phantom Snow, which even a mere high-level being like you cannot resist. Being toyed with by 4 children, Vlad was furious beyond measure. He roared loudly, releasing visible sound waves that forcefully dispersed the energy emitted by Willie's music. Because his move was countered, Willie spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, we don't have time to waste on him. We need to kill him quickly. Aaron raised his shield and held his sword tightly in his right hand, rushing toward Vlad from the front. We'll cover you, Sean and Mara said in unison. Sean once again cast the spells of the 3,000 worlds. Although Vlad used flames to counteract the explosion of Sean's crystal ball, this was exactly what Sean wanted. Seizing this opportunity, Mara unleashed her great scythe weasel. The powerful wind intensified the flame's power several times over, turning the flames into a raging inferno heading straight for Vlad. Even if Vlad were struck by such an inferno, there would be no way for him to escape unscathed. Therefore, Vlad retreated immediately. However, how could things go his way? Though Willie's phantom snow was countered, two ribbons sharper than blades had already aimed for Vlad's back. Distracted by the massive explosion in front of him, Vlad failed to notice Willie's attack from behind in time. By the time he realized, it was too late. Although he dodged the vital organs, his abdominal area on his back was still pierced by the ribbons. For a human, being pierced in the abdomen would almost certainly mean death, but for the Dragon Clan with its vast vitality, such injuries were not critical. However, Willie wore a triumphant smile. Vlad soon sensed something amiss. He felt a cold, icy chill continuously invading his body. Forced to divert some of his strength to suppress this chill, Vlad found himself at a disadvantage. It seems that to suppress Willie's coldness, you're really having a tough time, Mara said with a mysterious smile. But don't you feel something strange around you? I've heard that the Dragon Clan has a very keen sense of danger. Vlad was taken aback. Then his face turned pale as he noticed a circle of gray matter surrounding his feet. Though Vlad wanted to step out of this gray circle, he instinctively sensed that stepping out would lead to death. The Dragon Clan trusted their sixth sense, which had always been accurate, and thus Vlad did not dare to move rashly. You've made the right choice, Mara smiled wickedly and said. Though you are immune to curse spells, it is unknown if you're immune to goo poison. Goo poison? Vlad frowned. Then his face changed drastically. As a member of the Dragon Clan who had lived for a very long time, he naturally knew how terrifying goo poison was. Even the Dragon Clan dared not take it lightly, an ancient curse that had long been lost. You're now within my curse range, Mara said with a laugh, raising her left hand slightly. The gray object surrounding Vlad slowly separated into a shape, becoming increasingly intricate until it eventually became a replica of Vlad. A miniature Vlad floated in the air, slowly falling into Mara's hand. Mara laughed and said, although doing this isn't nice, you're truly strong, albeit difficult to defeat you otherwise. After Spialban, Mara grabbed the left arm of the Vlad in her left hand and pulled hard, tearing off its left arm. The real Vlad also screamed in agony because at that moment, his left arm was torn open, bleeding profusely. But the gray object beneath Vlad's feet vanished instantly. Well, this curse spell is indeed too overwhelming. I'd better not use it again in the future. Mara threw away what she held, Lualban at the severely injured Vlad. But still, do we really have to kill him? We have no enmity or grudge against him, Willie said, somewhat unwilling. A dragon at the Saint stage is still considered a child among the Dragon Clan. Now it's either you die or we die? Willie, you can't be soft-hearted, or if we let him go back, the dead ones will be us. Aaron frowned. He's already seriously injured. Now not Talban advantage of the situation might incur divine retribution. As Aaron, Mara, and Sean attacked simultaneously, they were blocked by two ribbons at a critical moment. Vlad looked at Willie in surprise, as did the other three. Forget it. Burning dragon bile incense was wrong from the start. To the Dragon Clan, who values their race more than their own lives, burning dragon bile incense in front of them is trampling on their dignity. Let him go, Willie pleaded. The three exchanged glances and finally sighed helplessly. Vlad was escorted away from Lingyu City by a steward and flew towards the distance. Sigh, are we right or wrong for doing this? Aaron rubbed his forehead, Lualban very helpless. It might provoke a hunt, Mara said. Willie, sometimes, regardless of right or wrong, once in opposition, only defeating the opponent and surviving is the key. Don't worry, if the Dragon Clan comes to chase, I'll bear the responsibility alone. Willie lowered her head and said, that's not what we mean. At this moment, the old steward had carried Vlad to a city far away. Steward, where are we? Vlad's face was now deathly pale, devoid of any color. There's a famous physician here, likely to treat you, the old steward said with a smile. His medical skills are the best I've seen. Supporting Vlad, the old steward arrived at a seemingly ordinary small house, preparing to knock on the door when it opened. Come in, I'll treat him. Thank you, Mr. Ernie, the old steward said gratefully. Chapter 82, Violation of Traffic Laws. Lay him on the bed. I'll take a look, Ernie said. The old butler nodded and gently laid Edgar on the bed. After carefully examining Edgar's injuries, Ernie remarked, he is being assaulted by a cold and malevolent force internally, while his left arm wound is quite peculiar. It looks like it was torn apart. But who could tear apart the arm of a five-clawed golden dragon? The young master's left arm wasn't torn apart, but was cursed with poison from a voodoo spell, the old butler explained. I see, that makes sense now. Let me treat him first before we talk about other things. Ernie placed his hands gently on Edgar's abdomen and left arm. Sihong Pudu. Two faint golden lights slowly merged into Edgar's wounds. The abdominal injury healed visibly, and the coldness within his body was dispelled. His left arm began to grow some flesh buds, and then regrew an entire new arm. Well, although he has been healed, he has lost too much blood and has been invaded by the cold energy. He must rest to regain his strength. You should stay here for now, as I believe you can't return to Lingyu City anyway, Ernie said. Old butler, tell me, who injured Edgar? After all, Edgar is also at the saint level. The old butler laughed bitterly. Forgive me, Mr. Ernie. Even I find this unbelievable. This is what happened. Ernie couldn't help but smile slightly. Although I heard Edgar is rather lecherous and doesn't discriminate between men and women, he actually tried to capture them. No wonder he was beaten so badly. Mr. Ernie knows them? The old butler asked, surprised. Ernie nodded. Yes, they are the descendants of the Noah clan. What? The Noah clan? The old butler exclaimed in shock. Ernie sighed. During its prime, the Noah clan was mighty when the five-clawed golden dragon followed the Eastern Heavenly Emperor. Unfortunately, since the fall of the Eastern Heavenly Emperor, the five-clawed golden dragons were gradually replaced by the Western dragon reptiles. Now, only you and Edgar remain. Yes, because of those individuals, the Eastern Dragon clan, without support, quickly became nearly extinct. Only the young master and I are left now. This incident will surely bring trouble from the Western dragons to those children. The old butler sighed. Relax, those lizards are always arrogant. If they dare to cause trouble for Iolo and others, they will be in big trouble. Incidentally, I should inform you that the young man named Iolo is the reincarnation of the Eastern Heavenly Emperor, which means he is Jason. What? The old butler exclaimed. However, for now, you two should stay here. Iolo and the others need challenges and difficulties to hone their minds. Ernie smiled. We will follow your orders, Mr. Ernie. The old butler replied. Oh, did you manage to find the girl I asked you to search for? Ernie asked. The old butler nodded. She actually lives in Xuanhuan City, but she hasn't awakened yet. Ernie nodded. Then have someone watch over her and protect her until she awakens. After all, she is my mount, so nothing should happen to her, understood? At this moment, in Lingyu City, Iolo and his companions questioned the servants who hadn't managed to escape. They realized they had made a grave mistake. You know, we gravely wounded one of the last two remaining five-clawed golden dragons, Mara said guiltily. Shouldn't we go find them? Iolo sighed. But where do we look? I thought they were just a bunch of lizards. But that servant also mentioned that they were trying to keep a low profile here, and Edgar took the position of city lord. Now, with Edgar's aura on us, the Western dragons who seek to exterminate the five-clawed golden dragons will surely come after us. Our days ahead won't be easy, Sean said. Oh right, Sean, don't you have two contracted magical beasts? How are they doing? Willie asked. Sean sighed and shook his head. They are still asleep and haven't awakened yet. Even if they wake up and become saint-level beasts, they wouldn't stand a chance against dragons. After all, they are Western dragons. Even at the same level, they are not easily defeated. We shouldn't delay. It's best we leave here immediately. As for the city lord's issue, I've contacted my father. He will handle it properly, Iolo said. Then let's hurry up and leave. In order to leave as quickly as possible, the four of them bought a magic-powered four-wheeled vehicle, a means of transportation that uses adventurers' energy as its power source. Iolo was in charge of driving and left Lingyu City at the fastest speed. Do you have a driver's license? Mara asked. Driver's license? Do I need one to drive this thing? What? You dare to drive without a license? Aren't you afraid of being caught by traffic police? Sean said with a troubled face. What difference does it make? I know how to drive. I've learned at home. I didn't think a license was necessary, Iolo said. What can traffic police do? How would they know if I have a license or not? Willie pointed to the rear, depressed. Take a look at what's behind us. Iolo glanced through the rearview mirror and saw several police cars chasing after him. How did they know I don't have a license? Iolo asked in confusion. You fool, do you think this is Earth? The civilization and technology here are more advanced than on Earth. When you buy a car, your information is registered, and the Department of Transportation will immediately verify your driver's license. If they can't find your records, they'll start chasing you down right away. Mara shouted crazily. You really are an aristocratic young master who doesn't know anything about the world. Nobody taught you this basic knowledge. If we get caught, we'll have to pay a fine. Don't say that, Caitlin. Sean tried to stop her, but it was too late. Mara suddenly felt something was wrong. Seeing Iolo's gloomy expression, she instantly had a bad premonition. Hey, you aren't thin Alb enough. Make me pay a fine? Dream on. Iolo stomped on the gas pedal, and the car sped away from the traffic police at an almost unbelievable speed. Hey, are you crazy speeding like this? Willie shouted. If we get caught now, we'll be detained for sure. Sean, say something. But Sean had already buried his face in his hands, saying helplessly, remember, never mention paying money around Iolo. Otherwise, he'll go crazy. Chapter 83, Luoyu City. Tell me, what's going on here? Mike asked. At this moment, the four had already escaped from the traffic police trailing behind them and arrived at the next city from Hernangian City, Luoyu City. However, as soon as they entered this city, they noticed a scene of decay around them as if there had been a famine. Every person while Alban on the streets looked exhausted. And in this dilapidated city, right at the very center, stood a magnificent castle that caught everyone's attention. The surface of the castle was a golden yellow, Lualban as though it were constructed with gold. It looked opulent to the extreme. Why are you as Alban about what's going on here? Sean adjusted his glasses and said, let me explain. Luoyu City is the most peculiar city within Hernangian City, or, rather, throughout the Eastern Dragon Empire. The lord of this city is not human, of course, different from Edgar who remains anonymous. This city has always been under the jurisdiction of the Western Dragons. Why? Why would Western Dragons participate in politics within the Eastern Dragon Empire? Isn't that against national laws? Mara said, puzzled. Sean sneered. National laws? Rules are only made for the weak. In today's society, no matter how advanced the technology, survival of the fittest is still the unbreakable law. So, if you're strong enough, participating in politics, what's wrong with that? On Earth, there may be some restraints, but here on Noah continent where things can't be explained logically, do you think those rules will work? Even the strength of Western dragons far surpasses that of the Eastern Dragon Empire. There are few humans capable of reaching the level of pseudo-deity, but there are plenty in the Western dragons. Therefore, even if the dragons want to participate in politics, the Eastern Dragon Empire has no choice but to agree. If so, why choose this city? Mitzi asked. There are many cities much better than this one. Do you think the Western dragons would truly put their heart into managing a city? That's ridiculous, Sean sneered. When you were on Earth, didn't you read many web novels? Most portray the Western dragons as arrogant, conceited, greedy for treasures, and disdainful towards humans. That's the character of the Western dragons. Although this city might not have a great overall economy, Sean hadn't finished when Mike spoke up. But since the Western dragons possess an innate sensitivity to treasures, any place they inhabit must contain undiscovered wealth. Sean nodded. Mike is correct. It's possible that Luoyu City contains numerous gems or rare minerals. Since these resources haven't been mined yet, they temporarily stationed a dragon here. But what about the people around here? They seem to be living quite poorly, Mara remarked. Mike sighed and said, of course, the living standard of a city's residents cannot improve without a wise lord to plan strategies. If the dragons don't care, then it means this city is virtually ungoverned. Under such circumstances, crime rates will rise significantly as everyone seeks money by any means necessary. So, the city would decline further, eventually becoming like the original Tianfeng city. No sooner had Mike spoken than he darted forward, grabbing someone's hand firmly with his left hand. The other three turned around and saw a man attempting to stab Mike from behind with a dagger. Look, we have no grudge between us. Why come at me so fiercely? Mike raised an eyebrow, as Albin lightly. The man obviously had no intention of answering Mike, and instead revealed a greedy look in his eyes. Mike frowned, displeased, saying, you take us for sheep? Because of our attire? Looks like the order in this city has already become chaotic, to the point where someone dares to attack openly. The man tried to resist, but was quickly subdued by Mike and pinned down. Now what should we do? Hand him over to the police? Mara asked. What use would the police have in such a city? Likely, they would let him go just to avoid trouble, Mike coldly remarked. If we release you now, you'll likely come after us again. Perhaps. You mean kill him? Mitzi asked incredulously. Do you really think I'm that cold-blooded? Mike's face showed a wounded expression. Then he looked at the man before him coldly and said, this is easily solved. With that, a bone-chilling sound was heard as the man's hands were broken by Mike. I just dislocated his joints. This way, he won't dare to bother us for a while. Mike stood up from the man, dusted off the dirt on his clothes, and walked forward with the other three, gradually moving away. At this moment, inside the Golden Castle in Luoyu City, a Gervais dressed in an extremely luxurious outfit was lying on the sofa drinking Albin red wine. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sniffed the air, and sneered. I didn't expect to smell the presence of Eastern Dragon Clan here. I've heard that the Lord of Linyu City might be an Eastern Dragon who has been in seclusion for a long time. Who would have thought they would come here? Haha, that Gervais clearly had some ulterior motives, but Mike and the others were unaware of it. They came to a hotel that looked relatively decent. The staff at the hotel listlessly handed over a set of keys to the four and then went back to sleep on the table. Is this a joke? No matter how bad the security is, it can't be this pathetic, Mara couldn't help but say as she entered the room and locked the door. The Western dragons particularly love gems and such, so they probably exploited the people of this city quite a bit, Mike shrugged and said. But none of this concerns us. It's best to leave before the Lord discovers us. After all, we carry the aura of dragon flame. If the Western dragons sense it, we'll be caught in another battle. I think you're being overly optimistic, Sean adjusted his glasses and said. The Western dragons don't have many strengths, but their noses are very sensitive. A Western dragon's sense of smell is 5 million times more acute than a hound's. In other words, we were likely noticed the moment we entered this city. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? You should know this city is under the jurisdiction of the Western dragons. Mike and the other two blanched. Sean shook his head and said leisurely, I told you, the Western dragons have an innate sensitivity to treasures. This city has been occupied by them for quite some time. What kind of treasure do you think could entice the Western dragons like this? You mean it could be a Noah clan artifact? Mike asked. Sean took a sip of coffee and said, I'm not sure, but it can't be ruled out. Even if there's danger, what can we do? We can't eliminate our aura, which means unless we're lucky enough to never encounter any dragon clans for the rest of our lives, we'll remain enemies. But don't worry, the dragon sent here is likely one of the weaker ones in the clan. So what level might our opponent be? Mara asked. Sean put down his coffee cup, looked at the three in front of him, and slowly said, Saint rank. Chapter 84. Hey, we can't deal with a dragon of the holy rank either. We won't be able to use such moves again in this battle. How are we supposed to win? Iolo frowned and said, is it wise for us to fight a Western dragon of the holy rank just for a possible treasure? Sean sighed, showing signs of impatience on his face. He slowly stood up and said, Iolo, as the leader of the team, you shouldn't always act like this. Yes, as a knight, you must prioritize the survival of your companions. However, if you're too cautious, you'll hesitate and become hesitant because there are too many things to consider. Although you have matured a lot compared to when we first teamed up, it is still not enough. As a knight, not only should you consider the safety of the members, but also other things. This time, facing a dragon of the holy rank may be a little dangerous, but isn't it a kind of tempering for us? Besides, if you want to compete in the dojo, you must go to the Hernangian dojo, and to get there, you have to pass through this city. In other words, you can't escape even if you want to. Iolo looked at Sean. Of course I understand what you say, but with our current strength. Let me ask you, do you know how I advanced to the silver rank before meeting Iolo? Normally Spialban, even geniuses would need to be around 20 or 30 years old to reach the silver rank, Sean said with a smile. It's because my teacher Preston often made me go through all kinds of trials, some of which were life-threatening. But relying on teetering between life and death, my human potential was constantly being stimulated. Admittedly, besides Alan, the other three of us reached the gold rank due to the power of that feather, but if we hadn't undergone training, we wouldn't have been able to fully absorb the power of the feather, and the Queen of Noah wouldn't have entrusted the mission of reviving Noah to us. So, you think we should go through these experiences to further stimulate our own potential? Iolo asked helplessly. Yes, after all, I am the military advisor of this team. I will not let you die in vain. Sean smiled and said, don't worry, if we really get close to death, I have a way to save us all. Everyone, I feel that a few people full of murderous intent are coming towards us quickly. Alan said, they are of the gold rank, but their energy fluctuations are somewhat different from humans. They should be dragons. Indeed, the dragons guarding this city are all rejects within the clan. Sean said indifferently, Iolo, you know what to do, right? Iolo smiled. Of course I do, strike first. Do you need help? Mara asked. Just a few gold ranks, they'll be solved quickly. Iolo left the room, came to the top floor of this building, and drew out the adamantine wire he used to hunt flame pigs from his left sleeve. Although adamantine wire can't cut through a dragon's body, I wonder how the enhanced version will be. Really Lualban forward to it. Then, several flashes of light flashed by, and Iolo returned to the room. What did you do? Those few gold-level dragons should not have arrived yet, Sean said. What kind of trap did you set up in this minute? I added some materials to the adamantine wire I made before, and now the adamantine wire is almost sharp enough to cut through hair. I have already set up this adamantine wire all around this building. No matter where they attack, they will be instantly wiped out. Iolo smiled carefully. Sean curiously asked, what exactly did you add? Iolo smiled. When I was with the Landon, I found his sword very sharp, almost as sharp as mine. So, when leaving finally, I secretly collected some fragments from his sword, using these things as raw materials to improve the adamantine wire. The improved version is indeed sharper. A light touch can create a cut, and you wouldn't notice it in a short period of time. Hearing you talk about it really makes me look forward to it, brother Iolo. Mara said while crossing her legs and resting her chin on her hand leisurely. They're here, Alan said with a smile. After tens of seconds, cries of pain could be heard from downstairs, and Iolo waved his left hand. Did you just retract the adamantine wire just now? Sean asked. Iolo nodded. If others got involved, I would be hurting the innocent. Let's take a look at what happened. Mike walked to the window. Since it was a floor-to-ceiling window, he could clearly see the situation downstairs. Mike pulled the curtain aside, and the other three came closer to look. Downstairs, 4 bodies lay on the ground, each cut into several pieces, with red blood covering the ground. Although such a death scene was somewhat nauseating, the 4 of them felt no sympathy at all. Compared to this, these 4 must be the people sent by the castle's owner to probe our strength, Sean said while adjusting his glasses. How about we take the initiative? Since they have found us here, it means we have been exposed. Rather than wait to be killed, we should strike first, Mike said. What do you think of my proposal? I agree, but what about Alan? After all, he was seriously injured in the battle with the dragon flame. Mara asked. It's fine. I have recovered quite a bit, and I can summon the 4 guardian protectors, Alan said. Don't worry about me. The dancer's recovery ability is very fast. Since that's the case, let's set out then. And we need to be more conspicuous. Mike smiled mischievously. More conspicuous? What are you up to? Sean asked. Nothing much. Since we're going to turn against the Western Dragon clan, we might as well make a splash. Let's put on black clothes as well, Mike said with a mischievous smile. So you want to frame the Black Cloak organization? The Ravens, right? I have a few sets of black clothes from that organization here. I kept them because I thought they might come in handy. Sean took out 4 sets of black clothes. Clever. Mike snapped his fingers. No time to waste. Let's act now. A few minutes later, people still gathered downstairs suddenly heard the sound of Brealban glass, followed by the sight of Mike and the others flying overhead. Because they were all wearing black clothes, no one knew their faces. Soon after, the entire Liu city began to buzz with rumors about 4 black-clothed figures killing the city lord's subordinates. Chapter 85, Duel. What? The 4 people I sent were instantly killed. The Gervais in the castle stood up, his face full of disbelief. He had already sent people to investigate those 4 individuals and learned that they carried the scent of Eastern Dragon Clan, though they weren't members of the Eastern Dragon Clan. Rather, they had been in contact with them. And when he heard it was just 4 children, he dispatched his strongest subordinates to capture them. But the result was baffling. They had been mysteriously sliced into pieces in midair. Such an outcome was naturally unacceptable. Why don't we leave first? The butler suggested. Leave? Ridiculous. I, Galisu, am a Saint-rank Earth Dragon Clan member. Why should I fear a few children? Let's see what they can do. Galisu sneered as he sat back on the sofa. He knew those young men would come Lualban for him first. And indeed they did. Mike and his 3 companions arrived at the castle gate under everyone's watchful eyes. It's up to you, Sean, Mike said with a smile. Sean chuckled, raising his magic staff. Time magic, manipulate the castle's time to future mode. Collapse. As soon as he finished Spialban, the magnificent gold castle began to turn brown, slowly decaying into ruins. The surrounding commoners had already taken shelter in nearby buildings to avoid being caught in the chaos. Galisu and the butler emerged from the rubble, Lualban disheveled. You dared to destroy my gold castle. Galisu's tone was as if he bore a deep grudge. It wasn't hard to explain. Western dragons are very greedy, so seeing his hard-built gold castle collapse into ordinary stones due to Sean's time magic made him angrier than death itself. Hey, Brother Mike, how can there be such a big difference among dragons? Edgar looks way better than him, Mara remarked with a smile. What kind of dragon? Just a winged lizard. How can it compare to the five-clawed golden dragon of the east? Mike replied with a laugh. You fools. How dare you? Galisu roared, his hands turning into stone, exuding the aura of a saint-rank powerhouse. So, this is the Earth Dragon clan within the Western Dragon clan. Skilled in defense, not so much in offense. It seems heaven is helping us. Mike laughed. Galisu charged forward. Despite his slightly chubby build, he moved swiftly and was soon in front of Mike. With a punch aimed at Mike, who didn't dodge but raised a shield instead, they made contact. Mike felt his wrists go numb and his chest filled with rising blood. Didn't expect this guy to hit so hard. Mike breathed deeply, gradually easing the pain in his chest. Earth dragons excel in Earth attribute magic and physical attacks. Don't underestimate him. While the Earth Dragon clan isn't the strongest within the dragon clans, they still rank among the top 7. Let me try. Mike jumped into the air, moonless stream, flashing blade. His sword strike hit Galisu, but it did little more than scratch the surface. Mike landed, frustration written all over his face. Damn, if I were Saint rank, moonless stream could easily shatter his defenses. This isn't the time for that. Mara unfurled her fan. No choice, divine wind, wind demon. She summoned a tornado that produced a monster with a sheep's head and horse's body, the wind demon Fei Lian. Fei Lian roared and charged at Galisu, slicing everything in its path. Galisu tried to evade, but his agility dropped significantly in his rocky state. Desperately, he erected a solid wall of earth in front of himself. If Fei Lian were to collide with the earth wall, it was uncertain whether it could break through, and Galisu thought so too. However, he noticed the 4 people Lualban at him with Mock-Alban eyes. Sean lightly pointed his finger. Manipulate the time of the earth wall to past mode. As soon as he finished Spialban, the earth wall that should have blocked Fei Lian turned into a puddle of mud, and Galisu was once again left defenseless. At this moment, there was no time to change tactics. Fei Lian directly crashed into Galisu's body, and in an instant, wind blades sliced everything around them into pieces. Countless clouds of dust enveloped Galisu. Take this opportunity, all attack together. Mike raised his sword. Moonless stream, Yama slash. A blood-red crescent-shaped sword flash formed and charged forward. Time magic, 3,000 worlds. Sean stood to Mike's left, waving his hands to split out crystal orbs that surged in, continuously causing explosions and flames. Come out, Cha-Cha-Cha. As Willie spoke, the Southern Guardian holding a fan, Cha-Cha-Cha, appeared beside her. Without a word, Cha-Cha-Cha waved the fan, sending out divine fire which transformed into a fire dragon merging into the explosions of the crystal balls. I'll add some more fuel. Mara leaped into the sky. Furious wind god, great sickle weasel. A hurricane intensified the burning divine fire, and the explosion's flames centered on Galisu, creating a powerful explosion that turned the surroundings into ruins. The 4 of them were also forced to retreat. Take this opportunity to finish off this butler too. A cold glint flashed in Mike's eyes as he immediately appeared beside Galisu's butler. Although the butler was also gold rank, he was still pierced through by Mike. The 4 thought this was the end, but laughter from Galisu came from the center of the explosion. When the smoke cleared, a typical earth-colored western dragon emerged. It looks like he has transformed back into his dragon form. Mike gasped. Everyone be careful. Chapter 86, Rescue. At this moment in Lanwang City, Ernie slowly stood up, seemingly preparing to go out. Mr. Ernie, where are you going? The old butler beside Edgar asked. I need to go out for a while. Edgar's injuries are no longer serious. Don't let him run around outside these days. After all, it can't be said that here is 100% safe. Yes, I understand. Ernie nodded, and a golden lotus rose beneath his feet. Then he gradually disappeared from the spot. Inside the highway gym in Highway City, at this moment, an 18-year-old girl holding 2 swords looked very unsatisfied as she faced the large number of people who had fallen on the ground. Get up quickly. I haven't fought enough yet. Miss, please have mercy on us. You're already at the gold level. We are no match for you, said one man, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, with a bitter expression. No, we are all gold level, and I just advanced recently. Of course, I should practice with you. My mom isn't here either. You could continue practicing with me for a while. Hee. Miss Allison, you're still as combative as ever, a gentle voice echoed. The surrounding people immediately became alert. Then when they saw a youth standing on a golden lotus slowly appear, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. That's great, Mr. Ernie. Please take Miss away. We can't take it anymore. One of the sparring partners said with a wry face. Ernie, you're here. I've advanced. I've become a sword saint now. Come fight with me. Allison smiled. Hee, dressed so lady-like. Yet your personality is completely opposite, Ernie said with a bitter smile. But I did come Lualban for you to fight, although not against me. Oh, who then? Allison asked. It's Edgar. Our companion is in dire straits. We need to rush over to help, Ernie said with a smile. Meanwhile in Luoyu City, Gillis had already transformed back into his huge dragon form, roaring at the 4 people, including Iolo. If a dragon transforms into its original form for battle, its power increases by 30%, Sean explained. Of course, speed also decreases by 30% because the large body reduces agility. However, its body becomes much harder to deal with. In that case, aim for more vulnerable areas like the eyes, Iolo suggested. At this moment, Gillis spat out a yellow gas from his mouth. Not good, it's a dragon breath attack. Quickly get out of the way. Sean's face changed dramatically, instantly using teleportation magic, and the other three retreated swiftly upon Sean's warning. Show yourselves, Alec, Bryson, Christopher. Willie summoned the four protectors. Alec, do me a favor, Iolo said. What favor? Alec asked. Ernon, you throw me onto that guy's body. Iolo pointed at Gillis in the air. No, that's too dangerous. Sean objected first. We're not at the point where we need to fight to the death. We can't use such methods. There's no time. A dragon's true form isn't something we can handle right now. To win, we must take risks. Iolo said. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Alec, in carefully. Willie said. Is there a way to make its body stop moving? I'll take care of it. Bryson raised his magic staff, and the sky suddenly darkened. Then, 7 light points appeared amidst the chaotic clouds, each descending a beam of light forming the Big Dipper shape. The 7 beams of light firmly held Gillis. Gillis tried to break free but was locked tightly by dozens of black chains, naturally caused by Sean's magic. Bryson and I will try our best to maintain this restraint. Hurry, Sean urged. At this point, Sean and Bryson were quickly depleting their magic to sustain the binding spell. Alec, let's go. Iolo sprinted under Gillis, with Alec closely following. Let me give you a boost. Willie performed a divine dance, speed, enhanced. 2 spheres of light merged into Alec's and Iolo's feet, making them feel lighter and faster. They arrived under Gillis, and Iolo sat on Alec's hands. Ready, Alec said. 1, 2, 3. As soon as Alec finished Spialban, he threw Iolo into the air, but she still couldn't reach Gillis. I'm here too. Mara came under Iolo, fanning vigorously with her large fan, sending strong gusts of wind lifting Iolo higher and higher until she successfully reached Gillis's back. Damn it. Bryson and Sean finally couldn't maintain the spells anymore, collapsing on the ground, panting heavily. Brat, get off my back. Gillis roared. Who said I want to? Iolo struggled to keep his balance, slowly standing up, stabbing directly downward with his precious sword. As expected, even though his sword was a treasure, it couldn't penetrate the dragon's defenses. However, Iolo did not give up. At this moment, standing on Gillis's neck, he flashed a cold gleam in his eyes, without hesitation stabbing his sword directly into one of Gillis's eyes. Gillis let out a terrible scream, then violently shook his head, trying to throw Iolo off, but because the sword was stuck in his eye, it only worsened the injury. With no choice, Gillis began to descend rapidly. Great opportunity. Mara looked back at Sean, who nodded. The crystal ball on Sean's wand flashed and split into thousands of pieces. This time, it wasn't for casting a spell but to help Mara climb up. The crystal balls floated like stairs in the air, and Mara, without a word, stepped on them and jumped onto Gillis's face, inserting her fan into Gillis's other eye. My eyes. Gillis fell directly to the ground. Now blind in both eyes, he lost all reason, becoming completely frenzied, something no one had anticipated. Damn it, he's gone mad. What do we do? Iolo was about to jump off Gillis's head when he was struck by Gillis's thick tail, flung aside, and crashed into several trees before stopping. Lying on the ground, Iolo spat blood continuously and soon passed out. Iolo. Sean struggled to his feet and stumbled over to Iolo's side. Damn it, Iolo is severely injured. He's not going to make it. Chapter 87. You're still too inexperienced. Humph, just the 4 of you brats dared to blind me. I'll make you pay with your lives. Gillis roared. Damned, let's fight to the death with him. Sean's eyes turned red, and he swung his hands. In an instant, countless orbs filled the air around him, each emitting a terrifying magical power that signified his master's rage at this moment. 4 Directions Guardian. Willie's ribbons danced, enhancing all possible boosts onto the 4 Directions Guardian. With powerful support, the 4 Directions Guardian charged towards Gillis with murderous intent. Mara unfurled a large fan, infusing all her internal energy into it. Time magic, 10,000 cycles. Sean lightly tapped, sending 10,000 orbs directly at Gillis's head. Fury of the Wind God. Dance of Wind Blades. Mara revealed a sinister expression, instantly releasing 100 crescent-shaped wind blades alongside the orbs, Strialban, towards Gillis's head. At the same time, divine fire and meteors also descended, courtesy of Daisha and Bryson. And the sword chi from Kingsley and Christopher followed suit, forming a massive energy force converging on Gillis's head. The power generated by anger was formidable. Although Gillis was a dragon, he was merely a saint rank, and with his blindness, he had no ability to defend. A powerful attack to the head alone would have left him critically injured if not dead. Indeed, under such an intense assault, Gillis could no longer maintain his dragon form and reverted to human form, unconscious and bloodied on the ground. The others were too preoccupied with Check Alban Iolo's condition to care if Gillis was dead or alive. It won't do. His injuries are too severe, Kingsley said with difficulty after examining the wounds. Give up. While he's not dead yet, this kind of injury can't be treated by medical facilities. Unless there's a gold-level monk here now, his heart will stop in a minute. No. The other 3 couldn't bear to hear this fact, and Mara even sobbed while clutching her head. Just then, several rock spikes shot towards them as they were focused on Iolo's condition. Realizing they couldn't avoid the attack, they closed their eyes, expecting the worst, but the pain never came. Opening their eyes, they saw a tall girl with dual swords deflecting the attack. Being concerned for teammates is good, but on the battlefield, if you let down your guard because of them, the next one to die will be you. Louisa said coolly. I'll send you off, pitiful lizard. She thrust her dual swords through Gillis's throat and decapitated him. After all, the weakened Gillis no longer had strong defenses. Who said Iolo must die? Even before the king of hell, I get a third say. Ernie slowly walked out, Lou Albin at the dead Gillis, muttering, Galesta, be merciful. Ernie, you have a way to save him, right? Sean asked. Ernie nodded, move aside. He knelt beside Iolo, removing his shirt and frowning. Such severe injuries, multiple compound fractures, lungs pierced by broken ribs, heart rate decreasing. Clearly struck by Gillis's tail. Golden light emanated from Ernie's hands, one placed on Iolo's chest, the other over his lung area, beginning treatment. Will brother Iolo be alright? Mara asked. Don't worry. Ernie's healing skills are among the best in the country, Irene said, while Albin over with a smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm Irene, daughter of the Huiwei gym leader, here at Ernie's invitation to assist you. Seems like I arrived a bit late. Ernie lowered his head. It seems you're still too inexperienced. You mistakenly harmed Edgar in Lingyu City and chose to go through Luoyu City. What recklessness. It's my fault. I thought. You assumed the Western Dragon clan guarded here because of some precious treasure, possibly Noah's artifact, so you chose this route to investigate. Am I right, Sean? Yes, Sean lowered his head. Ernie sighed and said, so, you guys are really still too inexperienced. The Noah artifacts have a way of sensing each other. If Luoyu City truly had a Noah artifact, your Noah artifact would have reacted before you even entered the city. Allison opened his mouth and said, also, Edgar was really pitiful, being harmed by you like that. He and the old butler managed to escape the Western Dragon clan's pursuit with Ernie's and my help, becoming anonymous as the city lord of Lingyu City. But he was injured internally by you and lost an arm. Sigh. Allison sighed and said, though it is true that one should thoroughly eliminate enemies, don't you think you're missing something? What are we missing? The three asked in unison. Allison sighed and said, remember this. Any person's true nature, be it good or evil, can be seen in their eyes. What did you feel when you looked into Edgar's eyes? The three exchanged glances, and finally Kingsley said, even though he was lecherous, his eyes were clear and seemed quite pure and innocent. Allison snapped his fingers. Exactly. So, Edgar is just a naturally innocent person, almost killed by you. If not for Kingsley's compassion, he would probably already be dead at your hands. Remember, some people deserve death, while others do not. You clearly lack this judgment yet. To tell you the truth, I and Allison could be considered the earliest to know our true identities in Noah. We had high hopes for you, but today shows you are lack Albin. If not for the mental imprints I placed on each of you in a golden lotus when we parted ways, I wouldn't have known you were in danger, Ernie said calmly. Now, let me make this clear. If you don't quickly grow up before reaching Huiwei Gym, neither I nor Allison will join your group. Exactly, weakness isn't the problem. What matters is that your experiences aren't enough. Allison smiled and said, good luck, you guys. Iolo's injuries have been mostly healed by me. Find a quiet place for him to rest. Now, Allison and I are leaving. Ernie stood up, preparing to leave with Allison. Ernie, Allison, Sean called out, thank you. Instead of Albin us, you might as well focus more on self-improvement, Ernie replied. Chapter 88, The Village Destroyed. So it was Ernie and the girl called Kira who saved us? Mike asked from his bed. That's right. As Ernie and Kira said, we are still not adequately tempered. Sean confessed with a guilty look on his face. Ultimately, it is my fault. If I hadn't brought you into Lingyu City without telling you, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Where are we now? Mike asked again. In order to prevent being discovered by others, we've already left Lingyu City and are now in a small village, Mara explained. After all, if we stayed there any longer, we would surely be arrested by the police. Roman frowned in confusion. Why? Mike sighed. Because we need to give an explanation to the Western Dragon clan. Even the Eastern Dragon Empire doesn't want to offend such a powerful race as the Western Dragons. So, the best solution is to capture the person who killed Hayward and hand them over for the Western Dragon clan's punishment. Otherwise, if they get angry, the Paradeity level experts will emerge, and the Eastern Dragon Empire could collapse instantly. But didn't we help the Empire? Roman asked. Surely the Eastern Dragon Empire wouldn't want its city's wealth to be taken by an outsider. Precisely, power is the ultimate truth, Mike elaborated. Even though unwilling, the Eastern Dragon Empire will sacrifice pawns to protect itself when lack Albin's strength to resist. That's also why we wore black clothes and covered our faces from the start, partly to frame someone else, and partly to evade capture. But I am worried, Mara interjected. Worried about what? Think about it. Based on previous incidents involving the Black Robe organization, their influence is vast. What if they have subordinates in Lingyu City? If that's the case, we might be in grave danger, Mara said. Everyone was stunned and exchanged grave looks. After a moment of silence, Sean sighed. I admit, I didn't consider everything carefully. Our actions might indeed attract the attention of the real Black Robe organization, in which case, we'll face even more severe pursuit. We should leave as soon as possible. This place is too close to Lingyu City. We can't guarantee the Black Robe members won't follow us here, Roman suggested. Mike nodded. His injuries had healed considerably, and after Pak Albin up, he prepared to leave with the other three. Leaving so soon? An elderly man with a cane asked upon seeing Mike and the group. Mike nodded with a smile. Sorry to trouble you, but we have business to attend to and can't stay longer. No problem at all. It's rare for visitors to come to this small village. I'd be happy if you stayed a few more days, the old man laughed warmly. Then we bid our farewell, grandfather. Take care. Mike bowed respectfully, and the 4 companions departed. But shortly after they left, over a dozen Black Robe members arrived. Without hesitation, they began a massacre. The elder who had smiled and waved goodbye was immediately killed by the assassins. Boss, did you see those kids? No, but there is indeed their presence here. Looks like they've left, but haven't gone far yet. Let's hurry and catch up. There's no time to waste. Move out. At that moment, Mike, while Alban on a small hill, suddenly frowned, feeling a slight pain in his chest. What's wrong, Mike? The others asked anxiously. Mike panted slightly. I don't know. I just feel something bad has happened. He instinctively glanced at the village below the hill, his expression changing dramatically. Look, isn't that the village we just left? The others turned back and saw it too. Their expressions turned grim. The once peaceful village was now engulfed in flames, gradually turning to ashes. They could almost hear the pleading cries of the innocent villagers dying. Those bastards. Mike's eyes reddened as he immediately ran back towards the village. The others didn't stop him. Instead, they joined him, knowing they were the cause of the Black Robe organization targeting this village. Meeting halfway, Mike's face was livid, and without a word, he drew his sword. No moon style, Nightfork flash. This time, the sword flashes were sharper, faster, and more numerous than ever before. Before the leading Black Robe members could react, their heart vessels were severed by the invisible blade strikes. Lou Alban at their fallen comrades. The remaining Black Robe members showed no trace of sympathy. One of them asked indifferently, "How did you do that?" "Nothing much." Mike suppressed his trembling body from anger and resisted the urge to kill, saying, "I just seemed to cut through their blood vessels directly through their clothes and flesh." I see. Even though you're just at the silver level, you indeed can't be judged by ordinary standards. But we have so many people here, all at the gold level. Do you think you can win? However, at this moment, the Black Robe members noticed that crystal spheres were floating in the air around them. Sean, standing beside Mike, said coldly, "Non-numbers really decide everything? Each of your bases had dozens of gold-level people, yet didn't we still send them all to the netherworld? Don't make any rash moves because these crystal spheres can explode. To casually kill innocent civilians who are not involved is something even a god cannot forgive." Roman's 2 ribbons danced rapidly, revealing her intense anger. "Then let us send you to join those you killed in the netherworld." Mara spoke coldly, unfolding her fan. "Attack! Court death!" The 4 shouted in unison, and then massive tremors and thunderous explosions echoed through the not-so-dense forest. Mike and his 3 companions looked coldly at the now completely defeated Black Robes, with the surroundings reduced to ruins. "The one hiding and trying to ambush us, why don't you come out?" Roman said with a mock Alban smile. "In front of me, any hiding is ineffective. You actually found me. Looks like you're the team's divine dancer, possessing the power to sense danger." As she spoke, a tall woman suddenly appeared behind Roman, thrusting her sword. The other 3 reacted too late, but Roman wore a sneer. Chapter 89, Independent Space. The tall woman, just as she was about to strike Marion, instinctively felt something was amiss and forcefully withdrew, stepping away from Marion. Marion said with a smile, "You made a wise choice." As soon as he finished Alban, Amin appeared beside him. "Ever since the black-clothed man showed up, I had Amin Alban nearby. I guessed that these gold-level people were likely just bait, and as expected, my guess was right," Marion sneered. "We will avenge those innocent people for them." Iolo kicked off with both feet, thrusting his sword at the woman. The woman easily blocked Iolo's attack with her dagger and then flashed to a distance. "This is an already vanished profession, assassin," Amin remarked, "and her assassination ability is at the gold level. Be careful, a gold-level assassin can often injure even a Saint-tier powerhouse." Marion furrowed his brow slightly as he sensed several abnormal energy fluctuations around him. "Be careful." At the same moment, several figures suddenly appeared from different directions, but with Marion's warning, none of the 4 were harmed. Several other black-clothed men appeared next to the woman, Malban a group of 4 in total. The energy fluctuations from their bodies do not belong to the conventional 6 professions. Marion frowned deeply. Although they are all gold level, they cannot be compared with those who have died. "What should we do?" "The enemy has 4 people," Mara said. "They want to pick us off one by one." However, the 4 did not give Iolo and company time to confer. Just as Mara had anticipated, they intended to pick them off individually. The 4 quickly pounced toward their respective targets. The 4 of Iolo instinctively dodged backward, only to fall into the trap set by the Black Cloak organization. Because behind them were 4 preset magical arrays. The 4 individuals were transported via the magical array to 4 different dimensional spaces, each facing a member of the Black Cloak organization. Iolo looked around coldly and said, "How long do you plan to hide? Come out." A soft chuckle sounded around him, followed by a young man while Alban out. He wore silver armor, held a long spear and shield in his hands, and his ghastly pale face with green eyes sent a shiver down Iolo's spine. "Such heavy death aura. You're a death knight? The legendary profession bound by contract to death." "Oh, you know," the man laughed. "Then you should also understand that death knights are the most powerful among all knight professions because of our immortal bodies due to our contract with death." The man smirked. "Identify yourself." Boasting much. But telling you isn't a problem. Call me Errol." I'll remember that when I visit your grave." Iolo sneered. "Ho." Errol chuckled. "I look forward to it then." Meanwhile, Sean sighed. "So, indeed aiming to pick us off one by one." Sean frowned slightly, slowly stood up, and conjured dozens of crystal spheres to form a defensive barrier around himself. Lualban at the chaotic surroundings, he said coldly. Still not showing yourself? Just as he spoke, a rock flew over. Xuan raised an eyebrow and waved his hand lightly, turning the rock into powder, an obvious use of time magic to adjust the stone's time to the future. In front of Xuan, a man wearing black leather clothes appeared. The man wore heavy smoky makeup, Lualban somewhat eerie, and on his back was a huge crucifix entwined with black roses, emanating a deathly aura. Xuan frowned and said coldly, "Seems like my opponent is you. Your magical power fluctuation is quite peculiar. If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be a blood demon, a profession modeled after the Blood Clan, the second largest race in the demon world after demons, training based on their strength." "You know quite a bit about my profession," the man commented. "Humph, name yourself." "I wouldn't want to kill you without knowing your name," Xuan sneered. "Young as you are, quite the talker. No harm in telling you. My name is Hayward, a gold-level blood demon. You're the Magus Xuan who defeated Emil, master of time magic." Hayward smiled eerily. "It seems you've researched me thoroughly. But enough talk, a blood demon, huh? Heh. I too am someone connected to death," Xuan sneered. On Mara's side, she encountered a uniquely dressed woman. This woman had blue hair, with her eyes covered by a thin veil connected to decorations resembling spider webs behind her hair. Her pale face and ornate, classical clothing were Strialban, and in her hand was a ball of blue flame. "Are you a Inyang mage?" Mara raised an eyebrow and asked. This is Marjorie, a gold-level Inyang mage. I hope the young lady can enlighten me." Marjorie giggled, covering her mouth. "Enlighten? You have the nerve to say that." Mara sneered. "I once heard that our Rong family declined because an Inyang mage meddled back then. So we have always despised Inyang mages. Today," Mara unfolded her fan, emitting a chilling aura. "I'll start with you." If you have the ability," Marjorie replied with a light laugh. Meanwhile, on Marion's side, he faced the female assassin, and at his side, the 4 protectors were already summoned. "How about it? Alberta, weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Why do you look so grim now?" "Scared," Marion sneered. "Scared? Not at all," Alberta smiled. "I just didn't expect you would be protected by 4 deities. Seems like the intel was lack-Alban. But it doesn't matter. Although you have 4 protectors, I also have help. Since you know I'm an assassin, haven't you forgotten what assassins can do?" Marion frowned slightly, then his expression darkened. "You've mastered the hardest technique in the assassin profession, spirit summoning? Not bad for someone protected by deities, Alberta bit her finger, smashing her hands onto the ground. "Spirit summoning, summon." As soon as Alberta spoke, 4 creatures of different shapes appeared beside her. One had 3 heads and 6 arms, wearing heavy armor and wielding a steel whip, with blood-red eyes exuding intense hostility. Another wore blue clothes with a wide-brimmed blue hat, its entire face hidden by black veils, and its long, sharp nails resembling blades. One looked like a ghost, with half of its face black and smiling, the other half white and crying, holding 2 short knives. The last one wore ancient Lualban clothes, clearly a girl with emerald green hair adorned with large bells on both sides, and a yellow talisman on her forehead. "These 4 are my spirit summons: Hell Warrior, Blood Ghoul, Rakshasa, and Zombie. They're perfect matches for your 4 protectors." Alberta smiled wickedly. "How will you win? Dancer of the Divine." Chapter 90, The Death Knight. Death Knights are the most powerful knight class. Mike raised an eyebrow. "I can't quite agree with that statement. Why don't we have a little contest to see who's stronger?" Gordy revealed a sinister smile. "Very well, as you wish. Let me turn you into my sword's underling." Mike felt a blur before his eyes and instinctively shielded his chest with his shield just in time to block Gordy's sword. "Ho, not bad for a brat," Gordy sneered. "Though I'm not among the top-tier fighters in the organization, I'm certainly part of the upper echelon. Few people have made me fight to my heart's content, so I hope you don't disappoint me." As he spoke, his pupils constricted. He caught sight of a rapid sword flash aimed directly at his chest. He smiled without dodging. The sword flash penetrated his chest directly. "Getting pierced by my sword flash will sever nerves and blood vessels instantly. It seems you've lost," Mike said with a cold smirk. "A Death Knight, huh? Let's see if you really are indestructible." Gordy let out a mock-Alban laugh and slowly rose. "Now do you believe it?" Although Mike was genuinely surprised inside, he didn't show it on his face because now it was not only a test of strength, but also of sheer intimidation. Any sign of panic would give Gordy an opening. "Are you afraid, aren't you?" Gordy asked, smiling. Mike kept a distance from Gordy and returned a faint smile. "Afraid? What an amusing term. Am I afraid? Being invincible is impossible. It defies the laws of nature. The rules of this world are set by the strong, and they can naturally be changed," Gordy shrugged. "Pity, you're not yet qualified to do so." Mike raised his sword. "Perhaps I haven't figured out how you achieve this yet, but that doesn't mean I buy your nonsense." With that, he sternly rushed towards Gordy. "My, aren't you a stubborn child?" Gordy pretended to sigh regretfully. Suddenly, his sword emitted a grayish death aura that grew denser, accompanied by ghostly cries. Eventually, it formed thousands of fierce spirits surrounding Mike, howling loudly. Mike looked coldly at the swarm of spirits encircling him, showing no fear. He glared at Gordy. "Do you think these toys can kill me? You're far too naive." "Naive? Come destroy them first then talk," Gordy replied coldly. Mike smiled, leaned forward slightly, sheathed his sword momentarily, and then drew it abruptly, producing a crescent-shaped blade flash visible to the naked eye, which expanded on both sides, destroying half of the spirits. Then, turning around, he executed the same move again, disposing of the remaining spirits. "Wow, You're not as ordinary as you look, Gordy commented coldly. I underestimated you, but how did you manage that? Mike explained calmly. Nothing special, just concentrating the energy required for Yufui's Night Fork flash into one point. Though this limits me to one strike, its power far exceeds the previous ones. Despite your spirit strength, they couldn't match my sword's power. Humph, Breyer Albin threw with a single point. Gordy's sword suddenly emitted a fresh red sword chi, accompanied by a heavy, revolting stench of blood. Even Mike couldn't help but frown and cover his nose and mouth. How many have you killed to collect such blood? Mike's eyes flashed coldly. Not many, honestly, I've lost count. In gold rank, you're indeed strong, but it's not enough to win against me. Consider yourself unlucky for facing me. Now, let me show you my true abilities. Gordy chuckled eerily as his sword transformed into a scythe amidst the bloody mist. Do you think changing your weapon's shape will fool me? Mike raised an eyebrow, and another similar sword flash emerged. However, Gordy effortlessly deflected Mike's sword flash with his scythe, saying with a sneer, Don't rush, brat. Now it's starting. As soon as he finished Spielben, Gordy's body began to change, becoming even paler, with his eyes turning black enough to instill despair. When Mike met his gaze, he suddenly felt paralyzed, overwhelmed by fear, his heart pounding rapidly, and beads of cold sweat trickling down. An uncontrollable urge to flee overcame him. Mike was speechless. At this moment, he felt as if he were continuously falling without ever reaching the bottom. His body gradually lost control. This is the true power of a death knight. Gordy slowly approached Mike, who could no longer move, and lightly pinched his chin, forcing him to look into his eyes. Soul suppression, great prophecy, huh? First, you will feel fear. Mike's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and the weapon in his hand slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. Next, you will lose your will to fight and beg for mercy on your knees, Gordy said coldly. And indeed, Mike did just that. Despite his surprise at his own behavior, an indescribable sense of despair and fear compelled him to kneel down, trembling as he looked at Gordy and stammered, I'm sorry, please, spare me. Spare you? Then become my slave. Gordy offered a black collar. Wear it, and I will spare your life. Mike didn't want to take it, but his body still reached out and grabbed Gordy's hand, Talbin the black collar from him, trembling as he tried to put it on. Yes, just wear it. Huh. Gordy smiled like a victor as he watched Mike's eyes gradually lose focus, finally collapsing on the ground, completely losing his will to fight. Tisk, so how could you win against me? If not for your beautiful white hair, I would have killed you already, Gordy said coldly. Just as Gordy was about to leave the dimension with Mike, something unexpected happened. A brilliant golden light suddenly radiated from Mike's forehead, blinding Gordy. Then, Gordy heard the furious roar of an Eastern divine dragon, which not only injured him, but also freed Mike from the soul suppression great prophecy. Realizing his actions, Mike immediately removed the collar and looked at the majestic Eastern divine dragon behind him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At this moment, in Lanhuanqing, where Ernie lived, Ernie suddenly laughed. Sitting opposite him, Allison frowned and asked, What's so funny? Ernie looked at Allison and said, Mike has finally completed his first awakening. Chapter 91, First Awakening? Mike, exactly. As members of the Noah clan, we must undergo 2 complete awakenings. The first awakening can only be achieved when one's emotions fluctuate greatly, even to the brink of collapse. Although we don't know what Mike has been through, he has indeed awakened. I really want to see what Mike will be like with the memories of his previous life, Ernie said with a smile. Allison smiled. Why does your expression seem as if you had everything already figured out? Ernie took a sip of the tea he had just brewed and replied with a smile. Not at all, not at all. Meanwhile, Fox was so astonished that he couldn't speak. He hadn't expected that Mike, whose soul consciousness had been erased by his own ability, would suddenly recover. Moreover, there appeared a 5-clawed golden dragon behind him. At this moment, Mike's aura was completely different from before. An intimidating presence made Fox feel uneasy. The light gradually dissipated, and the 5-clawed golden dragon slowly shrunk, eventually becoming the size of a python, wrapping around Mike's body. The dragon head rubbed against Mike's shoulder, and Mike affectionately stroked the 5-clawed golden dragon's head. You? Fox raised his scythe and coldly asked, Who are you exactly? Mike turned to look at Fox. Just one glance made Fox have an impulse to worship him. Brea Albin into a cold sweat. Fox prepared to flee. However, Mike's indifferent words dashed his hopes. You can't escape. This space is unstable. Unless you kill me, you won't get out. I ask you again, who are you exactly? And what about this 5-clawed golden dragon? Fox tried to hide his inner panic with a harsh tone. Who am I? Mike remained expressionless and said, I'm a member of the Noah clan. Shouldn't you know that? Probably it's not just that. Fox sneered. Since you're not Tal Albin, don't blame me for being impolite. Fox roared loudly, and in front of him appeared a blood-red magic array, spewing blood-colored mist which soon enveloped the entire space. Mike wrinkled his brow in disgust. I am the Eastern Celestial Emperor, Rick. I didn't expect to regain my memories and powers as the Eastern Celestial Emperor under these circumstances. I owe my first awakening to the boundless despair you gave me. Mike patted the 5-clawed golden dragon's head and said, This is Domenico, my companion who has been with me for many years and slept in my heart before my awakening. Nonsense, what kind of Eastern Celestial Emperor? Never heard of it. The magic array in front of Fox gradually disappeared, and the blood-colored mist in the air began to condense into grotesque monsters. Monsters formed by despair and blood. Huh, Mike said coldly. Domenico, deal with these monsters. Domenico nodded, flew into the air, roared once, and then spit out golden light from its mouth. The light transformed into pillars of gold that attacked the monsters one after another. The monsters fought back fiercely, spitting out black and red energy. These sword and shield must be tools I used when reincarnated as Noah. They're not very handy. Mike frowned and put them away. A flash of golden light in his right hand produced a highly Eastern-style sword. It was reasonable since Mike was one of the ancestors during China's ancient times. The sword was very exquisite, with a 5-clawed golden dragon pattern on the blade, and the hilt was carved with the Big Dipper star pattern. It's time for this 7 stars radiant dragon sword to shine again. Mike smiled faintly. Let Domenico handle your monsters. As for you, I'll take care of you myself. Even though my power is still at the silver level, the difference between now and earlier is huge. What a joke, Fox yelled and rushed toward Mike, fear and panic clouding his judgment. Humph. With a slight swing of the 7 stars radiant dragon sword, Mike easily deflected Fox's attack. When Fox realized that his opponent had effortlessly blocked the strike, he knew he was no match for Mike and had to retreat. You can't run. Mike's left hand unfolded into a complex seal, from which emerged a 5-clawed golden dragon made of energy. Coiling dragon palm. The golden dragon roared and struck Fox's chest, piercing through him. No. What? Fox knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood and coughing violently with both hands clutching his chest. On the other side, Domenico had also easily dealt with those monsters. You said you were an indestructible being, didn't you? Mike raised an eyebrow and asked coolly. How could it be possible? I shouldn't have been injured at all. Fox looked at Mike in frustration. Mike sighed lightly. Then let me tell you, even deities wouldn't dare to claim they are indestructible. They can only say they won't die. But if they encounter someone stronger than themselves, they can still be killed. This is the highest law set by the universe. Even gods cannot escape this restraint, let alone a puny human like you. Your body is just temporarily spiritified. Humph. Daring to call yourself indestructible because of a contract with a reaper of equal rank. Ridiculous. Fox's pupils constricted, then he fell to the ground, unable to close his eyes in peace. Those who harm others will eventually harm themselves. You killed so many innocent people and used their blood to construct these monsters. You are destined to not escape the sanction of death. Malb in a contract with the reaper? It only means you're hastening your own demise. Mike said coldly. The 5-clawed golden dragon Domenico gave a low hum, returning to Mike's body. Mike smiled and said, all right, let's leave. The 7 stars radiant dragon sword in Mike's hand flashed with light. A beam of gold easily braille through this space. Gradually, a vortex appeared within the space, and Mike did not hesitate to walk into it. At this moment in Xuanhuan City, how's the situation? Allison asked. Ernie looked at the 4 small, beautiful golden lotuses in his hand, one of which had already bloomed, while the other 3 were still buds. Mike succeeded. After recovering the memories and powers of the Eastern Celestial Emperor, Rick, I believe Mike will undergo a qualitative change, Ernie said with a smile. You seem very confident. What about the other 3? Allison asked. They show signs of blooming soon, but it's just a little bit away. Whether they can break through depends entirely on themselves, Ernie said. May Galesta be merciful. Humph, you can skip the last part, Allison said disdainfully. Chapter 92, Fierce Battle. At this moment, Ferguson and Sean were also engaged in a fierce battle. So what? All you can do is dodge, Ferguson said with an evil smile as black-red flames appeared in his hands, forming fireballs that continuously attacked Sean, who had no choice but to use teleportation to avoid them constantly. Why don't you use time magic to extinguish the flames? Weren't you just mock Albin that any elemental magic is ineffective against you? Ferguson asked. Sean clenched his fists. Just now, when Ferguson used the same flames, Sean naturally tried using time magic to extinguish them, only to find it unexpectedly ineffective. The hit from those flames instantly drained much of his magical power and physical strength. If he kept getting hit by the flames, he would die due to depletion of magic power, so Sean could only evade through continuous teleportation. However, Sean knew this state couldn't last long because teleportation, while consuming little magic power, put immense strain on the body. Moving between 2 different spaces in an instant could tear apart a body if its flexibility was not enough. After multiple consecutive teleportations, Sean could no longer bear it. Looks like you can't dodge anymore, right? Ferguson sneered. Mages' bodies are really weak. So many consecutive teleportations must have left your body unable to cope. Damn, don't get too cocky. Time magic, parallel world. Sean manipulated a crystal ball directly attack Albin Ferguson's body, but Ferguson's hands emitted black-red light, and the crucifix behind him radiated a powerful bloody aura, forming a red shield that blocked Sean's attack. I've told you before, your attacks are useless against me, Ferguson sneered. This protective shield is made of the power stored in my crucifix, meaning I don't have to expend any of my own energy to defend against your moves. How many times do you think you can launch such attacks? Haha. Ferguson let out a piercing, arrogant laugh. Unwillingly, Sean gripped his staff tightly. Time magic, chain of time. He slapped the ground, creating a black magic array under Ferguson's feet. Dozens of black chains emerged from the array, binding Ferguson tightly. How about this? Ernan, you defend against it. As Sean smiled coldly, he slapped the ground again with both hands, and 4 more magic arrays appeared around Ferguson. More black chains emerged, turning Ferguson into a mummy-like figure without a single gap. Time magic, temporal shackles. This spell can seal even the flow of time around you. There's no way you can break free, Sean declared. But the tightly bound Ferguson laughed wildly. Foolishness. You actually think you have the power to seal me? What a joke. Sean instinctively sensed something was wrong and immediately backed away. At the same moment, all the chains restraining Ferguson shattered, and the magic arrays broke. Ferguson remained unscathed. No, impossible. The temporal shackles should have frozen time, immobilizing your body since the time within you was held at the moment of sealing. How is this possible? Sean exclaimed. Then, seeing Ferguson's appearance, Sean's pupils constricted. Ferguson looked exactly like the Blood Clan described in the books, which was impossible because the Blood Mage profession merely imitated the Blood Clan, not becoming one. Surprised? I mastered the forbidden technique of the Blood Mage profession, Blood Demon True Form. Once achieved, I can transform into a true member of the Blood Clan, but I must drink a cup of human blood daily for practice, or else I'll age and die quickly. But after mastering it, I gain tremendous power. Though not immortal, living for several thousand years is feasible. Ferguson smirked. Still want to struggle? Damn it. Sean waved his hands, causing the crystal ball to emit black light, multiplying endlessly until countless spheres surrounded him. In an instant, they all attacked Ferguson. I told you it's useless. Ferguson spread his arms wide, and from under his clothes, tens of thousands of black bats flew out, each with blood-red eyes, fiercely colliding with the crystal balls. Forced by circumstances, Sean had to prematurely deactivate the struck crystals. The spheres exploded. Otherwise, the bats would have bypassed the crystal balls and attacked him. However, there were too many bats, and by the time Sean managed to destroy them all, he had only a few crystals left for his ultimate move, Myriad Cycles. Hee, that's your ace in the hole I just nullified, Ferguson said. Sean's body trembled as he collapsed to the ground. He was exhausted beyond measure, unable to sustain such immense combat power any longer. His unwilling eyes locked onto Ferguson, fueling Ferguson's growing arrogance. Though I enjoy watching your reluctant face, I shouldn't delay. Goodbye. Ferguson casually waved his hand, and a bat flew behind Sean. Unprepared, it bit down hard on his neck. These bats are highly venomous. Even you will surely die, Ferguson said with a victorious smile. Farewell, genius archmage. Sean fell helplessly to the ground, his consciousness fading, his vision blurring, barely hearing Ferguson's triumphant laughter. The golden lotus of Sean is shattered, aren't you worried? In Xuanhuan City, Angus asked. If we look at past lives, among the 6 of us, the strongest were Mike, the Eastern Heavenly Emperor, and Sean, one of the 10 leaders of the spirit world. If he dies so easily, then his title as one of the 10 greatest experts is undeserved, Ernie said. You're right, but what if he makes a mistake? What if something really goes wrong? Angus replied. Ernie smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, even if others fail, Sean will not. Don't talk in riddles, Angus frowned. Just like those from the Galesta realm, hiding half the truth. All right, let me ask you, who is Sean's brother? Ernie asked with a smile. So that's it, but his brother never follows the rules. Didn't he cause Sean's death before? Angus asked. That guy, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Don't be fooled by his cruelty. Sean knows he's just stubborn and prideful. Otherwise, how could he not resent being killed? All right, I hope you're right, Angus sighed. You're a real old fox. Chapter 93, Basil reappears. Perhaps Ernie is indeed a deep-minded person, despite being only 18 years old. At this moment, Brinley was lying in an unknown chaotic space. Standing beside him was none other than his devilish brother Basil. Basil disdainfully kicked Brinley hard and shouted, Hey, stop pretending to be dead. Get up. As long as I don't agree, no one can die in front of me. The sudden pain woke Brinley up, and he saw his rogue brother. Did you bring me back to life? Brinley raised an eyebrow and asked. Are you that kind-hearted? Basil snorted with dissatisfaction. Well, you're at least one of the 10 greatest experts in the spirit realm, yet you were defeated by just a minor gold-level opponent. Aren't you ashamed? You know you've become a laughingstock in the spirit realm. Humph. Although some of my memories have returned, my first awakening in the demon realm failed. So I don't know what role I used to play. All I know is that I have a bastard brother like you. Brinley coldly replied. You're the one who made me fall into such a plight in the first place. All right. I admit I wasn't very nice as your bastard brother, Basil said, but now I'm here to make it up to you. Huh. Brinley was taken aback by Basil's 180-degree turn. What do you mean, huh? Frogs in the field. Basil said fiercely. I will restore all your memories from the spirit realm, including your true magic, and your weapon. I've brought it for you. Then, Basil took out a magical outfit and a strangely shaped magic staff. The staff was made of an unknown material, extremely sturdy, with a bat at the tip emitting an ominous glow. A red gemstone was embedded in the bat's body. Well, let's start, Basil said. His hands emitted black light which then turned into a beam entering Brinley's body. Subsequently, images appeared in Brinley's mind rapidly, like a movie on fast forward. This process lasted for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, Brinley was drenched in sweat, but, as Basil had promised, his memories and powers were fully restored. Now, give me my bat-light staff and clothes. Brinley stood up without a word and quickly put on his equipment after talbing them from Basil. I'm going back to the spirit realm now. Enjoy your struggles here alone, Basil said lazily. Thanks, brother. Brinley smiled and left Basil's dimension, leaving him stunned. He actually thanked me and called me brother without adding the word bastard before it, Basil muttered, revealing a smile of genuine happiness he would never show others. Meanwhile, Digby was still laughing wildly in the dimensional space, but he soon stopped when Brinley, who had supposedly died, emitted a dark light and changed completely, from his clothes, weapons, and aura. You? Impossible. How are you still alive? Digby exclaimed in shock. Brinley looked at Digby coldly. Your laughter was really grating just now. Holding up the bat-light staff, the red gemstone on it shone brilliantly, emanating immense power. Damn it. Digby gathered a massive amount of energy because the current Brinley posed an enormous danger to him. Before Digby appeared a blood-red cross with a menacing skull head, surrounded by purple-black electric arcs, radiating strong power. Necromantic light. Digby pushed forward with both hands, and a powerful beam shot from the skull head, containing immense destructive force. But Brinley showed no fear. Brinley placed the bat-light staff vertically in front of him and formed 3 hand seals, triple magic array, mirror water. Instantly, 3 differently sized and colored magic arrays appeared before Brinley, each filled with powerful magic. When the beam hit the magic array, it was absorbed and reflected back with equal intensity towards Digby. Digby was greatly shocked, never expecting Brinley to absorb his attack and reflect it back. Although extremely unwilling, Digby quickly flashed aside to dodge the beam's attack. He knew all too well the limitations of his own move. It could only focus on one point for an attack, so dodging it was enough. After evading the attack, he leaped into the air and immediately retaliated. Spreading his hands wide, tens of thousands of vampire bats emerged, rushing directly towards Brinley in a massive swarm. However, this time, Brinley had no fear. The same trick won't work on me twice, Brinley sneered, rapidly forming seals with his hands. A purple magic array appeared before him. Single magic array, divine light. A purple light beam shot out from the array, scattering the once menacing bat swarm in the blink of an eye and piercing straight through Digby's body. Digby's eyes bulged open in disbelief as he collapsed onto the ground, his face forever frozen in the terror and panic of facing death. Brinley walked up to Digby, smiled, and remarked, "This expression is really something, isn't it?" Meanwhile, back in the spirit realm, inside the council hall where the 10 leaders deliberated matters, the other 8 leaders stared dumbfounded at Basil, who wore a silly grin, as if they could stuff 2 or 3 eggs into their gaping mouths. "Not someone tell me what's wrong with Basil today? We've never seen this smile on his face before," asked a little girl, who looked about 7 or 8 years old, to a Gervais beside her. It's said that his brother Brinley said, "Thank you, brother," to him for the first time. Really? No wonder he looks like this. If he wanted to be a good brother, he shouldn't have messed with Brinley so badly in the first place. In Blue Illusion City, as I said, the 2 strongest fighters have already awakened. Next, it's up to Mara and Willie, Ernie said with a smile. Chapter 94, Unable to Overcome. Furious Wind God, Multi-Blade Weasel. Mara fanned out several cyclones capable of slicing through anything. The cyclones crisscrossed and attacked Marjorie from multiple directions simultaneously. However, Marjorie only smiled faintly, without any sign of panic, appearing extremely composed. Marjorie's hands began forming seals, and her body started becoming ethereal. Mara's attacks followed closely but passed right through her body without causing any harm. After the cyclones disappeared, Marjorie's body resumed its solid form. Mara unwillingly knelt on one knee, having expended too much inner strength with no substantial damage to Marjorie. Because of Marjorie's earlier move, none of Mara's techniques were effective. She was now exhausted, barely able to fight back using her large fan for support. Marjorie smiled, not showing any excitement of imminent victory, just a faint smile as she said, "Young girl, I told you, you can't win against me. Onmyoji are experts in the 5 elements and bagua, perceiving yin and yang as well as geomancy. They are far beyond what an ordinary boxer can match. And I, who have mastered the 7 arts of Gigu-in, am among the best Onmyoji. Did your ancestors not tell you that boxers face more defeats than victories when encountering equally ranked Onmyoji? You monster." Mara struggled to stand, raising her fan, but she was breathing heavily, unable to continue fighting. However, Marjorie would not let up. Her hands began to rotate, slowly drawing a taiji symbol. Though this taiji was a vivid red, Lualban incredibly eerie. Mara only felt a blur before her, and her body was struck by indescribable blows. Red flashes appeared around Mara until Marjorie finished her technique, leaving Mara lying on the ground with many wounds deep enough to see bone, her small body covered in blossoms of red lotus. Marjorie walked slowly to Mara and laughed, saying, "How about it, young girl? Wasn't my yin-yang combined seal quite powerful? But it seems you can no longer answer." A hint of ferocity flashed across Marjorie's face. "Well then, let me send you to the underworld." Marjorie slapped down with her palm. At this moment, Mara opened her eyes and revealed a triumphant smile. Marjorie immediately sensed something wrong, but couldn't change her move in time. Mara's body rapidly expanded and exploded like a bomb. Instead of blood splattering everywhere, countless wind blades emerged. Marjorie, being at the center of the explosion, was hit by the numerous wind blades. Despite casting a defensive spell, she still suffered considerable damage. The real Mara appeared from another corner, though her body was covered in various injuries. When the wind blades finally vanished, Marjorie's composure disappeared, replaced by a grim expression. "Quite a ruthless trick," Marjorie said fiercely. "You allowed yourself to be severely injured to lower my guard, so your trap could hurt me." Mara sneered. "In life and death battles, we have to do whatever it takes. Your yin-yang techniques are too bizarre. Normal attacks can't touch you. So, I had to get tougher. Actually, if I wanted to, I could have perfectly dodged that yin-yang combined seal earlier. Now what will you do?" Marjorie retorted with a cold laugh. "You won't trick me twice with the same move. You won't have another chance to attack." Mara raised an eyebrow and lifted her fan, saying, "Don't be too sure." "Humph, we'll see." Marjorie crossed her hands over her chest, and 10 long nails burst into 10 orbs of ghostly blue flames. Her hands moved widely, forming a huge Taiji symbol made of blue fire instead of red this time. Mara looked serious. Truthfully, she knew her chances of winning this battle were slim. If she lost, the other comrades still fighting would likely face another terrifying enemy like Marjorie. Under no circumstances could she allow Marjorie to leave alive. Mara revealed a determined look, planting her fan in front of her and showing a mysterious smile. She bit her index finger and began to draw peculiar runes on the fan. However, Marjorie did not pay much attention to Mara's actions. To her, it was merely a last-ditch effort. Secret art of Yin-Yang, mysterious fire combined seal. Marjorie gently pushed the blue flame Taiji forward. The blazing energy engulfed Mara instantly. Shortly after, Marjorie displayed a self-satisfied smile. It froze as she realized Mara was still alive. Moreover, Mara's aura had significantly changed, seemingly becoming much more powerful in an instant, which made Marjorie alert. At this moment, Mara herself did not change much, but there was now a creature beside her with a deer's head and a horse's body, a wind demon, Fei Lian. This Fei Lian was different from the illusions she had conjured before. It was real. Now, Fei Lian stood obediently next to Mara, its eyes glowing fiercely as it glared at Marjorie. TSK, a wind demon? Marjorie muttered to herself. I didn't expect that you, a little girl, could summon the genuine wind demon Fei Lian. But what difference does that make? This move must be your trump card. Marjorie's hands moved slowly, creating ripples in the air before her. Both she and her surroundings turned ethereal. Mara's eyes flashed with determination. With a point of her finger, Fei Lian nodded and roared towards Marjorie. Everything in Fei Lian's path was shredded by wind blades, including the space around it. In almost no time, Fei Lian reached Marjorie, who paled as her Yin-Yang art was incomplete, leaving her unable to block the attack. Opening its mouth, Fei Lian spat out a white orb that struck directly at Marjorie. Although Marjorie attempted to dodge using her ethereal Yin-Yang technique, it failed this time. The orb pierced through her body, causing Marjorie to scream in anguish. Mara also collapsed, as this move was fatal for her current state. Her severely injured body could not handle summoning Fei Lian's incarnation. Fei Lian let out a mournful cry as Mara fell, then gradually vanished. Chapter 95, Mara Awakens. Huh. A smug and grating laugh echoed through the chaotic space. Marjorie appeared before Mara, in a sorry state. Her clothes were ragged, and she bore significant injuries, her face twisted with both savagery and madness. Recalling what had just happened, Marjorie shuddered with lingering fear. Had it not been for the Yin-Yang Master's secret treasure, a substitute puppet, that had deflected the lethal blow for her, she would have been dead. Though I used up the substitute puppet, little girl, this time you're finally finished. A blue flame materialized in Marjorie's hand, forming into the shape of a dagger. Gotcha. Haha. The dagger plunged down instantly, but as it neared Mara, the blue flame melted away like snow encountering fire. Marjorie's expression turned pale as she hurriedly retreated. Mara emitted a soft yellow glow from her body, and the fan in her hand dissolved into countless glowing specks of light. These specks gradually coalesced, merging with the light around Mara to form an exquisite necklace adorned with a delicate pendant that contained beautiful sand grains, resembling luminous glass beads. Slowly rising to her feet, the necklace magically draped itself over Mara. At that very moment, her eyes snapped open, wounds mending rapidly on her body, and her attire transformed into a graceful and classical wide-sleeved dress. Yet in terms of defensive power, this dress surpassed anything she wore before. Who are you? Marjorie's complexion changed drastically. Mara replied calmly, who am I? Just a stone, one that embodies emotions and longings. What nonsense are you spouting? Marjorie grew increasingly panicked, her hands generating two blazing blue flames. Tell me who you really are. She roared and swung her arms heavily, turning the flames into two fiery serpents that lunged at Mara. Mara showed no trace of fear. She extended her right hand gently forward, summoning a shield made of translucent, glass-like sand grains that emerged from the pendant around her neck. The fire serpents collided with the sand shield, but vanished instantly without causing any damage. This time, Marjorie was genuinely terrified. Despite Mara being only gold-ranked, she felt utterly out of reach. Without uttering another word, Mara extended her right hand again, forming dozens of glass-like sand spines. With a flick of her wrist, these spines shot towards Marjorie simultaneously. Marjorie hastily employed defensive moves, turning herself into a shadow to evade the attack. But seeing the mock-Alban smile on Mara's lips, Marjorie realized something was amiss. It was too late. The sand spines pierced through Marjorie's body, blood splattering across the chaotic space around her, forming red lotuses. Why? Why isn't it War-Alban? Marjorie stared disbelievingly at Mara. Expressionless, Mara slowly approached Marjorie and said, because I'm the first-generation Yin-Yang master, the one who spread Yin-Yang techniques across Noah continent. Could it be the lustrous sand? Marjorie's pupils constricted. Mara nodded. After a brief moment of shock, Marjorie laughed, then her smile froze. She fell heavily to the ground. Pitiful, a Yin-Yang master using such powers for evil. Mara waved her hand, transforming Marjorie's body into beautiful glowing particles, which then formed sand. You will become part of my power, turning into lustrous sand, serving under me. Mara gestured again, and Marjorie's lustrous sand gradually flowed into the beautiful pendant. The chaotic space began breaking Alban apart, and Mara stepped out back into the forest where Aaron and Sean already sat, their bodies radiating unusual auras. Mara looked as if she had returned to her former self. Did you also awaken? Both Aaron and Sean nodded simultaneously. Aaron said, now we only wait for Willie, not knowing how he is faring. Don't worry, with the 4 protectors guarding him, and his opponent merely being that female assassin, he'll be fine. Sean smiled and assured. After today's battle, we seem to have all made great progress. Mara smiled and sat down. Indeed, I have already reached the peak of silver rank, and with some time, I should be able to break through, Aaron said with a smile. And within Xuanhuan City, Angus stretched lazily and said with a smile, Mara has also successfully awakened, which means only Willie remains. Ernie nodded, but Willie's situation seems somewhat dangerous. Angus chuckled, what worried now? Willie is originally a divine dancer. Although he knows offensive moves, fundamentally, he is still a support role without awakening. In this case, he cannot win against a female assassin who has summoned 4 spirit beasts, Ernie explained. For Willie, this will be an unprecedented crisis. However, if he can awaken like the other 3, this crisis will be easily resolved. Relax, don't worry. Willie will be fine, Angus dismissed casually. During Earth's primordial era, when I was Conroy, one of the 5 emperors, I once dealt with Willie and the other 3 Albans of the Jingling Jet. Willie is absolutely no problem. At the very least, he's better than your broken lotus that chants compassion and Ba all day. Ernie laughed wryly. What do you mean by a broken lotus? I'm at least a golden lotus beside the Galesta. Humph, Angus snorted. Alban of which, how's the investigation on the Black Robe organization, the Osifs, going? Ernie replied, I've investigated them. They are a very mysterious organization with considerable influence across various regions of Noah continent. However, no one knows what they truly want. But based on their search for Noah artifacts and attempts to assassinate us, they must know our identities. This means they might be Alban divine power. But this organization shouldn't lack skilled individuals. Even if there's a deity-level existence behind them, I wouldn't doubt it, Angus pointed out. So why do they need divine power? Ernie sighed. Angus, you're smart most of the time, but confused at this moment. Have you forgotten? Regardless of you, me, or the other 4, we were all ancient primordial deities. Our true powers far surpass those of the gods in this realm. Naturally, they desire to obtain that power. Chapter 96, Marion's outburst. Hee, how about that? Weren't you just confident of victory a moment ago? Or not do it now? Alberta laughed arrogantly. At this point, the 4 spirit beasts summoned by Alberta had already tightly entangled the 4 directions protectors, meaning that Marion had to face Alberta alone. This was an almost impossible task for Marion. The 4 directions protectors wanted to help, but didn't have the opportunity. Moreover, the strength of the spirit beasts keeping them tied up wasn't weak either. Thus, the 4 directions protectors must quickly defeat the spirit beasts. This is troublesome. In this situation, I don't even have time to break out of the divine dance. Marion thought internally. I must find a way. However, as an assassin, how could Alberta give Marion time to think? Alberta maximized her speed as an assassin, constantly attack Alban Marion. All Marion could do was control the ribbons wrapping around her body to block Alberta's attacks. Although this method temporarily prevented her from being harmed, it also kept her unable to focus on escaping the divine dance. Is all you can do just dodge? Alberta paused and sneered. Fin Alban of using delaying tactics to let the 4 directions protectors take care of my spirit beasts before attack Alban me again? You're too naive. I won't give you such an opportunity. As an assassin, the emphasis is on the ability to kill with one strike. A savage expression flashed across Alberta's face. 2 blood-red light spheres appeared in her hands, fusing into the daggers she held as they visibly changed shape. In the end, the 2 daggers transformed, one short sword in her left hand, one scythe in her right, connected by a chain, exuding a strong sense of bloodlust. Marion was a divine dancer, highly sensitive to external energies. When Alberta's weapons changed shape, Marion distinctly felt a terrible grudge. It was a terrifying resentment formed from countless wrongful deaths. How many innocent people have you killed? Marion clenched her fists tightly. If they were enemies, then exterminating them might be understandable. But why would she mercilessly slaughter innocent civilians who couldn't even defend themselves? It was completely unreasonable. How many innocents have I killed? Alberta shrugged indifferently. How can I remember clearly? Killed is killed. Besides, weapons only become sharper when dipped in more blood. That's always been true for assassins. Leave no survivors. Leave no survivors wherever you go, Marion said coldly. Such cruelty. Marion's face darkened, suppressing her rage which was about to erupt. Her aura and divine energy began to change. Sensing this change, the 4 directions protectors' faces turned pale. Marion, no. Hobie exclaimed in alarm. You'll die if you do that. Marion smirked coldly. So what if I die? Even if I die today, I will drag this wicked woman to hell. Finishing her sentence, her hands moved like butterflies among flowers, and the ribbons surrounding her started emitting a dazzling light. Marion herself floated in the air, with more ribbons emerging from her sleeves. These ribbons merged and transformed continuously, suddenly shooting toward Alberta. Trivial skills. Alberta sneered, easily dodging the attack. The ribbon pierced directly into the ground. Then another ribbon attacked in the same manner, and Alberta once again avoided it effortlessly. However, Marion didn't seem upset, repeating the same actions. After some time, Alberta finally sensed something was off. Because at this moment, every corner of this chaotic space was filled with ribbons. Ribbons crossed each other, forming a net of heaven and earth. The Four Directions protectors and the spirit beasts were also trapped in different corners, fighting separately. Did you plan this trap from the beginning? Alberta asked fiercely. Marion raised an eyebrow and sneered. It's too late for you to realize that now. My web is already complete. There's no escape for you. A web. Alberta gave a shrill laugh. Isn't it just a maze made of a few old ribbons? My weapons can destroy them effortlessly. But things won't go as you wish. As Marion spoke, she emitted a brilliant red light, and the ribbons around her began to glow red. As the red light intensified, Alberta clearly felt a more terrifying grudge and anger than what her weapons radiated. Fire Lian's expression was grave, while Marion let out a near-maniacal laugh. I admit I can't defeat you, but dragging you down to hell with me is still within my reach. Just stop struggling. These ribbons have been baptized by my blood and vitality. They are no longer something your weapons can sever. Being in this environment, your vitality will also be absorbed by these ribbons, and in the end, you will become a mummy like me without any vitality. Hearing this, Fire Lian's face turned extremely pale. She did not doubt Marion's words at all because even she felt a mix of sinister and violent energy, which made her shudder. You are truly insane, actually trying to die with me. Since I can't win against you, I won't let you live either. Did you never think that one day you would fall into someone else's hands after killing so many innocents? Marion said, Hobie, Cassie, Bert, Bryson, go back to the spirit world. The web has been fully set up. If you stay, your powers will also be absorbed by this trap. Marion, calm down. We still have a chance. There's no need to fight to the death now. Cassie said, Go now. Marion roared. Our fate has run its course. Leave. The Four Directions protectors fell silent for a moment before nodding reluctantly. Since Marion had used such a life-risking move, staying here would only hinder her. Marion, being your guardians has been a great honor. The Four Directions protectors knelt down simultaneously, paying their respects, then vanished on the spot. All right, now I have nothing left to worry about. Let's die together, haha. Marion laughed. Fire Lian's face turned ashen, and a touch of madness flashed across her eyes. Bastard, who wants to die with you? Fire Lian shouted loudly, and the spirit beasts at the four corners of the web let out mournful cries before exploding, turning into a shower of blood rain. The blood rain flowed back into Fire Lian's body, causing her excruciating pain and physical changes. In the end, she transformed into a monstrous figure with 6 arms and 3 eyes. Marion couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 97, Awakening of Willie. Explosions echoed through the chaotic space, smoke clearing to reveal Willie lying unconscious on the ground, unwillingly defeated. Catherine, though disheveled, had managed to save her own life. Recalling what had just transpired sent shivers down Catherine's spine. The ribbon had absorbed her vitality at an alarming rate, and she could only gain time by absorbing the life forces of 4 spirit beasts. Though the cost was severe, victory was hers. Thin albin of the sacrifice of those 4 spirit beasts, Catherine felt a sharp pain in her heart. With hate-filled eyes, Catherine approached Willie slowly. Willie was now too weak to even stand. Catherine sneered. In the end, you were utterly defeated. Even if I leave you alone, you won't last long. But I don't want any unexpected incidents. I'll finish you off now. As she finished Spialban, Catherine's scythe swung down forcefully. But then, something strange happened. Blood-red butterflies, each the size of a palm, appeared out of nowhere behind Willie, block Alban Catherine's attack. Startled by the sudden appearance of these butterflies, Catherine froze while Willie began to transform. Her beautiful long hair turned fiery red, and her eyes, now a demonic shade of crimson, bore exquisite red patterns around the left one. The loose, ancient-style robe on her body transformed into modern attire, a black leather bra and pants, with a fire-red jacket adorned with blood-red butterfly motifs. I didn't expect to awaken under such circumstances, Willie murmured to herself. You impossible. How can you be unharmed? Catherine's face changed drastically, for she had seen Willie's vitality being completely drained. Willie sighed lightly, holding a folding fan embedded with gold threads and peacock feathers. She said calmly, After so many years, even as the leader of Noah, I couldn't awaken. To think I would awaken under these circumstances is truly ironic. Finally, I meet you again, Lanting Quivian fan. Answer me quickly. Catherine's face twisted grotesquely, gripping her weapon tightly. Willie looked at Catherine indifferently and said, Humans always try to calm themselves by raising their voices when facing something they fear. I am the Spirit Emperor, the ruler of the Sprite world. Spirit Emperor? What nonsense are you spouting? Catherine growled fiercely. Give me your life. She roared and vanished from the spot. Willie sighed and waved the Lanting Quivian fan. Blood-red butterflies reappeared, circling around her. When Catherine's dagger stabbed at one of them, it was deflected back, leaving the butterflies undamaged. They're my pets, blood butterflies that feed on my blood. Each one has power comparable to mine. Malb and you no match for them. Moreover, your body exudes a heavy scent of blood, which they love the most. As if to prove Willie's words, the blood butterflies swarmed towards Catherine, causing her to scream in agony, yet unable to shake off the ones latching onto her, feeding on her blood. When the butterflies returned to Willie's body, Catherine had become a dried-up corpse, having been drained of all blood. Willie sighed and waved her fan, opening a rift in the chaotic space. Passing through it, she found the other 3 had already dealt with their enemies and were waiting for her. It seems you've completed your awakening, Aaron smiled. Willie nodded with a smile. This battle has indeed benefited us greatly, returning us to our original strength, significantly enhancing our power. Spialban of which? Willie, what about your 4 protectors? Sean asked. Willie chuckled. Our fates have run their course. With my awakening, our contract no longer exists. They will no longer serve as my protectors. I must thank them for their care over the years. So where should we go next? Continue toward Hernangian City. Mara asked with a smile. Our memories have returned, but our mission remains, Aaron said. Of course, we must also continue with the gym challenges. The journey from here to Hernangian City still requires some distance. At our current pace, it will take about 3 days, Sean mentioned. All right, let's rest a bit, and then set off, Aaron concluded. At that moment, in Xuanhuan City, Allison and Ernie finally heaved a sigh of relief. They have all awakened smoothly. Allison stretched and said, "This is not good for the heart. Watching them nearly die and then awaken one by one. I never want to feel this way again." Ernie smiled and said, "You can't handle it? If I tell you a piece of news I just found out, you might jump up." "What news?" Ernie sipped his tea and said, "The old butler of Edgar just told me that the Western Dragon clan's residence, Dragon Valley, has learned of the death of the Earth Dragon Gillis. And you know, killing a Western Dragon will leave a grudge from the Western Dragon clan on your body, which cannot be removed. Because of the aura emitted by Aaron and the others during their awakening, the Western Dragon clan has already located them and is now heading there to cause trouble. If that's the case, how can you still sit here drinking Alban tea? Go help them." Allison indeed reacted as Ernie predicted, standing up immediately and about to leave, only to be stopped by Ernie. "Do you have any brains at all? Do you think Aaron and the others, with their current combat strength, can match a Saint-level opponent?" Ernie asked. "If it's a human at the Saint level, they wouldn't pose much of a threat, but dragons are different," Allison frowned and said. "Moreover, Gillis was probably one of the weaker dragons in the Western Dragon clan. If it were a true Saint-level dragon, Aaron and the others. Even if they can't win, escaping shouldn't be a problem," Ernie said. "They just awakened. They need such opportunities to train. Understand? We still don't need to participate in this battle. Consider it a form of training for Aaron and the others. Through this kind of training, Aaron himself will also be able to advance faster. Trust me, I know what I'm doing." Allison was stunned for a moment, then finally sat back down reluctantly. Chapter 98, MOU City. Aaron and his 3 companions arrived at the next city in Hernangian, MOU City. "This city seems to be more normal," Sean said. "We can finally take a rest." "Yes, let's find a place to eat first. We've been Alban for so long, and we're all hungry," Mara said. "But something seems missing." "Missing? Missing what?" Aaron asked. Mara clapped her hands. "The dog god is missing. That guy, after we met Ernie and Allison, his mission was considered completed, so he has already returned to his world, which means the contract has ended," Sean said. "I do miss him somewhat, even though that guy wasn't reliable," Lawrence said with a smile. The 4 of them came to a relatively decent Western restaurant. They ordered some food, listened to beautiful classical music, and their tired bodies and minds from prolonged battles finally relaxed. "Finally, I can relax a bit." Aaron stretched lazily. "Since we entered Hernangian, we haven't had a moment of peace. I hope there won't be any more trouble." "Don't be a jinx," Sean frowned. "We've had too much trouble on our journey. We really can't afford any more issues." Lawrence, however, chuckled bitterly. "I think we won't be able to have peace in this Hernangian city." "What do you mean by that?" Mara asked anxiously, while the other 2 also stared uneasily at Lawrence. "I feel that this city is enveloped by a barrier created by some peculiar force. Although others might not notice, any perceptive adventurer would sense it. We are essentially inside a huge prison," Lawrence said with a bitter smile. "How could this be? Who did this? Is it the Black Cloak Organization?" Sean asked. Aaron furrowed his brows and analyzed. "It probably isn't the Black Cloak Organization. They wouldn't openly do such a thing. Do you think it might be?" Lawrence nodded helplessly. "Just as I suspected, it must be the mischief of the Western Dragons. They must have sensed our presence but couldn't pinpoint us, so they enclosed the city temporarily with a barrier. This way, they can search us one by one. What should we do then?" The Earth Dragon Galisu in Liu City was already tough to handle, and Ernie mentioned that Earth Dragons aren't even among the stronger ones in the Dragon clans. "If they send a higher ranked member, we'll be in real danger," Mara asked. "Even if we want to leave now, we can't. Brea Alban the barrier forcefully would be like admitting guilt," Sean said. Lawrence nodded. "And the biggest problem is that, even if we stay still, the aura of dead Western dragons on us will eventually get us found. It's like being trapped between a rock and a hard place. What should we do?" Aaron pondered for a moment and said, "There might be a way." "Tell us." "Sean, do you still have contact with Jamal in the demon realm?" Aaron asked. Sean nodded. "Although I've awakened, our contract hasn't been dissolved yet, so I can still go to the demon realm." "Wait, don't tell me you're thin Alban enough." Aaron smiled. "Exactly. Using the power of the contract to go to the demon realm. This way, we can leave the city without Brea Alban the barrier." "This could work," Sean frowned slightly. "But there's a catch." "What's the catch?" Aaron asked. "When I cast the teleportation spell, it's inevitable that my aura will leak out. For the sensitive dragon race, they can locate us instantly. Also, setting up a portal takes time. Moreover, I can only perform this teleportation during a full moon. After calculating the time, it's about 1 day away. That means I can only use the teleportation tomorrow night. Setting up and activating the portal takes half an hour, and we need to face a high dragon's attack for that duration." "This?" Aaron frowned. "It's risky, but better than fighting the dragons to the death. With our current strength, we should be able to hold out for half an hour. By the way, Sean, when you cast the spell, can you still move freely?" Sean nodded. "Yes, once the ritual is set up initially, I can still move. From now on, we should try not to have any conflicts with others. Otherwise, once our aura leaks out, They will find us immediately, Aaron said. Let's find a place to rest well now, conserve our energy, and prepare for the battle tomorrow night. Inside Lanwanching City, Allison looked at the empty house with only Ernie inside and asked, "Where are Edgar and his butler?" Ernie, without Lualbin up from arranging ghost stones, replied, "They went to the holy land of the Eastern Dragons." "You mean Panlong Valley?" Allison frowned. "Why would they go there?" "To train. Now that Aaron has completed his first awakening, he just needs to recover his strength. Training in Panlong Valley can rapidly increase their power. Moreover, it seems there is a way to revive those 5-clawed golden dragons in Panlong Valley, so they naturally went there. By the way, you'll be going to the Highway Dojo, right? I think it won't be long before Aaron and his companions arrive at the Highway Dojo." "I understand. I also came to say goodbye. By the way, how did things go with your business?" Allison asked. "Are you tell Alban about the clergy guild?" "There's nothing I can do. I killed Tacker's son, and as one of the 3 major powers in the clergy guild, Tacker surely hates me with all his heart. So this matter will never end." Ernie sighed. "You make it sound so bad. What about the other 2? Aren't they the 3 major powers? One is a monk, and the other is Bray Alban through to false deity. Whether he can survive is uncertain. Who do you think is in charge of the clergy guild now?" Ernie said coolly. "Unless we kill Tacker and his confidants, which is impossible. Even I have no confidence in fighting so many people at the same time and coming out unscathed. Tacker has several saint-level experts around him. So what are you going to do?" Ernie smiled. "That's why I hope Aaron comes as soon as possible. You're not Thin Alban of using the power of the Aaron family to settle this for you, are you?" Allison said. "Yes, since Aaron invited me to join, he will certainly help with this. Being constantly pursued by the clergy guild isn't something I fear, but it's annoying in the long run. So it would be best if the Yu family put pressure on the clergy guild," Ernie said calmly. "Besides, Tacker was in the wrong from the start. Once I get evidence of his son's misdeeds, he will be disgraced. No matter what, my elder sister treated me very well in this life, and I must avenge her." Chapter 99, Setting Up the Teleportation Array. The next evening, Aaron and his 3 companions arrived at a predetermined, open area. All 4 had serious expressions on their faces. With good luck, they might leave smoothly. However, if luck wasn't on their side, they would have to confront powerful dragon warriors. While they didn't expect the dragons to be of pseudo-god level, even a holy ranked dragon from a higher tier clan could mean almost certain defeat. Despite being former mighty gods of the ancient flood or leaders of Noah's continent, they still couldn't contend with peak fighters now. Sean laid out the previously gathered materials on the ground and began drawing the magic array. Aaron and the other 3 stood by, ready and watchful. After about 10 minutes, the complex magic array was finally completed. Sean spoke. "Are you all ready? I'm starting now." He then channeled mana through his hands, causing the teleportation magic array to emit a faint silvery light. Sean rose to his feet, saying, "The array is activating. We need to wait for half an hour." Meanwhile, in the city center, a distinguished white-haired man was with 2 companions, a girl in her early 20s with sky-blue hair and eyes, and another black-haired, black-eyed man who also appeared to be in his early 20s. The white-haired man suddenly frowned and said, "Those who killed Galiz are finally Malb in a move. I've sensed their presence." "Then let's go," the black-haired man suggested. However, the white-haired man stopped them, stating coolly, "There's no need. They're only 4 gold-level entities. How can they possibly be my match?" "Bart, don't be too complacent," the blue-haired woman warned. "Didn't they kill Galiz, a holy rank dragon?" "Let it go, Aline. What kind of strength did Galiz have? Though he was holy rank, he belonged to the Earth Dragon clan. How can he compare to us? It took him 1,000 years to reach this rank, while we 3 became holy rank within just 20 years and are considered geniuses within our clans. Besides, I have pure light dragon blood. How can I possibly lose? Just stay here and await my good news." With that, Bart turned into a beam of white light and left. "What should we do, Gerlu?" Aline asked. Gerlu shrugged indifferently. "Let him go. Doesn't he always boast about having the noblest bloodline among us? Let him take the glory. Although, I wonder how I as an iron dragon and you as a water dragon are inferior to him." Aline sighed. "But I feel something bad might happen." Back with Aaron, Grace's expression suddenly grew serious. "They're here. Indeed, it's a holy rank dragon, but its mana concentration far surpasses Galiz." What Grace sensed was Bart. Upon arriving before the 4 youths, Bart felt an even greater sense of disdain. His contempt was obvious as he looked down on them. However, this only made Aaron and the others inwardly pleased. The more the opponent underestimated them, the higher the chance of delaying him and increasing their chances of escape. "Children, were you the ones who killed Galiz?" Bart landed and asked symbolically. Aaron and his group sneered. At this point, there was no room for idle talk. It was a matter of life and death. Aaron clasped his hands together and slowly opened them, revealing a magnificent golden sword glowing with 7-star radiance. The 7 stars radiant dragon sword. At the same moment, Peter materialized on Aaron's shoulder, glaring furiously at Bart. Sean also waved his bat-light staff, its ruby shining brightly, unleashing formidable mana as he coldly observed the expected visitor. Mara smiled, placing her hands over her necklace, causing beautiful crystal sand to flow around her, forming a stunning vortex that was also dangerous. Grace raised her orchid pavilion green feather fan, summoning elegant, yet perilous blood butterflies that danced menacingly around her. Bart couldn't help but gasp inwardly. He had indeed underestimated these young ones. As a dragon genius who reached holy rank in just 20 years, he quickly realized these youths weren't ordinary, especially when he noticed the 5-clawed golden dragon on Aaron's shoulder, which greatly startled him. Bart reminded himself to be extremely cautious, not wanting to make a mistake in this encounter. So, you're not planning to run away and want to face me head on? Bart raised an eyebrow. Though he was cautious, it didn't mean he was afraid of these little ones. Run away, Aaron said with a mock-Alban tone. It seems your Western dragon race is truly arrogant. With just your strength, you think you can make us flee without a fight? You really overestimate yourself. Hearing this, Bart turned red with anger. Just as he was about to retort, the four, Aaron included, made their move. The 7 stars radiant dragon sword in Aaron's hand split into 7. Attack Alban Bart from all directions. Bart did not expect Aaron's group to initiate the attack first, and for a moment, he was flustered. After all, though he was a prodigy, his combat experience was scarce. Within the dragon clans, geniuses like Bart were always doted on, never allowed to suffer any harm. How could his combat experience compare to that of Aaron's group, who had weathered numerous bloody battles? Thus, Bart momentarily panicked. And while Aaron's group did not know why Bart did not dodge or react, they certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Aaron thrust his hands forward, and a beam of golden light infused the 7 swords, causing a dragon's roar to resonate among them. 7 stars transformed into dragons. Aaron roared as the 7 swords transformed into 7 miniature 5-clawed golden dragons, stabbing directly at Bart's vital spots like the chest and abdomen. It wasn't until the swords were almost upon him that Bart realized what was happening. He quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the vital hits, but still receiving a cut on his arm, from which bright red blood instantly flowed. Bart clutched his wound, glaring at Aaron with resentment. You actually dared to injure me. Humph, what a joke. We are sworn enemies. If I don't hurt you, should I wait for you to kill me instead? Aaron summoned the swords back to his hand, merging them into one. Then, gripping the sword tightly, he released dozens of golden sword auras. Surprised by the sharpness of the sword, Bart dared not block the auras directly and could only evade. Just as Bart evaded the sword auras, he suddenly noticed a shadow behind him. Turning around, he saw Mara. She was now hovering in the air on beautiful crystal sand. With a wave of her hands, the crystal sand transformed into spikes, piercing towards Bart's back. Bart let out an angry roar, lifting his hands to form a white shield around himself. Block Alban the sand spikes. Chapter 100, Delbert. Delbert gritted his teeth and said, You detestable fellows, you will pay the price. Heaven Thunderslash. Delbert clutched his hands above his head, and a black vortex appeared in the sky above him. Amidst the lightning and thunder within the vortex, 4 bolts of lightning fell immediately, Alban directly at Aaron and the other 3. Aaron and the others did not dare to be careless, all dodging to avoid the Heaven Thunderslash. Using such an attack with a very limited range, what on earth is this guy Thin Alban? Sean couldn't help but comment. It seems he lacks combat experience. Good, it increases our chances of escaping unharmed. Aaron laughed. At that moment, seeing that his magic was ineffective, Delbert stomped his feet in anger. But Sean wouldn't wait for Delbert to complain. Alban seals with his hands. Delbert suddenly felt the surrounding magic power intensifying. By the time he wanted to escape, it was too late. 5 differently colored and sized magic arrays appeared beneath his feet, at his knees, waist, chest, and head. The 5 magic arrays rotated, emitting arcs of electricity corresponding to their colors. What's this? Delbert had never seen this magic before, which was no surprise as Sean was using magic not from this world. 5-layered magic array God dance. Sean roared, and the 5 magic arrays simultaneously glowed, forming a 3-meter radius beam of light that shot from the ground up into the sky, piercing through the cloud layers, engulfing Delbert. However, once the magic dissipated, Delbert remained largely undamaged. After all, though light dragons' defense wasn't as strong as earth dragons, they certainly weren't easily harmed by human attacks. Let me take over. Go, blood butterflies. Willie waved her launching Tu fan gently, and the blood butterflies swirling around her flew towards Delbert, each mauled in bell-like sounds. Despite Delbert emitting white beams from both hands, he could not harm the blood butterflies. Angered by the attacks, the butterflies spewed thin red beams from their mouths. Too arrogant to even activate his protective barrier, Delbert suffered greatly when the red beam struck and adhered to his body, continuously draining his strength, terrifying him. My blood butterflies can absorb an opponent's strength, fighting power, and even vitality, Willie sneered. Darn, as the pride of the Light Dragon clan, when had Delbert ever endured such humiliation? Enraged, he suddenly erupted with immense magic power. Heaven magic, light wrathful thunder. Delbert roared, and above his head slowly formed an enormous magic array almost covering half a city. Aaron and the others were startled. Sean yelled, Is this guy crazy? This would involve innocent people. Crazy? A joke, Delbert nonchalantly remarked. To me, humans are just ants. What's the big deal about killing a few? Do you view humans as ants? Willie's face turned dark, her voice gradually turning icy. Humans are the proudest creatures in this world. Underestimate them and suffer the consequences. Sean adjusted his glasses, sneering. While dragons are proud, they must have the capability to back it up. Lack Alban the strength, such arrogance might dig one's own grave. Are humans like ants? Mara laughed bitterly. Once enraged, humans are so formidable even gods fear them. I initially only intended to restrain you for half an hour, not kill you. But now, whatever it takes, we must slay you here. Aaron coldly stated. We'll make you see the consequence of underestimating humans, regardless of the cost. The magic array behind them was almost fully activated, but Aaron and the three others had already made up their minds to slay this arrogant being, no matter what. The five-clawed golden dragon coiled around Aaron's waist. Domenico roared angrily, transforming from small form into a real five-clawed golden dragon. Aaron stood atop Domenico, gripping the Seven Stars dragon sword tightly in his hand. A golden orb appeared on Aaron's left ring finger, forming a seal of 7 orbs based on the Big Dipper constellation. 7 Stars dragon, appear. As soon as the words were spoken, with a resounding dragon's roar filling the sky, a black hole appeared above Aaron, from which 7 golden five-clawed golden dragons slowly emerged as ethereal figures. These figures far surpassed the ones previously conjured by Aaron's sword. The 7 dragons roared and charged at Delbert, while Domenico beneath Aaron opened its mouth to release a thick beam of golden light aimed directly at Delbert. Delbert sneered, crossing his hands to form a white beam. He yelled, and the beam collided with Domenico's golden beam, causing a massive explosion. Amidst the smoke, Delbert attempted to move behind Aaron but heard a cold voice. Finalban of ambushing? Don't forget, we're not alone. Sean swiftly made hand seals, and his bat-light staff glowed. From magic arrays appeared around Delbert. Humph, quad magic array, binding god chains. As Sean spoke, chains emerged from the magic arrays, binding Delbert tightly. Delbert naturally did not submit easily and struggled fiercely. Want to break free? Ernon, you do it. Chains, Daryl. Sean roared, and the chains binding Delbert exploded in close proximity, leaving Delbert helpless. An agonized scream sounded from the explosion as expected. Meanwhile, Mara and Willie did not stand idly by. Behind Willie, a fiery red spiritual energy gathered into a huge blood butterfly. Blood red, butterfly dance. Willie's voice had barely faded when the giant blood butterfly turned into numerous smaller ones, viciously colliding with Delbert, who was still in the explosion's center, slamming him to the ground. Nice work, Willie. Mara clapped her hands on the ground, Maalbanit shake. Beautiful glassy sand formed towering waves, enveloping Delbert lying on the ground. Sand funeral. Annihilate. The covering glassy sand emitted 7-colored light, producing another huge tremor, and then all was silent. The vast magic array in the sky gradually dissipated into points of light. At that moment, in the heart of Moyu City, Steel Dragon Kajalu and Water Dragon Aline opened their eyes, filled with disbelief. Am I seeing things? How did Delbert's aura weaken? Aline said. Could those few people be so extraordinary? Kajalu frowned similarly, saying, it doesn't matter. His aura is only weakened. He isn't dead. And wasn't he about to use Heavenly Wrathful Thunder? He really dared to use it. If he truly killed half the city's residents, the old monsters hidden in Donglong Empire wouldn't sit idly by. However, it was indeed unwise of Delbert. Fortunately, those people stopped him. Aline sighed. Delbert has always been arrogant. Hope he doesn't suffer an unexpected setback this time. Kajalu smirked. Aline, you and I both know, if Delbert dies, it would benefit our 2 clans. Among the 8 great dragon races, the light dragons have always been dominant. If Delbert dies, it will greatly benefit us. So you mean let him die? Exactly. Unlike the brainless Delbert, I did some research beforehand. Try to guess their identities. Chapter 101. Slaying the Light Dragon Clan. Identities? What identities do they have? Jerry asked curiously. Rhett leaned close to Jerry's ear and whispered a few words, nearly causing her to exclaim in shock. No way. If that's the case, then with Delbert's combat experience. Rhett shrugged. More likely it's going to end badly. That guy thinks he's strong, but never participates in actual combat drills. Compared to those 4, his fighting style is child's play. But shouldn't we help? If Delbert really falls, our clan leaders will surely face retaliation from the chief of the Light Dragon clan. Jerry said, frowning. Don't worry about that. I've already discussed this with my parents. Even if we're unharmed, it's up to our clan leaders to deal with the chief of the Light Dragon clan. We don't need to be concerned, Rhett said with a cold smile. Jerry nodded, indicating her agreement. Meanwhile, Iolo, along with 2 others, landed on the ground. Delbert had been buried alive by Lucicia, though whether he was dead remained uncertain. How is it, Willie? Have you sensed anything? Iolo asked. Willie closed her eyes for a moment before reopening them, her brows slightly furrowed. He's still alive. Although our attacks injured him, he's still breathing. Mara, quickly recall the Lucicia. Mara nodded, waving her hands lightly. The vast amount of Lucicia slowly flowed back into the necklace around her neck, leaving only a small part hovering around her for simple defense. Delbert was now covered in blood, having endured more than just being buried alive by Mara's sand burial. He has regained consciousness, Willie confirmed. Delbert slowly stood up, his face contorted in fury. He couldn't believe that just 3 gold level and 1 silver level fighters could injure him so severely. It was an unbearable humiliation. You dare harm me like this? I will not rest until you are all dead. Delbert roared in rage, his body enveloped in white light as he transformed into a massive dragon covered in silver scales. Expected him to revert to dragon form, Iolo sighed. We should have finished him off when he was still in human form. This complicates things. So what? It's either you or me. Today, only one side will survive. Mara said coldly. Feeble humans, accept the wrath of the dragon. Delbert bellowed, spewing a stream of white dragon breath. Not good, it's dragon breath. Get out of the way. Iolo's face changed drastically as he jumped onto Peter and flew into the sky. Sean, Mara, and Willie followed closely behind, barely avoiding the blast that created a huge crater upon impact. The 4 of them sucked in their breaths. They had seen Gillisai's dragon breath in Lue Uching, but Delbert's was far more powerful. Annoyingly, this foe was indeed tough. Humph, big lizard, take this. Iolo sneered. His 7-star radiant dragon sword disappeared in a flash, followed by dark clouds gathering overhead with thunder rumbling. Think only you can summon lightning? Let me tell you, the most formidable isn't light thunder or judgment thunder, but heart thunder. The manifestation of unwavering belief in one's heart. Divine sword heart thunder technique. As Iolo spoke, countless golden bolts of lightning rained down from the dark clouds, accompanied by sword-like energy blasts. The dense rain of sword chi and heart thunder struck at Delbert relentlessly. Even in his dragon form, Delbert felt his skin crawl at such an assault. Despite the fear in his eyes, it soon turned into fierce determination. They had caused him so much pain. He wouldn't let this go. Delbert spat several streams of dragon breath upward, trying to create time to escape Iolo's attack range. But how could the other three let him succeed? They positioned themselves in a triangular formation, trapping Delbert in the center. Seeing this, Delbert headed toward Mara. He believed she might be easier to break through since she was a woman. However, would that really be the case? Mara gave an almost imperceptible smile, gently pointing her hands forward. Coffin of sand, Mara whispered, and the Lucicia obeyed her command as if it were alive. From all directions, it swirled around Delbert, who was at the center, forming a vortex. Finally, Delbert's massive body was tightly bound by the swirling sands, unable to move. Thin Alban of escaping? I'm afraid that's not up to you, Mara said with a cold smile. Meanwhile, the heart thunder sword rain, which had neutralized all of Delbert's dragon breath, now concentrated its attack on him. Amidst Delbert's agonized screams, the heart thunder and sword rain struck him, causing a tremendous explosion that created a cloud of white smoke in the sky. But this was not enough. Iolo and the others knew all too well that Western dragons were creatures with extremely robust life forces. The previous attack would only wound him severely, but not fatally. Seizing the opportunity when he was weakened was a fundamental principle of combat. Willie and Sean had already taken action. Willie's Lan Ting Chui Yu fan flashed gently, and this time, no blood butterflies appeared. After all, Willie had more than one trick up her sleeve. This time, a rain of petals of various colors and fragrances descended from the sky like a heavy downpour. And Delbert was right at the center of this petal rain. At first glance, the petals seemed fragile, but upon closer inspection, their edges shimmered with a chilling light. To everyone's surprise, whenever a petal landed on Delbert, it immediately sliced into his skin, leaving small cuts. Though they were not large, it was important to remember how tough the scales of Western dragons were, and yet Willie's petals could cut through them. This was her favorite move, flower rain. Sean, meanwhile, rapidly formed seals with his hands, and magic power quickly gathered in front of him. One magic array after another appeared, until there were 10 in total. 6 of the arrays surrounded Delbert, above, below, left, right, front, and back, while the remaining 4 lined up in front of Sean. 10 layered magic arrays, Hellshatter. As soon as the words left his lips, the 10 magic arrays simultaneously released a colossal amount of energy. The resulting explosion and blinding light made it impossible for Iolo and the others to open their eyes. Delbert's cry this time was not one of rage, but a mournful wail. A hint of pity flashed across Iolo's eyes, but it was soon replaced by determination. He pointed his right hand toward the sky, and a giant sword, several meters tall, slowly descended from the clouds, piercing straight through Delbert's body. Chapter 102, Full Profits. Is he dead? Mara asked. Let's go check, Iolo said. The 4 of them landed on the ground, Lualban at Delbert, who was now lying prone. At this moment, despite still being in his dragon form, Delbert was covered in blood, with his pupils already dilated and lifeless. After a brief examination, Willie said, he's probably dead. The other 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Frankly Spialban, they had not expected to actually kill their opponent. After all, the opponent belonged to the most powerful branch of Western dragons, the Light Dragons. And although this Delbert was only at the Saint stage, his strength absolutely surpassed Gillis. However, what surprised Iolo and the others was that this Saint stage powerhouse's combat experience was surprisingly minimal. Several of his attacks were riddled with flaws. To be honest, if not for this, Iolo and his companions really wouldn't have been confident about winning. Then let's go, Sean stretched lazily and said. Iolo? Mara frowned, while Alban over to examine Iolo carefully. At this moment, Iolo's eyes were gleaming as if he saw something incredible, and he even drooled rudely. You? What's wrong with you? Mara was startled by Iolo's appearance. Iolo blushed, wiped the saliva away, and pulled out the 7 stars shining dragon sword, saying, have you forgotten? Although dragons are powerful, equipment made from Western dragons is quite valuable in Noah continent. My father once told me that although the market doesn't dare sell anything related to Western dragons to avoid offending them, if someone kills a Western dragon in secret, it can be sold to the state, and we can get a huge sum of money. The other 3's mouths twitched at the corners. After a long pause, Sean coughed and said, are you planning to dismember this dragon and take it away to sell? Iolo nodded. In Highway City, there's an underground market set up by the state, specializing in selling rare items. Anyway, putting things into storage rings won't make them expire or anything, so why waste such good materials? With that, Iolo used the 7 stars shining dragon sword to completely dismantle Delbert's body, categorizing scales and claws together, internal organs together, and lastly retrieving a crystal stone as big as a fist from Delbert's body. The crystal stone shimmered with a white light, containing potent light element magic power. This must be a dragon core. We're rich just from this one, Iolo said with delight. Once we sell it, we'll split the money evenly. I don't mind, but I sense two other forces no weaker than Delbert's, probably his companions. Willie said, we shouldn't delay, let's leave quickly. If that's the case, we need to move fast. The teleportation array has been activated, Sean said. The four nodded in agreement, jumping into the magic array. Just as Jerry and Gadjaloo were almost reaching them, the array teleported them away and vanished instantly, leaving Gadjaloo and Jerry standing there. Jerry, did they really kill Delbert? Gadjaloo asked. Jerry nodded and replied, yes, I can no longer sense Delbert's aura, and the barrier he cast over the city has disappeared. This proves that Delbert is indeed dead. But what about his body? Gadjaloo shrugged and said, it's not strange. For humans, Western dragon bodies are the best material for crafting equipment. They likely took the body after killing him. What should we do? Should we return and report this now? Jerry asked. Gadjaloo nodded, but don't mention that his body was taken to craft equipment. Say it was destroyed by the enemy's ultimate attack. Remember, before we left, my parents told us not to provoke the Eastern Dragon Empire yet. Humans may seem fragile, but the Eastern Dragon Empire has dozens of saint-level warriors openly and secretly. There are definitely more advanced ones too. And my father says that once humans reach the quasi-deity stage, they tend to be stronger than dragons under normal circumstances. Even though I don't know why, we should avoid conflict with them for now. Jerry nodded. If so, let's return to Dragon Island now. Meanwhile, Iolo and the others had arrived in the demon realm. Heavens, this is the demon realm. Iolo exclaimed. It's exactly like I imagined, barren and desolate. You're mistaken, Iolo, Sean said. This is where the lower demons live, so it's rather desolate. But if you were to see where the demon clans reside, it wouldn't be inferior to the human realm. There are two types of beings in the demon realm, the demons and the demonic creatures. The demonic creatures are equivalent to magical beasts in the human realm, while the demon clans are akin to humans. Now you understand, right? Why didn't we get teleported to a place of the demon clans then? Willie asked. Sean chuckled bitterly. Do you think I don't want to? But it's not feasible. The demon clans are extremely territorial. Appearing on their land without notice would label us as invaders. The experts of the demon clans are far stronger than humans. So what do we do now? Draw another magic array to return to the human realm? Iolo asked. Sean shook his head. Teleportation arrays are ineffective in the demon realm. If different worlds could easily teleport to each other, chaos would ensue. To get back to the human realm, we need to go to the Demon King City in the demon realm and use the teleportation array there to reach our destination. However what? It's hard to explain. Just follow me to the Demon King City first, and you'll understand once we arrive. Sean advised. We should try to keep a low profile. Demon clans are quite combative, so let's avoid trouble. Don't worry, we're not here to cause a scene, Iolo smiled. Not just that, sometimes the demon clan people have peculiar mindsets. What you might consider a trivial action could offend them. So while in the demon realm, I never leave Jamal's castle. Even so, I've managed to offend a few people. Therefore, even in the Demon King City, they will likely find ways to trouble us. Also, the Demon King City can be chaotic. Don't stare or act astonished at what you see. Just pretend not to notice. Got it. Understood. The other three nodded in agreement. Chapter 103, Troubles in the Demon World. Under Sean's guidance, Iolo and his two companions arrived at the capital city from a remote area. Sean did this to prevent the clueless trio from offending anyone on the way. If trouble struck now, it would be disastrous. The capital city was where Jamal, the ruler of the demon world, resided. It was the most prosperous and largest city in the demon world. At the center of this city, within the most luxurious castle, dwelled Jamal. Demons, from an external appearance, looked almost identical to humans, so no one doubted that Sean and the others were human. After paying the fee, Iolo and his three companions entered the capital city. Hey, shouldn't we find a place to eat something? I'm starving, Iolo said with a long face. You're such a glutton. All you think about is eating all day, Sean sighed helplessly. We should avoid unnecessary conflicts and head straight to the heart of the city. I can't go any further, Iolo pouted obstinately. It's rare to come to the demon world. Let's have something to eat before continuing. Sean sighed again. Fine. The four of them entered a decent Lualban restaurant. Sean instructed the others to remain silent while he ordered some dishes. Soon, the food was served. Just as they were about to start eating, a man dressed in fine clothing walked over and knocked the plate in front of Iolo off the table. Iolo reacted quickly, avoiding getting dirty. It's you, Adiel. Sean frowned slightly, Lualban unfriendly at the well-dressed man. Oh, Sean, it's been a while, the man sneered sharply. Humph, your taste is as bad as ever. What do you think you're doing knock Alban over my companion's meal? Sean asked coldly. So what if I did? It's just a friendly greeting. Don't worry, it's only a plate, not worth much money. Adiel laughed exaggeratedly and started to leave, but suddenly felt the temperature drop around him. You dared to knock over my food and break my plate, meaning I have to pay for it. Although Iolo lowered his head, the other three could sense his growing resentment. Iolo was infamous for being tight-fisted. Maalban him pay because of someone else's actions would certainly infuriate him. What, planning to fight? Let me warn you, I'm royalty. Before Adiel finished Spialban, he was hurled away by an immense force, crashing into a tree outside. Onlookers stared curiously at the commotion inside. Heaven forbid, isn't that Adiel? He's the cousin of Lord Jamal. Who has the guts to challenge him? Who knows, but this Adiel is always arrogant. Someone teaching him a lesson might not be a bad thing. As people speculated, a menacing figure emerged slowly from the restaurant, resembling a demon. Malb and the onlookers shiver in fear. Needless to say, it was Iolo. Iolo grabbed Adiel by the collar and said coldly, "Leave the money for this meal, or I'll beat you to cripple." Despite being Jamal's cousin, Adiel was too weak in this power-driven world. He was only at the gold level. For Iolo, who easily overpowered higher levels like meals, Adiel's fate could only be described as miserable. Being a bully who relied on others for authority, Adiel nervously handed over a bag of gold coins to Iolo, who grinned satisfactorily before returning to the restaurant. Sitting back down, the other three, including Sean, stared at Iolo as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Malb and him feel uncomfortable. "Why are you lualbing at me like that? Did I do something wrong?" Sean massaged his forehead and said, "You indeed did something wrong by provo-albing him. So what? He's only at the gold level." Iolo dismissed nonchalantly. "Do you realize why he acts so arrogantly? In the demon world, where survival of the fittest reigns, a gold level means nothing. Gold levels are like ants here where even deities reside. Adiel himself may not be competent, but the forces behind him are significant. It's something we can confront," Sean said with a grave expression. "Listen, the ruler of the demon world is Jamal, and those who have become pseudo-gods and above reside in Jamal's castle. They are known as true demons and are all close aides of Jamal. Second only to these true demons are the powerful families that hold offices in the human world. They are known as the nobility. Although these families don't have any pseudo-god level experts, they do have countless saint-level experts. This Adiel, father, is one of the 5 great demon generals under Jamal, the son of the heaven demon general. He will definitely cause us trouble. Relax, Jamal knows you better, right? He won't blame you for this," Iolo said dismissively. Sean laughed bitterly and said, "Of course, he won't blame me, but that's because heaven demon general will surely lay the blame on you. After all, I still carry some weight with Jamal, and he wouldn't dare to touch me. But what about you? He will certainly demand a duel with you, or even all 3 of you. What does this have to do with us?" Aaron and Mara said in unison. "Because we're companions," Sean explained. "He'll naturally want to get back at you. If my guess is correct, he will petition Jamal to challenge you to a duel during the demon feast." "The demon feast? What's that?" Iolo asked. Sean shot a stern look at Iolo and explained. "The demon feast is a regular gathering hosted by Jamal where powerful individuals from all over the demon world come together. They can do whatever they like during the feast. Even those with unresolved feuds who are constrained by law can settle their scores through duels during the feast, and these are to the death. The victor gets what they desire, while the loser, well, even if they somehow survive, Jamal will order them killed. In the demon world, especially during the demon feast, there is no place for losers." "How harsh," Iolo exclaimed in shock. "You mean he might challenge me during the demon feast?" "That's right. If I'm not mistaken, it's highly likely. Moreover, he will probably send his subordinates to duel Aaron and Mara as well. If we want to return to the human world, we'll likely have to pass the test during the demon feast. Of course, winning would bring many rewards," Sean sighed. "That's why I told you not to cause trouble. Now we're in for it." Chapter 104, The Demon Feast. After a rather subdued meal, Aaron and the other 3 arrived in front of an extremely luxurious castle at the center of the royal city. The entire castle was made of black crystal, with countless precious gems embedded just on the walls, causing Aaron's mouth to water. Sean gave a stern tap on Aaron's head. "Stop gulping. Hurry up and follow me inside. You money eyes." Sean presented a uniquely shaped token to the guard of the castle. "I am Jamal's servant, and they are my friends. Please let us in." The guards inspected the token and returned it to Sean, their faces filled with awe. The heavy door slowly opened, and Sean led the trio inside. Inside the castle, various kinds of people were everywhere. Some were clearly servants of the castle, while others wore expensive clothing, likely the deities under Jamal's command. What astonished Aaron and the others was that each person here had unfathomable power. Yet when they saw Sean, they all looked at him with reverence, giving slight bows. Sean remained expressionless, returning the bow solemnly. Aaron whispered, "These are the true demons you mentioned. Why do they bow to you?" Probably because of Sean's identity. As Jamal's servant, even though he might not be strong, he is undoubtedly someone favored by Jamal. To become Jamal's servant is the highest honor for anyone in the demon realm, Dominique explained. He's absolutely right. In this place, one doesn't have to be powerful to be Jamal's servant, but it's definitely a mark of Jamal's favor. It's the highest honor for everyone here. So wherever you go, if you reveal your identity, people will treat you like this. To outsiders, being Jamal's servant represents his will, Sean added. That means you must have a lot of power, Mara said. Sean shook his head. I've already said, I merely represent Jamal outside. But I myself don't hold any real power. I'm more of a symbol, do you understand? Just like Japan's emperor, who only has symbolic significance without actual authority. So these people respect you purely because you're Jamal's servant, not due to any actual power? Aaron asked, surprised. Yes. Sean nodded and led them to another heavy door, cautioning. Let me make one final point. If Jamal gives you something to drink later, no matter how nauseating it may seem, you must drink it. This is a sign of respect to Jamal. Although curious, the three nodded in agreement. Sean took a deep breath, composed himself, and pushed open the door. The four entered a magnificent hall adorned with exquisite decorations. The most Strialban feature was a large bed hidden behind a black curtain, barely visible under dim lighting. Through the curtain, several silhouettes could be seen along with sounds that would cause blushes to rise. Sean seemed accustomed to it, standing still. Naturally, Aaron and the others did not move either. However, Listening to those sounds made their faces turn red as if they were about to bleed. After about an hour, the embarrassing sounds gradually ceased, and the curtain slowly parted. 3 or 4 handsome young men and women emerged, dressed hastily, seemingly ignoring Sean and the others as they rushed away. A tall, handsome man walked out soon after. It was Jamal. "It's been a long time, my dear Sean." Jamal sat on a nearby sofa, calling for servants and maids, who quickly brought an array of pastries and drinks. "Come here." Jamal beckoned Sean over. Sean sighed, slowly walked over, sat next to Jamal, and said with a teasing smile, "Lord Jamal seems quite unsatisfied." "My, aren't you getting sharper with words?" Jamal teased, lifting Sean's chin. Dominique laughed and whispered to Aaron and Mara beside her. "This is the first time I've seen Sean act like this. He's no different from when I worked at xuanhuan. Why have you brought these 3 little ones here?" Jamal asked, gesturing towards Aaron and the others. "It's all to avoid being hunted down by those Western Dragon Clan reptiles," Sean said lazily. "Even though we've awakened once, our power isn't enough to continuously fight 2 or 3 dragons." "So you mean, you've killed members of the Western Dragon Clan?" Sean nodded. "A holy rank Earth Dragon and a holy rank Light Dragon." "I see. Looks like the creatures created by those guys in the Divine Realm are nothing much after all, for 2 of them to be eliminated by you lot." Jamal lightly clapped his hands, and the butler brought over 5 exquisite wine glasses filled with red liquid. Sean seemed to have expected this. Pick Alban up 1 glass, as did Jamal. "You 3, come try this." Aaron and the others could only comply with Jamal's order, considering he was a deity-level figure. Despite their true identities not being inferior or even superior to this Jamal, that was all past tense. Dinner now was what truly mattered. As they looked at the red liquid in their hands, though suspicious, seeing Sean drink it as if it were a common beverage reassured them. However, when they took the first sip, something felt off. How to describe it? It tasted a bit sweet, salty, and slightly shishing. Aaron and the others immediately knew what was in the cup, feeling instinctively repulsed, but remembering Sean's warning, they forced themselves to finish it. By the time the 3 of them finished the liquid in their cups, their faces had turned somewhat pale. Jamal nodded approvingly. "Well done, butler, let them sit down." The butler next to Jamal nodded, and with a wave of his hand, 3 exquisite chairs floated behind Aaron and the others. The 3 slowly sat down, but their faces still hadn't regained color. "All right, speak up. Why exactly have you come to me?" Jamal asked with a smile. Sean smiled, putting down the wine glass and said, "Of course, it's to return to the human world through this teleportation array." Chapter 105, The Demon Feast Duel. "Although so, there is one issue though," Jamal said with a smile. Sean sighed helplessly. "Did General Phil say something?" "The speed is really fast." Jamal nodded and took out a scroll from the side, filled with reprimands for Iolo and others. But what Sean most feared still happened. General Phil hoped to duel with Iolo and his 3 companions during the Demon Feast. "Really?" Master Jamal agreed to it. Sean raised an eyebrow and asked. "Because it has been terribly boring lately." Jamal stretched lazily and continued. "I reviewed ancient records and discovered your true identities. I was surprised that not only are you all from the Noah clan, but also the rulers of the topmost dimension in this universe, surpassing even me as powerful entities. Your skills must be quite fascinating." Sean frowned slightly and said, "It makes sense that General Phil would want to trouble Iolo and the others. But why does he involve me too? Is his mind broken?" Jamal shrugged. "You can't speak like that. Back then, in the demon realm, General Phil opposed your becoming my servant the most. It's entirely possible he wanted to get rid of you. He calculated that since I admire strong beings, killing you during the Demon Feast wouldn't offend me. This follows the established rules of the Demon Feast duel." Sean turned and looked at Jamal. "So what about you? Would you really let him kill me?" Jamal laughed. "If you could be so easily eliminated, I wouldn't have chosen you in the first place. Though you're gold tier, your destructive power likely matches Saint tier. General Phil is merely Saint tier. You'll be fine. If he dares to kill you." Jamal spoke with a cryptic tone. "I'll make him regret being born into this world." Sean pointed at Iolo and the others. "What about them?" Jamal reclined back on the sofa. "They're not my concern. However, this little fellow Iolo isn't quite ready to face General Phil's men yet, so I can help him advance to gold tier. Would you be so kind?" Sean couldn't help but ask. "Don't worry, I don't want to offend you. What if one day you recover your strength? I wouldn't stand a chance against you." Jamal smiled. "All right, then help Iolo advance," Sean said helplessly. "I've already done it," Jamal said with a grin. "Do you know what you just drank?" Iolo and the others paled, and Jamal continued. "Indeed, it was blood, but I added something to Iolo's." "What did you add?" Sean asked curiously. "Blood spirit grass, used in the demon realm for advancement," Jamal explained. "The blood Iolo just drank contained blood spirit grass, so if Iolo wants to break through, now's the time." Sean nodded. "All right, I'll take them to their rooms first." As he got up to leave, Jamal held him back. Jamal looked at Sean with a pitiful expression. "You rarely come back. Won't you stay and keep me company?" A chill ran down the spines of Sean and the others. "Hey, what do you think I am? I'm not one of your concubines," Sean shouted, blushing red as a monkey's behind. All right, I'm just Joe Alban." Jamal chuckled mischievously. "Outside the door, the second room on the left is prepared for you all." Sean led Iolo and the others to the designated room, which was spacious and fully furnished, including toiletries, but the sleeping arrangement. "Why a cradle, Sean?" Mara asked, her lips twitching. "Don't ask me. I've been using it for over a year in the demon realm." "Stop complaining. Iolo, hurry up and break through," Sean urged. Iolo nodded and sat cross-legged right there. Soon, golden light enveloped him, signaling the start of his advancement. It's strange, haven't we awakened? Why do we need to use this world's methods to advance? Mara said glumly. This is so troublesome. The laws involved here are beyond even our reach. To restore our original power in this world, we must leverage the power learned here. Even after advancing and changing classes, it's a complex process given our current situation, and it's really not very helpful. Sean sighed and said, Look, Iolo has already started to change classes. At this moment, the light around Iolo gradually dissipated. Then, black and gray gases slowly floated in from the window of the room, directly entering Iolo's body. However, the other three were not alarmed because this was part of the process of changing classes. Besides, this was Jamal's castle. Who would dare to be so reckless here except for Jamal? Soon, an unbearable bloody smell emanated from Iolo's body. The three beside him felt as if they were in a graveyard, eerie and terrifying. Slowly, black young spirits began to appear around Iolo, emitting miserable howls that sent chills down one's spine. My God, what exactly did Iolo change into? Why is it so scary? Mara couldn't help but shiver. That's obvious, isn't it? A blood knight, Sean explained. Blood knights can summon undead spirits and skeletons from hell to fight for them. It's rumored that blood knights are a weaker version of undead knights, but that's just speculation. But judging from now, Iolo's new class is undoubtedly a blood knight. This wouldn't happen if he had become a thunder knight. Just as Sean said, when Iolo woke up, he exuded a faint hostile aura, which could effectively intimidate opponents during battle. This was the basic skill of a blood knight. Did you change into a blood knight? Iolo nodded. Because becoming a thunder knight is boring, right? Changing into a blood knight means I can summon some skeletons to scare people when I'm bored. Don't you think so, haha? The three were speechless. Sean's lips twitched as he said, What a wicked taste you have. You actually chose to change into a blood knight for such trivial reasons. If skilled blood knights heard about this, they'd probably pick up their swords and come after you. Chapter 106, Life and Death Duel. Iolo and the three others rested in the room for a few days, awaiting the arrival of Jamal's devil feast. Sean originally thought it was better to avoid trouble, and so planned to sneak to the teleportation array. However, he was caught by Jamal on all three attempts, and ultimately had no choice but to give up. On the day of the devil feast, Sean and Iolo's group adjusted their state and followed Jamal to the backyard of the castle. Sean was already accustomed to this, as he had spent a year in the demon realm and seen such feasts before. However, Iolo and the others clearly found it hard to bear. Though they were gaping with amazement which might have been exaggerated, even their mouths twitched. I can't help but think that the scene before us resembles those young people in American movies getting high and going wild together. Iolo couldn't help but remark. Yeah, I feel the same. This is too. Don't they feel embarrassed? Mara, being a girl, couldn't bear this situation, and at this moment, her face was red as if blood would drip out. Hasn't Sean said? The demon realm is a place that worships desire. In other words, everyone here centers their actions around desire, Lawrence said. Although the current scene is indeed shock-alban, I think we should focus more on the life and death duels we may face next. Those who could attend the devil feast were either true demons or nobles. Everyone, upon seeing Jamal, displayed an attitude of reverence. Among them, a Gervais in black armor looked at Iolo and Sean with hateful eyes. Sean whispered, That man is the Kirk. Jamal raised the glass of wine in his hand and said with a smile, Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the 1003rd devil feast hosted by your Alban. I hope, just like previous feasts, you will indulge in revelry here. Today's feast is somewhat different because in an hour, there will be 4 life and death duels. One side consists of our Kirk and his 3 subordinates, and the other side includes my servant Sean and his 3 human partners. They will bring the climax of the night. My children, please look forward to tonight's show. After Jamal finished Alban, cheers erupted from the crowd, except for the glowering Kirk and the resigned Sean and company. Turning to Sean, Jamal said, You may take a walk and rest nearby to prepare for the upcoming battle. Sean nodded and, along with Iolo and the others, went to a secluded corner of the backyard. Sean, why do I feel like we are being treated like a sideshow? Iolo said displeasedly. It seems they regard our life and death duel as a game. Sean smiled bitterly. It's not seems, it is. Perhaps to us, and the Kirk, this is a matter of life and death, but for the other attendees of the devil feast, it's just an intermission entertainment. The demon race regards life lightly. As long as you're strong, killing anyone wouldn't matter. Here, strength reigns supreme. So, does the demon realm lack laws? The realm we used to live in is much more powerful than this demon realm, yet it still has clear regulations, Lawrence frowned. Each realm has its own situation. In this demon realm, strength is the highest law. Sean replied helplessly. At this point, Finn Alban about other issues is futile Iolo. This time, the Kirk will fight personally, and his duel opponent will most likely be either you or me. Because I have deep enmity with him, and you injured his son, he shouldn't target Mara or Lawrence. You mean, one of us has to deal with this tough nut? Sean nodded. However, Mara and Lawrence, don't be careless either. The general has 3 capable subordinates, his 3 protectors. If my guess is correct, he will let them fight. Don't underestimate the opponents. Also, don't reveal our trump cards easily. We can start with the moves we learned on Noah Continent to gauge their combat styles. That's fine, we still have our weapons, but there's a problem for Lawrence. Iolo said. The contract between the 4 protectors and Lawrence has been severed. Lawrence laughed. That's not a problem. After awakening, I've communicated with them. Although I can't summon them freely as before, for a life and death battle like this, I can still call them. Well, no matter what, this battle can only be won, not lost. And most importantly, unlike previous battles where we could run if we couldn't win, this time we can't even run. We have to be careful, Sean said. At that moment, the Kirk slowly walked up to Sean, gave a slight bow, but his eyes were filled with ridicule. Lord Sean, long time no see. Sean smiled, but did not conceal the cold light in his eyes. With the Kirk worrying about me, how could I possibly be in trouble? I wouldn't dare perish before you, he. In an hour, the Devil Feast duel will begin. Seeing Lord Sean's expression, it seems like you are very confident. I wonder if your three companions share the same confidence, the Kirk said coolly. You don't need to worry about that, General. In battle, life and death are left to fate. However, I can't help but wonder, why does the esteemed leader of the 5 demon generals willingly become a joke for everyone at the Devil Feast? Just because of our insignificant grudge? How could you make such an irrational decision? Sean laughed sarcastically. Or has your blade dulled, afraid of being abandoned by Lord Jamal? So you decided to prove yourself through this duel? The Kirk tried to maintain his calm smile, but the veins on his forehead became visibly exposed, and the wine glass in his hand shattered. Although the noise was considerable, few people paid attention amid the chaos of the Devil Feast. Sean smiled. Oh, General, you're angry. Take care of yourself. You wouldn't want to die from exhaustion before killing me, huh? Sean, don't get too cocky. You're just a human, not even a demon. What qualifications do you have to serve our Albin? The Kirk finally dropped his pretense, revealing a twisted face. Although you have some skills, what does that matter? Do you think your time magic can never be countered? I've already figured out how to counter it. Don't be so arrogant. The Kirk turned and left. But Sean looked at the retreating figure of the Kirk with disdain, saying calmly, looks like the target is clear now. He wants to duel me. Time magic? Countered? What a joke. I'll show this simple-minded brute my god control magic. Iolo and the others quickly adjusted their state to prepare for the upcoming battle. Time passed quickly for those at the Devil Feast, and all the demons were excited. Because the participants of this duel were all prominent figures, Malb and the outcome worth watching. Some had even started betting on who would win. Iolo noticed that around 70 to 80% supported the Kirk to win, which made him sneer. These guys didn't take himself and his companions seriously at all. They would definitely regret it. Chapter 107. The Illusion Master Darels. The duel began amidst the cheers of the crowd. Jamal temporarily transformed a barrier for the arena. This barrier could ensure that the combatants' moves inside would not spread outside, while within it, another space was created, thus the duelists wouldn't be restricted by the size of the venue. Though it might sound mysterious, creating such a space was effortless for Jamal, who was at the level of a creator deity. So who will go first? Sean said. Emilio must have arranged it. Besides me, each of you 3 corresponds to one of his 3 subordinates. Whoever goes first doesn't matter. Since that's the case, let me take the lead, Dominique said with a laugh as she stepped forward, holding the Lan Ting Chui Yu fan. It should be fine. Don't worry. We're all heading back to the human world to continue our adventure together. No one can die here. Dominique stepped forward and said, I am Dominique. Emilio, who are you sending to instruct me? Emilio coldly replied, just a gold rank, yet so cocky. Daryl, this is yours. A tall man with 3 sword scars on his left cheek walked out. He looked only in his early 20s and held a bloodlit crescent blade, saying, General, just a gold rank, not worth mentioning. Daryl walked to the barrier and said, I am one of Emilio's 3 major guards. Daryl, let's meet. Indeed, Demon Sky has sent holy rank guards against you. Sean coldly said, holy rank against gold rank, how low Demon Sky can stoop. Dominique raised an eyebrow, easily sensing Daryl's realm. But so what? As a gold rank entity, Dominique had fought many holy ranks before. Why should she fear him now? She smiled faintly, her eyes revealing a chill, and said, Daryl, Then please, I want to finish quickly. Finish? Do you think you can leave? Daryl laughed coldly. Dominique unfolded the Lan Ting Chui Yu fan, covering her mouth as she laughed. Don't talk too confidently, Mr. Daryl. Be careful not to capsize in a stormless gulf. After laughing loudly, Dominique entered the barrier first. Daryl snorted and followed suit. Only upon entering the barrier did they feel its uniqueness. To those inside, it was actually an alternate dimension, similar to the arenas they previously encountered. I am a demonic realm swordsman. What's your occupation? Daryl asked coldly. If you're a support role, I can't give it my all, or else people might say I'm bullying someone weaker. Dominique laughed. Bullying someone weaker? That's okay. I'm a dancer, but not an ordinary one. Underestimating me will come at a price. A dancer? Daryl frowned, then laughed heartily. So, a human world dancer. This battle seems straightforward. Let's end this quickly. With that, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes, leaving a shadow as he instantly appeared before Dominique, aiming the crescent blade at her head. Dominique didn't panic, just smiling without dodging. However, experienced fighter that he was, Daryl instinctively sensed danger, and the crescent blade instinctively covered his chest. Almost simultaneously, the clanging of weapons echoed, and a woman wielding a dagger revealed herself, none other than Xingzhua, one of the 4 protectors. Who are you? This is my duel with Dominique. Step down immediately, Daryl warned, feeling something off. The barrier was created by Jamal, the creator deity and lord of the demon realm. How could anyone enter or exit freely? Seeing Daryl's expression, Dominique laughed. Seems like Mr. Daryl has realized. Correct, she isn't an outsider but is bound by a contract to protect me. In other words, she's summoned by me. Summoned? You mean a contract with others? Daryl frowned. Dominique waved her fan. No. She isn't human but a deity, a guardian deity of mine. Go ahead, Xingzhua, show him the power of the assassin god. Understood. Xingzhua disappeared with a cold smile. Daryl kept watch warily, knowing the hardest thing about assassins was their ability to hide beside you unnoticed. Xuanhuan, when you least expect it, did not immediately launch an attack, but first concealed her figure. Humph, what if I do become invisible? If I just kill your master, you will be forcibly recalled and won't be able to continue fighting. Dennis sneered as he swung his crescent blade, which drew a blood-red light, aimed straight at Dominique's vital point. Yet Dominique did not dodge, and in the next moment, the blood-red light was deflected. Dennis narrowed his eyes and saw two unremarkable ribbons. The ribbons moved like serpents, encircling Dominique's body, blocking his strike. This can't be, Dennis exclaimed in surprise, suddenly sensing a cold gleam rushing toward his heart. His expression changed abruptly. He nearly forgot that Xingzhua was still on the field. Seizing the moment Dennis attacked Dominique, Xingzhua launched her attack quickly. As Dennis waved his crescent blade while retreating, his left arm still got slashed open, and blood instantly flowed down. Xingzhua reappeared beside Dominique. I didn't expect your weapon could actually defend against my attack. Impossible. You're only a gold rank. How could you possibly block a holy rank attack? Dennis clearly couldn't believe what he saw. Dominique smiled. If treasures are precious enough, block Alban attacks from higher ranks isn't impossible. These two ribbons were gifts from my guardian deity. Though limited by my realm, they can't unleash their full power. Even 1/10 of it is more than enough to handle you. Besides, you seem to have forgotten something. One thing. Dennis frowned. Humph, Xingzhua is the assassin god. Her daggers must be poisoned. Although now the poison on her dagger can only release a 10,000th of its potency. It's enough to deal with you, Dominique said with a cold smile. Dennis's expression turned grim. Lualban at his wound. Somehow, his arm had turned black. Then right in front of Dominique, Dennis staggered, coughing up a mouthful of blood before collapsing on the ground. Dominique waved her fan and laughed. I told you, underestimating me comes with a price. Xingzhua, let's go check if he's really dead. Xingzhua nodded, approaching Dennis with Dominique. Just as Dominique was about to squat down, the seemingly unconscious Dennis unexpectedly reached out with his right hand, holding the crescent blade to launch an attack. Chapter 108, The Deadly Trap. Even Willie's complexion changed drastically at this moment. Despite his intention to dodge, he couldn't manage to do so. However, Bianca quickly pushed him aside and also swiftly retreated as soon as he had pushed Willie away. Although it was challenging to complete such actions in an instant, it was not difficult for Bianca, the god of assassins. Seeing his first strike fail, Dennis did not hastily launch another attack. At that moment, Willie and Bianca were on either side of him. No matter which one he turned to attack, the other could strike from behind. Thus, Dennis did not pursue, but took a few steps back instead. Willie and Bianca quickly converged, with Willie saying with a cold laugh, "It seems I was too careless. This poison is ineffective against you. Yes, you're at the saint stage, and you're a demon. How could you be so easily defeated? Humph, don't think that having an assassin as an ally can take my head. I underestimated you just now, but you won't have such a chance again," Dennis said coldly, waving his hand. The crescent blade floated in midair, emitting even more bloodthirsty aura. Indeed, one person alone can't defeat you. But, Mr. Dennis, who told you I only have one guardian? Willie taunted. What are you tell Alban about? Dennis suddenly felt uneasy. Just let you see my 4 guardians. Come out, Alla of the East, Cassie of the South, and Bryson of the North. As Willie spoke, 3 more people appeared beside him, the other 3 guardians. Add Bianca of the West, and these are my 4 guardians. Now who do you think has a better chance of winning? Just now, I underestimated you. You won't have this opportunity again, Willie sneered. Familiar words because Dennis had just said the same to Willie moments ago. Though Dennis's expression was unpleasant, he showed no fear and coldly replied, "Even if you gain 3 more allies, so what? Once your head falls, they will vanish." Willie blinked and smiled. True, but do you know who I am? I said it before, I'm a dancer. You should understand the way dancers fight. With a smile, Willie began to perform the divine dance he hadn't danced for a long time. Compared to boosting our allies, dancers excel at imposing debuffs on opponents. Dennis didn't waste any more words. He now understood that Willie was not someone to be judged by ordinary standards, so he must kill him as quickly as possible to prevent any changes. The floating crescent blade emitted a low whistle, then split into 4 pieces, Alban at the 4 guardians simultaneously. Humph, seems like I was underestimated, Alla said coldly. Block Alban the approaching crescent blade with his sword, sparks flying as the blade shattered into 2 halves. Cassie swung her feather fan, engulfing the crescent blade in divine flames, which visibly melted it. Bryson wielded his staff, Alban the incoming crescent blade with a golden light beam, shattering it instantly. Bianca faced the crescent blade without fear, black shadows flashing from her dagger, destroying the blade, targeting her instantly. Child's play, are you done already? Willie mocked. Dennis revealed a strange smile and calmly said, "Is that really the case?" Willie paused, hearing the whistling sound nearby, and immediately covered his body with ribbons. Still, a blade managed to cut into his back, splashing blood. The crescent blade, now drenched in blood, released even denser malevolent energy as it returned to Dennis. Willie. Bryson hurried to Willie's side, healing him with a yellow light orb, gradually closing his wound. Dennis frowned. So, your 4 guardians each have their own abilities. Willie laughed coldly. You underestimated me. The crescent blade you used against the 4 guardians was fake, a mere illusion, easily shattered. The real crescent blade attacked me from behind. You calculated that even with my ribbons protecting me, I wouldn't have enough time to defend. So, I would inevitably be struck, right? Dennis also laughed coldly. Unfortunately, my wish wasn't fulfilled. Indeed, I could create illusions of the crescent blade, indistinguishable from the real one. Although I didn't hit any vital spots, how many times can you withstand such attacks with your stamina? As Dennis said, even though Bryson could quickly heal Willie's injuries after Talbin a hit, Willie felt a bit exhausted. This couldn't be poisoned because Bryson's healing spell didn't just treat external wounds, but this feeling of fatigue. Willie looked at Dennis coldly and said, "Could it be that your true ability is to make the opponent's physical sensation decrease each time they are attacked?" Dennis laughed, laughing madly. "Isn't it too late to realize this now? Even with the 4 guardians protecting you, in your current state, you can't win me. Need me to prove it to you?" Dennis's body flashed, and then 5 identical Dennis appeared in front of Willie. "This is..." Willie frowned, trying to find the real Dennis through his perception ability, but he found all 5 of them were real, meaning this was not an illusion. But how was this possible? No one could split themselves into 5 people. Even a god couldn't do it. If he couldn't determine the real opponent through perception, it would be truly dangerous. Willie's ribbons surrounded him as he finally began the divine dance. "Gods, please accept my dance praising the deities." Crystal sleeping butterfly. Beautiful crystal butterflies appeared around Willie, swarming towards the 5 Dennis, entangling them, and Malb and their bodies start to feel fatigued. "Now attack," Willie shouted. The 4 guardians immediately rushed forward, slashing the Dennis entangled by the crystal sleeping butterflies. However, right at that moment, a triumphant laugh came from behind Willie. "You fell for it, little guy." Dennis's crescent blade slashed fiercely at Willie's head, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Chapter 109, Illusion. Dennis revealed a smug smile, but in the next moment, his smile froze on his face. The corpse of Willie, which should have been decapitated, disintegrated into a swarm of pale purple light butterflies that fluttered into the sky and slowly vanished. Then, from behind Dennis, came Willie's self-satisfied laughter. Dennis turned around to see Willie standing there unscathed. "You? I thought I had killed you." Willie sneered. "If I were so easy to kill, it would be quite a problem. How should I put this? If your ability were different, the outcome would indeed be uncertain. But unfortunately, your specialty is illusion. In front of me, your illusions are nothing more than an amateurish display. From the start, I knew your moonblade and the illusory figures were all fake. My act was merely to gauge your strength. Let me also tell you that I cast an illusion at the very beginning when you tried to sneak attack me with your moonblade from behind. So from start to finish, I never got injured. What about your 4 guardians? They were indeed real, but we agreed on this strategy from the outset, so they acted along with me to put on this performance for you." Willie said coldly. "The match is already decided." "Decided?" Dennis retorted. "Isn't it premature to say that? No one has died yet. How can this duel be over?" "Of course, I know that," Willie replied. "But I will now fight you with my true abilities. Thank you for your effort, for guardians. You must be tired, go back now." "Be careful, Willie," the 4 guardians warned before vanishing from their spot. Willie looked at Dennis with a sardonic smile and waved the Lanshan CU fan, blue court green feather fan, in her hand. "This battle has taken too long. It's time to end this quickly." A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes as she gently fanned, causing a horde of blood-red butterflies to swirl around her. Dennis's face darkened. His instincts told him these red butterflies were extremely dangerous, and he must not let them come close. Damn it, he didn't expect this young man to be so troublesome. "Go, blood butterflies." Willie pointed lightly, and all the blood butterflies surged toward Dennis as if receiving an order. Damn dot. Dennis's moonblade emitted a blinding red light, followed by a massive crescent blade that slashed fiercely at the approaching butterflies. However, what happened next made Dennis's expression change abruptly. These blood butterflies were far more resilient than expected. Although the light blade wasn't entirely ineffective, its impact was pitifully weak, only managing to knock some butterflies away, which soon returned. Now, Dennis was genuinely alarmed. The malevolence emanating from these butterflies filled him with dread. Dennis clenched his teeth and quickly retreated while forming seals with his hands. Complex runes appeared before Dennis and then merged into his body. Subsequently, Dennis began to undergo a transformation. His upper body clothes tore apart due to his expanding size, and his eyes reflected madness. This gave Willie a sense of unease. However, she remained calm. As one of the 3 greatest masters in the elf plane, she had weathered countless storms. What was happening now was nothing compared to what she had faced before. Willie extended her hand and flicked it forward, accelerating the blood butterflies which encircled Dennis. Each butterfly shot a blood-red beam from its mouth. One shouldn't underestimate these beams. Even the Saint-rank dragon Delbert suffered significant damage from this move. Dennis's body was soon covered by these red beams. Willie could feel Dennis's energy being absorbed by the blood butterflies through these beams, yet Dennis showed no signs of collapsing. Willie frowned. It seemed that the technique Dennis just used did have some effect. Even with so many blood butterflies, she was confident she could drain even a Saint-rank warrior dry. But at this moment, Dennis's body resembled an endless void, absorbing whatever energy she threw at him without showing any weakness. At this point, Dennis was nearly devoid of rationality. He roared, "Shalban off the surrounding blood butterflies." Willie waved her hand, retracting the butterflies back into her body. She knew it was time to give it everything. Talbin a deep breath. Suddenly, spiritual energy burst out from Dennis's body. Around him, one green light pillar after another appeared, surrounding Dennis in the middle. The deranged Dennis held the moon blade and tried to break through these light pillars, but was injured by them. Dozens of green light pillars converged into a conical shape. Then at the internal apex, a several-meter-thick green light pillar fell, enveloped in green leaves, fiercely strealbing Dennis's body. "Oomph! Being hit by my wood spirit holy light. You won't be getting up again," Willie said coldly, Llewellyn at the smoke-covered Dennis. However, in the next moment, his smirk froze on his face. Despite being heavily injured, Dennis showed no sign of pain or fear and stood up again, fiercely rushing towards Willie. Willie was taken aback by Dennis's actions and only came to his senses when the moon blade nearly attacked him. With a slight turn of his body, Willie instantly disintegrated into countless green light butterflies that flew behind Dennis and reformed. That was close. Willie thought about what just happened. If he hadn't swiftly used the butterfly transformation technique to turn his body into tens of thousands of butterflies to dodge the attack, he would have likely been defeated. Damn, it seems I need to use my ultimate move to deal with this berserk, fearless fellow. Willie flicked his fan 5 times in quick succession. Each flick added a large cluster of energy butterflies around him, each of different colors: gold, green, blue, red, and gray. Since wood spirit holy light couldn't stop you, how about this move? Dance of 10,000 butterflies. Willie waved his hand, and all the butterflies swarmed forward, engulfing Dennis in an overwhelming cloud. Shortly afterward, screams of agony came from inside the swarm. When the energy butterflies dissipated, all spectators gasped in shock. Dennis was reduced to nothing but a pile of bones, with no flesh left. The energy butterflies did not disappear, but turned solid. Willie walked up to the pile of bones and said with a smile, "Your flesh and energy have allowed me to revive my deceased 5 spirit butterflies. You can now rest in peace." He tapped Dennis's skull lightly, and the bones crumbled to pieces on the ground. Chapter 110. The Indestructible Body of Tracy. Obviously, the fact that a golden-level fighter had defeated a Saint-rank combatant caused everyone present to widen their eyes. Although such events were not unheard of, it was rare for someone to challenge a higher rank, given the clear gap in realms. Moreover, Demon World's Saint-rank powerhouses were generally stronger than those in the human world, and Willie was merely a human at the golden level. Defeating a Saint-rank demon was simply astonishing. Yet, regardless, Willie had won, and Dennis had turned into a pile of bones. General Phil certainly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. To him, even if Sean's 3 companions were strong, how much could they really achieve? But one of his 3 guards, Dennis, had actually been killed. This made General Phil feel that this duel might have been somewhat rash. However, there was no turning back now. "Well then, I'll take on the second match," Mara said with a smile, retrieving her long-in-use giant fan from her storage ring as she slowly approached the barrier. "Who will be my opponent?" "General, let me deal with this little girl." A long-haired girl dressed in something resembling school uniform spoke coldly. "I want to see what this brat can do." General Phil nodded. "Be careful, Tracy. They don't seem like ordinary opponents." Tracy smiled and drew her Tang Dao, while Albin straight up to Mara and saying coldly, "My name is Tracy. I'm your opponent." Mara smiled back. Mara, after Albin, she entered the barrier on her own, followed by Tracy. But just as Tracy stepped in, a hurricane swept toward her face. She raised her Tang Dao in defense, but was still caught up in the gale. What surprised Tracy most was that the hurricane contained wind blades sharper than any blade, instantly leaving dozens of bleeding cuts on her body. After the hurricane subsided, Tracy looked at Mara coldly. "You sure know how to seize opportunities, attack Albin right when I entered the barrier." Mara laughed. "I didn't want to waste words with you." Wrath of Wind God, Great Scythe Weasel. Waving her fan, an even more massive hurricane formed in the space. Tracy could only continue defending. Launching a surprise attack was impossible in this situation. However, Mara showed a strange smile, and under Tracy's amazed gaze, she began to move effortlessly within the hurricane. "How is this possible? How did she manage it?" Tracy cried out in shock. In theory, once this hurricane was unleashed, it shouldn't have been controllable by Mara. Anyone entering would be sliced by hidden wind blades, and already, Tracy's body bore numerous wounds. Yet here, Mara ran into the hurricane without hesitation. Gingerculously, the hurricane didn't harm her. Mara ran up to Tracy, opened her fan, and said, "Let's end this swiftly." Wrath of Wind God, Dance of Wind Blades. Dozens of wind blades about a meter long struck Tracy directly, enveloping her in an explosion. Mara immediately retreated. "Haha, your force and timing are quite impressive, but alas, in front of me, these are child's play," came a mock Albin voice. Mara saw Tracy emerge from the smoke, causing her face to change drastically. Because at this moment, Tracy's body bore not a single wound, as if the previous injuries had been an illusion. "While I'm curious why you weren't harmed by the hurricane, let's get this over with." Mara sneered. Wrath of Wind God, multiple Great Scythe Weasels. An even more fierce and terrifying hurricane covered the entire space created by Jamal, offering no place to hide. Though Tracy stood there, defending, her defenses were overwhelmed by Mara's all-encompassing attack, quickly turning her body red with blood again. The hurricane lasted 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. Despite this, Tracy remained standing, and her injuries began to heal on their own. Mara sneered. "So that's it. Not avoiding attacks, not illusions, your body can regenerate." Tracy raised her Tang Dao and said with a smile, "Exactly, so there's no need for me to dodge. Even if my body is sliced into pieces, I can still heal. My body has the ability to recover from wounds, even from poison. You've attacked so many times just now. Now, it's my turn, isn't it?" Mara was on alert, holding her unfolded fan in front of her. Tracy sneered coldly and vanished from where she stood in an instant. Mara's pupils constricted. Without another word, she raised her fan and closed it to shield her head. Almost simultaneously, Tracy's Tang Dao struck the fan handle, Sparalban. Ho, not bad reflexes. Tracy sneered as she retreated from Mara. But you've reached your limit. Let me clarify, I'm much stronger than Dennis. Dark Night Stream Moon Killer. Tracy swung her Tang Dao twice, forming two black crescent blades that crossed each other into an X shape, then lunged straight at Mara. Humph, mere sword aura, do you think I'd be afraid? Mara sneered and vigorously waved her fan, unleashing a strong wind that directly countered the incoming sword aura, halting its progress. But Tracy let out a cold laugh, saying, "You've fallen for it." Mara paused, only to realize that two more sword auras were attack Alban from both sides, and one from behind. She was in a deadly situation, block Alban from the front while being attacked from all other directions. Yet Mara smiled slightly. Who's fallen for it? Tracy froze, then was shocked to find that the Mara before her had vanished. It was a decoy. Where was the real Mara? Suddenly, Tracy sensed danger from above. Blew Alban up. She saw Mara using her folded fan like a cudgel to smash down on her head, stree Alban successfully. After landing the hit, Mara immediately pulled back. After a moment, Tracy slowly rose to her feet, the injury on her head already healed. She sneered and said, "I didn't expect you to use a decoy from the beginning while you were attack Alban within the barrier, waiting for the right moment. But, with my indestructible body, have you won? No matter how severe the injuries, I can recover instantly." Mara smiled and replied, "If that's the case, wouldn't you be invincible? No technique in the world is unbeatable. It's just that I haven't found your weakness yet." Chapter 111. The Yin-Yang techniques show their Dennisware. Even so, how can you defeat me if you can't find the flaw in this move? Tracy sneered. Your attacks have had no effect whatsoever. You must be a fist king, very rare indeed, a style that blends magic and internal energy. But the drain on your internal energy must be considerable. Haven't you already used up most of your moves? Mara smiled. Don't speak too soon. How do you know I can't hold out? After saying this, she put her fan away into her storage ring, her aura visibly changing. It seems I might have underestimated you if I didn't use my true abilities. Oh, and by the way, being a fist king isn't my real profession. What? Tracy frowned deeply, sensing something ominous. Chuckle, my true profession. Around Mara, many exquisite grains of sand appeared, slowly circling her. Is that of a Yin-Yang master? What? A Yin-Yang master? Those who disappeared from Noah continent long ago. Tracy coldly said. But so what? Even if you are a Yin-Yang master, do you think you can win against me? Tracy raised the Tang Dao in his hand. Dark Night Stream, Daryl Wright. A black energy sphere slowly appeared at the tip of Tracy's blade, small but continuously growing, and Mara sensed a terrifying power within it. I won't stand idly by while you launch your attack. Mara waved her hand, transforming the glass sand into sharp spikes that rapidly pierced toward Tracy. However, Tracy did not dodge because there was no need. Her body could instantly heal any wounds, making her impervious to even the strongest attacks. Therefore, although the sand spikes pierced through Tracy, the energy sphere on the tip of her blade kept expanding. Mara's expression turned grim. She had forgotten that Tracy was invulnerable to any attacks. With no other choice, Mara focused on defense. The glass sand around her quickly gathered, forming a cocoon-like shape that enveloped her. The black energy sphere eventually grew to the size of a basin before Tracy thrust forward with her Tang Dao, sending the sphere with terrifying force straight at Mara. Mara poured all her spiritual energy into the glass sand, reinforcing its defenses. In an instant, she felt a violent impact, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But ultimately, the glass sand held firm, meaning Tracy's black energy sphere hadn't truly harmed her. Still, the intense vibrations caused Mara significant injury. The protective layer formed by the glass sand slowly fell away, revealing Mara staring coldly at Tracy. Honestly, Spialban, Tracy's techniques weren't particularly remarkable except for her ability to heal injuries instantly. This healing capability was indeed troublesome. Regardless of the attack, Tracy's body would quickly recover, giving Mara quite a headache. Damn it, you've really angered me. I'll make you regret it. Mara fiercely said, waving both hands as the glass sand surged like a tidal wave over Tracy. Humph, since I can't kill you physically, I'll bury you alive. Sand burial die. The glass sand swiftly engulfed Tracy, causing a tremor. However, Mara remained vigilant, sensing through the sand that Tracy wasn't dead yet. Though her healing speed slowed down, she was still recovering. Damn, this woman is too stubborn. Mara gritted her teeth, withdrawing the glass sand. Using this technique consumed a great deal of spiritual energy, and continuing like this wouldn't help. It would be better to retract the sand and rethink her strategy. As the glass sand returned, Tracy revealed a mock-Alban smile. Despite her injuries not fully healed, they were nearly back to normal. How does it feel, little girl? Facing my rapidly healing constitution, you have no chance of winning. Tracy laughed arrogantly, raising her Tang Dao again, preparing another move. But Mara wouldn't let her have her way. Humph, sand rain. Immediately after Spialban, a cloud composed of glass sand formed above Tracy, raining down beautiful glass sand that adhered to her body. Tracy tried to remove the sand, but couldn't. Soon, her body was completely covered by the glass sand. Flowing sand send-off, Mara slapped the ground, and a whirlpool appeared beneath Tracy's feet, just like quicksand, causing Tracy's body to begin Synopsis slowly. Even so, Mara was not done yet. She clasped her hands together, revealing a fierce expression in her eyes. Sand coffin. Daryl. As soon as she spoke, the sand coffin covering Tracy seemed to be compressed by an external force, constantly caving inwards. Naturally, Tracy, who was bound by the sand, had to endure this pressure. Then, in everyone's astonished gaze, several streams of blood spewed from within the sand coffin before it slowly sank into the quicksand. After deploying 3 ultimate techniques consecutively, Mara couldn't help but feel a little tired and breathed a sigh of relief. If the opponent wasn't dead under such circumstances, that would truly defy reason. However, soon, Mara felt the ground shake beneath her feet. Her expression changed. Mara quickly stood up, and right before her, a figure broke through the earth. Unsurprisingly, it was Tracy, albeit now in a wretched state, with tattered clothes and still bleeding from many wounds, indicating her injuries were not fully healed. A savage look spread across Tracy's face. Breathing heavily, she said in a slightly mad tone, "Little girl, you're really something. Your sand coffin just crushed my bones and internal organs. If it were anyone else, they would have been mashed into pulp by your technique. But I told you, my body can heal. No matter how severe the injury is, it will recover." Mara sighed helplessly. "You are indeed a terrifying woman, not even dying after all this. Let's see if you can withstand my next move in this condition." The glass sand around Mara grew more and more, eventually spreading throughout the entire space. "My ultimate technique with glass sand, crystal hell." Coldness flashed in Mara's eyes as she clapped her hands on the ground again, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Soon, thick sand spikes pierced upwards from the ground, each covered with arm-thick secondary spikes. They rapidly extended across the entire space at an unimaginable speed. In the sky, beautiful glass sand continuously rained down. Yet, the glass sand was both beautiful and terrifying, just like the blood butterflies of a dragonfly. Upon contact with Tracy, the glass sand exploded instantly. Although the explosion of a single grain was minimal, it must be noted that the glass sand was flying everywhere, leading to constant explosions. Meanwhile, the sand spikes below had already pierced through Tracy's body. Under such an attack, Mara was certain that the other party should be dead without a doubt. Chapter 112, The Secret of Tracy. Mara felt herself about to lose her mind. Although the current situation was not suitable for such behavior, when she saw her enemy Tracy stand up again, Mara had an impulse to rush forward, grab her by the collar, and ask, "Why aren't you dead yet? You're truly astonishingly tough beyond imagination." Mara couldn't help but say, "After all these hits, you can still get up." Tracy sneered. "That's why I told you, little girl, you can't win me. Now it's my turn." Tracy left a trail of afterimages as she disappeared from where she stood, and Mara immediately constructed shields around her to block Tracy's attacks. However, what surprised Mara was that while Lioli Shah's defenses were top-notch, for some reason, the parts of the Lioli Shah that Tracy attacked always seemed to weaken obviously. Just as Mara was distracted, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her arm. Lualban down, she saw Tracy had slashed through it. She had caught her off guard at that exact moment. Moreover, Mara felt an indescribable pain at the wound site, as if something highly acidic was corroding her body. "Do you mean everything your blade touches gets corroded?" Mara asked. "Right. My Dark Knight Stream technique is designed to corrode the opponent, and so is my blade itself. Your wound won't cause your arm to corrode entirely, but it won't be easy to heal either," Tracy said smugly. Mara sighed helplessly. "From the start of this battle until now, we've wasted too much time. I thought using Lioli Shah would settle you, but it seems not. But after so many experiments, I finally understand the secret of your body." "What do you mean?" "Your body indeed can heal itself automatically, but this only applies to certain types of wounds. If I'm not mistaken, you can only heal physical damage and cannot defend against magical attacks, right?" Mara said with a smile. Tracy's face turned grim. "How did you find out?" Mara shrugged and said, "The technique I used just now, Flowing Sand Funeral, doesn't deliver physical attacks, but rather pierces the energy inside the Lioli Shah into the opponent's body to cause internal harm. In other words, it's a magical attack. And why did I use the sand coffin? Because it's a physical attack technique. So, I experimented to see which type of attack your body can withstand. I found out that the injuries caused by sand coffin healed quickly, but those from flowing sand hell probably haven't, as they belong to magical attacks. You started deducing my abilities back then." "Exactly. Now I have more than enough confidence to kill you," Mara said with a smile. "Lioli Shah mostly delivers physical attacks, thus the damage it causes you is limited. And techniques like flowing sand hell can't be cast multiple times consecutively. But don't forget one thing, I'm an Onmyoji." Tracy's face turned pale, and Mara smiled. "It seems you figured it out too. Onmyoji excel at Onmyoto techniques, which are essentially magical attacks, not physical ones. Besides, I've already taken action. What are you tell Alban about?" Tracy's face changed dramatically as she suddenly felt intense pain in her body, and with a sweet sensation in her throat, she spat out a mouthful of black blood. "Do you think the wound on my arm was really an accidental hit? Ever since you attacked the Lioli Shah, I guessed the secret of your blade. I deliberately let you hit my arm, so I could cast the Yin Yang spell, which is powerful but has a fatal flaw. It requires physical contact and takes time to activate, so it can only be used in ambush." "You mean earlier?" "Yes, I intentionally exposed a weakness to let you attack my arm. This way, I could cast the spell on you undetected. This spell is called Six Terrors Soul Snatching Curse. It should activate about now. Once activated, you'll be unable to move or use any energy like aura or magic, meaning you're sitting here waiting to die." Tracy was both shocked and angry. never expecting Mara to have such deep calculations. But at this moment, just as Mara had said, she indeed could not move at all. Well, this battle should come to an end now. Mara's hands began to spin, drawing a taiji pattern, but the pattern was red. This move was very familiar because it was the same technique Mara used during her awakening battle against Marjorie, the Yin-Yang seal. However, the Yin-Yang seal that Mara used now was much more powerful than the one Marjorie had released. Everyone only felt constant flashes of red light around Tracy. This light lasted for about a minute before gradually disappearing. At this point, Tracy was already kneeling motionlessly on the ground. Mara smiled, walked forward, and gave her a gentle push. Tracy's body immediately turned into ashes. Finally dead. Mara smiled and left the barrier. Llewellyn at the extremely troubled Skylar. Mara smiled and said, "Skylar, you might as well calm down. Excessive anger is harmful to your health, huh?" The second match was also won by Sean's side, Jamal said. The Skylar hurriedly knelt and said, "My Alban, your servant is present." Skylar. Jamal lazily put down his wine glass and said indifferently, "You've always boasted about how incredible your 3 major guards are. Now, isn't it a bit of exaggeration? A holy rank existence actually lost to a human realm gold level, and what's more, to a child. As the head of the 5 demon generals, how can you deceive me so easily?" The Skylar's face changed dramatically. "My Alban, your servant dares not lie to you. My guards were indeed outstanding. It was merely carelessness that led to their defeat." "Is that so?" Jamal picked up his wine glass again. "To be frank, as a demon, it angers me that your subordinates lost to humans. If you lose in the next 2 matches including yours, not only will you, but everyone associated with you, will." Jamal let go of the wine glass, which shattered directly onto the ground. The Skylar turned pale, repeatedly saying he dared not. Jamal waved his hand impatiently and said, "All right, continue the competition." Chapter 113, Broderick. And the third match was undoubtedly Dorian's. Sean and his companions were well aware of Dorian's abilities. He could be considered the strongest in the team. Don't forget, he could fight against Saint-level opponents with silver-grade strength. Now that Dorian has advanced to the gold level, his power is even more evident. Although he hasn't reached the level of a pseudo-god, facing a Saint-level opponent poses little difficulty for him. The remaining last guard of the Skylar would naturally be his opponent. The appearance of this guard was quite astonishing. He looked exactly like an old man and was constantly coughing, appearing as if his days were numbered. Yet, such a person turned out to be one of the 3 great guards of the Skylar. "Humph, just as I suspected, he indeed sent Broderick to deal with Dorian," Sean said coldly. "Do you know this person, Sean?" Linda asked. Sean nodded and replied, "I don't know much about the other 2 subordinates of the Skylar, but I have met Broderick many times. Among the 3 great guards, his strength is undoubtedly the strongest, and he possesses a terrifying ability." "Really? But he looks like a sick old man," Mara said with a slight frown. Sean sighed and said, "Don't judge a book by its cover. Broderick can absorb part of an opponent's aura and then gather these auras to transform into someone identical to them, complete with their original abilities." "I don't quite understand," Linda and Mara said simultaneously. "Let me put it this way. If I were Broderick, and I absorbed some of Linda's aura, I could create a puppet identical to her, with the same abilities and realm, even if she were dead. Do you understand now?" Sean explained. "What that means?" Sean sighed and said, "Exactly. Given that Broderick has worked with Aline and Candace for many years, he must have already mastered their auras. So during the battle with Dorian, he will certainly create Candace and Aline at the same level of strength. Candace's primary ability is resistance to physical attacks and corrosive effects. Aline can produce illusions to confuse the opponent. While Dorian would likely win against just Broderick, if he summons Candace and Aline, it will be a tough battle. Despite advancing to the gold level, confronting 3 Saint-level experts at once is still challenging. How annoying. How can someone have such an ability?" Sean looked helpless. "That's why I say we shouldn't underestimate the demon world. Their knowledge far surpasses what is achievable in the human world. Moreover, Broderick has another very terrifying ability." "What is it?" "I've never seen it myself, but it's said that he can turn attacks into nothingness." Sean frowned and continued, "Meaning he can effortlessly nullify an opponent's moves. This is only a rumor since I've never seen Broderick use it, but I believe he is far more terrifying than Candace and Aline combined." "It's fine, Sean." Dorian patted Sean on the shoulder and said, "Who am I, Dorian, to be easily defeated? Don't worry." As he spoke, he took out his 7-star dragon sword. "Dorian, you." Hearing your words, Sean, "I think I must go all out from the start and not waste time probing. If Broderick's ability is truly that terrifying, I need to end this quickly." With that, Dorian stepped into the barrier first. Broderick moved slowly, coughing after every few steps, entering the barrier as if he were indeed terminally ill. "Let's begin, young man, cough, cough." Broderick extended his withered arm and lightly pointed forward. 2 gray mists appeared before him, gradually forming into the shapes of Candace and Aline. "Looks like Sean was right," Dorian said coldly. "Since that's the case, I'll start by incapacitating you." Moonless Stream, Night Fork Flash. The enhanced gold-level Night Fork Flash of Dorian was much more powerful than before. The number and sharpness of the sword flashes were incomparable to those at the silver level. Hundreds of sword flashes split into 3 paths, attack Alban, Broderick, Candace, and Aline respectively. To Dorian's surprise, apart from Aline, Candace and Broderick did not move. He could understand Candace's inaction since she was immune to physical attacks, but why didn't Broderick dodge? Before Dorian could figure it out, he sensed an attack from behind. Without turning his head, Dorian lunged forward 2 steps, and before him, Aline had already vanished. It was an illusion. Indeed, Eileen's ability was to release illusions to confuse opponents while hiding in the dark waiting for the right moment to attack. The one who tried to ambush him from behind was none other than Eileen. Frowning, Dorian summoned a thread of black flame from his 7-star dragon sword. Moonless Stream, Garuda Flame. The black flames formed a vortex, directly xuanhuan at Eileen. Dorian was sure that this time Eileen was real because from Eileen's battle with Linda earlier, Dorian discovered that Eileen's illusions had time limitations for both duration and casting. For Eileen to cause damage by ambushing, it needed its true self as illusions could not inflict harm, a weakness in Eileen's ability. In that instant, Dorian unleashed his ultimate move. There was no way Eileen could escape. If Eileen attempted to cast an illusion, it would need preparation time, even though very brief, enough for Dorian. Therefore, the black flames instantly engulfed Eileen completely. Amazing, just as expected from Dorian, to take down Eileen in one move. Linda couldn't help but admire. Sean smiled and said, no matter what kind of battle or opponent, Dorian observes carefully. From Eileen's previous battle with you, Dorian deduced the weaknesses and casting times of Eileen's illusions, allowing him to defeat Eileen in the shortest time. After all, it was just an illusion without thought, mild and easier to handle. Dorian's instant takedown of Eileen was not impossible. Chapter 114, Afraid of Bugs. After dealing with Dennis, Aaron almost immediately turned around and met Tracy's attack head-on. Although Tracy's weapon had corrosive abilities, it was ineffective against Aaron's 7 stars radiant dragon sword. As a god from the primordial era on Earth, Aaron emitted an aura that suppressed evil spirits, and his sword shared this property. Therefore, while Tracy's corrosion ability was indeed troublesome for others, it was ineffective against Aaron. After blocking Tracy's attack, Aaron swiftly kicked Tracy away. Aaron didn't take the opportunity to attack Tracy because Tracy wasn't afraid of physical attacks. Hitting him would be futile. Instead, Aaron had to conserve his strength for Ernan, who remained at a distance. After KIC Tracy away, Aaron once again unleashed the Garuda Flame. Fire wasn't considered a physical attack, and the black flames he used were not easily extinguished. They would not stop burning until everything was consumed, similar to D. Shah's divine fire. Tracy, as expected, turned to ashes, as these puppets were not as formidable as their original forms. Knowing their weakness, Aaron could quickly dispose of them. Now it's your turn, Ernan. Make your move, Aaron said without attack Alban first. Despite Sean mentioning Hernan's abilities, the descriptions were vague, making it impossible to determine exactly what Ernan could do. Under such circumstances, initiating an attack blindly would only risk harm to himself. So, Aaron wanted Ernan to make the first move, hoping to observe any weaknesses in the process. Ernan obviously understood Aaron's intentions and coughed twice. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed around. Aaron listened carefully and looked around, only to find that a large flock of crows was flying toward him. Asifs in the space. Aaron instinctively knew that Ernan must have summoned them. Without hesitation, Aaron waved his 7 stars radiant dragon sword, sending out waves of sword energy to drive the crows away. However, their numbers were overwhelming. Soon, Aaron was surrounded by the dense swarm of crows. The thick mass of crows obscured Aaron's vision, leaving him momentarily stunned. Realizing the danger, he didn't hesitate and quickly moved to one side. Almost simultaneously, a black sword pierced the spot where he had been standing just moments ago. So these crows are a smokescreen? Aaron said with a cold smile. You used them to block my view while launching a surprise attack yourself. While it's a good strategy, don't you think it's too childish against me? Ernan still didn't speak, only coughing twice. The crows disappeared entirely, but Aaron felt something odd about the surroundings. At that moment, the ground began to shake, and Aaron quickly jumped up, shouting, Elwyn, reveal yourself. As he spoke, a clear dragon roar sounded, and the 5-clawed golden dragon Elwyn appeared beneath Aaron's feet. Everyone present was astonished by the appearance of the 5-clawed golden dragon. These ancient deities, having lived for tens of thousands of years, knew very well what the 5-clawed golden dragon symbolized. They couldn't help but look at Aaron with even greater awe. Ernan, clearly surprised as well, soon returned to his calm expression. As Elwyn carried Aaron into the air, massive centipedes emerged from the ground, each several stories tall. Though initially insignificant since Elwyn flew high above with Aaron, Sean and the others sensed impending doom. Why? Because Aaron had 2 critical weaknesses, a love for money and an intense fear of bugs. Such enormous centipedes posed a significant mental challenge for him. Help me. Aaron's reaction left everyone, including Sean and Jamal, speechless, almost losing their balance. Aaron was lying flat on Elwyn's back, screaming for help and crying like a baby. Yes, crying. Sean and the others' mouths twitched. Aaron, unharmed within the barrier, was screaming like someone being butchered. This scene was one that even Ernan had not anticipated. Even though Ernan usually showed no emotions on the surface, he was now stunned in place. It was easy to imagine, a gold-level genius with strength comparable to the saint rank actually being afraid of bugs. While such giant centipedes were indeed disgusting, it wasn't enough to make someone cry and shout in fear. Did this still have any dignity befitting a master? Elwyn, as a 5-clawed golden dragon, could not speak yet, but was full of spiritual intelligence. Seeing his master so flustered, Elwyn's face actually turned red. Veins popped up on Sean's forehead. Aaron, are you crazy? Attack. Although there was a barrier, external sounds could still be heard inside. Aaron, hearing Sean's angry roar, said pitifully, You know I'm scared of bugs. Crack. Apparently, in his anger, Sean crushed the wine glass in his hand. Damn it. Is this the time to worry about bugs? Don't be mad, Sean. I've got an idea, Mara said with a mischievous smile, then uttered words that made everyone fall over in disbelief. Aaron, if you win this match, I'll give you 10,000 gold coins. Everyone couldn't help but break out in cold sweat, trying to tempt him with money. How could this work? Fear isn't something that can be overcome by just throwing money at it, but this was under normal circumstances. What made them even more amazed was when Aaron loudly said, "You said it. No going back. Elwin, let's go." In Aaron's hand, the 7 stars radiant dragon sword instantly split into 7, forming a sword lotus, launching a fierce attack on the giant centipede on the ground. You've got to be kidding me, that actually works? The spectators all said in unison. I can't believe you thought of that, Caitlin. Willie covered her mouth laughing. Using money to lure Aaron, who's always after wealth. This really is the best method. So, Sean, next time, you should think more carefully when dealing with similar situations. Mara stuck out her tongue playfully. Inside the barrier, the huge centipede spat out dark green, foul-smelling liquid from its mouth. It was certainly highly toxic. However, although Elwin was still not fully awakened and couldn't speak, he was far from weak. Elwin opened his mouth, releasing a golden beam that transformed into a light shield, enclosing both himself and Aaron. The dark green liquid tried to corrode this protective shield, but failed miserably. Chapter 115. Money makes the devil turn the millstone. When Ernan saw that the corrosive liquid of the centipede could not penetrate Peter's defense, he immediately left his original position. Almost instantly, Peter rushed to the ground. Aaron swung his sword, and the centipede was instantly cut into 2 segments. Then, Peter carried Aaron to continue pursuing Ernan. Aaron shot a beam of light from his left hand. However, as it reached Ernan, with a slight raise of his hand, Ernan deflected the beam effortlessly. Aaron frowned and immediately ordered Peter to stop. Ernan just smiled and finally spoke. I believe you've heard about my ability from Lord Sean. I can turn any attack into nothingness. Malbin, your attack's ineffective against me. Moreover, there is another ability that even Sean and the General of Heavenly Demons do not know. Only Master Jamal knows. Upon hearing Hernan's words, Aaron was stunned. Sean had mentioned before that in the demon realm, strength alone did not qualify one to be a servant of Jamal. It wasn't something anyone could achieve. Even the General of Heavenly Demons did not have the privilege to call Jamal master. Yet Ernan was merely a bodyguard to the General. How could? Sean frowned, as the words within the barrier were clearly audible outside. Sean then walked to Jamal's side and asked, when did you allow Ernan to become your servant? Are you jealous, Sean? Jamal chuckled. I wouldn't be jealous. Sean's lips twitched. I'm just curious. Logically, if Ernan is your servant, why would you let him stay with the General of Heavenly Demons? And why make him participate in such a duel? He is strong, but I believe he is no match for Aaron. Jamal laughed, glancing at the General of Heavenly Demons whose face turned pale. He said, do you think he's truly the General's bodyguard? What? Sean was taken aback. I've seen Ernan. He's the real deal. Jamal shook his head. Of course, I understand what you mean. Ernan is genuine, but not in heart. From the very beginning, Ernan has been my servant for thousands of years, and his strength has long reached the level of a major deity. What? Sean furrowed his brow. Then why did you let him duel Aaron? Relax, this duel is non-lethal. It's just to test Aaron's true capabilities. However, it's time for Ernan to return to his original form. This sickly appearance is unsuitable for battle. Jamal lightly gestured, and within the barrier, Hernan's appearance began to change. His body became more muscular, his hair turned from white to black, and he grew tall and broad. Finally, he transformed into a handsome man in his early 20s. Aaron's lips twitched. Is it true that all who serve Jamal are good Lualban? Ernan smiled. That's just one reason. You've heard Master's words, haven't you? This duel does not require life or death, but I want you to show your utmost potential without worrying about harming me. As a major deity, no matter how powerful you are, the threat to me is limited. Aaron smiled. In that case, I won't hold back. Aaron's sword slowly floated into the air, forming dark clouds above, with lightning and thunder continuously flashing between them. Ernan revealed a curious smile. Seems impressive. Aaron made hand seals and said, this is one of my ultimate techniques, Divine Sword Heart Lightning Technique. Fall. With his command, golden lightning struck down continuously from the sky, along with countless small swords falling densely, almost surrounding the entire space. Ernan simply smiled and waved his hand lightly, summoning a gray protective barrier around him. The heart lightning and sword chi instantly descended, producing sounds like popping beans, and shockingly, the entire space began to tremble under the immense force, showing signs of instability despite its already compromised nature. Although artificially created spaces were less stable than true realms, Aaron's technique could still shake it to prove its power. And the most shocking part came next, as a massive giant sword slowly emerged from the center of the dark clouds, accompanied by golden arcs of lightning and dragon roars, stabbing directly down toward Ernan. Being a major deity, Hernan's eyes perceived everything with great clarity. He recognized the power immediately. The subtlety and weakness of this move by Aaron were evident. Ernan calmly extended his left hand, lightly tapping the tip of the sword. The massive sword disintegrated with a booming sound. The powerful Divine Sword Heart Lightning technique vanished as the giant sword was destroyed. The dark clouds slowly shrank, finally reverting to the 7-star Radiant Dragon sword in Aaron's hand. This won't work. Let's try another one. Aaron swiftly formed seals with both hands, and a mysterious blue magic seal appeared before him. The circular seal had a radius of 5 meters, inscribed with a dragon pattern. The 7-star radiant dragon sword rapidly spun behind the magic seal. This is a sword formation? Ernan furrowed his brow. Having followed Jamal for so long, he was naturally well informed. In Jamal's study, he had reviewed many documents from other dimensions. Aaron's current method of attack clearly did not belong to the Noah continent, but rather resembled something from Earth's dimension. This was peculiar. Were they not from the Noah race? How did they have a connection with Earth? At this moment, the magic seal before Aaron slowly disappeared, reappearing behind him, magnified several times. Around Aaron emerged dense blue light swords, forming 9 large sword lotuses. Each lotus consisted of 9 smaller lotuses, each of which was composed of 9 light swords. With so many light swords, even Ernan couldn't help but inhale sharply and said, "This move is far more formidable than the last. What's it called?" 9 Palace Instant Sword Formation, symbolizing the return to purity through 9-fold refinement. Aaron smiled and said, "Let's see how this one goes." With a wave of his hands, the 9 large sword lotuses attacked Ernan from 9 directions simultaneously. Each light sword contained terrifying power. As the entire sword formation struck Ernan in an instant, the space began to fragment. Aaron's face changed dramatically. If he didn't leave before the space fragmented, he would be torn apart. However, it was clear that Aaron's attack was unnecessary, as Jamal's power stabilized the space again. The smoke cleared, and Ernan coughed twice, saying, "I never expected your move to be so powerful. This technique could easily destroy a saint-level being without much effort. But it must consume a tremendous amount of energy, right? Is this your ultimate move?" Aaron landed on the ground, exhausted, and laughed. "Yeah, I have no strength left to continue." Jamal clapped his hands outside. "All right, that's enough for this battle. General of Heavenly Demons, it's your turn next." The General of Heavenly Demons' expression was grim. He never imagined that his bodyguard Ernan was an expert who even he had to look up to, and moreover, a servant of Jamal. Although Jamal often did strange things on a whim, the General of Heavenly Demons didn't expect it to be this outrageous. Despite harboring resentment, he dared not express it. Xuanhuan at Sean in the distance. His resentment grew even stronger. The General of Heavenly Demons swore to kill Sean someday, or die trying. Chapter 116, The Final Battle. Aaron took a deep breath and drew out the Batlight Staff. The ruby on the Batlight Staff emitted powerful magic, far surpassing Sean's previous magic wand with the embedded crystal ball. Jamal revealed a hint of surprise. "So you've awakened? And your weapon is back." Sean smiled. "My brother brought it to me. If I die, remember to build the most beautiful tomb for me." Jamal showed a bitter smile for the first time. "If something really happens to you, your brother from the spirit world would probably come to kill me, wouldn't he? But Spialban of which, as the god who controls life and death, even if you die, he can bring you back to life." Sean laughed. "There's no such good thing as bringing the dead back to life. Even my brother cannot resurrect someone without any cost. But I won't lose either. Humph, he must think I'm still using time magic. Let me show him what divine control magic can do properly." "Divine control magic?" Jamal raised an eyebrow. "First time you mention it." Sean smiled. "When I was in the spirit world, I first governed sleep and the starry sky, then later became the god of judgment. My magic has the power to constrain deities, so it's called divine control magic. Well, I'm going to battle now." I'm really Xuanhuan forward to seeing Axel's desperate face. Sean walked to the boundary of the barrier. At this point, few people still believed that Axel could win against Sean, because whether it was Willie, Mara, or Aaron, each person displayed powers far beyond what gold level could manage. In other words, they were all a bunch of extraordinary monsters, and as their teammate, no one knew how strong Sean had become. Those present had seen Sean a year ago in the demon world and witnessed his time magic. Although it was impressive, it hadn't reached an absurd degree. Everyone was curious if Sean also had some hidden tricks up his sleeve. "Goodbye, Axel." Sean laughed heartily and stepped into the barrier first. At this moment, Axel couldn't be described simply as in a foul mood. He wished he could send Sean straight to hell because of the loss of 2 guards due to Sean's companions. Losing this battle meant his death. Winning, on the other hand, would make him a laughingstock among other demon generals since he failed to gain advantage by deceit. Axel held a black sword in his hand, engraved with various complex incantations, clearly a magic-enhanced weapon of considerable grade. But in Sean's eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. Inside the barrier, Sean wore a playful smile. Honestly, although he knew Axel was strong, he wasn't afraid. Previously, Sean might have been wary, but now it was different. Sean noticed that Axel's emotions were extremely unstable, making it easy to expose weaknesses in battle. No wonder, after losing 2 capable subordinates, and realizing his strongest subordinate was actually Jamal's servant, not loyal to him, anyone would be furious. "Haha, Axel, don't get too emotional. Anger is harmful to your health, huh?" Sean's laugh was arrogant, but this was exactly what Sean wanted to do. Now, with Axel already shaken mentally, another provocation might push him over the edge, which would only benefit Sean. Axel gritted his teeth in anger. Although he knew Sean was deliberately provoking him, he couldn't contain his fury. However, Axel clearly didn't intend to keep Tal'alban nonsense with Sean. He swung his sword, releasing wave after wave of sword energy. Sean, unafraid, summoned a black magic array behind him, instantly teleporting from in front of Axel to behind him. At the same time, Sean took out the crystal ball from his storage ring, which floated in the air. Sean sneered. "I want to see how you can break through my time magic. Time magic, manipulate armor, fast forward to future, decay." Yet, as expected, Axel's armor did not decay as anticipated. I told you before, I have seen through your time magic, Axel sneered. Your time magic can only change the timeline of non-living things. As long as there's a living entity on my armor, it won't be controlled by your time magic. I've soaked my armor in blood long ago, so your time magic is useless against me. Sean looked at Axel coldly, and after a while, said, Is that all you wanted to say? What? I thought you had something truly remarkable up your sleeve, but it turns out to be just this. Someone before you already figured out the weakness of time magic. You're not the first one. But even if you did figure it out, so what? Do you really think you have this in the bag? Axel, confidence is good, but overconfidence is like digging your own grave. Sean spoke with a cold sneer and lightly pointed his hand forward. The floating crystal ball instantly multiplied into 10,000. With his awakened, more abundant magic power, this move was effortless for Sean now. After all, constant adventures and brushes with death greatly enhanced Sean's magic power. Take this, 10,000 cycles. Sean waved his hand, and all the crystal balls crashed toward Axel. Axel was instantly engulfed in the smoke from the explosions, but soon laughter emerged from the smoke. I told you before, I've seen through your time magic. Even if you multiply these crystal balls tenfold, you won't harm me. Axel pointed to his necklace. Sean narrowed his eyes and examined it carefully. I see, an energy-absorbing necklace. Impressive that you could find such a thing, but can you defend against this? Sean took off his glasses, his eyes glowing purple. It was the enhanced petrifying eye. However, Axel laughed even more wildly because he didn't turn to stone despite xuanhuan into Sean's eyes. Sean raised an eyebrow and said calmly, Looks like you prepared something similar to contact lenses, right? Humph, you got it. So what? I've cracked both your time magic and your petrifying eye. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Axel said with a cold laugh. Meanwhile, those outside the barrier were discussing heatedly, as Sean now appeared cornered. Why was he still so calm? Did he have a hidden card? Sean sighed and said, Although I have to admit you defended against my two magics well, do you really think this is my full strength? Didn't you notice my staff is different from the one I used in the demon world? Axel frowned, with an uneasy premonition creeping up on him. Sean sneered and said, Let you be another victim of my divine control magic. Let me think. The first one lost to my divine control magic was a holy tier Western light dragon. You will be the second. Chapter 117, Imperial Divine Magic. You say you defeated the Western dragons? What a joke. Do you mean to say you did it all by yourself? General Phil said with a cold laugh. Well, although it was the four of us wore Alban together, I did contribute quite a bit. But forget it. There's no need for such idle talk between us. Since you're going to die soon, there's no point in knowing more. Sean put away the crystal ball and placed the bat-light staff in front of him. Before Sean appeared a purple magic circle, single-layer magic circle, gathered divine light. A purple beam shot out, heading straight for General Phil's chest. General Phil sneered and thrust his sword forward, instantly summoning a magic circle that blocked the beam attack. Sean's eyebrows rose. It was indeed a weapon enhanced by magic, capable of casting several defensive spells as well. The sword in General Phil's hand emitted a blinding black light. Black Spirit Martial Technique, Blood Dragon Slash. Swinging the sword, a red whirlwind formed in front of General Phil. However, the whirlwind wasn't made of wind but rather blood-colored sword energy, an absolutely astonishing destructive force. With a roar, the blood-colored whirlwind charged directly at Sean. According to General Phil's thin Alban, Sean was merely a high mage whose body was very fragile. He would surely choose to dodge against such powerful attacks. However, this move had a wide range, making it impossible to evade, forcing Sean to endure the blow head-on. General Phil firmly believed Sean could not withstand this attack. But to General Phil's surprise, Sean showed no signs of evasion or fear. In the next moment, Sean made a hand seal, and before him appeared 3 differently sized and colored magic circles. Humph! Dodging this move is completely unnecessary. Triple-layer magic circle, mirror water. In the next moment, the terrifying attack struck the magic circles but failed to destroy them, instead getting deflected right back at General Phil. Startled, he leaped into the air and slashed down with his sword, splitting his own blood dragon slash in two, thereby resolving his crisis. Damn it, what kind of magic is this? I've never seen you use it before, General Phil said with a grim expression, as events seemed to slip out of his control. Oomph! While in the demon world, I indeed only knew time magic and petrifying eye, but people can grow stronger. Returning to the human world and experiencing countless life and death battles, I have become much more powerful. If it were the old me, I truly couldn't win you and might have died at your blade. But now, all that will become nothing more than a distant dream, Sean replied with a cold laugh. Veins bulged on General Phil's forehead as he gripped his sword tightly. Humph! Don't get too cocky just because you learned some peculiar magic. Do you really think you can beat me? What a joke! He roared, and then his body split into two, creating 2 versions of himself. Sean sighed. Is this interesting? Just like Ellie's illusion. Do you think it would work on me? With a wave of his hand, a purple magic circle appeared. Single-layer magic circle, gathered divine light. From the magic circle, a light beam split into 2. Attack Alban both Generals Phil simultaneously. This time, General Phil didn't dodge, standing still as the beam struck him. However, when the smoke cleared, Sean took a deep breath in shock. In front of him were now 3 Generals Phil. Frowning, Sean realized this technique differed from Ellie's illusions, but couldn't immediately pinpoint how. Regardless, Sean didn't dare underestimate his opponent and used Gather Divine Light again, which this time split into 3 beams. Yet the outcome remained the same. After the smoke cleared, 3 generals Phil turned into 5. Sean raised an eyebrow. I see. Among these 5, one must be the real you, and the other 4 are clones. If I hit a clone, it splits into 2. Am I right? So what if you know? All 5 generals Phil spoke in unison. Now you can't easily attack me, but my 4 clones and I can attack you without restraint. Take this. The 5 generals Phil moved simultaneously. Each one attacked Sean from different angles. Sean's expression darkened as he continuously used teleportation magic to evade the attacks from General Phil. With his current physique, multiple uses of teleportation had little impact on him, but Sean knew that this could not go on indefinitely. A swift resolution was necessary. To defeat General Phil, he first needed to deal with the 4 clones. Sean stopped and fired a beam of magic at one of the generals Phil in front of him. To his surprise, the other retaliated with an identical beam, equally matched in power and intensity. The 2 beams collided, creating only smoke without causing any damage to either side. On the surface, it seemed like a tie, but only Sean understood that this situation was absolutely disadvantageous for him. Firstly, the attack must have been against a clone of General Phil. If he attacked, the clone would either split or retaliate with an identical move. Meanwhile, the real General Phil could attack under the cover of the other clones. In contrast, Sean could only hit the true General Phil with a 1 in 5 probability. Impossible. How can your clone's moves be exactly the same as mine? Sean asked grimly. Nothing is impossible. All 5 generals Phil said in unison. Have you forgotten? You once attacked my clone and caused it to split. I know that. My clones also have another ability. They can absorb the energy from the opponent's body during the first attack, meaning they absorb your magic when you attack them. This allows them to copy your moves perfectly to counter your attack. General Phil laughed smugly. No one has ever broken through this technique. Even if you've learned other powerful magics, you can't even touch me without dealing with my clones. Sean furrowed his brow. The situation indeed looked unfavorable. He realized that his top priority was to dispel General Phil's clones. Analyzing his previous attack on a clone, Sean noted that it did not split again. This indicated a limit to the number of clones that could be created. Each clone mimicked him upon being attacked, so Attack Albin a clone was essentially Attack Albin himself. With identical moves, neither side could harm the other. Wait, neither side could harm the other? Got it. Sean smiled and said, I will now destroy your clones. Sean rapidly formed hand seals, and gradually beside him appeared a handsome man in a black cloak holding a scythe, grinning eerily. It was none other than Sean's brother, Franco. Chapter 118, Helper, Brother. It was clear that this wasn't the real Franco, but a shadow of him. Yet even as a shadow, he possessed the power of a saint rank. Well, what did you call me for? Is your opponent very strong? Franco patted Sean on the head and asked, this is no continent's demon world? Why are you here? Let's talk about these later. Help me with something now. Sean leaned close to Franco's ear and whispered softly. Is that so? Understood. Franco said agreeably. Leave it to me. Sean nodded and cast a spell, emitting a focusing light to attack 5 Skylers simultaneously. 4 of them instantly countered with identical beams from their hands aimed at Sean. Right now, brother. Sean shouted. Franco waved his scythe with a devilish smile. Got it. Watch closely. He lifted the scythe and made a single swing. In an instant, 4 crescent-shaped black energy blades struck the 4 duplicates of the Skylar. The 4 duplicates crumbled instantly. The Skylar turned pale in shock. Impossible. How did you do it? Sean sneered. What can't be done? You just said that if I attack your duplicates, they would use my magic to create equally powerful counterattacks to nullify my spells. In other words, when I attacked them, their strength was equal to mine. Therefore, under such circumstances, as long as there's someone stronger than me attack Albin them at the same time you attack me, destroying them wouldn't be too difficult, right? Damn. Who is he? The Skylar roared. Don't tell me he's another spirit god like Kristen. Franco raised an eyebrow but didn't show any displeasure, only a playful smile. Little worm, don't overestimate yourself. The me standing before you is merely a shadow. My true self can't cross dimensions due to dimensional rules. Squashing you is as easy as eating. Best not make me angry. Even if what you say is true, you're just a shadow, not your true form. Do you think I'd fear you? The Skylar sneered. Sean, do you think having a saint rank helper will help you win against me? I haven't even used my full strength yet. He bit his finger and smeared blood on a black sword. Immediately, the sword let out a low hum, and behind the Skylar appeared a vortex, from which emerged a black dragon, more terrifying than Western dragons. This is a hell dragon, Sean said coldly. Impressive, but do you really think a saint rank hell dragon can defeat me? Hey, little brother, leave this lizard to me, Franco smiled devilishly. You deal with the Skylar, okay? Sean snorted. I'd be fine even without your help. You're quite stubborn, but it's alright. I'm your big brother, so I'll help you this once. Franco flew into the air and swung his scythe slowly. Suddenly, everything was silent for a second, followed by cries of pain from the hell dragon. Red energy blades appeared on its body, tearing it apart. When the energy blades disappeared, the hell dragon lay motionless on the ground. Instant kill. Everyone sucked in a breath, stunned. A hell dragon, even more powerful than Western dragons, couldn't last a single move against this man. Azura 10,000 slash, not one more or less. Exactly 10,000 cuts, Franco said lazily. Well, little brother, I've taken care of the troublesome thing for you. I'll go out first, you carry on. Dying is no issue. I'm here. With that, Franco passed through the barrier, leaving everyone speechless. It was impossible to force one's way through Jamal's barrier. Even if he were truly a god from the spirit world, he shouldn't be able to break the laws of nature like this. Franco flew to Jamal, now seated on his scythe. Lualban playfully at Jamal. Kid, you're the master of this demon world? When these words were spoken, everyone turned pale with anger. Among them, a hot-tempered Lord God-level expert roared angrily. What are you? To dare address Lord Jamal like this? However, Franco did not argue with him, but simply turned his head and gave him a cold look. That Lord God felt as if he were being targeted by a natural enemy, unable to move at all, as if falling into an abyss. Trash, you're a Lord God. In our spirit world, your strength is nothing more than a lesser god. What do you have to be arrogant about? Franco said coldly, then turned back to look at Jamal and said, Hey, you haven't bullied my little brother, have you? Jamal could only smile wryly upon hearing this. He did not dare offend the man in front of him, who appeared even younger than himself. After all, among all realms, the spirit world was the most powerful, and out of the 10 strongest gods in the spirit world, this man ranked third. Jamal knew very well that if he truly provoked the other party and their true self forced its way over, it would take no effort to deal with him. The gap between Noah continent and the spirit world was simply too large. Inside the barrier, the Skylar's face turned uglier than ever. The hell dragon he had summoned with great difficulty was of no help at all, and was directly killed instantly by the opponent's helper. Even he had suffered greatly to subdue this hell dragon, yet it had been killed instantly. Hey, don't space out. We're not finished yet, Sean sneered. You'd better look up. The Skylar frowned and looked up. At some point, 7 golden magic arrays had appeared in the sky, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. Each array contained immense magical power. The Skylar could not help but turn pale with shock. The power of this move was absolutely incredible. 7-layered magic array, 7 stars, sword judgment. As Sean lightly gestured, 7 beams of golden light descended simultaneously from the 7 arrays in the sky, far surpassing the power of the previous focusing light. The 7 beams struck the Skylar instantaneously with him as the target. The surrounding space fractured again, on a massive scale. This move was no less powerful than Mike's 9 Palaces momentary sword array, and Jamal quickly stabilized the space once more. When the smoke cleared, where the Skylar stood, there was nothing left, only armor and sword fallen to the ground. Sean had won. Chapter 119, Ambushed. Sean let out a sigh of relief and stepped out of the barrier. However, he suddenly heard screams from all around him. In the next moment, Sean felt an intense pain in his chest and couldn't believe what he saw. A sharp sword had pierced through his chest. Beautiful red lotuses bloomed on the ground as Sean struggled to turn his head. To his horror, it was General Phil. Sean's face was full of disbelief. He thought he had killed General Phil. But that didn't matter now because Sean felt his vision blurring and the voices around him seemed distant, fading away. Slowly, he collapsed to the ground. Haha, even if I die, I will drag you to hell with me. General Phil laughed maniacally. You bastard, how dare you harm my brother? I'll make your life worse than death. Killian vanished from the demon realm instantly. Meanwhile, in the spirit realm, the other 8 gods were shocked by Killian's sudden burst of extremely cold killing intent. When Killian got angry, it wasn't something to be taken lightly. Despite Ranalban third in strength, he could still cause considerable trouble for them. In the next moment, Killian did something that left the 8 gods speechless. With his hands, he tore open the space and jumped into it. Where did he go? It seems like something happened to his brother. Otherwise, why would he be so enraged? Ever since Sean called him brother for the first time, Killian has changed a lot. This reminds me of the Killian who was once known as the Death Lord. Through the tear in space, Killian arrived in the demon realm. Although it looked complicated, due to the time difference between different realms, it only took him 1 second in the demon realm. The moment Killian's figure disappeared, he reappeared in the demon realm, having torn through space. The power and pressure radiating from Killian made everyone present tremble in fear. Just being under this pressure, General Phil fell to the ground. Killian coldly stared at General Phil and said, I felt something strange just now. If you were really dead, your equipment should have been destroyed as well. I didn't expect you to use a diversion tactic, wasting your essence to create a false appearance of death. Since you're afraid of dying, I will give you the ability not to die, then throw you into our spirit realm's Azura hell. Maalban, you beg me to let you die. Instinctively, General Phil tried to flee. But at this moment, Killian's eyes were like poisonous snakes. Maalban anyone hesitate to move. Even Jamal was greatly astonished. He knew the power gap caused by the differences between realms was significant, but he never expected that Killian, also a creator god, could make him feel fear. For the Lord of the Demon Realm, this was unheard of. Stay right there, trash. Without moving, Killian threw out a scarecrow which transformed into a classically dressed young woman beside General Phil. Her appearance made everyone gasp in shock because the right side of her face was a skull, and her right hand was a bone claw. Her realm was frightening. She was at the peak of main god level in the spirit realm, stronger than even Jamal. Bone Woman, keep a close eye on him. Killian commanded. Don't let this trash who harmed my brother escape. Bone Woman showed a grim smile. As you command, master. With that, her right hand penetrated General Phil's chest, grabbing his heart tightly. She whispered in his ear, don't move, trash, or I'll destroy your heart right now. Killian ran to Sean's side, tears streaming down his face. He held Sean's hand against his face, saying, Sean, wake up. You're not allowed to die in front of me. Sean had been critically injured by General Phil, almost beyond saving. He had already passed out, his breath becoming weaker. Killian clenched his fists in frustration. Iolo approached and asked, aren't you the god of death? Ere not you bring him back to life? Rocky sighed. Actually, you understand this as well. Even the god of death doesn't have the right to easily resurrect someone. It's an ancient rule that even I can't easily violate. Although I manage death, all I can do is grant immortality, not bring back the dead. Is there really no way? Mara slumped on the ground and wept. There is a way, but it's very dangerous, and I cannot do it, Rocky said. What is it? No matter what, we'll try it. Iolo said urgently. Rocky looked into Iolo's eyes, and then smiled bitterly. The universe has many realms, but there is one place common to all, xuanhuan. In other words, no matter which realm you're from in life, you will go to the same xuanhuan after death. A representative lives there, known by everyone as Hell Girl, who sends souls either to hell or for reincarnation. If anyone wants to revive someone, they must go there. However, there's a limit. Those above the lesser god level cannot go. So, only you three can do it, but no one knows how dangerous xuanhuan truly is. If you die there, your soul will wander forever. Even gods cannot escape. We will go. Just tell us where it is, Iolo insisted. Sean is our good brother. No matter how dangerous it is, we will try. Rocky paused, then pulled out a token with a carved ghost head. This token will take you to xuanhuan. Remember, don't open your eyes until the dizziness stops, understood? Rest assured, we'll get Hell Girl to save Sean. The three of them placed their hands on the token. It emitted black light, accompanied by ghostly cries, and then they vanished. Rocky lifted Sean and coldly asked, "Where's Sean's room?" Follow me. Jamal stood up, never expecting the banquet to end like this. He led Rocky to Sean's room. You may leave now. I want to be alone with my brother. Despite his displeasure, Jamal knew he couldn't disobey. This man could destroy a realm single-handedly. Rocky gently laid Sean on the bed, closed his eyes, and opened his hands. An oval black energy shield appeared between his palms, gradually expanding to envelop Sean. This was Rocky's way of preserving Sean's life temporarily. Kneeling beside the bed, Rocky looked more worn out than ever before. The other gods in the spirit realm would be astonished to see him like this. At this moment, he seemed like a big brother who had made a mistake, holding Sean's hand tightly and crying endlessly, waiting for Iolo and the others to create a miracle. Meanwhile, General Phil had already been brought to the spirit realm by Bone Woman. Huh? Bone Woman, where is your master? And who is he? Another of the 10 great gods asked. This man ambushed my master's brother, Lord Sean. Now Sean is dying, and his friends have gone to the netherworld to find Hell Girl. My master ordered me to bring him back and lock him in the Azura Hell. What? Sean is dying? By this insignificant creature. A girl, Lualban about 8 years old, said angrily. She and Sean had been close, so her anger caused the ground to shake violently. Bone Woman, take him away. Don't upset her any further, or this place will collapse again because of the earthquake, someone else said. Chapter 120, Yellow Springs. After the dizziness subsided, Mike and the 2 others found themselves in a very surreal place. There was no sunlight around, and the sky was also gray. How to describe it? This feeling was very strange, as if they were inside a cage. In front of them was a wooden gate. However, the gate was only a frame with no actual door. At their feet was a small river leading straight into the inside, which was so murky that they could not see what was inside. The surroundings were also terrifyingly gloomy. We should get ashore first. I just feel something might happen in the water, said Willie, frowning. I sense something unpleasant, like we are being watched. Mike nodded and walked ashore with Mara and Willie. Almost at that moment, the spot where they had been standing suddenly turned red and gradually spread until the entire river turned blood red. Ghosts appeared in the river, each struggling to climb onto the shore, but seemed restrained and struggled in the center of the river. The eerie wails made Mike and the others shudder. No matter what, let's move forward quickly. The more time we waste, the greater the danger Sean is in, Mike said with a grave face. Mara and Willie nodded, and the 3 of them soon entered through the gate along the riverbank, beginning their journey into the real Yellow Springs. Mike and the 2 others searched for the traces of the Hell Girl. They finally spotted a small house on a nearby hill. They hurried over, reaching the door. Just as they prepared to open it, the door opened on its own. A girl about Mara's age came out. Her black hair cascaded to the ground, and she wore classical attire embroidered with colorful flowers. Her large red eyes stared at Mike and the others. Are you Lualban for me? Are you the Hell Girl? Mike asked anxiously. The Hell Girl nodded and then said, if you want to revive someone most important in your heart, retrieve a soul-returning herb for me. Once you find it, your companion will be saved. And where can we find the soul-returning herb? The Hell Girl showed no emotion and extended her right hand, pointing northward slowly. You follow this direction toward the north and go all the way to the end to find the soul-returning herb. However, you must pass through hell and battle the vengeful spirits there, as well as confront your own dark side. Even if you reach the herb, there's no guarantee you'll successfully pick it. First, the person must truly be significant enough to you that you're willing to risk your lives to save them. You must have this kind of resolve. Second, after Pickalbin the soul-returning herb, it must be irrigated with blood on the way back, or it will wither within 5 minutes. You won't have a second chance because your souls will wander in hell forever when the soul-returning herb withers, just like those people in the river. With that, the Hell Girl left the house and slowly departed from the hill, leaving Mike and the others behind. Now let's set off, said Mike. Yes, always heading north. It will be a long journey, said Mara. It's fine. Mike's Domenico can carry us. Malbin the trip faster, said Willie. However, Mike gave a bitter smile and replied, it seems not possible. Domenico told me that he senses some mysterious force preventing him from coming out here. Probably because Domenico is a 5-clawed golden dragon with purple gold chi, which would cause great harm to Yellow Springs. In that case, we need to hurry up, said Willie. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Mike nodded and started running swiftly with Mara and Willie, heading north. At this moment, the Hell Girl arrived at the riverside, where a small boat appeared out of nowhere. She boarded the boat and sailed away down the river. Soon, Mike and the others reached Hell, where bones littered the ground everywhere. The air was suffocating and full of death. Maalb and them feel extremely uncomfortable. Trouble came soon enough. The ground shook violently, and boulders rolled down from the hillsides. Mike and his companions moved into the middle of the path. Soon, a monstrous creature emerged from underground. Upon seeing the creature, at that moment, Mara and Willie were so frightened that their faces turned white, because the monster was too bizarre. The monster was about 4 meters tall, with a bull's head and a spider's body. Maalb and it incredibly eerie. What is this thing? Mara's face was pale as earth. Girls are usually more timid, especially when faced with such a sudden appearance of a monster. However, Mike said with a serious expression, it seems Hell is indeed full of dangers. I didn't expect to encounter a bull ghost so soon after arriving. Bull ghost? What is that? Willie asked. You wouldn't know? It's a creature from Earth's primeval times. Most bull ghosts are transformed from humans. People who have endured grievances and sorrow, with their hearts enveloped in darkness, are most likely to turn into bull ghosts. They have a bull's head and a spider's body, feed on humans, and possess extremely powerful demonic energy. Mike explained, while defeating it won't be too difficult, we must conserve our strength as much as possible. After all, Hell is full of crises. But no matter what, we need to deal with the monster in front of us first. Does the bull ghost have any weaknesses? Willie asked. Yes, its weakness is the black mark between its eyes. If you hit there, the bull ghost will die, Mike said. We shouldn't delay. Let's take action now. The bull ghost roared and spat out something like spider silk from its mouth. Be careful. The bull ghost spider silk has corrosive properties. Don't let it touch you. Mike warned. In that case, let's use our old move to deal with it. Mara took out a fan from her spatial ring. Wrath of the Wind God, Sickle Weasel. She compressed the wind emitted by the fan, concentrating the attack on a very small point to target the bull ghost's weakness directly. Meanwhile, Willie also released her ribbons, which were known for their sharpness. At that moment, the two ribbons intertwined to form a cone shape and spun at high speed, resembling an electric drill. The ribbons merged with Mara's compressed sickle weasel and struck the bull ghost's forehead directly. Because they used a point Brea-Albin surface method, and the attack landed on the bull ghost's weak spot, this blow penetrated the bull ghost's head directly. The bull ghost let out a painful roar before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 121, The Hair Demon. Let's continue on our way. After defeating the bull ghost, Aaron and his two companions immediately ran forward. Given their abilities, they could have flown temporarily without much trouble, but if they encountered any particularly difficult obstacles along the way, every bit of spiritual energy could mean turning defeat into victory. Flying would consume a large amount of spiritual energy, so they couldn't do it under these circumstances. After running for a distance, Aaron suddenly felt something wrong with the ground beneath his feet, and immediately stopped Mara and Lawrence from advancing further. Almost at the same moment, a bunch of black hair erupted from the ground. Lualban up, Aaron and his companions saw a girl in her early 20s, dressed provocatively. Lualban at them with a playful smile. Is that hair? Why did you attack us just now? Mara said with an unfriendly expression. Louisa smiled. This is hell. Only the strongest can survive. What reasons do we need? That attack was indeed mine. I'm impressed you managed to avoid it. She said this while strolling her long black hair. Does she use her hair to attack us? But her hair doesn't seem long enough, not even reaching her waist. Lawrence frowned. Wasn't that hair just now hers? Aaron coldly replied. When is this the time to worry about such questions? Of course, it isn't her hair. She's a demon that can control hair, one from the primordial era called the Hair Demon. Hair Demon? Aaron nodded. In ancient times on Earth, after many noble ladies or mistresses died, their coffins would be filled with burial items, mostly jewelry and cosmetics. This hair demon originates from a comb used as a burial item by a woman who cherished her hair greatly after death. Who would have thought such demons keep appearing here in this netherworld? What are the characteristics and weaknesses of the Hair Demon? Lawrence asked. The Hair Demon is far more powerful than the bull ghost. Her body is immortal. No matter how many times you injure her, she will immediately regenerate. Additionally, she can break down her body to launch attacks. Her primary weapons are her hair and a curved blade. As for weaknesses, you need to find her true form. Most hair demons conceal their true forms within their hair. We'll have to carefully observe and look for anything unusual in her hair, Aaron explained. I understand. You're wasting your breath. Prepare to die. The hair demon's face twisted into a sinister expression. Before she finished Spialban, a massive amount of hair burst out of the ground. No, it was too big to describe as a bundle. It was several meters thick, hard to imagine how many strands of hair were needed to achieve this. And hanging from these hairs were numerous white skulls. This hair demon's demonic power is strong. The length of the hair used in her attacks depends on the number of opponents she has killed. Judging by the skulls hanging on her hair, she must have killed tens of thousands, Aaron said gravely. We must be cautious not only of those attack Alban hairs, but also of her own hair. However, the hair demon didn't give Aaron a chance to finish. The hair emerging from the ground split into 3 parts. Attack Alban each of the trio separately. These hairs never end. Lawrence swung her silk ribbons, continuously cutting through the attack Alban hair, but there were simply too many. This could go on indefinitely. 5 spirit butterflies. Firebell butterflies, come forth. Lawrence unfurled her Lanting Quizui fan and waved it lightly. A swarm of fire-red butterflies, each with small red bells attached to the tips of their wings, fluttered out. These butterflies had been revived during their battle with Dennis in the demon realm and were cultivated within Lawrence's body, similar to the blood butterflies. As the fire-bell butterflies flew around, their bells emitted pleasant sounds. Lawrence pointed ahead, and the butterflies divided into two groups. One group spewed flames at the hair attack Albanher, while the other flew towards the hair demon. Since Aaron mentioned that the hair demon's body was immortal, Lawrence instructed the fire-bell butterflies to try to immobilize her. The sound waves produced by the bells began to envelop the hair demon. At first, she paid no attention, but soon she started feeling a severe headache, unable to focus on manipulating her hair. Provoked by the fire-bell butterflies, the hair demon pointed her hand, and the curved blade on the ground rose into the air, attempting to slash the fire-bell butterflies. However, the defense of the fire-bell butterflies was much stronger than they appeared, and their bodies were highly agile, rendering the hair demon's curved blade ineffective. Due to the interference of the fire-bell butterflies, the hair demon could no longer control her hair, which stood upright at the spot, waiting for her instructions. Aaron and his companions exchanged glances. It was now or never. If they wanted to find the true form within the hair, the best way would be to destroy all the hair. Aaron drew out the 7 Stars Dragon Sword, repeatedly slashing through the hair and skulls in front of him, while Lawrence manipulated the visa. Note: this term seems context-specific, retaining as is, to transform into various shapes of curved blades, cutting through the hair before them. However, this hair demon seemed to have killed an extraordinary number of people. In hell, as long as you had the power, you could kill anyone without consequences. It truly was a living hell. As a demon that had lived for thousands of years here, it must have killed countless people, enough to pile up into mountains. Aaron and his companions regrouped. Aaron said, "This isn't going to work. We're just wasting our strength. So what do we do now? What's special about this?" Mara frowned. "The hair definitely isn't it. And these white skulls are the same. Wait." Lawrence squinted her eyes, seemingly noticing something. "What did you see?" Aaron and Mara asked simultaneously. "I think I saw a red skull, hidden within the hair," Lawrence said with a frown. "It's likely that. The red skull probably contains the hair demon's true form," Aaron explained. "Here's the plan. I'll go for the skull, and you two help me hold off the hair demon." "No problem." Lawrence waved her fan, recalling the fire-bell butterflies. After all, the sound waves couldn't last long, and there weren't many fire-bell butterflies after their recent revival. Lawrence didn't want to lose any more. After retrieving the fire-bell butterflies, she immediately released her most formidable blood butterflies. Meanwhile, Mara began forming seals, deciding to use yin-yang techniques for attack, as manipulating Lisa consumed more spiritual energy. When the hair demon regained consciousness and noticed Aaron running towards the hair, a sense of foreboding arose. Upon closer inspection, she realized that her true form was hidden there and panicked. If her true form were damaged, she would vanish. The hair demon flew into the air and dove straight at Aaron. "She's coming." Lawrence waved her fan. Butterfly dance. The blood butterflies emitted blood-red beams of light, Strialban the hair demon, whose body instantly dispersed. However, as Aaron had mentioned, the hair demon's body was immortal and recovered much faster than even the guardian Tracy beside the heavenly devil general. Despite being dispersed, not a drop of blood flowed from her. Chapter 122, The Green Leaf Curse. Just as Aaron said it would be, Mara's eyes flashed with a cold light. In her left hand, a bright green leaf had appeared at some point. The leaf radiated with spiritual energy. Mara gently rotated it with her left hand from top to bottom, and the leaf slowly split into several pieces. As she rotated more times, the number of leaves increased. Eventually, the leaves formed a small Taiji symbol. Yin-yang technique, green leaf curse. Mara flicked her finger towards the Taiji symbol, and all the leaves shot out like flying knives. Instantly Strialban Kaylee. Kaylee sneered and said, "It's useless, my body." But she abruptly changed expression before she could finish Spialban, because although she wasn't injured, her body couldn't dissolve. In other words, her limbs, head, and joints were pierced by these leaves. Instead of scattering upon being attacked, her body remained intact. "Stop struggling, Kaylee. I have seen through your body's trick," Mara said calmly. "This body is actually an illusion, conjured by your main body using spiritual energy. Therefore, regardless of any attack, extracting spiritual energy from your main body can restore it. So I use the Yin-yang green leaf curse. Although not powerful in terms of attack, it has a special ability to seal the spiritual energy inside a body temporarily, thus preventing the use of any techniques. For you, who relies on spiritual energy to decompose and merge your body, the green leaf curse is the best choice." Damn it. Despite wanting to break free, Kaylee was powerless. Just as Mara had said, her body could only decompose and merge due to spiritual energy. Now sealed off, it could not move. At this moment, Aaron had climbed up onto the hair and found the red skull. When Kaylee saw the red skull in Aaron's hand, her face changed drastically. With a roar, she shook off the green leaf curse that had sealed her. Without the leaves, the yin-yang spell naturally dissipated. The recovering Kaylee immediately rushed towards Aaron. Both Willie and Mara tried to stop her, but failed. Watching the curved blade in Kaylee's hand about to strike Aaron, they broke out in a cold sweat. However, Aaron had destroyed the red skull along with the hidden comb within it. The previously aggressive Kaylee gradually turned to ashes. Without control from Kaylee, the hair of those she killed quickly withered and turned to dust. "That was close. We almost didn't make it," Willie sighed with relief. "Why didn't you dodge, Aaron?" "There was no need to. Aaron replied. I had already destroyed her main body, causing her to die instantly. There was no point in dodging that attack. But after dealing with Bull Demon and Kaylee, it proves how dangerous this yellow spring really is. How soon before we encounter even more powerful demons? Willie asked grimly. Aaron nodded, very likely. But whatever the case, we must hurry. The 2 battles have cost us time. The 3 continued to run. Though hell was vast, their speed allowed them to cover considerable distance quickly. Along the way, they encountered several problems, but managed to overcome them. After a while, however, Aaron stopped. What's wrong? Why did you stop, Aaron? Willie asked, puzzled. Doesn't this seem strange? Aaron said. By our previous pace, a monster would appear every 10 minutes. We've been running for quite some time now, without encountering any. If there were no monsters here, I wouldn't believe it. That's impossible. So, the only possibility is that this is the territory of one or several very powerful demons, so other demons don't dare stay here. Do you mean we might encounter extremely powerful demons? Mara asked. Aaron nodded solemnly. If it's just one, it might be manageable. But if it's multiple, it will be troublesome. Sometimes, what you least want to happen does indeed occur. As Aaron's group stayed alert and ran a little further, Willie suddenly sensed 3 strong demonic forces. Willie's face turned pale. Not good. Fall back quickly. With that, Willie immediately retreated, and Aaron and Mara also pulled back in the first instant. Just a second later, the area where they had been standing was reduced to ruins. Not good. It looks like my suspicions were correct. There really are powerful demons here, Aaron said grimly. And not just one. Willie sighed. Misfortunes never come singly. We may have to deal with 3 demons of Saint-class strength. Shortly after, 3 figures slowly emerged in front of Aaron's group. On the left was a man dressed in blue, but surprisingly, his head was floating in midair. In the middle stood a sickly Lualban man wearing loose clothing, with short yellow hair and black feather patterns embroidered on his clothes. On the right was a woman in a revealing ancient outfit, holding a small folding fan. Lualban about 25 or 26 years old, with a ponytail that nearly touched the ground. Yu Tianlun sucked in a breath, saying, we are truly out of luck. Among the demons, the Jimmy, the toxic viper demon, and the feathered prostitute demon are some of the strongest, and we've encountered all 3. What did you say? Stepping forward with a dark expression, Aaron addressed them. All 3 of you are top-tier demons. We do not wish to engage in conflict with you. We only want the rejuvenating herb. Could you please let us pass? The toxic viper demon coughed twice and replied, that cannot be done. It has been a long time since any demons came here, let alone humans. If you can reach this place, it means you've already dealt with the demons along the way. If you can defeat us 3, we will naturally let you pass. Otherwise, you shall meet your end here. Damn it. You won't let us through. Aaron stepped back, clearly not wanting to confront the 3 demons before him. What's wrong, Aaron? Are these guys that strong? Mara asked, frowning. If we fight without reservations, our chances of winning are quite high. But the problem is we can't afford to do that. Don't forget, the rejuvenating herb needs blood irrigation after harvesting. If we exhaust ourselves in battle, we'll die from fatigue even if we get the herb. Moreover, battling them will waste time, putting Sean at greater risk. But they won't let us pass. We have no choice but to defeat them, right? Willie said helplessly. Tell us about them, since you know their names. Chapter 123, The 3 Great Demon Races. The one on the far left is the Jimmy. His weapon of choice is a rope, which is harder than steel. In the middle is the Despising bird demon, originally a bird named Jun. Each feather on this bird can kill a multitude of people. You could say every part of the Jun bird demon is poisonous, so be wary of its toxins when facing it. Lastly, on the right, is the hairy prostitute demon. Legend has it that these demons were once famous courtesans in brothels, but died tragically. Their spirits refused to reincarnate and became demons, known as the hairy prostitute demons. Her power lies in her hair. Do not underestimate her by comparing her to a hair demon. She is much stronger, Aaron said with a grim expression. As for their weaknesses, I'm not sure, so if we want to defeat them, we'll have to rely on our skills. After a moment of contemplation, Qingling, Willie, said, since you wish to compete, how will this battle proceed? The Despising bird demon coughed twice and slowly replied, of course, it will be one-on-one duels. You must defeat all 3 of us to pass. How about it? Who should go first? Mara asked. Aaron thought for a moment and said, during the last battle, Willie expended the least amount of spirit energy. Let her go first, Caitlin. And you and I need to recover quickly. Understood. Willie smiled, unfurled the Lanshan peacock fan, and stepped forward. I would like to fight the hairy prostitute demon. Is that all right? The hairy prostitute demon smiled, smoothing her long hair. Of course, though your mannerisms seem quite feminine, and from your movements, it seems you used to wear wide Tang Dynasty clothing. A fellow colleague. Willie smiled. You're correct. I am the first beauty of Sakura City in the Eastern Dragon Empire, the top courtesan of Xuanhuan. Let's have a good match between us colleagues. Nothing better. The hairy prostitute demon smiled back. Her hair then loosened and swayed in the wind before hardening like steel needles, each strand sharply strealban towards Willie. Seeing the overwhelming barrage of hair, Willie stood her ground. In the next moment, the hairy prostitute demon's hair had engulfed her. So weak. The hairy prostitute demon showed disappointment, but soon turned surprised as she discovered no blood despite piercing Willie's body, and the sensation felt oddly unreal. Retracting her hair, the hairy prostitute demon sensed danger from the right, and immediately formed a shield of hair to block the attack. Upon closer inspection, the attacker was a fiery red butterfly, palm-sized, with 2 delicate bells attached to its wings. This was Aaron's fire bell butterfly. A butterfly, the hairy prostitute demon exclaimed. Ere not a butterfly have such power? Willie smiled. Your defense was quick. Your hair seems more potent than that of a hair demon, both offensively and defensively, almost on par with divine weapons. The hairy prostitute demon turned to look at Willie, raising an eyebrow. You excel in illusions? That was your trick just now, right? Covering her mouth with the fan, Willie laughed. While I do excel in illusions, I'm even better at controlling these butterflies. She waved the xuanhuan peacock fan lightly, and a swarm of fire bell butterflies fluttered out, circling around her. Butterflies are beautiful, yet deadly. They suit me perfectly, don't they? The hairy prostitute demon chuckled, covering her mouth. Indeed, nothing suits those of us from the brothels better. However, your firebell butterflies won't harm me. From their energy, they seem capable of spewing fire, but my hair is impervious to both water and fire, even to these unique butterflies. Willie smiled. I know. Just firebell butterflies wouldn't hurt you, but I have more than just them. She flicked the fan 4 times. Come forth, golden jade butterfly, 10,000 flower butterfly, mystic water butterfly, and earth nether butterfly. As her voice trailed off, 4 types of beautiful butterflies appeared. On the far left was one shimmering with gold, with translucent runes etched into its wings. In the center were 2 others, one green-bodied with vividly colored wings, resembling blooming flowers. One was entirely blue. Though it lacked the flamboyance of the previous 2, this butterfly exuded an incredibly cold aura around its body. The last one on the far right was gray, giving off a feeling of insignificance, as if it were an illusion. The 5 butterflies were precisely Willie's 5 spirit butterflies. When the hairy prostitute demon saw thousands of these 5 spirit butterflies, she could not help but take in a sharp breath. Interesting, the hairy prostitute demon smiled. Let me see what your 5 spirit butterflies can do. Her hair flew up once more. However, she kept a part of it to form a shield over her chest while the rest turned into sharp swords directly stabbing toward Willie's forehead. Willie remained incredibly composed. With a thought, the golden jade butterfly flew in front of her, emitting a dazzling golden light, which transformed into a huge bronze mirror block in her way. Upon contact with the bronze mirror, the hairs, comparable to divine weapons, were actually repelled. This is the golden jade butterfly, extremely adept at defense and reflecting opponents' moves, the most solid among the 5 types of butterflies, Willie said smilingly. My turn now. She pointed her fan at the 10,000 flower butterfly, causing all the 10,000 flower butterflies to spread their beautiful wings, flying in the air and sprinkling green light spots. Immediately, the hairy prostitute demon felt something amiss with her body. Her limbs began to feel numb, her movements slowing down. The 10,000 flower butterfly is wood attribute, inherently poisonous, capable of paralyzing the opponent. Of course, they can release toxins to instantly kill, Willie said coldly. My 5 spirit butterflies have been carefully nurtured by me, their power immense. Even against a saint-level powerhouse, I have the confidence to win with my 5 spirit butterflies. Hairy prostitute demon, I can sense that your aura differs from the monsters we encountered earlier. Give up, you are no match for me. The hairy prostitute demon sneered, underestimating me? While your 5 spirit butterflies indeed possess great power, how could I, who has lived for 1,000 years in hell, be an ordinary being? Rain. Wolf howled. As soon as she spoke, her hair behind her rapidly grew longer and then transformed into a massive wolf. This beast separated from her hair, its eyes fiercely glaring at Willie. Seeing the wolf-sized creature, Willie showed a solemn expression. You can actually use your hair to create living creatures? The hairy prostitute demon stroked her hair with a smile. Hair has life too, as it connects to the human body. I can utilize the energy within hair to shape the creatures I desire. Underestimating me will come at a price. Extending her slender arm, she lightly tapped forward, sending the wild wolf roaring towards Willie. Chapter 124. The 5 spirit butterflies display their might. Seeing the wild wolf charge at her with overwhelming momentum, Willie merely frowned, yet there was not a hint of fear in her eyes. She waved her hand lightly, and all the dim butterflies flew in front of her. Dim butterflies, void illusion. As soon as Willie finished Spialben, all the dim butterflies gradually turned transparent and vanished from their original positions. However, they were replaced by a heavy stone door, which slowly opened to reveal an identical wild wolf emerging from it. Both wolves immediately started tearing into each other upon meeting. Lavender never thought that Sean had such a trick up his sleeve. This wild wolf is created by your dim butterflies? Willie shook her head. To be precise, this wild wolf is an illusion created by the dim butterflies. Yet, this kind of illusion can have real effects. Attacks against it are entirely ineffective because it's an illusion, but its attacks can all be converted into real, effective strikes against the opponent. Lavender's hair spiraled and extended again, this time transforming into a giant dog with 3 heads, none other than the 3-headed hellhound. The 3-headed hellhound roared and charged directly at the stone door formed by the dim butterflies. Willie raised an eyebrow, not expecting Lavender to act so quickly. After all, the reason she could replicate the same thing as the opponent was because the dim butterflies had transformed into this illusory door. However, this door's defensive power was very fragile, and if the door was destroyed, the dim butterflies would suffer serious injuries. However, Willie wasn't worried because she had already commanded the azure water butterflies to face the 3-headed hellhound. Since this hellhound was only an illusion created by Lavender's hair, its strength didn't reach the holy stage. At most it was just gold level. So Willie felt reassured and only released the azure water butterflies. The azure water butterflies quickly flew beside the three-headed hellhound, their coldness intensifying until the surrounding temperature plummeted. As a result, the three-headed hellhound was frozen into ice blocks within a short time. Meanwhile, the wild wolf conjured by the dim butterflies had already eradicated Lavender's wild wolf. The stone door emitted light, and then returned to its original form as dim butterflies. The azure water butterflies also returned to Willie's side. The 5 spirit butterflies swirled and danced around Willie, seemingly showcasing their beauty and power. Lavender's face darkened. She never dreamed that Willie's 5 spirit butterflies would be so troublesome. In truth, what Lavender didn't know was that Willie's 5 spirit butterflies weren't limited to this level of power. In ancient times, when Willie was one of the 3 great emperors of the elf realm, the Spirit Emperor, in the battle against the demon spirit realm, even though she eventually perished, it was only due to being attacked jointly by the 3 leaders of the demon spirit realm. Even then, the 3 leaders of the demon spirit realm were quite wary of Willie's 5 spirit butterflies. Back then, not only were there more 5 spirit butterflies, but each one was almost as powerful as Willie herself. Among them, 5 of them became human-like spirits, becoming the butterfly kings of the 5 spirit butterflies. When these 5 combined, their power was on par with the creation level. After all, in that great battle, the 5 spirit butterflies struck fear into the hearts of the people of the demon spirit realm. Now, due to Willie's yet unrecovered strength and the recent awakening of the 5 spirit butterflies, they were only displaying a fraction of their true power. It seems I have no choice but to use my ultimate technique, Lavender sneered. Hair of hell. Her long hair plunged into the ground, followed by strong tremors. One after another, strands of hair burst through the soil, dividing into multiple strands, intertwining with other strands, forming a cage-like structure that entrapped Willie. Willie frowned, retracting the 5 spirit butterflies, curious about Lavender's tactics. Soon enough, numerous sharp swords emerged from the entangled hairs, sharper than the previous ones conjured by Lavender. Hair of hell, 10,000 arrow-piercing heart. Lavender waved her hand, and all the sharp swords stabbed toward Willie. However, Willie merely smiled and said, "It won't work." As soon as Willie spoke, all the swords pierced her simultaneously. The next moment, what happened shocked Lavender and the other 2 demons. Willie's body rapidly decomposed into green light butterflies, which flew out of the cage formed by Hair of Hell, and then swiftly reformed into Willie's body. This. Lavender's face turned extremely ugly. She retracted the Hair of Hell and coldly asked, "What did you do just now? Another illusion?" Willie shook her head. "That wasn't an illusion. That move is called Transcendence, which I only use in critical moments to divide my body into green light butterflies to escape from the attack range of my opponent, and then reassemble my body. It's a life-saving move." "You sure know a lot," Lavender said coldly. "Thank you for the compliment." Willie covered her mouth and giggled. "Now it's my turn." Willie unfurled her Lan Ting Chui Yu fan, Orchid Pavilion Emerald Feather fan, and began to dance gracefully. As she danced, the 5 spirit butterflies reappeared and swirled around her. Secret technique, pentagram spirit formation. The moment Willie finished Spialban, all the 5 spirit butterflies split into 5 groups, each representing one type. They swiftly flew around Lavender, surrounding her. Then, 5 thick beams of different colors, golden, green, red, blue, and gray, emerged from the 5 spirit butterflies. Between these colorful beams, a semi-transparent light barrier slowly formed, securely enclosing Lavender inside. Lavender naturally would not sit idly by. Her long hair quickly stabbed at the light barrier, but was deflected every time. Above Lavender's head, the energies of the 5 beams gradually converged into a light ball that contained all 5 colors, appearing exceptionally beautiful. However, Lavender also sensed the enormous power within the ball. One must know that the 5 spirit butterflies contained the elements of the 5 phases, and these elements could both support and counteract each other. But combining these supportive and opposing elements produced tremendous energy, far surpassing the sum of their individual attacks, a doubled force indeed. Lavender knew this was likely Willie's most powerful ultimate technique. Her hair rapidly formed a protective shield, and on top of the shield, several more shields were constructed. Lavender understood that if she didn't go all out, she might lose her life. The light ball above her head had already gathered all its energy, with arcs of lightning appearing on its surface before it dropped down. When the light ball hit Lavender, there was initially a few seconds of silence followed by an intensely violent explosion. Of course, the attack did not affect anyone else because the light barrier created by the 5 spirit butterflies compressed the attack energy into a very small area. This concentration increased the destructive power significantly. Usually, when an attack is released, the energy dissipates somewhat. This means that even though the attack may be strong, some energy would be wasted. But now, with the light barrier of the 5 spirit butterflies compressing the attack into a tiny space, not only did none of the energy dissipate, but it actually amplified. After the devastating attack, Lavender lay sprawled on the ground in a miserable state. Though she was not dead, she would not regain consciousness anytime soon. Chapter 125, The Jimmy. So let me take the second round. Let's finish this quickly. Mara stepped forward coldly. This battle will be handled by me, the Jimmy. The Jimmy slowly walked out, the red rope in his hand flying up and down. Mara wasted no time. Sean's life was at stake now. With a gentle spread of her hands, beautifully, Sand swiftly appeared beside her. The Jimmy raised an eyebrow. He wouldn't wait for her to cast her spell calmly. Waving his hands, dozens of red ropes like spider webs entangled Mara's body. Unmoved, Mara lifted her hand slightly, and instantly the Lui sand formed a protective shield around her, leaving only a gap large enough for her to see her enemy clearly. The ropes all wound around Mara's Lui sand. The Jimmy tightened his grip, seemingly trying to tighten the ropes, but Mara's Lui sand defense wasn't so easily breached, leading to a deadlock for a moment. However, the Jimmy didn't notice the peculiar smile inside the shield. Suddenly, the Jimmy felt a loosening force, discovering to his surprise that the Lui sand he had bound had all scattered, revealing Mara. Without a word, the Jimmy directly manipulated the ropes to tightly bind Mara. This is the end for you. Then, tightening the ropes, Mara was sliced into several segments. But soon the Jimmy's smile froze, because what was sliced into segments wasn't Mara but the Lui sand. In other words, Mara used the Lui sand to create a clone. It's you who's finished, Mara said coldly, floating in midair atop the Lui sand. Watch out. The Lui sand beside Mara rapidly transformed into countless sand spikes, thousands of them suspended in the air. With a wave of Mara's hand, all the sand spikes shot towards the Jimmy simultaneously. The Jimmy's pupils contracted but showed no fear, forming layer after layer of defensive nets with the red ropes, as intricate as spider webs. Mere ropes can't possibly block my Lui sand. Mara had full confidence in the attack-albin power of her Lui sand. However, the changes that followed darkened Mara's expression. All the sand spikes turned from Lui sand were blocked by layers of rope nets, with only a few reaching the Jimmy. And these few, the Jimmy could easily dodge. Mara landed on the ground, Lualbin at the Jimmy coldly. Meanwhile, the Jimmy took the initiative. A rope unpredictably slashed across Mara's left arm, followed by a series of sudden attacks. So fast, Mara's pupils contracted. When the rope hit her left arm, she felt a blunt pain as if slashed by a saw-toothed steel cable. Worse, she sensed that her spiritual energy seemed to be slightly absorbed, though minimal. It did happen. Mara realized that this rope not only attacked but also absorbed her energy. Thus, being hit meant losing spiritual energy, which would eventually make it hard to control the Lui sand. Heavenly net, and earthly web. The Jimmy slapped the ground with both hands, causing a giant net to appear in the sky and on the ground, intending to envelop Mara. Her face changed drastically. If hit by so many ropes, she'd be doomed. Using Lui sand wouldn't help now. Mara gritted her teeth, swiftly performing seals with her hands. Her whole body gradually became ethereal. The ropes passed through her body without causing any harm or absorbing her spiritual energy. This technique was used by Marjorie against her once, and as the founder of Yin-Yang sorcery, Mara naturally knew how to do it too. What kind of technique is this? To make one's body become intangible? The Jimmy frowned. It's just an intangible technique. What's the big deal? Mara said coldly. You've made plenty of moves. It's my turn now. Then, lifting her right hand, the Lui sand formed a massive tidal wave, instantly submerging the Jimmy. Burial of sand. Perish, she declared, and intense tremors echoed from the ground. Soon, everything returned to calm. But something felt wrong to Mara. Through her Lui sand, she sensed such immense pressure had been defended or even absorbed. She quickly withdrew the Lui sand, and the Jimmy reappeared before her unharmed. How could you possibly be unharmed? Mara said coldly. The pressure and gravity of the sand burial alone are enough to crush a person, let alone the energy that would destroy body cells at the end by the Lui sand. How did you manage to survive this? Surely you must understand that my ropes can absorb others' power, right? Although you manipulate the Lui sand, what do you use to control it? Of course, it's spiritual energy. I simply absorb the spiritual energy inside the Lui sand through my ropes. The Lui sands without spiritual energy are just like ordinary sand, posing no threat to me, the Jimmy said with a cold laugh. I have already figured out your moves beforehand. Most of your deadly moves rely on manipulating the Lui sand, but I can absorb its spiritual energy, rendering your moves ineffective against me from now on. Mara clenched her fists in frustration. This was the first time she had been so thoroughly suppressed. But Mara did not give up. This concerned Sean's life and death. How could she admit defeat easily? She put away the Lui sand and took out a fan. Since the opponent could absorb the spiritual energy of the Lui sand, Mara believed that he should be powerless against the moves of Wind God's wrath. After all, those winds were not controlled by spiritual energy. Wind God's wrath, Scythe Weasel. With a flick of her fan, a hurricane appeared, instantly surrounding the Jimmy. Sensing the terrifying energy carried by the wind as well as the razor-sharp wind blades, the Jimmy rapidly moved his hands, wrapping himself in rope after rope, finally forming a cocoon-like structure that enveloped him inside. Mara frowned, feeling that the force might still be insufficient, as the defensive power of the ropes couldn't be breached. If so, then Wind God's wrath, multiple Scythe Weasels. She fanned several times, and powerful storms spread almost everywhere. Not only Mike and his group, but also the poisonous bird demons retreated due to the wide attack range of Mara's storm. Meanwhile, the rope defense of the Jimmy started to break apart. Overjoyed, Mara didn't notice the strange smile of the Jimmy inside the ropes. Soon, Mara's smile froze. She clearly felt the wind power decreasing, yet she knew exactly the duration of her ultimate move. Why did it finish so early? Then the conclusion was clear. Even the energy within the wind had been absorbed by the Jimmy. When the hurricane finally dispersed, and the Jimmy revealed a victorious smile, Mara truly became enraged. Chapter 126. Quite a feat, huh? Mara revealed an unprecedentedly cold expression. But don't you think it's too early to claim victory? Oh, do you have any tricks left up your sleeve? The Caleb displayed an amused smile, his eyes full of disdain. I already said, Your moves mainly rely on spiritual energy manipulation. In other words, whether it's the colored sand or storms, they're all ineffective against me. What else do you have up your sleeve? Inyansu. Note, this term doesn't directly translate to English spells. I admit those are hard to defend against, but you should also know that powerful Inyang spells require long sealing times, easily exposing vulnerabilities. Clashes between experts cannot be taken lightly. Mara laughed while Lual bent down. Indeed, the weakness of Inyang spells is obvious. Precisely because their weaknesses are so apparent, I created the colorful sands. I didn't expect to use those skills, but now it seems unavoidable. Mara lifted her head, with a sinister and bloodthirsty look on her face. I've never revealed this side of myself to anyone before, because it's too terrifying. But I can't care about that now. The Caleb furrowed his brow, just about to speak when he suddenly felt an overwhelming aura of killing intent and brutality. This aura was so strong that everyone took notice. It was as if everyone saw the terrifying sight of Mara killing mercilessly, reveling in slaughter and blood. That's impossible. How many people have you killed? The Caleb's complexion changed drastically. How many? Mara showed a ghastly smile. I lost count long ago. Before being stranded on Noah's continent, I wandered the universe, wiping out countless worlds. Who knows how many? Wiped out how many worlds? What nonsense are you spouting? The Caleb was about to retort, but in the next moment, he was stunned by what he saw. The colored sands burst forth, but this time they were no longer dazzling like gems. There was only one color, blood red, as if stained with blood. Blood sand hell. Mara calmly commanded, then gently touched with her hand, causing all the blood-red sands around to rush toward the Caleb at incredible speed, leaving him no time to dodge. The blood sands transformed into hands that grabbed the Caleb, tossing him around as if playing with him. Damn! With great effort, the Caleb escaped the blood sand attack, swinging his hands, sending two red ropes like spears piercing straight towards Mara's chest. But she made no attempt to evade, allowing the ropes to pierce through her body. In the next moment, her body turned into blood sand. It was a decoy. The real Mara appeared behind the Caleb, thrusting the sand needles straight into his back. Although he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, he was still significantly injured. After changing her aura, her strength has increased so much. The Caleb could hardly believe it. The current Mara seemed like a different person, akin to a demon who loved killing, pain, and blood, instilling fear from within. You forced me. If you had just let us pass earlier, it would have been better. Block all but us to rescue people. Humph. After releasing my long-sealed killing intent, now I only enjoy killing. You can't stop me. Mara sneered, lifting her hands overhead, as the blood sand once again turned into colored sand, slowly converging into a pagoda shape, counting up to 7 layers. 7-layered pagoda of colored sand. Mara's hands descended, and the enormous pagoda pressed down. The Caleb naturally did not sit idly by, attempting to evade but was enveloped by a golden light barrier, unable to escape. The pagoda ruthlessly crushed down. Desperate, the Caleb could only use the ropes for defense, which proved futile. Absorb its spirit energy? Even if the Caleb could absorb it, the amount was limited. He realized this pagoda contained an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. Finally, the pagoda struck the Caleb, the smoke engulfing both Mara and him. When the smoke cleared, Mara was sitting on the ground, the terrifying aura gone. The pagoda dispersed, revealing a heavily wounded Caleb. Melvin coughed twice, stepping forward to support the Caleb and placing him beside Kian. After a while, he said coolly, "You may leave now. You're letting us go?" Aaron was surprised by Melvin's decision, considering they had spoken of dealing with them just moments ago. With Kian and the Caleb injured like this, if I get hurt too, there will be no one to take care of them. They would soon be killed by other demons in this hell. And I'm not sure I can kill you either. You might even have a higher chance of winning. I still need to take care of Kian and the Caleb. You may leave. Melvin said indifferently. Lawrence stepped forward to help Mara up, exchanging glances with Aaron. Aaron picked up the exhausted Mara and ran forward with Lawrence. Following the Hell Girl's instructions, they quickly arrived at the supposed end of hell, where indeed grew soul-returning grass that looked like it was made of crystal. Aaron carefully plucked one, placed it in the bottle given by the Hell Girl, then cut his wrist, pouring fresh blood into it. Holding his wound, Aaron said, "Let's hurry back." Lawrence and Mara nodded, turning back with Aaron. At this moment, the Hell Girl returned to her little house, holding an additional white candle inscribed with Sean's name. She mumbled to herself while Lualban at the candle. "Hurry, your friend doesn't have much time left." Suddenly, the door burst open, revealing Aaron, pale-faced, handing over a bottle to the Hell Girl. The Hell Girl accepted it, and, seeing the soul-returning grass still absorbing blood, nodded approvingly. "You did well. You and your companions wait outside. You can eat some cherries to regain strength. The rest is up to me." Aaron nodded. "I leave it to you, Hell Girl." With that, he dragged his tired body out of the house. The Hell Girl finally smiled with relief as the door closed. "First, you are the first ones to pass the test." She broke the bottle, its blood already absorbed by the soul-returning grass. In fact, what the Hell Girl hadn't told Aaron was that the soul-returning grass was a highly spiritual plant that wouldn't easily absorb human blood unless it contained intense emotions for someone, be it friendship, family love, or romance. In short, for Aaron to revive Sean, he needed unwavering determination and willpower. Otherwise, the soul-returning grass wouldn't have absorbed his blood. The Hell Girl held the soul-returning grass and placed it on the candle carved with Sean's name. As the flame ignited the grass, it quickly disappeared, transforming into silver light points that merged into the candle. The Hellgirl smiled and said to Aaron and the others anxiously waiting outside, "Go back now. Your friend has awakened." Chapter 127, Hernangian Dojo. A week later, in the heart of Hernangian City, Aaron and his 3 companions sat at an outdoor restaurant, enjoying a long overdue afternoon tea. "It's really great that Sean is okay," Aaron said with a smile. "You really gave us quite a scare before. But it was also the first time I saw your brother so angry. He looked as if he wanted to destroy the entire demon world. Even Jamal was trembling. I never knew my brother cared about me this much. How strange, considering he caused me to be reincarnated, yet now he's being so nice to me," Sean said, frowning slightly. "What a dishonest brother. Regardless, it's wonderful that everything turned out all right," Willie said with a smile. "And we can finally relax and enjoy our afternoon tea properly." Mara took a deep breath and leaned back lazily in her chair, saying, "Truly, my body feels weak. I don't even want to move." "Well, after some rest, we need to challenge the Hernangian City Dojo," Aaron said. "We've already spent too much time. 2.5 months have passed. We must hurry. I can't wait to see my brother's dumbfounded expression when he sees I've assembled the team he asked for." "Weren't you supposed to have a duel with your brother's team?" Willie asked. Sean smiled and said, "It's not me being arrogant, but with our current strength, we could almost win against any non-Saint tier team. Even Aaron's brother Davin's team wouldn't be an exception." Aaron nodded. "That's true. Given my brother's potential, he won't advance beyond the gold rank within a year. Following the past head of the Yu family's habits, he will likely become a Thunder Knight. His subordinates are indeed geniuses and experts, but I believe any one of us here could match his entire team." "You're exaggerating even more than I did," Sean laughed. Aaron shrugged. "Because it's the truth." "All right, stop Talalban nonsense. Let's go to the Hernangian dojo now. By the way, I've met the dojo master. He's a king of fist named Ed who once visited my father Charlton," Aaron said. "His fist techniques are ferociously powerful, often resulting in instant death with a single blow." The 4 arrived at the Hernangian dojo, which was built on a small hill within the city. The entire dojo reflected the dojo master's personality. It appeared to be designed by someone who didn't care for details or lacked artistic sense. Its exterior actually resembled a mountain peak, causing Aaron and his companions to struggle to find it initially. Sha'alban his head helplessly, Aaron stepped forward and knocked on the heavy door. It suddenly opened, revealing a little boy around 7 or 8 years old. The boy wore a cute pajama with a teddy bear pattern on the front. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Aaron, as Alban. "Big brother, are you here to challenge the dojo?" Yes. Is Mr. Ed here?" Aaron hesitated, then quickly corrected himself. "Ed, he no longer runs this place. He set out to travel the world." The boy blinked, holding a stuffed teddy bear that seemed to appear out of nowhere. "What? Traveling the world? Then who's the new dojo master?" Aaron asked. The boy, clearly still sleepy, rubbed his eyes and replied, "Since you're challenging the dojo, let me explain the rules. Brother, you're at the gold level, right? So you can only bring one teammate for the duel with the dojo master. After all, even Saint-level fighters are human, and this is just a sparring match, so the master can't fight at full strength. Choose your partner quickly, then take the blue passage behind me to the arena. The other 2 should use the yellow passage, which leads to the spectator stands. Enjoy watching. Now, let me get back to sleep. Don't disturb me." The boy turned and walked into a red passage, leaving the 4 staring at each other in surprise, not expecting to be greeted by a 7 or 8-year-old child. Despite being only 13 himself, Aaron felt somewhat out of place. "So, we need to choose who will accompany Aaron for the battle," Sean said. "From what we know, Willie seems the most suitable." "Why not? I can also participate," Mara said unhappily. "Why? Your true strength lies in yin-yang techniques, but you shouldn't forget that these have disappeared from this world. Therefore, we should avoid exposing them too early. If you use the Rome family's techniques, their power definitely wouldn't be enough to face a Saint-rank opponent. Dealing with a Saint-level fighter is already tough for Aaron alone. After all, a Saint-rank dojo master isn't an ordinary existence. It said they can hunt dragons single-handedly. If either of us were to fight, we couldn't give our all. Mara is still recovering from her injuries, and so am I. So only Willie makes sense. Willie is a divine dancer. Using butterflies would easily be attributed to divine intervention. As long as Willie uses some support spells, they will believe it." Sean adjusted his glasses and analyzed. Aaron nodded. "Sean is right. Let's do it as Sean suggests." Mara glanced at Sean and Aaron irritably, saying, "Aaron, why do you always listen to Sean? Are you too close?" Sean nearly choked on his own saliva, while Willie was also taken aback. However, Aaron looked completely bewildered. "Close? What do you mean by close? I'm not excited." The other 3 twitched at the corners of their mouths. After a moment, Sean patted Aaron on the shoulder and sighed. "It's good to be pure. All right, leave it to you and Willie then. Don't lose." Mara snorted coldly, then walked through the yellow passage with Sean. Meanwhile, Aaron and Willie entered the blue passage. Soon, they reached the arena but almost stumbled when they saw it. "Is this children's playground supposed to be the arena? This is a joke, right?" Aaron looked around at the fluffy carpet and room full of toys, large building blocks, swings, dolls. "We must have walked into a fairy tale park. Though I thought the previous Master Ed had unusual taste, I didn't expect someone even more peculiar. Is the new master just childlike, setting up the arena like this?" At that moment, a familiar yet childish voice sounded. "Sorry, I'm not being childlike. I'm just a kid." From the other side, a small figure slowly appeared. "It's you." Aaron looked at the drowsy little boy who had greeted them. "Don't tell me you're the dojo master." The little boy had changed out of his pajamas and now wore cute sportswear, with a lollipop in his mouth. Don't underestimate me. I'm a legend too. Chapter 128. The new master is a child. I don't know about the rumors, but little brother, can you tell me your name first? And are you really the new master of this dojo? Aaron asked. The little boy licked the lollipop in his hand and said, My name is Antoine. I am indeed the new master of this dojo. Humph, don't underestimate me. I'm at the saint stage. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see through your realms instantly. Idiot. Recalling what happened when he first entered the dojo, Aaron remembered that Antoine had immediately identified him as being at the gold level, causing him to become more serious. Achieving the saint stage at such a young age isn't just about talent. It also suggests he must have practiced very powerful techniques. Antoine looked at Aaron's expression and said, You don't need to be so solemn. Just like any other dojo, if you defeat me, you'll get the badge. If not, please leave without disturbing my sleep. Shall we start now? Oh, by the way, my profession is magician. Nice to meet you. Catherine, don't be careless. His strength must be considerable, Aaron said gravely. Catherine nodded. You don't need to remind me. To reach the saint stage at such a young age and be a magician, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Antoine smiled and said, Then let me make the first move. Hernandi Rain. As Antoine finished Spialban, a magic array appeared in the sky, followed by countless colorful lollipops raining down. However, Catherine's face turned pale as she quickly shouted, Aaron, quickly dodge. The lollipops contain powerful magic. Nodding, Aaron retreated, but the range of the Hernandi Rain was too large. He had no choice but to cross his hands and form a yellow protective shield around himself to block Antoine's attack. Meanwhile, Catherine did not attempt to dodge or defend herself, getting swallowed by the explosion of candy before smoke cleared. Suddenly, Antoine leaped to the left. Almost simultaneously, a group of green light butterflies rushed where Antoine had been standing originally. The green light butterflies, having missed their target, didn't pursue but instead flew swiftly to Aaron, who emerged from the smoke, reverting back into Catherine. Staring with wide eyes, Antoine remarked after a while, This Catherine must be a dancer. I didn't expect her to possess such a marvelous technique, almost matching some spells. Aaron opened his mouth. We underestimated you. We never imagined you were far stronger than your appearance suggests. But, smiling, he raised the 7-star shining dragon sword, saying, We won't lose here. With that, Aaron dashed towards Antoine. There was no trace of fear in Antoine's eyes. Suddenly, he blew out a pink bubble 1 meter in diameter. Hee, bubblegum wave ernanon. Immediately, the bubble burst, emitting blinding pink light, which enveloped Aaron's body in intense explosions. Waving the orchid green feather fan, Catherine released blood butterflies that fluttered about. Waving her hand again, Go, blood butterflies. Emitting clear cries, they shot beams of red light from their mouths. A hint of surprise flickered across Antoine's eyes, yet he kept busy. Being a saint stage powerhouse himself, he could appreciate the power of Catherine's blood butterflies. Turning on the spot, he pushed his hands forward. Teddy bear shield. A 3-meter-tall teddy bear materialized in front of Antoine, Lualban like nothing more than a larger doll, but with astonishing defensive capabilities. All the red beams from the blood butterflies were deflected by this teddy bear. At this moment, Aaron escaped from the bubblegum wave ernanon, jumping up high. Swinging both hands, he split the 7-star shining dragon sword into 7 golden 5-clawed dragons. Behold my 7 stars, transforming dragons. The 7 dragons danced intertwined and dived straight for Antoine on the ground. Yet, Antoine maintained his innocent smile. Fearless eyes crossed his hands, forming a pink orb between them. Gradually growing, it eventually formed a beam aimed directly at the dragons. Simultaneously, Antoine lunged towards Catherine in front of him. Catherine's brows furrowed slightly, and with a gentle wave of her fan, a cluster of golden butterflies appeared before her. Antoine squinted his eyes, noticing that the wings of these butterflies were intricately engraved with complex, translucent wrinkles. These golden butterflies swiftly flew in front of Catherine, emitting a golden light that transformed into an enormous bronze mirror. Antoine's hands once again emitted pink beams, which struck the bronze mirror. Although they were reflected away, Catherine still felt the immense power of the attack. One must understand that Breyer Alban through the defense of Catherine's golden jade butterflies is not easy, especially when a large group of them work together. Though she managed to block Antoine's attack again, Catherine had no confidence that she could withstand multiple such attacks. Catherine's fan waved lightly, and several green beams erupted from the ground, enclosing Antoine within. All the green beams then formed a cylindrical shape, shooting down a thick beam of light several meters wide directly at the top of Antoine's head. Humph! Once you're hit by my wood spirit holy light, there's no way you can get up again, Catherine said. However, in the next moment, her pupils contracted as she quickly dodged to the side, but her arms still felt a sharp pain. Lualban down, she saw a serrated lollipop swipe past her, and it was this inconspicuous lollipop that cut through her body. Although your wood spirit holy light is indeed powerful, I also have moves that are no less impressive, Antoine said with a smile. At that moment, Antoine's expression changed, and he hastily retreated. The spot where he had been standing instantly turned into a huge pit. Lualban up, he saw Aaron using the coiling dragon palm. Despite its great power, it unfortunately missed. It seems you two aren't ordinary gold-level fighters. With your strength, you're capable of handling average saint stage opponents, Antoine said with a laugh. Since that's the case, I'll unleash my full power because I hate holding back. Hee hee, this is my most powerful magic, and also the most terrifying one. Watch closely. Catherine and Aaron sensed a powerful surge of magic. Catherine frowned, waving her fan to Zhao the golden jade butterflies. After all, she wasn't sure what spell xuanhuan was about to cast, so to be safe, she recalled the butterflies first. Aaron also raised the 7-star shining dragon sword, preparing for battle. Hee fairy tale magic, cartoon world. Just as Antoine finished Spialban, a colossal castle, like something out of a fairy tale, appeared behind him. Chapter 129, The Cartoon Castle. Aaron's lips twitched as he gazed upon the massive cartoon castle in front of him. How should he put it? It really was a fitting trick for children. From the initial candy cane reign to the present cartoon realm, everything seemed either sweet treats or toys. Do not underestimate my cartoon world, Godric said with a proud laugh. In this cartoon world of mine, my body cannot be harmed by your attacks, just like cartoon characters who can never die. What did you say? Aaron and Willie changed their expressions abruptly. This sounded much like the territory that only lower gods could master. But this was absolutely not something that a saint rank could comprehend. Territory was the gateway from pseudo-god level to lower god, where pseudo-gods had nearly eternal lifespans but lacked the true power of gods. To become a true god, one needed a territory. Only by comprehending one's own unique territory could one become a god. In a territory, all things obey the ruler of the territory unless you could break through the territory, otherwise, defeat was inevitable. Although Godric's technique wasn't a true territory but merely an imitation, it still demonstrated his extraordinary talent. Despite Aaron and others being far from ordinary, each having strength ran Alban at the top within their ranks, they had never achieved such feats. Aaron's expression turned solemn, saying, "Be careful, Willie. This is no trivial matter. Since we can't harm his body, we must dismantle this move first." Right, this is fundamentally different from Tracy's immortal body. Tracy's body would heal, bleed, and feel pain, whereas this cartoon world will probably not be so simple. Let me try. Willie gently moved her hand forward. All phantom water butterflies let out chorus calls, and pieces of ice flew out, piercing Godric's body. Astonishingly, Godric's body appeared transparent, and all the attacks passed through without causing any damage. Well, looks like my guess was right. He feels no pain, doesn't bleed or get injured, a truly immortal body. Willie sighed. I'll break the cartoon world. You detain Godric, all right? Aaron's expression grew heavier, filled more with helplessness. I can only do my best. All right. Willie spun on the spot, waving her hand. 5 elemental butterflies, blood butterflies, appear. After her words, 6 kinds of beautiful and powerful butterflies began circling around her. Each type divided into sections, forming a hexagonal formation surrounding Willie at the center. I won't let you dismantle my cartoon world. Godric snapped his fingers, and countless lollipops fell from the sky simultaneously. But Aaron wouldn't allow Godric to easily obstruct Willie's casting. At this moment, Aaron also revealed his full strength. A thought, and Peter appeared. The 5-clawed golden dragon Peter immediately exhaled a puff of golden mist, which quickly expanded to shield both Aaron and Willie overhead. Though lollipops exploded against the mist, it showed no signs of dispersing. Godric stared wide-eyed at the appearance of Peter, excitement soon replacing surprise in his eyes. On Willie's side, ancient scripts emerged around her as the array composed of the 5 elemental butterflies, blood butterflies, and Willie herself activated. Godric frowned slightly, sensing the unusual power of Willie's formation. While its destructive power might not be astonishing, he felt it would have remarkable effects on formations or territories. Therefore, he decided to resolve Willie first. By relying on the cartoon world, Godric had a chance to defeat Aaron and Willie. In truth, Godric knew well that even though it appeared they were evenly matched earlier, he would gradually fall behind over time. After all, Aaron possessed a 5-clawed golden dragon, and Willie had terrifying and formidable butterflies. Who knew what other tricks they harbored? So Godric didn't hesitate to use the cartoon world. Given that it consumed half his mana, he certainly wouldn't let Willie dismantle it easily. Godric slapped his hand on the ground, and 2 giant teddy bears like walls separated him from Willie and Aaron. Without hesitation, Godric immediately rushed toward Willie, eager to resolve her first. However, he didn't notice the slight, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of Willie's mouth. With a victorious grin, Godric successfully struck Willie. But in the next moment, his smile froze. The Willie before him had turned into countless bubbles and vanished, just like the butterflies beside her. It was an illusion. Godric hadn't expected that Willie was also a master of illusions. In the next instant, Godric's pupils constricted as he leaped into the air without Thin Alban, narrowly dodging an attack from Aaron behind him. As he jumped, he saw Willie behind Aaron with a victorious smile. Godric felt secretly alarmed. When did she cast the illusion? At this moment, Willie didn't delay any longer, chanting, offering to the heavens, opening the sky, worshipping the earth, splitting the land, 1,000 butterflies dance, Brer Alban, all formations. With those words, the 5 elemental butterflies and blood butterflies around Willie emitted blinding light. The ancient scripts surrounding her lit up brightly, transforming into silver needles that shot towards insignificant, seemingly unrelated corners of the cartoon world. But Godric's face turned pale as the cartoon world began to twist and quickly disappeared from his sight. This meant that Willie had successfully broken through Godric's cartoon world. Godric sighed, laughing and said, "You win. There's no need for this battle to continue. But I'm curious, when did you cast the illusion on me? And how could you cooperate so well with the illusory Willie after she cast the illusion? If it was an illusion, you shouldn't have been able to see her." Aaron smiled and replied, "Willie is an expert in illusions. To be honest, even I don't know when she cast it. And the reason I cooperated so well with the illusory Willy is because her illusion affects a wide area, not just individuals. So, whether it's enemies or allies, anyone can fall into the illusion instantly if Willy wishes. Casting the illusion on me was to ensure there were no flaws for you to spot. After all, you are a saint-rank powerhouse. Even the slightest mistake could give it away. Do you remember the lollipop rain you used at the beginning? Willy asked with a smile. Are you saying you've been using illusions since then? Godric's eyes widened in surprise. Willy nodded. Yes, the smoke from the lollipop rain provided excellent cover for me to cast the illusion and hide my true form. And the reason Aaron didn't know is exactly as he said. Dealing with you. We couldn't afford the slightest slip. Chapter 130, Linglong City. The next place we're heading to is Highway City, where Angus is. According to rumors, Angus is the daughter of the Highway Dojo's master in Highway City. I think during the last confrontation with the Western Dragon Tribe Galeese, Angus must have given it her all. Her true strength is likely above ours. Aaron said. Sean nodded in agreement and said, that's right. So we need to become stronger in the shortest time possible. Angus also said that if we haven't grown, she won't join us. But I think we should just let things take their natural course. There's no need to delay our time for any special training. After all, our time isn't abundant, Willy said. Moreover, after our awakening, almost all memories and abilities that can be exerted at this stage have already been utilized. The master of Hernangian Dojo, Antoine, also said that ordinary holy rank fighters are no longer a match for us, aren't they? Mara said with a smile. We might as well just let things unfold naturally on our journey without deliberately doing anything. Aaron nodded. What Mara said makes sense. After all, we don't have much time for supposed special training. I looked at the map, and next, we will enter the border of Linglong City within Highway City. It said that this city has a unique profession called sorcerer. Sorcerer? Sean frowned. I seem to have read about it in some ancient books, but my memory isn't clear. Willy shrugged. He knew even less about these matters. Although he had attended school for a few years, he eventually ended up at xuanhuan and was clueless about such knowledge. Mara sighed softly, Lualban nostalgic as she slowly began. I know the origin of sorcerers. Oh, you do? Aaron was slightly surprised. Mara nodded and said, because the origin of sorcerers started with me. Upon hearing this, Aaron and the others were taken aback. Although Mara was an onmyoji who appeared during the prosperous times of humanity when various professions coexisted, how could sorcerers, completely different from onmyoji, be connected? However, none of them spoke and waited quietly for Mara to continue. Mara took a deep breath to calm her slightly sad and nostalgic emotions before Spialban. When I first formed on the moon and came to know a continent, I saw countless professions with millions of inheritors. I felt very bu-fu-cheat indignant. Because, back then, I believed that my yin-yang techniques were far superior to those professions on Noah continent, both in intricacy and power. So, I meticulously recorded a portion of my yin-yang techniques that most gifted people could successfully cultivate. Then I began recruiting successors. I remember clearly that 3 months after announcing the recruitment after defeating the top 10 experts on Noah continent, an ordinary Lualban boy came to me, hoping I would accept him. At that moment, after examining his potential, I found that he wasn't suitable for practicing yin-yang techniques because it required more intuition, which couldn't be achieved simply through effort and persistence. Therefore, I directly told him the reason why I couldn't accept him. But unexpectedly, from that day onward, that boy came to my door every day, pleading me to accept him as a disciple. I was moved by his sincerity and agreed. Does this mean that the boy has something to do with the origin of sorcerers? Aaron asked. Mara wiped away the tears about to stream down her eyes and nodded, saying, exactly, because he is the progenitor of the sorcerer profession, with a beautiful name, Barth. Since I accepted him, he practiced the yin-yang techniques I taught diligently. But as I mentioned, only those with exceptional talent and intuition can become masters. As expected, Barth was nearly at the bottom among the 120 disciples I accepted. Despite knowing he worked hard, I didn't pay much attention to him. However, one time, I discovered he had an astonishing talent in a certain part of yin-yang techniques, surpassing even myself. What was it? The trio asked in unison. Mara looked at them and slowly said, life. To be honest, I was able to use various yin-yang techniques from the moment I came into being. In other words, my spells were innate. As for whether I am the ancestor of yin-yang techniques, I'm not sure. However, at that time, I was tackling a difficult problem in yin-yang techniques called life, and I encountered a bottleneck. I mentioned before that yin-yang techniques involve comprehending the mysteries of the world through yin and yang, as well as taiji. By understanding the mysteries of nature, I also discovered that everyone has their own destiny. Although we don't know what exactly this fate entails, we can predict whether one's life will generally go smoothly, encounter many setbacks, or if success will come late in life. At that time, I wanted to do something that defied the heavens, change one's destiny. Are you saying changing one's destiny through certain methods? Aaron sucked in a cold breath. Even when he was still the Eastern Heavenly Emperor, he had never dared to think like this because they believed fate was predestined by the heavens. But soon, I realized that reversing one's destiny wasn't so easy. A corresponding price must be paid, and later on, I discovered that the price was a human life. In other words, if you want to defy your destiny, you must exchange it for someone else's life, and that person must willingly agree. So when I uncovered this secret, I felt very disheartened and discouraged. However, once, while exploring the study, Barth unexpectedly walked in and told me his understanding of these things. His words immediately enlightened me. eventually leading me to create the method of cosmic usurpation, changing one's destiny by altering their life star's orbit. But as I said, the price remains the same, a life. That's why this spell couldn't be implemented after its creation, which made me feel very regretful. Mara's face showed the sadness she could no longer hide. Because I couldn't verify it, I became very irritable during that period. When Barth excitedly told me he had finally learned the yin yang techniques I taught him, I couldn't control my anger and harshly humiliated him, expelling him from the sect. I can never forget the grievance and despair in Barth's eyes back then. Why did you suddenly drive him away? Sean asked, puzzled. Willie sighed and said, I understand that because of Barth, Mara was able to create this heaven-defying spell but was unable to use it. It's like when you're about to starve to death, and someone places a table full of delicious food in front of you, yet you can't eat it. In such a situation, you would likely blame the person who showed you that table of food. Chapter 131, Recollections at Parting. Willie was right. So, at that time, I drove him away, but before leaving, he told me that he had always liked me and said he would become a true powerhouse and return to protect me. Mara smiled bitterly. At that time, I thought it was merely child's play. However, 100 years later, Daniel reappeared before me. By then, he had already become very powerful because the structure of Noah's continent back then was different from now, so there were many deities in the human world as well. And by then, he had already become a Lord God. Think about it. Just 100 years turned him from a mere bronze-level existence into a Lord God. How much effort and trials must he have endured? And when he saw me, he only asked if I was willing to marry him. So what was your answer? I agreed, said Mara with a blissful smile. For a while, we lived very happily, although this dreamlike life turned out to be just as short-lived as a dream. Because through the spell for cosmic usurpation, I discovered my fate. It was to end in soul obliteration. Upon learning this, Daniel finally told me why he became so strong. It was because he used the yin-yang techniques I taught him as a foundation to create a new kind of spell that differed greatly from the yin-yang techniques, creating his own lineage, the sorcerers. Unlike yin-yang masters, sorcerers don't need any innate talent, but must endure efforts 100-fold more than normal people to become powerful. And after knowing my fate, Daniel became melancholy, spending all day locked in his room, researching ways to break the spell. What was the outcome? Mike asked. Mara laughed sadly and said, he did find a way, but it was the method I least wanted to use. The cosmic usurpation spell I created originally required a willing person to sacrifice their soul. He improved the spell so that it required a life instead. But no matter what, someone's life was ultimately still being sacrificed. At the time, I refused without hesitation. However, 3 days later, he made a decision that shocked me. You mean? Yes, he decided to die for me. In front of me, he performed the improved version of cosmic usurpation and told me before dying that one day we would meet again. Tears flowed uncontrollably down Mara's cheeks. Only at that moment did I realize that my love for him had long surpassed everything. Initially, I agreed to be with him only because of his looks and realm, and even after being together, we didn't consummate our relationship. I remained capricious and aloof towards him, but he never complained and continued protecting me even until after his death. Saying this, Mara looked at the crystal-clear glass beads on her chest. Are these glass beads given to you by Daniel? Mike asked. Mara nodded. Actually, you should have noticed that the glass beads differ significantly from yin-yang techniques. Strictly speaking, the glass beads are not a type of yin-yang technique, but the last amulet Daniel left for me before he died. He transformed his magic power and bones into beautiful glass beads while performing cosmic usurpation, enduring immense pain, and handed them to me. I still can't forget what he said. Caitlin, I know you haven't loved me very much, but let me say, I really love you. You are so beautiful and pure like a fairy, and ordinary weapons do not suit you. Now, I found the perfect weapon for you. I have transformed my body and magic power into these colorful glass beads. Let me fulfill my promise to protect you forever this way. He vanished before my eyes. I still can't forget, nor do I wish to forget. I've been waiting for him to return to me. After Daniel's death, the profession of sorcerer gradually became scarce. I think Linglong City retains a trace of lineage because it was where he died. I left the teachings of sorcery to Daniel's younger brother, entrusting him to carry it on. Presumably, the current sorcerers in Linglong City are descendants of Ali, Daniel's younger brother. I see. I never imagined you had such a heartbreaking past, but haven't we all experienced something like this? A hint of desolation flashed in Mike's eyes. Everyone is like this. We don't truly cherish those around us until they're gone. It is only when we lose something that we bitterly regret it. Though it's an old cliché, thousands upon thousands of people still can't see through it. Even gods are no exception. All right, stop being so sentimental. Willie secretly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said, we're not here for a tea party. Let's go. We've already arrived at Linglong City. Willie pointed to the green brick wall, not far ahead. Mara smiled apologetically and said, sorry for telling you such a heartbreaking story. Let's go. Mike nodded, and the four of them walked into Linglong City. Upon entering, everyone in the city looked at Mike and his companions with evasive eyes. Mike frowned, sensing they might be caught up in some trouble again. However, Mike and his companions wouldn't leave just because of this vague feeling. With their strength, few in the Eastern Dragon Empire could harm them. Observing carefully, they realized that everyone's wary gaze was directed at Mara. What's going on? They don't seem to recognize Mara, so why do they look at her like that? Sean asked, puzzled. It's as if they feel both pity for her and fear getting involved. Truly strange. Mara shrugged. This situation is indeed a bit odd. Normally Spialban. Before she could finish, a massive explosion sounded from ahead. A house not far off collapsed, and amidst the smoke and dust, a handsome boy with beautiful silver hair, no older than 10 or so years, ran out. Behind him, a group of soldiers chased after him. Just as Mike and his companions were about to offer help, Mara burst with alarming killing intent. Then, almost instantly and much to the disbelief of Mike and the others, she positioned herself in front of the boy. Chapter 132. Reunion with an old acquaintance. "Brat, get out of my way," shouted a man at the front who was carrying a black fan and had an ugly, sinister appearance. The silver-haired boy behind Mara looked at her with eyes full of fear and anxiety. Although he did not know why he instinctively hid behind Mara upon their first meeting and felt such a sense of reassurance, Mara showed no sign of retreating. Instead, the murderous aura around her grew stronger. This was because she saw the fan on the man's back. That fan. Mara remembered clearly that it was a weapon specially made for ritualists which she had personally handed over to Ali. Mara wasn't foolish enough to think this fan-carrying man was a descendant of Ali since his energy signature didn't match. The fan would only record the energy of Ali's descendants. So, Mara concluded that this man had stolen it. Mara's hands danced in the air as the crystal sand conjured into spikes, piercing through everyone present, giving them chills. However, she left one person alive, the man with the fan. In reality, this man was quite young, barely into his early 20s. But his decadent demeanor and cunning face repulsed Mara. The man had long collapsed on the ground, Llewellyn up at the young girl, no more than 10 years old, as if he were seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Mara slowly approached him. Every step seemed so terrifying from the man's point of view. When she reached him, her eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty hue, and her cold voice commanded, "Hand me the fan on your back." Gasping for breath, the man shakily offered the fan to Mara. Although he had struggled to snatch this fan from the silver-haired boy, saving his life was now most important. Despite it being a family heirloom, he had no choice but to give it up. Mara took the fan coldly and said, "You can leave." The man froze, evidently surprised by how easily Mara let him go. Raising an eyebrow, her eyes turned even colder. "Or do you want to leave your life here?" Hearing this, the man hurriedly ran away. Mara scoffed and turned away. Her eyes, however, were filled with affection and warmth. Mike and the two others jogged up to Mara and asked, "Caitlin, what happened? Why did your presence become so terrifying?" Mara smiled, surprising her companions because her smile carried a tinge of hopeful happiness. Llewellyn at the silver-haired boy standing before her, who appeared older than herself, she said with a smile, "You're Daniel, right?" Daniel was taken aback, as Alban in surprise. "How do you know my name? Do you know me?" He was puzzled. Though he was merely a silver rank, he understood the profound skills Mara displayed earlier, concluding that she was undoubtedly an expert. Why would such an expert know him? If it were an hour ago, Mike and the others would have been very surprised too. However, after hearing Mara's story, they were more amazed by the boy's name, Daniel. And from the look on Mara's face earlier, it was clear this boy bore a Strialban resemblance to her beloved Ali. "Ernan, I have the fan back," Daniel whispered. "It's our family heirloom. Please, I'll do anything if you give it back to me." Tears shimmered faintly in his eyes. Mara smiled and said, "Fool, the fan is yours. I will naturally return it to you." Handing the fan over, she continued, "You haven't disgraced your family. To become a silver rank ritualist at your age is quite an achievement." After the death of his parents, Daniel had never been praised like this. Blushing shyly, he asked, "Would you like to come to my house for a visit?" Nodding, Mara followed Daniel along with Mike and the others to a small hill inside the city, where an old, somewhat broken-down house stood. Blushing, Daniel apologized. "Sorry, my house is poor and cannot be fixed due to lack of money." Mara shook her head with a smile. "We don't mind that. What puzzles me is, with scarce occupations like this usually getting government support, why?" Daniel lowered his head and said after a while, "Because the money provided by the government was all swallowed by the lord of this city. The lord naturally wouldn't let this news leak out, so my life has been very poor." Mara frowned, displeasure showing on her face. "It's that group of people just now, right?" Daniel nodded and said, "That man is the son of the lord. The lord is a holy rank dark elementalist. They came to our city and became the lords 10 years ago. Ernan, you tell us your story?" Mara said, "Maybe we can help you." Daniel nodded and said after a moment, "This is how it happened. Linglong City was originally a special city. There was no lord here. Everyone was very simple and kind, always helping each other and living happily. Those responsible for protecting their safety and ensuring their prosperity were us, ritualists of our Luo family. However, 10 years ago, the lord and his son came here. The first thing they did upon arriving was announce themselves as the new lords. Immediately after, they began to oppress the surrounding residents. As the guardians of this city's residents, my parents, two holy rank ritualists, naturally went to challenge them but never returned. Logically, my parents' strength was extraordinary, and there was no way they could be defeated by a single holy rank dark elementalist. But in that battle 10 years ago, both my parents were killed. Did he kill your parents? Daniel clenched his fists, nodded, and continued. Although I grew up quickly and became a silver rank ritualist, my power was still not as strong as the lords. So not long ago, the treasures passed down by our Luo family were also seized by them. They have been constantly causing trouble for me, trying to catch me. If I hadn't been clever, I would have met an early end. Later, the other residents of the city distanced themselves from me. Even foreigners who dressed similarly to me avoided me like the plague." Mara nodded. "No wonder they all hid from me when they saw me. It was because of my clothes. I'm an Inyang master, So naturally, I dress like a ritualist. These people are truly excessive. You protected them before, yet now, when you're in trouble, they hide from you and refuse to help. Daniel smiled bitterly, saying, there's nothing I can do. They are ordinary people and don't want to offend the Lord, so it's better for them to avoid me. Mara sighed. Just as she was about to say something, Willie interjected. Why don't we defeat the Lord? With our strength, we can definitely win, right? Sean shook his head. I don't think it's that simple. Mara nodded in agreement and said, Sean is right. 2 holy rank ritualists were definitely extraordinary and far beyond what a holy rank dark elementalist could match. There must be some issue behind this. Chapter 133, Mara's Decision. Mike and the others thought for a while, but came up with nothing. After all, they hadn't even met the city lord. Merely having an encounter with his good-for-nothing son, it revealed nothing. Barth stood up, scratching his head as he said, well, everyone must be hungry by now. It's already noon. Let me go find some food on the mountain for you all. Mike asked in puzzlement. Why not buy from the market? However, Mike soon realized he had asked a foolish question, seeing the gloomy look in Barth's eyes, scolding himself as an idiot. Sorry, I didn't mean to. No, you misunderstand. Barth shook his head and explained. It's not that I have no money. My parents did leave me some. But no one in this city dares to sell me anything. Just because you are a sorcerer, are you considered a deadly enemy of the city lord? Mara stood up angrily. These people have no conscience at all. How could they do this? Barth waved his hands hurriedly and said, no, it's not their fault. Blame only lies on my insufficient abilities. All right, enough said. I'll be back soon. Barth tidied up and went out. In the empty and dilapidated house, the 4 people including Mike sat there. The atmosphere was heavy, none willing to speak first. All felt the unprecedented anger of Mara, like a murderer struggling to suppress the desire to kill. Caitlin. After a while, Mike slowly opened his mouth. Is he the lover you've been Talalban about? Mara nodded painfully. It's destiny, appearing again before me as the successor of the Luo family. Originally, I had given up hope of meeting him again. It seems heaven is not so unkind to me after all. But I absolutely cannot forgive those who killed Xingqian's parents for selfish reasons. The atmosphere grew stiffer. Suddenly Mara felt a sharp pain in her chest. Her complexion changed drastically. She stood up immediately. Mike and the 2 others were shocked, just wanting to ask what was wrong. Mara rushed out the door, swiftly flying towards a small hill on the outskirts of the city. Although it would cost some spiritual power, Mara didn't care anymore. What's wrong with Caitlin? Ever since she saw Barth, she has been unable to think clearly. Alan said worriedly. I'm scared. Relax, nothing will happen to Caitlin. I'm just worried about Barth. What else could make Mara act so erratically? Sean sighed. Soon, the 4 reached a small grove. Talalban almost no time. Mara found Barth's bloody clothes. Caitlin, don't worry. Judging by the tears and blood on this garment, Barth isn't in danger of losing his life. However, before Mike finished Spialban, a powerful force sent him flying. Even someone strong like Mike was injured by this strong blow. Mara spoke coldly. Not in danger of losing his life. It'll be too late if there is. Damn city lord. I will tear him limb from limb. With that, Mara emitted terrifying killing intent, frightening the other 3. This was more fearful than fighting the Calebs in the underworld. Without another word, Mara turned into a beam of light and flew toward the Linglong city lord's mansion. When Alan and Sean helped Mike up and wanted to chase after, Mike stopped them. Don't interfere in this battle. Mike said calmly. Despite his calm tone, Cannon and Alan heard the commanding voice of their captain for the first time. They had never heard Mike talk this way before. Why? The city lord's mansion might be full of dangers. Isn't it too dangerous for Mara alone? Alan asked puzzled. Mike sighed. Don't be stupid. This is Mara's fight to reclaim her love. Also, a compensation for her beloved. If we join the battle, it would be an insult to her. And she probably doesn't want our help either. But won't there be any problems? What if something dangerous happens? Alan asked worriedly. Mike smiled confidently and said, do you lack confidence in Mara so much? This is a battle to save the one she loves. Mara will definitely not lose. Caitlin's strength is not as simple as it appears. Her true capabilities are formidable. This is the power of transforming love for a deeply cared person into strength. This is Mara's true strength. At this moment, Mara had already arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. The mansion was a huge palace, and Mara frowned. As a powerful Yin-Yang master, she had long sensed a very powerful aura within this castle. However, it was definitely not the city lord's aura, because it wasn't the dark element magic power owned by a dark elemental master, but rather an energy very similar to the spirit power of Yin-Yang masters. But there were obviously some differences. And this energy made Mara's expression turn grave because she felt that the other party's strength was unfathomable. Although such powerful people often could not use their full strength in the human world due to the laws of nature, they were still formidable. But Mara would naturally not leave just because of this reason. In the astonished gaze of the surrounding crowd, a colorful sand snake appeared beneath Mara's feet, naturally composed of lioli sand. The sand snake spewed out a beam of light from its mouth, directly smashing the main gate of the city lord's palace. The surrounding crowd scattered, and Mara looked at the group of soldiers emerging from the city lord's mansion with cold eyes flashing. In an instant, all the soldiers were swept away and killed by waves of lioli sand. Mara sniffed coldly. They're just trash. How dare they try to compete with the sun and moon? Mara waved her sleeve, and the wide sleeves of her dress fluttered in the wind as she walked through the main gate of the city lord's palace. Soon, Mara discovered the peculiarities of this palace. Within the walls, there was only one palace, which resembled a pagoda with 4 floors in total. Mara used some basic methods taught by Willy before to explore, and found that except for the 3rd floor, the other 3 floors did not pose much threat, even though they were also inhabited by strong individuals. For Mara, however, ordinary holy rank fighters were no longer a match. Chapter 134, The City Lord's Manor. At the very top of this palace, a plump man dressed in luxurious clothes observed Mara, who was full of murderous intent, through a crystal ball. Next to him hung Daniel, who was already bruised and battered. The plump man let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with disdain. "Father, don't you really care? This little girl is quite strong," the Marcus stuttered. "Humph, there's nothing to fear. Why be afraid when that guy is guarding the 3rd floor? Besides, the 1st and 2nd floors have my holy ranked magic pet, and a puppet created by black magic respectively. This little girl is only at the gold level. How much stronger could she become even if she tried?" The plump man said coldly. "Let's go down and rest first. As for this child, HMPF, take him down and make sure he reveals the secrets of the sorcerer." "Yes, father." At that moment, Mara had already pushed open the door and walked into the 1st floor. Although the detection skills taught by Willy were rudimentary and could only reveal the general level of her opponent, it was enough. As soon as Mara entered, the door closed automatically. The dim room then lit up. Mara soon felt a violent shake. In the center of this vast room, which appeared much larger inside than outside, a dark magic array emitted light, and a monster with a lion's head and body, a scorpion's tail, and enormous wings slowly appeared. This monster glared fiercely at Mara, saliva dripping from its mouth. Mara raised an eyebrow. She naturally knew about the scorpion-tailed beast, a holy ranked magical creature. It did not possess any magical abilities and relied on physical attacks, but these should not be underestimated. Moreover, the scorpion-like tail was highly poisonous, and being stung would likely result in death. But Mara was not afraid. First, even among holy ranked creatures, there were high and low levels of power. The scorpion-tailed beast ranked at the bottom among its peers, albeit nothing to fear. Second, since awakening, Mara's strength was no longer what it used to be. She had managed to deal with the dragon clan together with others. How could she fear a mere scorpion-tailed beast? Mara looked at the drooling scorpion-tailed beast and smiled contemptuously. "You? A little scorpion-tailed beast trying to eat me? Truly foolish and naive. Let me show you just how powerful I am." Holy ranked creatures had developed intelligence, so the scorpion-tailed beast understood Mara's words and saw the contempt in her eyes. As a holy ranked creature, its dignity would not allow itself to be insulted by Mara. Yet, so what if it was insulted? To Mara, the scorpion-tailed beast was like an ant. Roaring, the scorpion-tailed beast charged at Mara. Mara sneered, raised her hands, and turned the glass sand into a wall of sand directly in front of her. The scorpion-tailed beast crashed into the sturdy sand wall, roaring angrily. Clearly, it was dissatisfied at not Brealban through the defense. Mara smirked and lightly touched her hand, instantly transforming the sand wall into an enormous serpent. She jumped onto the serpent's head. Although the serpent was made of glass sand, it was incredibly lifelike. Its eyes gleamed ferociously, viewing the scorpion-tailed beast like prey. The scorpion-tailed beast swung its tail hard, aiming the large hook at Mara's back. Without Lualban, Mara had the serpent's tail lift quickly, block Alban the scorpion-tailed beast's tail, and instantly grabbing it, hurling the beast away. The scorpion-tailed beast let out a cry of pain because the force of the hit was immense. Mara did not want to waste time here with the scorpion-tailed beast. After all, Daniel was young and injured. He wouldn't last long. The giant serpent under Mara transformed into countless sand spikes, a number that made one's scalp tingle. If the scorpion-tailed beast was hit, it would undoubtedly be riddled with holes. Fall. Mara waved her hand, and all the sand spikes fell simultaneously. However, the scorpion-tailed beast roared angrily. A black magic array appeared beneath its feet. Before the sand spikes struck, it disappeared into the magic array, avoiding the fatal attack. Mara frowned as the glass sand returned to her side. She knew the scorpion-tailed beast's ability. It must intend to strike when she exposes a weakness. In this situation, Mara was at a disadvantage. If Willy were here, this would not be a problem. Because of Willy's perception, any trap or illusion would be like child's play to her. But since Willy wasn't here, Mara had to make do by using the Risash, Ivrisha, to create a shield around herself to protect against the scorpion-tailed beast's sudden attack. In the next moment, the ground began to tremble. However, Mara's expression changed. She had calculated everything, but did not anticipate that the scorpion-tailed beast would attack from beneath her feet. The Ivrisha shield was indeed powerful in defense, yet it did not cover the ground beneath her. But as an experienced and capable fighter, how could Mara lose due to a surprise attack? At the moment the scorpion-tailed beast emerged, Mara used the Ivrisha to leap into the air. And in that same instant, the scorpion-tailed beast flew towards her. Instead of worrying, Mara smiled with delight. The Ivrisha on the ground instantly rose up like a claw, grabbing the scorpion-tailed beast and enveloping it within the glass sand. So what if you're a holy ranked magical creature? You're just trash. Coffin of sand, shatter. Mara clenched her hand, and the scorpion-tailed beast trapped inside the coffin of sand let out a mournful cry before the Ivrisha shattered, turning the beast into a rain of blood. Mara had been prepared for this. The Ivrisha formed an umbrella to shield her from the blood. She did not want to dirty her clothes because of such a creature. No matter what tricks you have, you won't escape death. Yusef, Mara sneered, put away the Ivrisha, and proceeded to the second floor. At this moment, The Yusef was unaware that his scorpion-tailed beast had already met its end and was still sitting there, dreaming pleasantly while playing with something that emitted a mysterious aura. And when Mara entered the second floor, that object gave off a faint, barely noticeable light. Chapter 135. When Mara saw the creature before her, she couldn't help but frown. The creature had a human upper body, holding a spear and shield, but its lower half was that of a snake. Mara vaguely felt as though she had seen something like this before, but for the moment, it just wouldn't come to her. The man-bodied, snake-tailed creature gave Mara no time to think, spitting out a cloud of dark green smoke from its mouth. Mara's eyebrows rose. She knew at once that it was poisonous. She retreated continuously while the toxic mist floated quickly towards her. Mara sneered, disappearing instantly from where she stood and reappearing behind the creature. You're finished. Without hesitation, Mara's eye pierced through the creature's chest. However, the creature revealed an eerie smile and started emitting bizarre energy. Sensing something wrong instinctively, in the next moment, the creature seemed to have suddenly gained immense strength, turning around to slash Mara's body in two. Yet, the severed body soon showed its true form. It was a decoy made of lily sand. I finally remember, said Mara coldly as she looked at the creature. You are from the Naga race, an ancient race that has vanished from the Noah continent. And the creature actually laughed, its hoarse and icy voice echoing. Little girl, I didn't expect you to know about the existence of our Naga race. If you hadn't shattered the seal within me just now, I wouldn't have been able to speak or think. Humph. Being confined by that fat mare was truly uncomfortable. Mara's eyebrows lifted, saying, If so, then did I save you from your torment? Shouldn't you let me go and stop bothering me here? However, the Naga erupted into a wildly cruel laugh and replied, Do you really think I will let you go? Now that you know I am from the Naga race, you should understand the nature of us Nagas. Mara sighed with resignation and said, Of course, I know that. Your Naga race knows only combat, having no regard for emotions. Turning kindness into enmity is commonplace for you. That's why during the ancient times, when the Noah continent still lived in tribal forms, those who allied with you were betrayed one after another, until they united and destroyed your Naga race. I hadn't thought any remnants of you existed. Originally, I might have spared you as you are a nearly extinct race, but since you refuse to let me go and are hell-bent on death, don't blame me for not being polite. Hearing this, the Naga laughed louder, saying, Little girl, if you are going to boast, at least plan your script first. Although you have quite impressive skills and even attained gold rank, I am at the saint rank. The gap between saint and gold rank may seem minor, yet the disparity in power is vast. Do you really think you can win against me? Mara sneered. If I couldn't beat a saint rank, I would have been killed by the saint rank scorpion-tailed beast on the first level long ago. Let me tell you, underestimating me will have its consequences. Without further ado, Mara began rotating her hands, forming a blood-red taiji symbol. Let me introduce myself too. I'm a Inyang master. Here comes my move, Inyang seal handprint. Pushing her hands forward, the bloody taiji hit the Naga directly, instantly covering the area around it with blood-red light. However, the Naga appeared uninjured, his face full of disdain. Around him, a yellow light barrier had formed, which deflected Mara's attack. Narrowing her eyes, Mara noticed that the barrier's energy emanated from the shield on the Naga's left hand. This meant that if the shield was broken, the Naga would lose its protection. When the Naga defended itself against Mara's attack, it swung its spear, shooting a jet of dark green light from the tip, transforming into a python snake. Seeing the incoming python, Mara's face showed a mock-Alban smile. Ta-Alban a deep breath, a real taiji pattern suddenly appeared in her left hand. This taiji shielded Mara and kept expanding until it was several meters in diameter. Upon colliding with the taiji, the python was immediately dissolved by the alternating black and white lights it emitted. Mara snorted coldly. Such petty tricks. And you dare to show off? It seems I overestimated the power of the Naga race. No wonder you were destroyed. You're too weak. The Naga stared coldly at Mara. In fact, the Naga had a special ability. It could replicate its opponent's moves, but only the first move that was used upon their first encounter. For example, if Mara initially used lily sand, then the Naga would be able to replicate the lily sand. When Mara used it again, the Naga could counter it with the replicated technique. However, after Mara used the sand decoy, she continuously employed Inyang techniques. Thus, the Naga was extremely anxious inside, though it did not show on the surface. Why didn't Mara use lily sand and instead resort to the more complicated Inyang techniques? The reason was that the Inyang techniques consumed much less spiritual power compared to lily sand. Against an opponent who wasn't overwhelmingly powerful, exhausting her spiritual power too early would put her in danger when facing a truly formidable adversary. When she was in the Lord's mansion, she had detected that there was a highly skilled expert on the third level. Dealing with such an expert required sufficient spiritual power. The spiritual power consumed on the first level wasn't much and could be quickly restored. But if she also used lily sand on the second level, Mara couldn't guarantee that she could perform at her best against the mysterious expert on the third level. Therefore, she had to conserve her spiritual power as much as possible. Moreover, the Naga had forgotten one thing. Since Mara knew about the Naga race, she naturally knew about their special abilities. So, Mara was well aware that the Naga could replicate her moves. Hence, she wouldn't foolishly use lily sand. Damn girl. The Naga suddenly vanished from its spot. However, Mara showed no sign of panic and instantly moved aside in almost the next second. The Naga inevitably missed. Fool, do you think your speed can win against me? Mara's tone was filled with ridicule. Without further ado, she crossed her hands, and a green taiji appeared before her. Then, the taiji pattern shattered, with fragments slicing like sharp blades into the Naga's vital points. The Naga's eyes bulged wide open, and it fell straight down lifelessly. Humph, trash is still trash. What skills could you possibly have? Mara sneered as she left the second level and headed towards the third level. Chapter 136, Adelina. Mara coldly stared at the mysterious woman in front of her. The woman was dressed in a lavish robe, with 10 sharp claw knives on her fingers. At this moment, she was sitting on a large and luxurious bed, wearing a hint of a mysterious smile as she looked at Mara. Mara frowned. The aura emanating from this woman was absolutely not from this world. What's your name? Mara asked coldly. Why are you helping this city lord? The woman smiled faintly. My name is Adelina, from the demon realm. I did not intentionally help the city lord. In fact, my true strength was forcibly suppressed to the saint level by that cowardly and filthy man. Therefore, I cannot resist, and as for what controls me, I cannot tell you. If I do, it would be my death. So now, you have two paths. One is to defeat me, then go ahead and accomplish what you wish to do. The other is to turn back, lest you die here. Adalberto, for his selfish desires, has done such a guilty deed. How could I possibly forgive him? Mara shouted. Because of him, Xingqian's parents have already died, Maalb and Xingqian an orphan, and yet he wants to harm him further. Since no one else dares to intervene in this matter, I, Mara, will step forward. Even if it means suffering bodily harm today, I will take Xingqian away and slay Adalberto. Adelina slightly froze, then laughed, saying, You're the third one, the third person to say such words. The first and second were Daniel's parents. They also came before me, refusing to give up, choosing instead to battle me. Sadly, they died by my hand. Though unwilling, I had no choice. Adelina slowly stood up, Lualban at Mara. I can sense that you two carry an aura not belonging to this world. Regardless, I hope you do not disappoint me. I hope you can help delay or defeat me. Mara smiled and said, I certainly will. As soon as she finished Spialban, both her hands moved rapidly, causing a wave of crystal sand to rush toward Adelina like a tidal wave. However, Adelina only smiled faintly, leaped upwards, and ran towards Mara on top of the sand waves. Though surprised by Adelina's reaction time and speed, there was no trace of fear in Mara's eyes. As she retreated, she channeled her power with both hands, summoning a Bagua Taiji diagram in front of her. Yin Yang's secret art, puppet technique. With those words, all the massive rocks that fell due to the attacks turned into towering stone giants. Go! Mara pointed lightly with her right hand, and all the stone giants began moving instantly, Blockalban in front of Mara, swinging their enormous fists. However, Adelina showed no intention of dodging. She spread her arms, swiped with both hands, revealing that the claws were far sharper than Mara had anticipated. Despite facing the solid stone giants, Adelina swiftly cut down the stone giants Blockalban her path. However, Mara hadn't expected this move to attack Adelina. She merely needed this skill to buy some time. A triumphant smile appeared on Mara's face. Behind Adelina, without any warning, spikes made of sand shot out from the sand waves, piercing directly towards Adelina's back. Adelina's combat experience was by no means inferior to Mara's. Sensing the threat from behind, Adelina did not even turn around but stepped on the stone giants, jumping beyond the spikes. Meanwhile, the spikes penetrated the remaining stone giants. Mara wore a grave expression. Indeed, this Adelina was a formidable opponent. Mara had heard of the demon realm before. Among the most elite realms in this chaotic universe were the spirit realm, earth, Galesta realm, devil realm, different from the devil realm and Noah continent, and the demon realm. The demon realm was the most mysterious among these realms. While elites from other realms frequently crossed between realms, interacting with each other, the demon realm had always remained isolated. It was said that the residents of the demon realm were mountain spirits and wild creatures, yet their power could not be underestimated. Even though Adelina could only unleash saint-level strength, Mara could tell from her movements during the battle that even in the demon realm, she was undoubtedly a dominant force. But why would such a powerful being be inexplicably controlled and limited to only saint-level strength? That simply couldn't be possible. Yet Mara understood that now was not the time to ponder these matters. Adelina smiled faintly, her hands fluttering like butterflies. Wind floss, 10,000 arrows piercing heart. As Adelina finished Spialban, tens of thousands of pink light swords appeared in front of her, each radiating astonishing spiritual energy. Mara's expression suddenly changed. How could she not see the subtlety of this move by Adelina? If she were hit, even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. In a battle between experts, even the slightest mistake could spell disaster. Mara took a deep breath. Now was not the time for panic. She must stay calm and counter Adelina's attack. Mara raised both hands levelly, causing a swarm of crystal sand to rush toward her, forming a vortex centered around her. The light swords immediately pierced towards Mara. Without fear in her eyes, all the crystal sand transformed into an enormous shield, engraved with intricate taiji patterns. This was not her usual defense technique, but her most powerful defensive move, the sandstorm shield. The large shield blocked the light sword's attack, and behind it, Mara revealed a triumphant smile. Then, a quicksand-like vortex formed beneath her feet, and she silently dove into it. Adelina's light swords indeed possessed extraordinary power. Though the sandstorm shield was highly resistant, it was eventually destroyed. However, Adelina's expression changed as she quickly built a protective barrier in front of her. Almost instantly, the shattered sandstorm shield began to explode. While the explosion from a single grain of crystal sand was insignificant, when all the sand that formed the giant shield exploded together, its destructive power was immense. The blinding light from the crystal sand explosion instantly engulfed Adelina, and the explosion lasted nearly a minute. After the sandstorm shield's effect subsided, a quicksand-like vortex appeared on the ground, and Mara slowly emerged. In fact, Mara had planned this from the start. The explosive power generated by the sandstorm shield in such a confined space was terrifying. Moreover, what made this explosion particularly fearsome was that it did not disappear instantly, but sustained for a period of time. In such circumstances, even a saint-level expert would find it extremely challenging to defend against such intense explosions and shocks for a full minute. Mara was certain that even she wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, soon, Mara realized something was amiss. Suddenly, she felt a pain in her arm. Lualban down, she noticed that her left arm was injured at some point, with wounds resembling corrosion. Squinting her eyes, she examined carefully and found that the damage came from a seemingly inconspicuous pink bubble, about the size of an infant's head. Chapter 137. The True Ability of the Secret Demon. Mara's expression was solemn, realizing that the secret demon could not have been injured much. Otherwise, it would not have retaliated so quickly. When the smoke cleared, Mara couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath because the injuries sustained by the secret demon were minimal. Such wounds were almost negligible for a saint-level powerhouse. Mara had never imagined that the explosion of the sandstorm shield, with its power and impact force which even she might not endure, had been effortlessly taken by the opponent. How powerful must this force be? Mara sighed slightly and said, "You truly live up to your name as one from the demon realm. As an interface ranked among the top in the vast universe, even if you can only unleash your strength to the saint level, you are absolutely incomparable to ordinary people." The secret demon smiled and replied, "Actually, you're very lucky because you're only the second person to force me into this state. The first ones were Barth's parents, but they also stopped here. They made me use my most powerful moves, yet they couldn't hold on. It's really a pity. Do you know, Mara, I've always admired them. For the sake of commoners, their son, and a mission that has long passed, they fought with me until the last moment. The Yusef should be like Barth's parents, brave people, not a coward who relies on strange treasures to control others." Mara noticed the sincerity in the secret demon's eyes and was momentarily stunned. The secret demon continued, "You should understand that members of the demon realm are mostly mountain spirits and wild monsters. I have lived for countless years, evolving from a tiny clam to what I am now. It's truly pitiful that I'm now controlled by someone. Mara, I sincerely hope you can stop me because it looks like only you can prevent me. I can see your firm beliefs, your resolve to move forward. Just like Barth's parents did back then. Defeat me. This is also a test for you." Suddenly, Mara felt a tremor beneath her feet, clearly indicating she had entered another space. Her surroundings turned pink, chaotic, endless. Beneath her were towering stone pillars over a sea of pink water. A single pavilion floated lifelessly and eerily on the lake. A piece of gravel fell into the water, emitting a bone-chilling, dissolving sound. Mara's pupils constricted. The water could corrode and dissolve anything, meaning she could only fight on the stone pillars. If she fell into the water, there would be no remains left. The secret demon laughed and said, "This is the most powerful move I can currently wield, secret technique, secret lake. This space is now mine, and to leave, you must defeat me to break out of this space." With that, the secret demon waved a hand, filling the air with countless pink bubbles. Mara knew the effects of these bubbles. Facing such a multitude, even she felt her scalp tingle. Immediately, she set up defenses. Sapphire sand surrounded Mara, forming a protective barrier. The pink bubbles simultaneously rushed toward her. Within the protection of the sapphire sand, Mara felt the terrifying power of the bubbles and frowned. To be honest, she was confident in the defensive power of the sapphire sand, but against the secret demon's moves, she felt uneasy. So, at the same time the sapphire sand protected her, Mara used a clone technique, hiding her true self elsewhere. However, she overlooked something. This was the secret demon's world. In other words, no matter where she hid within this space, all her actions were clear to the secret demon. Except for the initial barrage of bubbles, all others halted midair. Realizing her mistake, Mara felt a jolt of fear. Using clones in the secret demon's space was indeed a foolish idea. Biting her lip, under different circumstances, facing such a powerful enemy, Mara would never engage head-on but retreat to plan further. But this time was different. Barth meant too much to her. Even through xuanhuan, dire straits, she would risk everything for him. Note: Dalsa directly translates to mountains of knives and seas of fire, a metaphor for extreme danger or hardship. Here it refers to dire straits. Xingqian, you used to protect me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Mara stood back on the stone pillar. The pillar beneath her feet gradually sank into the lake water as the secret demon waved her fingers. Surprisingly, Mara did not resist and also followed into the secret lake. The secret demon sighed, puzzled by why Mara had not resisted at the end. Her dream of obtaining freedom was once again shattered. But the next moment, turning around to look at where Mara had sunk, a vortex began to form. How could this be? The secret demon knew she controlled this space. How could a vortex appear out of nowhere? Soon, the answer became obvious. Mara reappeared, and at the same time, an even more massive wave of sand pushed all the lake water surrounding her away. The water surged toward the secret demon along with the wave. The secret demon took a sharp breath. She was well aware of the power of the lake water and would not willingly be injured by such magic. So, she made a decision Mara had expected, to retreat backward. Pushing the lake water back with the sand wave already required much effort from Mara. Guiding it to attack the secret demon would further exhaust her spirit power. Therefore, from the start, Mara hoped the secret demon would dodge at the first moment. For when they were underwater earlier, Mara had set up a deadly trap exactly where the secret demon would retreat. As soon as the secret demon entered that area, Mara's eyes lit up. With a hand movement, 5 chains appeared from the lake, all composed of blue sapphire sand, tightly binding the secret demon's limbs and neck. The secret demon could no longer move or dare to move, because below was corrosive lake water. If she moved too violently, the chains might drag her down into the water. At that moment, Mara narrowed her eyes. Then a tiny sand spike directly pierced a beautiful red gemstone on the secret demon's forehead. The gemstone shattered, and simultaneously, the secret lake surrounding the secret demon disappeared. The secret demon and Mara returned to the City Lord Manor. Sure enough, as I guessed, that red gemstone was what controlled you. I found out its material is unique to Noah continent. Typically, resources from different dimensions should differ, Mara said with a smile. The secret demon nodded, smiling in response. Thank you for helping me break free. I have been away from the demon realm for too long and need to return urgently. I apologize for not accompanying you further. But with your strength, dealing with that city lord should be easy. I'm sure you won't need my help. Mara replied with a smile. You understand me well. Indeed, Xingqian's matter I must handle personally. I will settle accounts with that city lord myself and bring Xingqian back home, personally. Chapter 138, Rescuing Daniel. When Mara blasted open the main gate, the obese mayor and his useless son were still deep in slumber. Because of Mara's swift and clean operation, the mayor remained asleep in his room, completely unaware that the world outside had been turned upside down. And Mara soon found Daniel. When she dismantled the prison bars and saw Daniel lying on the ground, his body covered with wounds, a tear rolled down her cheek. Mara had never felt so sorrowful, but when she saw that despite being tortured to this extent, he was still unwilling to reveal anything, her heart melted like ice Braille-Alban into ripples. Mara noticed that Daniel had developed a high fever. Although she wanted to immediately settle accounts with the detestable mayor, after considering the situation, she decided it was more important to bring Daniel back first. After all, revenge was trivial. The most crucial thing now was to treat his injuries as quickly as possible. Soon, Mara returned with Daniel. Although Mike and the others had great confidence in Mara, they breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her figure. However, their hearts ached when they noticed the battered and bruised Daniel in her arms. Hurry, help save Xingqian. He's in grave danger, not only running a high fever, but also showing signs of shock. Mara cried anxiously. The three exchanged glances, sighing helplessly. Although we understand, none of us have any healing abilities. What can we do? No, we must save him. It took so long to find him again. If he dies, who knows when I'll be able to see him next? Mara wept. The residents of Linglong City won't save him, and Ernie is not here. What should I do? Haha, silly child. Although Ernie isn't here, I am. A familiar and hearty voice rang out. The four turned towards the entrance, unexpectedly encountering Alexei, the owner of Baiwa Yuan and Willie's savior. Hernan, can you save him? Mara asked incredulously, since no trace of a cleric's ability could be detected from Alexei's appearance. Alexei raised an eyebrow and slowly approached, without further ado extending his right hand. His palm shimmered with a green light orb which gradually shrank and entered Daniel's forehead. Shortly thereafter, the fever subsided, and his breathing steadied. Alexei sighed, his face filled with nostalgia and a hint of melancholy. Standing up, he said, I didn't expect someone would seize the mayor's position during my absence. It was my negligence. If I hadn't left Linglong City, Daniel's parents wouldn't have fallen victim to that man's cruelty. Brother Alexei, who are you really? Willie couldn't help as Albin. Alexei smiled and said, I am the true mayor of Linglong City, though it has been 300 years since then. 300 years? How could that be? Mike interjected, knowing that even at the saint stage, one's lifespan rarely exceeded 2 centuries. If he were truly over 300 years old, he must be above the saint stage. But if so, it was strange that he revealed no aura at all. Alexei laughed and said, there's no need to worry about it. In fact, I've reached the pinnacle realm. The reason there's no detectable aura is that I've achieved the ultimate simplicity where I can hide my presence from detection. Besides, I founded this city of Linglong. It does not belong to the Donglong Empire or the Noah continent. It belongs only to me. Not part of the Noah continent. Does that mean Brother Alexei isn't from this realm either? Willie's eyes widened in surprise. Alexei laughed and said, yes, I and the secret demon Mara fought come from the same realm, the demon realm. Moreover, the secret demon and I are old friends separated for many years. Initially, I didn't know she was under control until she told me everything just now. This Linglong City originally belonged to the demon realm, but was swept into this place due to spatial vortexes. Since Linglong City is a land of the demon realm, it should naturally return to the demon realm. However, transporting such a vast area between realms is extremely difficult, even for me. Therefore, I've been waiting here for another spatial vortex to arrive. So that's how it is. Brother Alexei, you are also from the demon realm? Willie asked. Then aren't you very powerful? Do you know why we were chosen to come to the Noah continent? Mike nodded and said, to be honest, we also find it strange. Whether it's me, or Willie, Sean, Caitlin, Ernie, or Irene, we are all top experts from the leading realms, but we fell mysteriously and then ended up here just as mysteriously. I always feel like there's a conspiracy behind this. If it really is a conspiracy, then the person orchestrating everything from behind the scenes must be terrifying. Alexei sighed helplessly and said, I'm sorry, I don't understand this either. Neither our three great demon emperors of the demon realm, nor the Galesta of the Gilstist realm, nor Pangu of earth and the sole god of the spirit realm, nor the king of the elven realm know why such strange things happened. Even whether Mara is truly formed by the collective spirit of lunar people has become uncertain. Because we found a realm with abilities identical to Mara's, the Insha realm. And this Insha realm is different from where people go after they die. In short, this matter is quite complicated, and I am not sure what exactly is happening. Since that's the case, I will go kill that detestable mayor, Mara said fiercely, and then left the house. Under her feet was a giant python transformed from jade sand. In the horrified gazes of everyone, she arrived directly in front of the mayor's residence. At this moment, the mayor had already understood what happened, angry and afraid, Finn Albin about preparing to leave, only to find that the sky suddenly darkened. Hearing the terrified voices of his subordinates outside the room, the mayor walked out and saw the sky obscuring jade sand and Mara who looked like a hellish devil. Mara at this moment was truly like a ghost, her smile both eerie and cruel. Anybody who dared to hurt Daniel would not be let off by Mara, so she decided to make everyone know the consequences of bullying Daniel again. The sand of funeral directly buried the entire mayor's residence alive. Humph, sand of funeral annihilate. As Mara finished Spialban, there was a violent Shalban on the ground, and then she withdrew the jade sand, leaving only the ruins of the mayor's residence and the dead mayor and his son. One day later, Mara was tell Alban about her past with Daniel on a hillside. Thanks to Alexei's help, Daniel's memories sealed for many years had started to open up a bit. Mara hoped that Daniel could leave with her, but Daniel wished to stay in Linglong City because he felt his parents' presence here. Moreover, Alexei promised to protect him and not let him get hurt again, and even take him as a disciple. In the end, Mara could do nothing but agree. However, the two agreed that when Daniel's memory recovered and their powers returned to their former state, they would reunite and continue their relationship. Although the temporary parting was painful, Mara knew that it was for their forever. After the four people walked away, Daniel sighed, sitting dejectedly on the hillside. Beside him sat Alexei. What should I do? Alexei, Daniel asked. Actually, my memory has long been restored. It seems to be heaven's will. Caitlin and I still have some trials to endure before we can be together forever. Is there any news from the Insha realm? Alexei asked. Daniel nodded. After my memory was restored, the Insha realm sent someone to contact me. Caitlin is the princess of our Insha realm and my fiancée. I absolutely cannot let anything happen to her, just as I promised. Chapter 139, The Highway Gym. Finally arriving at the front of the gym in Highway City, Aaron pushed open the door. But in an instant, he felt disoriented. Was this really a gym? Could it be mistaken for a cafe? And who could explain why all the waitstaff were dressed as maids? Was this some role-playing scenario? As Aaron and his three companions were about to leave, they turned around and bumped into Irene just then. Irene greeted them with a smile. You finally arrived. I was wondering when you would show up. Is this your gym? Aaron asked, his lips twitching as he pointed towards the maid cafe inside. Irene nodded and said, What's so strange about that? Look how prosperous my cafe is. It caters perfectly to otaku men and women. I'm a typical otaku woman too. The four of them felt like a flock of crows flew over their heads. After a moment, Aaron finally came back to his senses and asked, We want to challenge the gym. Where's the arena? To challenge the gym, Irene thought for a moment and replied, Well, my mom has been lazy lately and doesn't feel like exercising. I also don't have time to battle you guys right now. How about this? Tonight, I'll take you to a place. If you can win 3 consecutive matches there, you've won. I will give you the Highway Gym badge, and I will join your team to find Ernie. What do you think? Aaron raised an eyebrow and nodded. He believed Irene. After regaining his memories, Aaron had remembered her identity. Just like him, she was one of the ancient gods from the Earth's primordial era, known as Conroy, the Lord of Birds. She had always kept her word since then. However, what kind of place could make Irene value it so much? Their current strength was almost terrifying. Even ordinary saints would not be a problem for them. As for more powerful saints, together they might not lose either. They were among the top fighters in this world. But what place could make Irene set a condition like winning 3 matches consecutively? Aaron was getting excited. For such a long time, they hadn't faced any strong opponents. Mob and things rather dull. That night, when they saw the place, they understood why winning 3 matches here could count. It was an underground coliseum. Such facilities are unapproved by the government, existing in secret, similar to horse races where people can bet on the outcome. 2 individuals would engage in a deadly duel, and others could gamble on the winner, with significant rewards for those who bet correctly. However, these places usually attract violent, immoral individuals. When battling them, their methods are extremely brutal. Recently, a man named Kimball had killed nearly 100 challengers over a month. Upon first seeing him, Aaron felt an intense aura of bloodlust. He instantly judged that Kimball was a cruel person, and naturally, Aaron had no pity for such a bloodthirsty individual. Just as he was about to step onto the platform, he was stopped by Willie. Willie laughed and said, Lou Albin high and low without finding it, only to find it effortlessly. What do you mean by that? The group asked in confusion. Willie unfolded her feather fan and said, Well, you know I control various spirits for battles, but I'm not limited to summoning butterflies. Due to the downfall in the spirit world, my spirits lie dormant within me. To awaken them, I need the flesh and blood of suitable individuals. This man, Kimball, is cruel and likes to harm others. He's a true bully. Naturally, he should die. But if you kill him, it would be a waste. His cruelty and thirst for blood are perfect for awakening my Rakshasa butterfly. A Rakshasa butterfly? Willie nodded and explained. It evolved from blood butterflies. It has unpredictable stealth and speed, and its wings are sharper than blades. One wrong move, and you're dead, like a night demon, hard to defend against. I named it Rakshasa butterfly. Of course, this Rakshasa butterfly is different from other butterflies, and there is only one. However, as long as this person's energy is drained, my Rakshasa butterfly can be awakened. How about it? Let me handle this battle. Aaron nodded. If killing such a merciless individual could significantly boost his companion's strength, why not? Aaron smiled and said, then I leave it to you. Win 3 in a row. Willie laughed and replied, no problem. With that, she waved her lantern Tsuyu fan and walked confidently onto the platform. Everyone burst into laughter when they saw a teenager with an androgynous demeanor challenge Kimball. Mockery and insults rained down, but Willie didn't care what these people said. In her eyes, these people who gambled on human lives were more cruel and cold-blooded than those fighting for their lives on the platform, even more deserving of death. Kimball licked the corner of his mouth and said, Finian, I advise you not to overestimate yourself. What do you have? Do you think you can win against me? I am a gold-ranked warrior, so get lost. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll spare your life. Willie raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with disdain. After a moment, she said coolly, are you done, Alban? Kimball was stunned for a second, then his face darkened. Finian, I told you, I'm in a good mood today and don't want to make things difficult for you. You can walk away now. If you don't take the hint, I'll kill you immediately. Willie covered her mouth with her fan, hiding her smile, but this gesture only infuriated Kimball further. Although he was a simple-minded guy, he could see the contempt in Willie's eyes. A gold-rank fighter being disdained by a kid made Kimball furious. He roared, kid, you asked for it. Regret it in hell. Then, he slammed his fist down with all his might, revealing himself to be a fist king. The punch landed where Willie stood, instantly creating a cloud of dust. Everyone thought Willie had been killed instantly, but as the smoke cleared, everyone was stunned. There stood Willie, block Alban Kimball's powerful attack effortlessly with just the handle of her fan. Kimball's face changed abruptly. Impossible. My dominating fist can injure anyone it hits, even a defense expert. How did you block it? Willie smiled faintly and replied, nothing is impossible in this world. Your fists may be strong, but you only rely on brute force. I wonder how you managed to reach gold rank. But never mind, soon you'll be dead. By the way, did I mention I'm also gold ranked? As Kimball struggled to react, blood butterflies danced out, Alban him hard in the chest. Kimball felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Willie wouldn't let Kimball die so easily. She needed him to feed her Rakshasa butterfly. Chapter 140, Underground Duel. Everyone felt a dazzling flash, and before they could react, Kimball had already fallen to the ground injured. Only then did everyone notice that around Lawrence, several palm-sized blood-red butterflies had been fluttering since an unknown moment. These butterflies emitted a powerful spiritual force, leaving everyone astonished. Wearing fiery red clothes, with purple eyes and dark red hair, surrounded by these beautiful yet eerie blood-red butterflies, Lawrence seemed almost surreal, like a dream, captivating all present. Get up. Don't you want to kill me? Lawrence said with a smile, gently waving her fan. This is a fight to the death. If you don't get up, the one who will die will be you. Though you will die sooner or later, I hope you can entertain me a bit longer instead of collapsing so early. Kimball stood up with a look of resentment. Although the previous blow was powerful, as a master boxer, his defense was formidable. Thanks to his strong defense and Lawrence's deliberate release of some force, he hadn't suffered much damage. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, roared loudly, and slowly a yellow lion's head appeared on his right fist. Then he threw a punch. Lawrence raised an eyebrow, lightly sidestepped, simultaneously retracting the blood-red butterflies, and frowned slightly. Since the awakening of the 5 spirit butterflies, the role of the blood-red butterflies had become less prominent. But it wasn't that they were weak. Rather, they needed to evolve, which wasn't easy. At the very least, she needed to advance to the holy rank as soon as possible for the blood-red butterflies to have a chance at evolving. The blood-red butterflies were the first spirit creatures Lawrence cultivated after being born in the spirit realm, thus their bond was unbreakable. Good, you can still stand. Your strength, although not among the best, stands out in the gold rank. I just can't understand why someone like you would choose to stay in this underground arena, war Alban as a hitman, becoming a tool for others gambling. Bluntly speak Alban, you and I are now like crickets in the same bowl, where those outside are merely enjoying the show and settling debts through our lives and deaths. Don't you think you should leave? Lawrence asked. Lawrence was kind-hearted. She knew that this man's flesh was the best medicine to revive the Rakshasa butterfly, especially knowing that once awakened, the Azura butterfly would also awaken. Although each of them only existed in pairs, their power was undeniable. Yet standing in this arena, she couldn't help but feel a pang of pity and hope to give him a chance. Despite knowing that such misplaced kindness had cost her life in the ancient era at the hands of the demon spirits, understanding and action were two different things. Humph, your words are laughable. Kimball laughed wildly and said, Brat, don't think you can lecture me just because you dodged my attacks twice. Who do you think you are? Tell you what, I love killing. Advancing to the gold rank was more about killing more and stronger people. I enjoy seeing the despair in others' eyes. Understand? Huh. Lawrence watched Kimball expressionlessly until his laughter ceased. Sighing, she said, so be it. I guess my efforts were unnecessary. Since that's how you feel, leave your life behind then. With that, she waved her fan, and a cluster of green butterflies emerged, shimmering with green light, their wings blooming like flowers. These were Lawrence's 10,000 flower butterflies. Lawrence intended to use the 10,000 flower butterflies to incapacitate Kimball. Without fully awakening the Roxas butterfly, it was too fragile, similar to real butterflies, to ensure it could absorb Kimball's blood without resistance. Otherwise it might lead to its death. And if the Roxas butterfly perished, so would the Azura butterfly. Kimball naturally sensed the danger from these butterflies, his eyes flashing with fierce resolve. He clasped his hands together, shouting, "Imperial Fist! Double strike!" His fist swung downward, launching a golden beam directly at Lawrence's chest. But could a mere gold rank defeat Lawrence? Although the beam pierced through her body, shockingly, Lawrence transformed into beautiful butterflies, reappearing behind Kimball. He was stunned. Although he already regretted it deep down, wondering why he had provoked this person, there was no way back now. As the rules of this match dictated, it was either kill or be killed. However, Kimball clearly saw a subtle and eerie smile on Lawrence's lips. Then, he felt his body become paralyzed. He lay sprawled on the ground, completely unable to move. The crowd watched as several beautiful butterflies flew up from Kimball's back. It was obvious that these butterflies were responsible. Lawrence smiled and said, "You lost this battle, and you lost thoroughly. I originally wanted to spare your life, giving you a chance to start over. But now it seems my kindness was misplaced. Since you refused to repent, hand over your life to me. It has a great use for me." With that, she waved her fan twice, summoning a butterfly with a purple body streaked with black patterns. Unlike the 5 spirit butterflies and blood butterflies, this one was as large as 2 palms and emitted an intimidating aura. Kimball's pupils constricted as he tried to struggle up, but in vain. The power of the 10,000 flower butterflies hadn't fully recovered yet, but the toxins within them were enough to paralyze even a herd of wild bulls, let alone a single person. "Roxas butterfly, this is your meal. Go ahead." Lawrence looked at the beautiful yet strange Roxas butterfly affectionately. The Roxas butterfly seemed to understand Lawrence's words, emitting a pleasant chime-like call before landing on Kimball's neck. Everyone watched helplessly as a long needle-like appendage appeared from the Roxas butterfly's body and pierced into Kimball's flesh. At first, Kimball screamed in terror as if encountering something horrifying. His screams gradually weakened until they stopped altogether. His face turned increasingly pale, and his body became gaunt. In the end, under everyone's horrified gaze, the Roxas butterfly slowly flew back to Lawrence, chirping happily as it danced around her like a child. Just as people started to recover from the shock, another call echoed. This time, a butterfly larger than the Roxas butterfly, with a silvery body streaked with black patterns, appeared before the crowd. "Hee, Azura and Roxasa are always a pair. My Azura and Roxasa butterflies are no less powerful than holy rank creatures. Who wants to come up and test them?" Lawrence smiled playfully. A fearless man stepped forward. Thin Albin, he was stronger than Kimball. Lawrence smiled faintly, pointing her fan forward. Both the Roxasa and Azura butterflies chirped happily and flashed past, appearing beside the man before he could react. The audience saw a series of black light blades envelop the man. When the light blades vanished, both butterflies returned to Lawrence, while the man lay dead with terror on his face. Azura and Roxasa are synonymous with hell. For those who overestimate themselves, instant death is all they deserve. Chapter 141, Hongxia City. After 2 matches, no one dared to step up to the stage anymore. Lawrence sneered coldly and left the arena. He recalled his days in the Dennisman world when he was merely a toy for others, brutally battling within the arena. Every day was filled with bloodshed and killing. Recalling that life, Lawrence still felt an ache deep inside. Back then, he had to survive, and to do so, he even killed his own best friend. That guilt and pain resurfaced in Lawrence's mind because of this match. Angus naturally noticed Lawrence's disdain for this place. He cautiously pocketed the money he just won from gambling without letting Lawrence notice. Mike couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "In the past, you enjoyed gambling even as one of the 5 emperors and were frequently reprimanded by Lord Pangu for it. How can you still be like this? Just make sure Lawrence doesn't see." Angus replied with a bitter smile. "How was I supposed to know Lawrence hated this place so much?" Mike sighed and said, "Each of us here has tragic pasts we'd rather not confront since awakening. We've always wanted to seal away these memories, yet we never can. I imagine Lawrence's painful history is somehow connected to these arenas." With Angus joining their group, the 5 of them quickly left Highway City and headed toward the next destination. They soon arrived at the jurisdiction of the next city, Hongxia City's Gemstone City, known for its abundance of gemstones and ran Albin among the wealthiest cities in the Donglong Empire. Along the way, they saw many people rushing towards a single location, Lu Albin extremely excited. The 5 felt slightly bewildered. What kind of person could cause such a commotion? Mike stopped a young man and asked, "Sir, may I ask what's happening here? You're outsiders, aren't you? Today is Mr. York's day for divine blessing. Everyone must attend the ceremony to pray for happiness." The young man rushed off before Mike could respond. "Divine blessing?" Angus frowned. "I've spent quite some time with Ernie, and I've never heard of priests in this world having a skill called divine blessing. Let's go take a look." Ever since entering the city, I've sensed an odd magical energy. "Something feels wrong," Lawrence said coldly. "I wonder if these people are being deceived by this York fellow." "Then let's go find out quickly," Mara suggested. The 5 followed the crowd to a massive square where a colossal statue of an 8-winged angel stood. Before the statue, a balding man in his 50s looked contentedly at the people worshipping him. Everyone shouted, "Lord York," appearing utterly devout, as if they were seeing a god. Mike frowned and asked Lawrence, "Do you sense anything?" Lawrence nodded. That peculiar magical energy emanates from him. Look at his expression. If he truly cared about everyone, he shouldn't have that kind of look. Something's definitely amiss. Mike thought for a moment and said, "Let's leave and visit the mayor of Gemstone City. We'll ask about the situation and decide what to do next." Everyone agreed and followed Mike to the city hall, which turned out to be a relatively elegant villa, not as luxurious as York's residence. Mike knocked on the door, informed the butler, and entered upon the mayor's instructions. Inside the finely decorated living room, the butler served rich coffee while a beautiful woman in her mid-50s sat before Mike and the others. She was Aviana, Countess of Gemstone City, also known as the Butterfly Lady and the Donglong Empire's premier jewelry designer. "Hello, Lady Aviana. I'm Mike, second son of the Yu family. These are my companions whom I met during my travels." "I apologize for the intrusion." Mike bowed slightly. Aviana shook her head. "No problem at all. It's an honor to meet the son of the Yu family. May I ask why you came to see me, young Master Mike?" Mike answered, "Actually, it's like this. We just arrived in the city and found a man named York whom everyone seems to revere as a god. However, my companion Lawrence sensed an eerie magical power from him, a power that certainly does not bring happiness. So we felt very strange and came to ask the mayor about this man." Aviana smiled bitterly and said, "This matter has been giving me quite a headache. To be honest, I noticed this man York a long time ago. His abilities are indeed very peculiar. As you know, although there are various professions now on Noah continent, especially magic and divine arts can achieve things that are impossible to achieve, it's not supposed to be so outrageous. On his first day here, he turned a stone into gold and gave it to a poor person. He also turned a fountain into one that spouted wine. These kinds of feats have established his authority in the hearts of ordinary people, and as he continued to create more incredible miracles, the people began to view him as a deity. Transmuting stone into gold? That's simply impossible." Mike frowned slightly, saying, "Even mages and priests cannot do this. After all, humans cannot create something out of nothing." Aviana nodded and said, "Young Master Mike's thoughts match mine, but since he did nothing harmful to the city, I didn't take any major actions. Until he started baptizing the residents. Those who were baptized claimed that their bodies would remain healthy for a year and that everything would go smoothly at home. Surprisingly, it was indeed effective, but I sensed something off and secretly investigated. However, the people I sent all perished." "All perished?" Mike and the others exchanged looks. A mayor, especially one of a significant city like Gemstone City, is often a highly talented individual both in martial and administrative skills within the Donglong Empire. Each of them might not have reached the saint level, but they were close. Their subordinates were also powerful, some trained by the mayor themselves, and others dispatched by the state. They were the backbone of the country. The trusted subordinates of a mayor must have been formidable. Yet they all died, indicating that this man York wasn't someone easy to deal with. A hint of guilt flashed across Aviana's face. If only I hadn't sent them. Now they're all dead, and the information they brought back was just 2 pieces. But I don't understand what these pieces mean. "What are they?" Mike asked. "The first is the Philosopher's Stone, and the second is that this man York is not of the common professions found on Noah continent today." Chapter 142. "What? You mean the Philosopher's Stone?" Sean exclaimed in surprise. "Is something wrong, Sean? Do you know about the Philosopher's Stone?" Iolo asked. Sean nodded and said, "I once read in my teacher's books that the Philosopher's Stone is a thing of the past. Even during ancient times, it was an absolutely extraordinary treasure. To put it this way, have you heard of the profession of alchemist?" Linda nodded and said, "Of course I know about this. Alchemists were one of the professions from ancient times, producing what they wanted through the arrangement of alchemy arrays. However, alchemists followed the principle of equivalent exchange and could not create something out of nothing. I have considered York's profession before and wondered if he might be an alchemist. But if he were an alchemist, to transmute stones into gold, for example, he would need to use equivalent materials to achieve his goals. This is what being an alchemist means. Therefore, I quickly dismissed the idea that York was an alchemist." Sean smiled and said, "The mayor is entirely right. If it were only this, I wouldn't dare make a determination. But with the existence of the Philosopher's Stone, the conclusion can be drawn." "Oh, what do you mean?" Linda asked. "The so-called Philosopher's Stone is actually a very rare treasure among alchemists. It's rumored to be a gemstone with great power. An alchemist possessing the Philosopher's Stone can offset the cost required during alchemy, meaning that as long as they have the Philosopher's Stone, they can create truly out of nothing." "You mean?" Sean nodded and said, "Exactly. With the Philosopher's Stone, alchemists can do anything they want. Originally, because of the severe limitations of alchemists, they became extinct in a short period of time. But there may still be some survivors. I think this York should be one of them. However, what exactly does this baptism mean? I don't believe York would be so kind-hearted, given how peculiar his magic power is." "What should we do now?" Linda asked. "I sent subordinates of golden level strength, and they couldn't defeat the opponent. So it's highly likely he is at the saint level." Sean shook his head and said, "No, Mayor, your guess is wrong. There's a strange rule among alchemists. Once they reach the saint level, the Philosopher's Stone can no longer be used. Though the reason isn't clear, it has been passed down since ancient times and should be correct. This means that York should just be a golden level alchemist, but the immense power of the Philosopher's Stone allows him to easily deal with golden level fighters. Then what should we do? Should we invite saint level experts for help?" Mara asked. Iolo shook his head and said, "If we do that, we'll alert our target. Besides, the issue is more complex than that. If we easily dispose of York, how will his followers react? They will resist us and see us as demons. In that case, should we attack or flee? Then what should we do? Sean frowned and asked. Marion thought for a while, then suddenly asked, Mayor, is York a lecherous man? Linda was stunned, then nodded. Although she didn't understand why Marion asked this, she still replied, he indeed is quite lecherous, although he tries to hide it. But what does this indicate? Are you suggesting sending a woman to use a honey trap to steal the philosopher's stone? Marion fanned himself and laughed, saying, not someone else, but I will go myself. You. Linda was speechless for a moment, then realizing her reaction was inappropriate, coughed awkwardly and said, while it's true that you are handsome, Marion, the target is a man, not a woman. Marion smiled and said, that's no problem, Mayor. Leave this matter to me. With my experience at xuanhuan, I'm confident I can handle both women and men well. Rest assured. After dressing up, Marion reappeared before Linda, Lualban like a graceful woman, natural and beautiful without any pretense. Even Linda blushed, then said, in that case, I represent Gem City and then Alban, everyone. The next day, the carriage arrived at York's residence. As Marion, dressed in an elegant and luxurious long robe, slowly approached York, he could clearly see York desperately swallowing his saliva. The mockery in Marion's eyes flashed and vanished. Then, Marion put on that coquettish smile from xuanhuan. Just as York was about to lay hands on Marion, who he had carried to the bed, he suddenly fell into a deep sleep. Marion pushed York aside with a cold sneer and looked at the green powder in his hand, revealing a triumphant smile. Humph, such a lustful old man. It was too easy to deal with him. Marion stood up and slowly walked out. After all, he did not know what the philosopher's stone looked like yet. So for these first 2 days, Marion intended to keep lulling York like this. I have been saving this aphrodisiac powder for years, only to use it here. Marion opened the door and went out. He came to the place where York was worshipped by thousands of people in the morning. It was midnight now, and the freezing wind made Marion shiver involuntarily. At this moment, Marion saw a girl around 17 or 18 kneeling nearby, praying for something. Out of curiosity, Marion slowly approached and saw an exquisite tombstone inscribed with Brother Carl's grave. What are you praying for? Marion asked gently. Louisa was startled at first, then turned around to see Marion, more beautiful than any woman she had seen before. Her face blushed slightly, then lowered her head and said, I am praying for my brother to be resurrected. Resurrection? Marion frowned slightly and said, how can such things happen in this world? Resurrection is forbidden. Death, then rebirth, the cycle goes on and on. Louisa said, I know, but Lord York said that if I serve the god faithfully, once I have gathered enough merit, Lord York will help revive my brother so I can be with him again. Seeing the girl's face filled with hope, Marion felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. The greatest pain in the world is not despair, but after giving you a glimmer of hope, telling you that it's just an illusion. To be cast down from heaven into hell, just a step away from paradise but unable to touch it, is the most desperate feeling of all. However, Marion still spoke up. You may find it hard to accept, but I must tell you that resurrection is impossible in this world. Instead of holding on to such futile hope and serving the gods, why not pick yourself up and live a happy life with a smile? You know nothing. Louisa stood up abruptly, her face full of anger. You can't understand the greatness of Lord York. You are merely an object sent to entertain Lord York. What right do you have to say anything to me? Lord York only agreed to meet you because he wanted to save your soul and didn't want you to fall deeper into corruption. Marion was enraged by the girl's words, but for his own goals, he held himself back, his expression turning extremely cold. He gave a cold snort and turned to leave, leaving behind a weeping girl. After xuanhuan for a while, Marion looked back and said, you are the stupidest woman I have ever met. You will regret it. Chapter 143, Deception once again. Nicola returned to her room. At this moment, due to that girl's words, Nicola felt somewhat irritable. That little girl actually dared to speak to me like that. Nicola took a sip of water to calm herself down and sighed helplessly. That girl hadn't been wrong. She indeed had once fallen into depravity. However, no matter what, Nicola was determined not to let that girl be deceived any longer. Nicola glared coldly at York, who was lying in bed dreaming lustful dreams, the cold light in her eyes growing stronger. It wouldn't be difficult for Nicola to kill him, but she also understood that she couldn't do that. The next morning, after York left, Nicola finally heaved a sigh of relief. She snapped her fingers, and a tiny butterfly, no larger than a fingernail, flew in through the window and landed on her finger. After a while, it flew up again and followed York, who had already gone out. At this moment, York had arrived in the hall, where the girl was still diligently cleaning and wiping the statue of the deity. York approached with a hypocritical smile and said, Luella, what's wrong? Why do you look so worried? Luella looked up and hurriedly replied, York, I'm just wondering when my brother will come back to life. I've been waiting for too long. York smiled and patted Luella's head, saying, Luella, don't worry. As I've said, reviving someone is very difficult, so you need to accumulate enough merit. Once the god sees your sincerity, as the god's agent, I can revive your brother. But don't worry, Luella, in just 3 more days, only 3 days from now, your brother will be revived. Overjoyed, Luella thanked him repeatedly and ran out happily. The moment Luella left, York's hypocritical smile crumbled, replaced by a cruel and ruthless one. He muttered to himself, revive? How could there be such a good thing in this world? Just a few alchemy tricks, and the citizens of this city are all under my control, truly a bunch of easily deceived fools. What York didn't know was that Nicola knew everything, even recording it. I didn't expect this job to be easier than imagined. Even without stealing the Philosopher's Stone, as long as your true face is revealed, it's enough. Nicola sneered as she spoke to the butterfly in her hand. Still, Nicola did not act rashly because these words alone were not enough. Nicola knew that people like York, who had done so many wrongful deeds yet dared not speak of them, would secretly tell their secrets to something that cannot speak. For if a person was pressured for too long, they might go mad. And as Nicola had anticipated, during the past 2 days spent with York, she collected even more incriminating statements. On this day, Nicola invited York to a room near the balcony. The room was already equipped with audio devices. York wore a lecherous grin, but Nicola gave a cold laugh. When she estimated that most of the people had gathered in front of York's villa, she spoke up. How much longer do you intend to keep up the act? Deceiving everyone here with alchemy and the Philosopher's Stone. Do you think no one will find out? York froze. Then his face twisted into a monstrous expression. What do you know? What do I know? Nicola laughed playfully and pulled out a disc, inserting it into the audio device. Resurrection? That's impossible. You duped everyone here with just a few alchemy tricks. How stupid they were. Those people are nothing but my slaves. Why should I care about them? I'm not a god, nor a messenger of a god. I simply have other intentions. York's face turned ashen, then he burst into laughter, saying, So what if I deceive them? Aren't they obediently waralben for me? They never suspected that my monthly purification was nothing but an illusion. Huh, and you, since you know my secret, you can die now. Covering her mouth to stifle a soft laugh, Nicola's eyes were filled with mockery. She said, Do you think you have the ability to do that? Just because you have the Philosopher's Stone and are a gold-level alchemist, do you think you can defeat me? You're too naive, don't you think? Besides, I don't plan to fight you here because there are plenty outside who want to kill you. York froze, then pushed the window open and saw that all the citizens of Gemstone City were lualben at him with furious eyes. York's heart sank as he realized his words had been overheard. Glaring furiously at Nicola, he rushed after her. According to the original plan, Nicola intended to take this opportunity to leave, but the house was too large, and in just 2 days, she hadn't managed to figure out its layout thoroughly. Moreover, the villa was filled with countless mechanisms, which greatly troubled Nicola. By mistake, Nicola ended up in the basement. In the vast basement, only the girl named Luella was cleaning. Since she was in the basement, Luella hadn't heard what York had said earlier. At that moment, she still anticipated York reviving her brother the next day. When Luella saw Nicola, she was taken aback. Knowing she couldn't stay here long, Nicola approached Luella, trying to pull her away, but Luella resisted. You silly girl, at a time like this, you're causing trouble. Come with me quickly. Once we get out, you'll know I'm telling the truth. Nicola hurriedly tried to drag Luella away, but it had the opposite effect. Then, York finally caught up. Nicola released Luella and glared coldly at York. To be honest, she wasn't afraid. Although Sean had instructed her to avoid fighting York, who possessed the Philosopher's Stone, alone for safety reasons, now there was no choice but to fight. With Luella still behind her, if Nicola wanted to escape alone, it wouldn't be a problem. But with Luella, the chances of winning would be slim. Why aren't you running anymore? York sneered maliciously. He then saw Luella behind Nicola, and a sinister plan formed in his mind. Luella, isn't your brother's revival just one step away? If you kill this sinner who defiled the god, your brother will be revived immediately. Luella froze, while Nicola laughed coldly. York, what's the point of saying this now? You want Luella to kill me? It's absurd. Do you think she can do it as a woman? Before she could finish, Nicola felt an intense pain in her back. Her face twisted with disbelief as she looked at Luella behind her. Luella was crying, holding a blood-stained dagger. I want my brother to be revived. I'm willing to do anything. Luella fiercely pulled out the dagger, and blood splattered, forming bloody lotuses. Nicola, already weak from injuries, couldn't continue fighting York after being stabbed so deeply. York walked over to Nicola, grinning maliciously. How does it feel? In the end, I win. You and those who came to uncover my secrets will meet the same fate. With that, a transmutation circle appeared under York's feet, and a sword emerged from it. Raising the sword, York slashed down towards Nicola's head. Just as he was about to strike, another golden sword blocked his attack. York looked up to see Iolo glaring at him, full of killing intent. Sean, Mara, and Kira also arrived, immediately noticing Nicola lying in a pool of blood. Kira examined Nicola's wound. Nicola was stabbed by a dagger. The wound is on her back, indicating she trusted this person, but was betrayed. Kira looked coldly at Luella. So you are the one who attacked Nicola from behind. Do you want to die? Instantly, Kira appeared beside Luella, choalbing her. Luella began coughing violently, but Nicola struggled to lift her head, gasping, Enough, spare her. Chapter 144. Enraged Aaron and Hattie. Damn it, it all comes down to you, you liar. Hattie roared. Caitlin, Sean, you two protect Willie. York is ours to deal with. Sean and Mara knew the situation was critical. Seeing the crowd block Alban the doorway, Sean yelled, What are you standing there for? Get out now. Then, Sean and Mara carefully carried Willie out of the basement. The Countess Linda quickly called an ambulance, and Sean and Mara helped Willie board it to be taken to the best hospital in the city for emergency treatment. Meanwhile, Aaron and Hattie glared coldly at York. You scoundrel, Ma Alban Willie's seriously injured. We won't let you off. Aaron said coldly. The 7 stars radiant dragon sword in his hand shone brilliantly. Little dragon. With a dragon roar that resonated through people's hearts, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared, circling around Aaron with an awe-inspiring aura that stunned York. York, I suppose you also have some murky connections with the Black Cloaked organization. Today, you cannot escape death. Phoenix. As soon as Hattie finished Spialban, a beautiful white phoenix appeared beside her after a crisp call. Aaron, being the leader of the 5 emperors, can control the 5-clawed dragon, while I, Hattie, am the queen of all birds and naturally command this white phoenix. Today will surely be your day of demise. The buildings around them had long collapsed. In the eyes of everyone present, a boy standing atop the 5-clawed dragon and a girl treading on the white phoenix were staring down York. In fact, this battle was without suspense. Even if York had the Philosopher's Stone, he would absolutely not win. However, even a worm will try to save its own life, let alone a despicable person like York. Such people often fear death even more. A large alchemy array appeared under York's feet. Come out, golden giant alchemy beast. As he spoke, a gold giant slowly rose from beneath York's feet. Aaron and Hattie narrowed their eyes. This golden giant's strength was roughly at the gold level, which remained trash to them. Leave York to you. I'll handle this golden giant first. Hattie vanished instantly after Spialban. Aaron smiled. Hattie's speed hadn't diminished over the years. Next moment, York felt an enormous impact force, flinging him away. Upon focusing, York saw Hattie standing atop the golden giant's head with a mock-Alban expression. At the same time, as York was kicked away, Aaron moved swiftly, swinging a sword energy wave toward him. York shouted, forming a wall of steel in front of him created by alchemy. Aaron sneered. With a flash of gold from the 7 stars radiant dragon sword, a golden blade light split the steel wall right down the middle. On the other side, Hattie floated in the air, arms spread wide, and behind her, a massive disc appeared with a phoenix pattern. Surrounding the disc were numerous, beautiful phoenix feathers. You're finished. Heavenly feathers, azure wings. As she spoke, countless feathers glowing with white light shot out from the disc behind Hattie. Each feather exuded astonishing magical power. Within moments, all the feathers struck the golden giant, piercing through its seemingly fragile form, turning it into rubble. Hattie walked up to York, laughing coldly. What tricks do you have left? It seems Sean underestimated it this time. If Willie had faced York from the start, she could have won too. While what you say is true, it's always better to be cautious. And Willie's attack power isn't as strong as ours. It's uncertain whether she could resolve the golden giant so quickly. Aaron sighed. York, who exactly gave you orders? You couldn't accomplish this alone. Moreover, obtaining the Philosopher's Stone isn't something anyone can easily achieve. Wasn't it given to you by someone? You? What do you tell Alban about? I don't know. York's panicked expression was clear, causing Aaron to sneer. What? You still want to deny it? Since that's the case, then you serve no purpose alive. Go to hell. Wait. I'll talk. York exclaimed in terror. It was Raven. It was Raven. Aaron stopped, waiting for York to continue. I was originally an alchemist. They recently sent me the Philosopher's Stone and ordered me to station here, controlling this city. I only followed their instructions. Please forgive me. I only deceived those people. I didn't harm anyone. Aaron said coldly. You didn't harm anyone? What about Willie? But I really didn't expect that your master is actually Raven from the Black Cloaked Organization. Oof, what a well-laid plan. Gemstone City is the most economically developed city in the Eastern Dragon Empire. If it were to be controlled, 1/3 of the nation's annual gem production would fall into the hands of this organization. Truly sinister. Just then, York suddenly shot out golden needles and stumbled towards the door. Hattie didn't even look at him. She simply raised her right hand, and a white feather pierced directly into York's vital spot on his back. York fell down, his eyes wide open, seemingly unaware of how he had died until the very end. What should we do now? Hattie asked. Do we need to inform Lord Linda? Aaron nodded. We must tell her, but this matter is serious. We also need to ask Lord Linda to help us investigate the origins of this organization. Let's go to the hospital first to check on Willie. Since she was injured critically, I'm really worried. If not for that woman. Hattie said angrily. Aaron sighed. All right, don't be angry anymore. Louisa can't be blamed. She did it for her brother and for that distant hope. Willie has already forgiven her, so you shouldn't mind either, okay? Aaron and Hattie arrived at the first hospital of Gemstone City. In the ward, they saw that Willie's condition had stabilized. Being no ordinary person, Willie was already awake, sitting on the bed, chatting with Sean and Mara. Aaron and Hattie walked in and saw the lively Willie, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Willie. If anything happened to you, we would have been heartbroken, Hattie smiled. Willie laughed lightly. My body isn't that bad. It was just a stab, nothing serious. By the way, what about that girl? Hattie gestured with her mouth and said, She's outside the door, too afraid to come in. Willie sighed. You all step out first. Let her come in. I want to talk to her alone. Aaron and the others nodded and left the ward, allowing Mayer, who looked full of guilt, to enter. Mayer cautiously walked in, appearing both fearful and uneasy. Despite a chair being nearby, she didn't sit down, merely tormenting her own hands. Willie sighed. All right, you don't need to blame yourself. Sit down. I just want to talk to you. Mayer slowly sat down, Llewellyn at the calm Willie. Tears streamed down her face. I'm sorry. It's my fault that you got so badly hurt. Willie smiled. I understand your pain. Losing your only family, your brother, can make you miss him desperately. If someone gives you a hope, no matter how slim or false, you will cling to it. That's human nature. Seeing Mayer still full of guilt, Willie chuckled bitterly. Let me tell you a story. Chapter 145. Story. Oriental Marian nodded, a nostalgic look appearing on her face. She began to speak slowly. Once upon a time, there was a boy who lived in the Elven Realm. The Elven Realm is a beautiful place, but also an ugly one. There, people who are naturally beautiful will receive high status, whereas those who are born ugly will be the lowest class serfs and slaves. There was a little boy who had a rather ordinary appearance when he was born. Perhaps not ugly, but for a realm filled with handsome men and beautiful women, the boy's looks were really nothing special. So although he didn't become a slave, he still belonged to the lower class. Who was the boy? Luella couldn't help but ask. Oriental Marion smiled and said, "Please let me continue. This poor boy lost his parents at a young age. As an orphan, he was adopted by a kind-hearted man and enjoyed a happy life for a while. Then, when the boy turned 18, all boys in the elven realm go to have their elemental powers tested, whether they possess any power, how much, and of what type. Typically, every elf has one of the 5 elements, generally around E-level. But this boy was devastated after testing. While his elven power could be considered that of a genius, S-level even, he did not possess any elemental powers. It was like having great magic ability but being unable to use magic, a blow more unbearable than death for him. Oriental Marion gazed at the butterflies dancing outside the window and wiped away tears from the corner of her eyes with a smile. Because of his lack of strong energy, the kind uncle abandoned him as well. Alone and pitiful, the boy suffered jealousy from other elves due to his innate S-level power, leading to continuous bullying. After enduring another bout of mistreatment, he could no longer hold back and unleashed a powerful force. In that moment, it felt as though he was been free from a cocoon, reborn. Although he lacked elemental power, he discovered an ability of his own, the blood butterfly. This was both his first companion and his lifelong partner. However, because of his resistance, he was caught by the family of the bully. Since the bully's family held significant influence locally, they sold him into slavery and forced him to become a gladiator, fighting others to the death. Each battle was a matter of life or death, seen as mere entertainment by the aristocracy. How unfair, Luella exclaimed. Did the boy resist? Oriental Marion continued. Although he became a slave, his strength remained formidable. He won 99 consecutive matches. At that time, a prominent noble promised that if the boy could win one more match, he would be released from slavery and become his guard. The boy was delighted. His newfound abilities grew stronger, and his appearance gradually became increasingly handsome, enough to make him eligible for minor nobility. Thus, he felt honored to become a guardian for a major noble. However, in his final match, he faced his only friend from childhood and the only person who spoke kindly to him since becoming a slave. The boy was heartbroken. He wanted to quit, though doing so would erase all his previous achievements. Yet, the boy couldn't bear to kill someone he had known and grown close to for so long. What happened next? What about the girl? Oriental Marion closed her eyes painfully and replied. Louisa pretended to attack the boy but deliberately impaled herself with his weapon, ensuring his victory. Louisa died, and the boy became the noble's guard, elevating from a lowly slave to a minor noble in an instant. Sighing, Oriental Marion looked at Luella and offered a bittersweet smile. But you see, the boy, much like you, foolishly wished to resurrect his beloved. So he trained relentlessly and became increasingly powerful. Upon learning that the duel with his beloved girl was orchestrated by the noble, he used the noble as a stepping stone to climb to the peak of power. Eventually, he became one of the 3 Albans of the Elven realm, unparalleled in strength and wielding supreme power. Becoming the ultimate powerhouse, the first thing he killed that powerful noble and then abolished the caste system in the Elven realm, eliminated the gladiatorial arenas, and eradicated all inequalities. He transformed the Elven realm into a true paradise. Yet, even so, he was unable to resurrect his beloved girl. Why didn't he resurrect her? Luella asked tremblingly. Wasn't he like a god? Why couldn't he do it? Oriental Marion sighed and said, even gods are not omnipotent. They have no right to bring someone back to life without reason. The boy refused to believe this fact and sought help from the other 2 giants of the Elven realm, Fraser and Giles, but even they were powerless. Thus, the boy finally realized that what was gone would never return. That boy loved no one else until the day he died. His heart belonged only to that girl. Even after reincarnating, he still waited, hoping for the day when he could reunite with the girl, to know each other again, to be together, and to love once more. But, who was that boy? Luella asked shakily. Oriental Marion smiled bitterly and said, that boy was me. Luella, no. Berkeley, I've been waiting for you for so many years, and now you're finally back by my side. Tears streamed down Oriental Marion's eyes as she gently touched Berkeley's cheek with her trembling hand. At first, I really didn't recognize you until you injured me and I saw the snowflake mark on your wrist. For so many years, how long have I waited? Merciful heavens, I've finally seen you again. Ignoring her own pain, Oriental Marion tightly embraced Berkeley. I thought only Beth had such good luck to meet her beloved again, but it turns out I have this blessing too. Berkeley trembled, caressing Oriental Marion's face, and the long-buried memories were stirred up by Oriental Marion's words. All those past moments, those partings and reunions, those joyful, sad, happy, and unfortunate times, everything came flooding back to Berkeley. Oriental Marion, Berkeley cried, filled with remorse for hurting her beloved. You remembered, didn't you? Berkeley nodded happily and said, I never thought we would meet again. Go back to the Elven realm, Oriental Marion said with a smile. Being reunited with you has made me incredibly happy, but as you see, I cannot return to the Elven realm. There are still unfinished matters here for me. But you can leave, can't you? Berkeley nodded. Even though I can return to the Elven realm because of the power you left within me, what's the point if you're not there? Berkeley, staying here will only make me worry more, but the journey is dangerous, and I don't want you to take any risks. At that time, you attempted suicide for me, and I absolutely won't let anything like that happen again. Keep this. Oriental Marion took out a beautiful, delicate scepter with butterflies intricately carved on it. Although I've been away from the elven realm for many years, you can use this token to ask for temporary protection from Fraser or Giles. When my affairs here are concluded, I will naturally come find you. After all, the elven realm is my home, isn't it? But, come on, Berkeley, please listen to me. Let me make up for it. Seeing Oriental Marion's determined expression, Berkeley could only nod. A light emanated from the mark on her body, and a beautiful rainbow vortex appeared in the air. Smiling, Berkeley walked into the vortex, returning to the elven realm. After watching Berkeley leave, Oriental Marion sighed in relief, looked at the comrades outside the door, smiled faintly, and closed her eyes. She was just too tired. Chapter 146, The Girl's True Identity. So you, and Luella. No, I should call her xuanhuan, have such a connection. Really can't tell by Lualban at you, said Barry with a smile after everyone entered the room. This is really the first time seeing you show genuine emotions. The first time? Sue raised an eyebrow. Does that mean you think my friendship with all of you was fake before? Barry shook his head and tapped Sue's forehead like an older brother, saying, You know I didn't mean it like that. You, if not for danger befalling our partners in the past, your smiles or other expressions usually had a hint of falsehood. Now, finally seeing the real you under your mask. Sue rolled her eyes. Stop tapping my head. In terms of age, I'm actually 4 or 5 years older than you. Barry shrugged indifferently. On this journey, we truly encounter all sorts of people and events. What do you say? What will we encounter next? Eamon smiled. I certainly don't hope for more things like these. At this rate, we definitely won't be able to return within a year, so we need to speed up. A week later, at the party hosted by the Lord of Faley City, Barry and his group of 5 were invited to the luxurious venue. This was the Lord's private villa, beautifully constructed with a strong eastern flair. It differed from opulent castles. Pavilions were connected by ancient-style corridors, beneath which lay clear streams with beautiful aquatic life. The whole villa could only be described as elegant. The invited nobles of Gemstone City, along with those who happened to be visiting, were seated in a spacious room, conversing among themselves. There were no walls around this room, only sliding doors on all sides, which when opened revealed the bright moon outside. Indeed, a magnificent sight. When Barry and company arrived impeccably dressed, everyone stood up and greeted them warmly, calling them heroes and geniuses. Barry put on a polite yet warm smile on the surface, but secretly ridiculed them, noticing that most of these people had flattering faces. After barely finishing greeting everyone, Barry and his companions sat near one of the open sliding doors where the slight night chill kept others away. The group found it quite peaceful there. Just as Barry picked up a glass of wine, Lanshang wrote a character, poison, on his leg. Clearly, the others also noticed something was amiss. Calmly, they knew whoever wanted to harm them was among these people. So, pretending to laugh and drink, they instead spilled the wine on the ground. They then observed the expressions of the surrounding guests and pretended to collapse. Unexpectedly, all present collapsed as well, meaning the poisoner was not in the room. However, Barry and company remained still, waiting. Sure enough, soon after, the sliding door opened, and Countess Faley walked in with a sinister smile. Check Alban on the collapsed nobles and their targets, Barry and company, then displaying a victorious expression. Humph, so what if you're a genius? You still fell into my hands. The foolish dragon clans blamed us for their troubles. Humph, just hand you over, and that's enough, Faley growled, laughing afterward. By doing this, I've made a great contribution. My status in the organization will rise significantly, huh? Is it too early to laugh? Barry raised his head and showed a mock Alban smile. Then Lanshang and the rest stood up, coldly staring at Faley. Faley froze for a moment, then sneered. Even if you weren't poisoned, do you think I have no other means? Faley took out a bottle from her pocket, poured a pill from it, and swallowed it down. Barry and his companions frowned, sensing something ominous. Faley displayed a mad grin. Huh? I know even ordinary holy stage mages would find dealing with you difficult, but the inventions of our organization can offset this. This pill will instantly bring me to the peak of the holy stage. Feng, I want to see how powerful you really are. Do you think you can even match a holy stage fighter? Barry said with a cold laugh. Don't be too overconfident. Even if your strength is forcibly enhanced by drugs, so what? There must be limits, such as time restrictions, and I believe after the time limit, you will surely be greatly weakened, right? Do you really think one pill can defeat all 5 of us? You're too naive, Faley. By the way, it's unknown whether you are truly the Lord of Gemstone City, but no matter, as long as we catch you, everything will be clear. Faley took out her weapon, which was actually a flower basket. Goldie spoke up. Be careful. According to the records of our ancestors, if a warrior, especially a xuanhuan, uses some unconventional weapons or odd blades, their power cannot be measured by mere levels. You mean? Goldie nodded and said, maybe she's not wrong. She might be a formidable opponent. At this moment, Sue's face changed abruptly. Not good. I sense another powerful force rapidly heading this way. It's Aura. Oh my god. It's actually a holy stage dragon. We are surrounded. Barry's expression darkened. If they were just dealing with Faley, they would still have a chance. But facing a dragon clan absolutely left them at a disadvantage. Although they had killed 2 dragons, the first one was too weak, and the second lacked practical combat experience. Even so, the battles were extremely tough. This time, the dragon coming would definitely not be a pushover. What should they do? Eamon took a deep breath and said, Sue, probe more to find out what kind of dragon it is. Sue nodded and then closed her eyes. Soon after, she opened her eyes and said, It's a magic-skilled Western dragon from the Elf Dragon clan, a branch of the Water Dragon clan, one of the top clans among Western dragons. Eamon nodded and said, in that case, let me, Sue, and Goldie handle the Western dragon. Since we three use magic and spells, remote attacks, you would be killed by the Elf Dragon's magic before getting close if you go. Barry sighed. Although he was unwilling, he knew Eamon was right. He could only nod. Rest assured, you focus on stalling him, and I'll deal with this woman quickly with Lanchong, then come to help you. Chapter 147, still insisting. All right then, Willie, Caitlin, let's go. Sean finished Spialban and flew out of the courtyard with the other two. In the large room, only Aviana, Marcel should be replaced with correct names if they were previously introduced, and Allison remained after swallowing the pills. This woman is now very dangerous. Let's finish her off in one strike. Sean and the other two won't last long against her. Marcel drew the 7-star radiant dragon sword and said coldly. Allison smiled without a word, but the sudden shower of beautiful white feathers confirmed she had already made her move. The flower basket in Aviana's hand floated into the air. Aviana grabbed it as it glowed and gave it a light shake, sending dozens of green beams shooting out, directly Strialban the floating feathers around her. Aviana sneered and said, do you think I don't know your moves? All your tricks revolve around feathers. This flying feathers technique, those scattered feathers are all laced with poison, indeed a formidable move. Unfortunately, our organization has thoroughly investigated your files, including Ernie, who hasn't returned to the group yet. Our organization has already sent an expert as powerful as me to assassinate him. He's dead for sure. He's dead for sure? Allison raised an eyebrow, revealing a mock-Alban expression, and laughed softly. That's because you underestimate Ernie's strength. Even I, who have been with him for so long, don't know exactly how strong he is. How could your people have investigated that clearly? Anyone they send will only be sent to their death. Although among us, Marcel is the most talented and will likely become the strongest in the future. Currently Ernie is the strongest by far. Without further ado, Marcel waved his hands, transforming the 7-star radiant dragon sword into 7, each then becoming a 5-clawed golden dragon. 7 stars transform into dragons. Marcel pointed his hand, and the 7 dragons roared as they pounced towards Aviana. Seeing that flying feathers was ineffective, Allison stopped casting it, smiled at Aviana, and vanished from the spot. Being the fastest among the 5, she was the queen of all birds. Aviana suddenly felt a cold breath behind her and instinctively dodged. Almost instantly, a white feather shot where Aviana had just been standing. Allison swung her hands horizontally toward Aviana. Aviana tried to block with her flower basket, but felt something was amiss. No matter how powerful the opponent, she shouldn't dare to snatch a weapon barehanded. At that moment, Aviana saw a nearly imperceptible blade attached to Allison's pinky finger. Though small, Aviana, with her extensive combat experience, recognized its danger immediately. She quickly retracted the flower basket mid-move, despite knowing this would leave her wounded. Better than being disarmed and fighting unarmed. Aviana's intuition was right. She leaped through the roof and landed outside. Allison's previous strike hit a cabinet behind Aviana, shattering it with a mere light swipe. Marcel and Allison hurried to chase after Aviana. Surprisingly, Aviana didn't seek Sean but waited on the rooftop. They realized Aviana's state was time-limited, and considering the Western Dragon clan was also involved, Aviana wouldn't want to provoke them. Eliminating Marcel and Allison here was more strategic. But would everything go as planned? Marcel sneered. A miniature 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around his left arm, its head resting on his fist, glaring at Aviana. Receive my palm of coiling dragon. Marcel extended his left palm, and with a dragon's roar, a column of golden light shot straight at Aviana's chest. Aviana's expression turned serious. She naturally knew how powerful this move was. Annoyingly, these two kids were indeed troublesome. However, Aviana showed no fear or attempt to dodge, confident in the drugs from her organization. She channeled her inner strength into the flower basket, which began to spin rapidly, scattering beautiful petals like blades, forming a whirlwind to counter Marcel's palm of coiling dragon. The collision of the two powerful energies generated shockwaves that destroyed all nearby structures, showcasing the immense force of the attack. Despite appearing evenly matched, Aviana understood she was barely holding her ground. Her complexion drastically changed, because she had forgotten that next to Marcel stood Allison, who was eyeing her with great intent. Allison revealed a mock-Alban smile, as if ridiculing Aviana's negligence in this life-and-death battle. Her hands moved gracefully, and before them slowly appeared 7 feathers emitting golden light. On closer inspection, these were peacock feathers. Aviana. Take this, peacock feather. Allison extended her finger forward, and the 7 shimmering peacock feathers shot out like sharp swords from 7 different directions, attack Alban Aviana. Aviana's face drained of color. Gritting her teeth, she disregarded the danger of interrupting her move mid-execution, brayed Alban off her clash with Marcel, and instantly dodged from her original position. Almost simultaneously, the 7 peacock feathers swept across where she had been standing. Aviana couldn't help but gasp, her eyes flashing with cold light as she hissed, "This is your doing. Don't regret it when you meet me on the other side." Aviana took a deep breath, and around her appeared strand after strand of silver threads. These threads looked delicate, but Marcel knew that their sharpness far exceeded even divine weapons. Web formation spell, Aviana declared, and those silver threads flashed rapidly. Marcel and Allison huddled together, wary of the surrounding environment. However, They only saw continuous flashes of silver light, dazzling them. By the time they recovered, they realized they were completely surrounded by these silver threads, much like being caught in a spider web. You are now my prey. Aviana sneered. Die. She raised her hands, shooting 2 strands of silver thread directly at Marcel and Allison's vital points. Marcel let out a roar, forming a golden shield around him, knowing he couldn't dodge the silver threads and risk exposing himself. He opted to try defending instead. As for Allison, it was much easier for her, since speed was her forte. Despite the incredible speed of the silver threads, dodging them posed no challenge for her. The moment she dodged Aviana's attack, Allison quickly reached Aviana's side. But Aviana wore a triumphant smile. A chill ran down Marcel's spine as he shouted, "Allison, get out of there." Allison sensed something was amiss, and suddenly, thousands of silver threads emerged around Aviana, each attack all but Allison from different directions. Despite her speed, it wouldn't last long. Soon, her body was cut by the silver threads. A bone-chilling killing aura emanated from Marcel. With a roar, a massive disc appeared behind him, adorned with a 5-clawed golden dragon, glowing brilliantly. Marcel roared furiously. Divine Dragon Roar. The sound wave from his roar immediately dispersed the dense silver threads. Seizing this opportunity, Allison quickly retreated and joined Marcel. Accursed woman. Allison's eyes glowed with cold light. Let you taste my true strength, 6 illusions of Phoenix Dance. As she spoke, under Aviana's astonished gaze, Aviana split into 2. It was impossible to distinguish the real one with the naked eye. Aviana sneered. Just an illusion. Do you think it will work on me? My flower basket can dispel illusions. Dispel illusions? Allison gave a mock-Alban smile. This isn't just any illusion, Mayor Aviana. Chapter 148, Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions. As Angus had said, Nora soon felt that something was wrong. Because her flower basket indeed had the effect of dispelling illusions, so if Angus's move was an illusion, it would have no effect at all. And if it wasn't an illusion, then both bodies were real. But how could this be possible? After all, there was only one Angus. How could there be 2 identical ones? However, Mike smiled. In his previous life, during the Earth's chaotic age, he and Angus, who was the lesser Hal back then, were close friends, and they knew each other's moves very well. Angus's Phoenix Dance 6 Illusions was not an illusion but a form of high-speed movement, utilizing the principle of retinal afterimages to confuse the opponent. Only Angus, who was unmatched in speed, could achieve this. By moving at such high speeds between 2 positions, because of the visual persistence of the retina, the opponent would see 2 Angus. In reality, these 2 Angus were just one person. While performing this high-speed movement, Angus attacked Nora from 2 directions. Helpless, Nora infused her inner strength into the flower basket, which emitted a flash of green light, and dozens of rays pierced towards the 2 Angus and Mike. Mike swung the 7 Stars Dawn Dragon sword, intercepting each beam aimed at him. Meanwhile, Angus dodged Nora's attacks using her high-speed movement. Your attacks are too slow for me. Angus suddenly appeared in front of Nora, who was greatly alarmed and struck with her flower basket. But at that moment, Nora felt a chill on her back. Turning around, she saw Angus had mysteriously appeared behind her. Could this move involve more than just 2 people? Hee. When I fully unleash my Phoenix Dance 6 illusions, I can simultaneously create 6 illusions. The first 2 attract your attention, while I sneak attack you from behind, Angus said smugly. My feather blades missed you last time, but this time, you won't escape. Nora was terrified, biting her tongue until it bled, and she spat a mouthful of blood onto the flower basket. Instantly, the basket emitted a blinding green light. Angus frowned. This was a unique ultimate technique of the Fist King lineage. When one is at a great disadvantage and must fight for survival, they can use this move. Tongue blood is also essence blood. Fusing essence blood into their weapon grants a temporary boost in power. Of course, there are many adverse effects, including even a drop in cultivation realm. But at this moment, Nora couldn't care less. If she didn't do this, death was her only fate. The sudden burst of powerful energy from the flower basket made Angus hesitant to attack recklessly, and she had to retreat to Mike's side. Nora glared at Angus and Mike with venomous eyes. They had forced her to take such a risk. This grudge must be avenged. Nora shouted, and her flower basket shattered, transforming into a delicate, bright red peony. Mike and Angus exchanged puzzled glances. They had never seen such versatility in a Fist King weapon before, but so what? Even if Nora had hidden techniques left, they were confident they could handle them. Not out of arrogance, but because they had the ability. However, Nora's weapon transformed again into a shower of petals, which turned into 2 demonic snakes, lunging at Mike and Angus. Trivial skills. Mike took a deep breath and waved both hands, creating a blue magical seal in front of him. The seal shone brightly before disappearing into his right hand. Mike raised his right hand slightly and softly chanted, Dragon Soaring. Immediately, a 5-clawed golden dragon made of water appeared beneath Nora's feet and quickly ascended. Nora felt the bone-chilling cold of the water dragon, which affected even those who were immune to extreme temperatures. Moreover, she felt as if the coldness was freezing her from the inside out. With her face pale, Nora had to channel her inner strength to counteract the intense cold. However, one mind cannot focus on 2 things. At least for Nora, this was impossible. While she focused on resisting the cold, the 2 demonic snakes composed of petals lost control and returned to the shape of the flower basket, falling to the ground. The situation was already beyond recovery. This was Nora's thought at that moment. After barely withstanding Mike's move, Nora had completely lost her will to fight. If she returned without killing them, she would certainly be punished, but at least she wouldn't die. However, if she stayed here any longer, death was the only outcome. Though Nora did not express her thoughts, her expression betrayed her. Mike saw the fear in her eyes and knew she was preparing to flee. He sneered and said, "Do you think you can run? Just die obediently." Mike took a deep breath, his body slightly leaning forward, and golden runes flashed across the blade of the 7 Stars Dawn Dragon sword. Dragon Severing Slash. Mike roared, gripping the sword with both hands and slashing out a fierce beam of sword energy. The energy turned into a green dragon in midair, roaring as it lunged directly at Nora. Angus was also not idle, knowing that Sean and the other two were still barely holding on against the dragon. So he also launched an attack, aiming to finish off Nora in this one move. Angus gracefully moved her body, her actions resembling a phoenix soaring through the skies. Phoenix dance. Just as Angus finished Spialban, her body began to emit white light. Behind her, the silhouette of a white phoenix appeared, letting out a clear cry before fiercely diving towards Nora, just like the green dragon. Both the dragon and the phoenix attacked Nora simultaneously. Naturally, Nora did not wish to wait for death passively and summoned all her inner strength. Since the flower basket was far away, Nora could only form a shield from her inner strength to block the attacks from Mike and Angus. Although this was very foolish, it was the last straw for Nora at this moment. Nora hoped that the power brought by the organization's drugs could give her a sliver of hope, but her hopes quickly vanished. The shield formed by her inner strength looked solid but disintegrated easily under the attack of the dragon and phoenix, melting away like summer snow. Nora was overwhelmed by the powerful energy and left nothing after the attack. At this moment, Mike and Angus heard a loud explosion in the distance. Their expressions turned grave, and they dared not delay. Each riding a dragon and a phoenix, they quickly flew towards the direction where Sean and the others were. Chapter 149, Battle with Jedediah. While Mike and Allison were still battling Aviana, Sean and his 3 companions had already encountered the dragon envoy. The envoy was a seemingly frail man, but Sean and the others did not dare underestimate him in the slightest. Because he was an elven dragon. Though still at the Saint stage, different clans within the Western Dragons have different conditions. The higher the dragon clan, the more difficult cultivation is for them, but often their capabilities cannot be compared by realm alone. This time, although the Water Dragon clan branch that dispatched an elven dragon was still at the Saint stage, his strength absolutely could not be equated to other dragon Saint stage beings, or rather, he was on a much higher level. Winning against the light dragons last time was sheer luck. After all, that guy's combat experience was practically non-existent, full of flaws. But even so, everyone had to use their ultimate moves. Sean, with a grim expression, looked at the man before him, who appeared sickly thin, and said, "Who are you?" "Another one here to take our lives." The man smiled slightly as if harboring no ill will, then slowly spoke. "You killed Gillis and Delbert. The light dragons won't let this go. I've been sent to avoid further loss of talent within our own clan. Unfortunately, I am only a pawn to test your strength. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Prince Jedediah of the Water Dragon clan." Lawrence frowned slightly and said, "Since you know you're just a pawn, why do you risk it? Honestly, we indeed can't defeat you. We won last time against Delbert by pure chance. But Lou Albin at your aura now, you far surpass him. If we truly fight all out, neither of us will come out unscathed. Would you really want such an outcome?" Jedediah showed a bitter smile. "What good would it do if I don't want to see it? I have no other choice. After all, the Light Dragon clan is stronger than any other clan. Enough of this. Regardless, a battle is inevitable." Sean sighed, exchanging glances with Lawrence and Mara, nodding tacitly. Finally, Sean said, "We will not hold back." Jedediah laughed, but remained silent. However, Lawrence clearly sensed an alarming amount of water elements gathering in Jedediah's hands. Lawrence's face turned pale. Such speed of elemental gathering, quantity, and purity absolutely exceeded Delbert's by a wide margin, meaning Jedediah surpassed Delbert both in combat experience and natural talent. "Hurry up and attack. We can't let him strike first, or we're done for." Lawrence's expression changed drastically as she quickly shouted. Sean and Mara didn't hesitate. The 3 formed a triangular formation around Jedediah. Sean rapidly formed hand seals. 5-fold magic array Mikagura. As soon as he finished Spialban, 5 differently sized and colored magic arrays appeared on Jedediah. Naturally, Jedediah felt the terrifying magical power contained within these arrays, inwardly amazed at how someone merely at the gold stage could possess such power. Without waiting for Jedediah's counterattack, the 5 magic arrays produced a purple light beam enveloping him. The energy from this strike was formidable. Sean's expression was terrible, knowing that due to his current realm, he couldn't fully unleash his original magic's full force, but even for regular Saint Stage opponents, the move was quite powerful. He hadn't expected the opponent to be so resilient. Clearly, the attack hadn't inflicted any damage. When the effect of Mikagura dissipated, Mara followed up with her attack immediately. Vast waves of glass-like sand engulfed Jedediah like a sea of sand. Sand's coffin. As Mara clasped her hands, the sand's coffin began to tighten. Normally, anyone imprisoned in the sand's coffin would die as it compressed them to death. This time, however, before it fully constricted, Mara spat out a mouthful of blood, and simultaneously Jedediah broke free. Since the Luli Shah, glass sand, was manipulated by Mara using her spiritual energy and mental focus, once it was broken, she suffered the backlash. Seeing both Sean and Mara fail to land successful hits, Lawrence knew they had to start with their ultimate skills. Her eyes flashed with a cold light as her body spun, transforming into countless butterflies. Jedediah raised an eyebrow, showing curiosity towards Lawrence's attack, thus not moving to defend. In an instant, the butterflies swirled and danced around Jedediah. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he sensed something strange. However, by the time Mike noticed, the butterflies had already left her side and transformed back into Lawrence's appearance. Jedediah felt a sudden wave of weakness. "Strike now," Lawrence shouted, simultaneously waving her lantern, Xuanhuan. A swarm of blood-red butterflies appeared before her, emitting one beam of crimson light after another. On the other side, Sean and Mara knew Jedediah had fallen for Lawrence's move and wasted no time. Sean formed hand seals, and 7 golden magic arrays appeared in the sky, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. 7-fold magic array, 7-star swords punishment. As soon as he spoke, 7 beams of light shot out from the arrays, converging into one point and slamming directly into Jedediah. Meanwhile, Mara took a deep breath and quickly formed hand seals. The glass sand around her slowly formed a massive Taiji pattern. Inyong's secret art, glass sword rain. As the pattern disappeared, dark clouds filled the sky, and then sword-like formations made of glass sand rained down, merging with Sean's magic to produce an immense amount of energy. The trio's attacks hit Jedediah all at once. He remained unperturbed, casually waving his hand. A blue water sphere enveloped him, defending against all attacks. Yet, the overwhelming power still caused his blood to churn. Jedediah was inwardly surprised. Among the Saint Stage powerhouses in his clan, none were his match. Even if it were that top genius from the Light Dragon clan, Delbert, Jedediah could have annihilated him within 10 moves. Initially, he didn't quite believe that Delbert had been killed. After all, Delbert's combat experience was virtually non-existent. Jedediah had always thought that whoever killed Delbert must be powerful, but not outrageously so. However, after experiencing the trio's attacks firsthand, he realized these were no ordinary people. The collision between their ultimate moves and Jedediah's water sphere generated a tremendous shockwave that nearly destroyed all the surrounding trees. Fortunately, this villa was built in a remote suburban area, so there was no risk of harming innocent civilians. After the massive explosion cleared, Sean and the others watched anxiously as the smoke slowly dissipated, only to see the result they dreaded most. If the opponent had sustained even a slight injury, that would have been better, but instead, he emerged unscathed. Truly unscathed. TCH, this is getting difficult, Sean said, frowning deeply. He knew that with their current abilities, defeating the opponent was almost impossible. Chapter 150. The Demon Sky Evil Luelady. Before Sean could come up with a countermeasure, Perry gritted her teeth and shouted loudly. "Sean, Mara, fall back." With that, Perry unfurled the green feather fan of Orchid Court, and an absolutely stunning scene unfolded around her. Even Jedediah couldn't help but feel it was the most beautiful sight. Perry spun gracefully in midair, and from around her flew out brilliantly colored butterflies. These were not Perry's pet butterflies, but transformations of the divine spiritual energy within her body. Alongside the butterflies emerged beautiful petals of various hues. The shower of petals and 7 colored butterflies danced around Perry, forming a truly magnificent spectacle. Jedediah was utterly astounded. Neither Sean nor Mara knew Perry had such a move. But what did Perry intend to do? Soon, they found out. In truth, Perry's previous incarnation as Spirit Emperor was a prodigy in the spirit realm. After experiencing great joys and sorrows, he continuously revised his self-created spells, ultimately blending the spirit's pets, music, and dance from the spirit realm into one, scattering spiritual energy like falling blossoms around his body, reaching the highest realm. Now, what Perry sought to unleash was precisely the famous ultimate skill from her past life. However, there were side effects, since the current Perry should not be able to use this technique yet. Using it prematurely would leave her unable to speak for 10 days. Yet, the priority now was to entangle Jedediah and buy some time. So Perry did not hesitate. The butterflies formed from spiritual energy functioned as instruments, playing note after melodious note. Perry's beautiful voice echoed slowly through the night sky. "This is a song I created for my beloved, never imagining it would possess magic. Today, Jedediah, let me show you the Demon Sky Evil Luelady of Perry." As Perry sang softly, Jedediah's eyebrows furrowed, initially not taking this attack seriously. But just seconds later, Jedediah's expression changed drastically. For the notes seemed to have genuine power. Jedediah felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and despair, unable to escape it. Though unsure why, tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. No, these weren't just tears, they were blood tears. Jedediah's expression turned even more grim, but upon hearing Perry singing, the blood tears continued unabated. Despite being a water dragon from one of the noblest lineages among Western dragons, Jedediah, too, could not survive losing so much blood. Only now did Jedediah realize the true terror of Perry's move. By channeling her own despair and anguish into magic and music, Perry controlled the minds of her opponents, making them weep blood tears, eventually leading to their demise due to blood loss. Truly terrifying. However, Jedediah was no ordinary adversary. He quickly regained his composure. Carefully analyzing Perry's Demon Sky Evil Luelady, he realized it combined advanced illusions and mind control. Knowing he had little time left to react, as Perry reached the climax of her song. One inkstone cannot depict the elegance of books filling brocade sleeves, the broken bridge umbrella, silk embroidered handkerchiefs, intoxicated joy in a fleeting moment. Blossom petals and leftover wine fragrance fill windows with myriad sunny snowflakes, people on the dike, willows beneath it, all part ways. The melancholic lyrics, accompanied by sorrowful melodies and moving vocals, almost entranced Sean and Mara. Only the sight of Jedediah's blood tears sent chills down their spines. It was undeniable that Perry's demon sky evil Llewellyn was truly terrifying. But Jedediah was no ordinary opponent. Unnoticed by anyone, his hands clenched slowly, with magic already flowing into his brain. Ma'albin a bold decision. If disrupting the flow of neural pathways could disrupt Perry's control over his nervous system, then that's what he must do. It was easy to say, but incredibly difficult to execute. Any misstep could turn him into an idiot or even kill him outright. Desperate times called for desperate measures. With no choice, Jedediah directed all his internal magic along his nerves into his brain, aiming to intercept Perry's spiritual energy and mental consciousness. To control an opponent's mind, one must integrate their own mental awareness into the opponent's brain. It was clear that Jedediah had taken the gamble and won, as he managed to locate Perry's spiritual awareness and quickly attacked. Caught off guard, Perry's spiritual awareness was assaulted, feeling as though her brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. She then coughed up a mouthful of blood. The butterflies and petals around Perry instantly shattered into specks of light. Clutching her chest, she gasped for breath, glaring at Jedediah with frustration. At this moment, Perry was at her most vulnerable state. The premature use of the demon sky evil Llewellyn followed by its disruption had caused her severe injuries, leaving her temporarily unable to attack. Originally floating in midair, Perry began swaying unsteadily. A wave of dizziness sent her plummeting from the sky. Perry, Sean, and Mara simultaneously descended, aiming to catch her. Falling from such a height would surely cause severe injuries even to them, let alone Perry, who was already critically injured. This fall would be fatal. Just before hitting the ground, Lioli Shah, Perry's magic sand, caught Perry, averting disaster. Mara placed Perry aside, Llewellyn at Jedediah, who had also landed on the ground. She sighed and said, I wonder if Iolo is okay now. Given the current situation, there's no way we can win. I understand, but Perry is heavily injured and unconscious now. If we retreat, it will be the end of her. For our sake, and for Perry, we must fight with all we have. A determined look flashed across Sean's face. Mara nodded solemnly and asked, Do you need me to buy time? Sean nodded. 3 minutes should do. Mara agreed without further ado, manipulating the Lioli Shah towards Jedediah. A blue water sphere appeared in Jedediah's hand, which he then transformed into a water blade with a flick of his wrist. He slashed horizontally, aiming directly at Mara. Water blade slash. The power of this water jet can cut through steel. Your Lioli Shah can't protect you, little girl, Jedediah remarked calmly. Seeing the incoming water blade, Mara's expression showed a hint of fear, which quickly turned into resolution. She shouted and instead of forming a shield, turned the Lioli Shah into a massive wave to counterattack Jedediah's water blade. Mara realized this wasn't the time to back down. Defending wouldn't hold Jedediah's attack, so she took a bold chance. Seeing Mara's actions, admiration flashed across Jedediah's eyes, abandoning defense for full offense. This was quite a remarkable young woman. Surprisingly, the sand wave held off the water blade, evenly matched. But Mara knew she was merely barely holding on. Gingerculously, she managed to withstand 3 whole minutes while Sean prepared his magic. Sean roared, Caitlin, get out of the way. Mara immediately withdrew her Lioli Shah and jumped beside Sean. With wide open palms, Sean summoned over a dozen symmetrical magic arrays around Jedediah, strangely hollow at their centers. Heavenly light magic. Technique 1, Extermination. As he spoke, an enormous explosion enveloped Jedediah, the powerful shockwave reducing surrounding trees to ashes and turning the grassland into barren land. Sean and Mara watched hopefully. After bearing such a powerful attack, Jedediah could not possibly remain unscathed. Chapter 151, Dragon and Phoenix in Unison. After the powerful explosion dissipated, Sean and Mara finally showed a look of despair. Although Sean's final blow did indeed injure Jedediah, this damage was very limited, more like a mere scratch. Jedediah had only been injured on his left arm and leg, which for the powerful dragon clan, was merely a superficial wound. Jedediah sighed and said, I'm very sorry. Although we have no grudges against each other, I must carry out my orders. He raised his right hand, and a blue water sphere gradually expanded. Water restraint. As soon as he finished Spialban, both Sean and Mara were submerged by the blue water sphere, instantly entering the water. The two could barely react before feeling suffocated. Even as they desperately tried to break free from Jedediah's move, it would not be so easily countered with him being a Saint-class water dragon genius. Gradually, Sean and Mara began to feel their bodies weaken. But at that moment, a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry echoed from afar. A golden and white light pierced through the water sphere, rescuing Sean and Mara. Jedediah stared blankly at the sky where Aaron and Allison were seated on what looked like a 5-clawed golden dragon and a white phoenix, long vanished from existence. Jedediah drew in a sharp breath. Clearly, whether in power or momentum, Aaron and Allison were much stronger than the three. No longer did Jedediah dare to underestimate these kids. They were monsters. According to ancient texts of Western dragons, during the ancient times on Noah's continent, 2 of the most powerful leaders among the strongest Noah people could summon a 5-clawed golden dragon and a white phoenix. Back then, those 2 were considered creator god-level existences. After their demise, the 5-clawed golden dragon and white phoenix also faded away. Jedediah never imagined he'd witness such mythical creatures. Are you Aaron? So you're Allison? Jedediah asked calmly. Aaron and Allison landed grim-faced on the ground, while the giant dragon Domenico and Phoenix Eugenia hovered menacingly in the air. Aaron said, "Did you send someone to assassinate Ernie?" Concerned about Ernie despite knowing his strength, he needed to confirm Ernie's enemy. Jedediah replied calmly, "Our Western Dragon clan did not send anyone after Ernie. It's the Black Cloak organization that dispatched several experts. But that doesn't concern you anymore. As I said, though we have no enmity, because the order comes from the Light Dragon clan, I can only try to kill you." Then he opened and closed his hands wide, countless ice spikes appearing in the air, all identical in size and length. They densely packed, numbering in the tens of millions. Even Aaron and Allison felt uneasy seeing this. Individually, the spikes weren't very powerful and could be easily handled even if there were thousands. However, tens of millions of them made any defense or evasion impossible. Go! With Jedediah pointing forward, all the ice spikes shot toward the two. Aaron and Allison turned pale. Though wary of Jedediah's tactics, they still had the means to counterattack. At the moment the ice spikes attacked, Aaron slapped the ground with his left hand. Dragon roar 9 heavens. Immediately, 9 five-clawed golden dragons formed by water emerged from the blue seal on the ground, roaring towards Jedediah. Allison wasn't idle either. With crossed hands, a fiery red seal appeared before her. Phoenix dominance. Out of the red seal soared a fiery phoenix, crying out crisply and flying towards Jedediah along with the water dragons. Aaron and Allison's move was profound, and he naturally saw the subtlety in it. In terms of offensive power, it was enough to make a Saint-class powerhouse retreat. However, Jedediah was not afraid. Jedediah shouted loudly, his hands held up horizontally as water curtains formed like shields in front of him. Then, he slapped the ground with both hands. Ice magic. Ice dragon descends. As soon as he spoke, a huge western flying dragon instantly appeared above Jedediah's head. However, this giant western dragon was formed by Jedediah using ice elements. After the ice dragon was formed, it roared angrily and then rushed towards the water dragons and fire phoenix. The impact of the collision was unimaginable. If Sean and the others had not moved from their original position earlier, they would have been affected by this intense shockwave. After the explosion and smoke cleared, the three attacked simultaneously again. Aaron's hands rapidly guided energy. The 7-star radiant dragon sword in his hand turned into a golden light shooting into the sky. Instantly, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. Lightning bolts and sword chi descended like rain, densely flooding the area where Jedediah stood. Allison held her hands horizontally, and with a clear phoenix cry, countless feathers fell from the sky, each either red or blue. As she raised her hands, the two colored feathers gathered separately, eventually forming 2 whirlwinds, one red, one blue. The red whirlwind ascended with raging flames, while the blue rose with bone-chilling coldness. Although water and fire do not mix, Allison was a master from the prehistoric Earth era. While water and fire do not mix, achieving their harmonious coexistence could greatly increase their power, and for Allison, this was very easy. The 2 whirlwinds combined, producing an energy that did not yield at all to Aaron's divine sword heart lightning technique. Take this. Allison waved her hands. Peerless dance. The combined whirlwinds of water and fire rushed towards Jedediah from the front. Even Jedediah couldn't help but change expression. For such a move, even he wasn't confident he could withstand. So, without hesitation, Jedediah chose to dodge. It would be foolish to try to block such an attack directly. But would Aaron and Allison let Jedediah have it his way? Of course, Aaron and Allison knew what Jedediah intended. Although they were too focused on controlling such powerful magic to divert attention elsewhere, they weren't alone. Domenico and Eugenia, though not participating in the battle, were by no means weak. Their realm might be the same as their owners, but because of their talent and the synergy between Dragon and Phoenix, they held no disadvantage compared to Jedediah. And in a flash, Domenico and Eugenia launched an attack on Jedediah from the air. Although Jedediah wanted to dodge Aaron and Allison's attack, he now faced attacks from Domenico and Eugenia. This made Jedediah show a wry smile. Chapter 152, Confronting Jedediah. The light beams expelled by Domenico and Eugenia instantly struck Jedediah, and the 2 great techniques of Shen's Hejianexine Leiju and Wushuang Jiwu hit Jedediah accurately while he was unable to react. Struck by 4 powerful attacks at once, even Jedediah could not defend himself. After all, the power between dimensions is inherently unequal. The Earth Primal Chaos dimension is ranked first among all dimensions. Second only to this dimension are the Spirit Realm, Elven Realm, Galesta Realm, Netherworld Realm, and so on. That means that the strength and intensity of attacks by absolute experts like Iolo and Kira in the Earth Primal Chaos dimension are incomparable to those of Sean and others. Thus, although Sean and his companions exerted all their efforts, they were still unable to cause much harm to Jedediah. However, if it were Iolo and Kira, the case would be different. Jedediah appeared before Iolo and Kira in a sorry state. Indeed, he had sustained significant injuries but did not lose his fighting ability. Jedediah raised both hands over his head, and a blue vortex slowly appeared above them. Water magic, tide vortex. Upon saying that, Jedediah threw forward with both hands, propelling the vortex ahead with immense destructive force toward Iolo. Iolo and Kira did not retreat because there was simply no way to retreat. As the vortex moved forward, it grew continuously. Retreating or dodging would only make its power grow stronger. This vortex seems to absorb water elements from the surrounding air as it moves, hence its increasing power, Iolo remarked. Whatever it takes, we must block this attack, or else our effort will be in vain. Iolo took a deep breath, and several beams of light appeared around him. Soon, the beams adhered to Iolo's body, gradually engulfing and transforming him into a golden dragon emitting a brilliant golden light. Similarly, Kira's body was enveloped in white beams of light, eventually transforming her into a beautiful white phoenix. What kind of technique is this? Jedediah stared dumbfounded at Iolo and Kira in the sky. While it was clear that Iolo and Kira had not transformed into true golden dragons or white phoenixes, their presence was undeniably formidable. Dragon Dharma body. Iolo roared, emitting a loud dragon cry before charging directly into the enormous vortex. Phoenix Dharma body. Kira similarly shouted, releasing a sharp phoenix cry as she charged toward the same enormous vortex. Jedediah was shocked by their actions. This vortex was not as simple as it appeared. It contained an abundant amount of compressed water elements. Any reckless collision would trigger an immediate explosion, injuring anyone involved. Yet, ignoring it would also lead to its eventual self-detonation once enough water elements accumulated to saturation. This ultimate technique was extremely troublesome. Even within the Dragon Clan, Jedediah had defeated numerous opponents of the same level using this move, earning praise even from some higher Alban elders. Now, Iolo and Kira were charging straight for the vortex. This would surely trigger an explosion. Although Iolo and Kira might not have known the specifics of the vortex's effect, being the extraordinary beings they were, they should have recognized its danger. Wasn't this a case of knowingly venturing into danger? Even Jedediah couldn't understand what they were trying to achieve. However, when they collided with the vortex, everything became clear. It turned out that these two were utterly fearless. When Iolo and Kira impacted the vortex, the water elements, which should have exploded immediately, mysteriously dissipated instead. Although Jedediah didn't know how they accomplished this, it was evident that it was their doing. How infuriating. No wonder they weren't afraid of the vortex exploding. They had already prepared a countermeasure. In truth, Iolo and Kira did not know the secrets of the vortex until almost upon impact. Only then did they realize its terrifying nature, but it was too late to stop, as they faced imminent explosions. However, when the water elements approached their bodies, they mysteriously disappeared. At first, Iolo and Kira did not know what was happening, but after a moment's thought, they understood. The five-clawed golden dragon is the most powerful existence within the Eastern Dragon Clan, yet ultimately, it still evolved from the Water Dragon Clan. In the Earth Primal Chaos dimension, the progenitors of the Dragon Clan are the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. The five-clawed golden dragons were specially bestowed divine positions by the heavenly deities as heavenly dragons. However, despite being heavenly dragons, they remained water-attributed. After all, their ancestors were water dragons. Therefore, in the face of water element attacks, Iolo, who had transformed into a five-clawed golden dragon, could naturally absorb all water elements. As for Kira, the situation was opposite. Although the white phoenix is the most precious type of phoenix with the title Queen of 100 Phoenixes, the ancestor of the Phoenix clan is the fire phoenix. The existence of the white phoenix is similar to that of the heavenly dragon. They underwent mutations after being bestowed divine positions by the heavenly deities. Yet fundamentally, because their ancestors were fire-attributed, the white phoenix also possesses fire attributes. Therefore, while in the phoenix state, Kira could neutralize water element attacks. Although both did not know the specifics of the vortex, due to the nature of their techniques, they accidentally countered Jedediah's formidable move. Jedediah sighed. He never expected these two young people to be so powerful. Should he have fought them to the death? On second thought, as the third prince of the Water Dragon Clan, why should he risk his life for the Light Dragon Clan? With this realization, Jedediah withdrew his magic power. Iolo and Kira were stunned. Though they did not understand Jedediah's intentions, they remained vigilant. Ernan, we turn enemies into friends. Jedediah asked calmly. What? Despite Jedediah's composed tone, Iolo and Kira were dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they were fighting fiercely, and now he wanted to stop? But as shrewd individuals, they quickly regained composure and awaited his explanation. Jedediah smiled and said, I've already mentioned that I have no grievances with you. You haven't harmed anyone from our Water Dragon Clan. I was merely following the orders of the Light Dragon Clan leader, which forced me to intercept you. Why then, do you obey the Light Dragon Clan? Iolo asked, frowning. Jedediah showed a hint of bitter laughter and replied, There's nothing I can do about it. The Western Dragon Clans have 8 upper clans, with the Water Dragon Clan Ranalban third and the Light Dragon Clan first. The leader of the Light Dragon Clan was one of the earliest to reach lower god status among Western dragons, hence they act arrogantly within the clan. We can do nothing. Actually, your luck has been good. Last time, when you eliminated Goku Bai, his 2 companions were my sister Candace and Kajalu of the Black Iron Dragon Clan, who ranked second. They did not intervene because they wanted Goku Bai dead, do you understand? After seeing your strength, I believe there's no need for us to be enemies, so I hope you can forgive my earlier recklessness. Well, Iolo and Kira exchanged glances. After a while, Iolo responded, I'm willing to trust you. As you said, you were acting on orders. If we hadn't died here, you would face retribution. Honestly, we don't want to fight anymore either. If we continue, even if we won't win, neither will you. So, tell us your terms. We'll agree if they're reasonable. Jedediah nodded approvingly, smiling. It's different dealing with intelligent people. Yes, I have a condition. Once you reach the rank of true powerhouses, you must assist us in eliminating the Light Dragon Clan leader. This is a secret, so I hope you keep it. The rule of the Light Dragon clan has caused dissatisfaction among the other 7 clans. If we fight directly, we will only end up mutually weakened. Therefore, we understand, we agree. Once we become demigod-level powerhouses, we'll help you. Iolo smiled. Hee. In that case, it's settled. On behalf of the Water Dragon clan and the Black Iron Dragon clan, I thank you. Farewell. Jedediah then turned into a blue light and vanished into the horizon. Chapter 153, The Pitiful Youth. At the hospital in Gemstone City. Willie, are you feeling better? Sean asked with concern. Willie had woken up, but was unable to speak due to having used Augustine Tion Siechu prematurely. He could only give a bitter smile and shake his head. Sigh. I never thought we would encounter so many troubles one after another in Gemstone City. That Mayor Aviana turned out to be an imposter. It wasn't until we returned that we rescued the real mayor from the basement. Aaron sighed. We haven't had a shortage of troubles on our journey, have we? Another couple doesn't matter, Mara sighed. It seems no matter where we go, trouble will follow. At least we don't need to worry about the Western Dragons for now. Since Jedediah has agreed to cooperate with us, he must ensure our safety before their goals are achieved. Or at the very least, inform us in advance about who the Western Dragons will send to cause trouble. Other dragon clans should be on the same side as the Water Dragon clan and Black Iron Dragon clan. Now that Jedediah failed to complete his mission upon returning, the Light Dragon clan will likely send more powerful members from their own clan to come after us. We must be cautious. Angus said. Mayor Aviana also came to the hospital, expressing deep apologies for what Willie and others had gone through, and brought some gifts along. Aaron, being a greedy person, accepted them half-heartedly. After Mayor Aviana left, Aaron joyfully opened each gift one by one, nearly drooling over the expensive presents. Others watched in silence. Angus came over and smacked Aaron's head. Aaron rubbed his scalp and looked at Angus with displeasure. Why did you hit my head? It makes me stupid. Angus glared fiercely at Aaron and said, You're a miser who can't get out of the money pit. Back on Earth, you were always obsessed with treasures, behaving like a vulgar merchant. And here you are, unchanged. Don't be so shameless. These are Willie's gifts. Of course, I know they're Willie's. But since he can't open them right now, why can't I do it as the team leader? Aaron said with a thick face. He can't speak, not move his hands. Forget it. Arguing with you is pointless. Angus shook his head, resting his hand on his forehead. Anyway, everyone knows your greed will die with you. I wonder if Kenny is all right, Mara said worriedly. Though Kenny is strong, he's alone. Do you think he might be in danger? Meanwhile, within Blue Illusion City, Kenny was under siege by the black-clothed organization. However, Kenny appeared calm and composed, while the black-clothed figures struggled to hold on. In his past life, Kenny was a lotus flower in front of Galesta, gaining significant wisdom despite being just a flower. Over time, listening to Galesta's teachings night and day, he eventually transformed into human form. Due to his remarkable comprehension, he quickly rose to the rank of Bodhisattva in the Gilstist world. Now, the power he wielded was the same as what he used in the Gilstist realm, far beyond the reach of these black-clothed people. Soon enough, with a few powerful explosions, Kenny easily defeated all the assassins. The next day, Willie was discharged from the hospital. Gold-level experts recover quickly after all. The group left Gemstone City, unaware that their rescue of the mayor had made headlines. News of this feat spread quickly to Donglong City's Yu family. When Charlton saw news about his son, he first paused, then revealed a bittersweet smile. As a father, he was naturally proud that his son had become such a strong warrior in such a short time. However, if Davon found out, Davon himself was a genius and began martial arts training at a young age. Now he was nearing the peak of the gold level, close to Brer Alban through to the Saint stage. After all, the rate of advancement depends on talent, the profundity of martial skills, and cultivation methods. The cultivation environment plays a crucial role. The Yu family can naturally provide very superior conditions in these 3 aspects, hence Yanni's advancement speed is quite fast. Ibrahim worried whether Yanni would take action against his younger brother. After all, the look filled with murderous intent 3 months ago, though only for an instant, was enough to make Gillis feel uneasy. Because Gillis did not know Mike's true strength at all, he worried whether Yanni would harm Mike. But this worry was completely unnecessary because with Mike's current strength, he didn't need to fear Yanni. At this moment, Mike and others had arrived at the next city after 5 days of travel, Rainbow Haze City, named Haofeng City. This city is also the largest metropolis in the Donglong Empire, the most prosperous, and the city with the most adventurers. And here, there are many factions and families gathered. No doubt, because in the Donglong Empire, one can only learn the basics at school. In fact, if one wants to become strong, while laying a foundation at school is one thing, it also requires relying on a faction or a family to obtain better cultivation methods. Ordinary people who are neither nobles nor wealthy mostly apply to join some faction after entering school. Although not only Haofeng City has such factions and clans, the factions and clans in Haofeng City are the top tier ones, and it is said that some factions have pseudo-god level old monsters within. After Mike and others entered Haofeng City, along the way were shops selling various weapons and equipment. Many disciples of factions and clans set up stalls here to earn more cultivation funds by selling things they don't need anymore. Of course, there are also shops. Generally Spialban, items in shops are more expensive, but none of them are ordinary. Although sometimes useful things can be found on small stalls, the probability is very low, but the prices are very cheap. Although Mike and others did not need equipment and weapons, they still needed some props, which could often play a certain role in battles. For example, magic potions that enhance combat power in a short time or magic stones that increase escape speed. Along the way, because they sold 2 dragon corpses in the black market, Mike et al. Made a huge profit. So Mike proposed to go around and see what they could find. Of course, the others agreed, so they acted separately. After all, each person likes different things. If they shopped together item by item, they wouldn't have enough time. Willie thought about buying some medicines that could enhance spiritual energy recovery speed. Wandering around, she came to a slightly remote corner and saw a young boy setting up a stall. The boy looked a bit younger than her, and his strength wasn't worth mentioning, just second-level bronze. After all, geniuses are rare, and most people need decades to become mid-level experts, and some even stay at low levels their entire lives, unable to advance. Near this young boy, other boys around his age were laughing at him mock-halbinly. Larry, you still have the nerve to set up a stall here? You're almost being expelled from the school. Think about how to save your life first. With your skinny body, if your magic power is disabled, it's like a dead end. Haha. The surrounding boys were bullying this stall-setting boy, but he just kept his head down, saying nothing, his body trembling slightly, tears welling up in his eyes. Willie sighed. Finn Albin of the humiliations she once suffered in the spirit world. Wasn't this boy suffering the same fate? How much she wanted to help. Chapter 154, The Blue and White Invitation. Willie slowly walked over. Being at the peak of the gold rank, even though she tried her best not to reveal her aura, her demeanor still attracted some high-rent Albin presences nearby. People were all amazed that such a powerful individual could be so young. This was simply impossible. Willie approached the young boy. Although her throat was still injured and she couldn't speak, she naturally had ways to communicate. She gently tapped her hand, and many green light points appeared around her. These light points converged into words, telling the young boy that she wanted to see what he was selling. The young boy was extremely terrified. He couldn't sense the depth of her strength at all. Those boys who had mocked him earlier now dared not speak, standing silently in place. After all, powerful individuals often had eccentric temperaments. Offending one could easily result in death. Laws were ineffective for the strong, and the world of cultivators was a dog-eat-dog world. Even if they died, no one would speak up for justice. One of the boys muttered under his breath. What's good about the items made by Tate? They're all trash. Why bother Lou Albin? Despite the boy's low voice, Willie heard clearly, frowning slightly as she turned to look at him, releasing her peak gold-level pressure. The overly talkative boy instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, shivering on the spot. Then, a Gervais, who appeared to be a silver-rank warrior, approached, trembling as he spoke. Senior, please calm down. This boy doesn't know better. I hope you will forgive him considering we are disciples of Tianxiao Palace. Willie raised an eyebrow. She had heard of Tianxiao Palace before. It was one of the 8 most powerful sects in the Donglong Empire. It boasted several quasi-divine level grand elders and specialized in crafting various combat tools, weapons, and equipment. No wonder this bronze-ranked boy could make decent quality items. Not being a wanton killer, she waved her sleeve and gestured for them to leave. The Gervais immediately led the disciples away. Then, Willie turned back to the boy, as Albin with green light points if he had any medicine to increase spirit energy recovery speed. Tate nodded and said, yes, there is. With that, he took out an exquisite glass bottle from his robe. Inside the bottle was a pale purple liquid, which looked very beautiful, almost like a piece of art. Senior, this is Ding perfume, a medicine that can quickly restore spirit energy. However, due to my limited abilities, its effects are not very strong. Given that Senior appears to be a gold rank powerhouse, this perfume may not be effective for you. Perhaps you should visit the stores to find what you need. Willie gave a gentle smile, and green light points formed the words, you are going to be expelled from your sect. What did you do wrong? After seeing this, Tate's expression darkened, and he slowly began to explain. Our third elder was refining a potion, but it failed for unknown reasons. Since I was in charge of managing the potion ingredients, therefore. Willie frowned slightly and sighed, with green light points forming another message. Have you thought about defending yourself, or leaving now? Tate smiled bitterly and replied, what use would it be to defend myself? Besides the Grand Elders, the 7 elders of Tianxiao Palace are the strongest, all at the saint rank. Even if it wasn't my fault, they need a scapegoat. As for running away, that's even more impossible. Tianxiao Palace is so powerful that I have no chance of escaping. Will you be able to endure having your magic power stripped, along with the pain? Tate saw these words and couldn't help shedding tears. Who knows if I can endure it? Likely I'll die. But I can only wait for my judgment. The decision will be announced in 6 days. Maybe after 6 days, I won't be in this world anymore. At least, being an orphan means no one will mourn for me. Willie felt a pang of sorrow and ultimately sighed. Talbin something out from her storage ring. Anyone who saw this item would be shocked, for it was the blue and white invitation, which looked like an ancient woman's hairpin, but with a distinctive blue and white design at its tip. It was just a beautiful little green flower. This item was a token from when Willie was the flowerly of the Baiwa Yuyuan. Everyone in the Donglong Empire knew that if someone had the blue and white invitation, they were a distinguished guest of Willie. Despite Willie's status as a male courtesan at the time, the power of Baiwa Yuyuan was far from simple on the surface. Once, an elder from a prestigious sect attempted to forcibly enter Willie's room, but was severely injured by a maid from Baiwa Yuyuan. That elder was also at the peak of the gold rank. Later, a peak saint-stage powerhouse from that sect came to cause trouble, but ultimately vanished without a trace. 3 days later, that sect was annihilated in the Donglong Empire, leaving only the 4 characters, Baiwa Yuyuan. From then on, everyone knew that Baiwa Yuyuan was not an ordinary place. So Willie thought that if she gave the blue and white invitation to Larry, he would probably spare the child out of respect for Baiwa Yuyuan. Using green light points, Willie told Larry her name, and then took the bottle of Ding perfume with a smile, paying and leaving. After returning that day, the 7 elders interrogated Larry again. Larry nervously handed over the blue and white invitation given by Willie. Upon closer inspection, the 7 elders' faces changed dramatically. They naturally knew what the blue and white invitation was. It was Willie's exclusive token from Baiwa Yoyuan. Combined with what the Gervais said earlier in the description of the young boy's appearance, the 7 elders confirmed that it was indeed Willie. They still vividly remembered how Baiwa Yuan destroyed a powerful sect overnight. The strength of that sect could be compared to the current 8 major sections. This meant that there were quasi-divine level experts in Baiwa Yoyuan. The presence of the blue and white invitation in Larry's hands proved that Willie already knew about his situation. Giving it was a clear indication that Willie hoped Tianxiao Palace would spare Larry's life. If they proceeded to strip Larry's magic power now, it might provoke Willie's displeasure. Whether Baiwa Yoyuan would intervene was uncertain. After all, Willie held an absolute position in Baiwa Yoyuan. Many people believed he would be the next master of Baiwa Yoyuan. All right, you may leave. The 3rd elder waved his hand irritably, signaling for Larry to step back. Then, the 3rd elder spoke anxiously. What do we do now? Larry encountered Willie. How should we proceed? We should send someone to investigate. What if it's not Willie himself, but someone with the blue and white invitation? But even if so, it shows an extraordinary relationship with Willie. We cannot make a move. No, if we handle it skillfully, this Haofeng city is under the control of the 8 major sections. Even if he is from Baiwa Yoyuan, what can he do? As long as we are discreet, they won't know. Very well, 3rd brother will make the arrangements. If it's not Willie, eliminate him directly. To dare use this method to threaten Tianxiao Palace is simply as Albin for death. Chapter 155. The Observer from Heavenly Ingenuity Palace. Willie was unaware that the people from Heavenly Ingenuity Palace had already set their sights on him. At this moment, after purchasing some necessities, he rejoined his companions and found a place to rest. Finding a room to accommodate all 5 of them was not an easy task. It wasn't that Aaron and the others were inflexible. After so many assassination attempts, they could not afford to separate or they would be easily endangered. Thus, even when sleeping, they almost always stayed together. Because Aaron hadn't had enough of shopping on the first day, he and his companions decided to stay for a few more days. After all, a rare moment of relaxation was beneficial for cultivation. Although Willie couldn't speak, he conveyed the events of the day to his companions using written words. After a moment of silence, Aaron spoke up. No matter what, we are comrades and we will support you. But Heavenly Ingenuity Palace is not to be trifled with. Among the 8 major sects, though they may not be top-ranked, they are still formidable. We cannot withstand experts at the quasi-deity level. Willie nodded, and rows of text appeared in midair. That's why I showed the blue flower invitation. Few know about it, but I suspect Heavenly Ingenuity Palace might send someone to investigate me. Please be cautious, as they might even look into you. Don't worry, they can't do much to us, Aaron said as he took out a token made of white jade inscribed with the character U. He explained, this token is exclusive to our family and is divided into several ranks. The highest rank is the jade plaque with embedded gems held by the family patriarch. Mine is the 2nd rank, and here are some gold tokens representing the 2nd generation disciples. Each of you should take one. If they target you, show this token. As for Willie, since your identity has been exposed, you shouldn't use my token. Please be careful. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, they resumed their shopping, living simple lives for a few days. Willie, who had recovered well, regained his ability to speak. One day, while strolling down the street, his keen perception detected someone following him. Simultaneously, Aaron and the others sensed eyes watching them from behind, realizing it might be someone from Heavenly Ingenuity Palace. Aaron raised an eyebrow but didn't appear anxious. He continued while Albin between shops, feeling the increasing hostility and proximity of the pursuer. Willie let out an imperceptible mock Albin smile. A mere gold-level individual dared to ambush him, truly overestimating himself. However, an unexpected event occurred. A richly dressed man grabbed Willie's hand with a lecherous grin, flanked by lackeys who also leered at him. Though Willie had origins in a brothel, he wasn't the kind to accept such disrespectful behavior. Seeing this scoundrel, Willie's expression darkened. Unlike Aaron, Willie was relatively patient and preferred not to act unless necessary. Willie gently shrugged off the man's hand and frowned, saying, If you're Lu Albin for a woman, please wear glasses. I'm a man. Ignoring this, the man teased, So what if you're a man? To me, beautiful is beautiful. I am the eldest son of the Zheng family, so don't upset me. Willie wore a puzzled expression. While he knew many prestigious sects, he couldn't recall the details. The scoundrel mistook this as fear and obedience, becoming even more presumptuous. Willie sighed inwardly, never imagining he'd be harassed by another man. If word got out that Baiwa Yuan's famous courtesan was harassed by a Zheng family scoundrel, he might as well end it all. Finally recalling the Zheng family, he realized it was a first-class family within Haofeng City, with 7 to 8 saint-stage experts, albeit no quasi-deity level patrons. Known for their martial arts lineage, the Zheng family lacked discipline, as evident in this individual, who was only at the 3rd stage iron level, a true disgrace to such a favorable environment. Willie's face turned cold, and he said icily, You'd better let go now, or I can't predict what will happen to you. Hearing this, the young master of the Zheng family first laughed in anger and then said, I am the eldest son of the Zheng family, and I fancy you. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt an immense force hurl him out of the shop. He slammed hard into the opposite wall, spewing blood before fainting on the ground. The crowd looked astonished at the unconscious young master of the Zheng family sprawled on the ground, murmuring amongst themselves about who had beaten this rich kid so badly. The answer was quickly revealed. Willie walked out of the shop with a cold sneer, saying, "A mere third-stage Iron Fist master dares to offend me? Even if you are from the Zheng family, what does that matter? To me, the Zheng family is nothing but ants." Willie always despised these arrogant rich kids who relied on their family's power. With a light flick of his hand, a blood butterfly fluttered out, only one. Everyone stared in shock at the palm-sized blood butterfly as it danced through the air. Then, the blood butterfly shot out a crimson beam of light, Strialbin the young master of the Zheng family directly. He screamed in agony as his body began to wither and age, eventually transforming into an elderly man in his 70s or 80s. This display caused everyone present to turn pale with fear. The blood butterfly perched obediently on Willie's finger, sneering at the few servants of the Zheng family before him. With a casual wave of his hand, those weaker individuals were instantly killed. Then, Willie glanced towards the person who had been monitoring him. That person was startled. Synopsis he had been discovered. But soon, he realized Willie hadn't noticed him, and continued shopping before leaving. The observer from Heavenly Ingenuity Palace quietly followed him, still unsure if this was indeed Willie from xuanhuan. If he didn't handle this properly, his fate upon returning would be predictable. Chapter 156, Instant Kill. Willie arrived at a relatively remote suburban area, and then stopped, smiling as she said, "You've been following me for so long. Why don't you show yourself? Or do I have to force you out?" The spy was startled. He had been assigned this surveillance mission because he could hide his presence very well. Among peers, he was confident that he wouldn't be detected. Yet, the other person somehow noticed. No, this must be a test. It means they aren't sure if someone is following them. Yes, that must be it. So, upon hearing Willie's words, the spy not only did not reveal himself, but remained motionless. Willie sighed and smiled, saying, "All right, then I'll force you out." Willie abruptly turned around, waved her lantern, xuanhuan, and the golden jade butterfly appeared, rushing like a meteor towards where the spy was hiding. The spy was greatly alarmed. It seemed the other party had indeed detected his trail. The spy quickly jumped out, drawing two short swords and slashing at the golden jade butterfly. To his surprise, the butterfly remained unscathed. Willie gave a mock-Albin smile and slowly said, "My golden jade butterflies are extremely resilient. Do you really think you can harm them with your ordinary iron weapons? That's like dreaming in vain." Willie beckoned to several golden jade butterflies with her fingers, and they flew back to her side, swirling around her. The spy's expression darkened. As an elite disciple of a prestigious sect, he had considerable insight. He immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of these golden butterflies. His weapon could easily slice through diamonds, yet it couldn't leave even a scratch on these seemingly fragile creatures. If anyone heard this story, they wouldn't believe it. But it was happening to him. The spy realized he likely couldn't win against this person. Even among peers, their strength could differ drastically. Willie sneered and said, "You're from Tianxiao Palace, right? It seems you've forgotten my warnings. I already gave the blue porcelain letter to Dichi, yet you still dare to spy on me? Has it been too long since the Jadeite Palace fell, so you've forgotten how fearsome xuanhuan can be? Moreover, let me tell you something interesting." Willie continued, "I am Willie of xuanhuan, and also a close friend of the second young master of the Yu family, whom you should know quite well. In terms of power, the Yu family is no weaker than your prestigious sections. You truly have some nerve to follow them. Would you like me to reveal their identities?" The spy's face turned pale, but Willie kept Spialbin. "So, are you going to choose to be enemies with xuanhuan, or apologize to me?" The spy stared intently at Willie. The elder had instructed that if it wasn't absolutely necessary to kill, they should assess the situation. Now, seeing Willie's unfriendly demeanor, the foolish spy didn't consider her words and released a signal flare. Almost simultaneously, several magical arrays appeared on the ground, and several people dressed like the spy emerged before Willie. Looks like you chose to silence me. Fair enough, once I've offended you, killing me outright would be simpler. These guys must be watching my companions, but do you think adding more of your own will help you kill me? Seems you underestimate me, huh? You'd better not get too arrogant, Willie." The spy snarled. "We five are all at the gold level. Even if you can control those strange butterflies, what does it matter? There are more of us, and we share the same realm as you. No matter how strong you are, can you rival a saint level? Today you're dead." "Haha." Willie laughed. "I've seen stupidity before, but never this kind. Your Tianxiao Palace is truly audacious. All right, since you want to die so badly, let's send you all to the underworld together." Willie saw no point in arguing further. These people were as good as dead to her. She sneered and waved her lantern xuanhuan, shouting, "5 spirit butterflies." Immediately, swarms of golden jade butterflies, 10,000 flower butterflies, shadow water butterflies, fire bell butterflies, and earth nether butterflies danced out, swirling around Willie. The spy's face turned ghastly pale. He had already witnessed the power of the golden jade butterflies, and now faced with a swarm, each type of butterfly seemed terrifying in its own way. Alan combed her hair and said with a smile, "So, let's get started now." She waved her fan gently, and the fire bell butterflies took the lead. Though their number wasn't large, only over 100, they created an overwhelming sea of fire, frightening in its grandeur. All the flames transformed into a gigantic fire bell butterfly, which directly enveloped one of the spies. The spy instantly let out an agonized scream. His companion seemed to be a water mage, attempting to douse the flames on his comrade with water magic, but the flames burned even more fiercely. Alan spoke in a contemptuous tone, You think your magic can extinguish the divine fire of my firebell butterflies? The fire won't stop until it consumes everything. And you should worry about yourselves. As soon as Alan finished Spialban, countless vines sprouted under the water mage's feet, each vine covered in thorns, tying him up tightly. Black blood continuously flowed from where he was pricked. It was poisonous. The water mage and the person engulfed in fire screamed in agony. Soon, one turned to ashes, while the other fell to the ground, blackened and terrified. Alan had instantly killed 2 people, leaving the remaining 3 in terror. The spy was filled with regret, but even if he begged for mercy now, she wouldn't agree. Alan, naturally perceiving the spy's thoughts, sneered. I gave you a chance just now. You chose not to take it. Whose fault is that? Don't worry, you'll soon join your companions. She waved her fan, and the gold and jade butterflies gathered together, shimmering in gold before forming a precious sword. Being metal attribute butterflies, they were not only astonishingly defensive, but also as sharp as blades. Now, concentrated into a sword, their power was unimaginable. The gold and jade butterflies rushed toward another spy at incredible speed. This spy seemed to be a swordsman who tried to block, but his sword was easily cut through, along with his head. The earth nether butterflies danced around, appearing almost transparent. One of the spies let out a scream, and his body gradually became transparent before vanishing on the spot. Don't bother Lualban for him. His body has been sent to another dimension by the earth nether butterflies. In the dimensional storms, there's no way he could survive. Now, it's your turn. Alan pointed her hand, and the shadow water butterflies began to fly. The spy didn't want to face Alan anymore, screaming as he fled. But pray that Alan set her eyes on never escaped, especially when letting them go would bring endless troubles. A blue light flashed from the shadow water butterflies, freezing the fleeing spy from the feet up, turning him into an ice sculpture. Chapter 157, Instant Kill 2. Humph, trash, you dare to ambush me as well. Lawrence revealed a mock Alban smile, though these people could not see it. Lawrence was not one for indiscriminate killing. In fact, due to her soft-hearted nature, she had been ambushed by people from the demon spirit world while in the spirit world, dying with lingering resentment. If not for Fraser and Giles's help, even her soul wouldn't have been preserved. She had already given these people from the Heavenly Ingenuity Palace a chance, but they did not know how to cherish it. Lawrence turned away with a cold laugh and walked off into the distance. After Talban a few steps, she suddenly stopped, shooting out a green beam of light. Next to the person who had been frozen solid, she wrote, "This is the limit that 100 Flowers' secluded courtyard can tolerate. Do not test my patience any further." Finishing the message, Lawrence left. Soon after Lawrence departed, several beams of light descended beside the ice sculpture. Though they were not the few elders of the Heavenly Ingenuity Palace, their realms were all at the peak gold level. They were considered high-ran Alban members within the Heavenly Ingenuity Palace. Upon seeing the words Lawrence left behind, they first felt anger, then resignation, and finally headaches. After all, what Lawrence said was correct. In this matter, Lawrence had not acted excessively. Indeed, they had sent spies to monitor her actions, only to antagonize her unintentionally. It was now certain that only Lawrence would dare to leave such a defiant message. The power B.S. Alban Lawrence, 100 Flowers' secluded courtyard, was undoubtedly far superior to the Heavenly Ingenuity Palace. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, cultivators were divided into 2 groups, those who joined famous schools or clans, and those like the Imperial family, which was more powerful overall. Of course, there were some that fell into neither category but still wielded immense power, such as the 100 Flowers' secluded courtyard. It had wiped out one of the 9 major sects in Halfong City, reducing them to 8. The people of the Heavenly Ingenuity Palace were not fools and did not wish to antagonize Lawrence further. Naturally, the decision of Alban power rested not with them, but with reporting back to the elders. After informing the elders, they all fell into deep thought. They deliberated for a long time in the council chamber, but only they knew the details of their discussion. Meanwhile, the spies had significantly soured Lawrence's mood. After wandering aimlessly for a while, she returned to her residence. Shortly afterward, Aaron and others returned. Seeing Lawrence, they sighed in relief. Despite their confidence in Lawrence's abilities, they still worried about unforeseen circumstances. However, seeing Lawrence's gloomy expression, they all heaved a collective sigh of relief. "Lawrence, you're in a bad mood," Aaron remarked, sitting on the sofa with a glass of red wine. Oddly enough, Aaron did enjoy his moments of indulgence. Lawrence replied with a cold laugh. "Am I supposed to be happy? If you were in my shoes, could you endure it?" "Oh." Aaron rubbed his forehead, slowly saying, "It's just a few insignificant lives put to rest. With our B.A.C. Alban, do we really need to fear the Heavenly Ingenuity Palace? Why be upset over something trivial?" He shrugged and savored the 50-year-old red wine. "This isn't about the Heavenly Ingenuity Palace," Lawrence said helplessly. "Did you know? Today, I was accosted by the eldest son of the Zheng family. Imagine, I'm a man being propositioned by another rich brat of a man. What did I ever do to deserve this?" The thing is, the 4 of them were speechless, as a flock of crows flew overhead cawing loudly. After a pause, Aaron cleared his throat and said, "All right, let bygones be bygones. We've spent quite enough time here, and resting has been adequate. Let's rest one more night and leave tomorrow." "You're just stingy, trying to save money." Mara shot a look of disdain at Aaron. This comment left Aaron depressed. Yet, truth be told, he did want to save money. Spialban of misfortunes coming in pairs. While spying on Lawrence may not have been a disaster per se, trouble still struck that very night. A group of disciples from a major sect barged directly into the hotel where Aaron and the others were staying. Although Lawrence was also resting, her heightened perception alerted her to danger immediately, regardless of her state. After sensing the icy killing intent, they hurriedly woke up their still sleeping companions. But one person could not be woken up, and that was Angus. To be precise, Lawrence did not dare to wake Angus because after a few days of observation, they discovered that while Angus was generally fine, she had two major flaws: a fondness for gambling and a terrible temper in the morning. So, Aaron frowned as he saw a group of people rush in. Judging by their attire, they were clearly disciples of the Piaoyan sect. Apart from the 8 major sects, the Piaoyan sect was also considered a first-class sect. However, Aaron did not remember having any conflicts with them. So why did they look like they were ready to devour them? Lawrence's expression turned extremely cold, yet she laughed mock-albinly and said, "It seems your superiors, those old immortals at the Heavenly Ingenuity Palace, have all lost their minds if they dared to provoke the 100 Flowers secluded courtyard. What's the point in sending you shrimp and crabs as cannon fodder? Or do they think I really wouldn't dare to wipe them out? Presumptuous. The Heavenly Ingenuity Palace is not something you can insult so easily. Attack." One of the leaders, a holy rank being, waved his hand, and dozens of gold rank experts around him immediately rushed towards Aaron and the others. Aaron and his companions showed a mock-albin expression. It should be noted that within the same profession, the gap between each realm was usually incomparable. People like Aaron and his group were ultimately a minority. If it were the Imperial Academy in Dongwang City, there might also be such exceptional individuals, but they were rare, with only a handful appearing throughout the entire Eastern Dragon Empire each year. Thus, the holy rank expert from the Piaoyan sect acted so boldly. However, this confidence soon vanished, replaced by disbelief. He found that the elite disciples he brought, all gold rank, couldn't even last a single round against the opposition. Even he doubted if he could do better. Could it be that these people were truly exceptional enough to challenge higher ranks? However, Aaron and his companions didn't give the holy rank man time to think. All 5 attacked simultaneously, instantly engulfing him. When the light faded, a powerful holy rank expert had fallen, leaving everyone incredulous. The faces of Aaron and his companions were dark, especially Angus, who had been disturbed from sleep. With her already bad temper in the morning, she dressed and headed straight for the Piaoyan sect. The others' moods were also at an all-time low. Although the Piaoyan sect had 4 or 5 holy rank experts, dealing with them was like slicing vegetables for Aaron, requiring no effort at all. Chapter 158, Eradicating a Clan. A minor sect dares to attack us. It seems these sect forces are becoming bolder and bolder. Mike sneered coldly. He was never the type to be merciful, quite the opposite. During the prehistoric times on Earth, as the Eastern Celestial Emperor, he was renowned for his ruthlessness. This time, being attacked for no reason had pushed Mike's patience to its limit. It seems we need to teach those people a lesson, Mara muttered to herself. Lu Albin at the grand entrance of Piaoyan sect with an eerie smile. The surrounding crowd of onlookers initially dismissed her actions as childish antics, daring enough to provoke Piaoyan sect directly. But soon, their disdain turned into shock and fear when they saw Mara floating in midair, surrounded by a swirling torrent of glass-like sand that engulfed Piaoyan sect, followed by the cries of agony from its disciples. One cannot blame Mara for being ruthless. It's wise to ensure that the roots are thoroughly eradicated. If they were lenient and spared these lower-ranked disciples, it would be difficult to guarantee that among them wouldn't rise some extraordinarily talented individuals who might plot against them later, leaving them with no time to cry. By the time Mara retracted the glass-like sand, all the buildings of Piaoyan sect were completely demolished, and all disciples below the gold rank were killed. Such is the difference in strength. Soon after, 5 figures, each emitting different colored lights, landed before Mike and his companions. There were 4 men and 1 woman, led by an elderly man with white hair. Beside him stood a Gervais in black robes, a towering young giant, a slender elder wielding dual swords, and a middle-aged woman in a fiery red robe. Villains, why have you destroyed the foundation of Piaoyan sect? The elderly man's face flushed red with anger. Mike let out a disdainful laugh and said, Your Piaoyan sect has no grudge against us. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have followed Tianxiao Palace's orders to launch a nighttime ambush on us. The saint-rank individual who led your gold-rank disciples in this assassination attempt has already been killed by us. Now it's your turn. What did you say? That's impossible. Little junior brother wasn't weak. Although not extremely powerful, how could you? You're only gold rank, how? The elderly man's complexion changed drastically, but truthfully, even he didn't believe what he just said. The power that could destroy an entire sect like Piaoyan in one strike was far beyond the capabilities of a gold rank practitioner. Even among saint rank experts, such destructive power placed one among the top-tier elites. But how could that be possible? They were barely in their teens, some as young as 10, yet possessed such formidable strength? Lawrence sneered and waved her right hand, sending a pin-like object flying into the hands of the elderly man. Upon seeing it, his face turned ashen, pale, and ugly. Humph, do you understand now? You've offended a force that should never be provoked. Lawrence continued to sneer. It seems too much time has passed since the battle at 100 Flowers Courtyard. To remind you again, it's necessary to make an example out of Piaoyan sect. Don't blame us. Why did you listen to Tianxiao Palace and attempt to assassinate us? The elderly man was so enraged by Lawrence's words that he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, there was nothing he could say in response. Initially, Tianxiao Palace promised generous rewards for eliminating Mike and his group. They hadn't expected that instead of gaining anything, they had lost their entire sect. Shortly after, a resolute expression appeared on the faces of the 5 elders. indicating their determination to fight to the death. However, Mike and his companions paid no attention to their attempts, as insignificant ants remained ants no matter how fiercely they struggled. In the entire Donglong Empire, Mike and his group were unmatched among gold rank practitioners and could even stand among saint rank experts. The 5 elders of Piaoyun sect quickly launched their attack. Mike's right hand flicked lightly, and a golden light flashed as the 7 stars shining dragon sword appeared in his hand. Naturally, the elderly man faced Mike first. Drawing his sword, which seemed suited for a knight, he swung it heavily, releasing a silver sword chi that fiercely slashed toward Mike. Mike responded with a disdainful smile, flick Alban his wrist effortlessly. Despite the seemingly effortless movement, the 7 stars shining dragon sword gleamed ominously. A golden light emitted, followed by a golden sword chi that transformed into the shape of a 5-clawed golden dragon in midair. It not only shattered the sword chi released by the white-haired elder, but also lunged towards his chest. The white-haired elder was instantly terrified, never imagining that his very first move would force him to the brink of death. How could this be? Was his opponent really so formidable? However, as the patriarch of a major sect, he was certainly no pushover. The white-haired elder produced a shield and barely blocked Mike's sword strike, though the cost was significant. His defensive weapon, the shield, was shattered. One must understand that many knightly moves were wide and open, making it easy to expose vulnerabilities. This is precisely why knights wore shields, to protect against such weaknesses. Now, with his shield broken, the battle was almost a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, Mara faced off against the woman in the fiery red mage robe. The woman waved her red magic staff, rapidly gathering fire elements around her. Above her head, a magic array appeared, from which flaming meteors rained down. This attack was extremely powerful, yet Mara showed no fear. She made hand seals, and her body suddenly turned ethereal, almost translucent. The meteors passed through her body without causing any harm. Under the horrified gaze of the woman, the glass-like sand around Mara swirled in all directions, forming a massive vortex centered on the woman, then enveloped her entirely. Sans coffin. Mara extended her right hand and clenched it, shattering the floating Sans coffin, along with the woman inside. As for Angus, she was currently battling the towering young giant. The giant was a fist master, unleashing extremely powerful punches. However, to Angus, his punches were nothing but a joke. No matter how strong the punch was, it couldn't hit her. Her speed far surpassed any ordinary person. Therefore, Angus continuously dodged his attacks while using feather dance. Feathers fell like snow, and the giant's body began to darken, eventually crashing to the ground with a scream. The Gervais in black robes faced Sean. He was a dark elementalist, whose strength wasn't negligible. However, how could his power compare to Sean's? Sean's magical prowess was well known. Despite the dark element magic's immense power, Sean reflected it back time and again. After all, Sean's third-layer magic, mirrored water, could repel all attacks. In the end, Sean used the 5th-layer magic array, Yasokagami, ending the man's life. As for Lawrence, defeating the slender old man wielding dual swords was effortless. This time, she summoned blood butterflies, whose terrifying effects made the old man tremble. Long unable to wield his swords, one of his arms was already severed by himself. When the beam from the blood butterfly struck his left arm, he immediately felt his life force being drained. In an instant decision, he severed his left arm. Yet this only made his chances of victory even slimmer. Soon, he too was killed by Lawrence. Thus, the vast Piaoyun sect was utterly destroyed by Mike and his 4 companions. Everyone around them had been so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Chapter 159. The Supreme Elder of Tianxiao Palace. Mike, Lu Alban at the people behind him who were already terrified and lying limp on the ground, said with a cold smile, "Go tell Tianxiao Palace that within a month, Baiwa Yuan and the royal family, you will personally pay a visit." Those people, upon hearing this, turned even paler. It was known that Piaoyun sect had been destroyed due to the failed assassination attempt. Since everyone knew that Piaoyun sect was affiliated with Tianxiao Palace, there was no doubt that Tianxiao Palace had offended these people this time. Who knew what these elders were Thin Alban when they chose such a foolish method? One Baiwa Yuan was terrifying enough, and now even the top-tier family in the Donglong imperial family, the Yu clan, had come knock Alban. When Mike and his party returned to their accommodation, Mike sent a message back to the clan. Because it was a special communication method, Gillis quickly received the information sent by Mike. After reading it, his expression turned extremely grim. In his anger, he smashed a table made of diamond into pieces. If Mike were here, he would be surprised to find that his father Gillis's strength had reached the peak of the sage stage. Now, he only needed an opportunity to become a quasi-god level expert. "What happened, Batian? Why are you so angry?" Bonnie walked forward and gently patted Gillis's shoulder, as Alban with concern. Gillis handed her the message to read for herself, and after reading it, Bonnie's expression also turned grim. Tianxiao Palace's audacity. They dared to assassinate someone from our Yu clan, showing total disrespect for us. Bonnie emitted a faint killing intent. Although Bonnie always seemed like a kind mother, one should not forget that those who grew up in the Yu clan could hardly be weak. While Bonnie's strength might not match Gillis's, she was definitely not just an ordinary sage-level powerhouse. As a water elementalist, Bonnie held the title of Mermaid Princess in the Donglong Empire. According to my son's message, this time they have not only offended our Yu clan, but also created deep enmity with the mysterious Baiwa Yuan. My son has already informed that in a few days, the leader of Baiwa Yuan will come to visit. and at that time we can take over Tianxiao Palace and show the forces in Haofeng City the power of the Donglong royal family. But if we act too openly, wouldn't it? Haha, I understand your concern. First, the emperor might not agree, and second, other forces in Haofeng City will not stand by. However, Terran, your worries are unnecessary. Having served as an official for so many years, I understand the emperor's temperament well. He hates the power factions in Haofeng City the most. Of course, it doesn't mean we have to destroy them completely. After all, they provide many strong warriors to the Donglong Empire every year. We don't need to exterminate them. We just need to curb their arrogance and show them that the royal power is unshakable. As for other forces in Haofeng City, as long as we don't go too far, they won't dare make moves that could backfire. Bonnie nodded. That makes sense. If so, I'll start preparing. A week later, inside Tianxiao Palace in Haofeng City, several elders, and the 4 quasi-god-level supreme elders who had been in seclusion all gathered in the meeting hall. At this moment, 7 sage-level elders looked nervously at the 4 supreme elders, realizing how rash they had been. They never imagined that besides Bai Yuan, the Yu clan was also involved. If these 2 forces combined, it would be overwhelming for Tianxiao Palace. The leader among them was surprisingly young, appearing to be in his early 20s. Though a man, his appearance rivaled that of Willie. His silver hair flowed down to his waist like a river of silver, holding a feather fan, exuding the aura of an absolute powerhouse. He was Chance, the top expert of Tianxiao Palace. Next to him sat an elderly woman in a gray mage robe, a soil elementalist named Megan. There was also a middle-aged knight named Ellsworth and a little girl named Despising, holding a spellbook. Despite their different appearances, some magic could preserve youth, so age couldn't be judged solely by looks. What should we do? Sighed Megan. Although I consider myself strong among quasi-gods, I have little confidence facing experts from the Yu clan and Bai Yuan. Who knows how powerful the owner of Bai Yuan, Johnny, really is? How powerful he was. Always seemed to be deliberately hiding his strength. If this were true, it would be truly terrifying. Chance slowly stood up and walked to the 7 elders kneeling on the ground, coldly opening his mouth. Speak. Who proposed the assassination? And who sent those fools to monitor them? One of the middle-aged men, thin as a skeleton, was trembling in fear. Chance raised an eyebrow, with no emotion on his face, and asked faintly, "Was it you?" But the Gervais could not speak at all. At that moment, he was already terrified out of his wits. To Chance, killing him would be easier than eating. The gap between quasi-god level and sage level wasn't just a little. Chance gently raised his hand, and the Gervais instantly felt a huge impact crashing into his chest, and his body flew out, slamming directly into the wall. Though severely injured, the Gervais breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Chance punished him but still seemed prepared to let him live. Then, Chance spoke again. You handled this matter poorly. From the start, you shouldn't have quarreled with Bai Yuan over a low-level disciple. Even if she wasn't Willie, with the Qinghua letter, how could she be just any ordinary person? Have you lived so long without understanding this basic principle? It seems you've wasted over 100 years living. What's the point of Talalban about this now, Chance? Despising sighed, saying, the Yu clan has 14 great elders, 13 of whom are quasi-gods, and one we don't know how powerful they are. They're absolutely not opponents we can defeat, not to mention there's Johnny from Bai Yuan. He single-handedly wiped out 6 supreme elders from Feitsue Palace. Unimaginable strength indeed. What we should do now is find a way to gain their forgiveness. That disciple named Larry cannot be killed or stripped of magic power, but rather treated well. Perhaps giving her to Willie might work since Willie gave her the Qinghua letter, indicating some favor towards Larry. Chance nodded. I agree. Though this may mean being blackmailed a bit, preserving the bloodline of Tianxiao Palace is the most important thing. I agree. Let's lower our heads regarding the pie insect incident. Ellsworth sighed. Fourth elder. But if we do this, won't it? A sage-level elder didn't get to finish Spialban, intimidated by Ellsworth's stare. Ultimately, it's your failed potion that caused all these problems, and you can't escape responsibility. If you continue acting foolishly, Tianxiao Palace will be completely destroyed. Ellsworth said with a cold laugh. Just as they reached a consensus, a disciple of Tianxiao Palace reported that Mike and others, along with the Yu clan and Bai Yuan, had come to visit. Chance sighed. Please bring them in. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Let's go see them. Chapter 160. Yanni with malicious intent. In the reception hall, Alexei, dressed in bright black leather clothing, the head of the Yu family Alvis, Terran, Yanni, and a black-haired man who looked to be barely in his early 20s were present. However, the aura emanating from this young man indicated that he was actually at the pinnacle of the false god stage. Soon after, Luo Shui and others arrived in the reception hall. After some brief conversation, both parties finally got to the main topic. Gretchen said apologetically, I'm really sorry that our people from Heavenly Skill Palace acted rashly and caused Mike, Hutch, and others to be assassinated. Fortunately, all ended well without harm. We do take responsibility for this incident. However, I hope that we can handle this with harmony and understanding in mind, which is always better than confrontation, isn't it? Although Alvis's face still wasn't very pleasant, seeing the sincerity in Gretchen's attitude, his expression softened. Gretchen saw the change in Alvis's demeanor and felt a great relief inwardly. On the other hand, Alexei had not shown any signs of displeasure from the start. Instead, he maintained an amused look on his face. Even someone as experienced as Gretchen, who has lived for countless years, felt puzzled by Alexei's expression. Thus, Gretchen asked, what does Mr. Alexei think about this? Alexei glanced at Gretchen and spoke lazily. Since you have spoken so much already, saying anything harsh would only deepen the conflict between us. While this incident is indeed serious, but considering it from the perspective of xuanhuan or Hutch, such an assassination attempt is insignificant. Since no one was harmed, I won't exaggerate the issue. However, you need to manage your disciples properly. Sometimes as people get older, they may act rashly, which could lead to serious mistakes. Alexei's eyes turned cold suddenly. If such mistakes occur, the consequences might be regrettable. Gretchen's face paled. The moment Alexei's eyes flashed with cold light, he felt like being in an ice cellar, unable to move. On the other side, the peak false god elder of the Yu family opened his eyes abruptly upon sensing Alexei's murderous intent, showing shock and disbelief. But both expressions quickly vanished, unnoticed by anyone else. After the group left the Heavenly Skill Palace, Yanni expressed his wish to see Mike alone without his parents accompanying him. Alvis worried that Yanni might harm Mike, but thought it over since Mike had several companions with him, and decided to let him go. After Yanni left, Alexei approached with an amused smile and said, "Mr. Alvis, are you concerned that your eldest son might harm your second son?" Alvis paused, surprised at how Alexei knew this, but nodded nonetheless, sighing. "My eldest son is proud and ambitious. Although he is a genius, he must admit that he lacks breadth of mind. My second son's talent is no less than his, and he is determined to become a knight." Alas, Alexei smiled and replied, "I think Mr. Alvis is overthin Albin this, or perhaps Lou Albin at the issue from the wrong angle." "Really?" Alvis showed curiosity and asked, "What do you mean?" Alexei smiled again and said, "How does Mr. Alvis think of Hutch's power?" Alvis did not know what Alexei was getting at and responded, "Although I haven't met Hutch, as a peak false god master, the disciple you favor must be extraordinary. Hutch must have unique qualities." Alexei chuckled, "You're right. Although Hutch is a dancer, he is a once-in-a-millennium divine dancer. In other words, he won't be like minstrels with no offensive capability. His strength allows him to easily deal with opponents even without a combat-focused profession." "Do you mean a divine dancer?" Even Alvis couldn't help but gasp. "If so, then my son Bowie indeed has gained a good teammate." Alexei continued smiling. "I should say that it's Hutch's honor to have a friend like your son. After all, I've seen that boy's abilities, and I dare say that within 3 moves, Hutch would surely lose in a one-on-one duel against him." This. Alvis was so surprised that he couldn't say anything, and Terran was the same. They certainly didn't think Alexei was Spialban nonsense. After all, Alexei's realm was right there for everyone to see. For someone who was only at the saint stage like them, there was no need for deception. Moreover, Alvis was well aware of Yanni's strength. Facing Hutch, a divine dancer, Yanni would most likely lose. However, Mike could easily defeat Hutch, which meant something significant. It meant that Mike had grown strong enough to handle Yanni effortlessly. And I also have another thing to tell you. If Yanni does anything harmful to Mike, even if Mike might consider familial ties, his companions would never let Yanni off. And let me remind you of one thing. These days, Mike's teammates are all highly skilled. Apart from our family's Hutch, there is the only daughter of the Roang family, who lost her fortune 100 years ago, an 18-year-old girl who has already reached the peak of gold level as an archmage, Highway Dojo's master's beloved daughter, and another one named Ernie, who has yet to rejoin them, but is even stronger than your son Mike. These few individuals are not just geniuses, they are monsters, true little monsters. You may not know this, but on their journey, they have encountered multiple saint stage powerhouses and even members of the dragon race, but they handled each and every one of them. Your son even made a huge profit by selling 2 dragons in the underground market. Alvis was at a loss for words to describe the excitement in his heart. If what Alexei said was true, then Mike and his teammates could be considered the top team under the saint stage. However, before Alvis could recover from his shock, Alexei dropped another bombshell. "Oh, right, your son and his teammates wiped out Piayan sect just a few days ago. A saint stage elder was almost instantly killed. That's your son's current strength, so please nurture him well. Your son has no interest in being the head of the family, so you'd better make sure Yanni gets rid of those bad thoughts. Otherwise, in the end, only he will get hurt." Alvis's face turned pale, then he recalled the malicious look in Yanni's eyes when he left and began to worry. Alexei noticed this and said, "You go ahead first. I need to have a private talk with your elder for a while." Chapter 161, Tension Builds. "Did you guess?" Alexei asked with a smile. "You are indeed not at the level of a false god, and your energy fluctuations do not belong to this world," the black-haired man said grimly. Alexei smiled. "No wonder you are known as the first genius in the Yu family's history. Now that you have advanced to a lesser god, you can actually discern my energy fluctuations. Not bad. Your strength is definitely outstanding even among lesser gods. But I'm curious, why haven't you gone to the divine realm and instead stayed in the human realm?" The black-haired man chuckled. "What do you think? I'm just a lesser god. If I went to the divine realm, I'd be nothing more than cannon fodder. After all, there are higher gods, supreme gods, and creator gods above lesser gods. What am I? Do you prefer being the head of the chicken rather than the tail of the phoenix?" Alexei laughed. "Your thin Albin is indeed unique, but makes sense. I kept you here to discuss something about Mike." "Mike?" The black-haired man furrowed his brow. "Does a creator god-level existence like you need to care about one of our Yu family's junior members? Mike does have exceptional talent, comparable or even surpassing mine, but so what? He's only at the golden rank now and has already caught your attention." Meanwhile, as Alexei discussed with the great elder of the Yu family, Lemuel and Terran were rushing to Mike's residence, but would arrive too late. Half an hour earlier, Yanni was feeling extremely depressed, never expecting his younger brother to advance from black iron to golden in less than a year. Yanni envied and even feared Mike's rapid progression. Although he was already at the peak of the golden rank, it was difficult to ensure he could advance to the saint rank before Mike. After all, Mike's speed was simply beyond comprehension. As Mike and his companions enjoyed wine on plush sofas in their luxurious room, a heavy knock sounded at the door. Willie frowned first. She detested impolite people. From the manner of the knock Albin, she judged the person outside to be crude and savage. Mara, closest to the door, got up to open it. Seeing Yanni, she had no idea who stood outside the living room where Mike couldn't see. Mara, unaware, asked unhappily, "Who are you Lualbin for?" Yanni, arrogant as ever, found Mara even more contemptible upon seeing she was barely over 10 years old. He thought to himself that Mike must be foolish to involve such a child to meet conditions. Without wasting words, he rudely pushed her aside. "Where's Mike?" "Move aside, kid." Mara frowned but held back her anger since she didn't know who the man was. Hearing the commotion, Mike and the others came out. Mike raised an eyebrow, surprised to see his brother following those he had asked for help. Despite not valuing his brother highly, he still treated him as family. Smiling, he asked, "Why are you here, brother? Is something wrong?" Yanni sneered. "Mike, you're quite capable. Remember the agreement we made, where you had to find a team entirely of the opposite gender? Didn't expect you to find so many, including a kid. Don't you think that's funny?" Sean, Mara, and the others grew solemn but said nothing, retreating to the living room. Mike, closing the door gently, said, "Far be it for a guest not to sit. Please come in." Leading Yanni to his bedroom, Mike sat on the springy bed. "Brother, you seem troubled," Mike began. "Is something bothering you?" Yanni sneered. "Don't play dumb, Mike. My meaning is clear. I'll give you one chance. If you promise not to be a knight and abandon your cultivation, I'll take care of you for life, ensuring you live in luxury. Isn't that a good deal?" Mike's face showed no signs of joy or anger upon hearing those words, but his heart had turned cold. His own brother actually said such foolish and inhumane things, just to be able to serve in the imperial court and wield absolute power. Truly an incurably stupid person. Mike replied with a cold smile. "Brother, do you think I will agree? After barely cultivating to this realm, you want me to give it up just like that? Even to self-destruct my cultivation? When I was at home, I might have been somewhat naive, but after these few months, I have seen through human nature." Mike crossed his leg over the other, leaning towards Yanni. "If I became a cripple, you would probably kill me without mercy, right? Or maybe you never intended to let me live, and you came here today to kill me, didn't you?" Yanni's face had turned icy cold. "Will you or will you not agree?" Mike raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously. "I don't want to, so what can you do about it?" As soon as he finished Spialban, Yanni sent a sword chi toward Mike. Mike, however, wasn't afraid at all, and easily dodged Yanni's attack. The noise naturally alarmed the others in the living room. Sean and the others rushed to the bedroom, only to find Mike already jumping out of the window with Yanni. Sean and company followed suit, leaping to the ground below. Mike sneered coldly. "Brother, no, Yanni, you're really foolish. Do you think you can win over me just because you've reached the peak of the golden rank? I give you one chance. If you apologize now, I'll let bygones be bygones. If you insist on harming me, I won't spare any familial affection." With that, Mike drew out the 7 Stars dragon sword. The dazzling golden light from the sword made Yanni's eyelids twitch, but could a mere treasure sword scare him? So, Yanni ignored Mike's warning, blinded by his desire to personally slay his own flesh and blood brother. Mike naturally sensed Yanni's murderous intent, feeling a chill in his heart, his expression turning ferocious. "Fine, Yanni, since you are so obstinate, then today I'll send you straight to hell." Chapter 162, Yanni's team. The treasured sword in Mike's hand emitted a sharp sword aura, the power of which far surpassed that of Yanni's. Yanni, who had some experience, naturally saw the power of this move and was greatly surprised. He never expected Mike's strength to be so much greater than his own. But would Yanni give up so easily? The answer was no. After dodging Mike's attack, Yanni snapped his fingers, and several figures appeared beside him. They were the other members of Yanni's team. There was a small girl wearing a typical black mage robe with fiery red hair, who was an adept dark element sorceress named Ainsley. There was also a boy wearing boxing gloves, short and agile like a monkey, yet a powerful golden-level berserker named Andreas. Another was a bit older, around 20-something, dressed as a cleric, named Dulcie. Then there was a girl holding a harp with short golden hair, Lualbin like a classic bard or lute player named Eva. Lastly, there was a sturdy young man carrying a huge sword on his back, a heavy blade master named Bio. To be honest, these people were not weak at all, and they were all already golden level at such a young age, Malb and them rare talents. Only someone like Yanni, a noble from the royal family, could possibly gather such a team. But was Mike's team any worse? Mike's companions stepped forward and released their oppressive aura. Yanni's side looked amazed. It wasn't easy for them to reach the golden level, but they hadn't expected the others to be even younger yet at the same level. Soon, everyone chose their respective opponents. As a cleric, Dulcie stood at the back of the line, ready to heal anytime. The battle was about to start, but neither Mike nor Yanni moved. Instead, their companions took action. However, the disparity was quite apparent. Marion faced off against Eva, the lute player. Eva played beautiful music, casting multiple buffs onto herself one after another. After all, lute players excelled in providing positive effects to their teammates. Soon after, Eva launched Sound Blades, a highly destructive attack for a supportive class like a bard. If her opponent were another bard, Eva would almost certainly have won. But Marion didn't think much of Eva's moves. She smiled slightly, unfurled her blue court jade feather fan, and with a flick, Golden jade butterflies danced around her. Beautiful golden butterflies swirled around Marion. Then each butterfly transformed into a golden light blade, darting swiftly towards Eva. Although Eva had increased her speed with buffs, how could she compare to the speed of the golden jade butterflies? These creatures, being of gold element, not only had formidable defenses, but also possessed wings sharp as divine weapons. Thus, Eva ended up covered in cuts inflicted by the golden jade butterflies, unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, Sean naturally engaged Ainsley. Ainsley was not weak, firing black magic arrows continuously, each powerful enough to destroy a thick marble wall effortlessly. However, compared to Sean, Ainsley's technique seemed inadequate. Her black magic arrows boasted advantages in speed, power, and quantity, meaning that against others, her black magic arrows would make it impossible to dodge, forcing one to block directly. But did Sean need to do so? Of course not. Sean formed hand seals, 3 differently sized and colored magic arrays appearing before him, intercepting Ainsley's black magic arrows. It's useless. Even if you have some special magic, my black magic arrows can dispel magic, said Ainsley. But her face quickly turned pale as her arrows hit Sean's magic arrays and rebounded. Startled, Ainsley quickly cast a defensive spell, trying to withstand her own black magic arrows. Yet, as Ainsley had previously mentioned, her black magic arrows had the effect of Brer Alban through defense spells. Thus, her defensive spell failed, and all her black magic arrows returned to strike her. Spitting out blood, Ainsley fell unconscious. My triple-layered magic array, Mirror Water, can deflect any attack. Your black magic arrow's dispelling ability means nothing against it, Sean said with a scornful smile. Mara faced off against the other side's berserker, Andreas. Berserkers were a very rare class these days, as many chose to become fist kings instead. Andreas's fighting style was reckless, throwing his life on the line to kill his opponents, which would be terrifying for most people. But Mara had enough confidence to keep Andreas from getting close. As Andreas lunged at her, he found his feet Synopsis into something that felt like quicksand. Mara smirked triumphantly. Quicksand hell. You'll sink deeper and deeper, just like real quicksand. My lyrical sand is far beyond what a little berserker can handle. Angus faced the heavy blade master Bio. This battle ended the fastest, as everyone knew heavy blade masters had great destructive power, but slow movement. Facing an agile opponent like Angus meant almost certain defeat. Angus's speed was unmatched among Mike's group, so within seconds, she left white afterimages around Bio before stopping with him lying in a pool of blood on the ground. Of course, Angus avoided vital spots. There was still room for negotiation, and she understood Mike wasn't a cold-blooded killer who would use lethal force on Yanni. Seeing his companions defeated in mere minutes, Yanni felt more shock, turning into grimness and slight fear. Their strength was monstrous. Yanni admitted he would likely lose to any one of them. As Mike led the team, he must be even stronger. How formidable was he? Soon, Yanni's fear turned to resentment. Blinded by ambition, he decided to fight, despite how foolish it was. When Yanni charged again, Mike really lost his temper. He thought showing his and his companion's strength would calm Yanni down, allowing them to talk things out. But now it seemed Yanni had no intention of negotiating. Mike's eyes turned cold, and he unleashed the coiling dragon palm with his left hand. However, he wasn't truly cold-hearted and diminished the force greatly, merely sending Yanni flying. At this moment, Ubation and Terran rushed over and saw Mike effortlessly send Yanni flying with one palm. Chapter 163, Leaving the Family. Jediah didn't have time to be astonished as he swiftly moved behind Jamar, catching him midair with both hands. The immense force of impact was transferred onto Jediah. Although he had braced himself mentally, his face still showed shock. This kind of power, and it was just a single palm strike, possessing destructive power comparable to that of a saint level. Is this really my second son, Barry? And Camila, seeing all of Jamar's companions on the ground, knew even Haloin's healing arts wouldn't be effective for a while. Her eyes widened in surprise. Barry and his companion's strength had already caused them much astonishment. Camila knew very well the capabilities of Jamar's team. Although they weren't top-notch, their Ranalban among gold-tier teams was undoubtedly high. Yet Barry's comrades handled them effortlessly. Could this truly be just gold-tier power? Even for a saint level, it might not exceed this. Jamar channeled fighting energy into his own body, assisting in his healing. Only then did he gradually recover, but a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Camila sighed, her face revealing a look of pain. After all, which parent wishes to see their children at odds with each other? No one knew how to handle this situation now. Jediah sighed again. Lualban at Barry, he said. Tianlan, you go back first. I need to take Tianhong back to Donglong City. You, continue your journey. Camila helped prop up Jamar's fallen teammates, but none of them offered comfort to Barry. Watching Jediah and Camila slowly vanish from sight, Barry turned into a streak of golden light, leaving Haofeng City alone. Tracy and others wanted to follow, but were stopped by Jonah. Going now would only make him more agitated. Let him vent his emotions. He will return naturally. But why are Barry's parents Taalban this attitude? In this matter, Barry did nothing wrong, Elisa asked puzzledly. Tracy sighed and said, in this world, families often prioritize the eldest son, and the position of patriarch in the Yu family is destined for Jamar. But now Barry possesses such power, thus Bray Alban the balance. Would you try to eliminate someone who could potentially dispose of you at any moment if they were around you? Even if Barry has no intention to be patriarch, Jamar cannot be sure. Consequently, family conflicts may cause gradual disunity, weakening the Yu clan over time. Therefore, the statement, Barry, go back, essentially declared Jediah's stance. He doesn't want Barry to be too strong so as not to affect Jamar or the family. So, are you saying Barry might be expelled from the family? Sue frowned unhappily. Does the family mean more to them than their own child? Sue, everyone thinks differently. Jonah sighed helplessly. Returning to their room and sitting down, Jonah continued. You know that Barry and I were part of the 5 emperors from the Earth's prehistoric era, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors known as the supreme deities. The 3 sovereigns ruled the heavens, and the 5 emperors governed the earth. Each of the 5 emperors came from different origins. Barry, also known as the Eastern Celestial Rick, grew up amidst deceit and betrayal early in life, never experiencing familial affection. Although Barry seems indifferent on the surface, this remains a deep-seated knot within him. So he envies those with harmonious families, lack Alban the love between family members, Alban Xavier famous for being strict when governing the land. All subordinate deities feared falling under Barry's hand. Being closest to Barry, I understand his feelings in this lifetime. Do you mean warmth from family? Sue asked. Jonah nodded. Maybe you think Barry's childhood wasn't warm enough, but for him, it was sufficient because, in this life, his parents loved him. However, true pain isn't from lack Alban parental love, but from being abandoned after receiving it. This is the greatest torment. Now Barry, having tasted this pain, needs a quiet place to vent his emotions. He will naturally return after a while, though I believe he won't come back to the U family. It's best not to return to such a family. Elisa said coldly. They say they love Barry, yet they handle matters so rashly. Parents like them don't deserve him. At this moment, Barry had arrived at the outskirts of Haofeng City, where there was a dense forest. Unable to suppress his inner anger and frustration any longer, he vented all his grievances. Gripping the 7-star dragon's sword in his hand, wave after wave of sword energy continuously severed the giant trees around him. And Peter seemed to have sensed his master's anger as well. It soared into the air, emitting furious dragon roars. Within Haofeng City, everyone saw an incredible sight. In the sky, a legendary 5-clawed golden dragon was flying amidst the clouds, roaring angrily. Accompanied by thunder and lightning, atop the dragon's head stood a youth holding a treasured sword. No one would forget him, for this youth was none other than Barry, the second young master who had recently exterminated Piayan's sect just days ago. Jediah and Camila, who had not yet left the city, naturally saw Barry soaring in the sky. Barry looked down at them with a cold smile. Although he spoke softly, the people on the ground clearly heard him say, from today onward, I, Barry, will sever ties with the U family. In this life and beyond, I will no longer use the U family's techniques or resources. We are done forever. After saying this, he shouted loudly. Jonah, Tracy, Sue, Ting, let's go? Leave Haofeng City. As soon as he finished Spialban, 4 beams of light rose from the ground. One of them combed through their long hair floating in the air, standing gracefully on a beautiful and equally legendary white phoenix, slowly flying over to Barry. Right behind her was a youth with 4 pairs of semi-transparent black wings on his back. At the same time, a little girl appeared with a sand-made taijutsu under her feet, which looked far more beautiful than ordinary sand. The beautiful taijutsu gently lifted the little girl, flying toward Barry. Another waved a magnificent peacock feather fan, surrounded by a swarm of beautiful butterflies of 5 different colors, each emanating powerful spiritual energy. This spectacular scene left everyone present in shock, including Jediah and Camila, as well as the now awakened Jamar and his companions. It turned out that during the duel, they had not even used half of their strength. On the other side, the Yu family's elder, who had been conversing with Xuanhuan, frowned deeply, clearly displeased. With his many years of experience, he instantly judged what was going on. Deep-rooted conservative and useless thoughts had caused the family to abandon such a genius, all for the sake of protecting a worthless person. The black-haired man felt extremely distressed. As for Xuanhuan, he simply smiled, seeming to have anticipated Barry's decision. Chapter 164. To be fair, Aaron and his companions had always acted low-key because they had offended quite a few people. However, this time, their departure from Haofeng City was extremely high profile, and the next day, the news that the second young master had left the Yu family spread throughout the Eastern Dragon Empire. Instantly, the entire empire was in an uproar. The reason Aaron and his companions did this was actually to make Charlton and others regret losing such a world-class powerhouse. Although this idea seemed somewhat childish and immature, it would be a lie to say that Charlton and Taryn didn't feel regretful. After returning to the Yu family, they began to reflect on whether what they had done was right, to abandon one of their own children for the sake of the family. Moreover, abandoning such an outstanding child, was it really worth it? And when the elder of the Yu family returned, he remained grim-faced. Although he said nothing, Charlton knew that he must be angry about how the matter concerning Aaron had not been handled properly. At this very moment, inside Blue Illusion City, Ernie looked at the news about Aaron in the newspaper. To avoid unnecessary trouble, no photos of such sensitive figures would be published even if they were reported on, but there were still many people discussing it. Ernie smiled. He never expected that Aaron would leave the Yu family. But so what? Leaving that cage would only lead to better development for Aaron. After leaving Haofeng City, Aaron and his companions quickly headed for the next city. They encountered no further trouble along the way and soon arrived at Hongxia City's Hongxia Dojo. The dojo looked like a beautiful castle. After knock Alban on the castle door, a haggard middle-aged beauty walked out. Judging by her attire, she was clearly a wood elementalist. Upon seeing Aaron and his companions, she asked listlessly, "Are you here to challenge the dojo?" Aaron nodded. "My name is Aaron, and these are my companions. We have come to challenge the dojo competition." The middle-aged beauty nodded and then gave an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I can't participate in the dojo competition with you right now because I'm suffering from a serious illness. Serious illness? The middle-aged beauty nodded. My name is Mariah, and I am a wood elementalist. However, not long ago, after battling a mysterious black-clothed man, I was hit by his curse magic. To lift the curse, I need to find the soul grass in the death swamp. But in my current state, going there would mean certain death, so all I can do is rest constantly. In that case, let us help you retrieve the soul grass, said Aaron. No, the death swamp where the soul grass grows is extremely dangerous. Anyone below the saint rank would never return. Mariah sighed. Here, take this badge and leave. She placed a rainbow-shaped badge in Aaron's hand and closed the door again. Aaron and his companions exchanged glances, but decided after some thought to visit the death swamp. After all, their strength far surpassed the gold rank, and they were confident they could retreat safely even from regular saint rank opponents. Thus, they started as Alban around in the city for the location of the death swamp. Since the death swamp was quite famous in Hongxia City, it didn't take long to find it. The death swamp lay in a desolate area south of the city limits. No one knew exactly how vast it was, but it was known to be terrifying, filled with countless poisonous insects, beasts, plants, and flowers, as well as numerous unidentified monsters and marshes. Even saint rank experts needed to be cautious upon entering, or they might meet disaster unexpectedly. Therefore, no one below the saint rank dared venture into the death swamp, despite the valuable treasures it contained. Aaron and his companions quickly arrived at the legendary death swamp, which matched the description given by others. This place looked like hell itself. It was a strange sight. While standing in a flower-filled spot, just one step away, it turned into a marsh, and strangely enough, the sky above turned gray once they entered. Aaron frowned and said, Don't you find the death swamp bizarre? Allison nodded. I think so too. This place feels like entering another dimension, or perhaps it already exists in one. However, under normal circumstances, different dimensions cannot coexist simultaneously, and it's impossible for us to enter so easily. To enter another dimension, we would have to go through a spatial storm, and with our current gold rank strength, we definitely wouldn't be able to make it. Mara said in puzzlement. It seems this isn't an ordinary dimension at all. Sean explained, There's nothing strange about this. I've seen such situations before. Such easily accessible small spaces are called spatial rifts. Spatial rifts come in two types. One is naturally formed, which is unstable and difficult to enter, also hard to discover. The death swamp here should belong to the second type, which is man-made. Generally speaking, a major deity can create a small space, and this space will be very stable. Entering this space doesn't require much power. I suspect that the death swamp might be created by a god of this world. Since it's a major deity, why would they create a small space on Noah continent? What's the point of doing that? Lawrence frowned slightly, confused, and asked, If it were me, staying in the god realm or demon realm, I would never think of coming to the human realm to create a small space. Aaron smiled and said, That's true, but you've forgotten something. Don't forget that those people mentioned that the death swamp has existed since ancient times. In other words, it might have been created by the Noah clan, or possibly by another race on Noah continent. After all, although we've only encountered dragons, can you guarantee there aren't any other races like the demon race or elf race in this world? But the more dangerous it is, the more precious treasures there might be here. Allison licked his lips. Perhaps we can even find a Noah artifact. Everyone showed an excited expression, but Lou Alban at the narrow paths ahead and the surrounding swamps. They knew they needed to split up to move forward. Aaron frowned. Though their strength was formidable, being in this unknown place made encountering dangers unpredictable. If they stayed together, they'd have a higher chance of defending against danger. But if they split up, Lawrence raised her right hand, and several beautiful butterflies appeared. They weren't the attack Alban kind used by Lawrence, just ordinary ones, yet still created by her spiritual energy. For butterflies merged into the bodies of Aaron and the other three. Lawrence smiled and said, These butterflies will exist within you, allowing me to sense your aura. And through these butterflies, you can also sense where your companions are. This way, there won't be any problems. Chapter 165, Death Swamp. After the group had discussed, they each took a different path through the foggy environment, and before long, visibility was lost. Aaron had not walked for long when she sensed her surroundings becoming chaotic. Instinctively sensing danger, Aaron flicked her right hand, and the 7 stars radiant dragon sword appeared in her hand. She cautiously observed the surroundings and even summoned Domenico, who shrank its body to coil around Aaron's waist, using its eyes to help monitor behind her. Suddenly, a feather appeared behind Aaron. Domenico immediately let out an alarmed cry, prompting Aaron to react swiftly and dodge the attack from the feather. However, Aaron was visibly shocked because this method of attack belonged to Allison. When Aaron turned around, it was indeed Allison, but with an eerie smile on her face and vacant eyes devoid of spirit. Aaron felt a Sin Alban feeling, knowing that Allison was likely under someone's control. Otherwise, this would never happen. Allison, wake up! Aaron shouted loudly, but to no avail. Allison's eyes remained vacant, and then she waved her hands, sending hundreds of feathers toward Aaron. With grave seriousness, knowing that as one of the 5 emperors, Allison's strength was formidable and nearly equal to hers, a golden light barrier emerged from Aaron's hands, block Alban Allison's attack. Yet, the barrier shattered instantly, indicating the first clash ended in a stalemate. TSK, who could be so despicable as to use this method? Aaron thought angrily, vowing that if she found the person responsible, they would regret living. For now, Her priority was to awaken Allison. However, Allison unleashed her ultimate move first. Behind Allison appeared a massive disc, featuring a beautiful white phoenix. Pale-faced, Aaron knew what skill Allison intended to use. She did not wish to clash directly with Allison, but understood that retreating would give Allison an advantage. Taking a deep breath, she unfurled her own massive disc behind her, displaying a majestic 5-clawed golden dragon. Heavenly feather, pure plume. Allison roared, sending countless feathers, each brimming with astonishing energy, fiercely toward Aaron. Dragon roar. Aaron took a deep breath, emitting a dragon's roar that sent all incoming feathers flying away. Without pausing, she slammed her hand into the ground, producing a blue water sigil. Dragon roar to 9 heavens. Immediately, 9 water dragons emerged from the sigil and soared into the air. The 9 water dragons intertwined, roaring toward Allison. Allison naturally didn't back down, shouting, "Phoenix dominates the world." A red sigil appeared before her, from which a beautiful fire phoenix emerged. The phoenix emitted a clear call, rushing toward the water dragons. But Aaron smiled triumphantly. Upon collision, instead of an expected explosion, the water dragons were instantly evaporated by the phoenix, generating a thick mist. Aaron quickly entered the mist while Allison, being controlled, moved less nimbly. Passing through the white mist, Aaron pressed her forefinger and middle finger together, tapping them on Allison's forehead. Instantly, a small blue array formed on Allison's forehead. Clear mind. A beam of blue light entered Allison's forehead, and she immediately felt a cool sensation. Her eyes cleared up almost instantaneously. Feeling a sudden dizziness, Aaron quickly caught her. "Yuqian? What happened to me?" Allison asked confusedly. "You were under someone's control. Who did you encounter?" "Someone capable of controlling your mind is no ordinary opponent," Aaron asked anxiously. Allison blushed and said, "Ernan, you let me go first?" Realizing she was holding Allison in an ambiguous posture, Aaron blushed too and promptly released her. Allison continued, "I don't know what happened either. After separating from you all, I soon felt my mind becoming chaotic. Then I became dazed and couldn't remember anything clearly. Is it possible that this death swamp contains substances that can induce hallucinations?" Aaron frowned deeply and then said, "Forget it. Let's not overthink this. Since we've met, let's continue searching forward. We should find the spirit grass." Allison nodded and followed Aaron to continue moving forward. At this moment, the other people were encountering troubles. Currently, Mara was standing on an oval-shaped stone, with swamps surrounding her on all sides. Recalling what had happened earlier, she found it odd. She had been wall-albin steadily, but after stepping onto this round stone, all paths around her vanished. Moreover, black human-like creatures kept appearing in the swamp. However, these creatures were not unfamiliar to Mara. They were a peculiar type of monster on Noah continent known as mudfield beasts. Mudfield beasts did not possess strong offensive capabilities under normal circumstances, but prolonged exposure to the swamp made them highly aggressive. Despite their relatively low power as merely a 4th-class monster, meaning even a silver-grade warrior could deal with them, the sheer number of mudfield beasts here exhausted Mara. She had lost count of how many she had defeated since earlier. Yet, the mudfield beasts continued to emerge fearlessly from the swamp, crawling onto the stone one after another. Mara had no choice but to continuously use her crystal sand to clear the mudfield beasts around her. Although she wanted to use the crystal sand to hover away, she realized she couldn't control it at will in this swamp because it interfered with her spiritual energy. In short, using spiritual energy here would be ineffective. Therefore, Mara couldn't leave this place using her crystal sand. Meanwhile, Sean encountered something equally dangerous. He met a zombie that was different from typical terrifying Lualban zombies. This zombie clearly appeared to be a girl, adorned with delicate decorations, wearing a large headband with 2 clear-sounding bells. Her body wore red, ancient clothing, with emerald green hair and a slightly pale complexion. Moreover, her hands weren't restricted like ordinary zombies were, which could only extend forward. Sean frowned. He knew well about this kind of zombie. Among ghostly monsters, these zombies were called spirit corpses, very rare and intelligent growing-type monsters. The spirit corpse in front of Sean possessed holy-level strength. Ma'alb and him take this encounter seriously. As for Willie, he faced a massive group of plants. These plants were terrifying, each standing at least as tall as a person, with horrifying appearances. One plant resembled a sunflower, Lualban beautiful at first glance, but its center was a huge mouth that constantly dripped a corrosive liquid capable of dissolving stones. Even Willie couldn't help feeling his scalp tingle at the sight. When had he ever seen such disgusting things? Chapter 166, The Troublesome Mud Field Monsters. Mara watched as more and more mud field monsters climbed up, truly feeling a headache. If this continued, she would surely be worn out to death. After all, manipulating Lioli sand here required much more spiritual power and mental energy than usual. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before she would collapse. However, after continuously attack Alban, Mara finally noticed something peculiar. As the mud field monsters were killed, the surrounding swamp actually began to diminish. Yes, slowly decrease. Mara's eyes lit up. Could it be that these mud field monsters rely on the swamp to form? With this thought, a cunning smile appeared on her face. Yin-yang techniques had many strangely effective spells, but precisely because of that, they were not often useful. They only worked under specific circumstances, such as the yin-yang technique Mara was about to use now. This yin-yang technique had no other use except to evaporate all liquids within a certain range around her. It seemed like a very useless spell, yet it came in handy at this moment. Mara originally thought she would never use this yin-yang technique in her lifetime. After using the lioli sand to slay the mud field monsters around her, Mara started forming hand seals. Since this yin-yang technique wasn't too difficult, the sealing process didn't take long. Before a new batch of mud field monsters could form and crawl up from the swamp, the technique activated. A fiery red taiji diagram slowly appeared beneath Mara's feet. Then, flames truly blazed upon the taiji diagram. Despite standing in the center, Mara remained unharmed. Instead, the ground around her turned red, as if roasted by fire. Soon, the surrounding swamp began to boil, even bubbling up. The mud field monsters let out agonizing cries as they gradually evaporated along with the disappearing swamp. Finally, a long pit formed around Mara. She smiled, descended into the pit, and left this cursed place. Unbeknownst to her, soon after she left, a large area of swamp reappeared in the pit, harboring some newly formed mud field monsters hidden, awaiting prey. Although Mara had walked far away, she still felt as though something was watching her from behind. Experienced in combat, Mara quickly sensed something amiss. She felt a pair of eyes watching her, but she couldn't tell where they were. This situation easily caused agitation and might expose one's vulnerability, even fatally so. However, Mara's psychological resilience was far beyond ordinary people. She flashed a derisive smile. She found that manipulating the lioli sand here was no longer so difficult. With a slight movement of her hands, the lioli sand enveloped her. Sharp sand spikes constantly split off, maintaining both defense and offense, a perfect response method. Under Mara's delicate cry, these sand spines struck out in all directions. As expected, there was a disturbance in space on her left side. Those sand spines shattered. Slowly, a figure emerged, a handsome man around 20 years old. But anyone who could exist within the death swamp couldn't be an ordinary person. Without waiting for the man to react, Mara took the initiative, turning the sand spike stabbing in other directions to directly attack the man. The man did not show fear either. With his hands raised, a pink shield appeared before him, blocking all of Mara's attacks. Mara dissolved the protection of the lioli sand and coldly watched the man in front of her. To be honest, if Mara hadn't seen the man's Adam's apple, she would have thought he was a woman. Mara found Lawrence very feminine, but she didn't expect there would be someone even more so. The man had long pink hair flowing like a river of stars, dressed in elegant classical attire rivaling Lawrence's previous wear, a pink robe embroidered with butterfly patterns, and held a feather fan. He looked like a celestial being detached from earthly concerns. The corner of Mara's mouth twitched. In every way, the man resembled Lawrence. However, this wasn't the time to think about these things. Mara's eyes regained their icy light, crossing her hands as lioli sand slowly gathered around her, ready for attack anytime. The man didn't waste words with Mara. A flick of his feather fan shot out a pink light, as thick as an arm, toward Mara. Mara sneered. Such a move trying to deal with her. It seemed she had been underestimated. She conjured up a shield, effortlessly defending against it. Iju easily defended against the attack of that light. And almost at the same time, Mara tapped with her left hand, and part of the lioli sand transformed into countless spears, which were far sharper and more powerful than the previous sand spikes. Then, with a wave of her hand, all the spears stabbed towards the man. The man in elegant attire only smiled slightly, spun around on the spot, and turned into a series of butterflies, dodging all of Mara's attacks. Mara stared in disbelief at the man, not because he avoided her attack, but due to the way he dodged it. Why did he resemble Lawrence so much? It was exactly like Lawrence's butterfly transformation ultimate skill. Stopping her attack, Mara said coldly, "Aren't you a monster from the death swamp?" The handsome man raised an eyebrow and said, "You finally figured it out? Girls shouldn't be so impulsive. Besides, you're no match for me. Who are you, and why do you know Lawrence's ultimate skills?" Mara asked frowningly. "You indeed know Lawrence. Otherwise, you wouldn't have her imprint inside you." The handsome man pointed to the location where a butterfly lay dormant inside Mara, sighed, and introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lawrence's spirit pet. You can call me Isaac. Ever since Lawrence reincarnated, I've been trapped in this accursed death swamp. Being just a spirit, I cannot leave here. Only by finding Lawrence, who carries my physical body within her, can I find my body and leave." "So, you appeared because you sensed the presence of Lawrence inside me?" Mara asked. Isaac nodded and said, "That's right, which is why I've been following you. You're correct. I'm indeed Lawrence's partner. However, we've separated to search for a treasure, and we will reunite once we find it." Mara said, "Do you know where the soul grass is?" "You're Tal Alban about soul grass?" "Yes, I know, but it's deep in the death swamp. Even if your strength rivals that of a saint-level expert, going there would still be very dangerous. It would be better to gather your companions first before heading there together. Deep in the death swamp, there are monsters nearly as powerful as false god-level experts. Don't underestimate them." Chapter 167, Growth-Type Magic Beasts. Now let's talk about Sean's side. Facing him was a saint-class ghost-type magic beast, the Spirit Corpse. Sean frowned deeply. He truly wasn't very confident about this guy. It's not that the Spirit Corpse was overwhelmingly powerful, but rather, Spirit Corpses come in different types. There are two kinds of Spirit Corpses. One type excels in physical attacks and can also defend against physical attacks, while the other type excels in magical attacks and can defend against magical attacks. According to its appearance and description, the Spirit Corpse Sean encountered was proficient in magical attacks. In other words, to quickly deal with this magic beast, it would require someone skilled in physical attacks. Although magical attacks could still work, due to the Spirit Corpse's proficiency in defending against magical attacks, their effectiveness would be somewhat reduced. For Sean and his group, while they were all at the gold level in terms of realm, what they cultivated, whether it was magic or something else, all possessed astonishing power. But if the power was reduced, it would likely be difficult for them to handle a Saint-class magic beast. After all, a Saint-class magic beast is stronger than a Saint-class human or demon. However, despite this, Sean was not afraid of the spirit corpse. Before the spirit corpse made any move, Sean had already taken action. He decided to first test the spirit corpse's strength, so his first move was only a single-layer magic array, the Gathered Divine Light. Although it was only a single-layer magic, its power was quite considerable. It could absolutely finish off a silver-level individual in an instant. The purple light beam instantly struck the spirit corpse, but Sean narrowed his eyes as he noticed a problem. Just before the purple light beam hit the spirit corpse, an unusual energy emanated from it, reducing the power of the Gathered Divine Light slightly. This way, the power of the Gathered Divine Light became much weaker, and since the spirit corpse excelled at defense, it goes without saying that the Gathered Divine Light had no effect. Sean's frown deepened. It seemed that the reason the spirit corpse could withstand powerful magical attacks was thanks to that strange energy just now. However, Sean was not afraid. He still had many moves up his sleeve. Sean took out the bat glow staff from behind him. In this situation, he had to give it his all. The bat glow staff in Sean's hand emitted a red glow, and then a red magic array appeared in front of Sean. After all, Sean was one of the top experts in the spirit world. As his inner magic power continuously strengthened, many spells he couldn't use before could now be cast. Although he still couldn't unleash their full power, these spells were no small feat while in the spirit world. Sean himself held the title of the spirit world's first mage, mastering tens of thousands of different types of spells. At this moment, black energy was released from the red magic array in front of Sean, accompanied by fierce, palm-sized black bats. A swarm of bats hovered around Sean, and his magic power grew denser, his eyes gradually turning blood red. His pupils were like those of a cat at night, eerie and somewhat terrifying. Sean sneered coldly, waving his magic staff. For beams of blood-red light emerged from the magic array, intersecting and charging toward the spirit corpse. This was a spell that Sean knew, called Blood Mist Light. As a Saint-class magic beast, the spirit corpse had developed considerable intelligence. Her tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing red irises. Then, the corpse chi surrounding her body became much denser, gray and visible to the naked eye. The corpse chi coalesced into a shield, directly intercepting Sean's magic attack. The two attacks collided, producing a grating sound. The shield formed by the corpse chi kept shattering, and Sean's magic kept fading away. Finally, the shield was completely shattered, and the remaining energy of Sean's magic attack was no longer a threat to the spirit corpse. Sean's frown deepened. The spirit corpse proved to be much tougher than he imagined. At this moment, the spirit corpse also took action. She leaped up, spinning in place, and 8 talismans appeared around her. Strange incantations on the talismans began to shimmer with golden light, which eventually converged into one point, right into the talisman stuck on her forehead. After receiving all the golden energy, the talisman bizarrely turned blood red, finally emitting a red ray that transformed into countless blood-red needles in the air, numbering in the tens of thousands. Even Sean couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. One must understand that victory does not necessarily depend on overwhelming power. Speed and numbers, for instance, can also be decisive factors. When a single needle is shot at Sean, he can easily defuse it. Even if there are dozens or hundreds, it would still be manageable. However, the sheer number of needles now was so dense that there were tens of thousands. With such an immense quantity, even Sean had to carefully consider his next move. In fact, this was similar to Sean's time magic. The explosion of one crystal ball isn't much, but what about 100, 1,000, or even 10,000? Sean held the bat glow staff with both hands. Although he wished to dodge, the marsh behind him made it impossible. After all, the death marsh wasn't a suitable place for a duel. Sean thrust the bat glow staff into the ground, and the bat's eyes on the staff immediately lit up in bright red. At his feet, a red magic array appeared, approximately 10 meters in diameter. Then, 8 colossal stone statues slowly rose from the edges of the magic array. Each statue depicted a demon. Some had 4 pairs of bat-like wings and triangular tails, while others resembled ordinary women but exuded an eerie charm with unique facial maralbans, and a few were child-sized yet bore cruel demonic smiles. These stone statues simultaneously emitted blood-red light. Subsequently, the energy gathered in the air, forming a semicircular shield that enveloped both the statues and Sean. At the same time, the needles pierced toward Sean but were blocked by this blood-red shield. Not only did the shield block them, but also absorb their energy. Yes, this shield absorbed the energy from each needle. This spell was Sean's strongest defensive spell, the Blessing of Demons. It was well known even in the spirit world. In the spirit world, Sean, still at the Saint class, became renowned among many experts for a series of spells known as Yellow Springs magic. As Sean grew stronger and his magic power increased, he could now use this once feared Yellow Springs magic. After the red shield absorbed the energy, it gradually faded away, but the 10 statues remained. This spell could sustain itself within the magic array as long as the caster stayed inside, providing absolute protection. Sean then cast an offensive spell within the magic array. With his hands in a sealing gesture, a black marsh suddenly appeared beneath the spirit corpse, filled with countless terrifying souls. Yellow Springs magic, Yellow Springs swamp. Sean clasped his hands together, and the spirit corpse began to sink faster into the marsh. This was no ordinary marsh. It was composed of the grudges of countless souls. Anyone who fell in would certainly perish and become one of them, turning into a wandering soul. The spirit corpse showed a flash of fear and terror on its face, spreading its arms wide. The 8 talismans glowed with golden light again, cutting through the approaching souls like blades. Then, it released a thick corpse chi and managed to break free from the marsh. Sean's eyes twitched. This spirit corpse was proving to be far more difficult to handle than he had anticipated. However, judging by the spirit corpse's current state, Sean understood that it wouldn't last much longer. Chapter 168, Signing the Contract. You can't win, and I believe you should be well aware of that, Sean said with a smile. It wasn't that Sean was unwilling to continue the fight. Rather, he felt it would be such a pity if he couldn't convert this spirit zombie for his own use. Since Sean had awakened, his increasing strength allowed him to cast more and more spells, including summoning magic that was countless times more powerful than that on the Noah continent. After awakening, Sean also sealed Clem and Raylan inside his body. They would awaken after some time. And if he could tame another growth-type magical beast spirit zombie, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to him. The spirit zombie had already developed intelligence, and upon hearing Sean's words, it stopped attack Albin. It wasn't stupid. It clearly understood that it would likely die if things continued. Having finally grown to the saint stage, who among these growth-type magical beasts would want to die? If circumstances were favorable, these growth-type magical beasts might even become demigods, at which point they could shed their monstrous appearances. The spirit zombie seemed to ponder for a moment before finally spewing Albin up. If I sign a contract with you, will you spare my life? You can actually speak. Sean was slightly surprised. Although saint-stage magical beasts possessed intelligence, they generally couldn't speak. Yet, the spirit zombie in front of him had spoken. The spirit zombie sneered and said, I've survived in this death swamp until now. If I didn't have any special abilities, I would have become someone else's food long ago. So, if I become your familiar, can we then make peace? Indeed, and you'll gain unimaginable benefits, like being able to transform into a human form, shedding your monster-like appearance, Sean said with a smile. What? You can make me shed my monstrous form early. The spirit zombie was first filled with great joy, but then began to doubt it. After all, such a thing defied common sense. The spirit zombie didn't know if Sean was deceiving it. If it was just to trick it into becoming his familiar, there would be no way out once it regretted it. Once signed, a familiar's contract wouldn't allow them to harm their master unless under extraordinary circumstances. It seems you don't trust me, Sean sighed. Since so, let me show you proof. Luckily, those 2 children have also awakened. Sean pointed to a strange tattoo on his neck, which resembled a star map. Among the stars, there was a pattern of the Big Dipper, and on 2 stars, the character, sheet, contract, was written. These 2 stars suddenly flashed brilliantly, and in front of Sean appeared a brown-haired youth who looked quite solid and sunny, despite not being particularly handsome. On closer inspection, one could see 2 small, cute horns on his forehead. There was also a young girl who looked around 7 or 8 years old, wearing an adorable puff skirt, but with beautiful butterfly wings behind her back. Clearly, these were originally the Minotaur Clem and Ghost Butterfly Yo. Due to Sean's rapidly growing magic power, they had awakened earlier than expected. The spirit zombie naturally saw that they weren't ordinary people, but magical beasts. However, the spirit zombie admitted that except for ghost-type magical beasts resembling humans, other magical beasts couldn't have such appearances. While they still had some features not quite human, they were much better off compared to itself. At least they might be considered adorable, whereas it would only instill fear. After Thin Albin for a while, the spirit zombie said, I can sign a contract with you, but you must first help me shed my monstrous body. Rest assured, though I am a magical beast, I keep my word. If you truly have this ability, becoming your familiar would also benefit me. Sean nodded and said, very well, if you can think this way, everything becomes easier. Sean walked over to the spirit zombie with a smile, then inserted his bat-light staff behind the spirit zombie, standing in front of it. Since the spirit zombie wasn't yet his familiar, transforming it into a human form required some magical assistance. Only a magic genius like Sean could create such intricate spells. The bat eyes on the bat-light staff flashed green, then emitted 2 beams of green light. The bat-light staff emitted 2 beams of green light, while Sean crossed his hands and also fired 2 green beams. The beams split and merged continuously, finally forming a cage that enveloped the spirit zombie. The cage began to emit green specks of light, which continuously fell onto the spirit zombie's body. The spirit zombie felt an overwhelming warmth, a sensation it had only dreamed of experiencing. As a ghost-type magical beast, it had no concept of temperature. At this moment, feeling the warmth, the spirit zombie started to believe in Sean's ability. Gradually, its stiff, pale body became ruddy, radiating a pinkish glow. Within the glow, the spirit zombie's body began to change, and it felt no pain. This surprised it again. According to its knowledge, even when advancing to demigod status and shedding its monstrous form, the process would be extremely painful. Now, it just felt drowsy, with not a hint of pain. This glowing light lasted for a whole hour. When the cage dissolved into green specks of light and slowly disappeared, the spirit zombie's new body was already fully formed. She now had long green hair that flowed smoothly down her shoulders to her waist. Her head was adorned with a fan-like headband, with beautiful hairpins inserted into it. Her originally pale body had become rosy and lustrous, no longer stiff. Her attire no longer exuded a dead, lifeless aura. Instead, she wore a beautiful classical pink gown that made her look truly charming. However, Her green eyes and faint corpse aura still indicated she was a spirit zombie. In her hand, she held a weapon made from parts of her original body. The two small bells that once hung on her head were now connected by a chain, reduced in size to fit perfectly in her hand. Attached to the bells was an elegant silver rod that looked somewhat like a small, delicate lantern. How does it feel? Are you ready to make the contract with me? Xuan asked with a smile. The spirit zombie raised an eyebrow, then smiled and bowed slightly. Please bestow me a name. Xuan smiled and said, from now on, you will be called Adeline, after the word bell. Nodding, the spirit zombie accepted the name and smiled at Xuan, Lualban at Clem, and Raylan behind him. Many years later, Adeline and the other 6 spirit pets who followed Xuan to the spirit realm would often reminisce that without their extraordinary encounter on Noah continent, they could never have achieved what they did today. From Adeline, Xuan learned the whereabouts of the soul grass. Coincidentally, he also received telepathic contact from Mara. After sending the 3 spirit pets back into his body, he headed towards his destination. At this moment, on the star map tattoo on his neck, the constellation of the Big Dipper now had 3 stars marked with the character, cheat, contract. Chapter 169. Spialban of Willy. He indeed encountered no small amount of trouble. These plants were simply too bizarre. Not only did they have surprising offensive capabilities, but also quite remarkable defensive power, and nearly all possessed toxic attacks. Although Willy relied on various butterflies he raised to contend with them, he was still at a disadvantage. Some butterflies had been injured, and to prevent their deaths, Willy had no choice but to recall them. The other plants had already been cleared by Willy, yet one remained particularly troublesome. This plant appeared like a large tree, but from its thick trunk blossomed a flower the size of a wash basin. The flower emitted a foul stench, and within the petals was revealed a deep, seemingly bottomless mouth filled with sharp teeth that could rival those of top-grade weapons used by golden-level experts. Additionally, countless thorny vines surrounded it. Willy truly suffered from these vines. If it were only the vines, Willy, who had experienced many tumultuous battles, would not fear much. However, every time he was struck by the vines, his body went numb. Although this numbness did little damage, it caused his movements to slow down. In such perilous situations, even a slight delay could be fatal. Thus, Willy tried hard to avoid being touched by the vines. But there were just too many vines, and the space for dodging was limited, making the situation increasingly dire. In a helpless situation, Willy decided to call upon the Azura butterfly and Rakshasa butterfly. They were the fiercest types of butterflies he raised. Though the butterfly's strength couldn't fully manifest due to his realm, they could still easily kill ordinary saint-level beings. However, facing such an unusual plant, Willy had little confidence. Although after awakening, his memories returned, and he recalled every battle in the fairy world. Even the previous Willy didn't have much experience battling such plants. Moreover, so much time had passed, how could he remember everything clearly? Besides, Willy was now only at the golden level, unable to utilize some powerful skills. The terrifying plant continuously swung its vines while leaves detached from its body, transforming into knives attack Alban Willy from almost impossible angles. Willy couldn't help but bitterly smile. He hadn't been forced into such a desperate situation before in this lifetime. The danger was no less severe than when facing Western dragons. Frankly, Spialban, this horrifying plant wasn't as strong as Willy. Yet, as the saying goes, everything has its match. These plants effectively suppressed Willy's butterflies, on which 80% of his powers relied. Naturally, he was thus put in this perilous situation. Since both the Azura butterfly and Rakshasa butterfly were summoned, Willy would not hesitate. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, followed by 2 green beams shooting into the bodies of the butterflies. Immediately, their momentum and spiritual energy increased several times, though Willy's face turned slightly pale. Dealing with such plants forced Willy to use his best tricks. Just now, he divided some of his life-bound essence between the 2 butterflies, causing their strength to multiply in a short period. Of course, afterward, Willy would suffer significant injury from the loss of life-bound essence, leaving him very weak. But Willy could not care less about that now. He certainly did not wish to die mysteriously in the maw of this strange plant. The Azura butterfly and Rakshasa butterfly immediately took action, instantly moving to the flower's front at a speed untraceable by human eyes. Unlike other butterflies, these 2 possessed independent consciousness. They made their own decisions on how to fight, which was completely different from blood butterflies and wuling butterflies. Willy placed all his hopes on these 2 butterflies, sitting aside paralyzed. He summoned the gold jade butterfly and earth nether butterfly to construct defenses around himself. After all, the protective shield of the gold jade butterfly and the illusions of the earth nether butterfly could protect Willy well. Even the terrifying plant couldn't break through easily, let alone while dealing with the 2 most vicious butterflies. The Rakshasa butterfly flapped its wings, and black bubbles appeared, each similar in size to its body. Each bubble shattered upon contact with the numbing vines, causing them to turn black and wither. The plant naturally felt pain as its vines kept hitting the black bubbles, leading to a painful roar. However, this also roused its ferocity. The petals opened wide, revealing a terrible mouth that extended a tongue, attempting to engulf the Rakshasa butterfly. The Azura butterfly and Rakshasa butterfly were mentally connected. The Azura butterfly would not let the Rakshasa butterfly die. Emitting a blinding black light, the Azura butterfly lunged towards the plant's tongue and effortlessly severed it. With another flap of its wings, 2 light blades, several times larger than its body, formed an X and shot directly into the plant's mouth, slicing through from below the tree trunk. The plant immediately emitted a mournful roar. Despite its severe injuries, the resilience of plants, especially those mutated in the dead swamp, was extremely strong. Though injured, it did not die but became even more vicious. The huge flower rapidly changed from purplish-black to pure black, then roared twice, spitting out a black liquid known to be highly toxic. Willy was greatly alarmed. Though the Azura and Rakshasa butterflies were fierce and terrifying, they could not withstand such poison yet. If they died, Willy would lose two critical weapons. After all, these butterflies were different from ordinary ones, and each controller could only control one pair. Once this pair died, no more could be used. Thus, the value of the Azura and Rakshasa butterflies to Willy was immeasurable. Biting his teeth, Willy was heartbroken but had no choice. He commanded several gold jade butterflies and earth nether butterflies to charge forward. Although their powerful defenses and illusions resisted the attack of the poisonous liquid, the attack alban butterflies instantly developed cracks and disintegrated into points of light. Willy was in deep pain, not only because these butterflies were precious and difficult to cultivate, but also because they were companions who had walked alongside him for many years. If possible, he wouldn't want to do this. But if the Azura and Rakshasa butterflies died, he might really be finished. Therefore, he had to sacrifice a few wuling butterflies. Heartbroken, Willy looked at the plant with intense hatred. The Azura and Rakshasa butterflies, being quite spiritual, seeing their fellow butterflies die for them, grew intensely ferocious. They flew together, weaving black threads in the air, tightly binding the plant's large flower. Since the petals were tied, the mouth couldn't open, stopping the emission of poisonous liquid. Then, after trapping the plant, the Azura and Rakshasa butterflies transformed into two black beams, flying before the plant. With several swift movements, the large flower was cut off, with red blood oozing from the severed area. Finally, the plant perished, its entire body turning black and withering. Willy sighed, recalling the Azura and Rakshasa butterflies, as well as the wuling butterflies. He swallowed a high-priced elixir he had bought in Haofeng City to replenish some of his vital essence. Then, Willy sat cross-legged on the spot, closing his eyes to rest, gradually recovering. Just then, he received Mara's mental guiying and learned about Isaac's news, feeling greatly relieved. Chapter 170 Ernie. If you ask why Willy is so happy, it's because, as Casper said, it is Willy's spirit pet. Of course, its original form still resides within Willy and is one of the three most powerful among the dozens of butterflies Willy once owned. One is the Azura butterfly and the Rakshasa butterfly, and one is Casper. However, Casper differs from the Azura butterfly and the Rakshasa butterfly. These two had been dormant inside Willy after he was reborn in the Noah continent. Though they have awakened now, recovering their human forms would be next to impossible, at least until they reach the quasi-deity level. On the other hand, Casper, whose true form is the phoenix-tailed butterfly, named for its cry that sounds like a phoenix and its tail resembling a phoenix's feathers, had managed to transform into a human shape successfully and kept advancing, becoming a deity-level being. However, while traveling across various realms in the spirit world, Willy met an old enemy from the demon spirit world unexpectedly on Noah continent. In the ensuing fight, Willy, who hadn't fully recovered from previous injuries, was no match for his foe. At that time, Casper, who had grown to the same level as Willy, stayed behind to let Willy escape first. Despite Willy's reluctance, if he died, Casper, as his spirit pet, wouldn't survive either. So, Willy had no choice but to leave. Casper eventually escaped the demon expert's grasp, but lost much of his strength in the process, falling to the Noah continent afterward with no news since. After recovering in the spirit world, Willy came to Noah continent several times searching for Casper, but found nothing. Although Casper's essence remained inside him, Willy feared Casper might have perished long ago. Over time, Willy gave up hope. But unexpectedly, today he has found Casper again. Remarkably, despite only being at the saint level, Casper retained his human form, a great help for Willy. The sorrow over losing several five-spirit butterflies eased somewhat as well. Iolo and Lanyang were promptly informed, and everyone gathered not far from the depths of the death swamp. Uniting after countless years, Willy and Casper could hardly contain their tears. After catching up with each other, Casper transformed back into a beautiful phoenix-tailed butterfly with fiery patterns on its wings and phoenix-like tail feathers. After putting away the phoenix-tailed butterfly, they proceeded toward the death swamp's depths. Meanwhile, Ernie arrived at the Hongsha gym. Mariah greeted him, Lualbin healthy and uninjured. They went into the living room together. Upon learning that Mariah had sent them to the death swamp, Ernie immediately stood up, revealing icy hostility. Why did you send them to the death swamp? Ernie coldly asked. It's fine, Mariah smiled nervously. They're just there to fetch soul grass. Though smiling, her eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. You must be tired of life? Ernie sneered, appearing in front of her instantly. Mariah gasped as Ernie grabbed her throat and lifted her up. Do you believe I can kill you right now? Huh. But Mariah looked at Ernie in horror and stammered. But, you told me to make things hard for them. I followed your instructions. Ernie laughed coldly before delivering words that struck terror into Mariah. Did you think I didn't know you're part of the Black Cloak Organization's Asif? I merely gave you an excuse, never expecting you'd fall for my trap. You even sent them to the death swamp. Zay, and moreover, it caused them to mistakenly believe that the one who harmed you was Asif. What a well-thought-out scheme. Humph, the Black Cloak Organization is truly remarkable if they have already infiltrated the Donglong Imperial family. Although the head of the gym appears to be just an ordinary person, in reality, they are all nobles. I assume the real Mariah has been killed by you, and you are an imposter. After Ernie finished Spielben, he tore at Mariah's face, revealing a human skin mask which he then pulled off, exposing an 18-year-old girl's face underneath. However, Ernie had no compassion for her just because she was a young girl. He continued to choke her, preventing her from escaping while still allowing her enough air to breathe without suffocating. Speak, who exactly are you? Your strength is at the Saint stage, but among the many experts in Asif, your abilities are merely high Renalban. The reason you were sent here as a spy must be due to your exceptional disguise skills. Honestly, if not for a stroke of luck, I wouldn't have seen through your disguise, Ernie said with a cold smile. I won't talk. If I do, I will surely die. But if I don't, the organization might still save me. The girl gasped, attempting to gather what elements to attack Ernie, but to no avail. With a golden light from his left hand, Ernie easily broke her wrist, causing her immense pain, yet she could not scream because her throat was still gripped tightly. You're quite smart, realizing that staying silent gives you a glimmer of hope, but do you think you'll live long enough for Asif to come to your rescue? Ernie laughed coldly. Since you won't speak, let me tell you who you are. Your real name is Alia, a member of Asif, proficient in wood elemental magic, but most adept at disguise. Therefore, the organization assigned you to infiltrate this gym, and, during the upcoming tournament in a year, arrange for the heads of various gyms to witness the matches. You plan to assassinate them as a way to infiltrate the imperial family. Am I correct? Alia's face turned pale. She couldn't believe how he guessed everything. However, the next words out of Ernie's mouth made her face even whiter. Your expression tells me I'm right. This plan might be hard to implement, but given your organization's methods, it's feasible. Killing the 12 gym heads is difficult, but not impossible. Isn't Mariah herself proof of that? Alia didn't know what to say. She was now filled with fear and terror. If Ernie didn't know everything, torturing her might not lead to her immediate death, and if she kept quiet, the organization would eventually save her. But now that Ernie knew everything from the start, playing with her, she might be killed on the spot. Goodbye then. Just as Ernie prepared to act, Alia interrupted in terror. There's something you don't know. I'll tell you. Driven by the fear of death, Alia made her choice. There wasn't much to choose from anyway, just whether she would live longer or shorter. Ernie indeed released some pressure, saying coldly, tell me. If you reveal what I want to know, I might consider sparing you. Speak now. Don't try to bargain, or the cost will be too high for you. Alia swallowed hard and said, Mariah isn't dead. I've imprisoned her in the dungeon of this gym. Only I know where the key is. Let me go, and I'll free Mariah. Ernie paused. Alia's eyes brightened. Thin Alban, she still had a chance to live. But the next moment, she saw mockery in Ernie's eyes and felt a painful snap as he broke her neck. Ernie disdainfully tossed Alia's body aside, saying with a cold smile, do you think I didn't know where the key was? What a joke. I've been watching you closely. How could I not know these details? Chapter 171, Quasi-Divine Expert. Just as Ernie obtained the key from the dead Alia's hand, he instantly sidestepped. Almost simultaneously, a hole exploded where he originally stood. Frowning, Ernie glanced around. The entire dojo had been protected with soundproofing and illusion effects. This way, even if the battle inside turned heaven and earth upside down, outsiders wouldn't know a thing. Ernie raised an eyebrow but didn't show any fear, despite sensing how terrifying the other party was. He maintained his calmness and slowly said, since you have come forward, are you still planning to ambush me? A respectable quasi-divine level expert engaging in such a despicable act. As applause echoed, a black-haired man stepped out. It was the same black-haired man who had killed the Landon inside the Death Cathedral and almost captured Iolo and the others. This man exuded an evil aura, with bloodthirsty and intimidating eyes. Even Iolo would be afraid if it weren't for Ernie. After all, in terms of current strength, Iolo was still inferior to Ernie. Being the first to awaken among all, coupled with the profound dermas and abilities of the Galesta realm, Ernie's strength was unfathomable. If Iolo could easily handle an ordinary sage rank, Ernie could effortlessly face top-tier sage rank experts alone. Ernie looked at the black-haired man, smiled, and said, you must be one of the highest Ranalban members of the Raven Organization, right? I've heard that the Raven Organization has 7 top-notch experts known as the 7 Demon Generals, all quasi-divine level. You should be one of them. Judging by your killing intent and appearance, according to reports, you're the 3rd-ranked member of the 7 Demon Generals, the Dark Demon General, Elon. Elon raised an eyebrow, sneering. I didn't expect a mere gold rank to know so much. Even within the Raven Organization, few people can identify us. And you know my rank. Ernie smiled and said, the 7 Demon Generals, ranked from highest to lowest, are Skylar, Aiden, Earthly Demon General, Lachlan, Dark Demon General, Elon, Illusionary Demon General, Demonic Child, Alluring Demon General, Demonic Spirit, Murderous Demon General, Demonic City, Entrapping Demon General, Demonic Valley. Am I correct? Each of the 7 Demon Generals possesses unique skills. For instance, Demonic Child excels in illusions, Demonic Spirit in allure, and you specialize in swordsmanship. Your professions aren't part of today's Noah continent, but belong to the earliest lost arts. Am I right? Elon showed a hint of surprise before his face turned grim. Since you know so much, you won't be leaving alive. Ernie laughed, Lou Alban up at the sky. Even if I knew nothing, you wouldn't let me go, right? Because I'm a Noah clan member and someone from another realm that you need for research. To explore the power of those top-tier realm experts, you require living test subjects. So, I'll either die here or be captured and taken back as a lab rat. Elon's face darkened. He began suspecting if there was a traitor within the organization. Otherwise, why did Ernie know these highly confidential matters? Seeing Elon's expression, Ernie smiled and said, don't worry, there's no traitor in your organization. My intelligence network is beyond your imagination, perhaps even beyond Iolo's knowledge. Many difficulties Iolo encountered were not coincidental. They were orchestrated by me to help them grow faster. Believe it or not, I anticipated Iolo being deceived into the death swamp by Alia. What just happened was merely a performance. A performance? Elon frowned, recalling Ernie's previous expressions which indeed didn't seem genuinely worried. What kind of trick are you playing? Ernie sat down leisurely and said, because there are truly many treasures in the death swamp. Among them are items they've long sought after, like growth-type magical beasts, missing partners from before reincarnation, or, Ernie glanced at the increasingly grim-faced Elon, or the Noah artifacts you most desire. Elon's complexion drastically changed. Impossible. We've already searched the death swamp, and there are no Noah artifacts inside. Ernie glanced disdainfully at Elon. It seems the information is entirely correct. Although your strength ranks third among the 7 demon generals, your wisdom and mind are far too inadequate. If the Noah artifacts could be easily found by anyone, they wouldn't exist anymore. Even if you go deep into the death swamp, you still wouldn't find them, because it can be said to be located at the very bottom of the death swamp, or in another space within that deepest part. That space is accessible only by the Noah clan. Elon's face turned ashen, yet he made no move. Ernie chuckled, saying, I bet you're itching to kill me quickly and rush to the death swamp to reap the benefits without effort. Unfortunately, this ceiling formation works regardless of friend or foe, and within its time limit, no one can enter or exit, even a quasi-divine expert like yourself. Isn't this what you call hoisted by your own petard? Huh. Elon's complexion alternated between red and white. Then his killing aura erupted fully, causing the entire dojo to start xuanhuan violently. However, due to the illusory effects of the barrier, no one outside noticed. With a cold sneer, Elon said, your scheming is truly first-class terrifying. You definitely cannot be allowed to leave alive. Even if there isn't enough time to retrieve the Noah artifacts, I will kill you first to prevent you from causing us more trouble. Ernie raised an eyebrow, showing no sign of fear despite facing a quasi-divine level powerhouse who could easily finish him off. He slowly said, so what if that's the case? Are you so sure you can kill me? Different forces confront each other just like in a game of chess, where every move must consider the opponent and see the whole situation. One wrong step, and everything goes wrong. Humph, you admitted that my scheming is first class. If so, do you think I would come here unprepared? Would I not anticipate your arrival? Even if I hadn't made a move, you had already decided days ago to get rid of Alia. Because she led Iolo and others into the death swamp, she lost her usefulness. Humph, a mere gold rank kid, no matter how outstanding, can stir up much wind and wave. Do you really think you can compare to a quasi-divine level? Even if you were an unparalleled powerhouse in the Galesta realm before, you are nothing but an ant before me now. Elon laughed coldly. Killing you is a breeze. Finished Tel Alban, he raised his sword shimmering with black light, flicked it lightly, and instantly the entire building crumbled into pieces. Yet around Ernie, translucent golden lotuses bloomed, block Alban the debris. These were the Thousand Suns lotus array of Ernie. And the sword energy released by Elon also reached Ernie in an instant. What surprised Elon was that Ernie did not dodge, but intended to block head-on. Did he get kicked by a donkey in the head? Even if he could defeat sage-level experts effortlessly, how could he possibly withstand a quasi-divine attack? However, the next thing made Elon pale with shock. The sword energy vanished immediately upon hitting Ernie's Thousand Suns lotus array. Impossible. You're merely a gold rank. How can you resist my attack? Elon was both shocked and angry. Though the sword energy just now was casually released, it was still at the quasi-divine level. Without protective shields, the ruins would not only include the dojo, but possibly destroy more than half of Hongxia City. Such an attack was effortlessly neutralized by Ernie. Could it be that this kid had been suppressing his realm all along, playing a fox in sheep's clothing? Soon, this guess was confirmed. An astonishing pressure rose, and Elon looked like he saw a ghost in broad daylight because Ernie revealed a realm identical to his own, quasi-divine level. How is this possible? It must be some mistake. The first thing Elon did was wipe his eyes, fearing he had seen wrong. But facts were facts. Ernie's realm was indeed quasi-divine. Chapter 172, Terrifying Ernie. Haha. Ernie smiled with satisfaction and said, didn't I already say? If I didn't have full preparation, would I come here? I don't want to perish now. Naturally. I came only when I was fully prepared, oh Barnabas. Now you must be feeling uneasy inside. After all, you should know well that the strength between realms is different. The strength of Noah continent and the Galesta realm cannot be compared. So, under the same realm, who would be more powerful? It's truly something to look forward to. The face of Barnabas became extremely grim. Frankly speaking, he really had no confidence at all. After all, as Ernie had said, even if they were in the same realm, what difference did it make? Different realms have different standards. Ernie was from the Galesta realm, a top-level realm, and his cultivation of divine skills was mysterious beyond compare. In this case, even being at the same level, how could there be any chance for victory? Thus, Barnabas decided to retreat. After all, if he wanted to leave, Ernie couldn't stop him. But that was under possible circumstances. Now, he was self-trapped, casting barriers around him, which even a quasi-god could not break through, cutting off his own retreat. Barnabas glared at Ernie with hatred, knowing that there was only one way left, to fight. The black sword in Barnabas's hand emitted black energy waves. Then, the black sword actually burned with black flames. Ernie showed a serious expression, naturally seeing the terrifying power of these flames. This was a kind of flame that wouldn't disappear until it burned its target to ashes. Ernie swiftly formed seals with both hands and then smiled, saying, "Bold Barnabas, still unwilling to surrender?" Although it was just a short sentence, visible golden sound waves appeared. Malb and Barnabas feel dizzy and alarmed immediately. The opponent almost made him faint with just a few words. This was simply impossible. Even if there was a gap between realms, logically, it shouldn't be this big. How about the 8 sounds of heavenly thunder from the Galesta realm? The 8 sounds of heavenly thunder can shock the mind and spirit. It's something you can't resist. Finished Tal Albin. Ernie laughed again, while the 8 sounds of heavenly thunder took effect once more, causing even stronger sound waves. Barnabas felt like his head was hit by a blunt object. The intense pain Malb and him sweat coldly. But Barnabas was also a quasi-god expert, a monster who had lived for countless years, and naturally wouldn't give up so easily. With a horizontal swing of his sword, a black flame transformed into a coiling dragon roaring fiercely towards Ernie. Ernie smiled, showing no fear of the dragon created by Barnabas. The Thousand Suns Lotus formation in front activated once again. Block Alban the dragon made of black flames outside. Although the black flames were burning the Thousand Suns Lotus formation, one should remember that the Thousand Suns Lotus formation was nothing more than an illusion created by Ernie's magic power. Therefore, Ernie instantly withdrew his magic power, and as the Thousand Suns Lotus formation disappeared, the black flames lost their burning material and vanished accordingly. And at the moment the flames vanished, Ernie activated the Thousand Suns Lotus formation again. Though the whole process sounded complicated, it was merely a second, enough for Barnabas to launch an attack and hit Ernie successfully. But precisely because of the effect of the 8 sounds of heavenly thunder, Barnabas's reaction ability was far from fast. Thus, he naturally missed the best opportunity for attack. Ernie smiled, and golden lotuses appeared around him one after another. These lotuses were different from those of the Thousand Suns Lotus formation. Each contained several times the magic power of the Thousand Suns Lotus. As the number of lotuses increased, they enveloped Ernie tightly. Feeling ominous instinctively, Barnabas swung his sword forcefully, causing the black flames to instantly surge several times over, forming hundreds of black dragons. These dragons were not the same as before. They were much more imposing and energetically potent than the previous ones. All the dragons roared as they pounced on Ernie. Trifling skills. Ernie put his hands together and chanted, "Boundless purification." As soon as the words were out of Ernie's mouth, all the golden lotuses exploded. Indescribable energy detonated in a confined space, creating unimaginable power. Both the dragons and Barnabas himself were quickly engulfed in the golden wave. May the Galesta be merciful. Ernie smiled, but his magical power did not stop circulating. After all, Barnabas was no pushover and would not lose so easily. As expected, when the smoke cleared, Barnabas's resentful figure appeared. Although Barnabas wasn't severely injured, he looked extremely disheveled, a state he hadn't been in for many years. Thus, Barnabas glared at Ernie with hatred. Unfortunately, eyes couldn't kill, otherwise, Ernie would have died hundreds of times. "I knew you wouldn't die that easily," Ernie sneered. "But today you must die. If you die, those guys led by Asif should know their limits a bit more." Ernie spoke, then flipped his right hand, revealing a small, exquisite golden lotus in his palm. Though tiny, it made Barnabas's pupils contract sharply, followed by a sudden change in his expression. Barnabas knew what kind of move Ernie wanted to use and felt both shocked and furious. Using such an attack in this narrow range, aren't you afraid of being caught in the attack as well? Ernie snorted coldly. What a stupid question. If my move could hurt me, why would I use it? Unless I had a brain kicked by a donkey. Die, Thousand Lotus formation, Daryl. The golden lotus in Ernie's hand cracked and then shattered completely, releasing tremendous energy. This energy formed a pillar of golden light that surged directly toward Barnabas. Barnabas gritted his teeth, lifted the sword with both hands, and roared. Suddenly, the sword shattered into several pieces. From each fragment erupted a burning black flame, which formed a circle in front of Barnabas, rotating slowly. Finally, it turned into a shield composed of black flames. Just as the shield was formed, the powerful attack struck. Both sides gave everything they had, hoping the other would perish swiftly, thus unleashing their full strength without reservation. Golden light and black light enveloped the area. Even they couldn't see the situation clearly. All they could see were blinding golden and black lights, forcing them to close their eyes. The clash of energy lasted exactly 5 minutes, with the final result being the complete neutralization of both attacks. Ernie's Thousand Lotus formation didn't harm Barnabas, and the black flames continued to swirl in front of Barnabas. Ernie chuckled and said, "I didn't expect you to have such skill, mastering the rule of undying flames at this stage. It seems becoming a lesser deity isn't impossible for you." Ernie's expression grew fierce, his aura filled with killing intent. "Since that's the case, I can't let you live, lest you become an obstacle. Today, I'll remove you here." Ernie placed his hands together, and behind him appeared a massive golden seal, accompanied by solemn and resonant bell sounds. Then, Ernie took a deep breath, gathering his magic power. His hands swiftly formed seals like fluttering butterflies. Behind him emerged an enlarged version of himself, a golden phantom with 9 heads and 18 arms. Each arm held different weapons. Some were dharma wheels, some small bells, some rings, and some jade vases. At this moment, Ernie truly resembled the 1,000-armed Guanyin of Gilsdism. Barnabas's pupils constricted. Although he didn't know what move Ernie was using, as a quasi-god expert, he could recognize its power. What Ernie used now was incomparable to his previous moves. The energy contained within was immense. Even Barnabas revealed a hint of fear, though quickly replaced by ferocity. So what if it was powerful? After using such a strong move, the caster would inevitably become weak. If he could survive, the tide would turn immediately. Unfortunately, this thought, while good, was destined to fail. Because Ernie was using a technique known only to a handful of people even within the Galesta realm, Golden Body Dharma Image. This technique was something Ernie himself had comprehended after listening to the Galesta's teachings, earning him much praise from the Galesta. Now, the Dharma image behind Ernie swung all its weapons simultaneously toward the insignificant Barnabas. The black flames beside Barnabas formed shields and then transformed into a fire dragon, not a Jiaolong, but a true dragon. Clearly, this was also Barnabas's last-ditch effort. This was the full force of their attacks. However, when the two moves collided, Barnabas's expression turned drastically. His fire dragon and shield began to melt away like snow before fire, his efforts seeming as fragile as paper against this Dharma image. And then, Barnabas let out a terrible scream. Naturally, it was because he was struck down by Ernie's Dharma image, his physical body disintegrating into ashes, and his soul shattered, turning into scattered light particles. Chapter 173, Ernie's Exhaustion. After defeating the Barnabas, Ernie's realm suddenly dropped, plummeting directly to the peak of the golden level. He collapsed on the ground, utterly drained, his body aching and sore as if placed between scorching fire and ice, tormented by pain. Soon he was drenched in cold sweat, and eventually felt as though his chest had been hammered, causing him to choke up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Johnny appeared beside Ernie with a smile, saying, "You're the first one to survive the effects of the 9 profound pill. How do you feel now?" Ernie let out a cold snort. After a while, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Do I look fine to you? If it weren't for Iolo and the others, would I put myself through this torture? If not for enduring the 18 levels of hell in the Galesta realm, I wouldn't have made it either." Johnny smiled and said, "But the results you achieved are remarkable. After all, you killed the Barnabas, the third-ranked entity among the crows." Ernie shot a glance at Johnny. "Are you mock-albin me? Though the Barnabas ranks third in strength, he's simple-minded and brute-force-oriented. I could have secretly dealt with such a person even if he were stronger. This great suffering, only to take down one of the lowest-ranked of the 7 demon generals. What's the point? Hiding in the shadows, not lending a hand, letting me do all the work. What are you, Thin Albin? Hee hee. Although you're a cunning little fox, compared to me, an old fox like me, you still have much to learn," Johnny said arrogantly, then snapped his fingers, and all the buildings began to restore themselves, eventually becoming perfectly intact. Johnny then took Ernie's key to the basement, freeing Mariah, who had been trapped there for a long time. After a brief exchange, Ernie and Johnny left. On the other side, Iolo and the others were getting very close to the heart of the death swamp. Even they hesitated whether to enter because ahead there was nothing but darkness. Although it was just a step away, one part was grayish with light, yet the other part was pitch black. People always fear the unknown, so Iolo and the others hesitated. They wouldn't be afraid even if it were hell, but the uncertainty worried them greatly. Not even Willie's perception could detect anything here, which made them very cautious. But reconsidering, since they had decided to gather the soul grass, they couldn't give up halfway. Moreover, based on their speculations, the Noah relic might be hidden here, an opportunity they couldn't miss. So, they gritted their teeth and entered. The 5 of them held hands tightly to prevent losing each other. As they ventured deeper into the abyss, some light finally appeared, though it was still quite dark. This brought a sigh of relief. Admittedly, in such a pitch-black environment, it was a huge test of mental endurance even for Iolo and the others. When they emerged from the darkness, they found themselves before a magnificent palace. They exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who had built a palace in such a place akin to hell. But soon, answers came. The ground shook violently, and stone pillars began to emerge. Iolo and the others had to step back. However, more pillars kept surfacing. Retreating further would plunge them back into darkness. So, after exchanging looks, they jumped onto the pillars. As soon as they landed on them, the ground below vanished, replaced by something completely unknown. "I think we've fallen into some kind of trap," Iolo said grimly. Both Herbert and Adeline mentioned the presence of a quasi-divine monster here. "Our luck probably isn't that good. We'll likely encounter that monster." "I agree. Herbert says he can sense its aura, though he doesn't know what it looks like since he has never been inside." "Sean, where's your bell?" Sean sighed and said. She also mentioned this. It said that this death swamp is home to many Hiran Albin magical beasts and monsters, as well as the terrifying plants Willie encountered. But no matter who they are, none dare cross that pitch-black area because deep within it, every so often, comes a horrifying roar accompanied by the oppressive aura of a quasi-divine creature. Iolo frowned deeply. After a while, he spoke up. "We can't just stand here. Let's keep moving forward. Since we've already come onto these stone pillars, there's no way for us to turn back now." Iolo then threw a rock downwards. For a long time, they did not hear the sound of the rock hitting the ground. Yet the pillars looked only about 7 or 8 meters tall. This confirmed that what was below was indeed no longer the ground they had been Wallalban on. With no other choice, Iolo and the others continued along the stone pillars until they reached the grand entrance of the palace. The door of the palace was adorned with images of Vig and demons, which seemed almost alive, as if ready to burst out at any second. However, Iolo and the group had no time to linger on the door. They slowly pushed it open and entered. As they went inside, the door closed behind them. What Iolo didn't see was that in that moment when the door shut, all the carvings, whether demons or ghosts, slowly turned their eyes towards the crack of the door, revealing that they were truly alive. The moment the door closed, the dark palace lit up. However, the scene before them took them by surprise. The surroundings looked like a museum, exhibiting numerous precious artifacts. 8 men dressed like security guards noticed Iolo and his group. One of them, an older man in his early 50s, approached and stopped 10 meters away from Iolo, smiling and saying, "Welcome to the Museum of Death." "The Museum of Death? What do you mean? Who are you people?" Iolo drew the 7 stars dragon sword with a sour expression. "Well, the Museum of Death is naturally a place where death is displayed and collected. Haven't you noticed that every artifact here is related to death?" the man asked, still smiling. Iolo and his companions frowned, finally realizing that whether it was vases, oil paintings, or other decorations, all depicted scenes of horrific deaths without a single repetition. Some had decapitated heads, others were sawn in half, and some were made into wax figures while still alive. The scenes grew increasingly disgusting until they couldn't bear to look anymore. Still, the Gervais continued to smile and ask, "Would you like a memorial to your death? It's been years since anyone has come here. Let me think carefully about what kind of death would be most suitable for you." He actually appeared thoughtful after finishing his sentence. Chapter 174, The Terrifying 8-Headed Serpent. This guy really doesn't take us seriously at all. Mike was both embarrassed and angry. He released a beam of sword energy from the treasure sword in his hand, but the opponent didn't even bother to look. He casually waved his hand and deflected Mike's attack. Mike was greatly alarmed and quickly retreated with his companions. Herbert and Adeline also almost simultaneously warned Willie and Sean that this man before them exuded a familiar aura. In other words, this man was at the level of a pseudo-god. Yet wasn't he supposed to be some kind of monster? But he certainly looked human. However, in the next moment, this thought was shattered. The Gervais seemed to have made up his mind. He raised his head and revealed a bone-chilling smile, his mouth gaping wide to reveal triangular teeth. Those who were behind him slowly approached, and finally, in front of Mike and his group's astonished gazes, they merged under a red glow, growing larger. Eventually, they transformed into something quite terrifying. This creature had only one round body but possessed 8 enormous heads, all snake heads, that appeared extremely bizarre. Sean furrowed his brows. Then his expression turned grim as if he had recalled something. "Do you know this monster, Sean?" Mike naturally noticed Sean's changed expression. Sean solemnly nodded and said, "He is the monster of monsters, the 8-headed serpent." "What did you say?" As soon as Sean finished Spialban, everyone else was taken aback. Because there was no one in this world who didn't know about the 8-headed serpent, not just referring to Noah's continent, but in any dimension, no one was unaware of its existence. This creature was simply indescribable. The 8-headed serpent had absolute defensive power across its entire body, with its only vulnerability being its heads. However, even if one managed to cut off an 8-headed serpent's head, it would immediately regrow a new one. Therefore, dealing with this monster was nearly impossible. There had once been an event in history that caused great shock. In a dimension whose strength was not inferior to top-tier dimensions, the creator of that dimension offended an 8-headed serpent. Following this, the 8-headed serpent retaliated fiercely. Not only was it one serpent, but they had their own dimension filled with 8-headed serpents. Under the leadership of their chief, all the 8-headed serpents invaded that dimension. For a time, blood-curdling screams filled the air. Neither gods, demons, nor humans could escape the wrath of those fierce and brutal serpents. The creator of that dimension eventually stood up to fight the chief of the 8-headed serpents to the death. However, the outcome of that battle was astonishing. The creator lost, and lost completely. Even his soul couldn't escape. Other creators began to fear this species, for thoroughly destroying them was too difficult unless one had an overwhelming power advantage. Otherwise, battles would inevitably be one-sided. At that time, to prevent the invasion of the 8-headed serpents into other dimensions, several top experts from the leading dimensions came forward. Despite past conflicts, the Spirit Realm, Galesta Realm, Earth, Elven Realm, Inska Realm, Demon Spirit Realm, among more than a dozen others, united against the 8-headed serpents. Ultimately, it took the most formidable experts from each realm to eliminate the chief of the 8-headed serpents. Participants included Pangu and Yuwa from Earth, the Soul God from the Spirit Realm, the Galesta from the Galesta Realm, Yendi and Lei Di from the Elven Realm, and the 6 kings of Inska Realm. It took over a dozen such experts to completely destroy the chief of the 8-headed serpents. With their leader gone, the morale of the 8-headed serpents plummeted, leading to successive defeats until they were ultimately exterminated by people from various realms. What Mike didn't expect was encountering an 8-headed serpent. Although they were once experts from various realms, they had advanced later and hadn't participated in that battle. While they knew the weaknesses of the 8-headed serpent, facing a pseudo-god level 8-headed serpent meant certain death for pseudo-god level experts, let alone gold level individuals like Mike and his team. Even though their abilities were exceptional, they were not invincible. Against the 8-headed serpent, they had no chance to fight back. Therefore, Iolo immediately shouted, "Run fast." At this moment, how could they possibly still think about searching for the soul grass? It would be a success if they could just save their lives. Iolo and his team were not simple-minded people who relied solely on physical strength. They naturally wouldn't do something as foolish as dashing to certain death. The door was tightly shut, and even their attacks had no effect at all. Iolo's face turned extremely grim. Should they fight it head-on? That was absolutely unrealistic. There was no way they could win. But running away didn't seem feasible either, with no idea of where to go and the door firmly closed, leaving no way out. Turning around, everyone looked at the 8-headed serpent, fear showing clearly on their faces. However, Iolo's expression quickly turned resolute. "Let's fight it." Fight it head on. Have you gone mad? How can we possibly win? Sean roared. Now is not the time for rash bravery. What we need to do is run for our lives. I know, Iolo said coldly. My point is that I'll stay behind. As the team leader, it's my duty to ensure my teammates' safety. So, you guys should leave immediately. I can't beat it either, but if I fight desperately, I can buy some time. Take this opportunity to break through the door and escape. Don't come back. No. How can we let you do that? Mara cried. Lualban at the already charging Iolo, wanting to help but held back by Iolo's roar. At least for the last time, follow your captain's orders. Saying it's the last time, Willie covered her mouth, tears rolling down her cheeks. Let's go, don't betray Iolo's heart, Auden said coldly. No, how can I? Before Mara could finish Spialban, she felt a teardrop fall on her face. Auden you. But Auden said no more, summoned the White Phoenix, and used its power to finally break open the door. The group left Iolo's sight riding on the White Phoenix. Iolo smiled in relief, then radiated powerful killing intent, glaring coldly at the eight-headed serpent and saying, Though I don't know why you are alive, from now on, I will not let you take another step forward. He shouted and summoned Domenico. Patting Domenico's head, Iolo smiled. Maybe today, we'll die together again. Auden, you escaping is fine. You will understand eventually. Tears are just emptiness. Is it because people die that we feel sad, or does sadness kill us? The answer lies in each of your hearts. Stubborn and unyielding comrades of mine, live on and face the future. Roaring furiously, the eight-headed serpent lunged at Iolo, yet Iolo showed no fear. Standing on Domenico, he faced off against the enormous eight-headed serpent. Then Domenico emitted a tragic dragon's roar, carrying Iolo and charging forward. Chapter 175. Born on the same day, die on the same day. Aaron took a deep breath and released all his magical power. In an instant, Aaron and Domenico were engulfed in golden light. That powerful aura was felt not only by Angus and others who had already fled far away, but also by Ernie, who was about to leave. Even the entire city of Hongxiao felt a sense of desolation and tragic grandeur. Some emotionally sensitive people even began to cry. Though they didn't understand why they were crying, it was simply a sorrowful feeling, as if they would rush forward without hesitation for the ones they loved, even if it meant perishing like a moth flying into flames. At this moment, all the people in Hongxiao City made the same gesture. No matter what they were doing, they stopped their actions, closed their eyes, and silently prayed that this sadness and desolation could be pacified. Ernie's face changed drastically as he grabbed Johnny's collar and said, What is going on? Why didn't you tell me that the monster in the Swamp of Death was the eight-headed great serpent when I asked you about it before? However, Johnny was also stunned for a moment before he replied, We can't worry about that now. We must quickly go to the Swamp of Death and see. At this moment, Aaron released all his power and looked at the eight-headed great serpent with a cold smile. Let's settle this in a fight to the death. Secret technique, 10,000 Dragon Ascension. Aaron let out a dragon's roar, and the golden light around him started to split into countless five-clawed golden dragons, eventually numbering in the tens of thousands. The palace had long been shattered. Countless five-clawed golden dragons flew and swirled around Aaron, yet at this moment, blood was flowing from Aaron's ears, eyes, mouth, and nose. But Aaron still gritted his teeth and held on, for as he had said, he had companions behind him who needed protection. With a cold gaze, all the five-clawed golden dragons lunged towards the 8 heads of the 8-headed great serpent, cutting off the heads even as they regrew instantly. Meanwhile, Aaron wielded the 7-star dragon sword and flew toward the nearest head of the 8-headed great serpent, delivering the Dragonslayer's slash without hesitation. The sword energy transformed into a blue dragon that severed the head of the serpent, which then predictably regrew, emitting black smoke from its enormous head. Dennisissinus. Aaron retreated quickly, avoiding being harmed by the toxins due to his timely retreat. However, while dodging the poison, Aaron inadvertently exposed a vulnerability. Naturally, the 8-headed great serpent seized the opportunity, roaring and opening its vast mouth to swallow Aaron whole. Facing imminent death, Aaron revealed a carefree smile. Finally, everything would end. But before dying, he had managed to do something a captain should do. Just then, strange occurrences transpired. Several beams of light penetrated the foremost snake, head rushing over. Although it would regrow, the time taken was enough for Aaron to escape the attack range of the 8-headed great serpent. Lualban back. Aaron saw Angus and the others. His expression changed. Didn't I tell you all to leave? Why did you come back? Go away. Angus smiled and said, Though I didn't approve of coming back, do you think any of your teammates would live on regardless of your life or death? He finished Spialban, stood on Eugenia's back, and shouted, Partners, today, we live together and die together. With that, Angus laughed heartily, crossed his hands, and a fiery red magic seal appeared in front of him, from which emerged a gigantic fire phoenix. The fire phoenix emitted a clear cry and fiercely collided with the 8-headed great serpent. As soon as the serpent's body was struck by the fire phoenix, it caught fire. Despite the 8-headed great serpent's regenerative ability, the divine fire of the phoenix was eternal, so the flames burned on the serpent continuously without extinguishing. Sean grinned and called out, Francisco, Norma, Ling. As the names left his lips, the 3 spirit pets appeared. Francisco generated a grayish light between his hands, forming a sharp axe. Roaring, Francisco slashed forward, producing a giant beam of light, much larger than the axe itself, cutting ruthlessly towards one head of the 8-headed great serpent. Meanwhile, Norma waved her hands gracefully, crossing them to form a purple magic circle, which emitted purple light columns that merged with Francisco Light Blade. And Ling had also joined the action. If it came to strength, Ling was the most powerful among the three spirit pets. Swinging a bell-like lantern, clear sounds rang out, visible sound waves transforming into sound blades. The three spirit pets' ultimate moves merged together, forming a terrifying energy that transformed into a beam of light, which directly severed three of the eight-headed great serpent's heads. Xuan was also busy, raising his bat-like magic staff and gently waving it. In front of him appeared a magic array, which soon vanished to be replaced by a black cross with a skeleton nailed to it. The skeleton emitted red light, and below the cross appeared a black hole. Various kinds of vengeful spirits emerged from the black hole, wrapping around the eight-headed great serpent. Since they were ethereal bodies, even the eight-headed great serpent couldn't easily destroy them, let alone because these spirits were summoned by Xuan from the underworld. The spell he used was precisely the netherworld magic, spirit summoning. Each spirit had formidable corrosive power. Thus, as soon as they touched the skin of the eight-headed great serpent, its skin began to corrode with an ear-piercing sound. Mara waved her hands, and the Lui Sha transformed into 18 types of weapons, each sharper than sand spines. While using these weapons to attack the eight-headed great serpent, Mara manipulated another part of the Lui Sha to form a massive cage, which imprisoned the eight-headed great serpent inside. Every bar on the cage had backward spikes. However, after using two powerful moves in succession, Mara seemed unsatisfied. She rapidly formed seals with her hands, performing her signature move, Yin-Yang art. A red taijutsu appeared between her hands, which was the fastest to activate among the Yin-Yang arts she learned. With considerable destructive power, Yin-Yang combined hand seal. Red beams accompanied by a huge red taijutsu slammed forcefully into the body of the eight-headed great serpent. Yet, the strength of the Yin-Yang combined hand seal didn't stop there. Because Mara continuously improved her Yin-Yang art, this move now not only caused the original damage, but also made the opponent experience the sensation of ice and fire simultaneously. In other words, those hit by this move would feel alternating chills and heat, sometimes as if placed in magma, and at other times in a cold pool. Truly devastating. Lawrence waved the Lan Ting Shui feather fan, and Isaac appeared directly. Although he was currently only at the Saint rank, his human form made combat more convenient. Isaac also unfolded his Phoenix feather fan, lightly fanning it to release large amounts of pink light dots, which then formed a long pink silk ribbon surrounded by countless pink petals. Spialban of which, Isaac and Lawrence indeed shared similarities. Both their powers could transform spiritual energy into scattered petals like falling blossoms. Despite appearing delicate, the pink silk ribbon possessed even greater destructive power than the combined strike of Xuan's three spirit pets. Upon touching the enormous snake head of the eight-headed great serpent, the pink silk ribbon instantly turned into the sharpest blade, severing its head in an instant. And the wound clearly showed signs of dark discoloration, poisonous. Although the snake head regrew, its defense was noticeably weaker than before. Could it be that, although this monster can regrow its head, it isn't immune to all poisons? Thin Alban of this, Lawrence laughed and waved her Lan Ting Shui feather fan, spreading green light points onto the wound where the eight-headed great serpent's head was just severed. Immediately, wisps of green smoke rose from the wound. Without a doubt, Lawrence's move was highly toxic. As expected, the growth speed of the eight-headed great serpent's head slowed down, and its attacks became less fierce. Everyone showed a hopeful expression. If things continued this way, they might indeed create a miracle. Chapter 176, The Fatal Weakness. In fact, Aaron and his companions had finally discovered a fatal weakness of the eight-headed giant snake. Generally Spialban, snake-like magical beasts like this are not afraid of poison. Therefore, whether it was the previous experts attack Alban the leader of the eight-headed giant snake or now Aaron and his companions fighting against the eight-headed giant snake, they never thought about using poison. The eight-headed giant snake, being a quasi-divine level monster, has increased defense and regeneration speed. However, for its offensive capability, Aaron and his companions gradually found that the attacks of the eight-headed giant snake were relatively monotonous. Besides poisonous fog, it would only open its mouth to bite. This meant that if one could grasp the weakness of the eight-headed giant snake, dealing with such a magical beast would be much easier. But without knowing the weakness, even if not killed by the eight-headed giant snake, one might tire themselves to death. Hence, when the experts from all realms initially learned about the eight-headed giant snake's weakness, they couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. It turned out that they had entered a deadlock from the start. If they had known earlier that the eight-headed giant snake lacked resistance to poison, Aaron and the others wouldn't have suffered so much. Of course, this only applied to the quasi-divine level eight-headed giant snake. After reaching the lower god realm, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with. However, everything was progressing smoothly. With every decapitation of the eight-headed giant snake's heads by Aaron and his companions, and the repeated application of negative amplification and poison into the wounds by Willie and Mara, the regeneration rate of the eight-headed giant snake became slower and slower. In the last few minutes, it might not grow a new head. Naturally, Aaron and his companions seized this opportunity. Aaron and Allison exchanged a glance. Subsequently, a huge disc appeared behind each of them. One had the image of a five-clawed golden dragon, the other a white phoenix. Then they both opened their mouths. One let out a dragon roar, the other a phoenix cry. When Aaron and Allison were on Earth, Aaron was the Eastern Heavenly Emperor, the first among the 5 emperors, while Allison, whose strength was second only to Aaron, was in charge of all birds. One was a dragon, the other a phoenix. When they combined their powers, their attack was more than just a simple combination. Now, Aaron used Dragon Roar, and Allison used Phoenix Cry, which perfectly complemented each other. A visible wave of sound enveloped the body of the eight-headed giant snake. Sean's three spirit pets also unleashed their respective ultimate moves. Although their single-target attacks weren't outstanding, the effects attached to these attacks were significant. The defensive penetration of Dev the Minotaur, Nikki's Illusion Brealban effect, and Adeline's Magic Brealban effect, while not necessarily overwhelmingly powerful, could not be underestimated. Sean raised his bat-light staff, and in front of him appeared a red magic array with a demon face at its center, accompanied by red lightning arcs. Underworld Magic, Blood Curse Seal. As soon as Sean finished Spielban, crimson chains emerged from the red magic array, piercing through the body of the eight-headed giant snake and into the ground, effectively sealing the creature. Once the chains completely bound the eight-headed giant snake, a massive blood-red magic array appeared beneath it, releasing waves of red lightning, displaying considerable power. Mara gathered all the crystal sands into a river-like form that wrapped around the severed head wounds of the eight-headed giant snake. With a soft cry, explosions occurred, mauling the eight-headed giant snake. After discovering its weakness, its body became increasingly weak, and its defenses deteriorated in other areas until it could no longer withstand Aaron and his companions' attacks. Letting out an enraged roar, the eight-headed giant snake turned to ashes. By the time Johnny and Ernie finally arrived at the palace, they witnessed the eight-headed giant snake turning into dust. They looked at each other in disbelief, never imagining how formidable Aaron and his companions were. Though Ernie understood that the exposed weaknesses made the eight-headed giant snake less difficult to handle, finding these weaknesses was no easy task. Otherwise, history wouldn't record so many lives lost to the eight-headed giant snake. Why don't you go and celebrate with them? Johnny said with a playful smile. Humph, my body is too weak now. I can't stay here for too long. Moreover, I have things to do. As for when we'll meet up, let's wait until they arrive in Blue Illusion City. Acting alone now will make things quicker, Ernie said coldly. What a sly fox. I really can't understand how someone like you could be from the Galesta realm, and even your true form being a golden lotus by Galesta's side. What similarity do you have with the qualities of a lotus? Johnny teased. Did Galesta see wrong and grant you enlightenment? Humph, it's useless to talk about these things. In any case, let's leave first. Aaron and the others will find where the Noah relics are placed next. By the way, what did the U family say? Any reactions? After leaving, Johnny asked Ernie on the way. Johnny smiled and said, what else can be said? Because of Aaron's departure, the family was in chaos. Some support Davon, some support Aaron. And those quasi-god level elder advisors did not take sides. After all, at their level, interfering would upset the balance of the family, which wouldn't be beneficial. As for Davon, he has been mauled in some private moves, but they're nothing serious. With Aaron's current strength, he can handle it. You don't need to worry about that. So now our main concern is Raven and the Western Dragon clan. Although the Water Dragon clan allied with Aaron and the others last time, there will definitely still be assassins from the Western Dragon clan trying to kill them. After all, the leader of the Light Dragon clan isn't stupid. He will eventually know about this. Johnny continued, the 100 Flowers Academy has already planted informants in Raven's upper echelons, but it's difficult with the Western Dragon clan. They aren't human. Infiltration is almost impossible. And due to the laws of this world, I can't use my full power here, only at most peak quasi-god level. So if I face the head of the Light Dragon clan, I can't be sure of victory. Despite these words, Johnny didn't look troubled at all, as if difficulties meant nothing to him. By now, Johnny and Ernie had left the Death Swamp, while Aaron and his companions were dividing the remains of the eight-headed giant snake. After all, its scales and flesh were worth a fortune, which was incredibly tempting for Aaron, who loved wealth. Soon after, they felt a familiar energy gradually attracting them. This was the energy only the Noah relics emitted. Sean and Aaron took out the Noah relics, and indeed, Noah's star and Noah's holy grail both shimmered with golden light. Following the guidance of these two relics, they soon arrived at the deepest part of the ruined palace, a white magic array carved into an altar. I didn't expect another altar, another magic array. It seems the placement of artifacts is always shrouded in mystery, Mara laughed and said, we just don't know whose relic this one belongs to. Actually, it doesn't matter whose it belongs to. We'll eventually collect all 6 relics anyway. Let's go, Allison smiled. Aaron and his companions stood on the magic array. Suddenly, the array flashed with white light, and everyone disappeared from the spot. Chapter 177 Noah's Tear, Chinging a Kristinata. After defeating the 8-headed great serpent, thanks to the assistance of 2 Noah artifacts, Aaron and his companions quickly located the 3rd Noah artifact. At this moment, they stood in a small space containing only a little stone pond, in which was immersed a delicate earring. Despite its outward appearance as just an earring, it was actually emitting power from a Noah artifact. Aaron and company then fished the earring out of the water. Subsequently, the earring emitted a dazzling light before gently landing in Kristinata's hands. Noah's tear. Kristinata smiled and said, it looks like this Noah artifact belongs to me. Afterward, they did not linger any longer in the Death Swamp. Before leaving, they found soul grass in the Monster Palace. The group smoothly returned to Rainbow Haze Gym, and due to collecting various herbs and monster materials along the way, Aaron had made a considerable profit. Upon bidding farewell to the Rainbow Haze Gym, they set off toward the next city. Meanwhile, far on the other side of the vast sea, a huge island floated in the sky with dragons continuously flying around it. This place was undoubtedly the lair of the Western Dragon clans, also known as the legendary Dragon Valley. What made this island especially wondrous was that within the already enormous main island existed a smaller one connected by a thick pillar of stone, forming a two-tiered island where the first layer housed ordinary dragon clans, while the second layer accommodated the most powerful 8 factions within the dragon clans. At this moment, deep inside a magic-rich cave on the inner island, a silver-haired old man sat there meditating. Though he appeared aged, his strength had reached lower god level. In the human world, a lower god could be considered at the pinnacle of existence. He was precisely the leader of the Light Dragon clan, Shiloh. Though his name sounded poetic and beautiful, within the clan, he was infamously cunning. If not for his superior abilities, no dragon would follow him, except for a few supporters. Before long, another white-haired Gervais approached the elder and whispered, "Clan leader, Jedediah has failed and has now returned to the Water Dragon clan. Shall we eliminate him?" The white-haired elder kept his eyes closed and replied slowly, "Now is not the time. Brealban ties with other clans will do us no good right now. After all, hurting the enemy 1,000 times will cost us significantly too. I won't engage in self-destructive actions. Currently, I am Brealban external allies who will likely join us. Then removing the other clans will be as easy as slicing vegetables. But your training must never slacken. You must rapidly enhance your realm and power at all costs, as the day of battle is near. What about those who killed young Master Bart?" The Gervais hesitated, as Bart was the elder's beloved son. Though the clan leader had many sons, none possessed such exceptional talent and aptitude as Bart. Now he had died at the hands of Aaron. A flash of coldness flickered across the eyes of the Light Dragon clan leader, followed by a hint of helplessness. Finally, he coldly said, "If I send extraordinarily powerful dragons, it will alert other clans. Therefore, this time I've decided to send 2 dragons. Saint class will suffice. If their strength is too high, it may raise suspicion among the Iron and Water Dragon clans. So as a compromise. But, clan leader, ordinary Saint class dragons can't defeat those kids. Though young, they are anomalies among monsters, capable of surpassing their ranks according to our investigations. If we send regular Saint class dragons, wouldn't they? Never mind, this time, I plan to send 2 dragons, Metal Dragon Erwin and Shadow Dragon Leah. Though individually weak, together their combined attacks possess terrifying power. No matter how extraordinary those fellows are, they cannot win." Shiloh sneered coldly. "This time, I'll make them wish they were dead." However, Aaron and his companions were unaware of what was happening in the Dragon Valley. They quickly arrived at the next city. Yet, as soon as they entered this city's border, they found it to be extremely bizarre. The streets weren't filled with many humans. Instead, it seemed that elves, orcs, eastern yokai, or even ghosts were far more numerous. Upon further inquiry, they learned that within the Eastern Dragon Empire, humans were not the only race. Other races were fewer in number compared to humans and lived mostly in seclusion in remote mountains and forests. But times were changing. Even these races needed to interact and trade with humans. Furthermore, not long ago, the Eastern Dragon Empire had designated this city, known as 10,000 Flower City, as a fixed place for trading with other races. Therefore, each race had sent some of its people to reside in every city within 10,000 Flower City. In other words, 80% of the inhabitants of the entire 10,000 Flower City belonged to non-human races. Aaron wondered who the gym leader of this 10,000 Flowers gym would be, and whether they would also be from another race. He soon found an underground currency exchange office and handed over the body of the 8-headed great serpent. The expressions on the faces of the staff at the exchange office were like those of people seeing a ghost in broad daylight. The 8-headed great serpent, a legendary monster thought to have disappeared, was renowned for its astonishing power. Even more astonishingly, these people discovered that the realm of the 8-headed great serpent brought by Aaron and company was actually at the false god level, which was simply inconceivable. However, after a moment, the staff no longer cared about how Aaron obtained the 8-headed great serpent. Everyone has their own secrets. Even partners and spouses keep things hidden from one another. As long as the items were appraised and purchased according to their value, that was enough. As Alban, too many questions could invite trouble. Thus, the staff at the exchange office got to work. A false god level 8-headed great serpent had a head alone that might span several meters, let alone its enormous body. It took dozens of workers nearly an hour to slice the massive serpent into pieces. However, the money Aaron received was substantial. After roughly calculating, the profit from selling the 8-headed great serpent equaled what the Yu family would earn in a year. This was significant because, as one of the top families in the Eastern Dragon Empire, the Yu family's annual expenses were astronomical. By selling the 8-headed great serpent, Aaron instantly became fabulously wealthy. Not to mention the money he earned from selling 2 Western dragons previously. Now Aaron's pockets were truly full. As they left the exchange office, Kristanata suggested, "Let's go to the auction." "Auction? What do they mainly sell?" Aaron looked curious. Kristanata shrugged. "It varies each time since the items up for auction are never the same. But there are indeed many things that even we need. For instance, potions to break through bottlenecks, healing talismans for instant blood recovery, various rare materials for magic arrays, or even valuable equipment." "Interesting, then let's go check it out. You've piqued my curiosity." Mara rubbed her hands together, smiling. Chapter 178, The Saint Rank Auctioneer. Aaron and his companions arrived at the city's most prestigious auction. It was rumored that the auction house was backed by the royal family of the elf race, holding an auction once a month. each with incredibly precious items on offer. Just as Aaron and the others were about to enter, they were told they could not go in. Aaron raised an eyebrow. What must we do to enter? Either you are nobility or you pay the entry fee, 500,000 gold coins per person. The guard at the entrance displayed an extremely disdainful expression. No wonder he acted this way. After all, judging from their appearance, Aaron and his group looked like mere children, the oldest being Sean, who was just 17 years old. While the equipment they wore was indeed useful, it wasn't extravagant. In other words, their attire was completely different from the flashy clothing worn by rich nobles. Thus, both wealth and nobility could be ruled out for them. What else was there for the guard to fear? But, don't gold rank members get free entry? Aaron frowned and spoke with evident displeasure. Humph, kids, run along, you're only gold rank? Don't make me laugh. You. The guard's words were cut short when 6 powerful auras suddenly pressed down, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Among those attending the auction were no shortage of experts who could instantly gauge Aaron and his companions' realms. Although outwardly calm, internally they were shaken. After all, although the number of saint rank individuals throughout the entire Eastern Dragon Empire was not insignificant, most either belonged to the royal family or were elders of top-tier sects who rarely ventured out or involved themselves in worldly affairs. Therefore, the most active in the entire empire were still those at the gold rank. After all, for many people, the pseudo-deity realm was legendary, and the saint rank was rare, so opportunities to meet them were few and far between. Malbin, the gold rank, naturally became the most admired realm. With Aaron and his companions being no older than 17 and the youngest only 11. Such youthful age, yet possessing such strength, left many onlookers Smeralbin with malicious pleasure. After all, in a world where might equaled respect, even if they killed the guard now, the auction house would likely let it slide. They weren't foolish enough to offend 5 gold rank powerhouses over a mere nobody. This was clearly a foolish move. The guard turned pale, for while elves were always proud, it required strength. Despite his youthful appearance due to elven ability to retain youth, he was already over 500 years old, equivalent to 50 years in human terms, and his strength was merely 3rd rank. How could he possibly match up against gold rank? Aaron sneered. So do we qualify now? The guard trembled in fear, cold sweat pouring down, stuttering. I apologize, my eyes failed me. Please forgive me, honored predecessors. Aaron wouldn't truly hold a grudge against someone like this, especially knowing they were dealing with elves. Elves were notoriously prideful and protective of their own. Even if killing him would likely result in no retribution, bridging a gap with the elves was still unwise. Elves weren't the dominant race in the Eastern Dragon Empire, but their strength could never be underestimated. There were reportedly dozens of saint rank among them, outnumbering all the human saint rank combined in the entire empire. Moreover, every elf could cultivate, unlike humans, where most couldn't. This difference had much to do with natural talent. Considering this, Aaron decided to let him off and walked directly into the auction hall with his companions. Within the auction house, seating arrangements were based on rank. Those who paid sat in white chairs at the lowest level. The second level featured blue chairs more luxurious and reserved for nobility of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Above were private boxes, exclusively for gold rank and above. By the time the staff checked and stared dumbfounded at the results, Aaron and his companions had already taken their seats in one of the boxes. After all, the auction included many valuable items. Those who wished to purchase these precious treasures would likely end up competing with one another. While it might be fine for others, sometimes the competition among cultivators could become extremely dangerous. Therefore, in order to prevent a situation where guests obtained treasures here only to be robbed or killed on their way back, private boxes were constructed. The building materials used for these private boxes were not ordinary. They had properties that prevented cultivators from sensing what was inside. In other words, even Perry wouldn't be able to sense the exact appearance or realm of those in other boxes while inside. Not long after Aaron and his companions took their seats, 5 small white magic arrays appeared on the long marble table in front of them. Simple teleportation arrays designed for small items. After a flicker of light, various delicately crafted and tempting fruits and pastries appeared. Although food and drink could be largely unnecessary at the gold rank stage, enjoying some delicious food occasionally was still a form of pleasure. Naturally, Aaron and his companions did not hesitate to enjoy them. Following a lively prelude of music and dance, the auction began soon after. In the middle of the hall stood a large pond, above which there was a stone platform carved into the shape of a lotus flower and inlaid with colorful gems and crystals, exuding sheer opulence. Soon enough, an elderly elf with a long green beard slowly ascended the platform. He seemed unsteady on his feet, almost as if he could be described as approaching the twilight years. However, appearances could be deceiving. This elder was a high-rank Alban expert within the elf race, a saint-rank druid. The druid was a unique profession exclusive to elves, due to their affinity for nature. Because of this, elves have a deeper understanding of nature than any other race, allowing them to learn about the habits of various animals. Consequently, druids emerged among elves. A druid could transform their body into various fierce beasts, thereby amplifying their own strength and delivering powerful blows to opponents. Among them, a saint-rank druid could turn into the renowned storm raven and forest bear, both possessing formidable destructive power. As soon as the elder stepped up, the crowd below erupted in discussion. Am I seeing things? Auctioneer Dylan is presiding over this auction personally. Could it be that there's something special about this auction? Indeed, that's what I think too. Elder Dylan is a saint-rank expert and rarely takes charge of auctions. There must be a significant treasure being unveiled this time. I can't wait to find out what it is. Even if there's a treasure with great allure, so what? Such items are never likely to fall into our hands. Following previous trends, they will all end up in the possession of those seated in the private boxes. Even if we manage to get it, we'd just invite disaster and won't live in peace. Although there was chatter below, those seated in the private boxes did not show any surprise. After all, reaching their current level of cultivation meant they had mastered the art of self-composure, making them immune to such minor matters. They remained unperturbed. Chapter 179, The Precious Reversing Scale Sword. Do you think since this elf named Nash is personally hosting the auction, what could the treasures be? Mara asked with a smile. Who knows? Tell Alban about treasures. They are usually top-grade equipment or potions that instantly replenish magic power, spiritual energy, and battle aura, or instant healing herbs, as well as some expensive props. Besides these, what else can there be? Angus said. Mike snapped his fingers and said, I think it's not that simple. If it was really auctioning these things, it wouldn't bother to have a Saint-class expert come to host personally. There might be more mysteries. And what's being auctioned may also be useful to us. Willie, can you try sensing it? After all, this private box only provides defense against others staying in the boxes. Willie nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll try my best to detect it. But I don't know if it will succeed. Usually, items auctioned at auctions are protected by objects that block mental power. It's fine, do your best. Mike smiled. Then they started watching the next auction attentively. As a heavy bell was struck once, a young and cute female elf came up holding a small tray with a piece of blue cloth on it, clearly designed to block mental power. Willie released her mental power, but was unexpectedly blocked. She stared wide-eyed, logically Alban. Even if the treasure is extraordinary, usually only the final few highlights would use such powerful block Alban objects. Could it be that the auction items from the start were so extraordinary? Nash soon unveiled the cloth and spoke gently. Dear guests, first of all, I appreciate everyone's attendance at our elf tribe's auction. What I need to tell you is, because every treasure auction today is extraordinary and valuable beyond description. Alright, let's start the first auction. Nash pointed at a talisman on the tray and explained, this is not an ordinary talisman, but one sealing the full attack of a gold-level swordsman saint. This means, whoever activates it, will unleash the full power of a gold-level swordsman saint. You know how powerful that can be. The value of this item is clear. However, as the first auction item, the starting price is set at 300,000, and each bid must not be less than 100,000. Alright, the auction begins. When Nash struck the small hammer, everyone scrambled to place bids, especially those seated normally. Few from the private boxes joined. After all, this talisman, though immensely powerful given its gold-level rarity, served as an additional safeguard. Those on regular seats included some whose strength didn't reach gold level, but entered after paying or through nobility connections. These people desired the item the most. As for the bidders in the private boxes, most were auxiliary professions, who couldn't match offensive professions independently, but would gain an advantage with such a talisman. In the end, a Gervais sitting in the regular seat bought the talisman. He was a third-rank Iron Knight, who happily collected the item, yet the intelligent crowd, including those in private boxes, felt sympathy for him. Remember the saying, a commoner bears no sin, but owning valuable treasure invites disaster. This man, merely a third-rank knight, having such a talisman, although safe within the auction grounds now, post-event dangers were unpredictable. Additionally, some silver-ranked attendees seemed to be planning tricks. Moreover, the talisman sold for 3.2 million, clearly a bad deal. After all, a gold-level talisman is indeed precious, as the success rate of creating such talismans decreases with increasing rarity. For this talisman, the success rate was only 3%, and countless rare treasures were used in its creation. Even so, the value of this talisman should not exceed 2 million, which means this Gervais ended up being the bigger fool. However, he remained oblivious to this, still reveling in his good fortune. Mike and the others couldn't help but shake their heads. This man was truly dense. If he had purchased this talisman, he should have left the venue immediately. After all, only the participants of the auction knew that he possessed such a treasure. Leaving now would mean no one would follow him just for a single talisman. Besides, this talisman was merely the first item, with more precious items yet to come. Therefore, if he left now, there was a high chance he could save his life. However, since he did not leave, whether he would survive after the auction was uncertain. Although Mike and the others didn't value this talisman much, many mid- and low-rank individuals considered it a treasure. With the successful start of the first item, Nash stroked his beard contentedly, and then struck the heavy bell again, signaling that the second item could be brought up. The second item was carried by a handsome elf male on both hands. When the cloth was lifted, it revealed an exquisite sword. This sword elicited gasps from everyone present, including the gold-level and Saint-class experts in the private boxes. This was truly an exceptional weapon. Nash spoke again. Esteemed guests, this is the second treasure we are auctioning today, the reversing scale sword. It was crafted recently from the scales of a light dragon slain by a young hero and sold to the underground market, from which we obtained it. Describing this sword as being able to cut through iron like butter or sever hair with a breeze would be an understatement. With this weapon, one can gain the upper hand when facing opponents of the same rank or even higher ranks. Additionally, since light dragons excel in both physical and magical combat, this reversing scale sword has 3 advanced light magic spells embedded within: defensive spell, light protection, offensive spell, rain of light, and offensive spell, flash arrow. Simply infuse it with aura to activate these spells. The preciousness of this weapon cannot be overstated. Starting bid at 10 million. Auction begins now. Although the base price was 10 million, the bidding became even more intense than before. This time, even the powerful figures in the private boxes joined in the competition. After all, those who had reached the gold and saint levels had keen eyes and could immediately recognize the sharpness of this sword. A base price of 10 million was definitely not expensive, especially considering the potent light magic and dragon scales it contained, which provided top-tier attack and defense capabilities. However, Mike and the others did not join the bidding. They each had their own weapons, which, though currently inferior to the reversing scale sword, would grow stronger as they did. Their weapons would eventually return to their original states, becoming true divine weapons. So while this sword was impressive, Mike and the others had no desire to buy it. Instead, they became increasingly excited about the rest of the auction. If the first and second items were already so remarkable, they could only imagine what treasures lay ahead. Chapter 180, Marion's Anger. However, what Mike did not expect was that after selling Delbert's body, it would end up in the hands of the elven race through twists and turns. But Mike could not be bothered to think about the secrets behind this. Anyway, this matter had little to do with him. And the treasures that were subsequently auctioned off were all absolutely precious, with some lucky buyers getting their hands on items that even Saint-stage powerhouses had coveted for a long time. Next, an artifact that was presented made it impossible for Arnie to remain calm. Because what was pushed forward was a large cage, and Dylan announced, "This next treasure is beneficial for both ordinary people and cultivators. He is an excellent cauldron, for we of the elven race have tested and found this person to be a wood spirit body, which occurs once in 100 years. As long as one is wood attribute, regardless of profession, using him as a cauldron will absolutely break through cultivation bottlenecks effectively. And for those here who are not cultivators, this boy is undoubtedly an exceptional lover due to his outstanding appearance and our specialized training." Dylan then drew back the curtain, revealing a trembling figure before everyone. At this moment, the youth was only wearing a thin and loose garment. When he saw most of the audience Lualban at him with such nauseating eyes, he could only subconsciously pull his clothes tighter. Yet, this youth's appearance was so familiar because they had just seen him not long ago. Indeed, it was the same Diecha who had met Marion before. Marion almost could not believe it as he stood up, filled with nothing but anger. He never thought that the usually haughty elves would participate in such vulgar auctions. Regardless of the cauldron aspect, auctioning young men or women as playthings to nobles occurred only at dirty auctions, and Marion truly couldn't believe that the largest auction house in town would engage in such activities. However, anger was useless because wealthy people, nobles, and those practicing wood attributes all began bidding fiercely. Marion's face darkened. Xuanhuan held the blue flower invitation. If the elves captured him, they wouldn't miss seeing it. Thus, it could only mean one thing, that they knew Xuanhuan had close ties with Bai Yuan yet still dared to auction him as a cauldron. This wasn't just Provo Alban Bai Yuan, but also testing Marion's limits. Mike and others tried desperately to calm Marion down since this was their territory, and if a fight broke out, they would be at a disadvantage. When Xuanhuan's auction price reached 80 million, Marion coldly said, 90 million. This price silenced everyone because he increased the bid by 10 million in one go. Although the bidding enthusiasm was high, most bidders typically raised bids by mere millions. Marion's sudden 10 million increase discouraged many from continuing. The people in other boxes started pondering Marion's background and whether it was worth it. Those sitting in the private boxes were astute and easily detected the barely hidden rage and killing intent in Marion's voice. Could it be that the person being auctioned had a connection with the bidder? Other box owners couldn't help but wonder this. While 90 million wasn't much for these old monsters, but was already quite excessive for Xuanhuan's value. Even though he was a perfect cauldron, 90 million was too steep a price. Moreover, offending a powerhouse over an uneconomical deal would be unwise. Just as Dylan prepared to hammer the deal, a sharp voice came from a nearby private box. "I bid 100 million. Everyone gasped upon hearing this, and Marion felt shocked and furious, but eventually suppressed his anger. Though he didn't think he'd lose to the bidder, even if they were a Saint-stage powerhouse. Marion coldly said, 110 million. 120 million. The man bid another astonishing number. Marion became enraged and said coldly, "Sir, what is your intention? To challenge me over a youth? Honestly, Spialban, if this youth did not resemble an old friend of mine, I wouldn't have placed such a bid. Ernan, you not do me this favor and grant my wish." Seeing no response from the man, Marion continued, 130 million. 140 million, the man countered. "You." Marion burst into a fury. He had clearly hinted at this man both openly and subtly, mentioning that the youth resembled an old friend of his, essentially reminding him that he knew the youth and as Alban him to drop out of the bidding. Yet, he still dared to bid higher. "Haha, I am determined to have this cauldron. So what if you were sitting in this private box? I am a Saint-stage powerhouse, while your voice sounds so young. Even if you are a genius, it's unlikely you could be at the gold stage. Don't compete with me. You have no chance of winning," the man said arrogantly. Marion was so angry that he laughed aloud and said, "Sir, you certainly have a big mouth. Do you think just because you're a Saint-stage powerhouse, you can look down on everyone? It's true that I'm only at the gold stage, but in terms of strength, I am certainly not inferior to you. Although this private box blocks spiritual energy, I can still tell you're from the Danshan Gate of the Eastern Dragons, which explains your arrogance. But look here, do you know what this is?" With a flick of his hand, a beam of light instantly shot into the man's private box. Nobody present saw what Marion had fired, but they all heard the man's startled and furious voice. "It can't be. How can you have such a token?" "Humph, why shouldn't I?" Marion sneered, saying, "Do you think just because you're from Danshan Gate, You can look down on everyone? What a joke. To me, your sect is like an ant without even a false god-level grand elder. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? I advise you to back off for both our sakes. If I could show this, you should guess who I am. Need I say more? It's my fault. Please forgive me. The man conceded helplessly. Seeing the blue flower invitation, how could the man, as the head of Danshan Gate, not recognize it? It was Marian's exclusive token from xuanhuan, whose prestige among cultivators was well known. The man understood that even Danshan Gate was no match for xuanhuan, and the identity of the bidder likely belonged to Marian himself. The outcome shocked everyone. What did that person take out to make the Danshan Gate retreat? Moreover, how did he manage to breach these rooms' prohibitions and detect the other party? But is Marian an ordinary person? Ernon, everything be measured by common standards. Dylan's face darkened. Such an incident happening during an auction was something he would never allow. Such blatant violation of the rules was unacceptable. He sternly addressed Marian. Sir, no matter how powerful you are, you have seriously violated the rules. According to the rules, you cannot get this item. It will go to the next highest bidder. However, the head of Danshan Gate quickly interjected. No, I give up. Hearing this, Dylan still coldly said, in that case, it goes to the third highest bidder. Anyone who violates the rules will absolutely not get the cauldron. Marian was so furious he almost spat blood, emitting an icy aura that stunned Mike and others. Around the private box, many people were surprised to see numerous colorful butterflies appearing, each radiating the peak pressure of the gold stage. Chapter 181, Lawrence's Wrath. Refused to hand him over to me. Lawrence sneered and slowly walked out of the private room. People from other rooms came out one after another, all Lualban on with interest. When they saw that the person before them was merely an 18-year-old youth, they were all astonished. After all, to reach the gold rank usually takes a few decades for ordinary people, and even then, good luck is needed. However, becoming gold rank at 18 was unheard of. The colorful butterflies swirled and danced around Lawrence. When Eshan saw the person in front of him was the very same Lawrence who had once saved him, he was both surprised and delighted, but more so worried. After all, Eshan did not know about Lawrence's powers, and Dylan was a saint rank backed by the elf race. Even though Lawrence was gold rank and from the 100 Flowers secluded courtyard, it wouldn't matter much to the opposition. Dylan's face darkened when he saw Lawrence. As an elf with a long lifespan, his insight was very sharp. He naturally spotted Lawrence's extraordinary qualities at a glance. But what if? Just a gold rank nonetheless. Dylan sneered and said, a mere gold rank thinks you can disrupt the rules of the auction? Haha, we offered a higher price. Mr. Dylan, although you're a saint rank, don't think we are easy targets. Mike and several others slowly walked out, staring coldly at the saint rank elf. The pressure emitted from their bodies left everyone present stunned. It was unimaginable for someone so young to be at gold rank, let alone 5 such geniuses, or should we say monsters. And Dylan's expression turned sour. As the saying goes, it's better to tease an old man than a young boy. If the 5 individuals before him were all gold ranks, reaching saint or even false god ranks in the future might be possible. If not necessary, Dylan would rather not offend them. He could tell these kids were formidable and should not be underestimated. Lawrence sneered, Mr. Dylan, I advise you to return Eshan. Of course, I will pay the money, and we can part ways amicably. Amicably? Are you out of your mind? You think you can defeat a saint rank like me? Dylan laughed loudly. Lawrence sighed, her face still icy as she looked at Dylan. Fine, since you're adamant, I don't mind killing you. What if you have the elves Basialban you? Do you think we will fear? A flash of ferocity crossed Lawrence's face as her eyes shone with cold light. She waved the blue-green feather fan in her hand, and the 5 spirit butterflies surged forward. As a saint rank, Dylan was certainly not weak. With a roar, his body transformed into a giant bear. Unlike ordinary bears, this creature was much larger, with a crescent-shaped mark between its brows, blue eyes, and green fur hard as steel. This was precisely the druid skill of shape-shifting into the forest bear. Lawrence wore a mock-Alban look. To her, the transformation was insignificant, given her own elf background. Of course, the number and strength of elves in her world far surpassed this race. Moreover, the spells and powers within her world were diverse, with each elf possessing unique techniques. The golden jade butterflies around Lawrence gradually combined, forming weapons shimmering with golden light, encompassing all sorts of arms totaling hundreds. Even Dylan felt a chill down his spine, albeit still confident in his defense after transformation. Moments later, such confidence turned into shock. Guided by the golden jade butterflies, the golden weapons stabbed at Dylan, piercing through what seemed invincible fur. At the last second, Dylan's rich combat experience instinctively allowed him to avoid vital points. Otherwise, the hits wouldn't have just been superficial. Dylan, who had suffered heavy injuries, looked at Lawrence with eyes full of resentment. Due to his severe wounds, he could no longer maintain the transformation spell. It wasn't that Dylan was weak, but the elves were generally a race with weaker defenses. Furthermore, as a druid who had entirely forsaken physical strength to focus on shape-shifting, his defensive capabilities were even more negligible. However, to be fair, as a saint rank, Dylan's forest bear form could have withstood all attacks below the saint rank. Only Lawrence and her group, with their extraordinary powers, managed to achieve what others couldn't. With just one move, Lawrence, who had severely injured Dylan, immediately became the focus of everyone present. They felt admiration, fear, jealousy, and even surprise. After all, this was solely due to Lawrence's own strength. But it was easy to forget that she still had 4 companions. If Lawrence was so powerful, there was no reason for her companions to be weak. The people in the private boxes above were also astonished. Although Dylan's abilities as a saint rank among the elves were not outstanding, otherwise he wouldn't have been assigned here to oversee an auction. Being a saint rank was still an absolute gulf in terms of rank. Yet, Lawrence had shattered this impossibility. Dylan slowly stood up, glaring at Lawrence with malice. He then roared, his body flashing with light, transforming once again into a gray crow. But this was no ordinary crow. It was a several-meter-long storm ossif. Lawrence raised an eyebrow, her face showing no fear. She sneered twice, and then, without warning, dozens of thick, thorny vines erupted from the ground. The thorns on the vines gleamed purple, an unmistakable sign of poison. As a race closest to nature, the elves recognized the plant's terrifying power instantly. Now transformed into the storm ossif, Dylan spread his wings, unleashing a tornado that tore through the vines. Despite the vines being severed by the tornado, Lawrence's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile behind her fan. Suddenly, a sea of fire appeared in the sky, and 4 or 5 water dragons emerged around them, launching a closed, lethal attack from above and all sides. Dylan was terrified, forced to descend to the ground. But would that please him? The hidden death moths waiting below had long been ready. After all, the death moth was the most skilled in illusions. Now, they displayed their terrifying power, causing the surrounding space to become void-like. This resembled a space magic spell, distorting the surroundings, and anyone slightly off might be torn into pieces by the chaotic space. By the time Dylan realized the horrifying attack from the death moths, it was too late to change course. Chapter 182, Annihilation of Dylan. At the critical moment, Dylan actually spat out some of his life essence blood. The essence blood floated in the air and exploded into patches of blood mist. These mists were quickly absorbed by Dylan in his storm ossif form, adhering to the surface, turning the gray feathers blood red, before confronting the earth nethermoth directly. If under normal circumstances, defending against the earth nethermoth's attack wouldn't be difficult. After all, even if Alan is incredibly powerful, it would be impossible to instantly kill a high saint-level opponent. However, facing the earth nethermoth, Dylan was completely caught off guard. In this situation, using other defensive spells clearly wouldn't be timely enough, so Dylan's actions could be considered a last resort. After the dense smoke from their collision slowly dissipated, the earth nethermoth returned and scathed to Alan's side. Although Dylan did not die, he was severely injured. At that moment, he reverted to his original appearance, his clothes soaked in blood, leaving him with no strength to fight back. Alan said coldly, "What do you think? Surrendered yet?" Dylan glared at Alan through clenched teeth, wishing he could devour her alive. However, looks couldn't kill anyone. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Dylan took something from his pocket and said, "I have the blue flower invitation. If you dare to kill me, the people of 100 Flowers' secluded courtyard won't let you off." Upon hearing this, Dylan noticed a mock-Alban smile on Alan's face, which intensified, as she said slowly, "You're truly stupid. I believe the blue flower invitation you hold is the one I gave to Teiche." Knowing full well that Teiche had the blue flower invitation and thus protection from the 100 Flowers' secluded courtyard, you still dare to auction him off as a cauldron. How ridiculous. To threaten me with my own item? What are you saying? Dylan seemed not to understand, but then his pupils constricted and fear spread across his face. Recalling the fearful expression he saw earlier from the Danshin sect leader, Dylan guessed the outcome he least wanted, that the person standing before him was indeed Alan, the owner of the blue flower invitation, and the young master of the 100 Flowers' secluded courtyard. Dylan, still unwilling to accept his fate, said, "I am a saint-tier elf of the elven race. If I die, the elves will not let you go, ensuring you have nowhere to hide." Alan laughed coldly, eyes full of ridicule. "Humph. While your elven race may be strong, in the eyes of the 100 Flowers' secluded courtyard, you are merely jesters. The true power of the 100 Flowers' secluded courtyard is far beyond what short-sighted individuals like you can grasp. What you see of the 100 Flowers' secluded courtyard is just the tip of the iceberg. Elves? Ridiculous. You elves must have an inferior god behind you to act so arrogantly, but do you think we don't have one too? Humph. Therefore, you should die quietly. Keeping you alive is only a threat." With a flip of her left hand, Alan summoned a circle of pink petals around her palm, Strealban Dylan directly. As a druid of the elf race, known for weak defenses, this blow from Alan, nearly at the level of a high saint, coupled with Dylan's already severe injuries, was unbearable. A cry of agony followed, and Dylan died with blood streaming from all 7 orifices and eyes wide open. As Dylan died, everyone present was stunned. No one thought Alan's actions were foolish. Instead, they all looked at her with reverence. They were all humans, not elves, and they had long been irritated by the arrogant elven race. Yet, due to the vast influence of the elven race, they could only swallow their anger. After all, the number of saint-tier elves equaled the total of the entire imperial family of the Eastern Dragon Empire, far surpassing even the major factions within the empire. However, Alan was different. Just as she had said, unlike ordinary sects, the 100 Flowers' secluded courtyard was a far more mysterious place. Commoners might view it as a place of frivolity, but any cultivator knew that just a few years ago, the 100 Flowers' secluded courtyard had obliterated a top-tier sect overnight. Such swift and decisive action was extraordinary. More importantly, after that battle, no one truly understood the exact strength of the 100 Flowers' secluded courtyard, maintaining its mystique. So, there was reason behind Alan's claim of not fearing the elven race. Although the elven race indeed had an inferior god, Who was to say the 100 Flowers secluded courtyard didn't have one too? That wasn't certain. Alan was naturally well aware of the power of the 100 Flowers secluded courtyard. Johnny himself was already one of the 3 great demon albans of the demon race, and his strength went without saying. Under Johnny, those other courtesans of the 100 Flowers secluded courtyard or the staff members were undoubtedly all high-level experts. So in combating the elven race, even if the 100 Flowers secluded courtyard would pay a small price, the elven race would inevitably face complete annihilation. Thus, Alan acted without fear. She just didn't want to offend the elves earlier, but this didn't mean they were afraid of them. Alan dismantled the cage in front of everyone and carried out Muriel, who was imprisoned inside. After being captured, Muriel had not been treated well, so she had become visibly thinner. Though Alan was only a year or two older than Muriel in age, due to Muriel's frail appearance, there seemed to be a much greater difference between them. Alan left the auction scene with Muriel and the others, leaving behind only the stunned gazes of the remaining people. Originally, such a significant event required immediate reporting from everyone present, but at that moment, everyone silently left one by one as if nothing had happened. After all, Dylan's body had already been disposed of by Alan's companions, leaving no trace, and with no one Spialban up, who would know? In fact, there was a reason why these people chose not to reveal this incident, but instead helped keep it secret. First, these high-rank Alban experts and nobles entering the venue deeply despised the arrogant elven race. Why should humans give them good treatment? The management of 10,000 Flowers Market by non-human races was purely an act of courtesy. However, these elves took the place as their territory without reservation. Everyone had long detested the elven race, but could only suppress their resentment due to the vast power of the elves. This time, Alan's actions brought everyone joy, so naturally, they chose to assist Alan rather than foolishly helping an elf. Moreover, Alan had the mysterious yet absolutely terrifying power of the 100 Flowers secluded courtyard, which none of them dared to offend. Therefore, everyone unanimously chose to cover up the matter. This way, they avoided Talban the blame themselves and wouldn't offend the 100 Flowers secluded courtyard. Malban it a win-win situation. Mike and others dared to act so boldly for the same reason. They understood these people's thoughts and thus moved so openly. Otherwise, given their cautious nature, how would they have dared to do such things? Chapter 183 The King's Calculations. Because the matter of Dylan's killing was tacitly concealed by everyone at the auction, it wasn't until the next day that anyone discovered it. By this point, catching the murderer was a daunting task. Any person who had been in the auction could have been the killer, but it was impossible to arrest all these people. Even with the powerful elven race, they absolutely wouldn't dare to anger so many people. After all, a cornered rabbit will still bite, and once walls start falling, everyone pushes. If these people were pushed too hard, the result would be counterproductive. So on this matter, although the elves were very unhappy, considering certain factors, and given that although Dylan was a holy rank, his abilities were not outstanding among other elves, the matter was shelved. However, they did inform the Alban of the Donglong Empire of their dissatisfaction. Inside the imperial palace of the Donglong Empire, a man who looked no older than 30 but exuded regal aura was Lou Alban at the report from the elves, furrowing his brow. More importantly, this person was actually an Empyrean-level expert, and beside him stood none other than Santiago. My lord, how do you think this incident with the elves came about? The Alban asked with a faint smile. Your Majesty, this matter is quite bizarre, but I believe it's extremely difficult to figure out who did it. Firstly, these outsiders, especially the proud elven race, have always had strained relations with humans in the same city. For someone to step forward and kill one of the elves is like slapping them hard in the face. Others would applaud in joy, but nobody would be foolish enough to tell the elves about it. While we cultivators tend to be selfish, for non-human entities, others at the auction wouldn't expose this. Moreover, since Dylan was killed, the perpetrator must be at least a holy rank. If so, it's really a pity. I truly admire the person who killed Dylan. If he could serve me, how splendid that would be. Oh, by the way, I heard that you expelled your second son from the family. Is this true? The Alban inquired. Santiago said with a bitter smile, As your Majesty divined, I indeed expelled Bowie from the family, since Bowie insisted on becoming a knight, whereas my eldest son, Sai, thus, the two brothers became mortal enemies. Therefore, for the sake of the family, I had no choice. So you abandoned Mike? The Alban showed an amused smile, slowly standing up and gazing at the flowers in the garden. With a mild smile, the Alban continued, To ensure your eldest son smoothly inherits the family legacy, you gave up your second son. But I heard Mike sent Yanni flying with just one palm strike, which means Mike is far more powerful than Yanni. If the rumors are true, even though your second son Mike is only gold rank, his strength must not be inferior to the holy rank. Such talent isn't something genius can describe, it's almost heaven-defying. Frankly, Spialban, if I were to choose, I would without hesitation pick Mike. Long-standing notions such as elder sons or illegitimate offspring are outdated. To reject a promising talent like Mike for such reasons is truly regrettable. This time, my lord, you've made a mistake. Santiago didn't know what to say. Lately, he had been reflecting on whether his decision was right, yet remained uncertain about what to do. Even if he regretted it now, what use would it be? As Mike's father, Santiago knew well his son's temper. Although he was usually kind to his companions, he couldn't help but be somewhat arrogant because of his strong power. Now that he had been driven away, Mike would never return. More disappointingly, Yanni became increasingly overbearing after learning Mike left the family. It seemed that the previously filial Yanni was merely an act. Many ordinary citizens of Donglong City were already complaining about Yanni's behavior. leaving Santiago constantly apologizing. Later, Santiago found out that Yanni was frequenting casinos and brothels, almost mobbing him faint. Though Yanni was caught and severely beaten, it didn't change his bad habits. Meanwhile, Taryn cried every day, for one son was expelled while the other turned out to be a disgrace. How could she not be heartbroken? However, Mike was completely unaware of these matters. What he didn't know was that the emperor of the Donglong Empire had already included him on a list of the empire's finest talents, the very individuals the emperor most wished to recruit under his banner. Although the emperor was displeased with Santiago's decision to expel Mike, he knew it was a family matter and couldn't interfere excessively. Therefore, he planned to personally recruit Mike. After Santiago left, a handsome man in a purple robe suddenly appeared from the shadows, his strength unfathomable. Though the emperor was the ruler of the Donglong Empire, at this moment, he looked like a respectful junior listener. He bowed slightly and said, "Great-grandfather, you've arrived." There was no need for surprise. Once one reached a certain level of power, preserving youth and reversing age were not mere fantasies. Although this handsome man appeared to be only in his early 20s and much younger than the emperor, his true age was considerable. "Do you intend to recruit the young man named Mike?" asked the handsome man. The emperor nodded. Not only him, but also his few companions. It's rumored they are all formidable beings. I suspect they might have been responsible for the incident. With their strength, eliminating a holy rank individual wouldn't be too difficult. One of their yet-to-join companions is named Ernie. I sent someone to recruit him recently, but he politely declined. The handsome man nodded. That's understandable. Having achieved such cultivation at a young age, some arrogance is not unexpected. Moreover, everyone has different aspirations. Different people require different stakes and conditions to earn their loyalty. Since this Ernie isn't interested in wealth and power, what conditions did he propose? The emperor nodded again. Indeed, there is one condition. It seems he had an elder sister who was raped and murdered by Tarkle, one of the 3 grandmasters of our Royal Cleric Guild. In retaliation, Ernie killed Tarkle's son, leading to a bounty on him by the guild. Ernie told my envoy that if I ordered Tarkle's execution, he would agree to join us and convince Mike and others. While I can't guarantee success, I believe their comrade's persuasion might work better. The handsome man nodded. Ernie's potential is limitless. A cleric with such formidable offensive power and remarkable healing abilities far surpasses Tarkle. Exchanging Tarkle's life for Ernie's loyalty seems fair enough. However, as a grandmaster, Tarkle surely has a group of absolutely loyal followers. If we execute him, will these people revolt? A trace of worry flashed across the emperor's face. That's exactly what I fear, great-grandfather. How should we handle this? Executing Tarkle could involve assassination or distancing his followers from him, so he becomes isolated. Then, with any fabricated reason, I can order his execution. But now, the handsome man smiled. Let me think about this more carefully. There should be a solution. Chapter 184, The Flower Spirit Body. After leaving this town, Aaron and his companions rested in the forest outside the city. However, over the past few days, Lamar's condition had been deteriorating. For some unknown reason, Lamar's body remained feverish and unconscious. No medicine or treatment seemed to work, yet there was no immediate danger to her life. Seeing Lamar suffer like this, Sue inexplicably felt uneasy and distressed. This left Sue greatly surprised as she couldn't understand what was happening to herself. But then, something else happened that shocked Sue even more. On Lamar's forehead, inside her solidified body, a pink butterfly-like pattern slowly appeared. This pattern covered Lamar's entire face, but instead of making her look ugly, it gave off an unusual beauty. However, this was not just about beauty, for Sue knew that this mark was definitely not ordinary. Everyone was puzzled by Sue's stunned reaction, although they were also surprised by the mark on Lamar's forehead. Though they didn't know what it was, they understood that this mark was certainly extraordinary, as it emitted a dense amount of spiritual energy. Aaron finally spoke up. "Sue, what's wrong with Lamar? She looks really strange right now. Do you have any idea what's happening?" Sue sighed, not immediately answering Aaron's question, but falling into deep thought. She gently stroked Lamar's cheek and murmured to herself, "It's destiny. Truly everything is destined. I never thought that one day I would encounter the legendary flower spirit body." The flower spirit body. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Being powerful beings from other realms, their knowledge was top-notch, but even they did not know what Sue meant by the flower spirit body, as they had never heard of such a constitution. "Well, it's not surprising that you're unaware," Sue explained. "The flower spirit body is incredibly rare, and even if it exists, it can only awaken under specific circumstances." Sue continued, "As the name suggests, this body type has something to do with flowers. In fact, it's an ancient legend in our elf realm. Back then, when I first ascended to the throne of the elf realm, there were 4 emperors initially, not 3. Among them were the Jace who lived in the lava volcano, the Warren residing in the Thunder God Temple, and I, as the Spirit Emperor, lived in Butterfly Valley. There was another person who stood above the 3 emperors, someone who could freely control the living flora and fauna, hence earning the title of Elf Sovereign. We all wondered why the Elf Sovereign possessed such immense power. After all, at that time, even though I and the other 2 emperors were at the world creation level, we couldn't last 3 moves against him. He could almost effortlessly control the surrounding plants, granting them life and intelligence. Later, we discovered that the Elf Sovereign's strength stemmed from his special physique, the flower spirit body. The flower spirit body, as it's called, refers to a person chosen by myriad flowers. Inside the chosen one resides a key which will break open under certain conditions, transforming into energy. Only then will the flower spirit body reveal itself within that person. However, this is not necessarily a good thing. As she said this, Sue's expression turned gloomy. Why so? Aaron and the others asked, puzzled. Is there a downside to this kind of constitution? Sue sighed again and nodded. Once the flower spirit body awakens, all the meridians and flesh in the body are cleansed anew. The pain endured during this process is absolutely beyond what ordinary people can bear, and even if they endure it, it leads to a fatal outcome. Because this energy is too tyrannical, it can lead to the collapse of one's soul. If one wants the benefits of this constitution without losing their life, there is only one method. Drink the water of life. Water of life? Isn't that one of the 3 treasures produced by the tree of life in your elf realm? It's said that only 1 cup is produced each year. Its value is self-evident. Even if one is barely hanging on by a thread, Dreenalban, the water of life, can instantly restore them. Aaron exclaimed, do you mean that upon awakening this constitution, one must rely on the water of life to save their life? Sue nodded. To be honest, I didn't realize Lamar possessed the flower spirit body. Sigh, it's truly a coincidence. I once met the elf sovereign twice. The second time, he told me he hoped I could help him find his long-lost younger brother who was also a flower spirit body. Many years have passed since then. Although the elf sovereign is still in the elf realm, he has disappeared and no one knows where he went. Although I encountered Lamar, I cannot bring him back to the elf realm. And because of the awakening now, Lamar's situation looks dire. How can this be? Goldie covered her mouth. Isn't there another way? Does he really need the water of life to make it through? Sue shook her head helplessly. There is a way, but I dare not use it. What method? Aaron asked. What do you have to fear? We're here with you, and no one will interfere. No, that's not what I mean, Sue said, frowning slightly. The reason the water of life is needed is because the energy of the flower spirit body is too overpowering. If this energy can be split and transferred to 2 people, then I can perform a secret technique, which might save Lamar's life. Additionally, we can use the immense energy generated by the awakening of the flower spirit body to send Lamar back to the elf realm temporarily. But doing this would negate the existence of the flower spirit body, meaning his future cultivation would be less advantageous compared to its original effects. At this moment, life is more important than anything else. Losing such a special constitution is secondary. Let's just focus on saving his life first, Sean interjected. Besides, you are doing this to save him, not for his power. I think even the elf sovereign would understand if he knew. Sue looked at the increasingly suffering Lamar in her arms, bit her lip, and said, if so, set up a protective barrier around me. I'm going to start treating Lamar immediately. Xuanhuan and the others nodded, not wasting any time, quickly gathered around Sue, creating some distance between themselves and her. The 4 released their power, forming a semi-transparent barrier that would be virtually unbreakable even by a saint-level being. With this setup, Sue began her treatment. Suddenly, colorful petals appeared in Sue's hands, emitting beautiful 7-colored light spots. Xuanhuan exceptionally beautiful. One hand gently placed the petals on Lamar's forehead, while the other rested on his abdomen. Then, Sue activated her spiritual power, causing 2 bright spheres to form, one on Lamar's forehead and the other on his abdomen. Slowly, the spheres connected, and Sue's expression turned grave. This was the most critical moment, and the connection had to be perfect or it would endanger both Lamar and herself. Though the process only lasted a dozen seconds, it felt like years to Sue. Finally, the 2 spheres connected successfully, leaving Sue drenched in cold sweat. Without delay, Sue pressed her hands lightly on the center where the spheres connected. A pale purple energy slowly flowed into her body. She immediately felt an immense force surge through her, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Despite their great concern, Xuanhuan and the others knew they should maintain the barrier and ensure no one disrupted them. It was the most crucial time, and neither Sue nor Lamar could afford any disturbance. Using all her spiritual power to suppress the raging flower spirit body energy within her, Sue found it extremely taxing but managed to achieve some effect. She noticed Lamar's body temperature gradually decreasing, indicating that the damage caused by the flower spirit body was reducing. When the energies from the 2 spheres became semi-transparent, Sue promptly stopped, and the spheres in Lamar's body vanished instantly. Sue then sat down to meditate as she channeled the flower spirit body's energy. In perfect coordination, as soon as the barrier was dissolved, Sue used the flower spirit body's power to open the gateway to the elf realm. The elf realm, though not the most powerful among all realms, was undoubtedly the most beautiful. At this moment, in the image, there was a handsome man with long golden hair sitting in an opulent palace, with faint flashes of golden arcs around him. The man suddenly opened his eyes and saw Sue, a mix of surprise and joy on his face. Sue, it's wonderful, I finally see you. Magnolia is also here with me. She is doing well. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. As Sue's closest friend, he knew her thoughts all too well. This man was none other than the Warren, one of the 3 emperors of the elf realm and the most powerful among them. Well, time doesn't wait, Warren. I am now entrusting Lamar, who is also the younger brother of the elf sovereign, to you. Please take good care of him. My strength is only at the golden level, so I can't return yet, but I will hurry back as soon as possible. Rest assured, Sue said, raising her left hand. The unconscious Lamar slowly floated into the air, then approached the image, flashed with light, and entered the elf realm. The Warren gently placed Lamar on the bed for a good rest. Only then did Sue sigh with relief, saying, I'm sorry to have made you do so much for me. My spiritual power cannot be sustained any longer. Let's end it here. Subsequently, Sue retracted her spiritual energy, panting heavily as she sat on the ground. Though it seemed she had easily opened the space just now, Only she knew the amount of mental effort it had truly cost her. Chapter 185. Return to the Yu family. This time, it did not take them long to arrive at the 10,000 Flower City's 10,000 Flowers dojo. Surprisingly, the black organization Osifs and the Western Dragon clan did not cause any trouble. The dojo master was a very beautiful woman wearing a bright robe. She was a wood attribute magician named Sky. However, when Aaron proposed to have a dojo match, Sky politely declined, which greatly surprised Aaron. After all, dojo challenges were open to everyone with no restrictions. Seated on the living room sofa, Aaron frowned slightly and said, "Senior Sky, why can't we have a dojo match? As you know, anyone can participate in a dojo challenge regardless of money, status, or identity. Why am I the only one who cannot participate?" "Well," Sky sighed helplessly, "it's not that I don't want to, but I am also forced into this situation. Your brother Davin's power has grown increasingly large, and he has become exceptionally arrogant. The other dojo masters and I have received notices not to engage in matches with you, otherwise there will be consequences. Although I am also a Saint class practitioner, frankly speaking, I lack confidence to face the many experts of the Yu family. While you, young Master Aaron, may have left the Yu family, you must know how formidable they truly are. Of course, if you can get your brother to rescind this order, the dojo match can still proceed." Aaron took a deep breath to calm his anger. He couldn't imagine that Davon would go this far. Though after recovering his memories, Aaron had become more detached from the Yu family, they were still blood-related. Therefore, Aaron had hoped to maintain peaceful relations. But after what happened in Haofeng City, he decided to leave the family. With his restored memories, Aaron's mindset had changed significantly. He abandoned the relationship with the Yu family resolutely. Yet he didn't expect that Davon would obstruct him from participating in the dojo match. If he could earn all the dojo badges, he could enter the finals where the emperor and top figures would be watching. A good showing could bring tremendous benefits and even lead to an imperial summons. That was undoubtedly the highest honor. This was likely Davon's motive. Aaron's face darkened. Sean and the others frowned as well. There was no reconciliation between Davon and Aaron. Davon was too proud and narrow-minded, revealing his true nature as a spoilt aristocrat. For a moment, Aaron harbored murderous thoughts toward Davon. It would be foolish to keep potential threats close. "What should we do, Helmet?" Outside the 10,000 Flowers dojo, Sean asked, noticing Aaron's expression. Aaron sneered coldly. "Am I the type who just takes blows without retaliation? If we hadn't been training along the way, it wouldn't have taken us so long to get here. Returning to the Yu family from here would only take half a day. I want to see just how despicable Davon is. If possible." His eyes turned icier. "I'll kill him. I won't let such an insignificant man become my obstacle. He doesn't deserve it." True to his word, Aaron summoned Domenico and flew high into the sky towards the Yu family. Auden, Sean, Mara, and Willie looked at each other but did not let Aaron go alone. The Yu family was powerful, and even Aaron might not win. So Auden summoned Eugenia and followed. Sean and the others also followed using their abilities. On their way, despite trying to be discreet, the appearance of dragons and phoenixes in the sky attracted attention. The phenomena that occurred were truly terrifying, attracting many onlookers. Of course, they couldn't see Aaron and the others hidden in the clouds, but some Saint-class experts saw the scene and revealed surprised expressions. After all, they weren't ordinary people and could naturally discern some clues. This was the Yu family residence. At this moment, Charlton and Taryn had already left the Yu family for the Albans Palace on official business. Only Davon remained in the family. Many of the elders of the Yu family were now Sha'alban their heads in regret. It seemed unwise to have expelled young Master Aaron based on so-called old rules. Although Davon's power was growing stronger, most of his supporters were sycophants and some stubborn family elders. Most people had started to miss young Master Aaron. However, would missing him make any difference? After all, young Master Aaron had been forced to leave by his own parents. In other words, he must hate the Yu family deeply. There was no way he would return. However, just as everyone was still reminiscing and sighing, they suddenly noticed 6 immense spiritual pressures in the sky. Although these pressures were at the golden rank, the purity of the energy within them was incomparable to an ordinary golden rank. All members of the Yu family became alert. Who were these people? Friends or enemies? Soon, the answer was revealed. Initially, everyone only heard the loud and majestic dragon roars and crisp phoenix cries. Then the sky filled with swirling clouds, lightning flashes, and feathers and petals falling. Finally, through the clouds, the figure of Aaron appeared, with Irene, Auden, and others closely following. Due to the great distance, those present couldn't clearly see Aaron's appearance. They only saw 5 figures, all at the peak of the golden rank. One stood on a legendary 5-clawed golden dragon, one on a white phoenix equally famous as the dragon. One stepped on a huge and beautiful exotic flower, which continuously shed petals. None of the Yu family experts knew its name. Another had 4 pairs of bat-like wings on its back, which were far more beautiful than bats. The last one stood on what appeared to be a sand-constructed circular disc with a Taiji pattern engraved on it. Ma'alban it quite extraordinary. Seeing such a grand entrance, the many disciples of the Yu family couldn't help but become solemn. After all, most people present were also at the golden rank, constituting the core of the Yu family. Higher-ranked beings were rare, even in the Yu family. And these people were indeed sharp-eyed. They instantly recognized something extraordinary about the visitors. Legendary divine beasts had appeared. Could these visitors be ordinary? When Aaron and the others slowly landed, everyone was first stunned, then unexpectedly joyful because they saw the most familiar figure, young Master Aaron. However, They soon realized something was wrong because Aaron emitted a terrifying killing aura. Mob and everyone shiver. Chapter 186, Daryl. Second young master, you are. One of them looked utterly incredulous. Why would Mike, who had always given an image of kindness and tolerance, emit such a terrifying aura upon returning to the family? It was bone-chilling, like falling into an icy hell. Some of the less powerful ones present were already trembling. Mike sneered and said, "What second young master? I've already left the Yu family. Call out Yanni to meet me if he doesn't want to be decapitated." At this moment, Joel had shrunk around Mike's waist. That disciple of the Yu family was about to speak, but seeing Mike playing with a five-clawed golden dragon, especially when those majestic eyes of Joel, named the five-clawed golden dragon, stared coldly at him, all his words choked in his throat. However, that disciple still spoke shakily. "Second young master, it's best that you return, but they're my friends. Why can't they come in?" Mike replied with an unfriendly look. "Of course they can, but, according to regulations, any outsider who wants to enter the Yu family needs to report, and it is up to the head of the family whether or not to receive them." He couldn't even finish his sentence confidently, as he found Mike's gaze becoming colder. He did not doubt that if he continued to provoke Mike, he would likely be killed on the spot. Although both were gold rank, he was no fool. It was rumored that Mike defeated Yanni with one palm strike. Such power far exceeded that of a typical gold rank. "Indeed, we naturally have special access rights," Joaquin smiled. "After all, xuanhuan and the Yu family have always had good relations, haven't we?" As he spoke, Joaquin took out the blue flower invitation. Few people present hadn't seen the blue flower invitation before. It was the unique symbol of xuanhuan, meaning that the graceful Lualban youth before them was indeed Joaquin, the young master of xuanhuan. The disciple bowed deeper, then nodded and went to report to Yanni. Of course, he didn't dare relay Mike's exact words, only telling Yanni that Mike had arrived. Yanni's face darkened. Despite his current airs of authority, he knew his strength couldn't compare to Mike's. If he fought Mike, plus the several companions beside him, he stood no chance of winning. Even with the magic potion from the mysterious man, Yanni lacked confidence. Although that person told him the potion could temporarily elevate a gold rank warrior to saint rank, there was no guarantee whether it worked or had side effects. Yanni dared not risk ingesting something of unknown origin. Furthermore, after secretly consulting magicians experienced in magic potions, almost everyone told him that temporarily boosting realm and strength was possible, but at an immense cost, potentially leading to a realm drop. Not being foolish, Yanni wouldn't take such risks but also didn't discard the potion. Thin albin, it might be useful someday. Yanni had no way out, knowing what he had done. In anger, he had threatened the dojo master to force Mike into a dojo match, thus disqualifying Mike from the final competition. Regret set in after he realized that now wasn't the time to deal with Mike, and though he planned to revoke the ban, he didn't expect Mike to return so soon. Upon entering the courtyard and facing the icy-eyed Mike, though outwardly calm, his heart sank, a sense of foreboding filling his mind. Suddenly, Mike retracted his murderous aura, revealing a playful smile. "Long time no see, dear brother. TSK, why? Are you afraid of me?" The dragon around Mike's waist emitted an angry roar. Everyone present was greatly alarmed, and Yanni's face turned deathly pale. At this moment, inside the Imperial Palace, Ibrahim and Taryn both heard the loud dragon roar that echoed across the skies of Tianglong. The Alban showed a look of curiosity. After all, he was also an expert at the pseudo-god level and could naturally determine that the dragon roar originated from the Yu family. Thus, he asked, "My two esteemed ministers, it seems something has happened at your family estate. Should you return to check on things?" Ibrahim nodded gratefully and left with Taryn without further ado, immediately returning to the Yu family. Meanwhile, Mike was slowly circling around Yanni, saying in a calm tone, "I have already left the family, so logically, I should not affect your position as head of the family. And if nothing unexpected happens, I won't come back to cause you trouble. Yet, you sought me out. How can you stand not seeing me stronger than you? Humph, with such a narrow-minded attitude, you will never achieve anything great. Let me be clear, if you dare to threaten the dojo master not to engage in a match with me again, I will no longer consider familial ties. When that time comes, bear the consequences yourself." "Humph, don't be so smug. Wait until I advance to the saint rank." Before Yanni could finish his sentence, Mike interrupted him. "Even if you reach the saint rank, you still cannot defeat me. A mere ant remains an ant. Moreover, the saint rank warriors I've killed are more than just one or two. To me, you pose no danger at all," Mike said with a cold smile. At that very moment, Ibrahim and Taryn returned and overheard these words, which left them frozen in shock. Not knowing what had transpired beforehand, they misinterpreted Mike's statement. Both Ibrahim and Taryn obviously misunderstood Mike's meaning, and their faces turned grim. Originally, Ibrahim felt quite reluctant about driving Mike away. However, because of this misunderstanding, he hardened his heart and slapped Mike right away. "Unfilial son, how dare you speak like that to your own brother?" Mike hadn't expected Ibrahim and Taryn to return at the most inappropriate time and clearly had misunderstood what was happening. Those nearby naturally did not dare to speak up. After all, helping either side would offend the other, and they didn't have the courage to do so. Yanni shamelessly ran to Ibrahim and sobbed, recounting a twisted version of events. But what could Mike explain? Besides, who was Mike? As someone with great power and pride, how could he humiliate himself by trying to gain forgiveness from someone he considered his father? So, Mike spoke with a cold laugh. "Humph, there's no point in explaining anything. But that's it. Anyway, I didn't plan on coming back, nor do I need to call him brother anymore." Mike stroked Joel's head and sighed. Truly tragic. In the end, only Joel and my companions believed in me. My parents, on the other hand, doubted me. So be it, let our ties end here. Ibrahim was so furious he couldn't speak, while Taryn, being a woman, wiped her tears continuously. But from her actions, it was evident she believed Yanni. Seeing this scene, Mike felt an indescribable sadness. He suddenly felt pathetic, realizing that the affection and maternal love he thought he would experience in this life were false. It seemed only during his time on Earth did he truly feel the warmth of family. Although conditions weren't luxurious then, no fancy clothes or delicacies, the family was together, content and happy. Now, Mike slowly lifted his head and looked at Ibrahim and Taryn, then glanced at Yanni. Finally, he said with a cold smile, "No more talk. I said from now on, I have nothing to do with any of you. So, I will leave now." With that, Mike prepared to depart with Angus and others. However, at this moment, Yanni spoke again. "Wait, who says you can go?" Chapter 187, Mike's Wrath. Mike raised an eyebrow and turned around, Llewellyn at the arrogant Yanni. He spoke coldly. "Anything else?" "Humph, since you've left the Yu family, you no longer have the right to use our family's ultimate night skills. Don't you think you should fade down to Shewei?" Yanni said. Though his words sounded somewhat foolish, there was logic in it. After all, how could someone outside the Yu family continue to use its exclusive techniques? The prosperity of these great families largely depended on their superior cultivation methods, which were certainly not meant for ordinary people. Even within the Yu family, only a select few core disciples had access to them. Now that Mike had declared his departure from the Yu family, he naturally shouldn't use their martial arts anymore. However, this wasn't really an issue because ever since his adventures, Mike had rarely used the Yu family's techniques, and he looked down on them anyway. His true cultivation method far surpassed anything the Yu family had to offer. Mike suddenly smiled, then vanished before everyone's eyes. In an instant, he reappeared beside Yanni, leaving a golden trail as he grabbed Yanni by the neck and pinned him against the wall. Marlon and Taryn were both alarmed and anxious, but dared not act rashly. After all, they were Talalban about their own sons. Mike showed a sinister smile and leaned close to Yanni's ear, saying, "The Yu family's martial arts? Listen up, I disdain using them. My current strength, do you think it comes from the Yu family's techniques? What a joke. In my eyes, your family's cultivation methods are nothing much. And don't feel bufu cheat, considering you were sent flying by a single palm strike from me. Want another taste? Or shall I send you straight to hell?" Chilled to the bone, Yanni couldn't stop trembling. With a light flick, Mike tossed Yanni aside, sending him crashing into the wall with a sickening crunch. Clearly, some of Yanni's ribs were broken. Mike turned to look at Marlon and Taryn. Then, a shimmering light flashed in his hand as the 7 stars radiant dragon sword appeared. Mike tossed the sword into the air and immediately activated the divine sword heart thunder technique. Lightning and thunder roared in the sky, followed by countless streaks of sword chi and lightning falling down. Unlike previous attacks, Mike now had the ability to direct these forces at specific targets. All the sword chi and heart thunders naturally aimed for Yanni. Yanni's face drained of color, fear flashing across it. He knew he couldn't withstand such an attack. Marlon roared and quickly moved in front of Yanni, transforming his uchi into a thick shield that enveloped both him and Yanni, attempting to block the terrifying sword chi. Marlon was no ordinary Saint-Tier expert. Even if Mike was godlike, the outcome between them would still be uncertain. Nevertheless, the sword chi and heart thunders inflicted considerable damage on Marlon. When the smoke cleared, Marlon was battered and bruised, his high-quality knight armor riddled with dents, and his sword broken. More than anger, Marlon felt astonishment. What kind of technique could possess such destructive power? Even an ordinary Saint-Tier expert wouldn't stand a chance against it. Had Mike truly reached such a transcendent level? Moreover, this technique clearly wasn't a Yu family secret skill, so where did Mike learn it from? Mike certainly wouldn't reveal his true identity, leaving Marlon utterly perplexed. After a while, Marlon said coldly, "So, you've long abandoned the Yu family's martial arts?" "Indeed," Mike replied indifferently. "When faced with more powerful techniques, of course, I choose the one with greater power. The Yu family's martial arts were once good, but after certain coincidences, they are nothing special to me now. That move just now, does the Yu family's cultivation method have anything comparable? I doubt it. Yet, I can already use it at the gold rank. Just based on this point, you, Yanni, have no right to talk to me like that. Have you truly forgotten all familial ties?" asked Marlon. Family ties, what a meaningless phrase. Who has truly abandoned family bonds? I need not say more on this. It was Yanni who first made my heart cold. This cannot be blamed on me, Mike said with a cold smile. But he is your elder brother after all. Marlon sighed, seeming to age many years in an instant. Mike felt a stir in his heart, but was once again infuriated by Marlon's next words. As the younger brother, isn't it only natural for you to yield to your elder brother in certain matters? After all, we belong to one family, not just an ordinary household. Enough, don't speak any more nonsense about the family. Mike replied coldly, emitting icy aura again. Yielding as a younger brother? What a huge joke. A brother who seeks to kill me. I should still yield to him? I'm not some pedantic fool. This world belongs to the strong while the weak leave everything to fate. Since I am stronger than him, why should I consider him at all? He doesn't deserve it. If he were stronger and killed me, I would endure it. But now that I'm stronger, I don't have to listen to him. I have my own life and dignity, and I won't waste my loyalty and affection on a useless person. Marlon shook with anger, lifting his hand as if to slap Mike again, but was held back by Mike who grabbed his wrist. Mike felt his patience reaching its limit. "Let me tell you, don't hit me anymore. We are no longer related, and you have no right to strike me. Moreover, you should know that with my current strength, even if we fought one-on-one, the odds would be 50-50. I don't want a mutually destructive outcome. Mike let go of Marlon's hand and continued. With things standing as they are, there's no reason for me to stay. But remember, since the Yu family treats me so unfairly, I see no need to show special respect to it either. After the finals of the dojo tournament 9 months from now, I will make the Yu family taste defeat. You family will be participating, won't you? Come, partners, let's go. Mike turned to leave when suddenly Yanni lunged at him in a fit of madness. On the ground was only an empty bottle, and Yanni's eyes were bloodshot with madness. Just as Mike furrowed his brows, preparing to act, someone else moved first. It was Lawrence, whose face was cold and calm, pushing Yanni away with a single palm. This blow, accompanied by a breeze of fragrance and petals of spiritual power, was both powerful and beautiful. Of course, the incredible force of this move owed much to Xuanhuan. Although Lawrence was already powerful before, he could never use such immense force barehanded, hindered by his realm limitations. However, after absorbing half of Xuanhuan's energy, it was like a major boost for Lawrence. With the assistance of flower spirit energy, not only could he employ previously unattainable techniques earlier, but also enhance their power. One such technique was this falling petal palm. Lawrence spoke coldly. Mike is our companion. Since you do not cherish him, we shall leave. But don't even think of harming a single hair on Bowie's head while we are here. Yanni, if you persist in being unreasonable, Angus, Sean, Mara, and I will take care of you first, removing a potential threat for Mike. Since he finds it hard to act, we won't hesitate. Don't make us feel like you're a problem. I, Lawrence, prefer to nip problems in the bud. Choose your path wisely. Chapter 188, Shadow Dragon and Metal Dragon. Aaron and the others eventually left the Yu family. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment within the imperial palace of the Donglong Empire, the Alban had obtained the report on what happened with Aaron at the Yu family. Standing beside him was a handsome man in a purple robe, none other than this Alban's great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, what are your thoughts on this matter? The Alban asked. According to the documents, the strength of Aaron and the others is not lower but higher than our initial estimation. In other words, their power allows them to challenge across ranks. If such powerful individuals leave the Yu family entirely, they will be easier for us to recruit. A hint of joy appeared on the Alban's face. After all, though he was powerful, could the matters of state be turned by one person alone? The path of an emperor was broad and profound. He had to be not only a capable warrior and scholar, but also surround himself with trusted aides of notable strength, these people being the foundation for achieving success. Only with such people could the Alban's seat be maintained for long. Over the years, the Alban had worked hard to balance the major forces in court, but regretfully lacked a few extraordinary talents among his secret trainees. However, now Aaron and the others were undoubtedly ideal candidates. Besides, Aaron and company possessed intelligence, strength, and boldness. In short, they weren't those useless sycophants who flatter every day. The Alban did have discerning eyes. If Aaron and the others could become his subordinates, they would certainly do their best to assist him. Then Alban to this point, how could the Alban not be excited? The man in the purple robe nodded and said, Right, regarding what Ernie mentioned, I have some ideas already, but it's not the right time yet. Perhaps when your majesty celebrates your birthday. Upon hearing the ancestor's suggestion, the Alban rejoiced. If this plan could be carried out as suggested, completing what Ernie entrusted would almost certainly be smooth sailing. By doing so, Ernie would essentially join the Alban side, increasing the likelihood of recruiting Aaron and the others. But remember, you must proceed secretly and avoid alarming anyone. Cade is also a deep-minded person. To have surpassed 2 presidents and held the supreme power means he is not someone to be underestimated, warned the purple-robed man finally. Rest assured, great-grandfather. I understand fully. I am also hoping for Ernie and the others to serve me, so naturally, I won't take this lightly. Satisfied, the purple-robed man nodded and then vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, everyone had flown back to the 10,000 Flowers dojo, where its master, Sky, announced a decision that shocked Aaron and the rest. They had received recognition from the Alban, thus qualifying directly for the final rounds of the dojo challenge without having to compete in each dojo. Each dojo master could grant a badge to Aaron without any competition. Frankly Alban, both Aaron and Sky were surprised by the Alban's decision. After all, neither had met the Alban. Why would he issue such a proclamation? Yet if it were fake, it would be unimaginable. Who would dare impersonate a ruler? And while Sky was also surprised by the Alban's decision, she had read news reports about Aaron, stating his prowess approached the sage rank, with divine abilities no less powerful than a common sage rank practitioner. At first, Sky absolutely did not believe it and dismissed such exaggerated news, but considering the current situation, it might not be impossible, given the Alban's directive. Sky began to view Aaron differently. Regardless of his exact level, to gain the monarch's appreciation surely indicated exceptional talent. Thus, she presented the 10,000 Flowers dojo badge to Aaron. Indeed, Aaron was mentally exhausted recently and accepted it without much ado, thanked her, put the badge away, and continued toward their next destination with his companions. However, just as they left the city not far behind, 2 deep dragon roars resounded. Startled, Aaron and the others recognized them instantly. 2 dragons, and worse, Western dragons, their sworn enemies. A powerful gale blew up all the dust around Aaron, blinding everyone with sand. When they opened their eyes again, 2 towering and formidable men stood before them, one clad entirely in black, with black hair and dark eyes, exuding an eerie aura that made people uncomfortable. though it was hard to describe exactly why. The other had silver hair, silver eyes, and wore silver clothes adorned with some silver accessories, Lualbin somewhat enchanting. He gave a sinister and charming smile as he looked at Aaron's group. Aaron and his companions were on high alert, for with their current strength, facing one dragon alone might be manageable, especially since Sean's 3 spirit pets had all awakened, growing incredibly powerful. In the demon world, Francisco and Nikki had gathered much energy, elevating them to the saint rank. As for Adeline the undead corpse, after countless life and death struggles in the death swamp, she too had ascended to the saint rank. Among the 3 spirit pets, Adeline was perhaps the most powerful. Meanwhile, Willie, due to butterfly pureness, had absorbed half the power of the flower spirit body, which significantly boosted her strength. With Isaac also joining, Aaron was confident that even if they faced Western dragons again, they still stood a fighting chance. However, against 2 saint rank dragons, the situation would surely not go their way. How were they going to handle this? You must be Aaron, Sean, Willie, Irene, and Mara, the silver-haired man said. We have been instructed by the leader of the Light Dragon clan to take your lives. I am Silver Dragon Gastonal, and he is Shadow Dragon Ander, also here to be your executioners. Humph, you Western dragons are truly persistent, sending one after another to trouble us. Has that old man, the leader of the Light Dragon clan, lost his mind? Sending you back, don't you fear ending up like Galiz and his son? Aaron replied coldly. Do not try to provoke us, we won't fall for such tricks. Besides, whether Galiz or Delbert died means nothing to me. Gastonal retorted with a sneer. We only seek battle with strong opponents. If we die by your hands, so be it. All we want is combat. Though Ander did not speak, the battle intent emanating from him clearly conveyed his eagerness. Foul, companions, Aaron roared. Joel emitted an angry roar and coiled around Aaron's waist. Phoenix Faye, Irene's spirit pet, transformed into a beam of light on Irene's forehead, adorning her face with beautiful white patterns. Willie unleashed all his spiritual power, summoning the 5 spirit butterflies, Blood Butterfly, Azura Butterfly, Rakshasa Butterfly, and Isaac. Mara's hands pushed forward, forming a vortex of sand enveloping her, exuding considerable spiritual pressure. Sean swung his bat-light staff, blood-red lightning and bats emerging from the crimson magic array behind him, unleashing all his magical power. Additionally, Sean being a summoner, called upon Francisco wielding a war axe, Nikki skilled in illusions, and Adeline adept at spells and sound attacks, all appearing within sight of the 2 dragons. Chapter 189, Metal Dragon and Shadow Dragon. Ascari and Ander couldn't help but gasp at the extraordinary spectacle. There were 4 entities of the saint rank, each exuding magic fluctuations that were not human, which meant they should be magical beasts. However, they had never heard of magical beasts that could transform into human form at the saint rank. What surprised them even more was the presence of almost extinct 5-clawed golden dragons and white phoenixes in the opposing camp. Although it wasn't their first time facing Western dragons, every one of them had been killed, leaving the Western dragon race unaware of what kind of abilities Iolo and others possessed. The only one who returned, Tisha, refused to divulge any information, though Elmer, the leader of the Light Dragon clan, had thought about forcing Tisha to speak. But as the Water Dragon clan was ranked 3rd in strength and its leader was on the same tier as Elmer, plus with non-negligible skills despite being slightly weaker than Elmer had no choice but to give up this idea. Ascari and Ander naturally did not know how far Iolo and company had progressed. Although there were several entities of the saint rank among the opponents, what truly threatened the 2 brothers were the few gold rank entities like Iolo. Ascari and Ander were amazed by this feeling, yet it was a fact. Iolo said coldly, "Want our lives? You're not the first. Today, you will also meet your end here." After saying this, Iolo rushed towards Ascari and Ander. Ascari and Ander raised an eyebrow and extended their left and right hands respectively. Terrible energies started gathering on both hands, forming 2 energy spheres after converging. One was silver, the other black, representing the power of metal and shadow respectively. 2 beams of terrifying light spurted out from the spheres simultaneously, merging the moment they were emitted, resulting in a power many times greater than before. Iolo frowned. It was clearly foolish to withstand the attack at this moment. Thus, he dodged to the side, swinging the 7 stars radiant dragon sword and releasing 2 sword energies that directly slashed at the heads of the 2 opponents. Although Ascari and Ander weren't afraid of Iolo's sword energies, they didn't want to confront it head-on either. After all, there were so many of the enemy, and if they resisted Iolo's move, they might expose a vulnerability, providing others with an opportunity. That would be clearly counterproductive. Though such actions could effectively prevent attacks from Iolo's comrades, it seemed redundant against a single individual. Suddenly, Ascari and Ander noticed a female missing from the opposing team and became wary. Instinctively, they separated, while Kira almost simultaneously passed between them. However, due to their quick dodge, Kira's move was ineffective. Nevertheless, his speed startled Ander and Ascari. A gold rank individual having such speed? Even among humans of the saint rank, only those excelling in speed could possibly have such agility according to their memory. But surprise was futile as Kira, failing the first strike, prepared for a second, deadlier one. The almost imperceptible feather blades beside Kira's thumbs gleamed ominously as he formed his hands into knives and slashed towards Ascari and Ander. Ander extended his right hand and blocked the feather blade attack directly. Impossible. Kira was greatly shocked. Although the feather blade's power was a fraction of their former glory due to realm differences, their present power was still formidable, let alone among peers or even saints where few weapons could match the sharpness. Yet now, it was blocked by the opponent's body. When the feather blade struck the opponent's forearm, it only produced sparks. Hee, I belong to the Metal Dragon clan. Though in terms of hardness, I can't match the second-ranked Iron Dragon, my defensive capabilities are remarkable. Do you think your weapon can be effective? As Ascari said this, he grabbed Kira's right hand. Almost simultaneously, a light beam shot from the black sphere in Ander's hand. Attack Alban, the trapped Kira. Kira tried to evade, but his hand was held firmly by Ascari. Just as the black light beam was about to hit Kira, a blood-red beam of light blocked it. While Lam Sang took advantage of Ascari's slight distraction to break free from Ascari's grip, he immediately rejoined Iolo. Sean also moved at the same moment. As the blood-red beam of light struck Ander's black beam, Sean's hands began to form seals, and blood-red lightning and bats filled the sky. Then a cold light flashed in Sean's eyes, and with a swift motion of his hands, black bone claws started emerging from the ground. Ascari and Ander exchanged a mock Alban glance. Attacks like these trying to hold them back? It was delusional. After all, these bone claws appeared incredibly fragile. With the gui of their hands, they sent out beams of light. Thin Alban, they could easily destroy these bone claws. But how simple was that? Sean indeed knew countless spells, but were they weak? The answer was no. These bone claws looked fragile, but were actually harder than steel. Though Ascari and Ander could escape effortlessly, it would still take a few seconds, which was more than enough for an expert duel. In these few seconds, everyone else began to act. At Sean's command, Taros, Nikki, and Linger launched their attacks. Taros swung his war axe, splitting the ground, and the massive cracks extended towards Ascari and Ander's feet. Nikki rapidly waved her hands, firing one purple light arrow after another. The arrows from the ghostly butterfly not only had great destructive power, but also induced fatigue, slowing down any opponent they hit. Meanwhile, Linger waved her bell, and talismans emerged from it, forming an 8-trigram pattern in front of her. The talismans emitted golden light, shooting out a 1-meter-thick golden beam, which split into 9 smaller beams attack Alban from all directions. Willie acted the moment Sean used the bone claws. For a battle of this level, sending the 5 spirit butterflies or blood butterflies would be suicide, as they were growing rather slowly and only became terrifying later on. Now, being only gold rank, their power was somewhat unsatisfactory. Thus, Willie did not use butterflies, for as one of the 3 emperors of the Jinglingja spirit world, he had more than just this attack. He gently waved the lawn Ting Chui Yu fan, and instead of butterflies, pinkish translucent silver threads appeared, surrounded by floating pink petals. These threads continuously lengthened and spread, wrapping around Ascari and Ander limbs and necks. Despite their fragility, they were extremely sharp, capable of cutting anything they touched. Even against dragons, Willie was confident his tender thread could bind them tightly. Mara was not idle either. Her Ushash, Li Lu Sha, transformed into various weapons, thousands of them filling the sky. As everyone grew stronger, so did Mara, who now manipulated her Sha with greater ease. All the weapons she controlled charged towards Ascari and Ander under her shouts. This time, it seemed like certain death, but things were never that simple, especially when facing 2 dragons. If they were so easily eliminated, it would have been truly bizarre. Chapter 190, United Efforts. However, the power of this attack was undoubtedly formidable. Gaston and Ander did not dare to take it lightly either. Although their bodies were bound, they could still manipulate magic. A silver shield and a black shield appeared in front of them simultaneously. With a flash of light, the silver shield gradually grew larger, eventually becoming taller than a person. The black shield transformed into a hemispherical protective dome enveloping both Gaston and Ander. Facing numerous attacks, Gaston and Ander showed no trace of fear, seemingly confident in their defenses. And indeed, their confidence was justified as the attacks had no effect, all blocked by their defensive spells. Nice work. 4 gold rankers to have such abilities is truly impressive. However, you still can't win against us, Gaston said with a smile. Then he and Ander slowly descended to the ground. At that moment, everyone had already dispersed, Sean and Mara on one side, Sean with his spirit pet on another, Aaron on one side, and Irene on another. 5 people stood around the 2, ready to launch attacks at any time. The moment Gaston and Ander touched the ground, Mara revealed an eerie smile. She clasped her hands, and around Gaston and Ander, a 10-meter square glass sand barrier rapidly rose. But it wasn't over yet. Don't forget that Sean had arrived with Isaac. But where was Isaac now? A hearty laugh echoed, followed by chaos in the sky. Then a graceful figure appeared. It was Isaac. With a gentle flick of the phoenix tail fan in his hand, countless maple leaves fell from the sky. But these weren't ordinary maple leaves. When they landed on Gaston and Ander, they discovered that these leaves couldn't be removed, as if firmly adhered to their bodies. Moreover, they felt their mana being slowly absorbed by the increasing number of leaves attached to them. After successfully landing his blow, Isaac naturally didn't stay put. He vanished from the range of the glass sand. The moment Isaac left, Mara closed the top of the glass sand prison. Now, Gaston and Ander were trapped inside this glass sand jail. This was not all. Mara slapped the ground. Glass sand, desert hell. Invisible to those outside, the inner walls of the glass sand prison sprouted thick sand spikes, several meters long, stabbing out simultaneously. Following this, Gaston and Ander let out angry roars, and a faint smell of blood spread through the air. Success. Although they hadn't defeated their opponents, injuring them gave hope for victory. The glass sand prison gradually dissipated, and the moment it opened, Aaron instantly launched his attack. He hurled the 7 Stars Dragon's sword into the sky, which turned into a streak of golden light piercing through the clouds. Dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and terrifying sword chi and lightning bolts emerged from a massive blue seal within the clouds, aimed directly at Gaston and Ander. Both Gaston and Ander paled. While dragons possess remarkable defense due to their lineage, they had no confidence now. Trying to dodge was impossible because these attacks could change direction, meaning unless they defeated the caster before getting hit, they would certainly be struck. Even though Gaston and Ander believed they were not weak, defeating someone close to the holy rank within seconds was beyond them. Clenching their teeth, they could only brace for the impact. While Aaron attacked, would the others just stand idle? Of course not. 2 dragon beings appearing at once with formidable strength and mochi cooperation made Aaron's solo attack insufficient to kill them, although it could effectively hurt them. Irene and others were not foolish. They seized this opportunity to deal decisive blows. Therefore, Irene and the others attacked simultaneously from different directions. First to attack was Mara. Since Gaston and Ander were on the ground, this presented a rare opportunity for her. She slapped the ground, causing the area under Gaston and Ander to begin xuanhuan, a perfect setup for her ultimate skill, the Desert Hell technique. However, the 2 dragons remained unmoved. First, they could see that the attack from above posed a greater threat to them. Second, they realized that the Desert Hell spell would only prevent their escape but not cause fatal damage, so they naturally ignored it in this critical moment. The attack came in an instant, and Gaston and Ander were instantly engulfed in a burst of light. The ground stirred up immense dust, smoke, and mist, which took a long time to dissipate. However, Sean did not wait for the smoke to clear completely, but unleashed powerful magic immediately. After all, he was not foolish. He knew the enemy could withstand this attack. With obstructed vision, however, it was the best time for a sneak attack. Therefore, Sean waved his bat-light staff. Flashes of blood-red light appeared, forming a large blood-colored magic array beneath his feet. From within the array emerged lines of blood-red incantations. Blood-light, divine spell. Sean shouted loudly as all the blood-red incantations extended like chains into the smoke. Sean soon felt that the incantations had grabbed onto something. Without a word, he activated the spells, causing a massive explosion to echo through the sky. But it wasn't over yet. The scattered red dots in the air reassembled into another blood-colored magic array, followed by countless blood arrows descending from the array. Although the power of these blood arrows did not match Aaron's heavenly sword heart lightning technique, they far outweighed in quantity. Tens of thousands of blood arrows descended simultaneously, turning the place where Gaston and Ander stood into ruins. As the smoke cleared, the pitiful figures of Gaston and Ander were revealed. Originally, they wouldn't have been in such a sorry state, but after barely resisting Aaron's heavenly sword heart lightning technique, the sudden incantations and rain of blood arrows from the sky left them utterly disheveled. As previously mentioned, while the blood arrows' power was inferior to sword chi and lightning, their sheer number was overwhelming. Fortunately, being a metal dragon, Gaston possessed formidable defense, even though not as sturdy as steel dragons. With the shadow dragon's assistance, they barely managed to hold on. Nevertheless, at this moment, they were already gravely injured. To be honest, they hadn't fully utilized their strength, always caught in a defensive position, thus leading to their miserable state. In true combat, sometimes controlling the flow of battle is also crucial for victory. Seeing Gaston and Ander in such a dire condition, everyone was pleasantly surprised, as it exceeded their expectations. Caitlin Rong and Isaac exchanged glances and skillfully dashed forward. Gaston and Ander flashed a hint of fierce resolve in their eyes. Gaston held his hands out flat, and a silver spear slowly materialized in his hand, clearly a formidable weapon. The shadow dragon roared, and suddenly a black energy ball appeared beside him. The energy ball split into 2, then 4, 8, and finally several dozen, surrounding Ander to form a faint energy shield. Denniswerful magic began to accumulate within these energy balls. However, both Caitlin Rong and Isaac ignored this scene, stopping abruptly and spinning on the spot. Their bodies gradually became transparent until they vanished from sight, stunning even Gaston and Ander with such strange and supernatural prowess. In the next moment, both of them felt excruciating pain all over their bodies and were thrown back by a powerful force. Yet, they couldn't see their opponent's forms. This was precisely Caitlin Rong's signature move, Flower Concealment Willow Shadow. And as Caitlin Rong's spirit pet, Isaac shared similar skills. Chapter 191, Intense Battle. Bryce and Herbert continued to move at high speed, leaving slash after slash on Gaston and Ander. Although Gaston was a metal dragon, when caught off guard, his defense could be significantly compromised. Naturally, being mentally prepared greatly enhances one's defensive capabilities. As for Ander, there was no need to elaborate. As a shadow dragon, his strength leaned more towards dark attacks, and since defense was usually handled by Gaston, Ander knew very little in terms of defensive magic. Thus, he fared even worse than Gaston. Bryce and Herbert knew to retreat immediately after Strialban. Once they successfully inflicted damage on Gaston and Ander, they instantly pulled back, their figures gradually shifting from translucent to solid. Oomph, your dragon race has been causing us trouble all along. Yet every time, you fail. How foolish of you to continuously send dragons to assassinate us. Do you really have too many members in your dragon race? Aaron sneered. Selling your bodies might fetch some money. You bastards, you've really enraged us. Gaston said coldly, with Ander emitting an overwhelming aura beside him that sent shivers down anyone's spine. Aaron and his group naturally sensed the change in Gaston and Ander demeanor, becoming serious. Dragons are innately proud creatures and will never tolerate any creature defiling them, especially humans who they regard as mere ants. They had no fear before, but now being beaten so badly by humans, if this reached Dragon Island, they would surely become laughingstocks. This cannot happen, and driven by anger, both began to unleash their latent power. At this moment, the magical power radiating from both was terrifying. Gaston slammed his hands against the ground, causing it to shake violently. One by one, javelins pierced through the earth, each one razor-sharp and moving rapidly. Without hesitation, Aaron and the others leapt into the air. After all, javelins, no matter how long, still had limitations and posed no threat from above. But Ander sneered. Do you think you can escape by fleeing into the sky? Too naive. Ander shouted, raising his hands overhead, as a magical array suddenly appeared in the sky, enveloping nearly a few kilometers around them. Aaron and his group were taken aback. They thought they had evaded the attack only to fall right into the enemy's trap. A ghostly face slowly emerged from the black magic circle in the sky, exuding a chilling horror. The giant ghost face opened its mouth, releasing countless black spirits that emitted eerie wails, then charged towards Aaron and his group. Everyone was shocked. Such an attack was extraordinary, and the Shadow Dragon race excelled in combining curses, corruption, and dark magic. No one knew what negative effects hitting these spirits might cause. Adeline stepped forward at this moment, not out of recklessness, but confidence in her ability to subdue these ghosts. Among ghost-like monsters and spirits, there are a few born with the natural ability to command other ghost-like creatures. These are incredibly rare, one of which is the spirit corpse. It evolves from absorbing celestial energy, far surpassing ordinary ghost-like monsters. Not only was Adeline a spirit corpse, but she was also at the saint stage, transformed into human form. Although her realm didn't change, the increased flexibility of her body greatly enhanced her strength. Adeline swung her bell, producing clear sounds that resonated into visible sound waves, expanding and eventually enveloping all the spirits. Despite Ander controlling them, no one could match Adeline's manipulation skills when it came to ghosts. The ghostly beings immediately ceased their attacks, revealing a hint of fear. Then Adeline opened her mouth, and all the spirits were absorbed into her body. Of course, this action benefited Adeline immensely, as absorbing these powerful spirits' energy would help her advance earlier. The ghostly face in the sky did not disappear, for although the grievance spirits had been eliminated, Ander's move was far from being so easily countered. The large mouth of the ghost face once again spewed out green flames, and Aaron furrowed his brows. He threw an unknown weapon from his storage ring into the air, but it instantly melted upon contact with the flames. No, to say it melted wasn't accurate enough. It was corroded. As expected, this flame contained terrifying corrosive power. Aaron and the others changed expression dramatically, naturally unwilling to face such an attack. After all, even a valuable weapon could be corroded effortlessly, indicating just how powerful these flames were. Mara made hand seals, and the crystal sand formed into a giant Taijita symbol, which she then placed above Aaron and the group's heads. A grating sound of melting ensued, though the crystal sand was not so easily corroded. Due to the mental connection, Mara's face turned slightly pale, as she would be affected if the crystal sand suffered severe damage. Of course, the others wouldn't let Mara bear the burden alone. Willie's hands moved like butterflies dancing among flowers, releasing countless petals that enveloped the crystal sand and everyone inside, forming a massive sphere. These petals were different from the crystal sand. They were illusions created by Willie's spiritual energy. Since integrating the essence of the flower spirit body, Willie's understanding and application of nature had advanced significantly. With the protection of the petals, the pressure on the crystal sand decreased considerably, allowing Mara to breathe a sigh of relief. She knew that if the crystal sand continued to endure, she might not last much longer, and any harm to the crystal sand would also hurt her. Sean waved the bat-light staff, but, since defense was handled by Willie and Mara, he wouldn't waste mana on defensive spells. After all, unless the caster was defeated, these flames would never end. Sean sneered and cast not the previous netherworld magic, but the divine magic used initially by Aaron. Under the astonished gazes of Gaston and Ander, 7 golden magic arrays appeared in the sky, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, emitting undeniable magical power. 7 beams of light descended, and the force and impact made both Gaston and Ander faces change dramatically. The destructive power rivaled that of meteors. After all, Gaston and Ander clearly felt the immense amount of magical elements within those beams. Sevenfold magic array. Judgment of the Big Dipper. Just as Sean finished Spialban, a massive explosion occurred on the ground. Though Aaron didn't often use divine magic, now, this didn't mean it was weaker than netherworld magic. Divine magic required high mana levels to unleash its full power, whereas netherworld magic, though powerful, had similarities with Ander dark magic. It would be foolish for Sean to match such similar magic head-on. After all, given the Shadow Dragon race's proficiency in curses, they likely had resistances to such effects, making divine magic more effective in this situation. Chapter 192, Annihilation of the Dragons. And as Sean had expected, it indeed effectively hindered Gaston and Ander's actions. After all, in most cases, casting magic requires concentration. Therefore, if they chose to defend, they would have to revoke their spells before defending. This way, their crisis could be resolved. If they ignored the attack, Xuan assured that the power of divine magic would not kill them, but would certainly cause severe damage. Clearly, Gaston and Ander lacked such resolve, so they had no choice but to cancel their spells and focus on defense. Given Gaston's formidable defense, he was likely to withstand this assault. Thus, Xuan did not expect this blow to critically injure his opponents. His hands began rapidly forming seals after emitting 7 layers of magical arrays. Finally, 10 magical arrays appeared in the sky, each radiating terrifying magical energy. Gaston and Ander could not help but feel a chill run down their spines as those arrays initiated their attacks. Tenfold magical array, Hell Shatter. Xuan roared, the magical array in his hand suddenly glowing with blinding light. A pillar of magic filled with destructive power descended from the heavens, Strialben directly above Gaston and Ander. The two were greatly alarmed, but in this situation, there was no time to evade. Fear of death fueled their strength. With loud roars, they transformed into dragon forms amidst a flash of silver and black light. Almost simultaneously, the power of Hell Shatter engulfed both dragons. However, Xuan's face turned grim. For once they reverted to their dragon forms, their offensive and defensive capabilities would increase significantly within a short time. Albeit uncertain whether the tenfold magical array, Hell Shatter, would be enough to defeat them. When the smoke cleared, 2 enormous dragons emerged. One seemed carved from diamonds, its body incomparably hard. The other was shrouded in thick black smoke, revealing only a third of its body, exuding an intense aura of darkness. Needless to say, they were the Metal Dragon Gaston and Shadow Dragon Ander. Iolo and the others landed on the ground since the magic had been revoked. However, each wore a grave expression. Restored to their dragon forms, Gaston and Ander would become even more powerful and difficult to handle. Iolo's eyes flashed with determination as he instructed his companions, "Cover me for 1 minute. I need to cast the 9-Palace Sword Array to challenge them." Everyone knew this was a critical moment, so they didn't waste time arguing. Each prepared themselves, standing in front of Iolo facing the 2 dragons. Xuan planted his bat-like staff into the ground, a pale purple magical array appearing beneath him. Soon, mist rose from the array, transforming into long chains that bound Gaston and Ander heads, wing roots, and limbs. Yet the impact force of the 2 dragons was immense, and Xuan alone couldn't contain them. Willie put away her Lanting Quivian fan, and with a gentle wave, countless thorny vines sprang up from the ground, seemingly fragile, but incredibly resilient and toxic. They also bound the dragons tightly. Xuan and Willie exerted all their strength to restrain the 2 dragons, already sweating profusely and turning pale. Despite being near exhaustion, they persisted, determined to buy time for Iolo. Allison and Mara did not stand idle. Mara, instead of using her Lioli sand, rapidly formed seals, casting a profound yin-yang technique called Reversal of Reality and Netherworld, which could nullify the next 3 attacks. Before everyone's eyes, ripples formed, and Gaston and Ander perceived Iolo and his companions as less tangible. Allison summoned foam, who flew into the sky and emitted a clear cry. Suddenly, an ocean of fire erupted without warning, turning the entire sky into a sea of flames, targeting Gaston and Ander. Indeed, this fiery assault came from Foam. Masterpiece. Although Feng is a white phoenix, her situation is similar to that of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Feng's original lineage is that of a fire phoenix, but due to being favored by a deity and obtaining a divine position, she became a white phoenix. The divine position changed her power. Thus, at this moment, Feng can still utilize the abilities of a fire phoenix. After all, among the 5 elements, fire has the most potent destructive power. Allison also unleashed a powerful move. His hands suddenly began moving in an irregular pattern, resembling flying birds. Then, one after another, avian creatures made of magic appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, these apparitions were all bluebirds. While bluebirds may be inferior to phoenixes, they are undoubtedly top tier among avian species. Of course, these were only composed of energy. All the bluebirds created from Allison's magic rushed towards Gaston and Ander, exploding with clear cries. The compressed energy generated far more devastating explosions than any bomb could produce. This attack style somewhat resembled Xuan's time magic from before. The explosion of a single bluebird was not terrifying, but what was frightening was the sheer number of them. If potency cannot be matched, quantity can make up for it. Such astonishing numbers of explosions were enough to injure the dragon clan. The precious time everyone had sacrificed to buy did not go to waste. Iolo did not idle. From the start, he had been circulating his internal magic. After all, the 9-Palace Sword Array was no ordinary technique. Even when he was still the leader of the 5 emperors on Earth, this was his favorite move back then, with enough power to tear the sky apart. Now, due to his realm, its power was significantly reduced. However, even a gold level 9-Palace Sword Array held power beyond Gaston and Ander's ability to resist. After all, the 9-Palace Sword Array contained some of the rules of heaven and earth. Moreover, these were the rules of heaven and earth from earth. The mastery of rules is largely unrelated to one's realm, since Iolo and the others retained memories from their previous lives and thus did not forget the rules. Although the power of the 9-Palace Sword Array was greatly diminished, Iolo was confident that this move could resolve the situation unless facing a pseudo-deity expert. It just required some time to execute due to his lower realm. Now, the 9-Palace Sword Array was finally complete. 9 large sword lotuses, each carrying the meaning of unity, emitted formidable energy. Not far away, Gaston and Ander naturally recognized the terror of the nine-palace sword array, filled with fear. At this point, what they wanted was not to fight, but to escape, as they already felt a force capable of destroying their life and soul. However, would the spell, pains to Albinly cast with the hard-earned time, allow Gaston and Ander to easily escape? Willie and Sean roared, pushing their spiritual energy and magic to the extreme, concentrating everything on the chains and thorny vines restraining Gaston and Ander. Therefore, although Gaston and Ander wanted to escape, they failed. Iolo sneered, pointing his hand forward. The nine-palace sword array almost instantly appeared before the two giant dragons, emitting nine-colored light so dazzling that it blinded everyone. A large area around them turned into ruins almost instantly. Fortunately, it was just a forest without residents. Otherwise, there would have been unintended casualties. When the nine-palace sword array slowly disappeared, nothing remained on the spot. Given that the power of the nine-palace sword array involved the laws of heaven and earth, even if Iolo could only unleash a tiny fraction of its power now, it was still self-explanatory. No matter how strong the two giant dragons' defense was, could they possibly resist the elemental laws with their physical bodies? Thus, it was only natural that they turned to ashes. Chapter 193, Blue Illusion City, Ernie. Not long after Gaston and Ander fell, Charles in the Dragon Island had a difficult expression as he looked at the two shattered beads in front of him. The beads were pinkish-white, resembling pearls. However, these weren't ordinary treasures. They were life-bound spirit beads. A life-bound spirit bead contained a strand of the user's energy sealed within it, and if the person died unexpectedly, the bead would shatter, informing others. The two shattered beads belonged to Gaston and Ander. Charles fell into deep thought. Although Ander and Gaston weren't individually outstanding, having grown up together as childhood friends, they naturally developed an understanding/mutual trust. Thus, when attack Albin in tandem, their strength could rival that of Gilbert and Jedediah. But now they were dead, an outcome far from what Charles had expected. After a while, Charles sighed helplessly. The situation was now rather awkward for him. His son Gilbert's death had led him to dispatch assassins one after another, but except for Jedediah, all of them had perished. Moreover, his somewhat overbearing attitude in recent times had already caused discontent among other major clans. Though they refrained from acting due to his clan's formidable power, using experts from other clans as cannon fodder had left many feeling displeased. Even if Charles held himself in high regard, he dared not act too recklessly. After all, the other major clans weren't fools either and possessed considerable strength. Notifying an entire clan wasn't solely dependent on individual power. More crucial was the core strength within the clan. With Gilbert gone, the Light Dragon clan no longer had any dragons who could match Abdullah of the Steel Dragon clan or Jerry and Jedediah of the Water Dragon clan. Charles sighed again. He couldn't send out quasi-god-level dragons just to deal with a few gold-level individuals. It would be a laughingstock if word got out. Helpless, Charles decided to postpone matters for now. At this moment, Iolo and company had already left 10,000 Flower City. Although they encountered some trouble along the way, overall, things went well. Many were dispatched by the Black Organization's Asif, but Iolo and company's transcendent strength sufficed to handle them. The surprising demise of so many holy stage powerhouses, especially one of the 7 top-ran Alban demon generals, Barnabas, third in rank, left the remaining 6 utterly astonished. Who could possess such power? The Black Organization also suffered significant losses and temporarily reined in its activities, ceasing to harass Iolo and his group. Though unaware, Iolo and his group gradually noticed fewer assassins from the two forces, a good turn of events, at least for now. They hadn't much time to waste and soon reached the next city. This city, different from others, was Sean's homeland, Rainbow City. Sean's residence Purple Illusion City wasn't here. Instead, this was Blue Illusion City, where Ernie lived. Ernie had mentioned before that they could visit him in Blue Illusion City. Since entering Rainbow City, Sean's spirits had been low, despite recovering his memories. This lifetime, his family had treated him well, only to be killed by a woman named Lynn. Though killing Lynn and defeating her clan's experts wouldn't be difficult, going alone meant likely peril, as Lynn's clan, though not top tier like the Yu family, still had 3 or 4 holy stage members. Acting alone, Sean might not prevail. Thus, he chose to seek Ernie first. Rainbow City, the entertainment capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire, boasted numerous entertainment venues and top-tier celebrities. While knights and mages existed, most people, limited by talent, could only lead ordinary lives. Hence, besides advanced technology and cultivators, this place wasn't too different from Earth, malbon it natural for entertainment facilities and artists to thrive. Blue Illusion City, renowned for being the heart of artistic talents, hosted over 80% of the nation's stars. After Iolo and company entered Blue Illusion City, they couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. The city boasted the most advanced technological facilities in the country, with buildings styled in the latest trends. Guided by Allison, Iolo quickly found Ernie's residence. Approaching Ernie's residence, they saw a huge villa, elegant in classical style, surrounded by a fence made of flowers, plants, and trees, creating an environment that seemed to blend seamlessly with nature. Upon pushing open the grand doors made from ancient trees, they found Ernie sitting on the grass, a small table in front of him holding various tea utensils, clearly engaged in tea ceremony. Iolo and company approached Ernie, who kept his eyes closed, raising a jade cup in his right hand. The jade cup contained a light green liquid, emitting a rich tea aroma. Without opening his eyes, Ernie said calmly, "You finally arrived. Allison, you were a bit slow." Allison scoffed. You're enjoying yourself here while we nearly died from exhaustion. Ernie chuckled and opened his eyes, saying, I know everything you've experienced. Allison, there's no need for you to elaborate. You encountered elites from the Water Dragon clan, Sprite Dragon Jedediah, and made a pact with him. You also killed over 20 members of the Black Organization, including Metal Dragon Gaston and Shadow Dragon Ander, didn't you? You know all this. Iolo exclaimed. Were you following us? Ernie smiled. Must I be around you all the time to gather such information? He gently placed the teacup down and said with a smile, Please sit. Why stand here? This isn't surprising at all. Just as Willie has Yuan behind her, I have a mysterious force of my own. We are even more low-key than Yuan. Apart from gathering intelligence, we rarely do anything else, so it's natural you wouldn't know about us. My people excel at remaining hidden. Your force. Willie furrowed her brow. Are you Tal Alban about Wyujian? Is Wyujian your BAC Alban force? Ernie laughed. You're half right. Wyujian was founded by me. Of course, in the early days, Mr. Johnny supported me, allowing me to expand Wyujian into the premier merchant alliance of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Iolo and the others exchanged glances. Ernie was probably the most enigmatic among them. Though he always appeared cheerful, there was a hint of darkness in his demeanor. Wyujian, being the top merchant alliance, not only had abundant funds but also numerous experts within its ranks. While it lacked quasi-god level experts, which made it slightly inferior to Yuan, the merchant alliance was primarily focused on Maalb and money, and thus did not require too many high-level experts. However, Ernie had still managed to recruit some Saint Stage experts, a few of whom were particularly loyal. Chapter 194, Persuasion. Well, Ernie, when are we leaving? Iolo asked. Ernie smiled and said, Leaving? There's no need to rush. After all, our journey ahead will be very smooth. And in these nearly 6 months, you've all worked very hard. Let's take some time to rest. Besides, there's something I want to discuss with you. Something? What is it? Iolo and the others asked curiously, but they remained seated, waiting for Ernie to continue. Ernie took a deep breath and said, I'm sure you're all aware that most of us have rather regrettable backgrounds in this life. Willie, Sean, and myself included, we all have heart-wrenching experiences. You should also know why I was placed on the Church of Priests blacklist. Iolo and the others nodded, as they had witnessed Ernie killing members of the Church of Priests during their first encounter. Maalb and it natural that they were aware of the conflict between the church and Ernie. Iolo continued, I killed Hudson's son. Originally, only you, Iolo, could have resolved this matter. But you left the Yu family, which, although expected, happened sooner than I anticipated. Maalb and it impossible for me to avenge my sister. However, not long ago, the issue was resolved satisfactorily. I know. Hudson was executed by the Emperor of the Donglong Empire because the wine he served contained deadly poison. The Emperor, enraged, ordered his execution. Iolo said, This happened about a month and a half ago, causing quite a stir in the country. What was this you're doing? Ernie laughed bitterly. I don't have such powerful abilities. But Hudson's execution by the Emperor was indeed due to me. I ask you, haven't you wondered why the Dragon Clan and Crow assassinations have completely disappeared recently? Could there be other developments involved? Iolo frowned slightly. Ernie nodded. To be honest, this was done intentionally by the Emperor. To win us over, he used Hudson as a stepping stone. Seeing the puzzled looks on Iolo and the others, Ernie felt it necessary to explain further. Let me elaborate. In fact, although I made it onto the Church of Priests blacklist early on, it was because of Hudson. When Hudson kept sending priests from the church to assassinate me, they were all killed by me. The church then gradually revealed details about me, deliberately orchestrated by Hudson. His goal was to lure mercenaries and others tempted by the bounty to trouble me. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected by everyone, including me. After I killed all the assassins sent after me, my actions caught the attention of people the Emperor had dispatched around the world to recruit talent for him. They soon contacted me and asked if I would work for the Emperor. I stipulated that Hudson must be killed first. Given what Hudson had done, it wasn't a significant crime to kill him, considering it was justifiable retribution. However, Hudson had loyal subordinates, and the other two heads of the church had lost power for various reasons. So, they collaborated with the Emperor on this plan. This way, the Emperor had a reason to execute him. Additionally, the information about Hudson covering up his son's deeds and his other misdeeds was deliberately spread, turning Hudson into an outcast. Soon after, the Emperor issued the order to execute him. Thus, I agreed to hand over Wuyo Valley to the Emperor. You mean you handed Wuyo Valley to the Emperor? Doesn't that mean he now controls the economic lifeline of the entire empire? Iolo exclaimed in shock. After all, while the Emperor was the strongest ruler of the Donglong Empire, the situation was somewhat like ancient emperors whose military power rested in the hands of generals. The Donglong Empire faced similar issues, but reclaiming military authority without reason would cause resentment among the generals. Meanwhile, financial power was often controlled by civilian officials, thereby diluting the emperor's authority. Although Iolo had heard that the Alban of the Donglong Empire was an unparalleled expert, the way of the emperor did not merely depend on power. Tactics, wisdom, and strength were all indispensable. Therefore, it wasn't easy to be Alban. If Ernie handed over the Donglong Empire's top private merchant alliance to the Alban, things would be different. The funds from the merchant alliance could allow the Alban to recruit enough capable and extraordinary individuals. After all, money could work miracles, and with sufficient funds, the Alban might not fail to turn the situation around. Are you hoping we all serve the Alban? Iolo frowned slightly and said, I have indeed promised the Alban to do my best to persuade you, Ernie said. After all, this matter brings us no harm at all. The current Alban of the Donglong Empire, Xuan, is a pseudo-god level expert with far-sighted vision, Ma Alban him an enlightened ruler. To us, dealing with the Black Cloak Organization, Osifs, and Western Dragon assassinations now, we may not necessarily lose, but as you know, our chances of success are slim with our current strength. They are just unwilling to use their true experts against us, as they still have their own matters to resolve. However, if we have the protection of the royal family of the Donglong Empire, it would be different. The Alban strength is not inferior to our opponents, and as the saying goes, it's good to take shelter under a big tree. I don't need to elaborate further on this point. So, I think joining has no disadvantages. But doing so means we can't act entirely freely, being restricted by someone else feels. Land Tracy frowned deeply, seeming to oppose this proposal. Ernie remained calm, smiling faintly as he said, no matter whether you consider me a persuader or something else, I only want to say that I believe the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Besides, Iolo has left the Yu family, and more people are beginning to listen to xuanhuan. Admittedly, apart from us few, xuanhuan, despite his questionable character, is truly a genius. It's rumored that he's only one step away from the saint stage. But what about us? Leaving aside myself for the moment, although you possess the abilities to challenge the saint stage, it doesn't mean you can defeat everyone at that stage. However, if you listen to Xuan, resources for cultivation, environment, etc., anything we need, I'm sure the Alban will provide. The stronger we are, the more beneficial it is for him. He hopes to create a hidden force of his own with us as the foundation, and when the time is right, replace those who oppose him secretly. Land Tracy says we will lose freedom. Indeed, we need to obey the Alban, but the Alban isn't foolish either. He should understand our temperament and won't excessively pressure us in these aspects. Moreover, with the Alban's protection, Iolo, I know you probably have no good feelings towards xuanhuan anymore, maybe not even hatred. But if I show you some documents, you'll definitely want to kill him. Iolo frowned, saying nothing, signaling Ernie to produce evidence. Ernie didn't procrastinate, to Alban out several documents, and saying, xuanhuan has repeatedly tried to assassinate you in secret, even contacting people from the Black Cloak Organization, Osifs. Of course, perhaps he didn't know who they were, but Osifs clearly had the idea of using xuanhuan to eliminate you. xuanhuan has done this more than once. If not for the interference of my Wuyo Gorge people, you would have faced even more troubles, and some of them could have been fatal. Chapter 195, 6 Spirit Generals, Token. The trouble that cost us our lives? Mike asked with a darkened face. What do you mean by that? Ernie remained unhurried and said, take a look at the bottom sheet of paper. It's investigated very clearly. Yanni somehow obtained an extremely valuable top-grade equipment and used it as a bounty in the underground market. Anyone who can take your lives will receive this unparalleled weapon. A total of 10 people accepted this bounty. 8 of them are holy rank, and 2 are at the peak of the holy rank, almost about to advance to the quasi-god level. I believe you understand that even now, you have no chance against peak holy rank experts. In the end, I sought help from Mr. Johnny of the 100 Flowers Secluded Academy and had him dispatch experts to intercept those 2 peak holy rank powerhouses who accepted the bounty, thus sparing you from this disaster. Mike clenched his right hand tightly on the documents, suppressing his killing intent forcibly, but that cold feeling still made those around him shiver. Angus looked at Mike worriedly. After all, she was the one who knew him best. When Mike was the head of the 5 emperors, Rick, he detested traitors the most. Any mistakes made under him could be forgiven, but if someone betrayed him, their fate would be certain death. This had something to do with his life before becoming the head of the 5 emperors. Back then, Mike lacked a sense of security due to his environment and dared not trust anyone. Therefore, he always feared betrayal. So, generally speaking, he was very lenient with his subordinates. However, once, one of his trusted assistants betrayed him because the enemy offered great temptations. The outcome was miserable. His body was torn apart, and his soul was cast into hell by Mike, enduring eternal torment. Now, Yanni has done the same thing. After a long pause, the killing intent on Mike slowly dissipated, and he asked, is all this true? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. These are the results of my personal investigation. From these perspectives, I think joining Xuan's ranks will greatly enhance our safety. It can avoid similar troubles. After all, facing such enemies directly might give us some chances, but what if they stab us in the back? What would happen then? Ernie said with a smile. Of course, I won't force you. Although I'm here as a persuader, if you're really unwilling, you don't need to worry. But I want to say that, for now, we shouldn't offend the king of the Donglong Empire. After all, he isn't someone easy to provoke. On Noah's continent, Albans of his cultivation are few. Mike fell silent for a long time, while Ernie didn't rush him, sipping tea calmly from his jade cup. Not only Mike, but also Mara, Willie, Sean, and Angus were secretly considering whether this move was worth it. Indeed, as Ernie mentioned, if they submit to Xuan, the current Alban of the Donglong Empire, although their safety wouldn't be guaranteed, it would certainly improve. After all, this is the territory of the Donglong Empire, and both the Black Robe Organization Ravens and Western Dragons would dare not act openly. However, submitting means sometimes they have to kill for the Alban. Even though these people might be innocent or unrelated to their grudges, dealing with these issues would be immensely challenging. Killing someone unprovoked is undoubtedly difficult, and Mike and his group have indeed killed many people on their journey, but those were people who wanted their lives. They have never killed an innocent person. These are the problems they need to consider and weigh if it's worth it. After a long time, it seemed that Mike made a decision. Weighing the pros and cons, he nodded without a word. Ernie smiled and said, if so, don't regret it. After all, there's no turning back after Malbin a choice. If you can't make up your mind like I did, I advise you not to decide lightly. Otherwise, if any mess happens and you can't resolve it, you know what the consequences would be. Mike said, I don't know about their decisions, but I remain unchanged. Since Yanni sincerely wants my life, whether he succeeds or not, I cannot let him succeed. If he wants to take my life, then I will show no mercy. Ernie smiled and said, regarding Yanni, the Albin said that you should calm down for now. This will be a long and enduring drama. If the role dies at the beginning, wouldn't this play lose its meaning? This is your decision. So what about the rest of you? The others looked at each other. Although they indeed had some objections to submitting to the Albin, since both Mike and Ernie had already agreed, they didn't want to say anything more. After all, they had been with Mike for so long and were reluctant to leave. Therefore, they all nodded one by one. Ernie smiled contentedly and took out 5 exquisitely crafted tokens. Each token had different engravings and colors. Ernie first presented a golden Lualbin token that seemed simple yet elegant. At its center was an intricately carved 5-clawed golden dragon, lifelike as if it were alive. Mike, this is the heavenly dragon token given by the Albin, which is the head of the 6 tokens. With this token, you can command up to 30,000 troops and participate in various secret meetings unconditionally. You will also oversee the business direction of the Worry-Free Gorge Merchant Alliance. Furthermore, you are appointed as the chief of the 6 spirit generals. The heavenly dragon token floated into Mike's hand. This is a blood bond item. Drip your blood onto the token, and it will become a protective amulet for you. Moreover, the tokens are interconnected, allowing us to sense each other's condition. Thus, if any party is in danger, you can teleport to each other's location using the token's magic array. After finishing, Ernie took out another pure white token. It looked just as simple and elegant as Mike's, except that it featured a beautiful white phoenix engraved in the center. Angus, this is the white phoenix token. Malbin, you one of the 6 spirit generals. Though you won't have access to all secrets, some basic powers are assured. Ernie then presented a pink, exquisitely luxurious token with a beautifully detailed butterfly engraving at its center. Willie, this is your flower butterfly token. Next, Ernie handed over a black-purple token with a complex magic array engraved on it, emanating a strong magical aura. This was Sean's group devil token. Sean, this group devil token is yours. It will help you better subdue magic beasts as your spirit companions. The Albin spent considerable effort to obtain this magic. Although you know many spells, this contract magic is unmatched at present. Lastly, Ernie revealed a token with black and white colors, featuring an ancient Taiji diagram at its center, containing the mysteries of the Taiji 8 trigram. Yin Yang token, prepared for Caitlin. It also has inscriptions for driving ghosts, which should be familiar to Yin Yang practitioners. Mara nodded and accepted the Yin Yang token. This is my golden lotus token. Ernie showed a token shimmering with golden light, bearing a beautiful golden lotus flower. He continued, these 6 tokens represent our 6 spirit generals. The Albin has issued an edict granting these token holders supreme privileges without revealing our identities. This way, we won't be targets, yet we can wield this trump card when necessary. With this, even those who harbor ill intentions towards us won't dare act rashly. As for ourselves, the Albin instructed us to visit his palace after participating in the final round of the dojo competition, without delay. Chapter 196, Attending a Concert. Well, to be honest, we really didn't want to, but you've managed to persuade us, Aaron said with a wry smile. But I'm puzzled. Shouldn't the people of the Galesta realm be free from desires and pursuits? Since you are a powerful being of the Galesta realm, why are you like this? Base smiled and said, the Galesta realm has always been rather mysterious, not as openly known as the demon realm. However, it's far from what you imagine. The people in the Galesta realm indeed attain the highest realm of desirelessness, but these desires and pursuits differ from what you think. It's hard to describe with words since many things in the Galesta realm need personal enlightenment. So, don't think of us as bald-headed dullards. That's just a mistaken secular view. Alright, let's stop tell Albin about this, Hattie sighed. So, next we should head to xuanhuan City, right? Sean, do you have any plans? Do you need us to help you find the woman named Lynn? Sean sneered. No need to look for her. Lynn has spies all over xuanhuan City. If we enter, she'll naturally know. But I don't plan on ending her now. Oh, why is that? Mara asked. It's simple, Base said calmly. He wants Lynn to wish she were dead. Moreover, if we randomly exterminate her family, we would become criminals. But if it happens during the final tournament at the dojo, no one can blame us. Weapons have no eyes, after all. We could justify ourselves this way. Right, Sean? Sean nodded and said with a cold laugh. Exactly what I was thin Albin. But I will see her first, at least to humiliate her. This narrow-minded woman won't get away easily without some suffering. And I plan to use the magic of these eyes against her, as per our agreement back in Tianfeng City. Wonder how they're doing now. Then let's get moving. I'll pack up. Base stood up. Oh wait. I heard there's a concert tomorrow night in Lanhuang City, and the performers are the currently super popular Dongfang Tiantuan from the Donglong Empire. Want to go check it out? Dongfang Tiantuan. You mean the idol group made up of 5 men in their early 20s? Mara's eyes lit up, then she grabbed Base's collar excitedly. You have tickets? Yes, calm down, Base said helplessly, realizing Mara was quite a fan. Also, during the concert, Dongfang Tiantuan will invite fans to sing on stage. Denispular ones might even debut as artists under their company. Not sure who'll get such luck this time. It's rumored they share the same agency as Dongfang Tiantuan. I think the Donglong royal family runs Dongfang Company, right? Sean frowned slightly, trying to recall something. Yes, the Alban established Dongfang Company secretly, though with Wuyo River funds, it's more lavish now, Base added. How about it? Wanna go? Might as well relax. We've been fighting too much. You must be tired, right? Everyone nodded. Indeed, they were somewhat weary. Ever since Aaron left his clan, despite becoming stronger and expanding their team, troubles had accumulated like a snowball, and they often got entangled. Though they resolved each issue, the mental strain was evident, which wouldn't help their future cultivation. After all, constant adventuring can wear anyone down. While quicker breakthroughs can be achieved, too many adventures may lead cultivators astray, or even cause them to lose control and go insane. Therefore, proper rest and relaxation are absolutely necessary. Naturally, no one opposed Ernie's suggestion since the Donglong Empire isn't just a place filled with ordinary people and martial arts fanatics. Life here is very rich, and music is the best method to relax body and mind, so it was only natural they decided to attend. Thus, after spending a night at Ernie's place, the next evening, everyone arrived at the center of Lanhuang City. This was Lanhuang City's largest square, known as the Xuanhuan Square, designated specifically for renowned artists to hold concerts. Only the most famous artists had the privilege to perform here. And tonight, Dongfang Tiantuan was set to hold an unprecedented musical extravaganza. The audience seats in the square were packed with people, and despite the security personnel's best efforts to maintain order, there were still many areas of chaos. Aaron and his companions struggled greatly to find their seats, which were fortunately located right at the front. However, the reactions of the 6 people varied significantly. Mara behaved like other fans, waving her sign fervently, appearing as crazy as anyone else. Sean adjusted his glasses, though he didn't seem to dislike the concert. Maintaining a cold expression in such a place wasn't quite fitting. As for Aaron and Irene, they chatted warmly, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they were there to watch a concert. Ernie merely observed his teammates with a gentle smile, then glanced at the stage ahead. No one knew what he was Thin Alban at that moment. Willie elegantly waved the Lanting CU fan, her face full of disdain. It made sense. As one of the 3 emperors of the elf world, she symbolized not just power, but also multifaceted excellence. To become an emperor in the elf world required more than just strength. It especially demanded proficiency in music and dance because elves loved music the most. Thus, Willie's singing and dancing abilities were undoubtedly exceptional, even heavenly. So for her, the so-called Dongfang Tiantuan was nothing but a group that relied on their looks and a bit of talent to skyrocket to fame, a thought that filled her with scorn. Chapter 197, Becoming a Singer. As the Duhura known as the Oriental Sky Team slowly descended from the elevator, Mara and other fans let out screams, startling Aaron and others nearby. Maalb and them feel that Mara's image had begun to change. The Oriental Sky Team then began performing after a brief introduction. The Oriental Sky Team is a powerhouse group that performs with exaggerated and vibrant costumes paired with solid singing skills. This was Willie's thought after seeing the Oriental Sky Team. Indeed, he had already changed his original opinion. As the Oriental Sky Team started belting out songs on stage, they would occasionally move the microphone toward the fans, who would then sing along in unison to accompany their idols. The songs are all hip-hop style, Willie said with a smile. This style of music is very difficult to perform, and the exaggerated costumes must be kept within limits. Otherwise, it might seem too over the top and make the audience ignore the singer's true vocal ability. In terms of both music and attire, the Oriental Sky Team is undoubtedly the best I've ever seen. You changed your mind so quickly, Ernie said with an amused smile. Soon, they will start selecting fans. Who will be the lucky ones? I'm really looking forward to it. From the sound of it, you seem to want to be chosen too. Aaron smiled and asked. Ernie turned to look at Aaron, Alban playfully. You should know, becoming an entertainer can earn you a lot of money. Money. Aaron's eyes lit up. He was destined to be obsessed with money, so for him to give up on this desire would be even harder than pigs flying. Whether intentional or not, after Ernie spoke, Aaron became eager to try, and beside him, Mara felt the same way. When the leader of the Oriental Sky Team, Hill, announced that they would select 6 fans next, the fans below screamed. Hill, with his baby face, said, when purchasing tickets, everyone registered with their names. Each slip of paper in this box behind us has one name written on it. We will draw 6 names. Those chosen will come on stage and sing a song of their choice. If selected by our judges, they will become our juniors and future stars. Another wave of screaming followed Hill's words. Then, members of the Oriental Sky Team began drawing names from the box. Since the slips were shuffled randomly, the fairness was assured. However, the people called to the stage left Aaron and others incredibly surprised because it was their names. If just 1 or 2 had been chosen, it would have been less shock Alban, but all 6 of them were picked. If not for the machine shuffling the slips, they would have suspected foul play. Ernie stroked his chin and chuckled. Looks like it's quite coincidental. Aaron, can you sing? Singing? Aaron raised an eyebrow. He had always been confident in music. Back on Earth, although he seemed ordinary, he had secretly been noticed by a renowned agency and trained as a practice student. Therefore, singing and dancing were no challenge for him. Even though the Noah continent was technologically advanced, its music industry was comparable to Earth's, and the styles were similar. Without a word, Aaron walked onto the stage somewhat arrogantly. The others followed suit. Despite being young, Aaron and Mara had grown rapidly due to their experiences. Their outfits and demeanor made them seem far from teenagers, especially since they were generally tall, so no one mistook them for kids. Instead, everyone screamed for them to sing. So who goes first? Ernie asked lazily. Willie raised an eyebrow. Looks like you're eager to try. Me too. How about we perform together? Together? Do you know what style I like? Ernie replied with a playful smile. Willie smiled. During my time at xuanhuan, I observed many people. Your leather outfit suggests you favor dance tracks, specifically the spicier kind. Coincidentally, I enjoy that style too. Willie pointed to her fiery red outfit. Don't you think our clothes match perfectly? Since that's the case, let's do a segment first. Ernie smiled, holding the microphone, and said, I'm Ernie, and he's Willie. We will sing a song together. Let's sing the dance track you started with earlier. Then, under the astonished gazes of the Oriental Sky team, Ernie and Willie began swaying their bodies, singing sizzling and spicy lyrics. The vigorous dance moves were effortless for both of them. Xuanhuan and others were also very surprised because Ernie and Willie sang so well. Having been a practice student before, Xuanhuan knew very well the strength of the big-name singers in those companies. Yet, it seemed that Ernie and Willie were even better than those singers. Each note was sung without a single tremor. The final high note sent everyone's screams to their peak. After the song, Willie and Ernie received enthusiastic applause. Next, Xuanhuan took the stage. The song he performed was one with considerable difficulty, especially the dolphin tone during the climax. If what Willie and Ernie displayed was hot and sexy dance talent, then what Xuanhuan showcased was absolute vocal skill. Back when he was a practice student, he had been rated by his agency as the one most likely to become a future star. As for Terrence, he sang a slow and sentimental ballad, fitting his somewhat mature and steady appearance. When Terrence sang the sweet, yet slightly sad ballad, everyone in the audience listened quietly. Finally, Angus and Mara fully exploited the advantages of being female. With extremely cute and incredibly sweet dancing and singing, they beautifully interpreted a famous song. The Oriental Sky team was amazed, and the fans below screamed continuously. Not only Xuanhuan, but also the others gave performances that were no less impressive than those big-name stars. Thus, after they finished singing, the crowd chanted sign, sign. The members of the Oriental Sky team also applauded. You all sang wonderfully. Interested in becoming singers? Hill asked with a smile. Xuanhuan and the others, of course, nodded in agreement. Soon after the concert ended, they came to the agency with the Oriental Sky team and started discussing. The agency boss was indeed very surprised to learn they were cultivators. However, he finally agreed to their request to compete in the dojo battles within a month, on the condition that they record solo or group singles according to their stage performances during that month. Although a month sounded short, for them as cultivators, with physical strength and energy several times that of ordinary people, the time could be easily managed. Chapter 198, Crimson Refinement. When Aaron and the group set out again a month later, their single was already completed and would begin selling before the final match at the dojo. Despite not appearing on any variety shows, the media and public could not forget Aaron's scorching performance at the Eastern Heaven Group's concert. Soon after, the company dropped a bombshell, revealing that Aaron and the others were practitioners. Immediately, newspapers, magazines, and media outlets started promoting them as the first artist practitioners in history, but this did not affect Aaron at all. Though they had appeared on stage with the Eastern Heaven Group, the media never got any clear portraits of them. They only knew the members' names. Hence, Aaron and the team could still walk around in broad daylight. On this day, they finally arrived at Sean's place of heartbreak, Xuanhuan City. Renowned for its nightlife, the city thrived with bars and karaoke venues, earning it the nickname City of Nights. The true beauty and charm of Xuanhuan only revealed itself after dark. As Aaron and the group reached this bustling city at dusk, they wore trendy outfits following the company's advice. Their current abilities made gear almost unnecessary, and wearing the same clothes every day indeed became tiring. Aaron's eyes lit up at the sight of nightclubs, remembering the fun he and his seniors had while being trainees at the company. They entered an opulent nightclub, where, according to Noah Continent's law, 14-year-olds were considered adults, so all could enter except Mara. But she seemed so unlike a girl of her age that the security let them all in without question. Upon entering, even though the nightclub was extremely noisy, Aaron and his team immediately caught everyone's attention. Aaron had a well-built physique from his childhood aspiration to become a knight, which endowed him with enviable six-pack abs, giving him a rugged masculine appeal. He wore form-fitting black undergarments that accentuated his muscular body, topped with a black jacket, dark blue jeans, and dark gray canvas shoes. The monochromatic look emphasized his maturity and masculinity, further highlighted by his short haircut. Maalb and him resemble a wild beast. Willie, influenced by the Yuan Academy, exuded a slightly feminine charm, leading to a more androgynous wardrobe choice. His long hair flowed gracefully, paired with a sable coat resembling a casual blazer with the collar widely open, revealing his clavicles and part of his chest. His smoky makeup complemented his bronzed skin and studded black boots, rendering him both enchanting and elfin-like. Based on a snow-white overcoat that fell just below his knees, adorned with fluffy white fur at the cuffs and collar. Matching khaki trousers and brown leather shoes gave him a distinctively charming appearance, combining an element of cuteness and maturity, although not as wild as Aaron or as androgynous and alluring as Willie. As for Sean, he exchanged his glasses for new-age contact lenses but retained the frameless black spectacles. He wore a dark blue blazer that accentuated his slim yet graceful frame, coupled with beige pants and black sneakers. His clean-cut image, akin to the friendly neighborhood boy, earned him many fans, especially among women, who found his gentle smile irresistible. Allison drew the attention of many men. She wore a cloak-like outfit cinched at the waist by a slender belt, showcasing her slim figure. Her black leggings and thigh-high heels added to her allure, especially with her platinum blonde hair styled in a sleek, straight fashion. Even without heavy makeup, She was street-albinly captivating. Mara, though young, was dressed like a wealthy heiress in an elaborate evening gown with a long silk scarf draped over it. Her outfit was luxurious and elegant without being ostentatious, exuding class and grace. Her appearance was undoubtedly eye-catching. Though the 6 of them had different styles, they all attracted numerous admirers, see Albin phone numbers or requesting dances, and some even invited them for drinks. However, Aaron and the others paid no attention to these offers and sat at the bar. Each ordered a delicious cocktail. The colorful drinks and the mild aroma of alcohol made the group relax. Nightclubs were places for revelry after all. Most people were immersed in the decadent and luxurious atmosphere. Since they were here, Aaron and his team would not just sit around Albin, so they soon joined the dance floor. Amidst the cheers of onlookers, they began dancing. Their varied styles, dashing, sultry, seductive, and glamorous, excited everyone to the extreme. However, just then an unexpected event occurred. Someone shouted that Miss Lin had arrived, causing everyone to hold their breath, fear evident on their faces. Despite the music continuing, nobody wanted to continue dancing. People moved aside, forming a wide pathway in the center. But Aaron and the group, having grown tired from dancing, remained seated at the bar. Slightly tipsy from the drinks, they missed the warnings from those around them. High-heeled footsteps grew louder as a girl clad in a revealing red fur coat and high heels, seemingly only 18 or so, entered through the main door. From her demeanor and actions, it was clear she was accustomed to arrogance and tyranny. This girl was none other than Sean's nemesis, Lin, the noble girl responsible for killing Sean's family. Lin glanced around and spotted the 6 sitting at the bar, Albin, as if nothing were amiss. A ruthless look flashed in her eyes, and she pointed at them. 2 burly men next to her, both rare gold-level berserkers, stepped forward despite their cumbersome appearance. They approached Aaron and his group, Albin, and swung their massive fists. Just as it seemed Aaron and the others would be struck, there was a loud bang, and the 2 men flew backward, spewing blood, landing almost lifeless on the ground. Aaron was the one who acted but still did not turn around, his eyes fixed on the drink in front of him, as if defeating 2 gold-level berserkers was nothing. The crowd gasped in shock, having thought Aaron and his team were ordinary people. Practitioners usually looked down upon non-practitioners and avoided mingling with them. Yet how could ordinary people easily defeat 2 gold-level berserkers? Everyone now looked at Aaron with a mix of surprise and fear. Chapter 199, Fear of Gabriella. Gabriella was both startled and furious. Normally, everyone would give her some respect. Even when her subordinates beat someone up, no one dared to stop them. And those who were beaten, despite not being weak themselves, usually wouldn't retaliate due to the fear of her family's power. But now, the opponent had merely punched and incapacitated 2 of her subordinates with one blow. This was completely disregarding her presence. Moreover, Gabriella revealed a slight trace of fear. If it were her, it would be impossible to knock down 2 people with just one punch. However, she was used to being arrogant and tyrannical, so she marched forward and yelled, "I am from the Chi family. You dare to hit my subordinates." Mike and others frowned, as they had been Albin and hadn't reacted immediately. When Sean turned around and saw Gabriella, his face immediately darkened. Gabriella also froze upon seeing Sean, then her expression turned grim. Soon after, Gabriella gave a mock Albin smile. "So it's you, this stray dog. What? You still dare to come back? All your relatives are dead, yet you dare to return to xuanhuan City. You should have stayed in Donglong City quietly. How dare you come out here?" At that moment, everyone sobered up completely. Albin at the woman who was telling, disliked. From first glance, Qingling, Lawrence, also frowned, as he and Sean were once classmates. He had no good impression of Gabriella either. Although Gabriella never bullied him, because of his talent in being a bard, those who cultivated bards in the Chi family always looked down on him. Therefore, although Lawrence did not hate Gabriella as much as Sean did, disliking her was a certainty. "Gabriella? Long time no see." Sean stood up coldly, saying, "It seems you've become more arrogant and domineering. But I'm not the same as before. I'm no longer an easy target for you. If you don't believe me, you can try. Gold rank is nothing to me." "Gabriella." Lawrence showed a slightly sinister smile. "To be honest, I also dislike you very much. Perhaps you don't remember me, but your sister, that equally arrogant girl, humiliated me so much in our bard classes. Those moments are still vivid in my memory. Honestly, I finally came to relax at a nightclub, and such a pleasant atmosphere could be ruined by you. Really unlucky. Who would have thought I'd meet you, this venomous woman, right after returning to xuanhuan City? You might as well disappear quickly. To die." Gabriella moved to a distance instantly, took out a magic wand, and hurled a fireball at Lawrence. Lawrence raised an eyebrow, sitting lazily in his high chair with one leg crossed over the other, his left hand resting on his thigh, and his chin propped up by it. Facing the incoming fireball, he paid no attention to the shocked cries around him. With a casual wave of his right hand, a cloud of pink petals flew out, instantly blocking the fireball. "Trifling tricks. Dare to show off a mere fireball spell in front of me?" Lawrence sneered. "If you think I'm powerless just because I'm a bard, you're gravely mistaken. Fire elementalists, Talbin, how much energy from others, I wonder. But the hatred buried within Sean and me for many years won't be easily extinguished. Be prepared." Gabriella felt like she was about to burst with anger towards Sean and Lawrence. Even at home, no one dared to talk to her like this. Now, these outsiders were humiliating her like this. Yet what terrified her was how effortlessly Lawrence blocked her fireball with just a wave of his hand. Wasn't it supposed to be impossible for a bard to have such strength? Not to mention, who knew what terrifying abilities his companions possessed? Lou Albin at the 6 people in front of her, apart from Lawrence and Sean, the other 4 treated her like air. Her teeth clenched so hard they almost shattered. She fired a loud signal flare. Soon, several middle-aged men ran over, all peak gold rank Thunder Knights. Humph, don't get too cocky. My subordinates aren't limited to those 2 trash. Let's see what moves you have against 10 Thunder Knights. Attack. With Gabriella's command, all the Thunder Knights launched their attacks. Sean smiled coldly, lightly lifting his hand. With a lift of his hand, a crystal ball emerged from Sean's spatial ring. This was, of course, what Sean used to cast time magic. Although time magic was far less potent compared to other spells he knew, it was more than sufficient for dealing with the opponents before him. Moreover, Sean did not wish to waste his mana on this woman. The crystal ball merely split into 100 replicas. Though only 100, Sean's current mana reserves were incomparably greater than they had been initially. Even though he remained at the gold rank, the density of his mana already surpassed that of an ordinary saint rank mage by a significant margin. So even though Sean was using the Parallel Worlds spell now, its power could easily match, or even exceed, his previous 3000 Great Worlds spell. Under Sean's command, these crystal balls dispersed and charged toward the Thunder Knights. Each one unleashed a massive explosion, causing screams of agony from the Thunder Knights as blood mist and a heavy stench of blood filled the air. Needless to say, within one round, these Thunder Knights were blown to near death. Whether they would survive was uncertain, but being crippled was inevitable. Before Gabriella could recover from the shock of Sean's attack, Lawrence revealed a sly smile. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, his body quickly transformed into a swarm of butterflies intertwined with pink petals. This was precisely Lawrence's most skilled technique, butterfly transformation. The butterfly swarm rapidly flew to Gabriella's side, then reverted back, and he grabbed her by the neck. Despite the complexity described, it all happened in a mere instant. As a fire elementalist, Gabriella's body was naturally quite frail, especially as a woman, so Lawrence easily rendered her immobile. TSK, you're really disappointing. I thought you were something special, but you're just a silly young lady who relies on her family's power to bully others outside. People like you shouldn't become cultivators. Otherwise, you might offend someone you shouldn't and end up dead without knowing why. Mike and the others finally turned to look at the now firmly captured Gabriella. Mike spoke lazily. You? I'm the daughter of the chief family. What are you going to do? Gabriella was both startled and furious. She understood the enmity between herself and Sean well, and unable to move now, she could only threaten them with her family's power. If anything happens to me, my family won't let you off. TCH, your chief family only has a few saint ranks, nothing we're worried about, Angus said disdainfully. Besides, everyone knows the hatred between Sean and you is to the death. Even if killing you means we die too, letting you go would mean certain death for us as well. So instead of dying senselessly, we might as well drag you down with us. Angus spoke as if discussing something trivial, yet Gabriella felt a chill down her spine, for he was right, whether dead standing or lying down, pulling her along would be the better choice. Revenge wouldn't bring anyone back to life, after all. At this thought, Gabriella couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 200, Nostalgia. So you know fear too, huh? Sean sneered, slowly approaching Lynn. He extended his right hand and gripped her chin tightly, lifting it up to reveal a demonic smile. Don't worry, you won't die. Death would be far too merciful for you. I'll make you watch as everyone close to you disappears one by one, leaving you all alone, so you can feel the pain of losing every single person you care about. What do you want to do? Lynn was both shocked and angry. With just a mere gold level like you, do you really think you can kill members of my family? We have several saint stage experts who could crush your kind like insects. Before she finished, the intense pain in her jaw made her face contort. Did I give you permission to speak? Sean said coldly. If you say another word, believe me, I will cut out your tongue right now. Who do you think you are? Even if you're a saint stage, I'm not afraid. I've killed them before, nothing strange about that. But have you ever thought about those you hurt coming back to take revenge on you? Back in school, our disputes were petty squabbles, but because of sheer pride, you slaughtered my entire family. You're ruthless, Lynn. And now the tides have turned, and you're the one who's going to suffer. Lynn was speechless. Both what Sean said and the icy killing intent he exuded terrified her. Did he say he had killed saints? But how could that be possible? The elders in her family mentioned that although there were instances of cross-level challenges, very few people could actually pull it off. It was more of a joke. Could he be bluffing? But Sean didn't seem to be lying. Her mind was overwhelmed. Sean, let it go. Let her go. She'll have no chance of escape later. Why spoil the mood and scare these people? They're not cultivators and shouldn't witness such bloody scenes, Aaron sighed. Sean smiled. Of course, I don't plan to kill her now. As I said, it would be too easy for her. I'll make her experience the pain worse than death. With that, Sean extended his right hand and lightly touched Lynn's forehead. A blood-red magic array, no bigger than an egg, appeared on her forehead. Soon, miniature blood-colored chains materialized from the edges of the array, spreading over her entire face before vanishing. At the moment the magic array disappeared, Lynn felt excruciating pain, unbearable. This is called Blood Soul Curse. This magic will stay within you until my death. Once it's inside you, every 3 days, you'll endure this soul-devouring agony, which will get worse each time, unless either you or I dies. You can go home and have your elders examine it if you don't believe me. Willie, release her. Qianling nodded and loosened her grip on Lynn's neck, stepping back to Sean's side. Lynn took a couple of fearful steps backward, then fled crying. Everyone else in the nightclub looked at Aaron and the others with a mix of envy and awe. Many had once dreamed of becoming cultivators, but due to their low aptitude, they remained ordinary. Aaron and the others left the nightclub since the atmosphere was ruined, and tonight's entertainment was impossible. They drove away in their newly bought magic-powered car to find a place to rest. Eventually, Xuan led everyone back to his former residence, using time magic to restore the burnt building. Seeing the remorse and sorrow on Xuan's face, nobody spoke much. They knew Xuan needed some quiet time. Though Xuan's memories of multiple lifetimes made him less emotional, he hadn't forgotten the upbringing provided by his parents in this life. So, Xuan still intended to repay their kindness. Revenge for his loved ones was the driving force behind everything. Initially, he had agreed to Ernie's request to become one of the 6 spirit generals and to serve the Alban because he wanted greater power and influence to exact his revenge. After tonight, he and Lin were truly mortal enemies. Lin would not allow anyone to threaten her, but Xuan showed a cruel smile. He knew exactly how terrible the blood soul curse felt. It was truly worse than death. Moreover, the most terrifying part about this magic was that it couldn't be removed. Even the caster could not undo it. The only way to end it was by killing the caster, which was precisely Xuan's intention. He had told Lin that he would make her experience the loneliness and helplessness after losing her loved ones, so he planned to let her family members come to him one by one and then eliminate them. This way, he could fulfill his promise while letting Lin suffer from the blood soul curse. Xuan intended to wait until Lin participated in the finals of the dojo tournament before killing her. During the competition, anything could happen, and no one could say much if she died during the match. As night fell, Aaron and the others went to sleep, but Xuan sat by the bed, gazing at the beautiful night scenery outside the window. The moon hung high in the sky but was incomplete, just like his heart, fragmented and broken. Xuan sighed softly, knowing he wouldn't be able to sleep. He got dressed quietly, using teleportation magic to move outside without disturbing Aaron and the others. His house was located in a secluded area, surrounded by lush green trees, creating an environment that was both beautiful and comfortable. Leaning against a towering tree, Xuan stared into the night sky, lost in thought. Eventually, under the beautiful moonlight, he drifted off to sleep. Even in his sleep, tears streamed down his face, clearly haunted by dreams of his deceased parents. In the spirit world, he had been alone due to the rift with his brother, and on Earth, it was no different. Finally, on Noah continent, he experienced the warmth of family for a few years, only to have it mercilessly stripped away by Lin. While his situation was similar to Aaron's, there were fundamental differences. When Xuan woke up, he found everyone searching for him anxiously, but he hadn't been discovered as he slept on a dense tree. Xuan smiled wistfully. Didn't he still have friends? Didn't he have these brothers and sisters who supported each other through storms and hardships? Xuan jumped down from the tree and returned to Aaron and the others. Though they were worried and wanted to ask what happened, seeing Xuan's exhausted yet feigned energetic appearance, they kept quiet and simply asked him to rest in the bedroom for a while. Chapter 201. Confrontation, the elder of the Chi family. The very next day, they were already faced with a huge problem. After offending Gabriella so thoroughly at the nightclub, even though the so-called blood soul curse had not yet taken effect, Gabriella did not dare to take Xuan's words as mere threats. The enmity between them was clear-cut. Xuan absolutely despised her. Thus, upon returning, Gabriella immediately sought out the family elders for a solution. However, it turned out that this terrible and vicious curse magic indeed had no method of removal, just as Xuan had said. Therefore, there was only one remaining option, directly killing Xuan. The Chi family swiftly mobilized. Of course, while they believed anyone who could defeat Gabriella must be an extraordinary gold ranker, to the sacred rank elders, even a top-notch gold ranker was still vastly different from a sacred ranker. The gap between different ranks was significantly wide. Hence, after deliberation, a sacred rank elder from the Chi family along with 20 gold rank elite disciples set out to ambush Xuan and his group. Even as the Chi family approached, Xuan and his companions continued strolling on the streets. They could have left right away, but they also knew the Chi family would never let it rest. Although Xuan didn't plan on killing Gabriella now, he intended to give the Chi family some lessons before leaving Purple Illusion City, helping them understand the consequences of their actions. When everyone saw that Xuan's group and the Chi family seemed about to engage in battle, regardless of what they were doing, they instantly scattered far away. After all, commoners were ultimately commoners. How could their bodies compare to cultivators in terms of endurance? Just a single attack could scatter their souls. Soon, the entire street became eerily quiet. Brecken, the fourth elder of the Chi family, was an old man with red hair, Lualban temperamental, wielding a fiery red sword, clearly a sword saint. But what good was a sword saint? Aaron showed a slight sneer. Although he yearned to teach this fellow a lesson, he understood that the core of this battle should belong to Xuan, due to the deepest enmity being between the Chi family and Xuan. Thus, just as Brecken prepared to speak, Xuan swung his bat-light staff, shooting out a sharp beam of red light. Brecken, being a strong sacred ranker, recognized the terrifying power within the beam immediately. Despite not fearing it, his heart churned. The opponent was clearly just a gold ranker, yet his mana thickness exceeded that of an average sacred ranker. How was this possible? A fierce expression flashed across Brecken's face. The red sword in his hand ignited with red flames. With a sweeping motion, the flames formed a crescent-shaped flaming blade, clashing head-on with Xuan's beam. The terrifying energy released from the clash instantly reduced the surroundings into ruins. Fortunately, everyone had already distanced themselves far enough to avoid casualties. Neither side had exerted full strength with this opening move, resulting in a stalemate. Sean showed no signs of surprise, while Brecken's complexion changed dramatically. The opponent was merely a gold-rank mage, and even among mages, elementalers were more troublesome, but still insignificant against a sacred ranker like himself. Yet here they stood evenly matched, an unbelievable sight. Seeing Sean's chilling smile, Brecken felt an inexplicable chill despite not having used his full strength. Perhaps Sean hadn't either. How powerful was this Sean truly? Brecken was stunned by Sean's next action because instead of attack Alban, Sean took off his glasses. Brecken furrowed his brows. Although he wasn't a mage, his family had elementalist elders of sacred rank. He knew well that whenever a mage cast spells, there would always be fluctuations in ambient mana, however small. Just as Sean was about to open his eyes, Brecken sensed a faint, nearly imperceptible fluctuation of mana. Instinctively closing his eyes, he unleashed a burst of sword chi, which transformed into flames mid-air, finally forming a roaring fiery dragon that charged toward Sean. Although Sean had his eyes closed, for cultivators like them, whether or not they relied on their five senses made no difference. He could sense the opponent's movements through the fluctuations of surrounding energy. Sean naturally understood the power of this attack. Although Sean did not want to take it head-on, dodging at this moment would expose a vulnerability, giving the opponent an opportunity. Sean sneered and then opened his eyes. A flash of purple light emerged from his eyes. To everyone's surprise, the fire dragon that was about to hit Sean's chest suddenly paused in midair, its body gradually turning to stone, finally becoming a solid statue and crumbling into ashes. Brecken drew in a sharp breath. What a terrifying magic spell, capable of turning anything it saw into stone. However, it seemed that Sean could only petrify inanimate objects, which meant there was still a way to counter it. Sean sighed. He had intended to catch the enemy off guard with this move, but he hadn't expected Brecken to be so alert as to judge his intentions by sensing the magical energy fluctuations around him. Thus, the petrifying gaze wouldn't work for a surprise attack anymore. While Sean wanted to keep using the petrifying gaze, doing so would rapidly deplete his mana. Given that the opponent was a sacred ranker, dying due to insufficient mana would be truly regrettable. So Sean put his glasses back on. Brecken's face brightened, showing how much he feared the petrifying gaze spell. He also guessed Sean's intent in putting his glasses back on and couldn't help smiling. Brecken sneered. Kid, I have to admit, your strength surprised me. Though you haven't used any powerful spells yet, the purity of your mana is already comparable to an average sacred ranker. But no matter what lucky breaks you've had, you can never defeat me. His expression turned fierce as he continued. Daring to curse my child, Lin, with such a malicious spell. Fine. Today I will make sure you die without a trace. Die without a trace. Sean raised an eyebrow, not bothering with small talk. Suddenly, a bizarre scene unfolded before him. The space in front of Sean seemed to melt, dropping huge droplets of water, each larger than a person. Then the water droplets split apart, revealing Clem, Norma, and Linger, each emitting the pressure of a sacred rank being. Brecken's complexion drastically changed, never imagining the opponent's strength to be this unbelievable. Summoners were supposed to be extinct, and no one ever said that summoned beasts of a sacred rank could assume human form. After all, a magical beast needed to reach false god rank to have a humanoid form. The extent of the opponent's abilities completely defied common knowledge. Brecken also sensed a force that could threaten his very life. Chapter 202, The Body Double Tribulation Transcending Technique. Amato's face was ashen. Due to Sean's 3 summoned creatures, the situation had completely reversed. Originally, with his abilities, if it were just a few holy rank magic beasts, he might still have some confidence. But the opponent had 3, and they had all taken humanoid forms, a Breyer Alban of common sense. It wasn't strange at all that such beings would have powerful moves. However, Amato was also a renowned hero of his generation and did not back down merely because Sean had 3 holy rank magic beasts. After all, this matter involved not only Patricia's safety, but also his own dignity. With a roar, Amato gripped the Flame Sun sword tightly in both hands, spun on the spot, and instantly created a fire vortex centered around him, which rapidly expanded. Swinging his sword, the fire vortex shot towards Sean and his 3 spirits according to where Amato pointed. However, Sean wore a mock Alban smile. Was the other side trying to lure him with these ostentatious yet impractical techniques? How naive. Without any further ado, Aya took out a talisman from her side. As the talisman flashed with light, Sean and his companions vanished from the spot. Almost simultaneously, Amato appeared behind Sean, but found himself without a target to attack, momentarily stunned. Do you think I'd be so foolish to fall for an ambush from behind using such tactics? Sean sneered, waving his hands as 4 blood-red magical arrays appeared around Amato, each radiating terrifying power. Amato's expression changed abruptly. His plan wasn't wrong. He intended to use flashy techniques to attract Sean's attention, and then employ his painstakingly cultivated spatial prowess to launch a sneak attack from behind. After all, mages, despite their formidable magic, remained vulnerable at close range. Their physical bodies were incredibly fragile. Yet while his plan was sound, he underestimated Sean's combat experience. Having gone through countless dangers over the past few months, especially in the demon realm, how could one measure his battle expertise by ordinary standards? Moreover, Sean's previous incarnation, as the spirit emperor of the elf realm and leader of the Noah clan on Noah continent, left behind memories of battles numbering in the thousands of years. Though not every detail was clear, those experiences were etched into Sean's mind. How could Amato possibly match this wealth of combat knowledge? Thus, Sean easily saw through Amato's intentions, immediately activating Aya's teleportation talisman. Although Sean could also cast teleportation spells, moving 4 people simultaneously would drain a lot of mana, which he couldn't afford at this moment. He saved where he could. At this point, the 4 blood-red magical arrays flickered with red arcs of lightning, featuring ghost-like faces in their centers, appearing sinister and menacing. Humph, old man, your time has come. Netherworld magic, blood flame devour. Red flames burst from Sean's bat-light staff, spreading across the 4 magical arrays to envelop Amato within. These flames could burn away even souls. Sean was confident the opponent wouldn't survive, and his face showed assurance. But soon, his expression turned grim. He sensed Amato's aura weakening suddenly within the flames, an impossibility. If weakened by the flames, it should weaken gradually, not drastically all at once. So the conclusion was that Amato used some secret technique to escape the flames' enclosure. Sean waved his right hand, dissipating the magical arrays and the flames. At the original location, there was no sign of Amato, only a left arm remained. A body double technique. Sean gasped in shock. This old man indeed had a ruthless heart, resorting to the body double tribulation transcending technique when faced with imminent death. This technique had been passed down from ancient times, exceedingly difficult to master, yet invaluable when perfected. In a life-threatening situation, one could use part of their flesh to replace themselves, ensuring survival. Any profession could learn this skill, usually preparing for the heavenly tribulations upon ascending to the divine realm. The heavenly tribulations were perilous, and having this technique could save one's life in crisis. Now, Amato had actually used this move to evade Sean's attack, showing just how powerful the blood flame devourer was. After a short while, Amato reappeared on the other side, but his face was filled with malice. After using the body double tribulation transcending technique, it was inevitable that his essence and energy would be greatly damaged, and more crucially, he now lacked an arm. This significantly reduced his combat power by half. With so many opponents, Amato was not foolish enough to think he could defeat them in his current state. However, escaping was no easy feat. The enemy was not stupid. They understood the principle of letting the tiger back to the mountain. So under any circumstances, it was very difficult for him to leave this place. Thin-albin of this, Amato's expression turned extremely grim, with a hint of fear. After all, at their level of cultivation, who was not afraid of death? Once reaching the saint rank, one could have a lifespan of 200 years, and if well-preserved, living for 300 years was not impossible. Therefore, unless there was an irreconcilable enmity, the strong of the saint rank would not thoroughly fall out over minor frictions. It was always better to leave room for compromise. At this moment, the other elite disciples of the gold rank and Iolo were engaged in battle, but the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. Although the enemy sent out 20 elite disciples of the gold rank, meaning each person had to deal with 4 opponents, would Iolo at all be afraid of 4 gold rank individuals Waralbin together? What a joke. All 5 of them fought with ease. Iolo faced 4 gold rank powerhouses, 3 knights, and 1 fire elemental master. Their sword energy and fire magic seemed overwhelming, but when they met Iolo, he merely swung his sword lightly and effortlessly defused their attacks. Willie faced 4 pure sword saints with a smile of ease on her face. As she gracefully waved the lawn Ting Chui Yu fan, beautiful blood butterflies danced out. For these blood butterflies, devouring cultivators accelerated their evolution, so Willie would not hesitate against such meals delivered to her door. Mara's gentle hand movements turned the sand into various weapons like knives, spears, swords, and halberds, then launched them at the 3 elemental masters and 1 heavy swordsman in front of her with minimal effort. Allison also fought similarly, as his incredible speed paired with terrifying feather blades made him the fastest to resolve his opponents. Moreover, his enemies were heavy swordsmen, known for slower speed. Thus the outcome was a foregone conclusion. As for Ernie, he could be considered the most relaxed among them. Activating the Chenzi Lotus Array allowed flawless defense against any attack. Meanwhile, the Chenzi Lotus Array emitted golden beams to counterattack the enemies, combining both offense and defense perfectly. Because of this, Ernie quickly disposed of the 4 enemies before him. Chapter 203, An Indecisive Battle. Amato was utterly startled, never expecting that the hunter would become the hunted in a blink of an eye. Dealing with just 1 opponent was already so challenging. If all 6 were to attack at once, he had no doubt he stood no chance. The thought made the corners of his mouth twitch bitterly. Had he known this, he should not have come alone. Just as Mike and company believed victory was within their grasp, 3 formidable pressures approached from afar. A look of relief spread across Amato's face as it was none other than the 2nd elder of the chief family, Eric, 3rd elder, Ferdy, and 5th elder, Deborah, who had arrived. However, Sean and others did not show any fear on their faces. Although each elder's strength was far superior to an ordinary saint rank, there were only 3 of them, and Amato had barely any fighting power left. With a 1-2 confrontation, their side still had a good chance of winning. The pitiful state of Amato naturally caused great surprise among the other 3. Originally, they had ventured out due to the order of the 1st elder, who had emphasized caution as a precautionary measure. They hadn't taken it seriously since. Although Amato ranked last among the 5 elders of the chief family, he was still far stronger than an ordinary saint rank. Surely he could handle a few gold rank individuals? Now, seeing Amato like this, the 3 involuntarily drew in a cold breath, casting a more wary gaze towards Sean and the others. Amato, you return to the clan first. Leave this to us. Eric's expression darkened as he released his magical power, clearly identifying him as a mage, specifically an archmage. Sean couldn't help but appear serious. He well understood how terrifying a saint-rank archmage was, especially one who wielded arcane spells. This Eric was undoubtedly much more formidable than Amato, Sean concluded at that moment. Ferdy roared loudly, both fists engulfed in red flames, roaring fiercely, revealing himself to be a saint-rank emperor fist fighter. As for Deborah, the sole female among the trio, she held 2 long swords, indicating she was a sword saint. It was rare for women to reach sword saint status, but this rarity also affirmed the immense strength of Elder Deborah. Soon enough, Sean and the others found their respective opponents. Sean and Lawrence, having known each other since childhood, chose to deal with the troublesome archmage together. In terms of magical prowess, Sean was certainly above Eric. Lawrence's incredible flexibility and unpredictable offensive tactics gave them a significant advantage against another archmage. Deborah faced off against Angus and Mara in a battle between females, which was already charged with intense killing intent. Lastly, Ferdy's opponent was Sean and Ernie. The battle resumed. Sean didn't plan on using the petrifying eye again, knowing that even Amato could sense and react to it. This archmage, Eric, would certainly do the same. Therefore, Sean started with his most proficient magic. After exchanging glances with Lawrence, understanding Sean's intention, she knew she needed to buy him some time. Without further ado, Lawrence swung her blue feather fan gently, causing countless petals to emerge from it, forming 5 or 6 whirlwinds that attacked Eric from various directions. Of course, this first move was merely to gauge his strength. Eric revealed a sneer, pushing forward with both hands to produce golden arcs of electricity that met Lawrence's petal whirlwinds. They were like paper, offering no resistance. Startled, Lawrence spun in place, transforming into myriad butterflies and petals to escape Eric's counterattack. Eric wore a surprised look. What kind of technique allowed her to decompose herself to dodge an attack? To all but advantage of Eric's momentary distraction, Sean promptly spotted the opening. He clasped his hands together, causing 5 differently colored and sized magic arrays to appear around Eric, completely enveloping him in their glow, their power easily detected by Eric. What good is being saint rank now? It's too late, Sean said coldly. But in the next moment, Sean's smile froze as a golden magic array appeared beneath him and Lawrence, crackling with powerful electrical arcs. Who exactly didn't notice? Eric sneered. In the next moment, Sean's quintuple magic array, Mikagura, launched an attack. The massive purple light pillars enveloped Eric, while Sean and Lawrence's magic arrays also erupted with powerful lightning arcs. The lightning gathered above their heads into a ball of lightning, which then came crashing down heavily. The magic attacks from both sides were formidable, causing the explosion that instantly swallowed all 3 of them in a cloud of smoke. After the smoke cleared, all 3 appeared somewhat disheveled, having taken the brunt of each other's powerful attacks. It was not an easy experience to endure. Without further ado, Lawrence let out a loud cry, summoning the 5 spirit butterflies. The colorful butterflies emitted a terrifying aura, Maalban Eric's expression changed. There was no way he couldn't feel the spiritual energy emanating from these butterflies. What baffled him was how someone who was merely a bard could possess such immense offensive power. Whether it was her strange ability to decompose her body or the swarm of butterflies before her, Eric couldn't help but grow wary. Clearly, the person who had trained this individual was no ordinary citizen. After all, Eric was the second elder, and his mind was sharp. Realizing this, Eric asked, "What's your name? Where are you from?" Sean raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Since Eric knew Sean's background so clearly, he must be Alban about Lawrence. Sean wasn't stupid. He understood the implication, better not offend forces that shouldn't be offended. But wasn't it too late for this realization? Sean stayed silent, while Lawrence coolly retrieved something from her robes, the invitation from 100 Flowers' secluded courtyard, the blue porcelain card. Eric, being a saint-rank powerhouse, recognized it immediately and turned pale. Before Eric could speak, Lawrence said, "I know what you want to say, but alas, your Miss Gabriella did more than kill Sean's relatives. She once mocked and even tried to harm me. If it weren't for my master at the 100 Flowers' secluded courtyard coincidentally encountering me, I might already be dead. There's nothing else to say between us, die." Folding her fan, she pointed forward, and the 5 spirit butterflies unleashed their power. These seemingly fragile butterflies attacked Eric from all directions. The golden jade butterfly transformed into 18 types of weapons, each as sharp as divine armaments. The fire chime butterfly fluttered its wings, emitting flames that combined into a sea of fire, covering half the sky with temperatures high enough to melt steel. Meanwhile, the dark water butterfly danced around Eric's feet, raising waves of cold air, creating an unusual scenario where the sky above was scorching while the ground below was freezing. Could elements not coexist? For Lawrence, manipulating the 5 elements was as easy as breathing. The 10,000 flower butterfly hovered before her, fanning out greenish-black mist that looked beautiful and smelled sweet, yet caused Eric's face to twist in alarm. It contained potent poison. At the same time, the ground meditation butterfly began acting invisibly, creating an illusionary effect around them. Eric never imagined that the 5 types of butterflies could possess such terrifying power, break all conventional rules. And this was just Lawrence's move. Sean had not been idle either. While Lawrence encircled Eric, block his escape, Sean wielded his bat-light staff, conjuring a black magic array before him. Flow of darkness. As he spoke, thick black ghost claws emerged from the array, each claw reaching toward Eric with dark, corrosive energy. Eric immediately recognized the terrifying power of the opponent's magic, and although his expression changed drastically, he was not afraid. With a push of his hands, he unfolded a golden magic array, Then a golden light pillar accompanied by arcs of lightning and thunder directly blasted toward Sean's magic array, while he himself let out a loud cry, his entire body covered in circles of lightning arcs, and charged straight toward Sean's direction. Chapter 204. Priestoni over Second Elder. When Lawrence saw Eric charging towards her, her face changed dramatically. She knew her body was not as strong as Eldon or Mike's. It was very fragile. Moreover, she could not let the butterflies block herself, despite Jinyu Butterfly's formidable defense. Facing such a Eric, Lawrence had no confidence at all. However, if she dodged, then the attack set up by the 5 spirit butterflies would become completely ineffective. Damn, not surprising that he is the second elder of the Chi family. His mind, combat experience, and abilities are all top-notch. But Lawrence was not afraid either. After glancing at Sean, she used Transform into Butterfly and evaded Eric's attack. By doing this, Eric achieved his goal. His current aim was to escape from Lawrence's encirclement. If he escaped, Sean's magic would not be able to hit him with 100% accuracy. As the golden light beam shattered Sean's magic array, Sean cast a teleportation spell, avoiding Eric's attack. Still, the situation was extremely dangerous. I didn't expect you two little brats to have such powerful strength. But you're still no match for an old man like me. Eric sneered, roaring loudly. A dazzling golden magic array appeared in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Sean's face turned pale. You're crazy. This kind of attack range will affect the surrounding civilians too. Their lives mean nothing to me. As long as I can kill you, even if thousands die, I'll accept it. Eric raised his right hand and then slammed it down. Lightning bolts shot out from the magic array. Both Lawrence and Sean's faces changed dramatically. To prevent innocent people from being harmed, they had to bear the brunt of most attacks. Damn, what a cunning old man. Knowing that Lawrence wouldn't let commoners suffer, he deliberately used this wide-range magic. This way, both Lawrence and himself would need to expend more magic power and spirit energy to block the attacks. In battle, whoever runs out of magic power first is as good as dead. Even though they clearly understood this trap, they still had to jump in. Lawrence had already withdrawn the 5 spirit butterflies. Such an attack would only turn them into cannon fodder, and Lawrence couldn't bear it. These 5 spirit butterflies were incredibly difficult to cultivate and reproduce slowly, so Lawrence decided to use other powers. At that moment, waving the Lansing Quizui fan, seemingly weak yet extremely resilient threads continuously appeared in the air, forming a large net between the magic array and the two of them. Despite the intense lightning, the big net managed to block the attack. Eric stared wide-eyed, surprised that Lawrence was not just relying on butterfly power, but was also extremely strong herself. Although Lawrence blocked the attack, the cost was considerable. Her face was pale, and a trickle of blood leaked from the corner of her mouth. But soon she felt warmth all over her body. Turning around, she saw Eldon. Though Eldon was still fighting Ferdy alongside Mike, his healing spells were quite effective. He now used Ti Guan Ding, a move that could heal injuries over a period of time. Immediately, Lawrence's wounds healed, and she looked much more energetic. The same effect was seen on others because this spell could treat multiple people simultaneously. With Eldon's skill, treating 5 people at once was doable. The 3 elders of the Chi family were shocked and enraged, never expecting such high healing monks in the enemy's ranks. Monks shouldn't be so combat effective. The 3 elders of the Chi family realized this action might have been too rash, but it was too late to regret. Now the solution was to eliminate Sean and the others quickly, before they grew too strong. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. With this thought, their attacks became fiercer. Sean's hands rapidly formed seals, creating a black magic array between them. Soon, the array transformed into a black energy ball amid dark electrical arcs and crackling sounds. This energy ball contained far more magic power than any previous spell. It was Sean's ultimate killing move. Although Sean had many powerful spells left, he did not intend to prolong the fight further, considering the opponent's formidable strength. If the battle dragged on, it was uncertain who would win. It was indeed unpredictable, and a mishap could still happen. Therefore, Sean decided to end the battle quickly. After all, the opponent wasn't an ordinary saint rank, but a powerful high mage who specialized in devastating lightning magic. Hence, Sean no longer dared to underestimate him. Behold, soul annihilation. With that, Sean thrust his hands forward, and the black energy ball instantly transformed into a beam as thick as an arm. However, this beam's power far exceeded anything Sean had cast before, incomparable to his previous spells. Eric's expression turned grim, then electrical arcs continuously formed on his arms, quickly converging in front of him into a golden yellow lightning shield. Sean's beam struck it immediately, causing an ear-piercing sound as the shield shattered, yet the beam failed to achieve its intended effect. Sean's face darkened, but soon his gloom lifted, for Lawrence had unleashed a very powerful move, Demon Sky Evil Luelady. Lawrence shared the same thoughts as Sean. At this moment, she emitted a powerful energy from her body. Strangely, she didn't use any formidable abilities. Instead, she began singing a mournful, melodic song. The next scene made Eric's face turn ashen, for he suddenly found himself unable to move. After narrowly avoiding Sean's attack, he couldn't budge at all. What terrified him most was an inexplicable sorrow filling his heart, followed by scalding blood tears streaming from his eyes. Although Demon Sky Evil Luelady was originally a saint rank ability, the continuous training along the way allowed Lawrence's body to endure more spirit energy, enabling her to use it prematurely. This skill could cause tangible damage and was extremely dangerous. Moreover, having learned from the last time using Demon Sky Evil Luelady, Lawrence's infiltration of her spiritual power into the opponent's brain became even more covert, making it harder for the opponent to detect and counterattack. As Lawrence sang her mesmerizing Demon Sky Evil Lady, Sean did not idle. Seeing Eric wide-eyed and immobile, it would be folly not to take advantage of this opportunity. Thus, Sean activated the petrifying gaze right in front of Eric. The moment their eyes met, even Eric couldn't resist its power. His body rapidly petrified from his feet upward, eventually turning completely into a stone statue. Then, from midair, he plummeted to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Chapter 205, Demonization. Although Eric had died, due to the intense three-way battle, all parties were scattered far apart. Therefore, the other two combatants had no idea that their second elder Eric had been reduced to rubble. At this moment, Mike and Ernie were fiercely battling against Ferdy, locked in an indistinguishable struggle. The flames enveloping Ferdy's hands were not ordinary. They could sap a portion of his opponent's fighting strength upon contact. This terrifying ability forced both Mike and Ernie to be extremely cautious. Ferdy was employing the secret technique of the Chi family, the soft fist. Though this boxing style appeared brutally powerful, it had two effects. First, the flames from his fists could weaken his opponent's combat strength. The more terrifying effect was the ability to inject his inner energy into an opponent's body upon physical contact, targeting vital meridians or internal organs. Even if one's physical defenses were strong, internal organs couldn't be strengthened. If these were damaged, it would certainly result in severe injury. Ernie had already suffered one blow earlier. Though he quickly recovered with potent healing techniques, he now took the soft fist seriously. Mike sighed. The profundity of this boxing technique could rank highly on the Noah continent, yet Mike remained confident. After all, he and Ernie were the strongest in their team so far. Been dealing with Ferdy not too difficult, despite the unexpected tenacity of their opponent. At that moment, Ferdy lunged viciously at Mike, while simultaneously Strialbin out with his left fist at Ernie. A small piece of flame split from Ferdy's left hand and transformed into a fiery dragon, roaring towards Ernie. Smeralbin. Ernie knew that this flame attack had caused him trouble earlier since it burned even the Thousand Lotus formation, condensed by his magical power. However, Ernie wasn't limited to just one skill. It was too underestimating him to use the same move again. Ernie's hands moved rapidly in the air like those of a thousand-armed bodhisattva, revealing a glowing, magnified version of himself behind him. Unlike his normal self, this apparition had 9 heads and 18 arms, each holding a weapon, appearing immensely formidable. Ferdy widened his eyes in shock. What kind of move was this? Though sensing something amiss, he could not retract his attack, only hoping the fire dragon would buy him time as he accelerated, reaching Mike almost instantly. Mike sneered, quickly retreating. His 7 stars radiant dragon sword floated mid-air, seemingly sentient, Strialbin Ferdy autonomously. Ferdy had never seen such a technique. He was over a century old but hadn't fully grasped the abilities of Mike and company, who seemed to combine strengths from various schools. Mike wouldn't explain anything. Sword manipulation was common on Earth, where everyone was a cultivator, encompassing multiple schools, but the basic technique of sword manipulation was foundational. Despite being basic, the Earth's top realm made its divine powers and spells incomparable to the Noah continent, which could barely rank in the top 20. Thus, it was understandable for Ferdy to be perplexed by the sword manipulation technique. Being a close combat specialist, keeping distance meant that no matter how terrifying Ferdy's soft fist was, he couldn't use it effectively. Mike, appearing to be a mid-range fighter, used sword manipulation to counteract this drawback. Mike's 7 stars radiant dragon sword danced in sync with his will, emitting golden blades. Ferdy's eyes flared with malice, fists clenched, combining 2 flaming spheres before splitting them into a blazing lion, which unleashed 2 orange beams at Mike and Ernie. Meanwhile, Ernie's dermic golden body had neutralized the previous fire dragon. Now, facing another orange beam, he smiled derisively. He knew this beam was far more potent than the earlier fire dragon. Ernie showed no fear at all. Although his Thousand Lotus formation could not form an effective defense, the dermic golden body was both offensive and defensive. With a thought, the third arm on Ernie's left side slowly extended forward. This arm held a uniquely shaped wheel. As the wheel spun, it quickly enlarged, detaching from the arm and blockalbin in front of Ernie. The orange beam instantly hit Ernie's wheel, but astonishingly, this seemingly frail energy construct deflected the attack. And that wasn't all. The wheel, which had been rotating clockwise, began to spin counterclockwise after being struck by the orange beam, reflecting it back. Mike twirled his hands, revealing a mysterious blue seal in front of him. Suddenly, Ferdy felt as if he had been struck by electricity, his body becoming paralyzed. Upon Lualbin down, he saw white arcs of electricity covering his body, clearly Mike's move. Ferdy had just seen his own beam being reflected and wanted to retreat to avoid it, but Mike and Ernie were perfectly synchronized. The moment Ernie executed his move, Mike immediately paralyzed Ferdy, preventing any immediate reaction. Thus, the beam would hit Ferdy in an instant. Truly a case of turning his own weapon against him. The beam engulfed Ferdy in a flash. However, Mike and Ernie instantly moved aside. Almost simultaneously, 2 fire dragons exploded where they had stood. Mike frowned, sensing something strange when his move struck Ferdy, as the opponent's energy signature vanished momentarily. Trusting his instincts, and with Ernie feeling the same, they both left their original position. As expected, Ferdy dodged the attack, but at a considerable cost. In reality, there was nothing surprising about this. Even the weakest saint-level elder of the Chi family, Amato, had mastered techniques like the body substitution method for passing tribulation, so it was unsurprising that others had similar abilities. Indeed, Ferdy sacrificed one of his legs to evade the attack. Soon, a disheveled Ferdy appeared before Mike and Ernie, glaring fiercely and saying, "You two brats. Today, I'll lower my realm just to kill you here." With a loud cry, new flesh began to grow on his severed leg, rapidly regenerating into a new limb, more claw-like than human. His newly grown leg was pitch black, resembling the limbs of a wild beast. Soon, Ferdy's entire body emitted an eerie black aura, transforming under the astonished gazes of Mike and Ernie. Black scales grew on his body, his hands and other leg became black, claw-like appendages, and a pair of black wings sprouted from his back. His face was covered in scales except for his eyes. Even Mike couldn't help but feel a chill, as the transformation was undeniably bizarre, and such bizarre transformations often brought more terrifying power. Beside him, Ernie spoke gravely. "This is demonization, a unique skill of the Chi family." "Demonization? What's that?" Mike asked. Ernie sighed. The Chi family is among the strongest imperial families, possibly in the top 10. It's rumored they aren't entirely human, having a faint lineage of demon blood, though very diluted, it still exists. This has brought them significant advantages. In critical moments, they can use demonization, which rapidly enhances all aspects of strength. However, it also has side effects. After using this ability, they will be severely weakened. But who cares? After demonization, their strength can temporarily reach the peak of the Saint Realm. Now, our chances of defeating him need to be recalculated. Chapter 207. The 9 Netherworld Techniques and the Shadow of Xidigarba. I didn't expect the people from the Chi family to be so troublesome. Their physical defenses increased significantly after becoming demonized. Ernie frowned, gently lifting his hands. Behind him, the 18 arms of the Dharmakaya began moving, each arm holding a weapon that was only an illusion. However, this Dharmakaya miraculous ability, perfected in the Gilzhist realm by few. Now, due to Ernie's realm, he could barely unleash 1/10,000th of its power. Yet, these condensed illusory weapons were comparable to ordinary divine weapons. The attack did not end there. As the 18 arms swung at Ferdy simultaneously, the eyes of the 9 heads flashed with golden light, releasing 18 golden beams from each. Though thin, they shimmered with runes on their surfaces. Aaron took a deep breath and summoned back the 7 stars shining dragon sword. At this moment, he no longer held back. Peter emerged from Aaron's body, coiling around his waist. With a gentle touch from Aaron's left hand, the sword transformed into 7 swords, which then followed his gestures to form into 7 5-clawed golden dragons fiercely lunging at Ferdy. Although Ferdy had been demonized, seeing the techniques of the 2 opponents, he had no confidence in blocking them. After all, the strength of Aaron and Ernie could not be described by realms. Their transcendent techniques made Ferdy feel uneasy. Easily dodging the attacks due to demonization enhancing his defensive abilities, he quickly moved next to Aaron since his defenses were comparatively weaker than Ernie's. But Aaron showed a smirk. He clearly understood the opponent's intentions. While Aaron lacked formidable defensive techniques, he excelled at using offense as defense. Peter, coiled around Aaron's waist, opened its mouth, forming a golden orb which slammed towards Ferdy. Meanwhile, behind Aaron, a huge disc appeared, carved with a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon. Then, Aaron took a deep breath and let out a loud dragon roar, the signature move dragon roar. This type of sound wave attack was hard to defend against. Just when Ferdy endured Peter's golden orb, he was hit by the sudden sound wave, feeling as if his head was struck by a hammer. Forced to retreat, Ferdy found himself facing Ernie, who had taken advantage of the situation. Inspired by Aaron's attack, Ernie clasped his hands together, emitting golden energy as he spoke softly, "Step back." Those 2 words made Ferdy choke, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Evidently, Ernie excelled more in sound wave attacks due to his mastery of various Gilzhist powers, while Aaron specialized in sword techniques. Therefore, Ernie's 8 sounds of heavenly thunder proved overwhelmingly powerful for Ferdy. Despite being heavily wounded, Ferdy, due to demonization, had a stronger endurance. With a fierce expression, he seemed ready to tear Aaron and Ernie apart. Roaring loudly, he pounded his chest twice, spewing 2 streams of blood. This wasn't ordinary blood, but cultivator's true essence blood. They turned into 2 small blood arrows mid-air. Maalb and Aaron and Ernie looked grave. Taalb in a deep breath, Aaron formed a seal in front of him and began chanting ancient and obscure incantations, merging each character into the seal. Finally, the seal radiated brilliance and formed an ancient Bagua diagram in front of Aaron. This rotating Bagua emitted blue waves, weakening the blood arrow's power. If not for the arrow's speed and unpredictability, Aaron would not have used this technique. Dissipation of the primordial spirit, which consumed twice the spiritual energy compared to offensive techniques, Maalb it impractical. Ernie also faced the attack of a blood arrow. He clasped his hands together, and from his sleeves emerged a long string of golden prayer beads. As someone from the Gilzhist realm, Ernie rarely used magical treasures, but mostly relied on secret techniques of the Gilzhist faith. Since this blood arrow was Ferdy's essence blood, it could follow him relentlessly under Ferdy's control. In other words, no matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape. The only method was to withstand the attack head-on. Ernie tossed the wheel reincarnation beads into the sky. The beads emitted brilliant light as Ernie sat cross-legged in midair, with a massive golden lotus blooming beneath him. The prayer beads released a luminous barrier that encased Ernie within. However, Ernie felt this wasn't enough. For a Saint-class power's essence, blood was not to be taken lightly, especially when the opponent was a demonized Saint-class powerhouse. Thus, Ernie softly recited Umitba Galesta. Behind him, a massive figure appeared, which would shock anyone from the Gilstist realm. The figure was that of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, one of the 4 great Galestas, Shakyamuni, Guanyin, Maitreya, and Ksitigarbha. Of course, Ernie was not Ksitigarbha king. Although his cultivation was powerful, he had not yet reached the level comparable to Shakyamuni and others. He was the guardian under Shakyamuni, the supreme Buddha among the 4 great Galestas. Therefore, initially, each of the 4 great Galestas bestowed some treasures and powers upon Ernie. Being able to achieve enlightenment and reach peak strength in just 500 years was no small feat. Shakyamuni bestowed upon Ernie the wheel reincarnation beads containing countless cycles of reincarnation. Guanyin gave him the 1,000-armed Bodhimanda skill similar to the 1,000-armed Guanyin. Maitreya endowed him with the absolutely formidable defensive array, 1,000 Lotus Array, while Ksitigarbha bestowed upon Ernie the 9 Netherworld techniques. Everyone knew that Ksitigarbha dwelled in hell, so Ernie also comprehended the dharma of life and death cycles there. In battles, he could use this power to manifest Ksitigarbha's apparition to provide absolute defense for himself. Of course, the 9 Netherworld techniques encompassed more than just this. But for defense, manifesting Ksitigarbha's apparition was sufficient. With benevolent features, Ksitigarbha extended 2 large hands in front of Ernie. Block Alban the blood arrow which hit the palms like a stone Sin Alban into the sea, only leaving faint ripples on the apparition without Brer Alban through. On Aaron's side, things were slightly more chaotic. Although he managed to disperse most of the power using the dissipation of the primordial spirit, the remaining force still impacted him, causing some injuries. If Tal Alban about past lives, Aaron, as the leader of the 5 emperors, could match Ernie, the messenger of the Golden Lotus. However, in reality, the power of the Gilstist realm surpassed others subtly, especially the 4 great Galestas whose abilities were boundless, unknown even to their full extent. Thus, inheriting a unique power or treasure from each of the 4 great Galestas meant Ernie could hold an advantage over Aaron at lower realms. Many of Aaron's ultimate skills required higher realms to unleash, while the Gilstist powers came with various scriptures and teachings. Ma made it easy for Ernie to wield otherwise unattainable secret arts, albeit at weaker power. Chapter 208, Eliminating Ferdy. Incomprehension filled Ferdy's face, for the weapon formed from his lifeblood essence had been treated like paper by the opponent. Aaron was slightly injured, but that man called Ernie was completely unscathed. After the illusion of Dizong vanished, the wheel spear, in the air returned to Ernie's hand. Ernie opened his eyes but remained seated cross-legged. His right hand slowly moved the wheel spear, emanating a circle of golden light waves around him. At this moment, Ernie seemed truly to have returned to his days as the messenger of the Golden Lotus, exuding solemn and formidable Gilstist power. Ernie spoke slowly. Aaron, you're injured. Step back for now. I will deal with this person. Aaron nodded, knowing his own condition well. He had used most of his magic power already, and what remained was not enough to support powerful spells. In such a situation, confronting the demonized Ferdy would be suicidal. Aaron retreated to one side, with Domenico circling around him, glaring fiercely at Ferdy. But under these circumstances, Ferdy could no longer attack Aaron, since his current situation was highly disadvantageous. Therefore, Aaron stepping back actually increased the chance for Ferdy to escape. However, how could Ernie let him get away? Ernie continued sitting on the massive Golden Lotus Mountain, calmly manipulating the wheel spear, showing no sign of panic, as if the opponent was utterly insignificant. Ferdy knew today he faced more peril than hope, but he wasn't willing to fall so easily. Even if he died, he wanted to take someone down with him. Then Alban this, his eyes became increasingly fierce. Although compared to Ernie, Aaron was easier to deal with and was injured. Precisely because of this, he couldn't attack Aaron. After all, Ernie was still watching closely from the side. Though Ernie appeared compassionate, the wheel spear and the faint golden aura surrounding him hinted at his readiness for battle. Just as Ferdy prepared to make his move, several black whirlpools suddenly appeared before Ernie. These whirlpools were small, about the size of a soccer ball, and there were 6 in total, symbolizing the 6 paths of reincarnation. From within these whirlpools, black tokens as dark as ink slowly emerged. Each token was palm-sized and slender, with glowing, mysterious runes engraved in their centers. Aaron was stunned, as Ernie, being from the Gilstist realm, should emit only strong Gilstist power. Yet from those tokens, he sensed waves of deathly energy, totally different from Gilstist powers. No wonder Aaron was surprised, for Ernie's case was indeed rare. In truth, Ernie's physique was extraordinary. In the Gilstist realm, most highly cultivated beings possessed the great Galesta body, but a very few were said to have the legendary Galesta demon dual body. Such individuals advanced rapidly and encountered fewer bottlenecks. Although Ernie was the embodiment of the Golden Lotus, it had nothing to do with his physique. The Earth Treasury King was also such an existence. Thus, part of Ernie's abilities came from Tathagata's teachings, while another part came from the Earth Treasury King's guidance. Being able to wield both life and death forces simultaneously, like the phrase, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" Judge tokens. Ernie abruptly opened his eyes, and 6 blood-red streaks appeared diagonally across the tokens, releasing terrifying malevolent energy. Blood mists emerged from the tokens, coiling around Ferdy like spirits. To Ferdy's horror, he felt his strength waning, which was impossible. If the demonization time was up, he would revert instantly, not gradually lose power. Thus, it must be the work of these blood mists. Ferdy's expression grew ghastly. He still didn't know where these heaven-defying abilities originated. This was beyond any common logic. A hint of regret and fear flashed in his eyes, but it was too late. Though Ernie was from the Gilstist realm, he was not foolish enough to let his enemy go. Doing so would not be compassion, but self-destruction. Knowing well the danger of letting a tiger return to the mountain, Ernie unleashed all his power. Determined to capture this man named xuanhuan here. After all, although he was not afraid of the opponent's strength, such threats were better to be fewer. Therefore, Ernie spread and then clasped his hands, gathering all the blood mists together into a blood-red dermic seal. At the center of this seal was a benevolent Galesta sitting on a golden lotus, exuding an aura of serenity, but simultaneously emitting a thick, bloody smell, which was truly bizarre. Subsequently, the seal flashed with light, shattered, and transformed into fragments, each fragment becoming a red lotus surrounding xuanhuan. What is this secret technique? Xuanhuan asked with a grim expression. Finally, Ernie laughed as if victory was assured, saying, "This is called the Blood Lotus Array, a secret technique that only those in the Gilstist world who have truly entered hell and endured immense suffering can comprehend. Although my current power is but a fraction of what it used to be, it is sufficient to deal with you. Look." Ernie raised his right hand, pointing at the nearest blood lotus, whose petals became transparent, revealing a terrifying scene akin to a demon realm. We in the Gilstist world must endure hardships to remove greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and doubt from ourselves, transcending physical constraints to attain Galestahood. Each of these blood lotuses contains one of 81 trials, each trial causing indescribable agony for people like you. How many can you withstand? If you cannot bear it and die, your soul will be sucked into that scene, enduring torment for eternity without any hope of rebirth. After Ernie said this calmly, the blood lotuses began moving rapidly. Naturally, xuanhuan avoided them carefully, believing Ernie's words given his previously displayed supernatural abilities. These blood lotuses might indeed have such fearsome power, so he dared not touch them, fearing an even worse fate. Even xuanhuan, the saint-class elder of the Qi family, lost all fighting spirit now, especially since his demonic transformation time was nearly up, and even then, he had been unable to defeat Ernie. Thus, xuanhuan sought an opportunity to escape. However, escape was not easy. Ernie saw through xuanhuan's intentions and moved the blood lotuses towards impossible-to-avoid areas. Attack Alban, where xuanhuan's responses were slower. Xuanhuan could only cope temporarily with these relentless attacks, but couldn't hold out long. Soon, with a cry of pain, his body started dissipating, releasing a white mist, his soul, into the nearest blood lotus. Afterwards, Ernie retracted the blood lotuses and returned to the ground, Lualban slightly fatigued but not exhausted. Aaron watched Ernie and bitterly smiled, saying, "As expected of someone from the Gilstist world, your strength is truly remarkable. Even if I fought you now, I would surely suffer a crushing defeat." Ernie smiled but did not speak, replying later, "That's because you're not there yet. Once you reach a higher realm, you will surpass me someday." Meanwhile, Allison and Mara encountered trouble. Though they cooperated skillfully, their opponent, a woman named Qiyue, possessed almost comparable speed to Allison's. Qiyue, a sword saint, didn't rely on profound sword techniques, but on her speed, making it difficult for Allison and Mara to overpower her initially. Of course, Qiyue wasn't unscathed either. Allison's speed was still superior, and Mara used large-scale attack spells to counter Qiyue's movements within a specific area. Allison looked at the woman in front of her, her face dark. Then she sneered and said, "You are indeed strong. With your speed, you can rank among the top on the entire Noah continent. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. No one has ever won against me in a speed contest." Following this, Allison let out a sharp cry, and her body split into 6 identical figures. Yes, exactly 6 identical Allisons, each assuming different poses, their movements as swift as birds in flight. "Humph, mere illusions. Do you think you can win against me?" Deborah sneered coldly. However, after a while, her smile froze on her face. Initially thin Alban that Allison's move was just an illusion. She never imagined that all 6 bodies were real, a phenomenon never before seen. Deborah's expression turned ugly. Could it be that all 6 of these bodies were real? The next moment, Allison made her move. In fact, the principle behind this technique was quite simple, merely exploiting the residual image effect on the human retina. But to create such a residual image required unimaginable speed. And even if someone could achieve that speed, whether their body could withstand it was another matter. What Allison used, Phoenix Dance 6 illusions, pushed her speed to its limit, utilizing the residual image effect for attack. Back then, for Allison to attain such speed, she endured untold hardships. However, the power of this technique was indisputable. Deborah was helpless. Facing 6 Allisons, although unwilling, she had no choice but to use her speed to evade continuously. Yet this idea was only wishful thinking Alban because Allison's speed, enhanced by Phoenix Dance 6 illusions, increased by 30%. This rendered Deborah's proud speed merely a joke. With Mara's coordination, annihilating Deborah required almost no effort. Soon, Aaron, Ernie, Allison, and Mara all returned to Sean and Agenbu's side. None of them were surprised that their partners had killed their respective enemies. They were well aware of each other's abilities. While the Saint-class elders of the Qi family might be formidable in one-on-one combat, in two-on-one battles, victory was certain. Having eliminated 4 elders of the Qi family, the Chi family's strength plummeted to second rate. Although their great elder was undoubtedly the most powerful, so what? Aaron believed that if the enemy faced their combined strength of 6 people, would they still stand a chance? Chapter 208, The Eve of the Dojo Finals. Aaron and his companions quickly left Purple Illusion City. After all, the Chi family was now barely able to manage its own affairs. Previously, they had been arrogant and overbearing, offending many people. Now, with only one saint-rank powerhouse left to support them, those families and forces who were wronged by the Chi family would naturally come Lualban for trouble. Meanwhile, Aaron and his group swiftly secured the city's dojo badge, since the Emperor of East Dragon Empire had already decreed that Aaron could receive the dojo badge without undergoing any tests. Over the next few cities, they similarly obtained badges at the same speed and encountered little resistance. On this day, however, they found themselves lost in a forest known as Misty Ghost Forest. Few who entered ever came out, but they had a compelling reason to venture inside because the 3 Noah artifacts in their possession all emitted light, signaling the presence of another Noah artifact within the forest. Thus, without hesitation, they began searching within the Misty Ghost Forest. 3 months later in East Dragon City, the capital where the annual Dojo Challenge finals were held. Any contestant recognized by all dojo masters could participate in the competition, whether in individual or team matches. That day, all eyes were on one particular team, led by Aaron, the second young master of the Yu family who had been expelled from his clan. Born in East Dragon City, he was still well known to many. Unlike Davin's arrogance, Aaron was amiable, earning him much goodwill. Upon hearing about his forced departure from the family, many felt injustice for him, but Aaron merely laughed it off, not taking it to heart. The group booked a luxurious suite in a decent hotel. The suite had enough rooms for 6 people. It was a habit for them to stay together due to potential dangers, so it was the most convenient and safest arrangement. In these few months, they made significant gains, obtaining the 4th artifact, the Noah Codex, which belonged to Kira. Notably, while everyone's strength and demeanor improved, Sean underwent the most dramatic change. Originally slightly mature and calm, giving off a quiet aura, Sean now exuded an unusual allure despite no changes in appearance or speech. His eyes had turned bright red, like 2 rubies. On Noah continent, nobody had red eyes. This transformation began 2 months ago in a mysterious castle, where they encountered a species that shouldn't exist on Noah, vampires. A powerful race requiring blood to survive, they possessed immense magical talent. Vampires should exist only in the underworld, far more formidable than Noah's. Within it lived various demon races, with vampires being one of the strongest besides the ruling true demons. Why a high-level vampire appeared here was puzzling, but there was no time to think as the vampire attacked first, intending to feast on them. Sean defeated it tragically, then absorbed the vampire using complex magic. Although his realm didn't advance, his mana purity increased dramatically. Like Ernie, he needed only a catalyst to advance. Sean also gained the ability to use blood spirit magic after absorbing the vampire, a combination of necromancy and blood magic, surpassing divine magic and netherworld magic in destruction, due to acquiring some vampiric power. Therefore, when Sean used blood spirit magic, the mana he required was only half of what it originally was. This meant that Sean's strength had effectively advanced to a higher level. Such an improvement was undoubtedly a great benefit for Aaron's team. Meanwhile, Mara also met Alexei again during this period and learned that she was originally a princess of the Azura clan from the Netherworld. With the help of Alexei and Daniel, the last and purest trace of power sealed within Mara awakened. Originally, her strength in the team lagged behind because whether it was Yin-Yang techniques or Liliasha, although powerful, they had obvious drawbacks. One needed a long preparation time, and the other required a significant amount of spiritual energy to control. After the final trace of power awakened, Mara's strength improved. Now, with her true memories restored, she became significantly more powerful, able to harness the genuine royal power of the Netherworld. Mara's ability allowed her to summon powerful spirits from the Netherworld to fight for her, and she could transform her body into a spirit herself for attacks. This ability was both mysterious and formidable, with astonishing power. From Alexei, she also received a weapon given to her by her father in the Netherworld, the soul-losing drum. The group rested in their rooms, waiting for the match 3 days later. However, the 6 of them did not stay in the room all the time. After all, they still needed to purchase some props that could be used in battle. According to the rules, using talismans, elixirs, and other items in combat was not considered cheating. These days before the competition were also the peak selling times for the most valuable equipment and items, as everyone wanted to boost their strength, even if just a little. Therefore, Aaron and the others went out on the street, where Aaron saw many uniquely dressed people, knowing that they were the most talented individuals from various cities in the Eastern Dragon Empire. After participating in the dojo finals, almost everyone would enter the Eastern Dragon Imperial Academy, the best school in the Eastern Dragon Empire, which everyone dreamed of attending. Along the way, Aaron and his companions discovered several individuals whose strength did not fall short of theirs, realizing that geniuses were not limited to just their group. Although Noah continent was merely a relatively strong realm, having a few extremely powerful individuals wasn't surprising. Upon meeting Aaron's group, these people naturally noticed their extraordinary qualities but refrained from causing trouble before the competition. If anything happened pre-match, one would be disqualified, a rule even royalty couldn't bypass. Aaron suddenly understood why Davon hadn't sent anyone to bother him these past 2 days. Whenever Aaron encountered members of the Yu family, they looked at him with anger, for not only had he publicly harmed Davon, but he also hurt their patriarch. Such actions led everyone to view Aaron as a traitor to the family. With Davon pushing matters behind the scenes, support for Aaron within the Yu family had dwindled. But Aaron didn't care about any of this. He had said he had no connection with the Yu family, and it was meaningless for Davon to gloat. Chapter 209, The Dojo Finals. The competition finally began a few days later. On that day, half of the residents of East Dragon City had disappeared, all relocated to other areas, because this half of the city would be turned into the competition venue. Although it sounded astonishing, and indeed previous competitions didn't have these regulations, everyone only understood the reason behind this arrangement the night before the competition when it was midnight. The ground started xuanhuan, not just trembling. A staircase appeared outside the windows of all teams or individuals participating, including Aaron's team. These staircases led directly upwards to an enormous sphere floating in the sky. This sphere was the magically transformed half of East Dragon City. As for the residents, they were all waiting inside the arena for the competition. What Aaron and others needed to do was reach the competition venue by 8 a.m. without flying, as the venue was inside that huge spherical structure in the sky. Without any hesitation, Aaron and his companions rushed up the staircase. Once inside, they realized things weren't as simple as they thought. The sphere rotated 360 degrees, both horizontally and vertically. If anyone fell or used flying abilities, they would be disqualified immediately. Anyone who didn't reach the venue by 8 a.m. was also considered unqualified. Aaron and the others remained solemn, not because of the rotation. The spinning ground wasn't a big deal for them, but because what lay ahead was a maze. Unable to fly, they had to wander around the maze with only a small map in their hands. Soon, Aaron encountered a small team. With their strength, they quickly defeated them, retrieving another piece of the map from the fallen foes. Pick Albin up the new piece of the map. Aaron gave a sinister smile and said, "I see. I've got a grasp on this competition now." His demonic smile made the other five shudder. Soon after, sounds of agony echoed through the maze, and at an unbelievable speed, Aaron collected more pieces of the map, finally piecing together a complete one. There were still 6 hours left until the competition at 8 a.m., meaning they had spent only 2 hours finding the endpoint. However, upon reaching the end, they discovered they were only third. 2 other teams had arrived before them. They were then guided by the responsible staff to the rest area. According to the competition rules, every team must choose a name and fill out the type of competition they wish to participate in. Aaron picked up the registration form. The competition formats included individual matches where anyone could join, team individual matches where members from 2 teams would compete one-on-one, and team matches where all members competed simultaneously. Aaron and company signed up for all types, given their capabilities. After some deliberation, they named their team Noah's Odyssey, fitting since their goal was to regain their former power on the Noah continent and reunite the Noah clan. As time ticked closer to the competition, more and more people entered the venue. Though the rotating maze was dangerous, it wasn't too challenging for those who had passed the dojo trials. Most eliminations occurred due to fights over maps. Aaron noticed some teams, pairs, and even solo competitors, realizing not everyone had a powerful team, so lone wolves were common. When the big clock struck 8, all entrances closed instantly. Those who failed to enter in time were eliminated. The arena lit up, filled with spectators from East Dragon City and beyond. Special seats were reserved for Saint rank warriors. Aaron and his team looked around in the resting room and saw all the dojo leaders seated as judges. Before them stood a host. The host stood on a gigantic pumpkin, which was shaped like those from Halloween. The host herself appeared relatively young, Lu Albin like a girl in her 20s, dressed in clothes that resembled a shrine maiden's outfit. However, the aura she exuded indicated she was at the peak of the gold rank. Even the mere host was a peak gold rank warrior, showing just how seriously the Eastern Dragon Empire took this dojo final competition. As the host flew to the center of the arena, she cleared her throat and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Kasia, your host for this year's dojo finals. Over the next half month, I will be here to provide commentary on the matches. The competition will include individual matches, team singles matches, and team matches. All individual match participants currently in the resting area, please enter the waiting area and report your names. You may proceed to the dueling area via the special corridors." After Kasia finished Spielben, Aaron smiled and said, "All right, it's time we show everyone our true strength. We must win this dojo final. Do you even need to say that?" Sean grinned triumphantly. "Our team will sweep all 3 championships. But in the individual matches, we might face each other. What do we do then? In order to better conceal our true abilities, if we encounter each other in the individual matches and one feels slightly weaker, they should forfeit. I assume other teams would also do the same," explained Aaron. After discussing everything, they made their way to the waiting area. To their surprise, it was unexpectedly large, filled with contestants awaiting their turn. Roughly estimating, there were around 100 participants, both men and women. Most were offensive type classes, but there were also supportive roles. Though auxiliary classes didn't have strong attacks, that was only relative. They certainly weren't completely powerless. Many of them looked at Aaron and his group with hostility, either grouped together or sitting alone, clearly viewing each other as competitors. Aaron gave an almost imperceptible smile, already gauging the strength of most participants at a glance. Among them, indeed, a few were powerful enough to rival their team, assuming they couldn't use certain skills. For instance, Domenico and Eugenia mustn't be revealed, otherwise, they would immediately become targets. An hour later, the competition finally began, as it was necessary for all participants to adjust to their best state before the matches. Kasia picked up the microphone again and announced, "Now, we start the first match, and the participants are Willie and Einar. The audience erupted into cheers. When the dojo leaders saw Willie step out, curiosity peaked on their faces. Although Willie had participated in a few dojo trials, it wasn't often. Additionally, due to the king of the Eastern Dragon Empire's influence, some dojo trials were bypassed directly for badges. Thus, all the dojo leaders were very curious about Willie's abilities, knowing her identity in the 100 Flowers Courtyard. How extraordinary could the young master of the 100 Flowers Courtyard be? This was going to be an exciting match indeed. Willie turned around and spotted a man clad in blue knight armor, wielding a sword that looked incredibly sharp. He seemed to be in his early 20s, with faint blue arcs of electricity surrounding him, clearly a Thunder Knight. Willie smiled, but the man named Einar didn't reciprocate. With a cold snort, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and landed gracefully from over 10 meters high, unharmed. Willie showed a slight smirk, finding it amusing how he tried to grab attention. However, if it came to Malbin a grand entrance, no one could surpass Willie. In the next moment, under the surprised gazes of all contestants in the waiting area, Willie transformed into a swarm of beautiful butterflies surrounded by colorful petals. Accompanied by a fragrant breeze, she quickly descended into the arena, then transformed back into her original form. This act immediately elicited loud cheers from the audience, as her entrance was far more spectacular than Einar's. The dojo leader's eyes lit up, impressed by this single move. Willie truly wasn't simple, living up to her title as the young master of the 100 Flowers Courtyard. Chapter 210, Instant Kill. Einar's face was dark, for while amateurs looked at the spectacle, experts saw through to the core. Naturally, he had perceived the strength in Willie's move earlier. What left him puzzled was what class Willie belonged to. It seemed that nothing in the Noah continent matched the type of ultimate technique that Willie performed. Thin this far, Einar's wariness of Willie intensified even more. Fear tends to grow when facing mysterious and inscrutable things. Willie read Einar's expression clearly and curled her lips into a faint smile, then unfolded the lantern xuanhuan and waved it gracefully, as if she didn't consider Einar worth noticing at all. But this indeed was where Willie was powerful. The more composed and contemptuous she acted towards Einar, the more fear and trepidation would accumulate inside Einar. It might also lead him to be infuriated. If one could conquer the mind first in a fight, Malbin the opponent lose their calmness, it would greatly increase the chances of victory. Willie did not want to reveal overwhelming power at the beginning. Thus, using psychological warfare to unnerve her opponent was an excellent strategy. Einar reacted exactly as Willie had anticipated. Upon seeing Willie's look of disdain, Einar became enraged mixed with a tinge of fear. After all, Willie looked at him as if he were just an insignificant insect, not like a stage performance at all. However, those who passed the arena competitions were not all victors by sheer strength. They were acknowledged by these saint-level masters. Hence, Einar unsheathed his sword, transformed into a blue electric arc, and rushed straight at Willie. Willie smiled slightly, still leisurely waving her lantern xuanhuan without moving a step. Einar, as a Thunder Knight, excelled in explosive power and speed, and within the blink of an eye, he stood before Willie, thrusting his sword directly at Willie's neck. After all, in such a competition, weapons were blind, and even if death occurred, it wouldn't invite too much investigation. And Einar was a ruthless person, trying to end Willie's life right from the start. However, was it so easy to kill Willie? To everyone's shock, Einar's sword penetrated Willie's neck, as if Willie were transparent. The sword passed through her body without causing any harm. This, not good, it's an illusion. Einar's expression changed dramatically. Illusions, although hard to master, were not unheard of. By the time Einar realized it, it was too late because space behind Einar rippled as if a stone had been thrown into a small lake. Then, Willie appeared there and, without a word, extended a hand and struck. The palm carried pink petals and fragrance, hitting Einar's back directly. Einar instantly felt something sweet rise in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Willie landed lightly on the ground. Her gender-ambiguous attire made her even more enchanting at this moment. With the smile of a victor, she said slowly, "How does my falling flower palm taste?" Einar glared at Willie with hatred and struggled to stand up, saying, "What class are you?" Willie smiled and replied, "That doesn't seem relevant to you, and I won't tell you. This match will soon come to an end, for you're no match for me. Surrender now, or you'll get hurt." Einar sneered coldly. "The game isn't over yet. How do you know I'm going to lose?" Boastful words. Finished Spialban. He held the sword with both hands high above his head. Suddenly, lightning descended from the sky and was absorbed directly by the sword. Einar opened his eyes and revealed a piercing gaze. Willie responded with an amused smile. Though her opponent's attack was formidable, Einar was outstanding among the gold-rank Thunder Knights and would have advanced further. It was bad luck for him to encounter her first. While Willie wasn't the peak in her team, she was certainly not weak either. Dealing with Einar was child's play to her. Naturally, Willie would not allow Einar to complete this move. That would be foolish since combat is about efficiency. Without further ado, Willie waved her fan gently, snapped her left fingers, and instantly a beautiful black rose bloomed in her hand. Then, with a flick of her left hand, the black rose multiplied into a cluster in a split second. "Humph, are you performing magic tricks?" Einar revealed a mock-Alban smile. He was confident that this move would definitely defeat Willie. His ultimate skill, Thunder Slash, had never met its match at his level. This time, he would certainly defeat this extremely arrogant youth. Alban of this, Einar's face twisted with a sinister expression. However, in the next moment, his pupils contracted, and he looked at his chest in disbelief. The treasured sword in his hand was instantly destroyed, and without a weapon, Thunder Slash could not be fully executed. At this moment, several beautiful black roses were clearly embedded in Einar's chest. No, this is impossible. Einar's face turned to one of terror. His words became fragmented as he felt his strength weakening, leaving him unable to move. The carnivorous black rose can bypass an opponent's defensive skills and directly absorb their life energy until they die. Willie revealed a cruel smile. Originally, Willie did not intend to do this, but since Einar had aimed to kill from the beginning, it made Willie very angry. Therefore, he decided to use ruthless tactics in the first match. Maalb and everyone understand that he was not someone to be trifled with. This way, those who would compete against Willie later might think twice before attack Alban recklessly. As if to verify Willie's words, Einar's hair slowly turned white. Then his entire body began to wither away, eventually turning into ashes, leaving behind only a few eerie black roses. This instant kill stunned everyone present, including the dojo masters, who drew in sharp breaths. Too powerful. Such combat prowess wasn't even typical of the gold rank, it rivaled the saint rank. Moreover, the techniques used were eerily strange. The host, Ginger, took nearly a minute to recover from shock before announcing Willie's victory and advancement to the next round. Willie slowly walked over to where Einar had turned to ash and said coldly, "The more bizarrely beautiful the flower, the more terrifying its power. Underestimating the flower will lead to the same end as you, leaving only a pile of ashes." Finishing, Willie returned slowly to the waiting area. Immediately, everyone's perception of Willie changed. After all, no matter what world it was, it revered strength above all else. Thus, everyone looked at Willie with awe. What alarmed these people was that Willie seemed to be friends with Aaron and others, which suggested that Aaron et al. Might have similar abilities. If so, it was terrifying. However, Willie ignored the reactions, having seen such gazes countless times in the past. As for the next few matches, although they were exciting, Aaron and the others had no interest in watching, considering those fighting beneath them still too weak. After a few more matches, the host Ginger finally announced Mara's name. Mara lazily stretched and slowly descended the stairs. Her opponent, a man in his early 20s, looked incredibly unhappy, but surrendering to a girl who appeared to be only in her teens? That was absolutely out of the question, despite being a gold-rank fire elementalist. At this moment, the man named Xavier had no confidence in defeating Mara, especially after the shock Willie had delivered earlier. Besides, this girl was the friend of the boy named Willie. Xavier sighed helplessly and could only descend the stairs beside him. Chapter 211. Intimidating Characters. Mara was originally the cherished daughter of the Yama realm's Azura king. However, due to an accident, Mara lost her memory and drifted to the Noah continent. Although she awoke once after that, the Vishav, LV Sha, and Inyang techniques she used were still not her true powers. For this reason, when with her companions, the use Mara could became less and less. Just as Mara felt headaches over this, the second awakening completely solved Mara's problems, restoring her original power, which certainly put her on par with Mike and the others. The battle between Mara and a male mage named Johnny began soon. Johnny struck first by casting a huge fireball spell. This fireball spell was only usable at the silver level, and Johnny could cast such magic instantaneously, which was quite an extraordinary feat. Johnny's control over magic was also top-notch. In all fairness, he could be considered a prodigy. Unfortunately for him, he met Mara, truly his bad luck, for he stood no chance against her. Why? Because Mara's true strength lay in summoning. Being the daughter of the Yama realm's Azura king, manipulating ghostly spirits was child's play to her. Mara took out several yellow talismans from her sleeve, talismans inscribed with peculiar incantations. She then tossed these talismans into the air and called out, causing each talisman to emit a golden light. From there, every talisman unfolded into a black vortex, from which emerged monsters dressed in ancient official attire with talismans on their foreheads. They were zombies. Unlike the zombies on the Noah continent, these zombies were summoned from the Yama realm. Due to limitations, she could now only summon low-level zombie creatures, but it was enough. Zombies from the Yama realm weren't like those stiff, lumbering zombies. They were incredibly powerful and agile, far removed from the comical portrayal of zombies hopping around with arms outstretched. Each of these 10 zombies before Mara wielded various weapons, some with iron claws, some with broadswords, and others with spears, all radiating peak gold-level auras. Such a situation took everyone by surprise, given that summoners had long been extinct and usually could only enter a contract with one magical beast. No one could understand what was happening. The man named Johnny paled. Facing one peak gold-level opponent might be manageable, but adding 10 zombies made it absolutely unmanageable. After all, he was a mage. If these zombies got close to him, he would surely suffer a terrible fate. Grudgingly, despite the humiliation, Johnny knew when to retreat and gracefully conceded. Though the common crowd was unsatisfied, cultivators all showed approving looks. If one insisted on fighting someone clearly stronger, it wasn't bravery, but stupidity. As cultivators who constantly faced danger, understanding when to advance or retreat was fundamental. Otherwise, one wouldn't progress far in cultivation. The fights continued, with Angus, Sean, Ernie Talbin turns to participate. Eventually, halfway through the competition, Mike's name was finally announced. Mike drew the 7-star Radiant Dragon Sword and stepped onto the field. Most here recognized Mike, and coincidentally, his opponent was also an elite disciple of the Yu family at the peak gold level. However, this elite disciple grossly overestimated himself. Moreover, because Mike had left the family and news of his formidable actions within the Yu family had been suppressed by Alvis, Only those present knew and were sworn to secrecy. Thus, this Yu family disciple had no idea how terrifying Mike truly was. Therefore, he arrogantly grinned, drawing out a delicate magic staff with a crystal orb emitting beautiful blue light. A water elementalist. But so what? Mike sneered. The 7-star radiant dragon sword floated mid-air, splitting into 7 swords attack Alban from different directions. Naturally, the water elementalist was instantly killed. Even though Lon didn't take his life, he left him crippled, likely to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Do not say that Yu Tianlan was ruthless. The Yu family had already branded Yu Tianlan as a traitor. In the Noah continent, no matter which race or sect one belonged to, a traitor would find it very hard to survive, and Yu Tianlan was no exception. Therefore, Yu Tianlan decided to give them a warning, and the water elementalist unfortunately became the example to warn others. Yu Tianlan's unpredictable prowess astonished everyone present and deterred many who intended to cause trouble after the event. After all, compared to family honor, most people valued their own lives more. Cultivators sought power and immortality. If a few clashes could cost them their lives, that would be unwise indeed. By the end of the first day's competition, only 50 participants remained. Half had been eliminated in the first round. The second day would see another round of one-on-one matches. Yu Tianlan roughly examined the remaining 44 contestants and their performances during the matches. They were all formidable, but still slightly inferior to Yu Tianlan and company. However, several individuals commanded great respect from Yu Tianlan and the others. One was gold-level Blood Knight London, another was light elementalist Ginger, yet another was Berserker Aubrey, and one more was gold-level Sword Saint Halston. These 4 were not your average gold-level warriors. Their strength almost reached the holy rank level. Though they hadn't exerted their full power, Yu Tianlan could tell that these 4 posed the greatest obstacles in the individual competitions. Once they defeated these, the rest wouldn't be worth mentioning. After all, Yu Tianlan and the others had some trump cards they couldn't easily use, so their moves would be somewhat restrained. When facing opponents nearly equivalent to holy rank warriors, Yu Tianlan felt they must be extra cautious to avoid revealing any weakness that might invite further trouble. They already had enough enemies and did not need new ones. Of course, this competition was not just about winning. Both Yu Tianlan and Sean had other plans. Yu Tianlan decided to eliminate xuanhuan on the field. Better to remove a potential threat than leave him be. Sean, too, planned to rid himself of xuanhuan through this competition, for xuanhuan had killed his family. A vendetta he must settle. Chapter 212, Blood Engraved Mark. After several days of competition, only 16 people remained. Among them, besides Aaron and his group, were undoubtedly the figures that everyone in Aaron's group feared. London, Ginger, Ryan, and Halston. These 4 people demonstrated increasingly formidable power in the following matches, especially Ginger, the light elementalist who appeared to be no more than 21 or 22 years old. Her strength could actually rival Ernie's. While this may not seem like much at first glance, it should not be forgotten that Ernie's skills and techniques came from the Galesta realm, where he had learned top-notch practices. Noah continent lagged far behind the Galesta realm, yet Ginger, learning under the cultivation methods of Noah continent, managed to have strength comparable to Ernie's. How could this not surprise everyone? In the subsequent matches, because Mara and Allison ended up facing Aaron and Ernie respectively, considering the overall interest, Mara and Allison decisively withdrew from the contest. Those who made it to the semifinals were Aaron, Ernie, Sean, Randy, Ginger, London, Halston, and Ryan. In the semifinals, all 8 individuals naturally became very popular, each having supporters, and various betting houses began placing bets on who would win against whom in the duels. The match schedule after the semifinals had already been announced. Aaron would face London, Ernie would battle Ginger, Randy would go against Halston, and Sean would duel with Ryan. On the second day, the first semifinal match, which was between Sean and Ryan, began. As a berserker, Ryan's body was extremely strong and towering. Standing over 2 meters tall and covered in muscles, delicate Lualban Sean seemed like a child in comparison. However, power isn't solely determined by appearance. As one of the top 8 contestants, Ryan knew that Sean was certainly not an ordinary opponent. He had carefully observed Sean's performances in previous matches. The magic used by this Sean was incredibly diverse, with hardly any repeated spells seen over the days, and each spell was shock-horribly powerful. The match started with the ringing of a bell. Sean smiled, removed his glasses, and his blood-red eyes gleamed. Ryan felt his body stiffen, looked down, and realized his body was turning to stone. Terrified, Ryan tried to break free. However, Sean's petrifying gaze wasn't so easy to escape. Anyone who met Sean's gaze would instantly turn into a statue. Soon, Ryan transformed into a stone statue, and everyone around drew a sharp breath. What terrifying magic could turn someone into stone with just a glance? Just as Sean was about to put his glasses back on and leave the arena, something unexpected happened. The stone statue of Ryan began to shake violently, cracks appearing on its surface. Sean's expression turned serious, and moments later, the stone shattered, revealing Ryan once again. This time, Ryan's body had grown to a height of 3 meters, exuding an overwhelmingly brutal aura, causing Sean's complexion to change dramatically. Though prepared mentally, Sean still felt the fear upon witnessing it. Sean's petrifying eyes were undoubtedly potent. Usually, though suitable for ambushes, they worked marvelously once successful. But now, someone clearly petrified had managed to break free through sheer brute force. Sean sighed and took out a shimmering bat-light wand from his back to guard his chest, coldly watching Ryan wait for his attack. Ryan roared next, swinging his now gigantic fist down. Sean's expression changed. Despite knowing many defensive spells, none could be instant cast under such pressure. With a disdainful snort, a black magic circle appeared behind him, engulfing him, reappearing less than a second later above Ryan's back. Swarms of blood bats and red lightning arcs surrounded Sean, clearer and more vivid than those he previously summoned, almost lifelike. These bats were illusions of Sean's magic power. This was due to his enhanced abilities. After absorbing that unfortunate bloodju, because the power of bloodju is very similar to blood spirit magic, Aaron's performance of dark elemental magic, especially blood spirit magic, had greatly increased. And at this moment, a square-shaped black magic array appeared in front of Sean. At the center of the array was a demon with its mouth wide open, and from this black magic array continuously emerged one purple-black beam after another. Shadow fluctuation, Sean shouted. Then, the purple-black beams rapidly shot towards Ryan's back. Sean's magical attack effectively hit Ryan, but surprisingly, it did not seem to have any effect on the surface. Reacting swiftly, Ryan swung his right fist while turning around. This time it gleamed with a pale golden light. Visible waves of light were cast forward, directly smashing into Sean. Sean's face changed dramatically. Although his magical abilities were definitely powerful, his physical body was not as strong. If he were to be hit, he would either die or suffer serious injuries. With a grim look on his face, Sean once again cast the teleportation spell. But this time, it seemed as if Ryan sensed Sean's teleportation direction and, in an instant, threw a punch toward the upper right sky, which coincidentally hit Sean just as he emerged from the magic array. Sean saw the enormous fist before him, his face changing color, but there was no time for defensive spells. He could only cast the most basic magic shield. For Ryan, whose strength was comparable to Sean's, this magic shield was like paper. It did not take much effort for Ryan to break through Sean's defense and deliver a hard blow to Sean's chest. Instantly, Sean felt a huge impact force throughout his body, as if his bones and organs would shatter. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he fell heavily to the ground. Aaron and his group became immediately worried. Even though Sean was powerful, his physical defense was undoubtedly the weakest. Being struck so heavily almost without defense, could his body withstand such a blow? However, shortly afterward, Sean rose shakily from the smoke, glaring fiercely at Ryan and coldly said, "You're the first person to inflict such a severe injury on me, but do you think you've already secured victory?" Ryan frowned, thin-albin to himself whether Sean still had some powerful move up his sleeve. Hadn't Sean used over 20 types of magic during these few days despite easily defeating his opponents? For a magician, being able to use 10 powerful magic types was impressive, yet Sean had mastered even more. Could he have something else hidden? However, the next moment, Ryan's expression changed when he sensed an immense magical power. Even he, the least perceptive to magic among berserkers, could feel it. Sean watched him coldly, then raised his right hand. Suddenly, a giant black ghost claw appeared in front of Sean without warning. The claw, measuring more than 3 meters long, smashed into Ryan, but oddly enough, it penetrated right through him. Did the other party run out of magic power, unable to support this move? This thought brought joy to Ryan's face until the next moment, when his smile froze. He felt his internal energy rapidly disappearing, weakening his body as if it were gradually being drained. Terror spread across Ryan's face as red spots started to emerge where the ghost claw passed, quickly being absorbed by Sean. As Sean absorbed more and more points, his pale complexion turned rosy, as if he had taken some kind of supplement. Sean smiled victoriously and said, "I didn't expect the blood engraved mark to work so well. Now, the outcome between us might turn around, but forcing me to this extent, you are indeed the first." Chapter 213, The Great Prophecy of Soul Suppression. Bloodcur imprint? What kind of magic is that? Egbert said with a mix of surprise and anger. The so-called bloodcur imprint, like the bloodline that relies on blood for sustenance, allows me to absorb your internal energy for my own use. In this way, as I recover from my injuries, I can also effectively harm you. It's just like how vampires kill humans to survive by drain their blood, Sean said with a ghostly smile. You should be glad I didn't completely drain you. Anyway, killing in this final arena doesn't violate any rules, does it? Drain me. After hearing Sean's words, Egbert did not show fear, but sneered coldly instead. Though I am not a mage, even if I haven't seen pork, have I not seen pigs run? Although your magic can absorb my energy, mages' bodies act as containers for magic and energy. And this container certainly has its capacity. If exceeded, one would certainly explode and die. To drain me? At the very least, I am a peak gold berserker. The energy in my body is not only vast, but also fierce. You want to absorb it all? That's a fool's dream. Even if your magic is powerful and your magic power strong, what can it do? The bodies of mages are only slightly better than those of elementalists. You cannot fully absorb my energy, right? Sean remained outwardly unperturbed, but inwardly he was greatly surprised. Knowing that berserkers have the poorest magical perception among all professions due to their reverence for pure physical prowess, such a berserker could actually tell he was lying. Sean knew Egbert was quite troublesome, hoping that this move accompanied by intimidation would make Egbert admit defeat. But now it seemed impossible. This guy was far shrewder than he appeared. Sean's expression turned gloomy. If possible, he really didn't want to fight this man. After all, this man named Egbert was indeed no simple figure. If this continued, his trump cards would be completely exposed. Sean sighed. Given this situation, it was unwise to continue using powerful but mana-draining spells. Putting away his wand, he took out a crystal ball under Egbert's astonished gaze. Gazing at the crystal ball, Sean displayed a nostalgic look. It was once his favorite weapon. He sighed again. Though time magic wasn't as satisfactory in power as before, compared to revealing more trump cards, Sean preferred a more complicated battle. After all, he still had some confidence in dealing with Egbert. Taalban a deep breath. The crystal ball in his hand floated into the air, emanating thick magical energy. Then it multiplied into 10, then 100, exactly 100 crystal balls suspended in midair. Egbert's expression darkened. These floating crystal balls gave him a sense of danger. Next moment, Sean arranged his hands in a strange posture. The control soft armor in the future mode, decay. As soon as Sean finished Spialban, the soft armor on Egbert began to turn black and finally decayed, revealing Egbert's bronze-colored body. Egbert's expression changed drastically. For a berserker, focusing all strength on offense meant relying solely on soft armor for defense. Moreover, the soft armor he wore was certainly of high grade, yet it decayed effortlessly. How could this be possible? However, Sean would not give Egbert a chance to catch his breath. All the crystal balls rushed toward Egbert with a roar. As a berserker, Egbert's indomitable nature prevented him from retreating. Instead, he roared, with blinding light flashing on his right hand, ultimately clashing with Sean's crystal balls. The instant the crystal balls touched Egbert, explosions occurred. Despite being a berserker with a physical strength far exceeding other professions, Egbert was, after all, flesh and blood, unable to withstand such explosions. He managed to endure 1 or 2 explosions, but Sean's parallel world consisted of 100 crystal balls, meaning 100 consecutive explosions. Egbert surely couldn't bear them all. Indeed, when all crystal balls simultaneously charged at Egbert, his body was submerged in explosions, and he fell to the ground afterward. Sean heaved a sigh of relief, believing he had won. Just as he was about to leave, however, he heard a faint sound from behind. Turning around with an ugly expression, he saw Egbert standing up again. Damn, could he really not? Is he alive? Watching Egbert stand there covered in blood, Sean truly didn't know whether to continue attack Alban or not. Sean was not a ruthless person. After all, he had no enmity with Egbert, and he would never bring Egbert to the brink of death in this match. But given Egbert's current condition, continuing the fight would certainly mean no chance of winning for him. And knowing Egbert's stubbornness, he would never admit defeat on his own. Sean sighed, unwilling but with no other choice but to use a certain move. Only this move could ensure that the opponent would be unable to get up while still keeping him alive. Putting the crystal ball back into his storage ring, Sean unfurled a huge magic array behind him, towering as tall as several stories, dwarfing its caster in comparison. The array began emitting a soft white light. Sean then spoke indifferently. You will feel fear. Egbert paused, questioning, why? Because I say so, Sean responded coolly. As soon as Sean finished Spialban, Egbert started trembling uncontrollably. It was clear that he was feeling fear, as if faced with a terrifying monster. In the end, Egbert collapsed on the ground, shouting, Stay away from me. This unexpected development caught everyone off guard. What happened to Egbert? Had he suddenly gone mad? Sean continued, Admit defeat, it's the best release. Hearing Sean's words, Egbert hesitated for a moment before raising his right hand and declaring his defeat, finally collapsing on the ground. Everyone found it hard to believe. Sean had merely spoken a few sentences. Why did Egbert react so dramatically? In fact, it was easy to explain. Sean's words were a form of magic, a most fearsome spell that anyone could cast regardless of level, but whose power increased proportionally with the caster's rank. This was one of the 3 ultimate skills that made Sean famous in the spirit realm, the great prophecy of soul suppression. As the name suggested, it could make whatever was said come true. In his prime, Sean could directly declare an opponent's death using this move, provided his mental power was not significantly weaker than the others. The spectators, including Iolo, all drew a sharp breath. To be honest, they had no idea Sean possessed such ability and means. If this great prophecy of soul suppression already held such power now, how much more formidable would it become as Sean grew stronger? It was entirely plausible. Well, since Sean has won, it's my turn next. Marion smiled elegantly, waving her Lanting Tiu fan, blue feather fan, playfully, as if discussing something completely unrelated to her. Turning to look at the nearby gold sword Saint Halston, who was also watching her, Marion simply smiled, not revealing any particular expression. Chapter 214. The Illusory Saber Unsheathed. Seeing Halston turn into a golden light and instantly arrive at the dueling arena, Willie also smiled faintly, spinning in place to transform into countless butterflies and petals that danced their way into the arena. Lualban at Halston, Willie's expression turned somewhat serious. Knowing that Willie's perception was extremely powerful, he inexplicably felt uneasy facing Halston. If it were someone weaker, Willie wouldn't have reacted this way. People who could make him afraid or uneasy were either incredibly powerful or deeply dark and terrifying. But regardless of which type they belonged to, they certainly possessed immense strength. Halston looked at Willie, his eyes flashing with sharpness. Then he spoke. Before the match begins, shall we make a wager? Sorry, I don't gamble, Willie replied with a smile, gently waving his launching sword feather fan. Because easily gambling can make one impatient and affect immediate judgment during battle. So let's not go for such a pointless bet. Is that so? Halston raised an eyebrow and said, Then let's make a heavy bet. If I win, you leave your team and join me. At these words, the audience erupted in surprise, and even Willie nearly choked on his own saliva. After coughing awkwardly, he said, You need to understand, I am a man, and so are you. Willie was torn between laughing and crying. No matter where he went, he always encountered guys like this. And this Halston was especially bold, saying such things in front of everyone. And if I win, what will you give me? My life. Halston replied without emotion. Willie didn't know how to respond, slightly annoyed. He said, fine, then I won't hold back. Determined to use all his strength to thoroughly defeat this guy, Willie thought, Joe Albin aside. It wasn't by choice in the past, but that doesn't mean he liked men. He was normal, and recently, he had already sent Magnolia back to the spirit world. He had someone he loved. Without further ado, Willie's launching sword feather fan emitted a massive spiritual power. Then, with a gentle flick, he shouted, Skychian butterfly dance. A swarm of golden butterflies emerged from the fan, though these butterflies were created using his spiritual energy, not real pet spirits. Still, the move was immensely powerful. Halston saw this, and, unhurried, drew his weapon, a Tang saber. Despite being a sword saint, he wielded a saber. However, Halston did not draw the blade but instead swung the sheathed saber, dispersing all the thousands of butterflies conjured by Willie. Willie's expression turned grave. While he knew Halston wasn't weak, he hadn't expected such strength. Halston's power was comparable to Ernie's, yet Willie was certain he couldn't beat Ernie. How frustrating. Did he really have to honor that bet? No, absolutely not. Willie's face darkened as he waved his hands, releasing countless pale purple petals and beautiful, translucent beams. The most formidable realm of his cultivation allowed him to transform his spiritual energy into myriad petals, like a continuous cascade of falling blossoms. Willie had activated his most powerful state right from the start, showing just how cautious he was about this battle. With a wave of the fan, beautiful crimson butterflies and 5 spirit butterflies appeared beside Willie, while the Azura and Rakshasa butterflies rested on his shoulders. Each butterfly radiated golden-level spiritual energy, causing Halston to change expression briefly before regaining his composure. Although Halston knew Willie hadn't revealed his ultimate moves, like the Azura and Rakshasa butterflies, he remained confident, well aware of the gap between them. Draw your saber and fight me, or you'll regret it, Willie said coldly. In previous battles, Halston never drew his blade, yet always won within 2 moves. Willie was the only one among all opponents Halston hadn't seen through. You're very strong, but there's no need for me to draw my saber yet. When I do, it's lethal, Halston said calmly, his body turning into a blur. Willie's pupils contracted. His speed alone could rival Angus. Angus led with golden. Jade butterflies formed a golden shield around him, and then Willie raised his left hand slightly, causing another wall made of petals to appear outside the shield. The dual defenses were completed in an instant, just as Halston's attack arrived, with the sword sheath crashing heavily into the petal wall. The wall instantly shattered, causing Willie's expression to change drastically as he hurriedly withdrew the jade butterflies. After all, if the first line of defense could be destroyed in one go, then Halston would certainly break through the second line of defense as well. If the jade butterfly defense was broken, the jade butterflies would die, and Willie couldn't bear to let them die before they had fully grown. Moreover, given the situation, the 5 spirit butterflies and blood butterflies wouldn't be able to form effective attacks. Therefore, Willie instantly recalled the 5 spirit butterflies and blood butterflies, then used the metamorphosis technique to dodge Halston's attack. After regaining his body from a distance, Willie waved his left hand, releasing translucent green threads that flew out from his hands and immediately wrapped around Halston's body. This was Willie's soft affection threads, a technique so sharp it tightened with every movement. It was created using Willie's spiritual energy combined with the power of the jade butterflies within him. Halston was unable to move, as the soft affection threads were no trifling matter. Willie sneered and said, according to the agreement, your life is mine. With that, Willie smiled smugly and tightened his grip on the threads, slicing Halston's body apart. However, in the next moment, Willie's expression changed because the Halston entangled by the soft affection threads turned into a block of wood in a cloud of smoke. Substitute, Willie exclaimed, quickly moving away from his original position. Almost instantly, Halston's sword sheath slashed where Willie had been standing. Willie couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The substitute technique was a difficult skill for sword saints to master, yet once mastered, it was incredibly powerful. He didn't expect this Halston to have such capabilities, accomplishing what no one else had in a century. Willie snorted coldly and leaped into the air. Spreading his hands wide, countless soft affection threads descended like a heavenly net covering the entire arena. Halston showed no signs of panic, and in response to the falling threads, he assumed a stance as if drawing a blade. Willie's expression stiffened, and Halston sneered, saying, illusory sword. Without unsheathing his saber, Halston's Tang saber strangely blurred, existing between reality and illusion, seeming surreal. Willie's face changed drastically. His perception ability told him this move was no small matter. The Azura and Rakshasa butterflies transformed into 2 beams of black light that drilled into Willie's forehead, forming a butterfly-shaped black mark. Behind him, a pair of large, beautiful black butterfly wings grew, strange and bewitching. Swinging the launching feather fan, a beautiful pink butterfly appeared before Iolo, transforming into a human figure. Herbert. Even Halston couldn't underestimate Willie's Saint-class spirit pet that could transform into a human form. To all but a deep breath, Halston watched the approaching Herbert and Willie, choosing not to attack head-on, but instead flashing aside, dodging their first attack. Halston laughed and said, I didn't expect you to have such formidable strength. That's perfect. My illusory saber can finally be unsheathed. Chapter 215, Heavenly Charm, Illusion Eyes. Phantom Blade. Lawrence furrowed her brows slightly, then closed her eyes and suddenly opened them. At this moment, her eyes had turned purple, a deep, profound shade of purple. With her eyes now purple, Lawrence instantly vanished from her original position, dodging an attack, while simultaneously swinging a purple beam of light that was interspersed with petals straight towards an apparently empty space. Several grating sounds were heard as almost translucent sword chi clashed with Lawrence's beam of light, resulting in a small explosion. Corey looked at Lawrence in astonishment and said, "Impossible. How could you see through the attack pattern of my phantom blade?" Indeed, Corey's weapon was called the phantom blade because it emitted two types of sword chi, one ordinary, and another almost transparent with no trace of energy emanating from it. This latter form was more powerful than the ordinary kind and did not leak any energy fluctuations until it struck its target, and it seemed as illusory as a mirage. By the time the opponent realized it, it would be too late. Yet Lawrence managed to detect it and dodge while countering at the same time. How? Lawrence smiled. To put it bluntly, people like Aaron were not easy to deal with. Although they often demonstrated formidable strength over these few months, everyone had continued to grow and kept some trump cards up their sleeves. This wasn't out of mistrust, but because these trump cards held immense power, and since the Black Cloth organization, Asif and the Western Dragon clan hadn't caused trouble, their journey had been relatively smooth, leaving no need for using those ultimate skills. Now what Lawrence used was his newly mastered strongest illusion, the Heavenly Charm Illusion Eyes. The basic ability of this eye technique was to see through all forms of energy fluctuation. Since illusions can mimic real energy fluctuations, having this pair of eyes allowed one to discern between true and false, thus enabling accurate attacks. However, Lawrence had no intention of telling Corey about this. Besides, the Heavenly Charm Illusion Eyes possessed terrifying power that Corey knew nothing about. Corey's expression turned grave as he held the Phantom Blade and said, "It seems you have the ability to counter the illusions of the Phantom Blade. But even so, you won't win. The power of the Phantom Blade is not limited to this." First skill of the Phantom Blade, Phantom Insects. As Corey slashed down, a black fissure appeared before the Phantom Blade, from which rapidly crawled out enormous white insects, fat and large like caterpillars, with dozens of eyeballs on their surface and gaping mouths dripping green, foul-smelling liquid. These creatures were disgusting to behold, yet possessed saint-level strength. Lawrence, who usually disliked such disgusting things, said, "Herbert, destroy these vile insects as quickly as possible." "Understood." Herbert smiled, then gently waved the phoenix tail mountain fan in his hand. Beautiful pink light butterflies appeared one after another, swiftly forming a swarm before charging towards the dozens of phantom insects that crawled out of the fissure. Though the light butterflies seemed fragile, they possessed surprising power, fighting the phantom insects to a standstill. The phantom insects continuously spewed corrosive acidic liquid, while the pink light butterflies sprinkled pink phosphorescent powder, neutralizing the acid. Meanwhile, neither Corey nor Lawrence remained idle, both launching attacks. Corey swung the Phantom Blade, emitting wave after wave of sword chi. Corey did not expect these to directly harm Lawrence, knowing that Lawrence could see through illusions. Rather, these were meant only to delay him slightly. Indeed, Lawrence was momentarily hindered by the sword chi, forced to slow down as the attacks targeted critical and vulnerable points of his body, making them hard to evade, giving Corey an opportunity. Seizing this opening, Corey shouted, "Second skill of the Phantom Blade, Demon King." Instantly, numerous slender and long beams of sword chi erupted from around Corey's body, shooting towards Lawrence at incredible speed. Lawrence's face changed dramatically. He could clearly feel the sharpness of these slender beams of sword chi, each as deadly as a divine weapon. Even a single hit could mean his defeat. Moreover, in this situation, he couldn't use his transformation skill. To transform into a butterfly involved disintegrating his body, but with sword chi all around, it would be easy for his decomposed body to get injured. This way, he still wouldn't escape the attack. Lawrence gritted his teeth. He originally didn't want to use this move, but now it seemed there was no other choice. Then Lawrence's eyes flashed with purple light, becoming increasingly intense until those sword chi passed through his body. Instantly, Lawrence's body splattered blood, and Corey rejoiced. After all, as long as Lawrence didn't die, that was enough. However, surprisingly, the wounded Lawrence suddenly vanished and instantly appeared next to him unscathed. Corey's face turned grim. How was this possible? But now he couldn't be astonished. He must block Lawrence's attack first. Lawrence struck with his left palm, petals emitting rich spiritual energy accompanied by fragrant wind. Corey wasn't foolish and naturally didn't take the hit head-on, so he quickly moved away from his original spot. On the viewing platform, Angus asked, "What just happened? Why did Lawrence, who was clearly severely injured, appear unharmed? Was that an illusion?" Ernie shook his head and said, "That's not an illusion. Don't forget, Corey is also an expert in illusions, making it impossible. Though Lawrence can also perform illusions, there's no guarantee Corey wouldn't detect it. After all, in terms of strength, Corey is no less than Lawrence. Therefore, Lawrence cannot take risks." He used his trump card, the Heavenly Charm Illusion Eyes. This ultimate illusion technique combines illusions and immunity to illusions. Using this, the most basic function is to reflect the opponent's illusions, preventing himself from being affected by them. The most terrifying part lies in setting illusions on oneself. Setting illusions on oneself? Everyone widened their eyes in surprise. Ernie nodded. The most frightening thing about this illusion is that if one gets hurt due to falling for the opponent's trick while the Heavenly Charm Illusion Eyes are active, the injury can be transformed into an illusion in an instant. That means turning everything harmful into nothingness. So even if Lawrence is hit right now, It doesn't matter because the effect of Heavenly Charm Illusion Eyes can nullify the damage. But surely such an illusion must have its flaws, otherwise wouldn't it be invincible? Aaron asked, slightly frowning. That's true. The Heavenly Charm Illusion Eyes has two drawbacks. First, it consumes half of his spiritual power. Second, after using the ultimate illusion technique, its effect only lasts 15 minutes. And during this period, regardless of how many times he is injured, the effects can be negated. Ernie explained, once, I trained with Lawrence, and this move indeed gave me quite a hard time. If within 15 minutes, Lawrence fails to defeat Corey, then Lawrence will lose. Why is that? Mara questioned. Because after using this move, Lawrence will be in a weakened state for 30 minutes. Do you think Lawrence, who isn't certain to win in prime condition, could beat Corey in a weakened state? Ernie retorted. So the victory depends on these 15 minutes, Aaron said. Let's hope Lawrence can win the match. In the arena, Corey could only describe Lawrence's Heavenly Charm Illusion Eyes with astonishment. As an illusion expert himself, he could not see through this kind of illusion. After all, it was impossible for Lawrence to have an indestructible body, so this had to be due to some illusion. Naturally, Corey misunderstood. Thin Alban Lawrence had been using illusions against him from the start. If Corey knew the effects of Lawrence's illusions, he would be amazed. Lawrence looked at Corey. To be honest, he never expected to be forced to use his ultimate move, Heavenly Charm Illusion Eyes. Corey's strength surpassed his own, and now, what surprised him was that Isaac was still battling those bugs. He didn't expect these phantom insects to be so tenacious. Lawrence's expression darkened, and with a flick of the wings temporarily created by the devil butterflies and Rakshasa butterflies behind him, black specks landed on Corey. Then Lawrence put away the orchid fan and spread out his hands, showering Corey with countless strands of black tenderness silk. Corey was also surprised by Lawrence's power. Alban, a deep breath, powerful battle aura erupted from his body, and his presence became unexpectedly formidable. Lawrence couldn't help but be more cautious, with all his spiritual power revolving. Phantom Blade 8th skill, ultimate. Secret technique, Heavenly Illusion Kill. As soon as the words were spoken, Corey's Xuanhuan suddenly became intangible. Then the space around Corey began to shatter. Indeed, it was shattering. But this was clearly a more advanced illusion. However, Lawrence did not pay much attention. Initially, Corey's aura suddenly intensified, and Lawrence was rather concerned. But when he saw that Corey's ultimate move involved illusions, Lawrence breathed a sigh of relief. Because the Heavenly Charm Illusion Eyes could counter all illusions, purple light flashed in his eyes as he easily negated Corey's ultimate move. It seems the outcome of this battle is unquestionable. Aaron sighed with relief. But to force Lawrence to this extent deserves praise. Ha ha ha. Chapter 216, a well-matched battle. The third match was between Ernie and the Light Elemental Mage, Ginger. Alban of Light Elemental Mages. They are indeed very rare. If Arcanists only make up 1/5 of all mages, then Light Elemental Mages account for merely 1/10 of all mages, as the light element is particularly difficult to sense. Thus, individuals who can become Light Elemental Mages are often much stronger than their counterparts at the same level. However, Ernie harbored no fear. After all, many of Iolo's techniques required higher levels to be executed. Alban Ernie the strongest in the group right now. The power from the original Galesta realm was incredibly potent, comparable even to the spirit world. Yet, it kept its prowess hidden due to its peaceful nature. If the Galesta realm were to truly showcase all its strength, it might surpass many other realms. Ginger appeared as a delicate and slender girl with an adorable doll-like face and a petite figure that made her look like a charming little girl. But beneath this cute appearance lay formidable power. Ginger drew out her magic staff, which was entirely white as snow. It was very slender, topped with a statue of an 8-winged angel. This angel held a nearly transparent crystal ball before its chest with both hands. Ernie knew that this crystal ball was a magic core possessed by peak saint-level light, attribute magic beasts. Could it be that this girl's strength had reached such a level? Ernie couldn't help but wonder. Ginger was evidently a well-mannered girl. She bowed slightly towards Ernie and said, Sir Ernie, I watched your previous battles. To be frank, Sir Ernie's strength is impressive and definitely not as simple as it seemed in the earlier matches. Likewise, you must know that I am not someone easily defeated. So in this battle, I hope you can use all your strength against me, allowing us both to understand who is stronger and what the gap between us is. Ernie smiled gently and replied, As you wish, I will use all my power to win this match. As he spoke, Ernie unleashed formidable mana that wasn't as violent as the power bestowed by Iolo, but felt like a calm sea, gentle and warm, yet powerful. This was the aura Ernie emitted. Ginger's magical fluctuations were quite similar, powerful, yet not turbulent. White and golden auras clashed in the air, generating thunderous sounds. Then, Ginger swung her magic staff, conjuring a white magic array before her. Destroy darkness, rain of light. Upon Ginger's command, dozens of white light pillars emerged from the magic array and shot towards Ernie. Though Ernie understood the tremendous power contained in this attack, he did not show any sign of panic. He placed his hands together, and a golden lotus appeared beneath his feet. Thousand Suns Lotus Array. Subsequently, countless golden lotuses appeared before Ernie, blooming rapidly and slowly fading away. However, just as the rain of light was about to strike Ernie, it was blocked by the transparent golden lotuses of the Thousand Suns Lotus Array. Ginger's expression turned grave. Ernie hadn't used such a technique in his previous battles, and this defensive move was evidently powerful. Ginger knew well the strength of the rain of light, which could seriously injure an ordinary saint rank in an instant. Of course, Ginger wouldn't retreat because her first attack failed. Instead, her fighting spirit was ignited. She hadn't faced such an equally strong opponent in too long, so how could she not be thrilled? Ernie extended his index finger, lightly pointing forward, and a golden lotus appeared before him. Petals scattered like flying daggers, swiftly stabbing towards Ginger. Ginger didn't dodge. Her magic staff flashed with white light, forming an oval-shaped white shield around her. The petals hit the shield instantly. Although they couldn't penetrate it, Ginger was surprised to find that her light guard developed a tiny crack. Ginger took a deep breath and raised her magic staff high. "Come forth, my summoned creature. Holy light unicorn." With Ginger's words, accompanied by resounding hoofbeats, a beautiful and graceful magic beast emerged from the magic array, a saint-level unicorn. The Holy Light Unicorn was the pinnacle among magical beasts, a growth-type magical beast capable of evolving further. It was a variant of the ordinary unicorn, possessing both light and lightning elemental magic abilities, while its physical attacks could rival those of average saint-level magical beasts. In short, a Holy Light Unicorn could easily defeat a saint-level existence. At this moment, when Ernie saw Ginger summon the Holy Light Unicorn, his expression turned serious. With his current strength, defeating a Holy Light Unicorn was not impossible, but it would certainly come at a cost. Now, however, he was facing both the Holy Light Unicorn and Ginger, a light elemental mage with power equivalent to a saint-level practitioner. The situation was indeed troublesome. However, Ernie decided to first test their true strength, so he clasped his hands together and shouted, "Thousand Lotus Array, Daryl." Subsequently, a massive explosion occurred on the dueling field, a destructive force powerful enough to kill all experts below the saint level. Yet, after the smoke cleared, Ginger and the Holy Light Unicorn stood unharmed before Ernie. The unicorn's horn glowed with white light, and a layer of white light shielded them, which had defended against Ernie's attack. Ernie showed surprise. Although he expected that this move might not hurt them, their complete safety was beyond his expectation. Meanwhile, Ginger was inwardly filled with relief. That move, honestly Spialban, would have seriously injured her even if she managed to withstand it. If not for the fusion of magic power between her and the Holy Light Unicorn, releasing that light barrier, she might have lost already. Ernie sighed. Behind him appeared a golden magic seal, with an image of Galesta Sakyamuni on it. Soon, the entire dueling field was covered by a huge magic seal. Ginger's face changed dramatically. There was no way to dodge such a wide-range attack. Then Ernie spoke calmly. "Limitless pure world." Immediately, numerous beams of golden light shot from the large seal covering the entire dueling field, each one as powerful as the previous Thousand Lotus Array. Ginger changed color, quickly riding the Holy Light Unicorn, which seemed to sense the threat too. After neighing once, it jumped into the air. A white magic array appeared beneath the unicorn, emitting beams that formed a cocoon, enclosing Ginger and the unicorn inside. Ernie smiled. Those beams struck the seemingly fragile cocoon without losing their momentum, yet the cocoon's defense surprised even Ernie. He knew well the power of limitless pure world, which was far stronger than before, yet it still failed to break through their defense. No, not exactly. Not unbreakable. Ernie noticed something. All the beams converged at one point, Strialban the cocoon with full force. With a crack-alban sound, the cocoon shattered, though the beam's remaining power was negligible. Ginger reacted quickly with a defensive spell, block Alban Ernie's attack. Despite Lualban slightly disheveled, Ginger suffered no actual injury. Ginger and the Holy Light Unicorn landed on the ground. Such intense fighting made her somewhat tired, yet she smiled. "I didn't expect Sir Ernie's strength to be so formidable. I guess I'll have to go all out." Chapter 217, Golden Lotus Incarnation versus Angel Descent. After Ginger spoke, she took out a scroll from her bosom. Using items during the battle was allowed and not considered a violation of rules. After Talban out the scroll, Ginger gently unfolded it, and an overwhelming surge of light elements emerged, its powerful aura forcing Ernie to retreat a few steps in astonishment. The light elements that surged out of the scroll all converged into Ginger's magic staff. Then Ginger's aura changed slightly, and in the sky, there appeared a bright, yet gentle singing, as if angels were singing hymns. Enchanting musical notes circled around Ginger and then merged into her body. Finally, four pairs of white glowing wings appeared behind Ginger. Maalb and her looked like an 8-winged angel at this moment, exuding a feeling of sanctity and mystery. Ernie sighed. Though he did not want to reveal more strength, it was impossible now. He took a deep breath, circulated his magical power, and then golden lotuses bloomed around him one by one. These lotuses surrounded Ernie and finally fused into his body. Ernie's body also began to change. A lotus mark suddenly appeared on his forehead, and his hair turned golden. Behind him, a shining dermic seal appeared, at the center of which stood a youth very similar to Ernie, yet who inspired a sense of worship. In a shower of golden light, Ernie's clothes transformed until he completely resembled the boy in the dermic seal behind him. Meanwhile, he held the wheel pearl, rotating each bead slowly, emitting several times the imposing momentum compared to before. Golden Lotus Incarnation, Aiden said with a smack of his lips. It looks like we have encountered some tough opponents this time. Everyone is bringing out their ultimate skills. Do you think Ernie's Golden Lotus Incarnation will win, or will Ginger's Angel Descent prevail? It's hard to say. To a certain extent, both techniques are somewhat similar. Ginger utilized the scroll to let an angel descend from the divine realm temporarily, empowering her with angelic combat power. Ernie's Golden Lotus Incarnation allows him to restore to his previous life's appearance and regain much strength for a short period. Even though the duration is brief, the power is still considerable. Therefore, no matter what, it's really difficult to predict the outcome of this match, Willie analyzed. On the dueling ground, both had gathered almost enough power. Ginger let out a sharp cry, and her magic staff transformed into a long spear, the spearhead being a pure white cross. The holy unicorn had also merged into Ginger's body, giving her peak Saint-class strength, even if just temporary. Ginger wielded the long spear, flapped her wings, and charged towards Ernie. Now fully transformed into the messenger of the Golden Lotus from his previous life in the Gilstist realm, Ernie, always calm, became even more unperturbed. As Ginger charged at him, Ernie slowly sat down. A golden lotus flower appeared beneath him, lifting him up into the air, where he closed his eyes and slowly rotated the wheel pearl with one hand, chanting Umitba, transforming his magical power into arrows shooting towards Ginger. Ginger swung her spear effortlessly, Breo Alban, all the arrows aimed at her. Unperturbed, Ernie made the wheel pearl float in the air. Then the 108 golden beads scattered around him, each turning into the size of a fist, filled with tremendous power. Under Ernie's command, these beads attacked Ginger. Ginger's face grew cold, pointing her spear forward. A white beam appeared and shot forcefully at Ernie while she quickly retreated, unwilling to confront the Galesta beads directly. However, those Galesta beads chased after Ginger persistently. Facing the powerful beam, Ernie placed his hands together in prayer. The shadow of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva appeared behind him, raising a giant hand in front of Ernie, easily block Alban the beam. Then in the air, all the Galesta beads struck Ginger, causing her to scream in agony as she fell from the sky, creating a large crater on impact. Those beads then reassembled into the wheel pearl and returned to Ernie's hand. After the smoke cleared, Ginger now appeared rather ragged. Although she still maintained the majesty of an 8-winged angel, her body was already covered in blood. After all, the wheel pearl was a divine artifact, and even though it could only unleash a fraction of its true power now, it was enough to severely injure Ginger. Ernie showed no intention of stopping his attack. Despite Ginger's significant injuries, she grew even more aggressive, and since she hadn't fallen yet, he considered himself not having won yet. In front of Ernie, several golden runes slowly appeared, then disappeared to form small black holes. From these tiny black holes, tokens emerged, radiating intense malevolent energy as they surged toward Ginger from all directions. Ginger gritted her teeth. Even though she was enduring immense pain all over, she was determined to win this match. With a battle cry, she swung her long spear to meet the attack. When the spear touched the first token, the token spewed out flames. These were not ordinary flames. Although Ginger couldn't identify what kind of flames they were, she felt their power and instinctively retreated. The tokens continued to charge at her one by one. The power of these tokens of Hades is formidable, each capable of emitting hellfire. You have no chance of winning, Ginger. Surrender, Ernie said calmly. Although Ginger knew Ernie meant well, she absolutely would not back down. She thrust the spear into the ground and slapped the ground with both hands. Beneath her feet, a large white magic circle appeared, emitting sacred light. Gradually, the white light coalesced into a beautiful angel. Angels were special beings in the divine realm of Noah's continent, created from divine power, but high-level angels also possessed terrifying destructive power. At this moment, Ginger had summoned an 8-winged angel, the most powerful among all angels. As it opened its eyes, Lou Alban at the seated Ernie on the golden lotus, it raised its giant sword without saying anything, aiming to split Ernie in two. Facing the attack of the 8-winged angel, Ernie was utterly fearless. He softly commanded, "Kneel." Though brief, these two words made the 8-winged angel and Ginger feel immense pressure, with a powerful force impacting their minds. This was Ernie's signature skill, Heavenly Thunder 8 sounds, a technique surpassing dragon roars and phoenix calls that could disperse the opponent's malice. The 8-winged angel, though formed of magical power, had a certain level of consciousness. Realizing it must defeat Ernie because of his overwhelming strength and peculiar sound waves, it flew into the air, gripping its shining sword with both hands, delivering a devastating blow that drew gasps from everyone present. Ernie remained unperturbed, raising his right hand slowly. A golden lotus appeared in his hand, and he spoke gently. One flower, one world, one Galesta, one Tathagata. After Spialban, the golden lotus floated up into the air, while Ernie again clasped his hands together, seemingly confident. The lotus petals scattered, each radiating powerful Dharma energy, and forming a huge lotus, directly colliding with the sword's energy. The powerful explosion sent gusts of wind that forced everyone to close their eyes. When the wind subsided and the smoke gradually cleared, only Ernie, and Scathe, and Ginger, unconscious on the ground, remained. Everyone involuntarily sucked in a breath, realizing how astonishing it was to emerge unharmed under such circumstances. This was a complete victory. Chapter 218, The Ghost Emperor's Arrival. "Is your injury all right?" Mike asked with a smile. Ernie weakly smiled, but at this moment, his face was deathly pale. Suddenly, he felt as if his chest had been struck by a hammer. Sweetness surged up his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that Ernie's injuries were not light. At the same time, he felt darkness clouding his vision and started to fall forward, only to be caught swiftly by Mike. Mike said helplessly, "You all take care of Ernie first, I need to go for the match." Everyone nodded, and after the host announced his name, Mike slowly walked down the stairs. London, dressed in red soft armor, also descended another staircase into the arena. London was someone who clearly had gone through many dangers, exuding a dangerous aura honed from constant brushes with life and death. Mike smiled and drew the 7-star radiant dragon sword, staring at London. London looked icy cold, not uttering any unnecessary words. She only drew her blood-red weapon, causing Mike's eyebrows to rise in surprise. He hadn't expected London to use a magic weapon. That kind of weapon, originally very sharp, would have embedded within it the magic crystal of a magical beast or carved with some kind of magic. Of course, regardless of which type, a magic weapon's power far surpassed ordinary weapons. The 7-star radiant dragon sword rose into the air before splitting into 7 pieces, flying toward London. A flicker of doubt flashed across London's eyes, but was quickly replaced by coldness. Gripping her sword, she unleashed a blood-colored sword beam like a crescent moon, aiming directly at Mike's throat, completely ignoring the 7-star radiant dragon sword that was about to charge at her. Mike couldn't help but admire London's combat experience. In this situation, ignoring her opponent's attack, while fiercely attack Alban first forced the opponent to pull back their move to avoid getting hurt. By both defending and counterattack Alban simultaneously, this wasn't something just anyone could achieve. Mike retracted the 7-star radiant dragon sword, evading London's attack. He then performed a familiar but puzzling move that made everyone, including Willie, confused. Moonless Stream, Azura Flash. The silver blade flashed at a speed that human eyes couldn't catch, straight Alban at London. Surprisingly, London managed to defend against the Moonless Stream attack, and the light from her magic sword emitted a column of blood-colored light, once again charging towards Mike's chest. Mike couldn't help but grimace. Did they have some deep-seated grudge? Why did she fight him with such lethal moves? Facing that beam, Mike remained calm, extending his left hand and unleashing the coiling dragon palm. The powerful energy dispelled the blood-colored light column. Mike watched London with a smile. Frankly, Alban, London's strength was impressive. She could dodge the Moonless Stream's blade flash. Though the Moonless Stream was somewhat redundant for Mike now, the speed of its strikes was still remarkable. The purpose of using the Moonless Stream was to test London's speed and the power of her attacks. After the trial, Mike concluded that compared to Angus, London's speed was significantly slower. Even Halston's speed was slightly faster than London's. However, the power of London's techniques was equivalent to Mike's full-strength strike using the Moonless Stream. This meant London was fully qualified to battle Mike. London tightened her grip on her sword, and beneath her feet, streams of blood mist began to appear. These mists rushed towards Mike rapidly. Mike frowned slightly. After all, he had become a Blood Knight too. Although he had never used Blood Knight skills, he was aware of their basic traits. Blood Knights excelled at adding curses to their attacks, so these eerie blood mists were likely curse-type skills. Thus, he absolutely must not let them touch him. Otherwise, it would be disastrous. One must know that those curse skills were incredibly powerful. Even for someone like Mike, they were quite a headache. During their numerous adventures along the way, they encountered Blood Knight attacks several times, each encounter causing considerable trouble. Due to the Blood Knight's unpredictable fighting styles and repulsive curse skills, Mike and his companions found it hard to counter. However, Mike wouldn't just concede defeat like that. It was simply impossible. Mike took a deep breath and slapped his hand on the ground. Suddenly, London felt a bone-chilling coldness. Then, an icy water dragon appeared from beneath her feet, coiling around her body. Starting from her feet, London's body began to freeze over. London's face changed drastically. What kind of move was this? Despite being taken aback, London wasn't afraid, as she emitted a terrifying aura. Then, she was surrounded by a ball of flames. The ice and water dragon let out a mournful cry under the intense heat before finally evaporating. Mike's expression turned grim. Although he had anticipated that London would be difficult to handle, he hadn't expected her to be so tough. Mike raised his left hand, and a magical seal appeared in front of him. The surrounding area rippled as if a stone had been thrown into still water. Following several dragon roars, water dragons emerged from the ripples, totaling 9 of them. However, each of these water dragons was far more formidable than the previous one. Taste the power of my dragon roar 9 heavens, Mike said with a smile. Go. As soon as he finished Alban, the 9 water dragons all charged at London. London's face changed, realizing the might of these water dragons. Without delay, London slashed forward, and a square black magic array appeared. Then, black mists emerged, merging with the blood-red mists to form a thick wall with a ghostly face at its center, Alban extremely eerie. Mike frowned. As the water dragons charged toward the wall, he didn't idle. Months of training had significantly improved his strength. Behind him, a large disc appeared, featuring an intricately carved 5-clawed golden dragon. Soon after, the disc glowed, and the dragon patterns vanished, replaced by actual 5-clawed golden dragons, all formed by his mana. 100 dragons. In the world. Mike leaped into the air and pointed forward. 100 5-clawed golden dragons rushed towards the formidable wall. The 9 water dragons from Dragon Roar 9 Heavens had dissipated upon impact with the wall, but whether it could withstand the 5-clawed golden dragons was another question. When London saw the 100 majestic golden dragons charging at her, fear momentarily filled her heart. But no one standing here was willing to give up halfway. Everyone fought for the position of champion. So London let out a shout, reversed her sword, and planted it in the ground. Behind her, a massive stone gate appeared, exuding a strong bloody smell. Slowly, the gate opened, and Mike sensed a terrifying power surging out, causing his expression to turn serious. He wanted to see what London had up her sleeve. Soon, a colossal figure emerged from the gate, a skeleton with an unusually large size. This skeleton stood 3 meters tall, covered in blood-red hues, emanating a dense, bloody, and malevolent aura that chilled anyone who saw it. It wore a alban-like robe and crown, holding a large sword, with 2 emerald-green flames burning in its hollow eyes. Its strength was remarkable. It was at the saint level. I want to see whose move is more powerful, your 100 dragons, in the world, or my ghost emperor's arrival. London spoke for the first time, sneering coldly. Chapter 219, Annihilating London. Aaron's face was grim, not because his opponent's strength exceeded his expectations, but because of the skeleton. Clearly, this skeleton wasn't a ghost-type magical beast, and as a knight, he didn't have the power to make a contract with a magical beast. Moreover, the skeleton named Ghost Emperor exuded thick killing intent and death aura, an atmosphere that couldn't be condensed under normal circumstances. This skeleton, you used the flesh and fresh blood of live humans to refine it, right? Aaron said coldly. Otherwise, there would be no way for you to control such a powerful skeletal monster. Humph, what can knowing its origin do for you? London sneered. Indeed, along the way, anyone who was against me, I killed them and used secret methods to synthesize their corpses and souls into this monster to serve me. What? Do you think you want to tell me I'm too cruel? Aaron replied with a smirk. I won't say that, for it would be like preaching to deaf ears. But I truly disapprove of your actions. People who opposed you could be killed, but after they're dead, using their corpses and souls is tantamount to damning them for eternity. Don't you fear retaliation someday? Retaliation? London revealed a confident smile. Since I can refine them, I naturally don't fear their retaliation. Besides, I have erased their intelligence and bound them to me with a master-servant contract. You think it has a chance to attack me? I advise you best concede now. Otherwise, once my ghost emperor gets angry, you are surely dead. Listening to London's words, Aaron laughed instead of getting angry, saying, You're quite confident indeed. However, the outcome remains uncertain. It seems this monster is your last trump card. Let me show you my power. Also, let you, this frog at the bottom of a well, see how ignorant and foolish your actions are. Aaron chuckled coldly and tossed the 7 stars radiant dragon sword into the sky. Immediately, dark clouds appeared in the sky, turning everything dim, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Now, I will show you my true strength. Divine Sword Heart Lightning Technique. As soon as Aaron finished Spialban, blue sword chi and golden lightning descended from the dark clouds. The arena instantly turned into a smoky battlefield, and almost all attacks targeted London and the Ghost Emperor. The heart-stopping clashes and ear-piercing sounds made all spectators take sharp intakes of breath. This intense attack lasted 5 minutes. Once it dispersed and the dark clouds vanished, the 7 stars radiant dragon sword returned to Aaron's hand. The thick smoke cleared, revealing the figures of London and the Ghost Emperor, both lualb and pitiful. The green flames symbolizing the Ghost Emperor's life had weakened significantly, and London was covered in blood. Suddenly, the audience broke out in curses, all directed at Aaron. He frowned, clearly puzzled about why people around him blamed him. Only after the judge's explanation did he understand that this woman named London was the daughter of a duke in the Donglong Empire and was considered beautiful. Therefore, many supporters of London were cursing loudly. Aaron's expression grew grim as he coldly snorted. Just this single sound made everyone present shiver, feeling like being stared at by a dangerous snake. Maalb and them feel hair-raising. Daughter of a duke, huh? Looks like you have plenty of supporters. But sadly, I won't hold back. In a battle, one must be prepared to be killed once on the battlefield. Of course, I won't kill you. Concede now. If I use a more powerful ultimate skill, you'll certainly die. And even if you survive, the Ghost Emperor beside you will retaliate, leaving you worse off. Aaron said coldly. You despicable person. I'll kill you. London roared angrily. Kill me. Aaron raised an eyebrow, a hint of true killing intent showing. Yet his expression remained calm, still faintly smiling. Are you sure? I give you a chance, retract your words and apologize to me, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, Aaron glanced around and shouted loudly. Even as the Duke's daughter, I will not hesitate to kill. I won't let someone who swears to kill me live another minute. London was almost driven mad with rage. The previous battles had gone so smoothly for her, partly because of her considerable strength, and partly because the opponents knew her identity and did not dare to offend her. However, now someone was openly saying they would kill her. When had London ever endured such humiliation? Thus, her eyes turned bloodshot red, and the energy fluctuations around her began to surge wildly. The Ghost Emperor transformed into a mass of dark green flames, which continuously shrank until it was palm-sized, entering London's body. Immediately afterward, a transformation occurred in London. A pair of huge wings unfurled from her back, though these wings were entirely made of bone structure. Her right hand became a bone spear while her left held a blood-red bone shield. The soft armor on her body turned a more vivid red, as if soaked in blood, and her face appeared with a layer of white bones. Maalb and her looked like a monstrous being. Aaron sneered coldly and said, Fancy but hollow tricks used against me, London. You underestimate me, and you will regret it. He leaped into the air as his aura abruptly intensified. Then, the 7 stars radiant dragon sword transformed into 9 colossal sword lotuses, and behind Aaron, a massive blue seal appeared. 9 palace instant sword formation. Aaron spoke coldly. Your actions have aroused my killing intent. I won't allow anyone who vows to kill me to remain beside me, ready to assassinate me at any time. So I will slay you here and now. With that, the 9 palace instant sword formation pierced towards London's chest with the power to tear apart space. Its immense force sent everyone present into shock, including all the martial hall masters. They never imagined that an ultimate skill from a gold-level individual could possess the power to tear through space. Indeed, as the Nine Palace instant sword formation advanced toward London, it began disrupting the surrounding space. Though small and quickly restored, this phenomenon still sent a shockwave of awe. The ability to tear through the void was typically reserved for quasi-deity level beings, yet this gold-level youth exhibited it. At this moment, not only was London astonished by Aaron's move, but even Yu family's original head, Charlton, was amazed. Davon, however, watched Aaron with extreme resentment. Although his strength was vastly inferior compared to Aaron's, Aaron could effortlessly take out Davon, even now when Davon had already reached the saint stage. Rogue boy, hold your hand. An overwhelming force surged forward. It was London's father, a muscular Gervais, who jumped over the audience barricade and rushed straight at Aaron, who was too focused on controlling the Nine Palace instant sword formation to divert attention elsewhere. The judges stood up one by one, intending to intervene, but found themselves powerless. For one, London's father was already at the peak of the saint stage, almost matching Yu Bation's strength within the Yu family. Secondly, they lacked the time to react. The distance between the judges' stand and the dueling arena was too great for them to act quickly enough. Humph, this path does not go there. Following several cold snickers, Sean and others blocked London's father's way. Chapter 220, The Challenge at the Peak of the Holy Rank. This is a fair match. Outsiders cannot intervene, Sean said with a smile. Who are you to this brat? Eva's father, Grant, asked anxiously and angrily. He is our team leader, Ching Ting replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone present was amazed beyond words. After all, Sean and his companions were all heaven-defying figures, and for such people to form a team meant that with more time to grow, they would surely become a formidable force. At that moment, as Ghost Emperor transformed, Eva extended her bone spear. Clashing with Iolo's Nine Palaces sword array, it was only a matter of time before she lost. Moreover, Iolo had already decided to kill Eva, so he wouldn't show any mercy. While Eva's threats might have been just out of anger, there were those like her, relying on family favor to commit atrocities, Gabriella being the perfect example. Even if she was only Talalban tough, what if she used her family's power to attack from behind? There would be no recourse then. Therefore, since offense had already been taken, it might as well lead to Eva's death. With Eva alive, Iolo would still face a manhunt, and even if she died, he'd still be pursued. Thus, Iolo was determined to kill her. Meanwhile, Grant's eyes were bloodshot. Although he had multiple children, and Eva wasn't his most beloved daughter, blood was thicker than water. How could he not appear when his daughter faced life and death? Mr. Grant, we've already said this path is blocked, Angus said with a smile, though there was hidden malice in his eyes. In truth, they were already considering whether to kill Grant, as the Patriarch's death would be the greatest blow to their morale. Although it would come at a cost, the Alban of the Donglong Empire would not hold them accountable. As servants of the Alban, they understood imperial strategy well enough to know that rulers feared subordinates forming cliques or powerful families like the Grant family. Unlike the Yu family, the Grants weren't known for their unwavering loyalty to the Alban, so even if Grant died, the Alban wouldn't blame them. Iolo was confident in saying this because killing one of the Alban's loyalists would be a grave mistake. And now, Grant had drawn a red sword, typical of a knight. His fiery red armor and shield exuded the aura of divine weapons. This sudden turn of events sparked discussions among the crowd, but excitement and anticipation predominated, as opportunities to witness battles between holy rank experts were rare. The judges, seemingly in moi cheat, didn't stop the situation but let it develop. Of course, this was likely King Wan's directive. Just to be honest, we still have some trump cards left over from the last battle, and I don't mind having another fight with you, Sean said with a cold laugh. He waved his hand, summoning 3 holy ranked beasts, Amir, Nikki, and Adeline. They all appeared, along with Herbert, summoned by King. It was an impressive lineup. Grant's expression darkened. He was shrewd enough to see the terrifying power of Sean's 3 summoned creatures. But it didn't end there. A phoenix cry echoed as a white phoenix soared out, its holy rank power awe-inspiring. This time, Grant was dumbfounded. A white phoenix. That was something thought to be extinct. Who was this youth to possess such a summon? From the other side, Eva's scream brought Grant back to reality. Seeing his daughter killed, he let out an enraged roar. Don't worry, you're next. Iolo sneered, and Peter flew out, a 5-clawed golden dragon echoing in the sky alongside the white phoenix. Standing atop their summons, Iolo and Angus exuded an imposing presence like dominant rulers. Enraged, Grant laughed bitterly. Fine. Since it's like this, don't blame me for being ruthless. You killed my daughter. I'll make you pay with your lives. With one stroke of his sword, Grant delivered a heavy blow. From that single strike, Iolo roughly gauged Grant's strength. He was at the peak of the holy rank, far surpassing ordinary holy rank warriors. Perhaps even stronger than his own tyrant father, Charlton. Iolo held the 7-star radiant dragon sword in his hand, and with a flash of golden light, the sword transformed into a beam of light that coiled around the head of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Iolo formed hand seals, and a massive blue magical seal appeared behind him. Let me show you my ultimate technique. Water overflowing gold mountain. As soon as he finished Spialban, like a mountain flood bursting forth, a torrent of water surged out from the magical seal, rushing toward Grant. Although Grant was at the holy rank, unless one's strength had reached the pseudo-god level, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, facing such an attack would still be a significant challenge. Allison performed a gentle turn on Eugenia, and white feathers floated in the sky. Each feather was poisonous enough to kill hundreds of people. If touched lightly, it would instantly enter the body through the pores and destroy the blood. The power of this flying feather attack was formidable. Xuan swung the bat-light staff, and a blood-red magic array appeared behind him. Darkness wave. As soon as he finished xuanhuan, black pillars of light emerged from the magic array, winding like snakes and charging towards Grant. Grant did not choose to engage in close combat, but jumped into the air, intending to use the aerial advantage to resolve the situation. But would he succeed? Suddenly, Grant found himself surrounded by a swarm of golden light butterflies and pink light butterflies. Although these butterflies were only illusions of spirit energy, their strength equivalent to the golden level, the sheer number restrained Grant momentarily. Mara seized the opportunity. Understanding her identity now, she could already use the Azura power. She flicked her right hand, revealing a small banner in her palm. Though it looked no bigger than a palm, it emitted a thick aura of killing intent and ghostly power, accompanied by eerie wails. Mara pointed at the 10,000 souls banner gently, and streams of vengeful spirits emerged from it, each with terrifying features, roaring as they pounced on Grant. Like the butterflies, while their attack power wasn't substantial, they could effectively restrain Grant. Grant had no choice but to retreat after driving away the surrounding butterflies and spirits. Quickly landing on the ground, he swiftly moved behind Iolo, showcasing speed comparable to Allison. However, Ernie had anticipated Grant's move and hid behind Iolo. Seeing Grant slash at him, Ernie unleashed the 8 sounds of heavenly thunder, instantly shockalbing Grant away. With no other choice, Grant retreated to the side, observing the 6 youths and their 4 summoned creatures. Their strength was indeed formidable. You should know about your family too. The strongest among you seems to be you, since your clan's only pseudo-god level member fell not long ago, right? Iolo said with a cold smile. That's impossible. How could you know? Grant turned pale. Such family secrets were known only to him and a few elders within the clan. How did this boy find out? Auden let out a light laugh, waving the green feather fan of Lanting, and said, Don't underestimate the intelligence-gathering abilities of the 100 Flowers Serene Court. If we wish, even the most powerful family secrets are within our reach. If only you hadn't offended us, what your family does wouldn't concern us, Iolo said with a cold smile. But unfortunately, you have angered me, so you must die. Chapter 221, The Underworld Imperial Capital. Better not get too cocky, it's still uncertain who will win, he. Aaron said with a cold smile. I think we need to change the battlefield and resolve this guy as soon as possible. Sean waved his bat-light staff, then the ground began to shake violently. A massive black castle appeared behind Aaron and company, enveloped by thick gray smoke that gradually surrounded Sean and others. The ground also started to transform, becoming moist, and numerous swamps formed, with a small river stretching from the center of the castle to under Cruz's feet. He stood right in the middle of this stream at this moment. Cruz was too surprised to speak. He clearly felt as if he were in an enclosed space. Could that be possible? But then, could a gold-class mage create a miniature space? Although Cruz thought this possibility was slim, he no longer dared underestimate Aaron and company. He realized that this battle required his full strength, otherwise, he might very well fail. Sean, what kind of magic is this? Aaron asked. Though it seems like an independent space, I doubt you have that kind of power. At this point, everyone sat inside the large ancient castle, Lualban puzzled at Sean and the chessboard in the center of the table. Sean smiled and said, This magic is rather special. It lacks offensive capability but functions as a trap spell named the Underworld Imperial Capital. It's my most formidable underworld magic. In the Underworld Imperial Capital, every step may lead to a trap or danger. If one cannot bypass those dangers, they won't find this castle. This castle has all kinds of deadly traps, albeit necessary to clear them before facing us battered and bruised. By that time, even a Saint-tier powerhouse would be powerless. Lualban at Sean's cruel smile, Aaron frowned and asked, Why haven't you used this ultimate move before? Logically, since this magic is so powerful, and it looks like you didn't expend much mana. Aaron didn't finish, but Sean had already revealed a bitter smile and replied, There's an obvious drawback to this magic. It can only be activated 5 minutes after casting. Without Christine's reminder earlier, reminding me to prepare in advance, this magic wouldn't be possible. So, this magic, although terrifying, is quite impractical. Aaron asked. Sean nodded, but now that it's activated, there's nothing to worry about. Cruz is probably battling creatures within the Underworld Imperial Capital as we speak. Look, Sean took a glass of red wine and poured it onto the chessboard, where it formed an image. A bedraggled Cruz was fighting a large group of child-sized bats. These bats weren't particularly strong, only silver level, but their numbers were vast, and they had astonishing defense. So Cruz had to use at least 70% of his strength to kill just one bat. On the surface, it seemed Cruz had the advantage, but considering their numbers, his stamina would eventually deplete. That was precisely what Sean wanted. That does save us a lot of effort, but these bats don't seem enough to subdue Cruz. Christine noted, if Cruz were willing to pay a price, instantaneously killing these bats wouldn't be impossible. If they didn't have gold-level defense, they would have been ashes long ago. Rest assured, Christine, this is only the first wave. Sean confidently picked up a white pawn from the chessboard and moved it forward. Through the image on the board, they saw skeletons rising from the ground. Although individually weak, combined with aerial bat attacks, Cruz began to suffer wounds. His eyes were bloodshot. As a Saint-tier expert, he recognized this as a deliberate trap, using cannon fodder to drain his strength. Initially, He hadn't taken these monsters seriously, but now, he had to rethink. These enemies seemed endless, and if he couldn't break through the encirclement, then he would be exhausted to death here. Cruz roared loudly. The aura around him burst forth instantly as he gripped his sword tightly in hand. Two crescent-shaped beams of bloody red sword energy swept horizontally like waves, clearing out all the monsters. Whether it was those bats or skeletons, they were turned into flying ashes in an instant. Although it seemed that Cruz had bought himself some time, he had a bitter feeling inside. That move had wiped out nearly 1,000 monsters in an instant, but also consumed a significant amount of his aura. Knowing this was what the opponent wanted to see, he still had to do it, like jumping into a trap even though he knew it was one. Cruz felt extremely frustrated now, and being toyed with by several gold-class opponents as a Saint-tier powerhouse made him let out an angry roar. Inside the ancient castle, on the chessboard, the black piece representing Cruz, the Alban, moved forward a step, while the two pawns surrounding the Alban shattered. This chessboard is actually a map of the underworld imperial capital. We are the white pieces. The few of us are the Albans among the white pieces. Since there is only one person on their side, they naturally represent the black Alban. Two pawns being destroyed, no worries. I have many more tricks up my sleeve. Sean finished with a cold smile, picked up a knight, and placed it next to the black Alban. In the image, Cruz was standing in a small river when he suddenly sensed something wrong with it. It emitted a thick aura of death. Terrified, Cruz leaped into the air. As a Saint-tier expert, flying wasn't difficult, but what baffled Cruz was that despite flying, he still felt as if he was standing in the river. How could this be? Cruz looked down and was filled with fear. He realized that as he ascended higher, so did the water, or rather, the entire space rose along with him. His face changed drastically. Without another word, his sword gleamed with red flames, and he unleashed a fiery sword beam, incredibly powerful. But Stree-Alban into the river produced no ripples at all. U-Helmet and others were also astonished. A river of water was so terrifying. U-Helmet couldn't help his Alban. What exactly is this river? Sean revealed a cruel and chilling smile. It's his own heart demon. You know, any cultivator will have a heart demon. If they can't see through it, they can't advance. Of course, this happens after reaching the Saint tier. Cruz has been at the Saint tier for quite some time, and his heart demon has grown correspondingly. In this underworld imperial capital, this river embodies his heart demon. If he can't remove his heart demon, he can't break free from this river emitting the aura of death. Of course, he can force his way through with external power, but that would undoubtedly consume at least half of his aura. My magic may seem mediocre, but once it takes effect, it is indeed very formidable. Unless someone reaches the pseudo-god tier, no one can leave this underworld imperial capital alive. Indeed worthy of being a magic prodigy, you can still create such magic. U-Helmet sighed in admiration. And what? I am the spirit realm's foremost mage. Almost any magic you can imagine, I can create. Just lack Alban power now to use them. If I reach the pseudo-god tier, my magics can be preliminarily used. At that time, I believe no one on the entire Noah continent, besides you guys, can defeat me. Chapter 222, Slaying Anthony. At this moment, on the dueling grounds, everyone was watching tensely the center that was enveloped by layers of mist and barriers. 6 gold-ranked fighters against a Saint-rank peak powerhouse. It seemed impossible for them to win. It appeared they were C-Alban death themselves. However, from the battles just now, Aaron and others' performance was completely beyond everyone's expectations. The methods and power of their attacks, along with their combat experience, surpassed what a typical gold rank could achieve. Perhaps even a peak Saint rank might only be on par with them. So who would ultimately triumph in this battle? The numerous judges, who were also the owners of the arena, observed the barrier in the dueling area. A few of those proficient in magic recognized some clues, as they had seen similar trap environment spells in ancient texts before. Although activating such spells required considerable time, once successful, they could effortlessly slay someone of higher rank. Inside the barrier, which was the capital of the netherworld, Anthony was already covered in blood. Though he had destroyed the river representing his heart demon, as Dover mentioned, Anthony had paid a high price. In his current state, Aaron and his team could easily defeat him. Yet, they sat leisurely inside the castle without any intention to fight. If there were an easier way to kill him, why would they foolishly engage? After all, a peak Saint rank warrior is still formidable. If they fought head-on, Aaron and his group might win, but at great cost, possibly resulting in heavy losses. They had no interest in such mutual destruction, so they left Anthony's demise to Dover. There were still many traps untriggered within the netherworld capital, and Dover obviously planned to give Anthony a lethal blow. Dover took out 3 chess pieces, a chariot and 2 elephants, and arranged them in a triangular formation around the black Alban. Before Anthony stood a gigantic blue python with Saint rank strength. Anthony did not wish to clash directly and retreated, but as he moved back a few steps, he felt a life-threatening energy surge. Without hesitation, Anthony leaped into the air, just as a large pit with sharp saw blades erupted where he stood. Anthony swallowed hard, but that wasn't all. Soon after, red lightning rained down from the sky, Stree-Alban Anthony, as he was unaware. Falling to the ground, Anthony was pursued by the blue python while the pit behind him continued to expand, leaving him no choice but to move forward, only to face the python ahead. Even if he tried to fly, the lightning above would strike him. Inside the castle, Aaron gasped. I have to admit, your trap is truly terrifying. With nowhere to retreat, advance, or escape, Anthony won't succeed this time. Dover calmly sipped his red wine and said, Indeed, the advantage of trap magic lies in challenging higher ranks without stress, but the downside is the lengthy activation time. However, if this weakness can be avoided, trap magic becomes deadly. While Anthony is at peak saint rank, he doesn't solely pursue higher breakthroughs like other peak warriors, but prefers power. As a result, in terms of heart demons, combat experience, and sensing energy fluctuations, he falls short compared to ascetics. If the one entering my trap were someone solely focused on advancing to a demigod level, the trap's potency might diminish. But Anthony cannot do that. Thus he will surely die here in the netherworld capital and become its nourishment after death. As Dover and company predicted, Anthony was already severely wounded and his aura depleted. Thus, he lacked the energy to deal with the python and continuous lightning strikes. Finally, with a look of utmost regret, Anthony was swallowed whole by the python. Then, all the traps in the netherworld capital reset to their original state, and the surrounding mist gradually faded away until it vanished. The barrier also dissipated, leaving Aaron and his fully recovered companions standing on the dueling grounds, beside a broken red sword belonging to Anthony. "Father, give us back our lives." Two figures in red appeared before Aaron and his companions. It was Anthony's two sons, both gold rank. Clearly, rage over their father's death clouded their judgment, and they rushed toward Aaron and the others. With a slight smile, Angus instantly moved from his spot and then immediately returned. However, Anthony's two sons found themselves airborne, while on the ground lay two headless bodies. In that instant, Anthony and his three children were all dead. After the top experts of the Anthony family disappeared, it was only a matter of days before the Anthony family would be eradicated. The elimination of a peak saint rank powerhouse made Aaron and his group an instant sensation across the Eastern Dragon Empire, for such a cross-rank challenge had never occurred before. Far away, watching the arena where Aaron and company stood was the Emperor of the Eastern Dragon Empire, Xuan. He smiled slightly and said to his great-grandfather, "I didn't expect these few kids to solve one of my problems so soon after their arrival. Your Majesty, these kids will have immeasurable achievements in the future. Moreover, I feel a presence that does not belong to this world emanating from them. Perhaps they come from another dimension. But crossing dimensions requires at least an upper god's power, doesn't it?" Xuan frowned and asked, "In all of the human realm of Noah continent, I doubt anyone can achieve that." Yes, although interdimensional travel usually requires the strength of an upper god, there have been cases where people from one dimension crossed over to another due to certain coincidences. Such occurrences are rare, but it's the most reasonable explanation for the origin of their energy, which cannot be explained by any occupation or mystical power in Noah continent. I think these kids are not only from another dimension, but also come from one of the strongest dimensions, and they must be powerful within their own world as well. If what you say is true, then with these people, I can only be friends, not enemies, asked Xuan. Yes, though they have agreed to work for your Majesty, it's best not to provoke their dissatisfaction, otherwise, it could bring disaster to the Eastern Dragon Empire. Of course, if we can be on good terms with them, once they grow stronger, our Eastern Dragon Empire could become the greatest empire on the continent. Xuan nodded. He didn't know that this decision would make the Eastern Dragon Empire the leading power in Noah continent 50 years later. And eventually, he ascended to the Divine Realm. Of course, this was much later, but even after entering the Divine Realm, one still felt grateful whenever he thought about Aaron and his group. Now, the host tremblingly announced that Aaron and his team had entered the finals. Then, to prevent exposing their cards, everyone forfeited, Malb and Aaron the champion. Although many felt disappointed not seeing the final matches, the smart ones knew that since Aaron was the leader, whether hiding real strength or for other reasons, he must be stronger than others. Though disappointed not to see some spectacular matches, no one doubted the outcome. Following the individual match, Dover killed Lynn during the team match, and Aaron spared Davon for the sake of Charlton but warned him not to play tricks again. As for the rest of the matches, most participants forfeited, knowing full well that showing off during the singles competition was enough to shock everyone. They weren't fools. Therefore, seeing Aaron and his team withdraw was quite normal. Chapter 2:23, Secret Meeting. At this moment, Aaron and the others had already arrived at the Imperial Palace through a secret passage and were seated in Juan's private chamber. Since Aaron and the others were currently in the limelight, if they were to meet the Alban alone directly, it would easily put those forces that weren't entirely honest on high alert. Doing so would undoubtedly reveal their intentions prematurely. Originally, one had hoped to use Aaron and the others' strength to eliminate dangerous families, so utmost caution was necessary. Therefore, after the competition ended, Aaron and the others used the communication magic on their tokens to understand the Alban's intentions and entered the palace through the secret passage arranged by the Alban. One appeared to be in his early 30s, obviously a ruler eager to achieve great ambitions. At the same time, this sovereign was also an expert at the pseudo-deity level, so Aaron and the others naturally did not dare to put on any airs. They showed respect toward Xuan, who smiled without Spielban and gestured for Aaron and the others to sit down. "It seems you agree to become my spirit generals," one said with a smile. Aaron nodded. "We understand your Majesty's thoughts very well. You wish to root out those powerful yet untouchable families and forces. But, your Majesty, relying solely on us few might not be enough." One laughed and nodded. "You're right. Destroying a family can't be accomplished by one person alone. However, I have been gradually amassing power over the years. In each annual tournament finale, as long as participants aren't associated with those families and have clear backgrounds, I try to recruit them." Some agreed, while others became pawns of these families. Their growth will still take some time. Frankly, Spielban, your strength is unprecedented. Even though challenging higher levels is already impressive, to see such youth. In short, achieving another breakthrough in the near future isn't impossible. Those families all have 1 or 2 pseudo-deity level experts. Though I've only recently reached the pseudo-deity level, I admit that my talent isn't comparable to yours. Do you mean, Your Majesty, that you think if we advance, we could possibly counter pseudo-deity level? Aaron frowned slightly. Even though we can challenge higher ranks, pseudo-deity level and saint level are incomparable. Even if we reach the peak of the saint level, we would merely be unmatched at that rank, but defeating pseudo-deity level remains unattainable. Being at the pseudo-deity level, Your Majesty should clearly understand this distinction. Juan nodded with a bitter smile. Of course I understand. I didn't mean it that way, but I can see your limitless potential. Advancing to pseudo-deity level is almost certain. With your diligent practice and some medicinal herbs I provide secretly, you'll break through in a shorter time. Within several decades, you should be able to reach the pseudo-deity level. With your current strength, defeating those pseudo-deities who have held their status for centuries isn't impossible, given your extraordinary cultivation techniques. And within a few decades, if nothing unexpected happens, those families won't make any moves. So I need you to cultivate quickly and help me train a group of secret operatives. Training? But, Your Majesty, let me be frank. It wouldn't be hard for you to investigate our background thoroughly. Moreover, there must be some strong figures around Your Majesty. I believe you can discern our identities or detect something peculiar. To be honest, our cultivation techniques, though powerful, may not bring out their best performance, which would be better achieved through higher-level cultivation methods for tempering them. Although this sounded blunt, it made sense upon reflection. After all, although the Emperor of Donglong Empire was at the pseudo-deity level, he was just one person. If those hostile family pseudo-deities joined forces, there would be at least 10 of them. The Alban indeed had some power, but what he needed were completely loyal followers, not those attached families. When Aaron and the others were chosen by the Alban, their backgrounds must have been fully investigated. While ordinary people couldn't see through their cultivation techniques, some pseudo-deities could detect their energy fluctuations. Belong to any profession in Noah continent. Moreover, with the major opposing families' forces hesitant to act rashly, it was clear that there must be a formidable powerhouse behind the Alban. As such, while their identities wouldn't be fully uncovered, some secrets would naturally come to light. For instance, they were not natives of Noah continent. One did not expect Aaron to say this, but he wasn't angry since what Aaron said was true. One slowly spoke. I understand as well. After all, different planes have different capacities. What I hope is for you to devise some effective training methods. As for cultivation techniques, those will be selected by me. When the time comes, you can train them and make them powerful within a short period. I believe you can do that, right? Indeed, Aaron nodded. I wonder when His Majesty wishes us to start the training. Juan waved his hand and said, there's no rush. Since we are acting covertly, we must be cautious. I've decided to start with Donglong Academy. There are many children of great families there, but also many talented commoner students. I want you to recruit these commoner students and make them stronger so they can serve me. Of course, one point to note is that during this period, our relationship cannot be known by others. Therefore, if you offend a large family or get into conflicts with people in the academy, you need to resolve it yourselves. Upon hearing this, Aaron couldn't help but frown. After all, this didn't make much sense. No matter how you put it, they were doing tasks for Juan, the king of Donglong Empire. How could he be so irresponsible? But Aaron didn't take it to heart. After all, he wasn't someone who relied on others to deal with enemies. He was accustomed to controlling the life and death of his enemies himself. So even if one didn't mention it, if real trouble came up, Aaron would still solve it according to his own will. The conversation lasted for 3 whole hours. After it ended, Aaron and the others left along the secret passage and prepared to enroll at Donglong Academy the next day. Since a promise was made, it should be kept. Chapter 224, Enrollment. Which class are we in? Aaron pointed to a very complicated form in his hand and asked. At this moment, they had already arrived at Donglong Academy. The academy was extremely spacious with all kinds of top-notch facilities. Aaron couldn't help but compare Donglong Academy with the universities on Earth and found that there was no comparison. Because Donglong Academy was clearly a small city. In this academy, students could open stores, there were dedicated cultivation places, and due to its vast area, there were specialized vehicles for transportation within the campus. Moreover, the faculty here was formidable as well. It was said that both the president and vice president were false god-level existences who had been around since the establishment of the academy 500 years ago. Among the mentors, while saint-level powerhouses weren't abundant, their numbers weren't insignificant either. Of course, those who could study at this academy were definitely not ordinary people. Nobles naturally didn't need to be mentioned. After all, they had the privilege of studying here. As for others who wished to enter the school, they must reach steel rank, which is 3rd tier, before the age of 18. The graduation requirement was to cultivate to gold rank before turning 30. If one couldn't achieve this, they would be expelled without graduating. Although these age limits might sound astonishing, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, not everyone was a monster like Aaron, and given the profound techniques and rapid advancement speed here, it was understandable. For ordinary geniuses, achieving gold rank by the age of 30 was still a difficult task. Therefore, when Aaron and his group arrived at their classroom, they found that every student in the class was between 18 and 25 years old, with varying realms, all being steel rank at best, and only a few reaching silver rank. So, the arrival of Aaron and company caused quite a stir in the class. Look, I saw them during the finals of the dojo tournament. He's called Aaron, the boy who killed Eva, and the 2 girls next to him, One is named Allison, and the other Mara, also powerful figures who were part of Aaron's team. But it's strange, why are there only 3 of them? They say that each member of their team is strong. Where are Xuan, Qingla, and Base? One student, seemingly a viewer of the finals, asked in surprise. Upon hearing this boy's words, the class buzzed even more. Aaron and his companions hadn't realized they had become so famous. It seemed they would have to act more low-key in the academy from now on. If these 3 join our class, don't we have the right to advanced teaching materials? A girl asked with hope. Well, you're right, but we're just in a commoner class. The noble classes will take all the good equipment away, and reportedly, the mentors assigned to us every year are also commoners, so they wouldn't dare offend the noble children, another boy said. Hearing this, all the students appeared disheartened. Yes, they were commoners, and the caste system of Noah continent meant that the latest and best resources in the academy would be snatched by the noble classes first. Commoners with such talents were rare, and even if one class could be formed each year, their numbers were far less compared to the nobles. Combined with the influence behind the noble students, while commoner students hoped to enter this academy, they would also have to endure bullying from the noble students. Aaron and his companions exchanged glances and slightly frowned. It appeared this school wasn't as fair as they imagined. These commoner students would leave the Donglong Academy after receiving unfair treatment, and then second-rate academies would snatch them up, causing a significant loss of true talent. No matter how much the noble student sees, they couldn't develop into a force the Alban could truly trust. That explained why the Alban sent them to study here. He likely hoped that using their strength and deterrent power, they could intimidate the noble children, thus allowing more commoner students to serve the Alban. After all, though commoner students had talent, they lacked influence, some even poor. Those entering Donglong Academy were usually individuals with good morals, talent, and strength. Aaron and his group didn't ask any questions at that moment. They sat down quietly, waiting for the mentors to arrive. Where do you think Xuan and the others have gone? During enrollment today, they mentioned having another plan with those grins of ill intent. What could they possibly be Thin Alban? Angus asked in puzzlement. That smile just seems like they got away with something. Who knows? Mara shrugged and said, but considering their abilities, perhaps they have a strategy. Among us, Willie and Xuan may not be the most powerful in terms of strength, but in terms of intellect, they can serve as the strategists for our team. Aaron nodded. True. As a mage, Xuan needs not only immense magic power, but also vast knowledge. And Willie, during his years as the young master of the 100 Flowers Court in Noah continent, has weathered countless storms, surpassing all of us in political maneuvering. I guess they must have their plans. Let's wait for the mentors to arrive. It's said that 3 mentors will be assigned to each class, but we don't know who they are yet. Mentors? Angus frowned, then showed a surprised look. Do you think they might? Aaron was taken aback, then smiled wryly. So this is what they planned. It seems our thoughts weren't thorough enough. Just as if to confirm Aaron's words, 3 mentors walked in and stood confidently on the platform under many surprised gazes. In the center was Xuan wearing glasses, while Willie and Base stood on either side. Their attire. Xuan and Base were dressed fashionably, which was acceptable, but Willie's clothes, and he even wore makeup. Was he going to a party? The students quickly recognized Xuan and the others, Lu Alban astonishingly at Yutianlan and his companions, who clearly were also surprised. They really planned well. We become students to draw in these commoner students, while they, as mentors, went over those powerful but independent mentors. This way, they can secure a batch of talents for His Majesty the King in this academy. They truly live up to being our strategists, Aaron laughed. Xuan showed no nervousness on the platform. Base and Willie sat leisurely on chairs, Lu Alban down at the students. Xuan adjusted his glasses and said, Students, you should know who we are. From today onwards, we'll be your 3 mentors for the next 6 years. Being first-time mentors, I don't know what to say formally, so let me skip that. However, since we are your mentors now, we will set up a reasonable training program from today. You know your situation. To not fear the noble classes, you must be stronger than them. If they put in 1-fold effort, you need 10-fold, 20-fold, far surpassing them. Only then will they dare not bully you. Aaron couldn't help but admire Xuan's oratory skills. In just 10 minutes, Xuan stirred the students into enthusiasm, eager to start every second of training immediately, undoubtedly accelerating their growth. In the class, there were 30 warriors, 15 mages, 20 boxers, 5 knights, 10 bards, and 15 priests. The highest rank among them was mid-silver, the lowest mid-steel. Overall, their strength was commendable. In the past, supporting professions went to the same place for lessons. But from today, Base and Willie will give you special training. As for others, Aaron and I will train you together. Don't worry, this arrangement will only benefit you, Xuan said with a smile. Chapter 225, Intimidation. First, according to the schedule, our first class is an outdoor session, so we need to head to the playground. Let's see how strong each of you really is, Xuan said with a smile. Now, everyone, please follow me. The students followed Xuan and the other 2 teachers out of the classroom half-heartedly. They were reluctant to leave because they would inevitably meet the noble classes during their first outdoor lesson. Despite having strong mentors, they were outnumbered after all. Moreover, they presumed that the mentors teaching in this classroom had no influential background, which meant they might be bullied when outdoors. Nevertheless, Xuan and the others' strength could not be underestimated. Following them for training might bring unexpected benefits. As they arrived at the playground, Xuan couldn't help but frown. Each class had been allocated a specific area on the playground, but he saw that the noble students were using his class's designated spot for amusement. Xuan walked over quickly, unhappy with the sight. Lawn tincture feather fan gently swaying, Willie remarked. It looks like there's going to be some entertainment. Our devious mentor is about to show his power, huh? When the 9 noble new student classes saw Sean and company approaching, disdain flashed across their eyes, as well as those of their mentors. Most of these academy teachers and noble students hadn't witnessed the battle between Sean and others, hence they weren't aware of what had happened. Sean walked to his class's assigned area and said with a smile, "Students, it appears you are sitting in our class's position. This will interfere with our lesson, so I hope you can return to your own groups, alright?" Although Sean seemed amiable, those who knew him understood that this was his last attempt at pretending to be friendly before revealing his demonic nature if they continued to be disrespectful. If these people did not back off, well, just imagine. But the noble students ignored Sean, continuing their conversations. To them, Sean was barely 18 and shouldn't be so cocky. Sighing, Sean released a wave of pressure, enveloping the entire playground. As Sean's power equated to the saint rank, though the pressure wasn't terrifyingly overwhelming, it far surpassed any ordinary golden stage capability. The students fell to the ground gasping for breath, unable to move. Even the other mentors, being golden or saint ranked, had unpleasant expressions while resisting Sean's pressure. "Sean mentor, are you trying to make a splash? But it seems you've chosen the wrong target." A saint-class sword saint named Philip from class 1 beside Sean said coldly. Sean raised an eyebrow, eyeing this saint-class sword saint Philip with amusement. "You're merely a low-rank saint. It must be embarrassing for you, having stayed at this level for decades without even reaching middle-rank saint. Don't get too arrogant, alright?" Philip's face darkened. His Achilles heel was exactly what Sean pointed out. He hated when people ridiculed him about staying stagnant for decades, wasting precious time. However, cultivation was not something one could advance easily. Many remained at the same stage their whole lives, eventually passing away with regrets. In his anger, Philip forgot a crucial detail. If Sean were an ordinary golden stage practitioner, how could he possibly know Philip's advancement time and rank? Philip sneered. "Seems like Sean mentor is quite arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson." With a roar, Philip unsheathed his sword and charged at Sean before the latter could react. Sean's students let out cries of alarm, but Sean showed no signs of anxiety. Slowly removing his glasses, his blood-red eyes flickered strangely, causing Philip to freeze mid-motion. From his feet upwards, Philip turned to stone within seconds. An instant kill. No one expected such an outcome. The noble students were terrified as Sean put his glasses back on. "I said before, he's just a low-rank saint with average power for his rank. A nobody like him thinks of going against me? Dream on." Sean walked up to Philip, who was now turned into stone, and gave a cold smirk. Although he wanted to shatter this stone statue of Philip, Sean knew the demonstration had served its purpose and there was no need to escalate matters further. You initiated the fight in secret." The mentor of Class 4, a Saint-class fire elementalist, shouted angrily, but at the same time, he dared not look at Sean's glasses because Philip had turned to stone after Lual been into them. Sean remained silent while Willie and Ernie slowly approached. The students of Class 10 also followed closely behind. Willie leisurely fanned herself with the lawn-tinctured feather fan and said, "Philip made the first move, so if he's turned to stone due to his incompetence, whose fault is it?" She flashed an innocent smile and then vanished only to reappear behind the Saint-class mentor of Class 4. She grabbed his shoulder and spoke coldly. "Minding one's own business can be stupid sometimes, but at other times it can be a lifesaver." Willie leaned close to the Gervaise's ear and whispered, "I'm different from Sean. When Sean uses force, he holds back, which is why Philip might recover. But when I act, I prefer to finish the job completely. So don't provoke me." With that, Willie returned to Sean's side. The Saint-class fire elementalist instantly felt relieved. When Willie was next to him, it felt as if he were in a freezing cellar, unable to move. Once she left, the terrifying aura vanished immediately. Sean and Willie's show of strength made everyone present dare not utter another word. While they still looked down on these people inwardly, they didn't dare show any displeasure outwardly because of their mentor's undeniable power. Meanwhile, the students of Class 10 excitedly gathered on the playground. Seeing how the noble students watched their own class as if they were in a monkey show, Ernie frowned. This would undoubtedly create pressure for the students, hindering their performance and skewing training plans. To prevent this, Ernie lifted his hand, and in front of everyone's surprised eyes, golden lotuses blossomed throughout the area designated for Class 10, encasing the entire region, block all but external views. "This is a barrier," a deputy mentor from Class 6 exclaimed. "Impossible. Without preparing materials and not being a mage, how could such a powerful barrier be set up?" "Right, weren't they the team that won the singles, doubles, and group matches in the final of the dojo tournament?" another mentor shouted. Immediately, the place erupted in conversation. Most had not attended the dojo tournament, but they all heard about its outcome. When they learned that all 3 championship titles were won by one team, it was quite surprising. Naturally, killing Gino was kept under strict confidentiality, with all spectators having their memories erased, so they only knew that Iolo and company had killed Ivana, not realizing they also killed Gino. Otherwise, the mentors here might feel shock rather than mere surprise. "Now, I've set up the barrier. From now on, you can train undisturbed. Offensive professionals should spread out and line up by profession. The 2 support professions will follow Willie and Ernie for separate training. Starting today, you must give your best effort every month, and we'll reward the top 3 performers." Sean smiled. The students of Class 10 looked delighted and hurriedly formed lines, awaiting training. Chapter 226, Astonishing Idea. "How do you feel about being a mentor?" Aaron sat on the sofa, smiling as he looked at Sean, who was exhausted and suffering from a sore back. Sean smiled bitterly. "I really didn't expect that being a teacher would be so tiring." At this time, Sean, Aaron and others were staying in a house specially arranged by the academy. Because Aaron and his group were powerful and had extraordinary talent, the academy had even arranged for them to live in a luxurious villa. It was now after school hours, and naturally, they had returned to their dormitory to rest. I say, it wasn't easy for you either, right? Aaron said with a smile. After all, you helped them avoid more than a year of wasted effort in just one day. With your guidance, unless they lack understanding ability, almost everyone will make breakthroughs in a short time. Sean smiled and said, naturally, but we still have things to do. After getting a general understanding, I found that this academy is indeed quite interesting. Interesting? What do you mean? Irene carried a cup of coffee over and sat next to Aaron, spielben up. This academy divides students into two parts, nobles and commoners. The two forces are at odds, and the commoners often find themselves at a disadvantage. Although the academy has tried to intervene, it can only retreat due to the power behind those noble families. After all, there are many strong individuals among these families, some even reaching the level of false gods. Even the dean cannot afford to offend them. Similarly, teachers guiding noble students are usually elite members of certain families or powerful figures recruited by various forces. On the other hand, there are only dozens of mentors teaching the commoners across the entire academy, responsible for all commoner classes. They also get along poorly with the teachers of the noble classes. Among the commoner mentors, there are not a few strong individuals, but due to fear of the noble forces, they can only endure in silence, Sean explained. Oh, that's rather interesting, Aaron revealed an amused smile. What do you think? At this moment, Mara, Willie, and Ernie all gathered around, clearly discussing this issue together. If we were to follow conventional methods to recruit them, it would likely be difficult since we need to keep a low profile. However, we have a good opportunity now, Sean said with a smile. Every month after the start of the school year, the academy holds a competition where both students and mentors can participate. The winner receives rich rewards, including cultivation techniques, weapons, equipment, etc. Though insignificant to us, for the students of Class 10, they are treasures. While the academy distributes some supplies monthly to each class, what reaches Class 10 is usually obsolete. This is a significant blow to the students. Therefore, we should seize this opportunity 1 month from now to make everyone look at Class 10 differently. Without enough BAC Alban, we must rely on our strength. What do you think? Good point, but how do we train them? Mara asked. For the mentor competitions, we can win without much difficulty. However, the student rewards must be earned by the students themselves. We can only use our strength to create opportunities for them. Success depends on their efforts. Mara is right, said Willie, frowning. Our cultivation techniques don't belong to this world, Malb and training challenging. Furthermore, support is support, attack is attack. This continent follows these norms, and we don't have powerful techniques to change this situation. When I was a bard, if not for my divine dancer constitution, I would have been like other bards. And priests don't need to be mentioned. If not for the inquisitors, priests would have the weakest offensive capabilities among all professions. How do we improve this? Although strength can compensate for insufficient influence, that's only if our progress is rapid. If the improvement rate remains manageable, we can barely alleviate the situation. Even after this batch of students graduates, the next batch will face the same issues. So, we need to think carefully, Ernie said. While none of us are top dominators in our respective worlds, we are definitely among the elite. With our minds, we should be able to come up with a solution. Some powerful cultivation methods, Ernie said, pointing to his head. Aaron revealed a hint of wry smile and said, that's true, but think about it. The cultivation methods we create will surely be extremely heaven-defying. Putting aside whether their current realm can cultivate these methods now, can their bodies withstand such powerful energy? If things go wrong in the end, we would regret it. Moreover, apart from Sean whose power somewhat resembles this world, what about the rest of us, whose cultivation method is similar to this world? The secret techniques of the Gilstist sects from the Galesto realm, or mine Allison's cultivation methods, or Caitlin's Ghost Dao techniques, or Willie's Elven secrets, the cultivation methods we create are bound to be based on the methods of our respective planes. Are we going to prepare a batch of people who will join us in our respective worlds in the future? This could be a good idea. Sean's eyes lit up as he said, think about it. The Alban wants power, and what we need right now is also power. Who says they must follow the current path? Our various cultivation methods far surpass those of Noah continent. Although the original versions cannot be cultivated by them, if we slightly reduce the power, Malb them suitable for cultivation on Noah continent, it's not impossible. We just need to put some thought into it, right? Ernie nodded. Aaron's idea isn't bad. Let's start Finn Alban about it now. If feasible, we'll implement it soon. After all, time is limited, and we must complete it within a month. Sean adjusted his glasses and said, the matter of cultivation methods should be handled by me, Willie, and Allison. As for Aaron, Ernie, and Caitlin, why don't you take advantage of this time to look for materials? We still need to create magical treasures for them. That's not an issue. We've eliminated so many enemies along the way, and their storage rings contain countless treasures. Using substitutes, we can craft a batch of powerful magical treasures. I think we should first see what kind of cultivation methods suit those students. Of course, there's no problem with the magic students since they only need to study magic with Sean. Magic is relatively similar between worlds. So, it's about arranging the remaining students. There are a total of 95 students in Class 10. Excluding the 15 mages, we need to put some thought into the others. Then leave these matters to you. We will work on the cultivation methods. We should have something ready by tomorrow morning, Sean said with a smile. Thus, after distributing the tasks, Aaron and the others left the villa and started waralban on their respective tasks. Aaron's first task was to inform the students of Class 10 about this news. Perhaps it would be quite astonishing for these students. But Aaron believed that if they chose this path, they were destined to become strong. From this day on, the famous Six Spirits Legion known across Noah continent and even other planes began to take shape. Chapter 227, Student Allocation. Students, I represent Mentor Sean to inform you all of something that might concern your future, Mike said with a smile. Of course, I'm only responsible for conveying the information. As for how you choose, it's up to you. The students below listened attentively. Mike paused and continued. I'm sure everyone is aware of the school's regulations. In 1 month, there will be a competition. To be frank, our chances of passing are quite high, but that's not important. What matters is for you all to become stronger. We hope you can grow powerful so that Class 10 won't be bullied anymore. And by winning the competition, you'll also gain top-tier equipment and many generous rewards, which will be the highest honor for Class 10. As Mike spoke, the students below started discussing among themselves, seemingly eager to participate in the competition. But then Mike poured cold water on their enthusiasm. But, to be honest, with your current abilities, it's unrealistic to expect to win the competition. Each of you comes from ordinary backgrounds, despite being very hardwarealban and talented. However, due to differences in cultivation methods and equipment, there is a significant gap between you and the noble students. While those rich heirs may have terrible personalities, there are also some genuine powerhouses among them, who will be formidable opponents. Yesterday, we discussed, and now you have 2 options. First, using the special cultivation techniques we provide. These techniques break the rules of the 6 major professions on Noah continent, meaning all your previous practices will be useless except for mages. Although this method is risky, we believe it can make you several times stronger within a month. Your realm might not change, but your power will be drastically different. However, this approach will undoubtedly bring danger later on, as you will realize when you start practicing. These techniques are too bizarre. The second option is intense training to force out the energy within you. This will also have effects, but we can't guarantee victory in the competition. The students fell into a deathly silence, clearly unable to believe what Mike had said. Unperturbed, Mike calmly remarked, "Don't you find it strange? Why, even though we are merely gold-ranked, do we possess such power?" Yesterday, Mentor Sean's petrification gaze instantly petrified a saint-rank powerhouse. Wouldn't you want such strength? Honestly, we didn't cultivate ordinary techniques either, so our professions are also quite ambiguous. It's hard to imagine, isn't it? Marion is a dancer, and Ernie is a monk, yet their combat capabilities are no less than other offensive professions, thanks to the uniqueness of our cultivation techniques. We want you to learn such techniques now, but if you think it's too absurd, you can choose the second option. Remember, it's your choice, and I won't interfere. After saying this, Mike left the classroom. Mara and Ernie had already left the academy to purchase various precious materials, while Mike stood outside watching the students' reactions. Of course, because the door was closed, they didn't know Mike was outside. Do you think we can trust what Mike said? One student asked. While it sounds incredible, it does make sense upon reflection. Both Marion Mentor and Ernie Mentor's powers are evident to us. Regular supportive professions can't produce such results, so attributing it to different cultivation techniques seems reasonable. Moreover, at the competition, I saw Mike's weapon flying in midair, controlled remotely. It was simply unbelievable. But won't we be considered anomalies if we do this? TSK, what nonsense. In this world, power respects power. If we get strong, who would dare say anything? Besides, considering the competition in a month, Mike is right. With our current progress, we have no chance of winning. Not all noble heirs are wastrels. Some are elite family members. Our current cultivation techniques definitely won't suffice. If that's the case, let's take the risk. If we can truly obtain greater strength through those bizarre techniques, giving up our current strength is worth it. Mike listened to the students' discussion and left with a smile. Meanwhile, Sean, Marion, and Angus were creating cultivation techniques in their room. With their intelligence and memory, it was easy for them to come up with some powerful techniques. Therefore, numerous scrolls had already piled up around them, each tailored to the abilities of the students. Finally, in the afternoon, everyone in the school was astonished as the students of Class 10 entered the teacher's dormitory one by one. Subsequently, the entire dormitory was covered with a barrier that prevented others from entering, despite their attempts. In the principal's office, 2 women who appeared to be just over 20 years old were watching the distant villa with amused smiles. They didn't investigate because they were also curious how Xuanhuan Dongren, Hui Jijia, Churgashing, Yidriyila, Do Might Nungo Jijida Mafa. But don't underestimate these 2 girls. They were pseudo-god level powerhouses at East Dragon Academy, Savannah and Inarna, both pseudo-god level archmages. Sis, do you think those kids will surprise us? Inarna asked with a smile. They have been buying all sorts of extremely rare materials these past 2 days, clearly to forge top-tier equipment for the students. But I'm more curious about what those so-called bizarre cultivation techniques are, Savannah said, tapping on the desk with a smile. However, if these commoner students can become stronger, that would be best. After all, the noble heirs have been ruining the atmosphere of this academy, yet we can't offend certain major families. Her expression turned grim at the end. East Dragon Academy was established based on that old geezer's advice. Now he's playing the absentee landlord, dumping all the problems on our shoulders. Yet, those arrogant and unruly noble forces still hold some sway. It's infuriating. At this moment, inside Utianlandung Rundeg Biasuli, Murgarun Dobe Utalan Lirin Jin Xingla, Yang God Exaishan. Beijing Jiran, Shishiulan Lesu, Tamanashe, Jiamanda Gongfa. 那么在资质的身世上就会有所差别了。最后终于将实验全部分配好了。除了声音魔法7人的跟随者上以外，每人有了20名声，而你有着10名声 ，Mara 有着20名声 ，Mike Angus 1声。而那些实验拿到各自的功法以后，都纷纷瞪大了眼睛。For this period, you will cultivate here. After all, we want to give them a surprise. If you don't understand anything, discuss with each other or ask us. We will be forging some magical treasures for you during this time, Sean said with a smile. Magical treasures? What are those? A mage student asked. Magical treasures are like the weapon Mike used in the final match of the dojo competition. It can be absorbed into your body or controlled through mental focus without needing to hold it in your hand. Such weapons are far more powerful than ordinary ones. The materials required to forge magical treasures are incredibly precious. To create these for you, we've spent everything we have. Sean wasn't lying. They really had spent almost all their gold coins on the materials for the magical treasures. The students expressed gratitude and determination, secretly vowing to master these techniques. Yu Tianlan Dongren Shang Shi Yi Shao. Bujin Zai Shang Yiger Yer Zhiho, Na Xie Guizhu Zidi, Zhang Hui Ruhu de Jingyana? Chapter 228, Class Duel. Next, we need to consider how to refine these numerous magical treasures. With our current strength, refining these treasures wouldn't require much effort or time. But ultimately, it's best for them to be refined by their owners. Unfortunately, they are not aware of this basic knowledge at all. Sean sighed and revealed a look of distress. You should stop being so greedy. If we can train them all to surpass the noble students within a month, we should consider ourselves very fortunate. Do you really expect them to learn how to refine magical treasures? Let's save some efforts this time and refine a few for them first. We can gather materials and teach them how to refine later once they have grown stronger, Iolo said with a slight headache. After all, these students were just beginners despite having great potential and comprehension ability. It was inevitable that they would find things strange while coming into contact with entirely new knowledge. For instance, Iolo and Allison's cultivation techniques originated from the realm of cultivators. Both Iolo and Allison cultivated Taoist techniques in that lineage, focusing on yin-yang balance as the core and supplemented by the 5 elements. However, these concepts were completely foreign to Noah continent, considering it was a vastly different dimension. The intricacies of cultivation techniques and mystical powers were incomparable. Iolo's hastily compiled techniques would be sought after even in their original world, let alone Noah continent. Though ordinary people might not realize the subtleties, those at the false deity level would surely be tempted. At that moment, in the principal's office, Savannah displayed a look of surprise. Inarna, noticing her sister's expression, couldn't help but ask, Sister, what's wrong? Savannah didn't answer immediately, but fell into deep thought. After a moment, she wore a bitter smile and said, I think we underestimated the strength of Iolo and the others. They managed to create many powerful cultivation techniques almost overnight, which could stir up turmoil in Noah continent. Furthermore, they seem to be crafting equipment for their students, using methods I cannot comprehend. Huh? Sister, please continue. Inarna's curiosity grew more intense. She eagerly wanted to know what Iolo and the others had done to surprise her sister. To put it simply, their method is entirely different from forging with hammers and furnaces. Each of them has a unique alchemy furnace before them, and they place all the materials inside for forging. The weapons forged emit powerful auras. I believe, in the upcoming class duel in a month, they will display extraordinary strength, Savannah said with a solemn expression. But is this possible? After all, there's only 1 month. Switching to other cultivation techniques now may not even allow them to reach bronze rank 2. Inarna asked with a puzzled look. Savannah smiled slightly and responded, Silly sister, have you considered this? Iolo and the others are only 13 to 17 years old. By Noah continent standards, they're barely adults yet possess gold rank realms and saint stage power. This level of capability goes beyond genius. It's monstrous. While diligence and talent play roles in their cultivation, I believe it's more about the techniques they practice. I attended their dojo match too. Their abilities aren't something this world should possess. Moreover, perhaps others had their memories erased and don't remember, but I saw clearly, they killed Gino. That family's peak saint stage powerhouse who was reportedly a step away from becoming a false deity. Yet he was killed by Iolo and the others. And do you know what surprised me most? The mounts of Iolo and Allison were actually legendary 5-clawed golden dragons and white phoenixes. What? You didn't hear wrong? 5-clawed golden dragons and white phoenixes. Killed Gino. However, sister, although Gino may seem insignificant to us, within the Eastern Dragon Empire, among all peak saint stage powerhouses, he could probably rank top 3. Even compared to Lemuelin, he was somewhat superior. How could he really die at the hands of several gold rank cultivators? Inarna exclaimed with astonishment. Although it's hard to believe, it's the truth. Savannah sighed and said, These children have an infinite future ahead of them, and they very likely have connections with King Xuan. I sense the aura of Xuan on them. You know, because of the special magic I practice, I can tell clearly who anyone has been in contact with recently. Savannah sighed again. Perhaps they were sent by Xuan to scout for talents. Although we cannot directly help them, we should try to keep those nobles in line. Otherwise, it will be their suffering. Humph, I rather hope those families suffer a bit. Wasn't this the purpose Xuan had when he sent Iolo and the others here? Otherwise, that would be strange. Inarna sneered. Savannah shook her head. Sis, if we alert them prematurely, it might put Xuan in a difficult situation. Therefore, he prefers to act covertly. Probably, he is fed up with those powerful families that refuse to obey him. Hence, he secretly cultivates his own undercover members. The potential achievements of Iolo and the others are boundless. With them, I believe one will crush all the powerful families like dead grass in no time. By then, he can gather all the power. Einarna nodded and didn't say anything more, but she looked at Iolo and the others with a touch of seriousness and respect in her eyes. Of course, Iolo and the others were unaware of these matters. At that moment, they were divided into two teams. One team helped students solve problems, and the other team specialized in refining magical treasures, alternating shifts. A few days later, Iolo and the others were promoted from students to assistant instructors, which was decided by Savannah and Einarna. After all, Iolo and the others had long surpassed the level required for graduation. Continuing as students wouldn't make sense. Iolo and the others agreed since they no longer needed to use their student status to win the hearts of these classmates. They were already quite grateful to Iolo and the others. They weren't fools. Even though these cultivation techniques seemed mysterious and initially hard to understand, even feeling like fairy tales, after guidance from Iolo and company, their strength skyrocketed. They knew that challenging higher levels wasn't a problem now. Moreover, their strength was still rapidly improving. Since these cultivation methods did not follow the Ran-Alban system of Noah continent, even Iolo and the others, though considered gold rank by others, never admitted to it. After all, their cultivation methods were different from Noah continent's. There was no way to compare their ranks, but to prevent unnecessary trouble, they kept using Noah continent's rank system for evaluation. To their pleasant surprise, using their innate true fire to forge magical treasures enhanced their strength once again. Though not too obvious, this improvement was enough to make everyone happy. If they could break through within a month, it would only bring benefits without any drawbacks. I'm starting to look forward to how shocked they'll be at the class duel after 1 month. Mara smiled slightly. Apparently, the rule is that each class sends 10 participants for matches. Winning a match earns 3 points, a draw earns 1 point, and losing results in -3 points. The top 3 classes with the highest points will be the winners. Of course, for us, this competition serves more to establish our authority rather than winning prizes. After all, these prizes mean little to us and our students now. Sean laughed and explained. Chapter 229, Everyone Advances. Half a month later, all the students of Class 10 were emanating powerful energy fluctuations. Astonishingly, they had all reached the silver rank, a feat that was virtually impossible. However, Mike and his group turned this impossibility into reality. The cultivation techniques in their interface were top tier, allowing for rapid advancement and immense power. Although they adapted these techniques to reduce their power significantly, every disadvantage came with an advantage. While the power was reduced, it greatly increased the speed of advancement. Coupled with the guidance from Mike and his companions, the students avoided many unnecessary detours in their understanding. Thus, achieving the silver rank in such a short time wasn't out of the question. More importantly, Mike and his companions were once immensely powerful beings in a higher plane, where turning a commoner into a deity was no challenge. Such an enhancement posed no difficulty for them. Moreover, Mike and his group realized that they had reached a limit in their strength and now needed to break through. After all, they had accumulated enough energy. Thus, after giving some instructions, they proceeded to break through on the hill behind the villa, several dozen meters away. Unlike the professions on Noah continent who would automatically transcend when their strength peaked, they hailed from a higher plane where Ran-Alban through was largely successful but depended on personal will. If they did not wish to transcend, they could continue accumulating energy. Half a day later, the sky began to change dramatically. Thunder roared, lightning flashed, and dark clouds rolled as a powerful aura emanated from it. All the students and mentors emerged from within the academy. At that moment, Savannah stood in the principal's office, watching Mike and his group at the back mountain. Envy and jealousy flickered in her eyes as she murmured, "I can't believe they've advanced in such a short time. This confirms my belief even more. I wonder what their strength will be like when they reach the Saint rank. How exciting." Everyone knew the villa was reserved for the mentors of Class 10. Naturally, due to the unusual phenomena during their ascension, no one paid attention to the students inside the villa who were concealing their presence, a surprise best left unrevealed until the right moment. Mike was the first to begin advancing. Golden lightning streaked across the sky, carrying vast amounts of energy. Sitting cross-legged, Mike remained calm while Spike flew around him, ensuring his successful ascension. Moreover, if Mike advanced, Spike's strength would also increase to the Saint rank. A dragon roar emitted from Mike, shock Alban, everyone below. Some considered Alban advantage of the situation. Perhaps entering the villa might yield some treasures. Yet, they reconsidered, knowing that the mentors of Class 10 were not ones to be trifled with. One misstep, and they would find themselves in dire straits. Mike smiled. The ascension was smoother than he expected. Standing up, golden light radiated from his body as he merged with Spike. Before the stunned gaze of everyone, Mike transformed into a massive 5-clawed golden dragon, soaring into the black clouds, rolling about. Each streak of golden lightning, though seemingly falling, was absorbed by Mike. Eventually, a golden barrier enveloped him, accompanied by electric arcs. Slowly descending amid thunderous roars, he returned to his original form. Except now, Mike exuded an entirely different aura. His forehead bore a golden dragon-like symbol, and his eyes turned gold. Around his waist was Spike, now shrunken yet still at the Saint rank. The golden barrier gradually disappeared. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. It wasn't just an advancement, it was a miracle. They couldn't comprehend why such a vast amount of energy was involved in an advancement. but they knew Mike was now incredibly strong. As a saint-rank powerhouse, he possessed unimaginable strength. Not only did Mike have a 5-clawed golden dragon, but the legendary 5-clawed golden dragon was real and also at the saint rank. This meant that Mike could likely face off against quasi-god level experts with considerable prowess. Even more astonishingly, his appearance had changed. Originally, he looked like he was just 15 years old, but now he appeared to be in his early 20s. Meanwhile, Spike transformed into a beautiful necklace, adorning Mike's neck. Mike took a deep breath and smiled contentedly. In an instant, everyone felt as if he had lived through millennia. Despite his youthful appearance, he seemed to have experienced countless vicissitudes. Mike sighed softly, finally advanced. It seems I'm not far from my goal. With those cryptic words, he smiled and vanished on the spot, reappearing in front of the villa before anyone could react. The stupefied students and mentors were still trying to recover from their shock when they noticed the sky changing once again. This time, it was filled with flying creatures, birds, and even avian magical beasts of all kinds from every direction, including both saint and lower ranks, which instantly gathered in the sky, forming a huge circle. In the center of the circle, a white light screen appeared, from which a beautiful girl slowly floated up, standing on what was unmistakably the white phoenix, the Alban of all birds. At the sight of the white phoenix, all the birds lowered their heads as if paying homage. Angus then danced gracefully on the back of the white phoenix, while white feathers fell from the sky, eventually turning into glowing objects that fused into her and Laura's bodies. Laura let out a delighted, clear cry, and Angus's right eye began to change. The eyelashes around her right eye turned white and elongated until they became a single, beautiful, snow-white feather. Her other eyelashes grew longer and turned snow-white, and her long hair turned white too, making her look ethereal and charming. She floated down gently from the sky, and Laura gradually shrank, finally transforming into a delicate and beautiful hairpin. Angus wrapped her snowy white hair and placed the hairpin on her head. Alban exceptionally attractive. The birds that had been hovering in the sky all chirped happily before dispersing. Angus smiled at the stunned crowd and pointed behind her, indicating that someone else was advancing. She then left. Next, golden lotuses suddenly bloomed in the sky, appearing almost tangible. They opened and slowly scattered into petals, which flew in one direction, the place where Eldon sat. Eldon smiled and lifted his hands, causing a golden lotus to appear beneath him and float into the air. What followed shocked everyone. Eldon sprouted additional arms, and each arm held a unique mystical artifact. Eldon himself crossed his hands in prayer, eyes closed, as the golden lotus petals entered his body. When he opened his eyes, they were golden and deeper than Mike's, impossible to fathom, much like the enigmatic Gilthist realm. Sean's advancement did not take as long as Mike's or Angus's, but it was still prolonged. The lotuses slowly emerged, bloomed, and transformed into petals that flowed into Sean's body continuously before finally stopping. Eldon slowly descended, appearing more mature, and silently returned to the villa. Then, a huge magic array appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, this massive magic array was composed of countless smaller arrays, each containing immense magical power. All the arrays emitted beams of light that converged into a giant black beam of pure, startling magical energy. The beam instantly struck Sean, who swung his baton, rapidly absorbing the immense energy. As he absorbed more energy, Sean gave off an increasingly formidable aura, even seeming to possess a bloodthirsty force. This was normal because Sean had absorbed a bloodline, altering the nature of his magic. Finally, Sean's complexion. Sean's complexion became extremely pale, yet at the same time, exceptionally handsome, as if he had walked out of a painting. Sean slowly stood up, Alban at his transformation, and smiled. This promotion was not only smooth but also occurred because his magic power had reached its limit before Alban threw, so the amount of magic power was much more than originally expected. This meant he could now use powerful spells that were previously out of reach. Sean's blood-red eyes and the faint shushing way made everyone keep their distance. Without saying anything, Sean raised an eyebrow and returned to the villa. Immediately after, Lawrence began to advance. Everyone suddenly noticed that the surrounding plants seemed even more lush. Beautiful, transparent butterflies of various colors and shapes flew around, and then all flew toward Lawrence's location. Lawrence stood still, arms open, eyes closed, as if feeling the breath of nature. Then, Lawrence seemed to become ethereal, both real and untouchable. Her hair grew continuously, eventually reaching her waist, turning into a beautiful emerald green. When her emerald green eyes opened, they shone like jade, glittering like gemstones. Once the butterflies disappeared, Lawrence gave off an aura of being a peerless beauty. Her face was flawless, like carved jade. Though unbelievable, in the world of elves where handsome men and beautiful women are abundant, this wasn't unusual. In fact, Lawrence's appearance hadn't fully recovered yet. The biggest change was the green, beautiful, mysterious pattern on her left cheek, extending from her eyebrow down to her jawline, as if it had always been there. Finally, Mara advanced. Countless black mists and ghostly shadows appeared around her, while the sky turned a blood-red hue. The chilling cries of ghosts echoed, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Mara began to ascend. Her body changed just like the others, transforming from 13 years old to her early 20s. Her long black hair and eyes didn't change much, but she exuded a cold, ghostly aura that kept people at bay. For a princess of the underworld, this was entirely normal. Mara landed on the ground and said with a smile, "Everyone, we have completed our advancement. You may return now." I hope to see great results in the class challenge competition in half a month. Chapter 230, The First Battle. Half a month flew by, yet Mike and his group's reputation in the entire academy grew increasingly loud. After all, when they advanced back then, the momentum was truly massive, almost causing everyone to stare in amazement. And after the half-month passed, it was time for the class challenge tournament. According to regulations, all classes must have their mentor write down the names of the students who will participate in the competition and the names of the 3 mentors or assistant mentors who will take part as official competitors. After an afternoon of discussion, taking various factors into account, Mike and the others wrote down these 10 names: Guillermo, Aaliyah, Damien, Mike and Angus's disciple, Hall, Maurice, Lawrence's disciple, Ruben, Mara's disciple, Henry, Cadence, Eldon's disciple, Emerson, Orson, LeG's disciple. Once the participating students were confirmed, everything became much easier. After all, whether mentors or assistant mentors participated, winning was almost certain. After some deliberation, they decided on Lawrence, Mara, and Mike to participate. Everyone felt that victory was almost assured for this battle. Although other noble classes undoubtedly had outstanding individuals, after all, while most nobles were mediocre, there were still geniuses. Mike and his group were not at all afraid. The 10 students they chose were not only the fastest improvers, but had already reached the gold level. Moreover, they were all exceptionally intelligent and talented. So, even if some genius from the noble students came forward, the chances of victory still leaned more toward Mike's side. The matches began the day after all the lists were submitted. A huge platform was set up on the vast playground, surrounded by protective barriers, clearly prepared to prevent any overly powerful moves from harming innocent bystanders. When Terrence led the class 10 students to the playground, the noble students revealed looks of disdain. Although Mike and his group were strong, they were all mentors, and the focus of the competition was still the students. The students from commoner classes were far inferior to these noble students in both strength and skills, leading many to mock them. Normally, according to the class 10 students' temperaments, each one would be infuriated, but having practiced the techniques taught by Mike and others, their self-cultivation had become much deeper. Though not entirely calm like ancient wells, the mockery and contempt could no longer enrage them. Realizing they couldn't provoke the class 10 students, the noble students grumbled and gradually shut their mouths. Mike and his group sat silently in their seats, as this was a place where strength spoke. They would soon understand the strength of class 10 students during the duels. The judges were Headmaster Savannah and Vice Principal Inarna. As false god-level powerhouses, they naturally saw the extraordinary qualities of the class 10 students, glancing at each other in surprise. Mike and his group had actually trained all the students to such an extent within a month, far beyond their expectations. If predictions were correct, class 10 might very well win the championship this time. From Mike and his group's expressions, it seemed they didn't just intend to win the competition. There seemed to be another purpose. Could it be? They planned to use this duel to eliminate the geniuses of opposing families? Savannah couldn't help frowning, and at that moment, Mike looked up at her. Seeing Savannah's eyes, he didn't show panic but instead displayed a mysterious, slightly eerie smile, confirming Savannah's suspicions even more. But wasn't this too risky? Of course, if Mike and his group really killed someone, then even if the sky fell, the 2 principals would bear the brunt. What could anyone do? Swords and blades are blind, after all. Savannah and Inarna exchanged wry smiles, never expecting that even they were included in these kids' calculations. These young ones certainly had guts. After Savannah explained the rules of the competition, the matches officially began. According to the order of appearance, Class 10's first match was against Halstener, a gold-level boxing king from Class 5. Dressed in simple clothing, his prominent muscles and bronze-colored skin made him look far older than his 28 years, closer to early 30s. Who should we send for the first match? Terrence smiled and asked. Let Maurice have some fun with Halstener, Lawrence said. After that, a boy dressed in green sportswear, who looked sunny and handsome, walked up to the stage. Maurice was slender. After all, he had previously been a mage, though he wasn't anymore. He had cultivated a special ability, which Lawrence called Psi Power. Kid, you'd better concede now. If Master Halstener makes a move, it's either death or injury for you. Halstener said proudly. This Halstener evidently inherited all the despicable traits of a spoiled brat. To reach the gold level, his family must have spent a fortune. Otherwise, how could this Halstener compare to true experts in terms of mindset, talent, or experience? People who rely on drugs to advance are generally weaker among peers of the same rank, unless their techniques or powers are exceptionally strong. Halstener, is he from the Lee family that has a saint-ranked great elder? The family known for its boxing masters? Angus asked, frowning as if trying to recall. Mike nodded and replied, Angus is correct. If we exclude families with false god-level great elders, the Lee family can easily rank within the top 5. They specialize in boxing masters, and with 6 saint-ranked powerhouses, their influence is considerable. The Lee family's steel fist is renowned for its might and dominance. Although Halstener didn't achieve his current level through personal effort, his strength isn't to be underestimated. For Maurice, this will indeed be a significant challenge. Significant challenge. Lawrence unfolded her blue feather fan, covering her mouth as she laughed lightly. You underestimate Maurice. His aptitude is the best among the students I've taught, and his comprehension is excellent. I once taught him 2 Psi powers, and he mastered them both in a short time. With his current abilities, he can definitely beat Halstener. Sure, being newly advanced, he might struggle a bit, but that won't affect the final outcome. It seems you're quite confident, Mike said with a smile. I'll be Lualban forward to it then. On the stage, Maurice showed no reaction to Halstener's arrogant words. He simply responded calmly. If you want to fight, let's just get on with it. No need for idle talk. Halstener hadn't expected Maurice to defy him and immediately scowled. Brat, you'll regret that decision. I'll break your fragile body into pieces. Maurice sneered coldly. If you can, come try. Just don't be a simple-minded brute, or the match would be boring. Chapter 231, The Blood Fog Technique. Halstener was consumed with rage, roaring as he unleashed astonishing power from his fists. Subsequently, the aura transformed into tangible flames enveloping Halstener's fists. Yet, this flame did not evoke a sense of fierce burning heat, but instead felt lifeless and somber. Filipardo frowned. During this period, they had not only learned new martial arts, but also studied the profiles of many capable individuals from prominent families under the supervision of Aaron and others. Although this man named Halstener was not documented in the official records, Filipardo had gone through their family's information already. The Lee family had 3 formidable fist techniques suitable for fist kings. One called Flame Sun Fist, another called Spirit Dead Fist, and the third called Tyrant Fist. Clearly, Halstener practiced the Spirit Dead Fist technique. It was said that among the 3, Spirit Dead Fist was the hardest to cultivate. Every day, practitioners used lost souls for training, absorbing the soul energy within them, then storing these energies within themselves, gradually fusing it with their inner strength until it ultimately became the Spirit Dead energy. This would later adhere to both fists during battle, delivering physical damage upon impact, while the Spirit Dead energy entered the opponent's body, wreaking havoc internally. It was an extremely powerful fist technique. Kid, I'll give you a chance, attack first. Otherwise, people might say I'm bullying you, Halstener said with a smug grin, sounding quite disdainful. Filipardo smiled. Being too confident can lead to bad luck. After Spialban, Filipardo took off his upper body tight-fitting outfit, revealing just his torso since he only wore one layer. Everyone, including Aaron and others, were puzzled because they taught separately and thus knew nothing about Filipardo's abilities. Only Willie showed a hint of a smile, Lualban like she was confident of victory. Soon, everyone noticed something eerie. Fresh blood started trickling down Filipardo's forehead, spreading across his entire upper body. Maalbanhim looked like a blood-soaked figure, which was terrifying. Then, blood gushed out from Filipardo's back, thick blood floating in the air and forming blood fog that covered and spread over the entire dueling ground. Halstener discovered that somehow, blood started flowing from his own forehead down to his upper body, which made him panic. Not only Halstener, but also other mentors and students felt afraid. What kind of technique was this? It didn't belong to any profession on Noah continent. Some quick-witted mentors immediately turned their gaze towards Willie, recalling her mention of Filipardo being her disciple. Their looks towards Willie unconsciously held more fear. Within the blood fog, Halstener couldn't see anything clearly due to the dense fog. Filipardo had already hidden himself silently inside, made it impossible for others to find him. Aaron couldn't help but ask, Willie, what exactly is Filipardo's ability? Willie chuckled. Filipardo is highly talented. Now he's using the blood fog technique that I taught him. Through this technique, the user forces their blood to flow out through their capillaries and turns into blood fog covering a certain area. Within this region, visibility for both the user and the opponents is severely limited. Therefore, Halstener cannot see Filipardo in the blood fog, yet Filipardo can still perceive his surroundings, although his vision is also somewhat impaired. Once this technique is cast, the opponent will be covered in blood, which is actually Filipardo's blood. By sensing the smell of this blood, Filipardo can locate the opponent and launch an attack. If the attack fails, he can retreat into the blood fog and look for the next opportunity. It's an advanced assassination technique. Upon hearing Willie's explanation, everyone drew in a cold breath. Could such bizarre technique be conceived by humans? They all thought so. Aaron let out a bitter laugh. No wonder elders always warned us that your mystical abilities are unpredictable, requiring extreme caution in battle. Indeed, such bizarre techniques can catch anyone off guard. Hee, thank you for the compliment. Willie's eyes glinted slightly. However, Filipardo's true terror doesn't lie here. In the blood fog, Filipardo took out the weapon that Willie had crafted for him with great care. It was a short blade that shimmered with a cold light, slightly longer than a dagger and resembled a miniature tang knife. However, it was indeed made from 9 heavens black iron, incomparably sharp, and further imbued with an aura of menace by mixing in Filipardo's own blood. Originally, Filipardo appeared to be a somewhat frail boy, but now, both his mind and strength had grown significantly. At this moment, he looked like a Rakshasa, Lavalban and ready to strike, ensuring certain death for his opponent once he moved. Sensing Halstener's panic, Filipardo flashed past, instantly appearing behind Halstener and stabbing down with the dagger. However, Halstener revealed a triumphant smile, not dodging or block Alban. Only a few sparks were seen as the short blade failed to penetrate Halstener's body. Because of his still somewhat insufficient battle experience, Filipardo panicked momentarily, frozen in place. To Alban's advantage of this, Halstener turned around and swung a punch. Filipardo's pupils constricted as he regained his senses, swiftly cut Alban off with both feet to escape Halstener's attack range, then disappearing back into the blood fog. Halstener smirked proudly. Fortunately, I wore our family's treasure, the ice silk soft armor beforehand. This soft armor is incredibly strong. Your short blade may be sharp, but your strength is clearly not enough to unleash its full potential. Halstener was right. Such a powerful weapon, combined with Filipardo's blood, would increase in power according to the user's strength. Although the material was excellent, Filipardo's current golden level status meant the sharpness was still insufficient to pierce through Halstener's ice silk soft armor. Hidden within the blood fog, Filipardo did not show any panic. Although his assassination technique might not be effective now, this did not mean he couldn't win. Outside the arena, many powerful mentors tried to probe the situation inside the blood fog, but could only see vaguely. Only Aaron and others could see clearly. Aaron asked, Willie, Filipardo's dagger cannot unleash all its power nor penetrate Halstener's defensive soft armor. Why isn't he worried at all? Does Filipardo have more abilities? Willie smiled and said, I told you before, Filipardo's most terrifying aspect doesn't lie in the blood fog technique. Did you think I hadn't considered this problem? After seeing Filipardo's talent, I taught him another ability that pairs well with the blood fog technique. Even without the dagger, Filipardo can completely defeat Halstener. Chapter 232, Leech Technique. Ale's blood mist technique was originally used for assassination. Now that her dagger could not penetrate her opponent's defenses, Ale decided to abandon this move. The blood mist around her and the blood on Halstener began to flow back, eventually returning entirely to Ale's body. She then put her clothes back on, her face betraying no emotion. However, Halstener thought she had run out of tricks and arrogantly said, Brat, what? Are you admitting defeat? But I won't let you off easily, daring to drench me in blood like this. I won't forgive you so easily. As he finished Spialban, a sinister look flashed across his face. Ale smiled and said, Who wins or loses is still uncertain. Do you think I have no other moves? Upon hearing this, Halstener's face darkened. Frankly, Spialban, what just happened terrified him. That blood mist technique was indeed strange and unpredictable. If he hadn't brought the family treasure the day before, he might have been eliminated by that blow alone. Now, hearing that Ale seemed to have more powerful moves left, Halstener decided not to waste any more time and aimed to finish her off first. He roared and charged over, with necrotic flames turning into gray fireballs surrounding his fists as they rushed toward Ale. Ale drew her dagger but did not confront him head-on. After all, these necrotic flames were formidable. Living beings are alive and made of life. If life comes into contact with death chi, the damage it can do to the body is significant. Therefore, Ale chose to dodge. There was no need for her to confront Halstener directly. After dodging those necrotic flames, she appeared behind Halstener. He grinned meaninglessly and said, What? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Your weapon can't break my ice silk soft armor, huh? But Ale revealed a sly smile, sheathed her dagger, and suddenly embraced Halstener, saying, Well, you're done for. The scene was peculiar. After all, being embraced by a man out of nowhere would make anyone uncomfortable. Halstener grabbed Ale's hands trying to escape, only to find his hands stuck to her body. What? What's going on? Why are my hands stick Alban? Halstener cried out. Others also noticed the strangeness. Wherever Halstener touched Ale, he became glued, and red liquid started flowing from Halstener's skin into Ale's body. It was blood. This. Iolo and others were also astonished by the terrifying nature of this move. But Randy smiled and slowly stood up, her gentle voice echoing in everyone's ears. This is Ale's truly terrifying aspect. If the opponent's defense is too strong and the blood mist technique is ineffective, Ale will use the leech technique. Once activated, she becomes like a leech herself. Once an enemy touches her, they stick, and their blood flows into her body through the points of contact. If Ale wishes, draining Halstener is no big deal. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Such terrifying power. Was this the result of just a month's training? It was unbelievable. I've realized now, you have quite the talent as a mentor, Iolo sighed. Whether it's the leech technique or the blood mist technique, both are extremely powerful. That's for sure. My students aren't weaklings. Ale is just one of the strongest among them, Randy replied with a laugh. At this moment, on the battlefield, Halstener screamed in agony, as having his blood sucked out alive was incredibly painful, but even more so, it was fear. Watching his blood slowly enter his opponent's body, knowing he would die from blood loss, was unimaginable to Halstener. He shouted desperately, Save me, I don't want to die. The instructor of Class 5 stood up with a grim expression and yelled at Randy, Randy instructor, please stop your student. If this continues, Halstener will die. Ho! Randy smiled teasingly. Is this how you asked for help? With that attitude, I won't bother. Jeannie said lazily while gently waving the lawn ting quiboy fan, though her eyes revealed a cold glint, causing the Class 5 instructor to feel a chill in his heart, knowing well that if Braden's student were to face any trouble here, it would only mean trouble for himself. Teacher Jeannie, please stop your disciple's actions and spare Halstener's life, the Class 5 instructor said helplessly. Jeannie understood the wisdom of knowing when to quit. Moreover, the Li family was not on Ouyang Tianlong's list of families to deal with, so there was no need to antagonize them. With this thought, Jeannie spoke. Adriel, stop. Adriel nodded and immediately released Halstener's pale, weak body due to excessive blood loss, causing him to faint, his face as white as paper. Amidst the fearful gazes of everyone, Adriel descended from the platform. Soon after, a pained expression flashed across her face, followed by kneeling down and vomiting. A large pool of fresh blood came out, which was evidently absorbed from Halstener's body. Since two people's blood could not completely merge, it needed to be expelled promptly. After expelling the blood, Adriel had a rosy complexion without any discomfort, and her strength even slightly increased. Just like a leech, absorbing an opponent's blood as nutrition, Adriel extracted nutrients from Halstener's blood and then spat out the impure blood, thus enhancing her ability. Lou Albin at the large puddle of blood on the ground. Everyone shivered. Such a scene was indeed bizarre and terrifying. Many students from the noble class stared at Adrielle as if seeing a demon, but her cold stare instantly made them bow their heads, fully believing they might be killed if they continued to look at her. This was her first victory over a student from the noble class, yet Adrielle did not show any signs of excitement. Rather, she remained composed, as if she had anticipated the result. You did well, Jeannie smiled. Your blood fog technique and leech technique were both used very well. Next time, try using both together. Adrielle looked at Jeannie and smiled, nodding as she said, Minter, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. At this moment, Lou Albin at this harmless smile. It was hard for everyone to imagine that the Adrielle who resembled a vampire just now was now like an ordinary student. It was monstrous. Of course, in terms of power. But if one student could be this terrifying, what about the other 9 students? Were they all such terrifying monsters? Fin Albin of this, instructors from other classes couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Chapter 233, Guillermo. The next few matches were not even enough to pass time for people like Iolo. The combat experience of those students was simply terrible. They wasted a lot of energy when executing their ultimate skills. If it were a real life and death battle, these people who couldn't fully control their energy would surely die very quickly. Oddly enough, the ones who won among these people were quite pleased with themselves. Iolo and others all shook their heads, feeling disappointed with the students of what was called the First Academy of the Donglong Empire. It felt somewhat undeserved. Next, it was the turn for the 10th class students to step up, including Iolo and Allison's student, a boy named Guillermo who looked rather refined. Opposing Guillermo was a student from the 7th class, who surprisingly was also at the gold level. Actually, this had all been secretly orchestrated by the 2 principals, pitting the strongest students from other classes against the 10th class students. This way, not only could they gauge the current strength of the 10th class students, but also if they won, it would greatly benefit the 10th class. After all, this was a world where might made right. The student from the 7th class was a knight, specifically a thunder knight, wearing bright blue armor and wielding a sword and shield that were definitely no ordinary items. His name was Emile, the 3rd young master of the Kawe family and the most powerful student in the 7th class. Iolo, Allison, what cultivation method is Guillermo practicing? Ernie asked curiously. From him, I feel a peculiar aura, one that seems familiar, but I can't quite remember what it is. Iolo and Allison exchanged glances and both smiled. Iolo said, It's no wonder you don't remember. Do you recall, long ago, you once visited us, and at that time, there was a girl sitting beside us who was skilled in manipulating ice elements. Her strength compared to ours wasn't much different. Bug removal? Ernie frowned and thought carefully. Then his face changed as he asked in a low voice, You don't mean Fairy Bingpa, do you? Iolo nodded and said, That's right, Fairy Bingpa. The cold jade technique practiced by Guillermo is adapted from the cultivation method practiced by Chloe. Moreover, I have refined a treasure for Guillermo using 10,000-year-old ice, which has an unimaginable effect on enhancing ice-type techniques. Oh, then I look forward to it. Ernie smiled. Perhaps due to cultivating an ice-type technique, Guillermo, who was originally quiet and reserved, became even more aloof. As soon as the match began, facing Emile, who held a sword and shield with a serious expression, Guillermo emitted a thick cold aura that was visible to the naked eye, enveloping his entire body like flames. The temperature of the entire arena immediately dropped significantly, and the audience could clearly feel the change in temperature. Emile frowned, did not attack first, but took out a magic scroll, a fire magic scroll, and threw it toward Guillermo after tearing it open. However, Guillermo showed a disdainful smile. Flames formed into fire dragons rushing towards Guillermo, but he remained calm and unleashed his internal power, causing a torrent of cold air to gush out. The fire dragon turned into an ice sculpture about 10 meters away from Guillermo, then fell to the ground and shattered. Emile's eyes showed terror. Even a gold-level cultivator would find it difficult to resist such a fire dragon spell easily. Yet, the opponent froze all the flames into ice blocks. What kind of low temperature must that be? Emile's face darkened. After watching Lee Rock's battle, although he knew the students of the 10th class may have grown a lot, this growth was completely unexpected. Emile had confidence that with his strength, he could barely contend with someone named Bryant, but seeing Guillermo's strength, he had no confidence at all. However, Emile wouldn't give up just because of this. This match related to the honor of his class and the honor of the Kawe family behind him, so Emile couldn't afford to lose. At this moment, Iolo squinted his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the Kawe family had always maintained a neutral stance among various families, neither supporting the Alban nor the opposing family forces. Moreover, due to its considerable strength, it was ranked first among the families with a Saint Stage Great Elder. Thus, Iolo decided to try to win over this family. After all, although the Alban desperately wanted to have the strength of the secret agents, they were called dark, precisely because they could not be openly acknowledged. Therefore, they needed an open force, and the Kawe family would be a good choice. He used the sound transmission technique to instruct Guillermo not to go too far. Guillermo, although unclear about what Iolo was up to, agreed. Guillermo took a deep breath, waved his right hand, and a sword as thin as cicada wings appeared in his hand. It looked like it was made of ice, crystal clear, just like an ice sword. Of course, this treasure was indeed an extraordinary magic tool. When this treasure appeared, Savannah and Inarna immediately recognized its preciousness. They were incredibly startled and couldn't help but wonder how Iolo and company obtained these things, for after all, these precious materials were rare not only because of their high price, but also because they were hard to come by even if someone could afford them. Guillermo lifted his hand slightly, and the thin ice sword floated in the air. Being a disciple of Iolo and Allison, driving objects was one of the basics for cultivators, so this wasn't a problem for Guillermo, who had excellent talent. Although Emil was only at the gold level, unlike other wealthy and spoiled young masters, he had read many books since childhood, some quite obscure. Therefore, Emil immediately identified the grandeur of this sword. Though inwardly shocked, he kept a calm facade and asked, "What is your sword called?" Guillermo replied calmly, "Falling Cloud Snow Sword." After he finished Spialban, he lightly tapped with his finger, and the Falling Cloud Snow sword automatically stabbed toward Emil. Emil's pupils constricted. Being able to manipulate objects remotely seemed to defy common sense. Even a saint-stage powerhouse shouldn't possess such ability. Despite his astonishment, Emil raised his shield, preparing to withstand the strike. Although Emil did not want to endure it forcefully, there was no alternative. Since the opponent could remotely control objects, dodging to the side would be useless. The sword would still follow him. Additionally, this shield was custom-made for him by the family using large amounts of gold and materials, albeit extremely durable, giving Emil a slight boost in confidence. Therefore, with a roar, he thrust his shield forward to resist the attack. The Falling Cloud Snow sword instantly struck Emil's shield, and Emil immediately felt a massive force impacting his body. Undoubtedly, he was thrown backward, falling to the ground, feeling a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the shield remained intact. This was actually a normal phenomenon. As higher-dimensional beings, the cultivation methods and weapons of Iolo and company were crafted according to higher-dimensional standards. In any higher dimension, the power of a weapon was proportional to the owner's level and the length of time it spent within the owner's body. Therefore, a treasure that had been refined for less than a month could exert such power, which was already impressive. To enhance its power further, it required cultivating it themselves and improving their own realm. Chapter 234, Thunderslash vs. Ice Spike. Guillermo did not show any signs of frustration when he saw that his magical treasure failed to cause the desired destruction. After all, from Bryant's battles, he knew that treasures at their early stages couldn't unleash overly powerful force. But so what? The cultivation techniques Guillermo mastered weren't limited to this power alone. Guillermo rapidly made hand seals with both hands like a butterfly flitting through flowers. Immediately after, an intense cold swept across the dueling ground. The sword of floating cloud and falling snow returned to Guillermo's side because its sharpness could not yet match his opponent's weapon, making direct confrontation disadvantageous. After Guillermo completed his hand seals, snow started to fall from the sky in an unusual manner. Snowflakes appeared only within the competition area, circling around Guillermo's body. These snowflakes then transformed into an ice snake with 9 heads, which looked bone-chilling. With a roar, the 9-headed ice snake lunged at Emil. Emil, being a young genius of his family and not just a pampered child, had quicker reactions and mental composure compared to others. Seeing the approaching 9-headed ice snake, Emil showed no fear. He roared loudly as blue electrical arcs started emerging from his body. Emil then jumped into the air, and blue lightning flashed from the sword in his hand. In an instant, Emil vanished, transforming into a swift bolt of thunder and reappeared behind the 9-headed ice snake. He slashed downward with blue sword energy mixed with the strike, severing the 9 heads of the ice snake. Soon afterward, the entire 9-headed ice snake shattered. The students of Class 7 cheered, but Mike and Angus smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Emil was completely focused on the 9-headed ice snake and ignored its controller, Guillermo. Guillermo flew into the air and aimed the sword of floating cloud and falling snow straight down. Only then did Emil notice him, instantly cursing himself for premature joy. Displaying the speed of a Thunder Knight, he narrowly avoided the attack. However, the sword still grazed his left arm. Cold emanated from the wound, shock Emil as it spread inward. Emil realized that if the cold entered his meridians, he would lose. Thus, he had to channel his combat aura to resist the invasive cold. Although Emil managed to barely contain it with his abilities, this distracted him from fully focusing on Guillermo, leaving little doubt about the outcome of the match. Watching from below, Mike and others showed approving smiles. Mike commented, "Not bad, not bad. This man named Emil can resist the cold from the sword of floating cloud and falling snow. Given his strength, achieving this is impressive. It seems he is indeed a talent worth cultivating. Angus, record Emil's name. This person is worth recruiting and might become a capable assistant to Juan in the future." Angus chuckled. "Do you really need to tell me that? I've already noted down Emil's name." However, Guillermo also surprised me. In less than a month of battle experience, he has learned to use flashy but not so powerful moves to distract opponents and seize openings to attack. This tactic is truly effective. Without much practical experience, most people would likely focus entirely on the 9-headed ice snake and expose large areas of their body, like Emil. If Guillermo's sword had struck Emil's chest instead, Emil might have survived with a shield, but would definitely have been severely injured. Sean also nodded with a smile. "I noticed that our disciples seem quite excellent. It appears we all have the myalbans of great mentors. Is that so? You seem very confident in your disciples," Mara asked with a laugh. "Of course, your disciples are elites. Why should mine be any weaker? When their turn comes, you'll see how formidable they are," Sean replied with a grin. On the platform, Emil panted heavily. He had already seen the gap between him and Guillermo, but this could not be a reason for him to give up. Moreover, his father once told him that during a battle, one should never think about how strong the opponent is. A duel involves not only strength, but also momentum, which cannot be lost. If the momentum waned, there would be no way to turn the tide of the match. Emil looked at Guillermo, whose expression remained calm, and and said, "You are indeed strong, but do not underestimate me. Next, I will use our most powerful move to fight you head-on. If you can withstand it, then you win. I'll admit defeat. But if you cannot endure it, you know what the result will be." Guillermo looked at Emil with a faint expression and said, "There's no need to know the second outcome, because that outcome is simply impossible." Finished Spialban. White cold air emanated from Guillermo's body. "Make your move." Emil took a deep breath, and his treasured sword emitted blinding blue light. Then, lightning began to strike in the sky, and a bolt as thick as an arm immediately landed on Emil's sword. Instantly, a formidable pressure poured out from Emil. Guillermo's face turned serious. Just such an aura was enough to prove how powerful Emil was now. Compared to before, Emil seemed like a different person. The veins on his body protruded, and his bones creaked, suggesting that using this move required immense pressure. Then, Emil made a chopping motion. Thunder slash. As soon as Emil spoke, a blue crescent-shaped sword energy several meters high appeared in front of him, rushing toward Guillermo. As it passed, the stones crumbled, causing Guillermo's face to change. The power of this move exceeded his expectations. He gritted his teeth and rapidly made seals with both hands while continuously retreating. Soon, a white rune appeared in front of him and vanished. It was replaced by ice walls, and snow fell again from the sky, forming a huge shield in front of Guillermo. The thunder slash, strengthened by lightning, obliterated the ice walls instantly despite slowing down and losing potency due to their resistance. Eventually, most of its remaining energy faced the shield formed by flying snow. Guillermo's face twitched, then he spat out a mouthful of essence blood, mixing it into the shield. Instantly, the shield glowed red and became more resilient. However, Guillermo knew this was not enough. Taking a deep breath, he gathered surrounding ice elements swiftly, forming countless ice spikes. Individual spikes were not terrifying, but when they filled the sky, anyone would feel chills run down their spine. Emil's face changed as he understood Guillermo's plan. Knowing he would likely be injured defending, Guillermo attacked simultaneously, forcing Emil to split his focus. In such a cornered position, Emil had no choice but to concede part of his energy to form a barrier against these attacks. Both attacks arrived almost simultaneously. On one side, the dominant thunder slash collided with the seemingly solid ice shield. On the other side, countless ice spikes struck the apparently fragile barrier. The collision led to an explosion that enveloped the arena in smoke, obscuring both figures. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing Emil lying unconscious and Guillermo sitting on the ground, panting heavily and covered in blood. The winner was clear. Everyone was astonished by Class 10's power once again. Such destructive force. Was this really the result of just 1 month of training? Of course, some people sneered, believing they achieved this with mysterious potions and thus undervalued Class 10's combatability. Mike and others noticed everyone's expressions but did not comment. Ernie hurried to the stage first and cast healing spells on Guillermo and Emil. Soon, both recovered. The injuries began to heal at a visible speed. Finally, both stood up and saw the respect in each other's eyes. Then they walked off the stage. Chapter 235, Hall's Crisis. Hall, be careful and don't forget what I told you. Don't engage in close combat unless it's absolutely necessary. Your abilities are not suited for close-range battles, understand? Lawrence said to the exceptionally beautiful young girl. Louisa wore a very beautiful silk garment that resembled a qipao, but was slightly looser. Her long hair was styled with 3 hair accessories shaped like fans, and around her neck coiled a small white snake. However, this wasn't an ordinary white snake, but rather a heavy water dark snake, a magic beast of saint rank that Lawrence had captured from the magic beast forest for Hall some time ago. Of course, since Hall was now at the gold rank, the heavy water dark snake had formed a master-servant contract with her and protected her in its smaller form. Lawrence had instructed Hall that she could use the heavy water dark snake in this battle, but must not let it revert to its original form or use its saint rank powers. She could only utilize its poison. Hall nodded and stepped onto the stage. A mere 16-year-old girl, her opponent was the most notorious and formidable enemy in her class. The second son of the Maplo family, Harrison Maplo, a gold-rank sword saint who practiced the family's most vicious sword technique, Blood Drenalban Asifan Prince. But for Hall, this was not a problem as long as she maintained distance from her opponent, giving her confidence to win. Of course, this battle wasn't just about winning. It was about killing the opponent. This was Lawrence's order, and although Hall didn't know the reason, as one of Lawrence's top 2 disciples, she understood that some matters were beyond her knowledge. Lawrence had given such an order because the Maplo family was secretly opposing Xuan, backed by a false god-level Grand Elder and 10 saint-ranked elders, Malb and them quite powerful. And Harrison himself had not only become a spoiled heir, but also a cruel individual who would torment anyone who angered him, leaving survivors crippled and their lives worse than death. He would stop at nothing to get whatever he desired. In the class, even the teacher dared not interfere with him, and many girls had fallen victim to his despicable acts. But today, he was destined to die at Hall's hands. When Harrison walked onto the stage, he saw Hall, who appeared calm. Although Hall wasn't breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed a pure and charming aura that easily made people feel protective towards her. Harrison's eyes revealed a lecherous expression as he smirked and said, "Girl, you have quite a face. Why fight when you can join me? I'll give you endless wealth and luxury." Cosmo couldn't help but twitch his eyes at this line, which sounded so cliched and annoying. However, Cosmo also noticed that among all the noble students, Harrison's strength was the highest, and while he had seen Hall's abilities before, winning wouldn't be too difficult, but killing him, Cosmo furrowed his brows, unsure if it could succeed. Given the high stakes of success being the only option, failure would mean relentless retaliation unless they could destroy the entire Maplo family, which was unrealistic at present. On stage, Hall ignored Harrison and instead took a few steps back, forming a strange seal with her hands. Then, beautiful butterflies appeared around her, surrounding her before she seemed to vanish right where she stood. Of course, she couldn't just disappear without a trace. With his rich combat experience, Harrison knew that if Hall's disappearance wasn't due to invisibility or other concealment techniques, it had to be an illusion. Indeed, during her training with Lawrence, while Hall struggled to learn other skills, after Lawrence showed her an altered version of the illusions she herself mastered, Hall rapidly excelled at it, surprising even Lawrence. Within a week, Hall grasped the essence of illusions, achieving a mastery level despite still being at the gold rank in terms of overall strength. This was why Lawrence advised her to avoid close combat, as her focus on illusions meant her sword skills were minimal. In close combat, Hall would surely lose. Of course, Hall now held the initiative. She used her illusions to hide her body, and then the butterflies swirled around Harrison, sprinkling pink light spots. Harrison swung his long sword, trying to slash through these annoying butterflies, but to no avail. The sword passed right through them without any impact. Unbeknownst to Harrison, he had unknowingly fallen into Hall's illusionary hell. Soon, the butterflies flew away, turning into pink powder in the air before slowly disappearing. Hall suddenly appeared in front of Harrison, dagger aimed directly at his throat. Harrison's face turned cold as he kicked backward, swiftly retreating out of Hall's attack range. As he retreated, Harrison brandished his sword with thick, killing intent, a blood-red sword aura slashing toward Hall's head. However, Hall nimbly dodged the attack. Then, she gave a soft cry, and the fan-shaped hair accessory on her head ejected a row of fine silver needles. With a gentle stroke from Hall's left hand, followed by a swift flick, Harrison saw flashes of cold light speeding towards him. Narrowing his brows, he blocked the silver needles with his sword, hearing crisp clinks as they fell to the ground. But Hall didn't stop there. Jumping into the air, she tightened her grip on the dagger and thrust it forcefully towards Harrison's chest. However, it was deflected by his raised sword. Harrison sneered and kicked Hall in the abdomen, causing her to cough violently and fly several meters before crashing to the ground, clearly injured. Strangely, the area where he hit her turned red with blood. But it made no sense. Harrison hadn't used any weapon, so how could she be bleeding? Humph, little girl, let you taste my blood drain Alban as Sif and Prince's power. Harrison sneered, gently strode Alban his sword, which emitted a red glow wherever his hand passed. He then charged straight at Hall. Little girl, I tell you, anyone injured by my blood drain Alban as Sif and Prince's sword technique will bleed incessantly, their wounds never healing until they die of blood loss. You'd better surrender now, or you'll die without knowing how. As Harrison paused within Stree-Alban distance, preparing to attack, Hall opened her mouth and shot 3 highly venomous silver needles at Harrison's left eye, throat, and chest. Harrison's pupils constricted, and he swiftly parried the 3 life-threatening needles with his sword. Thin Alban about how close he came to being killed, Harrison sneered. Little girl, you'll regret that you tried to kill me. You die. Chapter 236, Illusionary Destruction, Double Deception. But would Hall die so easily? She blew out a cloud of green mist. Stuart's pupils contracted. He knew instinctively that it was laced with deadly poison. He hastily retreated, not daring to let the fatal fog touch him. Meanwhile, to Alban advantage of this moment, Hall stood up and extended her hands from within the wide sleeves of her robe, thrusting them forward. Dozens of razor-sharp threads shot out and tightly bound Stuart. What is this? Stuart struggled against the constriction, feeling these threads were incredibly sharp, sharper than any blade or sword. Hall smiled eerily. This is made from my hair combined with specially prepared beast oil, incredibly sharp. I call it the black cord. Once caught by my black cord, it tightens relentlessly until... Well, you can guess the outcome. Hall increased the tension in her hands, and the black cord grew tighter, eventually cutting into Stuart's body, leaving small cuts and drawing blood. Stuart glared at Hall with intense hatred. Then his body emitted thick red mist that wrapped around the black cords. Hall frowned slightly as she noticed signs of corrosion appearing on the special threads, which eventually snapped entirely. To Alban a few steps back, horror flickered in Hall's eyes as she inadvertently stumbled and fell to the ground. Stuart's gaze turned cold. This little girl had caused him so much trouble, he was determined to kill her this time. Although one doesn't usually kill an opponent in duels, what did it matter if he did? With the power of his family, even the principal wouldn't dare to hold him accountable. And those people like Aaron, mere saint rank, could they be stronger than the pseudo-god level Grand Elder? It was nothing but wishful thin Alban. Thus, Stuart acted fearlessly, and predictably, his sword pierced through Hall's body, hitting vital points and causing blood to gush faster than usual. Hall's face contorted with unwillingness and terror as she finally collapsed in a pool of blood. Stuart laughed arrogantly, facing Aaron and others who looked at him angrily. What now? Still want to be so defiant? You're all dead because of me, huh? However, soon Stuart sensed something amiss. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Then, the supposedly dead Hall suddenly opened her eyes, her expression grotesque and covered in blood, resembling a terrifying demon. She extended her long tongue, laughing coldly. Who told you I was dead? Huh? The high-pitched laughter struck fear into Stuart's heart. Ma Alban him stepped back. Slowly rising to her feet, Hall's body began to undergo horrific changes. Spider-like limbs sprouted from her back, a third eye appeared on her forehead, and her mouth split open to the sides of her ears, revealing sharp teeth and a blood-red tongue, a sight that severely shocked Stuart's visual senses and endurance. Hee, you wanted to kill me, right? Go ahead, huh? Hall laughed maniacally, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Stuart as she tilted her head and lunged at him. Terrified by this non-human creature, Stuart screamed in horror, trying to escape, only to find himself bound by invisible forces on a spider web in what seemed like a cave. Hall approached like a spider, opening her large mouth and exposing her long tongue covered in corrosive mucus. Don't kill me, don't kill me, Stuart cried out in anguish. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Opening his eyes, he realized he wasn't in a cave at all. He was still in the academy, surrounded by people Lualban at him and Hall with suspicion. But no, it was an illusion. Stuart stared at Hall in horror, seeing that she hadn't transformed into a spider at all. It was all an illusion. No, impossible, how did you do this? Stuart spat out a mouthful of blood. Hall smiled faintly and said, it was simple. When the butterflies appeared, my illusion already started. Everything after that, you killing me turning into a monster, the cave, all were illusions. You fell into my trap long ago. How surprising must it be to die at the hands of a little girl? Finished Spialban, Hall pulled out a dagger. Its edge was exceptionally sharp, crafted by Lawrence, with a groove along its side to increase bleeding. The tip gleamed menacingly. There were several serrations along the edge, and being stabbed by such a dagger would cause even more unbearable pain. Joke, do you think this can kill me? Stuart said, Talban out a potion from his storage ring. Hall's expression darkened as she tried to stop him, but was dodged. Stuart drank the potion, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. You still have such medicine. Hall showed a fearful look. Since the illusion had already been dispelled, it was too late to use another one now. And in close combat, face to face, she was bound to lose. However, her opponent would never let her off. What should she do? But Stuart did not give Hall time to think. After his wound healed, he turned into a red light barrier, suddenly appearing behind Hall. She turned pale, trying to turn around, only to be pierced through the body. A mouthful of blood spewed out as Hall glared at Stuart with resentment. How does it feel? The mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole waits behind. You acted as the mantis, but I'm not the cicada. I'm the oriole, Stuart smirked triumphantly. Oh, are you really xuanhuan? Stuart's smile froze instantly. In the next moment, his throat was pierced by a sharp dagger. He looked down, seeing no sign of Hall before him. You. Unable to speak because of the dagger in his throat. Hall smiled victoriously. I anticipated that a young master from a major family like you would certainly have some trump cards up your sleeve. So, I set up a double illusion this time. Regardless of whether the first illusion was broken or I ended it myself, the second one would activate. Your back wasn't actually injured just to check if you had such a potion. Now you can die. Hall's cold words made Stuart's terrified eyes gradually lose focus. Finally, she pulled out the dagger, and Stuart fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. This. Aaron couldn't help Spialban up. This child has understood illusions to this level. Double illusion. Even I find it hard to imagine. Someone who has only practiced illusions for less than a month can master the technique of double illusion. This talent, even compared to us, might not fall short. Stuart's death caused chaos among all the students. Although the competition did not explicitly forbid killing opponents, openly killing Stuart like Hall did was unprecedented in the school's history. Though Stuart was detestable, the power behind him was indeed terrifying. Would Hall not fear retaliation from the Apollo family? However, they didn't know that Hall was not unaware, but followed Lawrence's orders regardless, as Lawrence had given her immense strength. To her, Lawrence was a deity, so she wasn't afraid at all. Moreover, the strength behind Lawrence far surpassed the mere Apollo family, leaving her unafraid. The 3 matches ended with one outcome, the perfect victory of Class 10. Everyone looked at Hall with fear, for her illusions were truly terrifying, trapping people in them without them realizing, Maalban escape impossible, and leaving them at her mercy. Chapter 237, The Reality-Shattering Eyes of Willie. Great job, Hall. It seems your proficiency in illusionary techniques is no longer something ordinary people can match, Willie said with a smile as she watched Hall step down from the stage, revealing a look of satisfaction and contentment. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Mentor Willie. The usually cold and detached Hall blushed upon seeing Willie, appearing unusually bashful. After a moment, she responded with a soft smile. That's enough, you don't need to flatter me. Although the illusionary techniques I gave you are extremely powerful, mastering their true potential isn't easy. Illusionary skills are notoriously difficult to cultivate. Beginners have no combat power. But your talent and hard work have allowed you to achieve so much in such a short time, which ultimately comes down to your own efforts, Willie replied with a smile. Over here, Willie and Hall were chatting happily, but the mentor of Class 1 had a grim expression on his face. While injuries and fatalities were unavoidable during such class challenge matches, the opposing side had clearly done this brazenly. They couldn't possibly be unaware of the forces Spialban Harrison. There was only one possibility. The other side possessed powers comparable to the Harrison family. If that were the case, then he, the mentor of Class 1, would be in for trouble. While those students were likely just commoners without backgrounds, what about their mentors? He had attended the final round of the dojo contest and knew that it was absolutely impossible for someone to reach such a realm at their age without having substantial support behind them. This way, the Harrison family would certainly take him out as a scapegoat. The mentor was well aware of this. Even though he possessed mid-level saint rank strength, which was formidable outside, it didn't matter to the elders of the Harrison family, who were at the quasi-god level. To them, he was like an ant. With this thought, The corner of his mouth twitched bitterly. Now he could only hope that the two headmasters of the school would stand up for him. The competition continued despite this, and although only 3 students from Class 10 had appeared, each of them displayed peculiar abilities that instilled fear in everyone. Out of 3 battles, 1 resulted in severe injury, 1 in death, and another in surrender. Such results were unheard of in previous editions of the class challenge matches. How could you let your student kill a student from our Class 1? Mentor Willie, a sub-mentor of Class 1, a Lauren Albin Saint Knight, asked angrily, while the clever mentor remained silent. Willie looked at the Saint Class Knight amusingly, fanning herself lazily with her lawn ting feather fan. This made the sub-mentor feel slighted, but he could hardly react. After all, although Willie hadn't fully revealed her strength, the phenomenon when she advanced to the Saint rank proved she wasn't weak. Furthermore, her disciples could almost defeat anyone at the same level. How could Willie, as a mentor, be any less? It would be laughable if a mentor was weaker than her students. Therefore, even though the sub-mentor felt slighted, he could not retaliate. Suddenly, Willie opened her eyes. Those emerald-like eyes glowed with a green light. Instantly, the sub-mentor screamed in agony, collapsing on the ground with blood gushing from his ears, nose, and mouth. Although he did not die, he wouldn't recover for months. The mentors of Class 1 were both shocked and enraged, but felt more fear. No one knew what had happened, apart from Willie opening her eyes. Then this sub-mentor was injured this severely, yet Willie seemed to have handled it effortlessly, indicating she hadn't used her full strength. With this thought, the crowd began to look at Willie with fear. She closed her eyes again, her breath to Albin beauty curving slightly into a smirk, Spee Albin in a lethargic tone. All I've taught my disciples are killing moves. In combat, it should be seen as a life or death duel, not a game. Humph, dying means he was nothing but a waste. If he was useless, he might as well be dead. What? Do you expect me to pay with my life? By the way, I just perfected my reality-shattering eyes and wanted to test its power. Anybody else want to be like that sub-mentor? In the judges' seats, Inarna and Savannah wore expressions of curiosity. They hadn't figured out the subtleties of that move either, causing them to marvel at Willie's abilities. Based on their records, Willie's strength and might was impressive. Although her strength was not considered formidable within the team and could even be ranked at the bottom, how did that matter now? Compared to ordinary cultivators, Willie's strength was enough to make them look up in admiration. As for that reality-shattering eyes technique, although Savannah didn't know how Willie accomplished it, she had a vague guess that it might be an illusionary technique capable of disrupting an opponent's nervous system. After all, whether it was Bryant's blood fog technique or Hall's illusions, they all centered around the word illusion. What an incredible eye technique. When did you manage to master it? Mike asked in surprise. Willie smiled and replied, right after Brer Albin threw to the Saint rank. My strength has risen to a whole new level. With these reality-shattering eyes, I can instantly kill any opponent at or below the Saint rank. It seems we've underestimated you, Leon Tracy said with a laugh. All right, let's watch the next matches. Who will be up next? After several more matches among the upperclassmen, it was Su Xuanhuan's turn. She was dressed in something delicate, Lu Albin cute and lovable, carrying a green glowing scroll. This scroll wasn't made of ordinary material, thus its power and defensive capabilities were extraordinary. It was a custom-made treasure crafted by Ernie specifically for Su Xuanhuan. Her opponent was a gold elemental mage from Class 2. Gold elemental mages were quite rare because gold was a variant of lightning, resulting in very different magical properties. The gold elemental mage from Class 2 was one such rarity. Reportedly, their family was small, but held considerable influence since every member was a gold elemental mage, some even reaching the quasi-god level. Known as the xuanhuan family, they maintained neutrality and remained elusive to both opposing factions and royal forces who desperately tried to court them, to no avail. Su Xuanhuan's opponent was Xuanhuan Shi, the third daughter of the Xuanhuan family. Xuanhuan Shi had long blonde hair, and the thick gold elemental fluctuations around her body indicated that her strength far surpassed that of an average gold-level mage. When Xuanhuan Shi released her magic power, Mike and the others couldn't help but frown. Xuanhuan Shi's strength exceeded their expectations. Despite being only at the intermediate gold-level stage, her demonstrated power rivaled that of peak gold-level mages. In other words, she might also be someone capable of challenging higher levels, though not nearly as outstanding as Mike and his group. Still, for Su Xuanhuan, this would be a tough match. Su Xuanhuan naturally didn't dare underestimate her opponent. At just 14 years old, she looked endearing, but right now, her small frame emitted a force that could rival Xuanhuan Shi's. With a wave of her hand, the green scroll opened, revealing ancient runes that glowed green. Then, countless green light beams shot out from the scroll, more accurately described as light needles, and their number was astounding. However, Xuanhuan Shi showed no fear. Without a staff in hand, she pulled out a long scythe from her storage ring, which emitted golden light. A light blade clashed directly with the light needles from the scroll, and the first move resulted in a stalemate. Chapter 238, Cadence's Mantra Technique. Of course, neither side exerted their full strength in this first move. Although everyone was astonished that an elemental master would use a scythe as a weapon, Cadence wouldn't be intimidated by her opponent's unconventional choice. Cadence vanished from her spot, and then charged towards Farah. With every step she took, a golden lotus bloomed beneath her feet, lingering for a long time before fading away slowly. This is, Mike exclaimed in surprise, 5 Lotus Mantra, one of the 88 mental techniques from the Gilstist realm, quite powerful, yet also quite mysterious. Has Cadence really mastered it? Ernie smiled and shook his head. If you say that it's 5 Lotus Mantra, then you're way off. After all, Even in the Gilstist realm, few can perform such an advanced mantra. It ranks within the top 10 among the 88 mental techniques. While Cadence is very talented, she can't cultivate such profound secret arts at this stage. What I've taught her is only similar in appearance, but fundamentally quite different. Naturally, it still has considerable power. This simplified version of 5 Lotus Mantra allows one to enter a state of golden body protection, not to harm the enemy, but to strengthen oneself. For this period, Cadence's strength will temporarily increase. Really? That's something, Mike said with a smile as he watched Cadence on the platform. At this moment, Cadence waved her right hand, and the scroll floated up, unfurling completely, emitting brilliant light. Guided by Cadence's mind, it began to attack Albin Farah. Farah showed a serious expression. Due to the positive cultivation atmosphere in her family, she had always prioritized training over everything else since childhood. Although her combat experience might be like Albin, her knowledge was extensive from reading various ancient texts. Therefore, she instantly understood the subtleties of the technique, realizing that she could not have done anything like this. Farah swung the scythe in her hand, and golden light flashed past. In front of Farah, 5 identical golden energy spheres appeared, containing energy that was truly impressive. The spheres then collided with the green light emitted by the scroll. Cadence frowned, but did not appear anxious, instead sneering slightly. She took a deep breath, and her body emitted a green glow. Suddenly, she appeared in front of Farah, with countless hands emerging in a dazzling blur, each shooting out a green beam. Individually, they seemed unremarkable, but with so many appearing simultaneously, their combined power was formidable. Even Farah couldn't help but change her expression, unable to discern Cadence's attack pattern. The rapid succession of green flashes hurt her eyes. As a gold elementalist, though her physical body wasn't much different from other elementalists, Farah did not want to engage in close combat. With a cry, a shimmering golden shield appeared in front of her, formed from gold elements. Gold elementalists excel in condensing elements into any shape they desire to attack, which possesses the ability to break through magical defenses. Mages are well equipped against this, but for elementalists, whose bodies are generally weak, using spells like magical shields is common. Thus, the status of gold elementalists is well known, being nearly invincible among peers just because of this attribute. In this moment, Farah not only condensed a shield but also 18 weapons above her, including swords, spears, and staffs. With another cry, these weapons attacked Cadence from all directions. Cadence raised her eyebrows but showed no fear, forming a lotus hand seal. From under her feet emerged a large golden lotus, which bloomed and then slowly closed, enveloping her and providing effective protection. None of Farah's weapons could breach Cadence's defense, dispersing the moment they touched the petals. Not possible, Farah cried out. She knew well that these weapons made from elements were not ordinary in power. Although not reaching the level of divine weapons, they should easily pierce most defenses. But here, they failed miserably against Cadence's protection. As expected, that protective barrier should have been easily shattered. Unexpectedly, it was actually blocked, and this was not the end. In the golden lotus, Cadence unfolded the scroll in front of her, then sat cross-legged. She placed her hands together as if chanting something inaudible. Soon after, Farah felt an intense headache, a throbbing pain that made her drop her weapon, clutching her head tightly and emitting heart-wrenching cries. Everyone around was unaware of what was happening until golden, unfamiliar characters appeared from Cadence's golden lotus and floated into Farah's mind. Only then did everyone realize this was part of Cadence's technique. It seems you mainly taught Cadence simplified versions of Gilstist realm mental techniques, Mike said with a smile. Yes, I discovered early on that Cadence had an unusually good control over her mental energy, and it was also stronger than average. Her constitution is best suited for cultivating the 88 mental techniques of the Gilstist realm. Although these are simplified versions, they are still incredibly difficult to master. However, within less than a month, Cadence has learned many of them. While my guidance certainly helped her avoid many detours and understand in less than a month what others might take nearly a century to grasp, it was more due to her hard work. Among all my students, she is the most diligent, and her strong will has further enhanced her mental energy. That's why I decided she should cultivate mental techniques. It's the best choice for her. Ernie explained slowly. This mind capture spell directly attacks the opponent's mental energy, making them lose the power to resist. Farah is indeed a powerful girl, but facing Cadence, who can wield various strange mental techniques, she is clearly insufficient. Just as Ernie spoke, Farah finally could not endure after a minute and conceded. Cadence immediately stopped chanting. She looked at Farah calmly, while admiration flashed in Farah's eyes. Farah was not one of those arrogant and rude noble ladies. Under her family's influence, she had become someone who respected only strength. For Farah, although she endured much hardship because of Cadence, it was all worth it. These experiences would become her motivation to move forward. So after bowing to Cadence, Farah walked off the stage, and Cadence also smiled and left the competition area. Chapter 239, The 9 Virtuous Seductive Heart Technique. Kara, a girl with silver hair who looked like an immortal maiden, slowly ascended the platform. Kara possessed exquisite beauty, and for some reason, her every movement exuded seductiveness despite her celestial appearance. This made Luis, the gold boxer from class 4 who was to battle her, drool like a lovesick fool. In the audience, Kristen and others watched as Wiley smiled victoriously and asked helplessly, "What cultivation technique did you give Kara?" "The 9 Virtuous Hearts technique," Wiley replied casually, "specifically the seductive heart of the 7 hearts." Sure enough, although Kara is naturally beautiful, her image wouldn't usually create a seductive feeling. Only the virtuous seductive heart technique could achieve this effect. I really wonder what you were thin, Albin, to have her cultivate a method focused on seduction. Such methods, while more potent than general techniques, require suitable personal traits, don't they? Arlie, why didn't you stop Wiley? Kristen said, slightly frowning. To be honest, I initially opposed it too, but Wiley insisted that Kara was suitable, and I couldn't argue with him, so I agreed, Arlie replied, also showing signs of resignation. After all, a cultivation method centered on seduction wasn't particularly good for girls, even though its power was undeniable. Such methods usually involve seduction arts, and them unsuitable for women. You guys don't understand. Wiley spoke with slight displeasure. For Kara to have cultivated the virtuous seductive heart technique to the point of natural charm proves her talent in this domain. Moreover, the virtuous seductive heart technique isn't as vulgar as you imagine. I'm afraid even you, Arlie, might not know the truth. It's possible that the version of the virtuous seductive heart technique you know is fake. What? Fake? How could that be? Melinda and I were acquainted for thousands of years, and we knew each other's cultivation techniques very well. There's no way there could be a mistake, Arlie protested. That's true, Melinda didn't lie to you. However, did she tell you that the effects of cultivating the virtuous seductive heart technique differ among different women? Wiley asked with a smile, continuing without waiting for a response. Apparently, Melinda didn't inform you. She originally didn't cultivate this technique. But after encountering betrayal by her partner in dual cultivation and nearly dying, she changed. She started disbelieving in true love. Thin Albin, all romantic relationships were insincere and couldn't withstand scrutiny. With this mindset, cultivating the virtuous seductive heart technique would tend towards intoxic methods of drawing yang energy. However, Kara is different. She hasn't even reached puberty yet when it comes to understanding love. For her, cultivating the virtuous seductive heart technique has only advantages and no disadvantages. She doesn't deliberately perform seductive actions. It's just that because of the profound virtuous seductive heart technique, she naturally emits charm, captivating everyone around her. Really? The crowd asked dubiously. Just watch and see, Wiley said, both amused and frustrated. On the platform, Kara smiled, a genuine, confident smile. This small gesture made Louise even more infatuated. Then, with a gentle twist of her right hand, a delicate bell appeared. The bell was intricately crafted, one part snow white, the other pink, oddly matching. It emitted a soft glow, then began to sway, producing visible sound waves that enveloped Louise. He felt an unreal dizziness, willingly succumbing to the strange spell cast by Kara, gradually weakening. Kara then appeared beside the dazed Louise and struck his chest with a palm. Louise spat out blood and flew backward, abruptly wallowing from the sweet illusion. This is the joyful bell? No. Although it resembles Melinda's joyful bell, it's different. Arlie frowned, puzzled. What kind of treasure is this? I call it the soul-capturing bell. A gentle shake can captivate one's soul, putting the enemy into a state of confusion. Combined with Kara's natural charm, it can strip the opponent of their fighting spirit. The effect of Kara's 9 virtuous seductive heart technique is to make the opponent weak and unable to muster the will to resist or fight, gradually falling into her trap without being able to extricate themselves, Wiley said with a smile. Watch now, Louise has already unknowingly been infused with a seed of soul by Kara. Next, this seed will quickly sprout. Louise's fists burst forth with 2 orbs of blue energy. He then waved his hands forward, sending the orbs straight towards Kara, which transformed into 2 mini versions of dragons in midair, roaring as they charged at her. Kara was unperturbed. She gently raised her hand, and the soul-capturing bell emitted another clear and pleasant sound. The 2 dragons, enveloped by the sound waves, dissipated instantly. At this moment, the seed of soul planted in Louise's heart began to take effect. He suddenly felt an unwillingness, not wanting to hurt this girl named Kara. Although he knew it was a match and understood that the outcome would decide his class's Ran Albin, he could not bring himself to raise his hands to attack. In the end, Louise sighed, lowered his hands, and put himself in an undefended state. This also took Kara by surprise. While Wiley had told her about the special effects of this cultivation technique, knowing it was one thing, experiencing it firsthand was another. Naturally, Kara did not miss such a perfect opportunity. With her left hand, she lightly scattered some pink light points into the air, like petals falling from celestial maidens around Louise. These inconspicuous pink light points made Louise feel incredibly drowsy. Eventually, he started to slowly close his eyes and fell asleep on the ground. Honestly, this match was extremely frustrating for Louise. His strength was definitely top tier among the freshmen, yet he encountered Kara, who specialized in seduction. Her technique wasn't primarily for attack Albin, but for charming and controlling. If she faced 2 opponents, she had the capability to make them turn against each other. While this match wasn't as thrilling as the previous ones, the power Kara displayed still instilled fear in everyone. Now, the students of Class 10 were looked upon with a gaze that saw them as monsters. This was understandable. After all, it was one thing if just 1 or 2 students from Class 10 were so strong, but reality proved that each contestant from Class 10 was incredibly powerful. They could probably rank among the top in the entire school, not just the great. Chapter 240. Emerson's Emperor Magic. The next student from Class 10 to take the stage was Emerson, a disciple of Sean. Emerson had standard black hair and black eyes, a robust and well-proportioned figure, and an attractive appearance. He wore a black and white outfit, and despite practicing magic, he held a Tang Dynasty saber for reasons unknown. He walked onto the platform with a look of confidence on his face. His opponent was Archibald of the Revel family, a peak gold-class sword saint. The Revel family was infamous throughout the Eastern Dragon Empire. Everyone knew that the Revel family originally served Bert, one of the 3 princes of the Eastern Dragon Empire, who was a brother to the current Alban. However, Bert betrayed the Albandom for the throne and ended up disgraced and dishonored, and most of his forces were eradicated. But the Revel family, one of Bert's ablest assistants, fared differently from other families that had rallied to Bert. They not only escaped massacre, but thrived mysteriously. Meanwhile, this Revel family enjoyed oppressing commoners within the Eastern Dragon Empire, especially now as Emerson's opponent, xuanhuan, was the most arrogant and domineering member of the Revel family, causing widespread resentment among the common folk. Since the Revel family was on Juan's hit list, Sean decided that Emerson would handle him in this match. Watching Emerson holding the saber like a samurai, Iolo asked puzzlingly, "Isn't he supposed to be studying magic under you? Why is he carrying a saber?" Sean smiled and said, "Must a mage always wield a wand and chant incantations? The magic he practices suits him well. Haven't you noticed that he carries a subtle aura of imperial majesty?" Imperial majesty? Everyone squinted their eyes, observed closely for a while, and Iolo nodded slightly, then exclaimed, "Why does he have an imperial aura? Could it mean he will become the ruler of a nation?" However, even rulers don't necessarily have this aura. This physique represents one of the few types in the world that signify extraordinary talent in cultivation. I can't believe Emerson has it. So, having an imperial aura requires cultivating magic that complements it. Thus, I taught him our spiritual realm's renowned Emperor magic. Sean explained with a smile. Emperor magic? We've never heard of it. Iolo frowned. Yes, we do have some contact with the spiritual realm and have met many powerful beings, even had dealings with them, but we've never heard of any Emperor magic. Allison looked at Sean in confusion. In fact, not only Iolo and Allison, but also Willie and Mara were watching Sean curiously. Only Ernie smiled silently, and Sean laughed again before explaining. Emperor magic, as the name suggests, exerts psychological pressure on opponents, making them feel insignificant and inferior. It grants a strategic advantage through psychological dominance. Additionally, this magic reduces the senses and motor coordination of the opponent within a certain range, slowing down their reactions and nullifying any human-originated attacks. If practiced to a high level, it can control human minds to serve its user, just like how emperors command thousands of troops from their dragon thrones. All things are mine to own and use. This is the essence of Emperor magic. Moreover, the magical weapon I forged for Emerson, Fearless Under Heaven, enhances the power of Emperor magic. You'll see how Emerson performs. At that moment, xuanhuan walked onto the platform, sword in hand embedded with countless precious gems, a sword that must have cost the blood and sweat of countless peasants. Emerson stared coldly at xuanhuan and said, "I give you 3 chances to attack first. After those 3, I'll behead you." Emerson said coldly. xuanhuan laughed instead of getting angry. "Kid, don't think too much of yourselves after defeating some students from other classes. Humph, 3 moves? I can kill you with my first strike." Without waiting for the start signal, xuanhuan instantly appeared beside Emerson and slashed. Yet, Emerson merely flashed a mysterious smile, narrowing his eyes slightly, revealing a sharp gaze. xuanhuan inexplicably felt uneasy and as if standing before an unattainable presence. His sword inexplicably paused just short of severing Emerson's head. Emerson smiled but said nothing. xuanhuan suddenly froze. Then his face changed drastically as he stepped away from Emerson and opened his mouth with a dark expression. "What did you just do?" "What did I do? I didn't do anything." Emerson replied with a smile, while secretly casting Emperor magic. The overwhelming imperial aura made xuanhuan feel like he wanted to bow and pledge allegiance. Savannah and Inarna revealed looks of surprise. They naturally could see that Emerson was using some kind of momentum to suppress his opponent. But was this even possible? To collapse an opponent purely through momentum would require an absolute disparity in strength and realm between the two. However, although Emerson's strength was formidable, he and xuanhuan were both at the gold level in terms of realm. How did Emerson manage it? A problem that even 2 quasi-deity level experts couldn't figure out was beyond the comprehension of others. The teachers and students from other classes couldn't understand why xuanhuan had suddenly stopped. If that strike had succeeded, it definitely would have killed Emerson. After all, many noble students were arrogant and unruly, and seeing how the commoner students had embarrassed them royally, they wished to devour those Class 10 students alive. Although xuanhuan feared these actions as well, they hoped for him to kill Emerson. xuanhuan himself was also puzzled, yet this wouldn't be a reason for him to admit defeat. If he lost, he would lose face in the school. Thus, xuanhuan launched his second move. A green sword chi transformed into a lion slashed over. Emerson raised an eyebrow. Then xuanhuan felt a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, his hand shook, and the green sword chi transformed lion deviated from its trajectory, missing Emerson and hitting a student from another noble class below the platform instead. "This is impossible. My green lion slash can't possibly miss." xuanhuan's face turned pale, fear flashing in his eyes. After all, though he was a spoiled son, his family produced many experts, giving him enough discernment to know it was the doing of the other party. But since he felt nothing, there was only one possibility left. The other party was far too powerful. "Seems like you don't want to continue, but I haven't given up yet." Emerson sneered, then blurred into motion, already standing behind xuanhuan. His treasured saber, Fearless Under Heaven, remained unsheathed, but xuanhuan screamed, collapsing on the ground covered in blood. Chapter 241, Orson's Water Body. "Humph, trash. Emerson looked down at Xuanhuan lying in a pool of blood with disdain. His face held not a trace of pity. Emerson had never been one to show mercy. Coming from a poor family and then becoming an orphan, he had long learned what kind of despicable people these spoiled brats were. Thus, he felt no sympathy or compassion for Xuanhuan's death. With a cold gaze, he stared at the noble students below. Everyone who met his eyes felt as if they had fallen into an icy pit, sending shivers down their spines. Very well done, Emerson, Sean said with a smile as Emerson walked off the stage. Without saying much, Emerson simply bowed. He was not a man of many words, but his actions expressed respect and admiration for Sean. The next match was rather coincidental, as the opponent turned out to be none other than Xuanhuan's younger brother, Dixon. The class representative sent by Class 10 happened to be Orson, Emerson's younger brother. Unlike his older brother who exuded a strong presence, Orson gave off a frail impression. Upon stepping onto the stage, he appeared like a shy child, his delicate face slightly flushed, seemingly bashful. This wasn't an act. Since childhood, he had only been accompanied by his elder brother, so his heart held only his brother's existence. No one else paid him any attention, nor did he ever initiate conversations with others. To him, having his brother Emerson was enough. Hey Sean, Orson. Iolo glanced at Sean with an ambiguous look, then looked at Emerson, who instinctively averted his gaze under Iolo's somewhat suggestive stare. Cut it out, don't overthink it. It's none of your business. Sean rolled his eyes, interrupting Iolo. Dixon resembled Xuanhuan, yet unlike his brother, Dixon carried an air of viciousness. It seemed that this younger brother might even surpass Xuanhuan. Indeed, while Dixon rarely engaged in fights, once he did, his opponents would either die or be severely injured. Whether he could do the same to Orson remained to be seen. Orson wore a sky-blue silk robe, loose and translucent, giving off a fashionable vibe. His light blue hair partially covered one beautiful blue eye. All of these changes resulted from his mastery of powerful magic. Just as Emerson developed an intense aura of imperial majesty, Orson's hair and eyes turned blue, symbolizing water. This indicated that Orson's understanding of water magic had reached profound levels. As realms advanced, the power of magic only increased in destructive potential, and exploring its essence often baffled many mages. However, Orson grasped the true nature of water within a short time, greatly enhancing the potency of his water magic and bestowing him unexpected benefits. For instance, Dixon released a blade of sword energy, which was far denser than what his brother Xuanhuan could produce. His face showed no sign of sorrow over his brother's death, but instead revealed an eerie excitement and bloodlust. Facing this terrifying slash, Orson neither dodged nor defended. Eventually, the sword energy cleaved Orson in two. Yet, something uncanny happened. Not a drop of blood spilled from Orson's body. The cut areas seemed to pass through water. No, they were water. The water at the wound began to heal gradually, eventually restoring Orson's form. This spectacle left everyone present speechless. Too strange. No magic could transform the body into water. Was such a thing even possible? Even the water elementalists present could not comprehend it. However, Sean merely smiled. Orson's water body was a mutation resulting from comprehending the true nature of water. When attacked, he automatically transformed into a water body. Of course, this characteristic only applied to attacks with form. That meant if someone used a curse or formless magic purely in the form of energy, it could still harm Orson. However, something tangible like an ice blade, regardless of how sharp, would have no effect on him. This was the terrifying aspect of the water body. Dixon was clearly also taken aback, not expecting Orson to possess such an ability. However, Dixon licked his lips. He enjoyed slaughter and wouldn't mind dying by the hands of his opponent. He was merely a madman who relished in bloodshed. In the family, no one was willing to be friends with Dixon because he was too terrifying. Yet, he was highly favored by his father and held a higher status in the family than Xuanhuan. Of course, that meant he also had much greater strength. Although Orson's water body was indeed difficult to break through, it would not make Dixon retreat. Dixon's precious sword swung continuously, emitting wave after wave of sword energy, each talb in the shape of tigers. Transforming sword energy into animal forms was already a mark of mastery among swordsmen on Noah continent. And Dixon kept releasing these transformed sword energies, ultimately unleashing 100 in just 5 seconds. Wind Tiger Formation. As Dixon spoke, all the tiger-shaped sword energies roared toward Orson. If it were anyone else, they would surely have backed off, as this move looked incredibly powerful, let alone facing a magician like Orson. But Orson showed no intention of dodging, leaving everyone amazed. Could his water body really have no flaws? Of course, there were weaknesses, but ordinary people couldn't detect them. These tiger-shaped sword energies, though fearsome, were still physical attacks. For a water body, all physical attacks were ineffective. Orson remained expressionless, like still water. Even when his body was torn apart by the roaring tigers, it rapidly healed due to his water form, quickly restoring him to his original state. Then, Orson slowly raised his hand and said calmly, "It's my turn now. Water blade shatter." As soon as he spoke, Dixon's pupils constricted. A water blade appeared before him, growing larger in his eyes. Moving so fast, he barely reacted before seeing a headless body on the competition stage. Soon, Dixon's head hit the ground, splattering blood like blooming lotuses. "The match is over," Orson said indifferently, then turned and left the arena, leaving behind a group of stunned noble students. Chapter 242, The Eight Wastelands Mystic Fire Formation. Stefan, A boy with a touch of malevolence and handsome features, was only 15 years old but was the strongest student among those tutored by Cain and Angus. Though Stefan appeared to be an elegant young man with a hint of malevolence, what he practiced was the extremely domineering Taoist cultivation method, the Zhejiang heart method. The Zhejiang heart method was one of the most mysterious and supreme cultivation methods in Cain's realm. Back in the primordial interface where Cain and others resided, Trevor, one of the 3 sovereigns among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, had cultivated this method. Even though this version of the Zhejiang heart method was like a knockoff, it still possessed formidable power. The treasure Cain crafted for Stefan was a set of twin rings. Both rings were embedded with a brilliant red pearl, treasures that Cain obtained from Heilig Tianlong, inflammable dragon pearls. 2 such pearls could elevate fire-based techniques by a notch. Carved on the twin rings were 4 fire dragons spiraling around them, appearing lifelike and shimmering with spiritual light, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary treasure. This twin fire dragon rings might even surpass Brooke's heart capturing Belle and Guillermo's drifting cloud and falling snow sword in terms of power. Facing the pampered and arrogant young man opposite him named Brock, Stefan slightly frowned. He always despised such spoiled young men, but they often wielded family power to act recklessly while also maintaining considerable cultivation. The current Brock was one of them. The Heilig family was a martial lineage family, similar to the Roang family, but unlike the fallen Roang family, the Heilig family thrived magnificently. Of course, this meant nothing to Stefan. In his mind, Cain and Angus were like deities. What was the Heilig family compared to these mentors? It was merely a second-rate family with only saint-rank elders. Brock wore a pair of glittering golden gloves, which obviously were not ordinary items. Just as he was about to channel his inner strength for an attack, Stefan had already made his move first. Stefan spun around, using the momentum to throw out the twin fire dragon rings. With a clasp of his hands, amidst the roars of dragons, the twin fire dragon rings transformed into 4 roaring fire dragons, charging at Brock one after another. Stunned, Brock did not dare to confront such a move directly, leaping up to evade the fire dragon attack. The twin fire dragon rings returned to Stefan's hands while Brock lunged forward with a roar. Seeing Brock's actions, Stefan raised an eyebrow without any intention of dodging. After all, although both were at the gold level, their true strength gap was too vast. With a loud shout, Brock launched 2 fists, instantly generating hundreds of fists in front of Stefan. But Stefan showed no panic. Waving his hands, a red magical seal appeared beneath him and then vanished, replaced by a spiraling vortex of fire dragons that surrounded Stefan. Those hundreds of fists looked terrifying but had no effect upon impact with the fire dragon vortex. Realizing the severity, Brock hastily retreated. Although he wanted to concede defeat, these aristocratic pampered youths found conceding humiliating, since they were accustomed to bullying others. Yet true masters considered it beneath their dignity, because a great man can be flexible. Without this mindset, one would never excel in cultivation. At this moment, Brock thought admitting defeat was utterly disgraceful. But this attitude only hastened his death. The Heilig family was on Heilig Tianlong's blacklist, and despite the coincidence of the same surname, Heilig Tianlong wouldn't let them off. Stefan had received hints from Cain and Angus to kill Brock on stage. If it were someone like Emile or xuanhuan, perhaps Stefan would hesitate or refrain from dealing a fatal blow. However, for such pampered bullies with no true skills, Stefan wouldn't waver for a second. Brock stared at Stefan resentfully. Admitting defeat was out of the question. Besides, he saw the killing intent in Stefan's eyes. And he wasn't foolish. In the previous battles, Stefan targeted many other pampered young men. Knowing his reputation, even if he conceded, Brock realized he wouldn't be spared. Realizing this, Brock began to fight desperately. Roaring aloud, Brock instantly exuded overwhelming momentum, his strength surging to peak gold level before Brealban through to initial saint rank and pausing at its pinnacle. Now, significant changes began happening to Brock's body. A dramatic transformation took place. Now he had a pair of demonic wings and a thick tail on his back, while his hands were covered with black scales, sharp claws like steel knives, and his entire body's black scales were as strong as armor, providing formidable defense. His blood-red eyes stared at Stefan intently, emitting a bloodthirsty and brutal aura from within Brock. Everyone's faces changed, and Cain's expression darkened. The sudden surge in the opponent's aura clearly indicated the use of some powerful secret technique. Although the Taoist cultivation method practiced by Stefan was incredibly powerful, his combat experience was still lackalban. Against an obviously demonized opponent like this, Stefan's chances of victory were not high. Furthermore, the transformed Brock was even more savage, so if Stefan wasn't careful, he might end up dying at his hands. A flicker of fear flashed across Stefan's eyes. After all, just as Cain had said, Stefan had only been practicing for a short time, and both his mental state and combat experience were far too inadequate. However, this fear lasted only a moment. In the next instant, Stefan emitted a dense killing intent. Since the other side had already resolved to fight to the death, why should he hide his own murderous aura? His imposing presence intensified fully, causing the temperature in the arena to rise significantly. This scene greatly surprised Cain and Angus. Am I seeing things? Hasn't Stefan reached the second layer of the Zhejiang heart method? Angus widened his eyes. The Zhejiang heart method is notoriously difficult to master. Even its simplified version is extremely profound. How could this be? It seems we've underestimated this boy, Stefan. His talent is no less impressive than ours. Cain's eyes filled with relief. Stefan showed an evil smile. Then the twin fire dragon rings in his hands burst into scorching flames, which did not harm him. Subsequently, a fire-red magical seal appeared beneath his feet, expanding until it enveloped the entire arena. In disbelief, everyone watched as a huge fire dragon head emerged from the seal, and the surrounding ground turned into lava. Both of them floated in midair, while 8 fire dragons appeared from the lava, swirling and dancing around Stefan. This is my strongest move, the 8 Wastelands Mystic Fire Formation, Stefan said with a cold laugh. Let's see if you can endure it, monster. Chapter 243, Tense Situation. Damien waved his hands, and 8 fire dragons let out deafening roars before dancing out from Damien's side. His body was surrounded by a mass of blazing flames, yet he remained unscathed. Instead, that aura of Alban became even more powerful. Under Damien's command, the 8 fire dragons all lunged towards Braun, who had already transformed into a demon. At this moment, due to the transformation, Braun had lost his sanity. His mind was only filled with the idea of continuous fighting. When faced with the oncoming 8 fire dragons, Braun actually chose to clash. Braun roared, then pounded his own chest fiercely with both hands. Subsequently, strands of refined blood sprayed out of his mouth and turned into blood mists in midair. All the blood mists fused together to form a giant. The giant swung its bloody red hands and grabbed one of the fire dragons. However, the other 7 dragons seized this opportunity and passed through the front of the giant, heading straight for the original self of Braun. Yet suddenly, a cluster of black mist surged in front of Braun. The mist transformed into a shield which continuously expanded, block Alban the path in front of Braun. The attack from the fire dragons was actually stopped. Damien's expression finally changed. Although the 8 Extremes Mystic Fire Formation could only unleash such power due to his realm, it was by no means weak. He didn't expect the other party's transformation to be able to resist such a powerful attack. Damien's face darkened, but he did not get disheartened. Indeed, the 8 Extremes Mystic Fire Formation was his strongest move, but so what? This didn't mean Damien didn't have any other secret techniques. With a deep breath, Damien made the 8 fire dragons reassemble around him. Then, the 8 fire dragons began roaring and started merging. Aaron's expression changed as he abruptly stood up. Emoji. Stop now. The fiery dragon incarnation is not something your physical body can endure right now. People like Irene beside him also stood up anxiously. They were all extraordinary individuals and naturally saw that Damien was using some secret technique that he shouldn't be able to use at the moment. Aaron, what did you say just now? The fiery dragon incarnation. Ernie frowned, anxiety and shock showing on his face. Aaron turned away, unable to bear Alban at the ground, and said, the fiery dragon incarnation involves channeling the mystical fire dragon of the 8 Extremes Mystic Fire Formation into one's body, temporarily acquiring the strength of a fire dragon. But this will inevitably exert quite a significant burden on one's physical body, because the fire of the fire dragon is the indestructible heavenly fire. Although Damien cannot unleash its full power due to his current realm, even with the current power alone, it is already beyond Damien's endurance. Why did you teach him such a secret technique? Yates shouted. Don't you know that this would harm him? Do you think I'm crazy? And besides, I didn't teach him. Aaron also shouted back. This statement left everyone stunned. If no one taught him, does that mean Damien learned it all on his own? But this was simply impossible. Even the simplified version of the Jade Sun Heart Sutra was profoundly profound. Even if Damien had great talent, how could he possibly achieve this? Aaron sat down dejectedly. Now that the fiery dragon incarnation has been unleashed, interrupting him now would cause even greater harm to him. We can only wait and see what happens. On the field, Damien's body gradually melted and merged into the fire dragon. Then, that huge fire dragon flashed a glint of light in its eyes, clearly indicating that Damien had become one with the fire dragon. Afterwards, the fire dragon let out a roar, spewing a cascade of flames into the sky like a waterfall, enveloping the entire arena. The giant in front of Braun did not yield either. It stretched out its hands, and a black shield appeared in its hands, ready to block the incoming attack for Braun behind it. The flame like a waterfall instantly bombarded the shield, causing a teeth-gritting sound as the black shield shattered loudly. Then, the flames completely enveloped the black giant. After letting out a tragic wail, the giant gradually disappeared into the air. Braun's body trembled, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing on the ground. And he began to revert, eventually turning back into human form. However, at this moment, Braun was covered in blood. Using such a secret technique, how could there not be any side effects? At this moment, although Braun was severely injured, so was the opposite side's Damien. The fiery dragon incarnation was something that Damien shouldn't be able to use at this point in time. However, he forcefully used it, and the consequence was a very high possibility of bursting into pieces and dying. Therefore, Damien had not died but was only gravely injured. It was already quite lucky for him. But the match was still ongoing, and no one could come to his aid at this moment. However, at this moment, unexpected changes occurred. Braun took out a bottle from his bosom, opened it, and a blue potion spilled onto the ground. Then it formed a magic array. No, not a magic array, but a teleportation array. The person who appeared from the teleportation array was an elderly man with a kind expression, yet the pressure radiating from him revealed his power, a peak saint rank. People around emitted gasps of surprise because this person was clearly the current head of the Ouyang family, also the strongest existence in the clan, Ouyangzi. It only took Ouyangzi a mere second to understand what had happened. Then he calmly said, daring to harm my grandson, give me your life, boy. Ouyangzi's right hand became a claw, reaching in front of Damien in just a split second. However, he was blocked by a teenager full of murderous intent, the very mic. Mike's golden eyes and cold smile made Yangzi stunned. You want to harm my apprentice? You'll have to go through me first, Mike said with a cold sneer. Mike waved his hand, and the 7 stars radiant dragon sword appeared in his hand, emitting a sword chi that forced Yangzi back. Deeply shocked, Yangzi knew that his opponent was extraordinary, his face darkening, yet he had no choice but to step back and confront Mike. At this moment, however, more middle-aged men appeared from the potion, all of whom were saint ranks. There were 6 of them, yet on Mike's side, there were only 6 people in total, meaning one-on-one matches would happen, but all the opponents were peak saint ranks. Even Mike's group couldn't take this lightly. This was getting troublesome. No one in the whole academy dared to step up, but at this moment, apart from Damien lying on the ground, the other 9 selected participants rushed forward, surrounding one of the saint ranks, regardless of whether they had already competed or not. Ruben, Henry, and the others who had finished their matches. What are you doing? Get back, you're not a match for him. Mike's and the others' faces changed as they shouted. Master, Damien is our companion and friend. Since no one else wants to help, we will. Masters, please focus on dealing with the others, and leave this saint rank to us. Guillermo said coldly. Agreed. Everyone chimed in unison. Henry, a girl with green hair Lualban like an ethereal fairy, was already beside Damien, her hands glowing with gentle green light, starting to heal him. Ruben, with black hair and black eyes, exuding an eerie aura, yelled loudly as a tambourine appeared in his hands. The long handle resembled a spear, and strange patterns were carved on its tip. It was Ruben's treasure, the soul-losing drum. Emerson and Orson, one holding a weapon named Buju Dai Tian, preparing to draw it, while the other seemed to emit a layer of mist, clearly having mastered water magic to its fullest extent. Guillermo's floating cloud falling snow sword had already appeared beside him, and he himself seemed to be enveloped in a thick cold aura. Aaliyah gently waved his hand, and the heart-capturing bell appeared in his hand, ready to strike. Xiao Kuei Shui, small and adorable, opened a scroll emitting emerald light, the mysterious runes constantly flickering. Morris's body was covered in bloodstains, obviously indicating his ultimate skill had started, and the heavy water black snake in Morris's hands let out a low growl, its body growing larger, wrapping around Maurice, protecting him as he prepared to cast illusions with both hands forming seals. In an instant, it seemed both sides were about to engage in battle. Chapter 244, Chaos. Attack, Guillermo shouted. Then he cast a spell with both hands, and the snowfall sword in his hand emitted snowflakes that sparkled with a cold aura, stabbing towards their opponent, the saint rank expert Aziel, who was also Brock's father. Aziel sneered coldly and stepped back, but at this moment, Aziel heard a clear ringing sound, then felt his body gradually weakening, unable to exert any strength. Although he could resist, such ability still greatly shocked Aziel. This bell sound, naturally, was from Aaliyah's mind-capturing bell. Blood mist, blood needle technique. Maurice yelled, as blood erupted from her pores, turning into blood needles that shot towards Aziel like a rain of needles. Hall's heavy water black snake hissed loudly, opening its mouth to spit out a cloud of black smoke that was highly toxic. Meanwhile, numerous butterflies appeared around Hall. These butterflies surrounded their allies for a moment before disappearing into light points. After that, Hall drew out a dagger, moving toward Aziel with a cold expression. Emerson roared, and the sword that cannot be drawn unless for an unassailable feud, burst with intense killing intent, slowly emerging from its sheath. Just this action made Aziel's heart tremble, as if Emerson had become an unattainable being that he could not help but kneel before. This made Aziel extremely uneasy. These brats' moves were one more bizarre than the other, mauled and them incredibly difficult to deal with. He needed to use all his power just to handle these children, which filled him with anger and frustration. Orson waved both hands, releasing Waterblade, sending Waterblades capable of cutting through steel like boomerangs towards Aziel. Aziel roared, block Alban the attacks with 2 fist shadows. At this moment, Cody, whose body had been healed by Henry, joined the battle. Spreading his arms, countless fireballs flew out like cannonballs. And Snow Song, who was standing next to him, unfurled a scroll. Mystical runes began to work, forming green chains that wrapped around the fireballs before attack Alban Aziel together. Henry held her hands in lotus position, generating 2 green lotuses. The lotuses turned into petals that merged into a beautiful silk ribbon, the 9 Heaven Ice Fire Silk, a treasure with ice and fire attributes. With a gentle tap, the 9 Heaven Ice Fire Silk moved swiftly like a snake, wrapping around Aziel. Zhu Yu smiled eerily, Shalban the Lost Soul Drum, creating visible sound waves heading straight towards Aziel. Hearing the drum, Aziel became mentally unstable. Alarmed, realizing he might lose control if this continued, Aziel decided to target Zhu Yu first. The group understood Aziel's intention. They knew Zhu Yu, who could cause mental disturbances, would be the first target. Without saying much, they automatically formed a protective formation around Zhu Yu. Aziel sneered, throwing a punch. The group retreated, only to find out it was a fake move. Next moment, Aziel appeared beside Hall, catching even the heavy water black snake off guard. Everyone thought Aziel would target Zhu Yu first, but seeing Hall's heavy water black snake changed his mind. That saint rank heavy water black snake was what Aziel feared most. As long as he handled the others carefully, dealing with them wouldn't be too hard. But the snake was different. So Aziel's fist stabbed through Hall and the heavy water black snake. Hall screamed in agony and fell into a pool of blood. Aziel showed a fierce smile, just about to move again when he found he couldn't. Lualban down. He realized those on the ground were not Hall and the heavy water-black snake, but butterflies. Then someone grabbed him tightly. He turned around and saw it was Maurice. At this moment, Maurice's leech technique had reached its peak, as he was in direct contact with Aziel's body, causing the blood in Aziel's body to flow rapidly toward Maurice. "What's happening?" Aziel exclaimed in shock. He didn't understand why the young man hugging him could absorb his blood, nor did he know why Hall and the heavy water-black snake, which he thought he had killed, had turned into butterflies, until he saw the cold smile on Hall's face. Suddenly, he realized that they were using illusions. Indeed, from the start, Hall had been using illusions. The butterflies surrounding him before disappearing were an illusion cast on allies so that any harm they suffered would be nullified, while their bodies would transform into butterflies, allowing the real person to escape to a safe distance. Therefore, Hall and the heavy water-black snake could reappear unharmed after being struck. Aziel anxiously looked at Maurice. This seemingly sunny, handsome, and slender youth possessed such terrifying power. But as a peak Saint rank expert, Aziel wasn't easy to defeat. With a loud cry, a layer of green light enveloped his body. Maurice was caught off guard and was repelled by this barrier. He fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Henry wanted to rush forward to help, but she suddenly felt a gust of wind, and her body was thrown high into the air. Hall's illusion had just taken effect when, in the next moment, Henry felt a terrible force, and she was slammed back to the ground, fainting. After all, Henry specialized in healing spells. Though she could cope with ordinary Saint rank experts, facing a peak Saint rank opponent was too challenging. Without Henry's healing spells, Maurice could only lie motionless on the ground. "Damn it," Xuyu growled. The sound of the lost soul drum grew louder and louder until blood-red threads appeared, which turned into ghostly figures upon touching the ground. After all, Xuyu's mentor was Mara, who specialized in controlling such entities. Xuyu, with his rare 6E meridians, could master Mara's techniques effortlessly, making him one of the strongest among them besides Cody. These ghostly creatures were all early-stage Saint rank, and though they were only at this level, their numbers were formidable. Xuyu summoned over 10 at once, including zombies and vengeful spirits, each possessing different abilities, all lunging at Aziel. Aziel refused to yield, roaring loudly and sending out countless fist shadows that formed lions in the air, which then roared and pounced at the ghostly creatures. For a moment, both sides were evenly matched. Damn it! Hall quickly made hand seals, but before his illusion could take effect, he was hit hard in the abdomen, spitting out blood as he was hurled far away. The heavy water-black snake also suffered due to Hall's injury, collapsing weakly on the ground. Because of the contract between them, when one was hurt, the other would also suffer, thus both lost their combat ability. "Descend, twin dragons!" Cody roared, turning his body as a red and a purple fire dragon emerged beside him. The twin dragons encircled and lunged at Aziel, their fiery presence startling everyone. Heaven's Lament, triple celestial sound. Behind Aaliyah slowly appeared a pink three-layered bell, emitting sounds sequentially from each layer, forming powerful shockwaves. Under the enhancement of the mind-capturing bell, these shockwaves joined forces with the twin dragons to attack Aziel. Ice Dance. Guillermo took a deep breath, and behind him appeared the translucent figure of a snow-white young woman. She opened her mouth, forming a white whirlwind that merged with Cody and Aaliyah's attacks, creating a powerful combined technique. Chapter 245, Crisis. The combined attacks of the three were devastating, and Aziel naturally did not dare to take them head-on. Therefore, he pounded the ground with both fists, and a wall of earth appeared in front of him. Everyone looked at Aziel in surprise. They hadn't expected that he was not only a boxing master, but also a mage. People with dual professions like this were almost non-existent. But whoever could cultivate to such a level would be even more formidable than the average person. The earth wall managed to withstand the attack from Damien, Aaliyah, and Guillermo without Brer Alban, block Alban it outright. Unafraid of heaven's wrath, Emerson wielded his gleaming saber, emitting an astonishing imperial aura, and then transformed into a blur, appearing behind Aziel. Aziel was greatly alarmed, and then a part of the green light shield around him split off into a sharp sword, stabbing towards Emerson. Emerson's eyes flickered with a strange light, and then the sword chi changed its direction, Alban far away from him. At the same time, Orson followed closely behind, waving her left hand, and a water sphere enveloped Aziel inside. This was Orson's water magic, water restraint. Aziel was immobilized inside the water sphere, while Emerson's unafraid of heaven's wrath, mixed with boundless resentment, pierced through the water sphere and into Aziel's body. However, after hitting Aziel, Emerson showed a look of confusion, then his face turned pale as he shouted, "Xiaoxi, retreat quickly." He quickly pulled Orson back. Almost simultaneously, the Aziel inside the water sphere exploded, sending a powerful shockwave spreading outward. The real Aziel then hit Emerson and Orson with his fists. Unlike Orson, whose liquid body made her impervious to physical attacks, Emerson wasn't so fortunate. A powerful blow sent him flying, crashing to the ground, heavily injured though still alive. "Brother," Orson yelled, and a wave of anger and killing intent swiftly spread over her. Aziel was surprised by Orson's liquid body, but instinctively pulled away from her. Orson pushed out 2 streams of boiling water with both hands. Although Aziel dodged, he still brushed against some of it, causing blisters to form on the skin where it touched. This was impossible because cultivators' bodies were far superior to ordinary people's, Malb and boiling water ineffective against them. Yet, this water filled with anger burned Aziel. Reuben gave a cold snort. Black smoke rolled around him. and then he lightly waved the lost soul drum in his hand. Amidst the black smoke, a large tripod cauldron appeared. On the cauldron were carved grotesque ghost faces, and inside it was blood. Immediately, a bloody stench emanated from Reuben. His actions naturally drew Aziel's attention. Meanwhile, a raging fire started around Damien. Beneath him appeared a fiery red rune seal, flames quickly enveloping his body. Behind him, a giant dragon's head emerged, rising rapidly, followed by the dragon's body and tail. An incomparably larger fire dragon appeared in the sky. With their companions injured, the remaining members unleashed their most powerful forces. Damien stood atop the fire dragon's head, staring coldly at Aziel. From Reuben's cauldron, continuous blood-colored mist emerged. Behind him, a blood-red rune seal appeared, from which mournful cries echoed. Ghost howl. As Reuben spoke coldly, the black mist turned into blood mist. When the cauldron disappeared, it was replaced by blood-red ghosts, each at the peak of the saint stage. They lunged at Aziel, fangs bared and claws extended. With a slight tremor in his left hand, countless blood threads appeared and merged into the ghosts, driving them into a frenzy. Guillermo floated in the air, the phantom of the young woman behind him now gone. He now seemed like an ice maiden, his body temperature reaching a level that could freeze a person into pieces effortlessly. Then the drifting cloud and falling snow sword returned to him. Guillermo landed on the ground, his eyes emitting a piercingly cold light as he intoned, "Ice Devil Sword Casting." Then, Guillermo raised both hands high, and in the sky appeared an enormous ice sword that was no exaggeration to say was as tall as a building, and it was being controlled by just one person. Aaliyah emitted alluring laughter, but this could not mask the killing intent in her eyes. Pinkish glows enveloped her body. Then she pushed her hands forward, creating a cloud of pinkish smoke that transformed into beautiful faces that could easily put the moon to shame. These beautiful faces surrounded Aaliyah's waist. Some emitted poisonous smoke, others shot beams of light or needles, while Aaliyah maximized the power of the soul-capturing bell, sending waves of soul-piercing sound that, combined with her natural allure, made for an irresistible attack. Cadence threw a scroll into the air and quickly formed seals with both hands. From the scroll emerged 18 golden figures, the 18 Arhats of the Gilstist realm. Of course, these were not their true forms, possessing only a fraction of their power, but even this fraction was formidable. The 18 Arhats were among the most powerful beings in the Gilstist realm next to the 4 great Galestas and their envoys like Ernie. Sealed within the scroll, the 18 Arhats' fractional power quickly manifested, each figure displaying its unique abilities. Orson's eyes turned bloodshot, countless water elements gathered around him, eventually forming a sea-like surge of boiling, wrathful water. 10,000 streams rushing. Orson roared, and the wave of enraged water coalesced into a 9-headed water serpent, roaring as it lunged forward. The overwhelming power unleashed by the 5 under their rage indeed drew everyone's attention, even causing Aziel's complexion to change drastically. He took out a small bottle from his chest without a word, opened it, and drank the potion inside. Immediately, Aziel's aura grew stronger, Brealban through the saint stage to reach the quasi-divine level. Of course, this referred only to his strength, not his realm. Far away, Mike and the others held an advantage but couldn't defeat their opponents immediately. Watching their students face life and death, they felt both alarmed and furious, yet unable to assist. Next, Aziel swiftly countered the 5's formidable attacks with his bare hands, reducing them to points of light that vanished into the air. Chapter 246, Entanglements. Aziel revealed a mad grin, then waved his hand. A storm blew through, and immediately the crowd was swept by wind blades. In midair, their bodies were cut with one wound after another by the wind blades. Blood flowed out and sprinkled throughout the sky. After the storm passed, Cody and the others lay in a pool of blood, barely breathing. Aaron and the rest let out heart-wrenching roars of anger, their attacks growing increasingly merciless and ruthless. Yet this did nothing to change Cody's fate. And at this moment, the 10 people lying on the ground looked at Aziel with reluctant eyes. Their unwillingness and anger only brought out Aziel's mad smile even more. Aziel stepped on Cody's face, who was nearest to him, his fierce look undisguised. How does it feel? Do a few little kids want to act like they can take on everyone else too? Are you even qualified? Humph. Look at you now. Isn't it just like dogs sprawling on the ground? Beg for mercy. Maybe I'll be merciful and spare your lives. Huh. Damn. Get your foot off. Maurice struggled, glaring angrily at Aziel. Get off. Aziel turned to look at Maurice, and a shadow of a fist sent Maurice flying once again. The sound of Bones Brealban was heard, and Maurice spat out another mouthful of blood. You're all losers now, and you think losers have any right to accuse winners? You think you're capable? Humph. You want me to get off, but what can you do if I just step on his face? You can't even save yourselves, so why bother caring about others? Well, what do you know then? Hall's hand trembled as she stroked the heavy water-black snake. If initially she and the black snake had become master and servant due to Perry, then now they were partners. Hall looked painfully at the heavy water-black snake, which raised its head weakly and licked Hall's hand with its tongue. Inshuan smiled weakly. What do you know? No matter how powerful someone like you is, what's the point? Guillermo supported himself as he looked at Aziel and said, not knowing the importance of friends, not knowing the power of entanglements, you are destined to be alone. So what if you win over us? Cadence looked coldly at Aziel, a trace of ridicule on her lips. Lonely people will never understand the strength of unity. Friends, entanglements. Those are the sources of our strength. Someone as short-sighted as you could never understand. Humph, what a joke. I don't need any friends. The victor becomes Alban and the loser becomes a thief. As long as you're strong enough, many will naturally serve you. Aziel said disdainfully. And that reveals how foolish you truly are. Henry sneered. Serving, that's what subordinates do, and it's fleeting. One day, if someone stronger than you appears, do you think they'll still bow down to you? Just because your power has intimidated them temporarily. Without thin Alban of ways to win their hearts. How short-sighted. Although we've been together less than a year, but similar circumstances and backgrounds destined us to be lifelong partners. For our partners, even while Alban the road of Yellow Springs is no obstacle. Emerson coughed up a mouthful of blood, gasping for breath as he spoke. Big brother is right. The power of friendship is something you will never experience. It's like sunlight, warming your heart. Strength. Orson held her chest as she said, perhaps you are very strong now, but you will never reach the pinnacle of power. Reuben spoke weakly. We may not be as good as you now, but our past entanglements, our friendships, will make us grow quickly, and you will never understand this. Everyone looked at Aziel with a mock Alban expression. Aziel immediately flared with rage, kicked Cody off his foot, and looked at the pitiful figures on the ground. Aziel sneered. Since you are C. Alban death, you have no one to blame but yourselves. All go to hell. Saying this, Aziel's hands emitted a ripple, then a shockwave appeared centered on Aziel, almost hitting everyone before it was struck away by several beams of light from outside. Aziel turned back to see Emil, Jean Yushi, and Roland standing there, having disrupted the shockwave. Brat, don't get in my way, Aziel said coldly. However, such a warning was of no use. The three of them walked onto the stage, standing in front of Cody and the others. Just now, Cody and his companions' words greatly moved the three of them. They all realized that while cultivating, they had similarly neglected the importance of their companions. Cody and the other's sense of entanglement touched them deeply. Thus, without hesitation, they walked onto the stage. Aziel, today, we three will also challenge you. We won't let you harm the people behind us. They have lost their fighting ability. If you want their lives, you must go through us first, Emil replied coldly. Today, I, Jean Yushi, have just realized how short-sighted I was. But it doesn't matter. Today's incident can be a remedy. Emil, Roland, let's show Aziel how our Kaiwei family, Jin Yu family, and Tian Chao family regard the entanglements of friendship. Jean Yushi said coldly as she took out a scythe. Indeed, though I, Roland, was defeated by the students of Class 10, I respect them. Their previous friendship deserves my admiration. Today, if your Heilig family wants to kill them, you must deal with us and our families first. Roland spoke coldly. Aziel's face turned gloomy as he hesitated. After all, as the three of them mentioned, perhaps their own strength wasn't enough, but the power behind their families certainly made Aziel think twice. Though the Heilig family was deeply rooted, the Kaiwei family, despite not having any demigod-level figures, had over 30 peak saint-rank powerhouses, and who knew if there were more hidden reserves. The Jin Yu family was even more formidable. Few members within the family, yet each one could challenge ranks above them, wielding terrifying gold attribute magic that was unpredictable. As for the Tian Chao family, it was the strongest among the three, with strength almost on par with the Yu family. There were 3 demigods among the senior advisors and dozens of late-stage and peak saint-rank powerhouses. Any one of these 3 families would be enough to give the Heilig family a hard time. But hesitation wouldn't solve anything. Though Emil and the other 2 were nobles, their early training made them understand the concept of cutting off trouble at its root. While Aziel might back down for now, no one would be willing to leave such a powerful enemy alive. Killing him would be the best solution. Although Emil and the others didn't have such overwhelming power, they did have some life-saving treasures in their storage rings. With these to delay time, until Aaron and the others finished with their opponents, it would definitely not be an issue. Thin Alban this, the 3 of them simultaneously unleashed their most powerful moves to attack Aziel. Chapter 247, Stalemate. Damn you, for daring to harm our disciples. Come and pay the price. Mike let out a dragon roar that chilled the blood, and Domenico appeared with a roar, glaring furiously at Heilig Z. Meanwhile, Mike drew the 7 stars radiant dragon sword, standing atop Domenico's head, coldly watching Heilig Z. Old bastard, it's time for you to die. Forcing me to use my full strength, you should rest in peace. With these words, Mike waved his hands, and the 7 stars radiant dragon sword transformed into 9 swords, each radiating terrifying pressure. They let out a light whine before all 9 swords shot towards Heilig Z. Domenico also flew into a rage, as anyone who opposed Mike deserved death. Therefore, Domenico opened its mouth, and a golden beam of light formed into a golden dragon, which lunged at Heilig Z with bared fangs and claws. Shocked, Heilig Z hurriedly retreated while delivering several punches in quick succession, attempting to fend off Mike and Domenico. Oomph, your Heilig family will be destroyed here today. Eugenia, show yourself. Angus's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Eugenia emitted a phoenix cry and appeared beneath him, while the feather blade in Angus's hand took its true form, a jade lute. Though this magical artifact looked peculiar, few knew that, in the past, as the younger brother of Conroy, Angus had become the Alban of birds by playing the All Birds chorus. Now, Angus was also driven to anger, unleashing all his skills, preparing to annihilate the enemy. Adeline, Amir, Nikki appear. Sean coldly snorted, and 3 spatial vortexes appeared beside him. Out of the vortexes emerged 3 saint-level magical beasts in human form. Adeline holding a bell, Amir wielding a battle axe, and Nikki with beautiful wings. Sean swung his bat-light staff, surrounded by flickering blood-red light. From the staff, black light emerged, and the two kinds of light energies resonated, forming complex magical arrays above and below him. The array above emitted a sweet fragrance that made one feel ethereal, while the black array below exuded deathly chi, from which ghostly hands emerged. The red and black auras then merged into blood-red ghostly hands that lunged at Sean's opponent. Casper, come out. Willie coldly summoned all her available spirit pets: Blood Butterfly, Five Spirits Butterfly, Azura Butterfly, Rakshasa Butterfly, Rose Butterfly, Queen Butterfly, and Casper. Apart from the other butterflies, the Rose Butterfly, adorned with miniature black roses, was more than twice the size of other butterflies, and the Queen Butterfly, crowned with a crown-shaped head ornament, both radiated the pressure of late-stage saint rank. Casper was at peak saint level. Willie's body was surrounded by countless petals, forming a small breeze of fragrance. All the spirit pets instantly attacked the opponent. Blood Butterfly and Five Spirits Butterfly handled defense, given their weaker attack power, while Azura Butterfly and Rakshasa Butterfly concealed themselves for assassination. The Rose Butterfly, Queen Butterfly, and Casper attacked from the front. Willie continuously used the falling flower palm, sending wave after wave of toxic fragrance towards her opponent. Amitba, may Galesta have mercy. Ernie spoke calmly, and then took out the wheel of Samsara Pearl, sitting cross-legged in midair. The golden lotus beneath him had materialized, and behind him stood the laughing, pot-bellied figure of Mithria Galesta, one of the four great Galestas. Though just a shadow, it showed Ernie's formidable abilities. Ernie slowly manipulated the wheel of Samsara Pearl, chanting mantras. The massive hand of Mithria extended towards Ernie's enemy, who turned pale and hurriedly retreated, but it was futile. Ernie, despite remaining calm, now wielded the power of the wheel of Samsara and Mithria's shadow, proving he had truly unleashed his full strength. Usually, Ernie fought using various Gilstist secret techniques. As the saying goes, even Galestas can grow angry, and when a compassionate Galesta is enraged, they become as terrifying as demons from the abyss. On the other side, amidst a swirl of black mist, a silver bell-like laugh echoed. Her opponent was terrified. Since the beginning, Mara, the youngest Lualban girl, had employed bizarre and sinister spells, including corrosive attacks. The terrifying killing aura and the hideous ghosts made the elder of the Halig family, who was fighting Mara, feel dread. Among all, Mara dealt with her opponent most easily. However, when she saw her disciple Xuanhuan nearly at death's door, the thought of playing with the enemy like a cat toying with a mouse vanished. At this moment, she decided to end the battle quickly and hurry to rescue her students. The 6 people had already exerted all their strength, and their opponents indeed started retreating, for earlier, Mike and others were unwilling to reveal all their cards. Now that their disciples were in danger, they had no time to delay and must finish the fight swiftly. On the platform, Emil, Farah, and Tian Chao Lu also used all their might. Although they were injured, their opponent Aziel, fearing the power of their families, did not dare to deal them fatal blows. Moreover, he could not use his full strength now because he had consumed a powerful enhancement potion to counter the furious attack from Jun Mosia and others. This potion temporarily boosted his strength, but only for a short time, and afterward, severe side effects followed. This meant Aziel was now just a paper tiger, unable to cause much harm. Emil and the others' keen eyes quickly noticed Aziel's weakened state. They seized the opportunity while he was vulnerable. It wasn't foolish. They knew well the strategy of Strialban when one is down. Thus, they fought with all their might, aiming to take advantage of his weakness. Aziel suffered greatly, never expecting that his son's actions would put the entire family's experts at a disadvantage. If anything happened to these saint-level beings, the Halig family would soon decline, a situation Aziel did not wish to see. As the current patriarch, losing the family on his watch would mean facing his ancestors' wrath even in death. Reflecting on this, Aziel clenched his teeth, Malb and his moves more ruthless. Emil and the others guessed his intention and shifted their fierce attacks into defensive strategies, realizing there was no need for direct confrontation. Delaying would suffice. They performed this delaying tactic beautifully. Chapter 248, Achieving Renown. Just when Emil and the 2 others were almost unable to hold on, a beautiful figure descended, accompanied by a series of screams. Gay's pupils contracted slightly. The man in front of him wore gender-neutral clothing. Malb had hard to distinguish his sex, holding a beautiful feather fan with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Those terrifying butterflies also gathered around this person. It was Lawrence. Gay showed a hint of fear. After all, he wasn't stupid and could clearly see that these delicate Lualban butterflies were all holy rank existences. Though individually they seemed weak, such a large group left Gay, one of the top 3 experts in his family, without confidence to defeat them. Lawrence revealed a cruel smile, signaling Emil and the 2 others to step back as she slowly walked towards Gay. An invisible pressure forced Gay to retreat involuntarily. I didn't expect my disciple would nearly die at your hands. Lawrence still wore a light smile, Lualban at Gay's reaction playfully, as if not worried about his attack at all. This confident expression made Gay feel humiliated. However, he indeed had no confidence in killing Lawrence. Since our positions are adversaries, you can go to your death too. Lawrence spat out coldly, which infuriated Gay. With a derisive laugh, Gay's face contorted nastily. What? Do you think you've won for sure? Let me tell you, I'm far stronger than that person you killed earlier. Don't think these butterflies have any use against me. Lawrence raised an eyebrow, replying lightly. Did you know I have a move that is incredibly powerful but cannot be used again within 3 hours after each use? So during the previous battle, I couldn't use it. But now, since the 3 hours have passed, let me show you the power of my eye of shattered illusions." As she spoke, a strange light flashed in her emerald eyes. Immediately, Gay felt an earth-shattering force, followed by blood streaming from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, his eyes rolling up as he collapsed. Instant kill. Everyone drew a sharp breath, yet none saw Lawrence discreetly wipe a trace of blood from her mouth. Clearly, this technique wasn't without side effects. To prevent any new incidents, Lawrence used the Eye of Shattered Illusions. This ability was essentially an advanced form of illusion, which eliminated the drawback of only being able to attack an opponent's mind without causing physical harm, turning the illusion into reality. It transformed the illusory damage into real bodily destruction. Of course, this technique contains certain principles, so Lawrence could only use it once a month at her current strength. Using it again would result in injury, each time more severe, a significant limitation of the Eye of Shattered Illusions. Not long after, other members of the Ouyang family fighting Helmet and others in the sky also screamed, dying one by one. Helmet and company landed, and at this moment, everyone looked at Helmet as if seeing ghosts. Even Emil and the others hadn't expected Helmet to be so powerful, strong enough to possess legendary divine beasts. At this point, Joel and Fenger had shrunk, Joel coiling around Helmet's waist, exuding an awe-inspiring demeanor that caused everyone to draw a sharp breath. Fenger perched on Angus's shoulder, displaying its charm and pride amidst its opulence. Meanwhile, Ouyang still lay on the ground, his heart dead after witnessing his father, grandfather, and the family's experts all perish. Helmet slowly approached, unleashing a golden light that turned into an arrow and pierced through Ouyang's body in the blink of an eye. Ouyang's face showed horror, his eyes wide open in disbelief before he died unwillingly. Everyone already equated Helmet and his companions with demons. You are all free to spread the word that within 3 days, not a single soul of the Ouyang family will remain, Helmet said coldly. Additionally, families of those slain by my disciples during this battle can take revenge on us. They have already made psychological preparations for the price they are going to pay. Also, I want to make a declaration here. Class 10, which has always been bullied by this academy, from this moment on, will have equal rights with you. Whether it's the academy facilities, activities, or anything else, what you have, they must also have. If anyone dares to bully the students of our Class 10, then that person will have to bear the consequences. Lawrence gave a mysterious and incomprehensible smile, slowly Spialban. You Helmet, your words have indeed scared them not a little. It's not as exaggerated as you say. We are not unreasonable. If students from Class 10 provoke trouble, we won't turn a blind eye either. But Finalban about it. Our students from Class 10 should not be that idle, nor have the time to waste their energy bullying other classmates. The Class 10 that was overlooked and oppressed by you no longer exists. So, please open your eyes. All you noble students, put away your arrogant and debauched airs. They really are very unpleasant feelings. Well, this matter is settled. I think there's no need for us to participate in the mentor competition, Angus said indifferently. All students, take the injured back to our dormitory. No need, treating them right here is fine, Ernie replied coolly. After he spoke, Ernie waved his hand, and small golden lotuses quickly flew above the 10 students' bodies. Then, a golden light enveloped them, and their injuries rapidly recovered before everyone's eyes. Not only were physical wounds healing, but even mental fatigue was recovering. Such medical abilities greatly surprised everyone present. This completely subverted their common sense. From their point of view, naturally, they couldn't see the subtleties of Ernie's cultivation method and just thought he was a monk. But can monks possess such strong offensive power along with the ability to resurrect the dead and heal bones? When could these two attributes coexist? However, everyone realized at this moment that Sean, a saint-level mage, actually had 3 saint-level magical beasts that had already transformed into human shapes. Summoners had long been extinct, yet even summoners did not have such capabilities. The fact that these magical beasts had human forms at the saint level only indicated one thing, that their strength could not be measured by realm. Therefore, they could transform prematurely. And the numerous saint-level butterflies around Lawrence and Isaac, who was clearly premature in transformation and still late-stage saint-level, astonished everyone beyond measure. Mara's unfathomable abilities and those terrifying spirits far surpassed the soul-type magical beasts on Noah continent in power and possessed self-awareness. Everyone was numbed by astonishment. As for you Helmet and Angus, it goes without saying. Any perceptive person could tell that among the 6, you Helmet and Angus were the 2 strongest. One could see this from the fact that both of them controlled divine beasts. Under the gaze of everyone, the students of Class 10 slowly left the competition stage, but their reputation quickly spread throughout the entire Donglong Empire. Chapter 249 The Truth. Although the first class and the first mentor of Donglong First Academy were renowned, this did not make the students of Class 10 arrogant or complacent. And for people like Iolo, this superficial fame was nothing much to them. Originally, Iolo intended to keep a low profile, but unfortunately, it was necessary to use decisive measures to jengsert these noble students in order for their own students to enjoy the best learning environment. As soon as the competition ended, everyone returned to Iolo's villa. The basement had been expanded overnight into a huge underground space, and with various barriers set up around the entire villa, no one knew about it. All the students moved their luggage into the basement and began cultivating wholeheartedly. The other students in the class all regarded Jay and his group as their role models. However, Jay and his group felt that they still had many shortcomings. From their joint fight against Saint Rank, they realized that they had significant issues in coordination. After all, Their abilities weren't ordinary, they were top-notch. In theory, 10 people with such abilities should have a hard time losing, let alone so thoroughly and quickly. If it weren't for Emil, Roland, and Lisbeth stalling at the end, they might already be dead. Therefore, they dared not slack off at all. Today, Iolo and others summoned them to the villa. The 10 people were all puzzled as to why the mentor suddenly called them, but they obediently stood before Iolo and company. Iolo took a deep breath, glanced at the companions beside him, Sean, Willie, and others nodding their heads. Clearly, they had made some decisions. Then Iolo stood up and said, "I've called you here today to tell you two things. Before that, we need to explain to you the reason why we came to the school." Everyone became solemn upon hearing this. This question had indeed been lingering in everyone's mind. It was known that mentors in the academy were either members of influential families or former graduates from commoner classes. Almost all mentors within the same rank were usually those with average abilities. Think about it. If someone were truly an expert, would they choose to stay in a school as a mentor? Each of Iolo's team was a prodigy who would be warmly welcomed by any faction. There seemed to be no reason for them to be mentors in the academy. "Our superior is the ruler of Donglong Empire, the current xuanhuan," Iolo said coolly. Everyone's pupils constricted, showing signs of shock, though quickly followed by understanding. Such talents being recruited by the xuanhuan wasn't strange, but what puzzled them was why no one knew about this. Iolo, of course, knew what they were. Xuanhuan. He smiled and said, "I guess you may not be aware of the current situation in Donglong Empire. The current emperor is a skilled martial artist, but state affairs are not closely related to personal strength. A wise emperor needs not only powerful skills, but also unity in the court. However, the empire isn't in such a condition now. More and more talents are being poached by ambitious family forces, and the emperor will soon become isolated. We are the secret leaders under his majesty. What I am telling you relates directly to our first identity. The real reason we came to this school is to help the xuanhuan find potential candidates nearby and assist them in becoming secret operatives to serve the xuanhuan." Everyone was astonished, speechless. They never imagined their mentors could be the secret leaders of the xuanhuan. Xuanhuan at their expressions, Iolo and his companions exchanged glances, each seeing the determination in the other's eyes, to let these promising kids know everything, not just about one. Allison continued Iolo's words, saying, "Actually, the reason we only called the 10 of you here is because you are the most talented and promising students in Class 10. So we hope you can join and temporarily serve King Xuan." "Why temporarily?" Jay couldn't help but ask. Willie said lightly, "Because you will become more powerful. Because you will become so much stronger that the continent of Noah will one day no longer be suitable for your development." "What?" Everyone was stunned by Willie's words, left speechless. Willie smiled and continued, "Haven't you wondered why the techniques we taught you differ so much from what you've learned before? Let me put it this way. Having practiced the methods we passed on to you, you should have felt that the profundity of these cultivation techniques is far beyond anything on the continent of Noah. They don't even belong to the same category or level. In fact, we brought you here not only to tell you about the xuanhuan, but also to reveal our true identities. Of course, you wouldn't believe us if we just told you here. So, we're going to take you on a tour of our world. Your world." Jay and the others had hardly reacted when they were drawn to an unknown place by a tremendous force. When everyone opened their eyes, they found themselves surrounded by a chaotic void, but within this chaos were pieces resembling glass shards, with a few forming spherical shapes. The most xuanhuan among them were those rare ones that shone like gems. "What place is this?" They couldn't help but ask. "This is the spatial passage," Iolo and his companions explained as they walked up beside Jay and the rest. A spatial passage can only be entered by beings who have reached at least the god realm. Through these passages, one can enter other dimensions. Do you see these shard-like things? They are planes, each made up of various worlds. The continent of Noah is itself a plane, though its rank is only mid-upper tier. Those spherical objects are examples of that. Iolo explained further. "So, those gem-like ones are the highest tier planes?" Jay asked in astonishment. Iolo nodded and said, "We few come from those top-tier planes. To make you believe what we're telling you, we cast a secret spell allowing you to witness our past memories. Now, follow us into our respective dimensions to understand better." With that, Iolo led the group toward a blue gem-like sphere. A flash of light later, they arrived at ancient Earth, also known as the primordial plane. Remember, no matter what you see, do not disrupt the sequence of these events. This is our memory. If disturbed, it will affect not only us, but also you. Chapter 250, The Vast Chaos Interface. This is the interface where Angus and I reside, one of the most top-tier interfaces in the universe, the Vast Chaos Interface. Mike spoke slowly with a tinge of nostalgia. Following this, he and Angus waved their hands, and wondrous scenes began to unfold before everyone's eyes. Surrounding them was picturesque greenery. Such an elegant place that seemed like it belonged in a painting was indeed the residence of the supreme deities within the Vast Chaos Interface. The Vast Chaos Interface is a very magical plane. Here, most gods and humans coexist harmoniously. Humans can easily see the gods, though what they mostly encounter are lesser deities, those with weaker divine power or those assigned by the supreme deities to manage certain areas. For example, the various mountain gods overseeing different mountains, or river gods managing rivers, or even more special ones like Gonggong, the water god who governs water elements, and Jerome, the fire god who governs fire elements, and so on. And Angus and I once looked like this. As Mike finished Spialban, a man and woman appeared before June Emoshve and others. The man appeared to be around 25 or 6 years old, with golden hair and a dragon head mark on his forehead. His golden eyes gleamed with divine light, and behind him was a green talisman depicting a five-clawed golden dragon. Astonishingly, under his feet was indeed a five-clawed golden dragon. Despite some differences in appearance, Xuanhuan and others recognized this man as Mike. Opposite him stood a woman with beautiful silver hair that cascaded like a waterfall from the Milky Way. She wore extravagant yet elegant palace attire, draped in a thin veil of silk, with feathers swirling around her body, transforming into light points as they fell from her head to her feet. Under her feet was a beautiful white phoenix, and countless birds followed behind her. It was unmistakably Angus. In the scene, Mike and Angus met. Mike slightly lowered his head and said, "It's been a long time, Emperor Conroy." Emperor Jason appears as vibrant as ever, truly commendable. Conroy replied with a gentle bow and a slight smile. As supreme deities and 5 emperors, we rarely gather at our respective seats on xuanhuan Mountain's 5 directions of the Jade Denisol. This millennium gathering of all gods certainly brings back many memories, Jason sighed. I wonder when Emperors Xavian, Jackson, and Augustine will arrive. It would be good for us 5 to reunite soon. As he spoke, 3 flashes of resplendent light instantly appeared before them. One of them was mighty and imposing, resembling a great general, Xavian, one of the 5 emperors. He sat atop the holy beast Xiangsha, a white tiger, exuding an air of authority. Upon arrival, Xavian laughed heartily. Brother Jason, Sister Conroy, it's been too long. Your Majesty Xavian, our respects. Jason and Conroy bowed slightly with smiles. Hee, I didn't expect you two to still be so informal after 1,000 years. Isn't this lively atmosphere quite pleasant? Brother Xavian. The speaker seemed quite solemn, with a slightly hoarse voice. A flash of green light revealed an elderly man with white hair and eyebrows, holding a feather duster. Below him rode a creature resembling a tortoise with a dragon-like head, a holy beast known as xuanhuan, emitting thick life force, much like Stanley himself. Indeed, the 5 of us will reunite today, another deep and resonant voice affirmed. From afar, a slightly older man than Jason and Conroy approached, seated on a silver glowing qilin and holding a folding fan. Lualbin every bit like a noble gentleman. Surprisingly, the landscape depicted on his fan flowed like a living scene. Emperors Jackson and Augustine. That's enough formalities. I believe the supreme god kings and ancestor gods are waiting for us to report on this millennium's achievements. Jackson stroked his long beard calmly. Agreed. After completing this task, we still have 3 days to spend together. Xavian chuckled heartily. Everyone's matters followed the 5 emperors of the vast chaos into a massive palace. Surprisingly, the palace was not as lavish as Xuanhuan and others had imagined, but instead exuded an ancient and grand presence. Upon entering the palace, they first saw some deities whose power was slightly inferior to the 5 emperors. Above in the entire palace, 3 deity kings sat on thrones. The one on the far left wore dragon-patterned imperial robes and appeared regally dressed, with a bronze sword hanging from his waist and godly light flickering in his eyes, radiating imperial majesty. The one in the middle dressed like a common villager, with simple attire, gray hair and beard, holding a device resembling the bagua, and among the 3, he gave off the most mysterious aura. The one on the right dressed as if gathering herbs, subtly emanating a medicinal fragrance. Mentor, who are these 3 people? Guillermo asked. Angus smiled and said, Mike and I were originally named Conroy and Jason, and we are high deities. High deities hold the highest status, but are very rare in number. We and the other 3 are known as the 5 emperors, specifically responsible for managing the high deities. The ones sitting above in this grand hall are 3 deity kings, beings more powerful than even the high deities. They have existed since the beginning of the vast chaos interface. From left to right, they are Emperor Xuanhuan Huangdi, Grand Supreme Fuxi, and Emperor Shenong Yendi. Every millennium, the 5 emperors need to report our work to these 3 deity kings. But they are still not the most powerful existence in the entire vast chaos interface. As if corroborating Angus's words, when Jason and Conroy finished reporting everything to the 3 deity kings and took their seats second only to the deity kings, heavenly music suddenly played in the sky. Then, above the 3 deity kings' seats appeared 3 figures on cushion-like platforms. In the middle was an old man in a Taoist robe with white hair, holding a feather duster. Despite Lualbin like he was in his twilight years, he was full of vigor. On the left was a young and beautiful woman, whose lower body was surprisingly a snake tail, and she held a snake-shaped staff. On the right was another elderly man with white hair, slightly younger than the central elder, wearing a Taoist robe, with a battle axe placed beside him. These 3 lords are the founders of the vast chaos interface. According to legend, those who achieve supreme power can create their own interface, and the stronger one is, the more powerful the created interface will be. These 3 lords established the vast chaos. The middle one is Fa Zuhan Jun Laozu. The one on the left is Nuan Yang Yang, and the one on the right is Pangu. They all possess the ability to create the world, have exceptional strength, and are the most powerful entities in our vast chaos interface, Mike explained with a smile. Chapter 251, The Deduction of the Deity King Realm. Since the Mentor is such a powerful being, why did he come to Noah continent? Gerardo couldn't help but ask. Alas, it's really hard to explain. If we hadn't advanced to the sacred stage and fully recovered our past memories, we wouldn't have been able to give the best answer. But now, we can. Iolo sighed and said, continue watching. What follows will be the best explanation. Cody and others didn't say anything more after hearing this. The gods' assembly ended soon after, just as previously mentioned. the 5 emperors privately went to a beautiful flower field. The flowers here were all made of jade. Each jade flower and jade tree looked like an illusory dream. In such a beautiful place, in the center, there was a small table surrounded by the 5 emperors who enjoyed the jade liquid and ambrosia, chatting very happily. After a while, Stanley sighed and slowly said, "We 5 have been upper gods for nearly 10,000 years. But now we are all stuck at our current realms without Maalb and any breakthroughs, truly embarrassing." Upon these words, the other 4 people also fell silent. Although what Stanley said was harsh, it was true. This bottleneck had trapped them for countless years. If they could break through, they would achieve the God King realm, yet they couldn't even touch the edge of the God King realm, let alone grasp it, which caused them to be lost in thought. After a while, Rick sighed and said, "Although we don't want to admit it, we might be trapped at this realm for the rest of our lives." A sad look appeared in Conroy's eyes, and the white phoenix beside him let out a faint mournful cry. Conroy then said, "Now that the 5 of us have reunited, how about we try to deduce together the method to advance to the God King? Previously, we individually sought enlightenment, but now this rare opportunity arises despite the short 3 days. There may still be some possibility." Fenwick nodded and agreed. "Conroy, you're right. Only by comprehending the Tao of the universe do we have the chance to become God Kings. Let's discuss this together." Emperor Augustine also nodded in agreement. Next, the 5 began to deduce the God King realm. Above their center, a small mirror-like object gradually formed, inside which was a vague image of the universe. It was chaotic and blurry, but there was a rough shape. Evidently, their collective deduction of the God King realm was effective. They could now touch what they previously couldn't. Just as everyone showed signs of joy, the mirror-like object started to vibrate and broke apart into starlight. The 5 were shaken by the shattered mirror, spitting out blood, yet they showed a mixture of happiness and bitterness. Rick smiled bitterly and asked, "Did you all feel something?" Allison sighed and said, "Is this really destined? I never expected that advancing to the God King realm would come at such a cost." Stanley pondered for a moment and then said, "This is obviously a gamble. If we win, we become God Kings. If we lose, all these years of cultivation will be destroyed, and we might forever be lost in the cycle of rebirth, unable to become gods again. Such a price is too heavy for us to bear." Fenwick also sighed and said, "I, Fenwick, have never been cowardly or retreated, but this time, I am hesitant. I'm unsure if we should proceed with this." Emperor Augustine thought for a moment and said, "To achieve the status of God Sovereign, we must enter the cycle of rebirth again using what we've now comprehended and experienced 3 lifetimes. If we fail to recover our original power by the 3rd life, not only will we miss the God King realm, but we'll also lose our current powers." Stanley is right. This is a gamble. Do you dare to take the risk? They exchanged glances, unable to make up their minds. After all, achieving their current realm required extraordinary talent, various opportunities, and relentless effort. To undergo another cycle of rebirth wasn't an easy decision to make. After a while, Rick raised his head and said, "No matter what, I'm going to give it a try." Everyone was taken aback, lifting their heads to look at Rick. Finally, Stanley slowly said, Can you really bear to part with all this?" Rick laughed bitterly and said, "Of course I can't bear to part with all this, but what can I do? For higher realms and greater power, sacrifices must be made. This is indeed a gamble, and although I'm not sure if I can win, I want to take the risk. If I win, everyone will be happy. If I lose, so be it. I'll just return to being immortal. In short, no one and nothing can stop me." Finished Spielben, Rick stood up, gazing at the nearby palace of God Kings, and sighed. "Although this isn't the best option, I hope that after my reincarnation, you inform Emperor God King of this." Stanley stroked his gray beard, his face filled with helplessness. Finally, he spoke, "Since this is your decision, we shouldn't interfere. Honestly, we admire your resolve in Maalb and such a choice. Stanley shook his head and said, "Can't let go." Rick smiled bitterly, Lualban at the 5-clawed golden dragon beside him. His eyes revealed reluctance as he said, "Domenico, stay at Xavier Lun Augustinci. With your current abilities, you're not inferior to me. You can replace me as one of the 5 emperors and temporarily manage the Eastern upper deities." However, Domenico responded with a roar filled with anger and sorrow. Rick was stunned, then continued, "You should know, if I don't awaken during my reincarnation, you'll remain dormant within me forever. This is dangerous for you." Yet, Domenico ignored Rick's warning. Helpless, Rick sighed. All right. We have a deep bond. Since before I became a god, you've been by my side. Fine, since you're willing to accompany me through reincarnation, let us advance together." Spielben, Domenico transformed into a beam of golden light and entered Rick's body. Then, Rick waved his right hand, creating a black vortex, the path of reincarnation. Without hesitation, Rick stepped resolutely into the cycle. As Rick entered the cycle, Xiaohao also stood up abruptly. Stanley's expression changed as he said, "Xiaohao, are you also?" Xiaohao nodded, arranging his long hair, and said, "Why do we cultivate to this realm if not to further our progress? Now, even if there's only a slim chance, I still want to give it a try. Rick has already left, so it's time for me to enter the cycle too. Eugenia, will you stay here or join me?" Eugenia emitted a soft cry and transformed into a beam of white light entering Xiaohao's body. With determination on his face, Xiaohao then said, "Friends, see you after 3 lifetimes. If fate permits." Finished Spielben, Xiaohao also opened the path of reincarnation and stepped in. This sequence of events left everyone speechless. After a moment, they finally came back to their senses. No one doubted the authenticity of Iolo's words anymore. Llewellyn at them with admiration. Iolo at all merely smiled. Then, Willie said, since Iolo and Allison have made their move, why don't we tour my realm next? Chapter 252, The Elf Realm. Amidst a dazzling light, everyone arrived at a place that could be called a garden. Here lived a group of elves with remarkable appearances and eternal youth. Lack Alban the stereotypical pointed ears, and almost indistinguishable from humans except for their unique tattoos and differently colored pupils. The elves roamed freely in this boundless garden, playing and frolic Alban without restraint. Willie stepped forward slowly and said, the elf realm is different from other places. All young elves are sent to this carefree garden to purify the dark elements within their hearts. Therefore, almost all elves in the elf realm are kind. This was also where I spent my early years. Then where were you, teacher? Maurice asked curiously. Willie smiled and pointed to a boy sitting alone under a tree in the distance, appearing somewhat gloomy. He said, that child is me. Is it strange that I'm alone? In the elf realm's social hierarchy, the more handsome an elf looks, and the more radiant their tattoos or eye color, the higher their status. They also achieve greater success in practicing elf magic. Conversely, those with average looks and unremarkable tattoos or eye color are despised by all elves. I was one of them. In the distance, the young Willie sat alone under the tree. Occasionally, some young elves would come over to bully him, either insulting, hitting, mock Alban him, or fleeing as if they saw a devil. That was what young Willie had experienced. Soon, young Willie stood up slowly and left the carefree garden, returning home. But upon arriving, he found his house reduced to ruins and his parents lying in pools of blood. With disbelief etched on his face, Willie rushed over. Llewellyn at his deceased mother and barely alive father. The latter, another elf with an unremarkable appearance, smiled weakly and said, child, run. We have offended a terrifying person. If you don't leave now, it will be dangerous. Remember, don't resist. It's the fate we low-level elves were born with. Don't think of revenge. Your parents only hope you can live safely, understand? Run. Father can't hold on. Willie's father's breath grew weaker until he died before Willie's eyes. For the first time, Willie felt such intense frustration and hatred for his lack of power. Was it because of his ordinary appearance that he was destined to live in the shadows forever? No, this cannot be. Why can't I resist? My father, we've been pushed to this point. This world is fundamentally unfair. What does our endurance mean? Aren't we still oppressed by high-level elves, and even lose our lives in the end? I swear, I must gain power. With power, I can change everything. Just then, an adult high-level elf shot out a beam of light, knocked Alban Willie unconscious, and took him to a place resembling an arena. Willie looked around blankly, and when he realized where he was, fear appeared in his eyes. This was the most dreaded place for low-level elves, the arena. Here, all low-level elves must fight each other to the death, one-on-one. Only the victor survives. Their fights merely entertain the high-level elves. Willie thought about escaping but abandoned the idea after seeing a teenager who tried to escape get caught and have his eyes gouged out. With virtually no combat ability, Willie had his first match on the third day against a low-level elf. Although this opponent lacked the powerful elf magic of high-level elves and had not discovered any special techniques, he had picked up some skills through countless killings. For the young Willie, this was practically a death match. Yet, just as the other elf was about to finish him off, Willie let out a roar filled with defiance. Yes, he couldn't bear it. Why should he die in this arena without gaining great power? Willie didn't want this. He wanted to become strong. In this life and death moment, Willie had an enlightenment. He instantly struck down the other low-level elf, stunning everyone in the audience. Amid the elves' astonished gazes, Willie summoned his first partner for the first time, the blood butterfly that could absorb power. A swarm of blood butterflies instantly surrounded the opponent and drained him dry into a mummy. The high-level elves did not bother with the loser but cheered for Willie, encouraging the victor. However, if Willie had lost, his fate would have been unimaginable. Those high-level elves would find someone even stronger than Willie. Clearly, such an opportunity did not arise because in every subsequent match, Willie won. And he won using the cruelest methods. The fame of the blood butterflies began to spread among the High-Ren Alban nobles. Everyone knew there was an undefeated elf on the arena who wielded mysterious and terrifying blood butterflies. Even more horrifying was that each time the blood butterflies absorbed an enemy's life force, they grew stronger. Over nearly a decade of life in the arena, Willie's own strength improved dramatically, and a murderous aura and brutality became evident. The blood butterflies also gained immense power. Not only that, during this period, Willie used the 5 elements to create the 5 spirit butterflies, greatly increasing his combat prowess. Finally, according to the arena rules, Willie earned the right to freedom after winning every match for a decade without a single loss. Upon leaving the arena, Willie was immediately sought after by various factions in the elf realm. Although low-level elves were indeed inferior, powerful individuals are always respected anywhere. Moreover, for unknown reasons, after obtaining the blood butterflies and the 5 spirit butterflies, as Willie's strength increased, so did his appearance, becoming almost indistinguishable from the high-level nobles. With these means, Willie quickly established himself among the high-level elves. He became a personal bodyguard for a noble elf and successfully completed assassination and protection missions repeatedly, without failure. Such achievements made other factions scramble to recruit him. However, every time, Willie would only say one sentence. As long as you can make me stronger, I will be loyal to you. This thought, almost completely opposite to the ideals of the elf race, was despised by many, yet no one dared to voice their opposition because Willie had become incredibly powerful, unmatched by most experts. Therefore, even if others harbored resentment, they could only keep it buried deep inside. Eventually, a mysterious young man made Willie submit, because this young man demonstrated divine power to Willie. Thus, Willie began exploring the path to godhood. Along the way, he faced countless difficulties, but each time, he persevered through sheer determination to become stronger. Willie had a wish, to find the person who killed his parents and change the situation for low-level elves. Later, among the gods of the elf realm, Willie began to stand out. But at this time, he encountered his most formidable enemy, the same person who killed his parents. Chapter 253, Marion leaves the team. That person engaged Marion in a terrible battle, and their struggle lasted for about 100 years before ending with Marion's narrow victory. It was at this time that Marion met French and Ari, and the three became close friends. Together, they climbed to the status of the three great overlords of the xuanhuan spirit realm, becoming existences second only to one but above 10,000 others. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a desolate view. This was the demon spirit realm, which rivaled the spirit realm in power, yet was its mortal enemy. In this scene, Marion, now a supreme existence, showed a trace of pity on his face. Due to his cultivation, he had become increasingly merciful, so he actually let go of a very powerful being from the demon spirit realm. Soon, this individual launched a sneak attack while Marion was battling the three giants of the demon spirit realm and managed to successfully strike from behind. Marion's body was shredded, and his soul disintegrated. The anger and frustration of French and Ari triggered the spirit realm's final barrier, the benevolent guardians. Through this barrier, the three giants of the demon spirit realm were utterly annihilated, and the upper echelons of the demon spirit realm were decimated by French and Ari. A high-level plane became a low-tier plane with little spiritual energy due to Marion's death and was ultimately destroyed by the spirit realm. Marion's soul was recovered from the air at great cost by French and Ari, but even the creator of the spirit realm, the Sprite Emperor, could not resurrect Marion. Helpless, French and Ari sent Marion's soul into reincarnation, hoping for a return after 3 lifetimes. The scenes then began to flash rapidly. During this time, Marion experienced many joys and sorrows. His first 2 lives ended in tragedy, and everyone watched him with concern. But Marion smiled, seemingly urging everyone not to worry too much. The spirit realm is known as the most beautiful and kindest realm among all. Although you have just seen many undesirable things, compared to the brutal nature of other realms, these are insignificant, and spirits are indeed creatures who love peace. However, the neighboring demon spirit realm is the most evil existence of all realms, having always been our mortal enemy. Both realms were evenly matched until the emergence of Ari, French, and myself disrupted this balance. We rapidly replaced the original rulers of the spirit realm and swiftly developed it into a true paradise. In battles with the demon spirit realm, I used various spirit pets and my eyes that pierce illusions to destroy many Hyran Alban beings there. Yet, the more I did, the more uneasy I felt, Marion sighed. Why? Since the demon spirit realm is such an evil existence, why can't it be destroyed? Asked Marion's disciple, Akil. Marion smiled with a hint of sadness. Because before the 2 realms went to war, I visited the demon spirit realm. Yes, it was shrouded in darkness and evil. Initially, I believed that. But gradually, my thoughts changed. I saw beautiful and precious things there too. Mutual dependence, or the bonds between companions. Perhaps the demon spirit realm is much colder compared to the spirit realm, but even the coldest places have warmth and light. Light and darkness cannot be completely eliminated. Where there is light, there is also darkness. Isn't the spirit realm the same? You actually think like that. Mike couldn't help but speak up. Though you are kind-hearted, I cannot agree with your thoughts. Why can't evil be eradicated? There is no evil in our xuanhuan realm. Is there none, or haven't you seen it? Or perhaps you don't want to believe it. Marion looked at Mike calmly. Emperor Bowie, no, D. Xavier of the Eastern Heaven. In those billions of years, haven't you killed anyone? Before you became a deity, after you became a deity? Ernon, you guarantee you haven't harmed an innocent person. Mike was speechless, falling silent. Angus also sighed without a word. Marion smiled faintly. So you see, each realm has kindness and evil, depending on which side dominates. Though my soul was destroyed, few know the secrets hidden within. Even French and Ari do not fully understand. My death was not the responsibility of the demon spirit realm, but my own will. The secret I won't reveal, but I wish to say that at that time, it was necessary for me to die. However, French and Ari blamed the destruction of the demon spirit realm on this matter, and I cannot evade my responsibility. This is a heart knot that I can never untie in my heart. I will never forget those innocent and delightful smiles I saw in the demon spirit realm. You had to die? Ernie furrowed his brow, then his face changed dramatically as he said, Impossible. Could it be that you actually... Ernie did not finish his sentence because Marion's cold eyes signaled him not to continue. Ernie realized he had lost composure and remained silent. Ernie, who was always the calmest, losing his composure like this shocked everyone. Iolo frowned and said, Is there anything you can't tell us? We are companions. Marion sighed and said, I told you, this is a secret. The reason I was reborn 3 times was not only due to my death, but mainly because of that incident and what I comprehended. I saw through the essence of realms. So I had to die, do you understand? If I didn't, the balance of the spirit realm would have been disrupted by me. At that time, it would be the destruction of an entire spirit realm. That's all I can tell you. I really can't say any more. Iolo's expression darkened. To be honest, he truly couldn't understand Marion's words. Everyone has blood on their hands, but letting those wicked beings and realms off the hook because of that was clearly foolish. Iolo didn't realize that he had misinterpreted Marion's words without knowing it. Seeing Iolo's expression, Marion knew he had misunderstood something, but Marion did not explain, or perhaps he believed it wasn't necessary to explain yet. Marion sighed and said, "If you feel this way, I have no other choice. Iolo, your initial decision to ascend to God King through reincarnation was a mistake. Each person has their own law. You are not a ruler of a realm, so you don't understand. Sometimes, having too much power isn't a good thing. Forget it. Whatever I say now, you won't believe." Marion tidied his hair and continued, "I think many of us here may have been led into reincarnation due to situations like Iolo's, or maybe I'm the only one who died by suicide. Whether you believe me or not, I just want to say, give up on your original beliefs. It will lead you to self-destruction." Both Mara and Sean looked very unhappy because Marion's words were unbearable. As supreme existences of their respective realms, they were naturally arrogant, so being reprimanded by Marion felt uncomfortable. Of course, that wasn't the main reason for their anger. The real cause was Marion's assertion that using reincarnation to advance to higher levels was a mistaken belief, which was something they refused to accept. After all, they had made this decision after tremendous inner struggles, so even if it was true, they were unwilling to believe it. Only Ernie remained quiet, Lualban at Marion without saying a word. Marion sighed and said, "Since it is like this, let's part ways until we reach a mutual understanding. Bryant, Raphael, let's go." Marion turned away, sadness in his expression, and led his beloved disciples back to the dormitory. Then, under the astonished gazes of all students, he took all his students, left the school, and transformed into beams of light flying towards the distance. Chapter 254, The Blood Rose Castle and the Linglong Tower. "You guys, sigh." Ernie sighed, clearly regretting Willie's departure. Aaron and his three companions looked grim. Then Sean sneered, "What about us? On what grounds does he say we're wrong? Do you know how much we've sacrificed to reach this conclusion? One person might be wrong in deduction, but all four of us have reached the same conclusion. How could this possibly be incorrect?" Ernie shook his head, sadness creeping into his expression. "Willie isn't wrong. You've delved too deeply into your pursuit of power. When he first came to me, I still held out a sliver of hope. Now it's clear that everything is as he said. Different roads lead different ways. Let's part here." Ernie shook his head again and left with Nolan, Henry, and his students. A team that had weathered storms for almost a year fell apart over an unexplained reason. But neither Willie nor Ernie regretted their choice. Different paths should not be forced together. A month passed since the event, and news of the team's separation spread quickly. Everyone was puzzled by Willie's and Ernie's departure, yet everyone kept their curiosities to themselves, respecting the privacy. Even the two deans of the academy, who were quasi-deities, did not ask. Meanwhile, Aaron and his group continued training with the remaining students, and they progressed at an increasingly rapid pace. Soon, they decided to take the students out for practical experience. Through continuous trials, Aaron and his companions rapidly ascended in strength to the quasi-deity level, and many students also broke through to the saint stage. More excitingly, Aaron and company discovered the remaining pieces of Noah's artifact. Despite facing the black-robed organization Raven, Aaron's group now held a clear advantage. Even the Dragon Clan began to reconsider its stance toward them. In the nearly 1 year since Ernie and Willie left, they didn't disappear completely. Just a month after they departed from the academy, the two organizations they founded made waves across the Eastern Dragon Empire. They rose rapidly, attracting many talents, and soon became the strongest factions, surpassing all sects and even royal families. Xuan, upon hearing this, only smiled bitterly and opted for an ally over enemy policy. One organization recruited those of kind hearts and innocent souls, who lived within a vast castle of ancient and mysterious appearance. This castle, filled with black and red roses and created by Willie, was known as the Blood Rose Castle. No one guarded the gate, as everyone inside pursued their passions freely. Defense was never a concern. Past invaders paid with their lives to learn about the terrifying traps hidden among the beautiful flowers. The other organization attracted those who had achieved enlightenment or had no desires. They resided in a tower resembling a delicate pagoda near the Hecator Castle. This holy Lualban tower was the Linglong Tower, established by Ernie. Daily, the nearby residents would hear solemn chants that sounded profound and incomprehensible, merely Ernie teaching scriptures. Though Gilsdism may differ from common perceptions, certain elements remain unchanged, such as chanting and meditation. Unnoticed, 3 years had passed, and Aaron and his group had long left the academy. After all, it was merely a temporary stopover for them. Now, they led a group of utterly devoted students who became Xuan's subordinates. On the surface, that was true, but in reality, when Aaron and company displayed their quasi-deity level strength, Xuan treated the four as esteemed guests. Leveraging Aaron and others' power, 1 year ago, Xuan successfully dismantled the families threatening imperial authority. Aaron and his three companions were consecutively ennobled as the 4 imperial masters of the Eastern Dragon Empire: Tianlong Imperial Master, Aaron, Scarlet Bird Imperial Master, Allison, Black Tortoise Imperial Master, Mara, White Tiger Imperial Master, Sean. Everything seemed to be developing positively. However, on this day, a red sun appeared in the sky. A blood-red sun shone over everyone. Then eerily, blood rain fell from the sky, causing everyone to panic. Aaron and others looked at the sky with grave expressions. Similarly, Willie and Ernie inside the Blood Rose Castle and the Linglong Tower saw this abnormal phenomenon and sighed. "Master." A handsome boy knelt behind Willie, respectfully. However, the aura he exuded made people turn their heads because it symbolized just having become a quasi-deity. Farain, you've emerged from seclusion? Willie, with slight surprise, looked at his most accomplished disciple. Great, you are now a quasi-deity. It seems you have truly mastered the divine powers from the blood spirit transmission scroll I taught you. Yes, master. Not only have I perfected the blood mist technique and leech skill, but I have also mastered the last power in the blood spirit transmission scroll. Willie nodded. Very well. The only thing lacking is experience. Congratulations on your successful seclusion. Raphael and the others have just indicated their success in closing off as well. All 6 of our castle's heavenly kings have reached quasi-deity levels, which makes me very happy. Spread my order, prepare all disciples within the castle. At midnight, I will host a banquet, and everyone can celebrate heartily. Yes, master. After Farain withdrew, he quickly spread this news throughout the castle. For a moment, everyone rejoiced, as since the establishment of the Blood Rose Castle, they had been in constant practice. Although such rigorous cultivation accelerated their strength, many could hardly bear the monotonous seclusion, so when they heard they could relax, they were delighted. Meanwhile, in the Linglong Tower not far away, inside an imposing hall, Ernie sat on a golden lotus platform, while below stood 7 young men and women, all at the quasi-deity level. They chanted Gilstist scriptures solemnly. These were Ernie's most talented and diligent disciples in recent years. Seeing their small achievements, Ernie finally smiled satisfactorily. Well done, but do not slacken. The power of Gilstism is profound and ancient, not something that can be mastered overnight. Do you understand? Abiding by Master's orders. Master, what's happening with the bloody sun in the sky? Henry asked. Ernie sighed. I don't know either. But with the bloody sun overhead and blood rain appearing, it must be a bad omen. Such dense malice suggests that Noah's continent is about to experience some terrifying events. Inform all Linglong Tower disciples scattered outside to return within the shortest time possible and not to go out. Likely, Willie has issued similar orders in the Blood Rose Castle. Ernie recalled how, after leaving 3 years ago, he and Willie expanded their organizations based on xuanhuan and xuanhuan into their current size. Ernie cared deeply for each person and did not want any of his disciples to get hurt. Chapter 255, The Current Situation of All. After appearing for 3 whole days, the blood sun and blood rain vanished. However, just as ordinary people breathed a sigh of relief, experts from all countries across Noah continent grew solemn. Finally, through wondrous calculations and divinations by the top expert of Donglong Empire, the great state master of Donglong Empire, it was discovered that the blood sun and blood rain would bring a tremendous disaster to the world, one that would officially commence in 3 years. But regarding how this disaster would manifest, the great state master admitted he was also unclear. What was even more terrifying was that only 3 days after revealing this matter, servants found the great state master dead in his bedroom, bleeding from all 7 orifices. For a time, many said the great state master had died due to Leo Albin heavenly secrets. On this day, at the Blood Rose Castle, as Ernie had anticipated, Willie immediately summoned all wandering disciples of Blood Rose Castle back. She then activated all the mechanisms within the castle. Bryant, Raphael, and the other 4 arrived at what appeared to be an ordinary room. Upon opening it, if anyone saw the room's interior, they would have been shocked, because it wasn't a room but a miniature garden. Somehow, Willie had made plants grow inside this small space, and she sat among them. Various beautiful butterflies fluttered around her, all of which were spirit pets raised by Willie. 6 heavenly kings pay our respects to teacher. The 6 knelt on one knee to bow. You may rise, Willie said with a wave of her hand, causing 6 beautiful, enormous flowers to appear before the 6 individuals, who then sat directly upon them. Do you all seek me out today for something specific? Willie asked, eyes opening slightly in surprise. Teacher, we actually wanted to ask about the blood sun and blood rain, said Clarence, the strongest of the 6 heavenly kings, a boy who looked plain yet hid sharpness like a concealed blade. Willie smiled and said, shouldn't everyone in Noah continent know this? With the blood sun and blood rain, a calamity is bound to occur 3 years later. Didn't the great state master die after revealing this? Beside Clarence, a frail Lualban boy spoke up. Teacher, was the great state master truly punished by heaven for revealing the calamity? Willie nodded, saying, yes, Ayush. You 6 are the only ones who know my true identity. Did you know that even in my spirit world, there are few who can perform divination and predictions? Even after becoming deities, only those who inherit the law of prophecy can divine. Others attempting to predict the will of heaven through divination must pay a great price. It's likely the great state master knew his own fate, but alas, his power was limited, preventing him from foreseeing more. Deity, with emerald green hair, asked, then, teacher, what do you plan to do? Now, the 3 major empires of Noah continent, Donglong Empire, Sunset Empire, and Huashing Empire, are advocating for all forces on Noah continent to unite in preparation for the coming calamity. Not long ago, an envoy from Donglong Empire inquired about Blood Rose Castle's stance. And recently, a peculiar black spherical object appeared at the borders of the 3 empires, consuming anyone who approached. The 3 empires have started constructing massive walls, reportedly spending much to build these walls. Chayan, with yellow hair and holding a harp, added, it isn't time for us to act yet. Currently, the disaster has just formed and its damage isn't significant. We aren't needed yet. While our strength is absolutely elite on Noah continent, remember this place, though not a high-level plane, still harbors powerful figures. Your priority should be to improve your strength. In about half a year, I expect to break through, Willie sighed. Teacher, are you going to break through? The six were astonished and delighted. If Willie broke through, Bloodrose Castle would soon have a lower god-level powerhouse. Yes, I am quite confident in this advancement, so I have no worries. You are now mid-stage quasi-gods. Work hard. By the way, how are the other disciples' progress? Willie asked. Currently, dozens of our Bloodrose Castle members are nearing their breakthroughs, Raphael proudly declared. Very well, you must continue to work hard. In the next 3 years, we must rapidly enhance our strength. Soon, there will be a bloodbath and carnage. I order all disciples to enter deep slumber for cultivation starting tomorrow. Willie said, Deep slumber? But teacher, if everyone enters deep slumber, how will Bloodrose Castle be defended? Bryant frowned and asked. No need to worry. I have my methods to protect Bloodrose Castle. Our elven deep slumber cultivation method is the fastest way to increase power, Willie explained. That's settled. As for the calamity in 3 years, alas, if it weren't for Noah's divine weapon, why would I involve myself in this matter? At that moment, within Linglong Pagoda, Ernie looked at the 7 people before him and showed a satisfied smile. Henry, Cadence, Augustine Shubai, Pewdie, Nangongyu, Huanin Feng, Chisha. These 7 were highly talented and diligent. Now they had all reached the mid-stage quasi-god level, which was indeed comforting. Well, regarding the Blood Sun matter, let's talk so much for now. Within a year, I aim to break through again. You must also cultivate diligently. Otherwise, it's uncertain how many can survive that calamity in 3 years. Ernie sighed. Meanwhile, inside the imperial palace of Donglong Empire, Iolo and the other 3 were continuously cultivating. Their auras indicated their powers had reached the peak of the quasi-god stage, and they were likely to advance soon. However, their auras had an unusual quality, seemingly more fierce and savage compared to Willie and Ernie. Such auras shouldn't appear unless one practiced demonic arts. Iolo slowly opened his eyes, showing only helplessness, and the other 3 also shared similar expressions. Iolo sighed and said, Everyone, are you still the same as before? Allison sighed, saying, Indeed, this bloodthirsty urge to fight has always lingered in our hearts. If this continues, we'll certainly go astray. It's unbelievable. How did this happen? Our mental states haven't changed. They are still at the level of the 5 emperors from our previous lives. Sean also frowned deeply, Spialban up. Maybe we really made a mistake? I remember when Willie and Ernie left back then. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, yet this separation lasted for several years. They established Bloodrose Castle and Linglong Pagoda. Back then, they told us our Thinalban was wrong. Now I finally understand what's happening, Mara said. Oh, you figured out the reason? Iolo raised an eyebrow, as Alban. What do you think caused it? Mara sighed, saying, Think about it. Since we awakened until now, has fighting ever stopped? Iolo frowned, and then his face showed resignation. Indeed, take me for instance. From leaving East Dragon City and challenging the dojo until now, it's been non-stop battles. Even now, we sometimes still kill opponents. The aura of slaughter on us is quite heavy. Yet, resisting these slaughter auras should not be too difficult for us. Mara nodded and said, Indeed, but have you forgotten one thing? Our mental states can resist slaughter auras, but what if there is a demon Lavalban in our hearts? Heart demon. Everyone's faces changed. Even in their previous lives, heart demons were terrifying entities. Because heart demons only appeared during transcendence or advancement. But if mishandled, one could be annihilated. It's impossible. We didn't have any heart demons when we descended. Iolo exclaimed. That's not right. How could we forget the conditions for generating heart demons? Allison's face turned grim. Heart demons arise when a goal in our hearts reaches an extremely high, even fanatical level. Even if our mental states are steady, heart demons can still form and hide within our bodies without detection, waiting for a key to unlock them. These slaughter auras are perfect nourishment for heart demons. Realizing this, everyone's faces turned grim, followed by a helpless sigh. Chapter 256, Gathering at the Imperial Palace. Time flies, and in just 2.5 years, ordinary people had long forgotten the blood sun and blood rain that occurred initially. However, key figures from the 3 empires and some of the most exceptional experts on Noah's continent all emerged. This was because the disaster was now only half a year away from starting. Within these 2.5 years, various unknown beasts appeared from the Black Sphere. These creatures were bizarre in shape, but incredibly powerful, with only golden-level experts able to match them. If it weren't for the magic wall that cost the 3 empires so much effort, humanity might have been attacked by the beasts before they could react. Due to the protective shield provided by the magic wall, there had been no casualties during this period. Yet, the number of beasts seemed inexhaustible, and even if they were all destroyed on the first day, more would appear on the second. The 3 empires started to draft alliances and sent elite armies to the front line. At this point, each hidden strength of the countries became apparent, as every member of these armies was at least at the golden level. The army leaders were holy stage powerhouses. After these armies arrived at the front line, the unstable situation there was immediately improved. But everyone remained cautious because the light elementalists within the army sensed the horror of the dark sphere, and the dark energy was rapidly increasing. Even the dark elementalists expressed concern about the terrifying dark forces. In the imperial palace of the Eastern Dragon Empire, at this moment, all civil and military officials had disappeared from the Grand Hall. Clearly, they weren't much help in such times. Those seated inside were representatives of the Eastern Dragon Empire's families, sects, and some reclusive experts. A closer look revealed that there were as many as 30 pseudo-god level experts present. They usually stayed hidden and did not meddle in worldly affairs, focusing solely on advancing their cultivation, leading many to believe that the holy stage was extremely rare. But now, it was clear that this was not entirely true. With the head of the 12 Dao Pavilion leading the way, numerous holy stage experts stood respectfully behind these pseudo-god experts. After a while, one walked out, his face full of worry, followed by the 4 people of Aaron. Each bore an embroidered pattern of a divine beast. Instantly Maalb and everyone recognized them as the 4 strongest experts under Juan, also known as the 4 Imperial Masters. And the person whom one referred to as Ancestor was none other than the former great Imperial Master who was believed to have died. Seeing the pseudo-god aura radiating from Juan and the imposing presence of the 4 Aaron, everyone became respectful. They all respected the strong. Everyone, I am honored that you have all come to the Imperial Palace of the Eastern Dragon Empire today to discuss the disaster that will happen in 6 months, said one with a slight bow and a worried expression. After exchanging pleasantries, Daisy, the Grand Elder of the Jinyu family and a peak pseudo-god, spoke up. All major powers and experts within our Eastern Dragon Empire have gathered here today to discuss the Blood Sun and Blood Rain with His Majesty. The Black Sphere on the front line is truly terrifying. While we're not yet afraid now, according to reports from the front lines, the beasts emerging are becoming stronger and stronger. Relying solely on golden-level experts seems insufficient. Juan nodded and said, Indeed, therefore, our 3 empires, with Huasheng having the most advanced technology, has transported its best weapons to the front lines, while Luo Ri is responsible for supplies and resources. Our Eastern Dragon Empire sends the most experts. But, Your Majesty, if we send too many experts, after the disaster ends, our Eastern Dragon Empire will definitely be severely weakened. What if the other 2 countries? One of the Grand Elders of a major sect asked, frowning. This matter, Elder, he can rest assured. The 3 countries have signed a pact and taken blood oaths, ensuring that no attacks will occur among us for the next 300 years after the disaster ends. With the blood oath in place, no one will dare to break it. Juan replied with a smile. Your Majesty, all the elites of our Eastern Dragon Empire are here. As long as Your Majesty gives the order, we will solve your worries. Yes, in this time of disaster, all grievances between us should be set aside until this crisis is over. Thank you all for your support. However, 2 major forces have not arrived yet, which I find quite regrettable, Juan sighed. Your Majesty, who would dare to defy your call at such a critical time? I, Davon, will be the first to deal with him. Davon said with great determination. However, his words were met with disdain by everyone present, for while Davon's strength was decent, his character left much to be desired. If it weren't for Ulrich and the Yu family's loyalty over the years, one would have long eradicated this thorn in the flesh. And where were Ulrich and Terran now? They had already abdicated and became Grand Elders of the clan, as both were at the Chuji stage of the pseudo-god realm. They generally no longer got involved in worldly affairs. Phew. Aaron suddenly sneered. Even His Majesty does not wish to make enemies with these 2 forces. What can you do as a mere holy stage expert? Talk big. Davon's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, yet he dared not lash out. After all, Aaron was close to Breo Alban through to the lower god realm. Moreover, the 4 Imperial Masters were well-liked and favorites of the Emperor. How could anyone side with Davon? Everyone looked at him mock-albanly. The younger members of the Yu family who had come with him also felt uncomfortable, but had no choice since their master was Davon. Sai, the 2 major forces are precisely the Linglong Pagoda and the Blood Rose Castle, Juan sighed. As these words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. Yes, how could they forget? The Blood Rose Castle and the Linglong Pagoda? But these 2 fearsome powers had seemingly vanished from the face of the earth 2.5 years ago, so most people had forgotten about them. Your Majesty, how could the Linglong Pagoda possibly not participate in this battle? With that, followed by sincere chanting, a flash of golden light, and holding a string of golden prayer beads, Haixian appeared in a simple robe. With every step he took, a golden lotus bloomed underfoot, a sign that he had reached the Mahayana level of Gilstist cultivation. Behind him followed the Linglong's 7 sons, including Henry, whose realms were almost equal to Haixuan's. Mr. Haixian, I was worried that the Linglong Pagoda... Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. The Linglong Pagoda learned about the disaster 2.5 years ago, so we called back all our disciples and had them cultivate within the pagoda using its formations. Now the time has almost come, and we have emerged from seclusion. Since the Linglong Pagoda has arrived, I wonder about the Blood Rose Castle. Before one could finish, a melodious tune began to play. Then, a royal bed carried by countless petals appeared, surrounded by translucent veils held by 6 students of Linda. Dressed in splendid robes, Linda emerged into view. Your Majesty, how could the Blood Rose Castle lag behind? We have completed our cultivation and have come to pay our respects. With that, Linda smiled faintly and bowed slightly. Chapter 257 Noah's Artifacts. Alan, Ernie, I am very sorry about that matter. At this moment, in the garden of the palace, Iolo and the others finally gathered again. We've all grown more mature over the years, haven't we? Alan said with a smile. Actually, back then we were just a bit impulsive. But that's all in the past now. It's okay. Ernie suddenly frowned and said, Iolo, why is your body emitting such heavy malevolent aura? Alan was taken aback, then looked at Iolo and the others, her expression becoming grave. Iolo sighed and replied with a bitter laugh. Because excessive killing has awakened the heart demons within us. Now our lives are truly very painful. Every week, we have to spend an hour suppressing these heart demons. We don't know how much longer we can hold on. Alan's brows knitted tightly, and Ernie also sighed and said, "Fortunately, things aren't as bad as they could be. Your heart demons can still be removed." "Yes, remember what we told you?" Ernie and I both chose to commit suicide and enter the cycle of reincarnation, which created different opportunities for us than what you experienced initially. But this difference caused different outcomes. Didn't you say you were unwilling to tell each other those secrets at the time? Well, now we can because the time has come, Alan said with a smile. Ernie and Alan nodded at each other. Then the six of them arrived in a mysterious space. Iolo and the others stared dumbfounded, as before them lay a realm unlike any they knew. In this realm, only two people lived, two elderly men, one playing black stones, the other white on a chessboard. What was astonishing wasn't just the game itself, but the fact that each piece on the board represented entire realms, almost incomprehensible, yet undeniably true. And amongst them, Iolo noticed his own chaotic universe. What is this? Iolo stammered in shock. We understood the essence of realms, and the essence is these chess pieces. Through this essence, we learned that all realms in the universe are merely pieces in their game. Every move by these players creates or destroys a realm. You see, every stone they place brings forth a new realm, while removing a stone causes a corresponding realm to vanish. The black and white stones represent the forces of light and darkness in the universe, Ernie explained with a bitter smile. Do you mean that if the players so wish, our realm could be wiped out at any moment? Sean exclaimed. How is that even possible? Who are these players, and why do they possess such power? That's right. Even we could destroy realms in the past, but creating one would cost even the greatest beings in each realm a huge price. Yet these two create and destroy realms with mere gestures. It's terrifying. Mara gasped. At first, we refused to believe it, but we found it to be true. Moreover, we must not let these players know of our existence. Otherwise, they might restart the game and destroy all the realms. That would mean the end of the entire universe. That's why Ernie and I chose to reincarnate without planning. It ensured we wouldn't draw attention from the players. Ernie added, furthermore, after this game ends, the remaining pieces will become real, transcending our current realms, legendary ones. Our fate lies in the whims of these players. This. Iolo suddenly frowned, then burst into joy as he realized his heart demon was disappearing. Why are our heart demons vanishing? Iolo asked. Because you've seen through the essence of realms. Through our memories, you understood the true meaning of realms. From this moment on, your mindset has changed, and thus your heart demons no longer exist. Ernie smiled. All right, let's not talk more about the interfaces. It does us no good. Now we need to deal with the black shield on Noah's continent. With that, Alan led everyone back to the garden. That black shield was investigated by me, Allison, and two others. Iolo frowned and said, this power belongs neither to light nor darkness, seemingly a force that has never appeared in the universe. It's like it violates the law of life, but that can't be right. If it doesn't abide by the law of life, life couldn't exist. Later, we considered whether this creature is a new form of life. No. Or perhaps they aren't alive at all, but are sentient dead bodies. Allison remarked. Is that possible? Although dead bodies are legendary, it's not impossible. But if they are dead bodies, that's quite troublesome. High-level dead bodies possess terrifying strength. Back then, the top warriors from various interfaces paid a huge price to eliminate these dead bodies. Now, if the dead bodies have returned, with the strength of the three empires. Although Iolo did not continue, his meaning was clear. Sigh, we're still quasi-gods now. Only when we reach the lower god realm can we return to our own interface with our current strength. However, dealing with the dead bodies is no small matter, and we cannot guarantee anything. Besides, although we've reached the peak of quasi-gods, Brearalban through to lower gods isn't something that happens overnight. 6 months is definitely not enough. Moreover, even in our past lives, we couldn't guarantee complete safety when facing high-level dead bodies, Alan said helplessly. Now, we are truly at a loss what to do. Right, Noah's artifacts. Iolo said, I've always felt that Noah's artifacts are not ordinary. According to the level of Noah's continent, such powerful artifacts should not exist. And the material of these artifacts is something even we can't identify. Don't you think that's strange? Now that you mention it, we indeed forgot about gathering Noah's artifacts. We might as well find a time to fuse them together and see if something special happens. Yes, as Allison said, tomorrow, the 6 of us will activate Noah's artifacts. Iolo said, this is our last hope now. Chapter 258, The Heavenly Path Teleportation Array. The next day, the 6 people arrived at the Imperial Palace's garden. Each of them held a Noah artifact in their hands. As they infused their respective energies into these artifacts, the Noah artifacts immediately emitted brilliant light. 6 beams of light shot straight into the sky, and instantly, a vortex formed in the sky, releasing a gray beam of light from within it. The 6 individuals exchanged glances, nodding to each other. Then they all stepped into the light beam one after another. They all fell into a brief fainting spell. When they awoke, the place they found themselves in was quite shock-alban. In front of them sat 2 elders, a man and a woman. The elderly man wore black clothes while the elderly woman wore white. Both were holding chess pieces, fully engrossed in a game of Go. You have arrived, said the elderly woman as she placed her chess piece down. Just like the old man beside her, she waved her left hand lightly, enveloping the entire chessboard with a layer of light. We've actually ended up in the world of the players. Mike's face was filled with astonishment. At the same time, he felt uneasy inside because the strength of the chess players was terrifying. They didn't know if their unintentional intrusion would make the chess players unhappy. After all, True Supreme Masters often had rather peculiar temperaments. Roxanne, I never thought that after so many years, there would still be people who could intrude here, the old man said with a chuckle as he stroked his beard. Genia brother, haven't you forgotten? We inadvertently dropped the 6 little gadgets we made out of boredom in those realms. These children must have gathered those trinkets to come here. Elder woman Xuanhuan picked up the dragon-headed cane beside her and looked at Mike and the others with a kind expression. Little ones, am I right? Mike and the others quickly nodded, while inwardly they couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What they considered incomprehensible treasures were merely insignificant trinkets in the eyes of these elders. Elder woman Xuanhuan and Giroux slowly stood up and said, yes, the 5 emperors of the desolate world, including the eastern celestial Rick and the southern feathered emperor Conroy, the slumbering god, one of the deities of the spirit realm, the Gilzhist world's golden lotus saint envoy, Lingdi, one of the 3 emperors of the elf realm, and Princess Azura from the Azura realm, are indeed powerful children. But why have you come here? Roxanne, don't you think they already seem to know the essence of the realms? Giroux smiled and said, moreover, 2 of them seem to believe this is something they should not know, hence they entered the cycle of rebirth. It seems we scared them too much, huh? Elder woman Xuanhuan still wore her kindly smile. All right, little ones, you needn't be afraid. You guessed correctly. Genia and I are the true creators of the cosmic realms. However, we aren't cruel beings. Knowing the true nature of the realms isn't a big deal. So, children, why have you come here? Mike swallowed hard and said, esteemed elders, my companions and I dared to use the artifacts because we discovered creatures that resemble undead bodies. Undead. Elder woman Xuanhuan and Giroux both frowned at the same time. Elder woman Xuanhuan sighed softly. Genia, what do you think? This undead species is indeed terrifying. Even if we encounter peak-level undead, it would be a headache for us, Giroux replied solemnly. Do the undead really have such power? Mike exclaimed in surprise. Elder woman Xuanhuan and Giroux nodded simultaneously. Elder woman Xuanhuan continued. Before the universe came into being, Genia and I were already born. Later, we created the universe, established laws, and generated various realms, allowing their rulers to create planets. Genia and I used realms as chess pieces to maintain balance in the cosmos, because once this balance is disrupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, at some point, a realm known as the Dead World emerged. Its original form has faded from our memories, but its ruler was very ambitious and dissatisfied with being under our control. Thus, using tremendous force, he created a creature that violated the most primitive rule, the rule of life. This creature is the undead, which differs greatly from undead spirits, although it's difficult to explain exactly how. Nevertheless, they are undoubtedly powerful and highly malevolent. Consequently, once they appeared, the balance between good and evil was soon disrupted. With no choice, old brother and I had to take action personally. Although we defeated that person, we also paid a heavy price. In fact, when creating the universe, there were not only the 2 of us, but also a few partners whose powers were slightly inferior to ours. However, in that battle, all our partners died. Only the 2 of us old bones are left. So, I say undead is a very terrifying creature. What should we do? Mike and others were very anxious because if the undead were allowed to grow, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to all realms. There is still one way. You are now at the quasi-god level. My brother and I will help you advance further. After saying this, Grandma Xuanhuan waved her hand lightly, and several beams of golden light merged into Mike and others' bodies. To everyone's surprise, their realms rapidly ascended, quickly reaching their previous levels. At this moment, their aura and presence were notably different from before. You may not know, but regardless of which realm, those at the peak are called gods. However, above gods, there are immortals. My brother and I are half-immortal beings. If you can go to the heavenly path and seek help from a few seniors, the undead should not be a problem, Grandma Xuanhuan said. What? Senior? You mean you aren't the most powerful beings? Mike felt his mind struggling to comprehend. Grandma Xuanhuan and Grandpa Genia shook their heads with a smile. Of course not. We manage the universe on behalf of the heavenly path. True powerhouses, though rare, exist above the heavenly path. We can send you to the heavenly path, but whether you can persuade those few seniors is up to you. We will definitely complete the mission, Mike said firmly. Grandma Xuanhuan and Grandpa Genia nodded approvingly. Then Grandma Xuanhuan waved her hand, and a teleportation array appeared in the sky. The array enveloped Mike and the others, and in a flash of brilliance, their figures vanished. Well, I wonder if these kids can make it, Grandma Xuanhuan said worryingly. All right, Sister Xuanhuan, matters of the heavenly path are beyond our control. Let's just let it develop naturally, Grandpa Genia said. Chapter 259, The Heavenly Path. After Walben up, everyone noticed that the surroundings were extremely strange. The sky was divided into 2 halves. One half was daytime, and the other half was nighttime. The scenery around them also followed this pattern. One side was as beautiful and bright as paradise, with beautiful lands, flowers, forests, and animals, everything perfect. However, the other side had only dry, cracked earth, blackened dead trees, pitch-black rivers, ominous death birds, and an abundance of black roses. This is truly a bizarre place. Aaron could not help but shiver. At this moment, their strength had been fully restored, leading to subtle changes in appearance. Aaron now exuded greater authority, and the dragon at his waist glowed brilliantly. Honestly, it's very strange. But we can't waste time here Thinalban about this. If the dead really come back to life, the entire universe will be thrown into chaos. We must find those immortal masters on the heavenly path as soon as possible. Otherwise, our world might not be safe. Ernie sighed, clasping his hands together regretfully. Willie frowned slightly, Llewellyn around, and said, "We don't know how vast this heavenly path is. What should we do? Let's split up and search. That way, our chances are higher." After some thought, Aaron suggested, albeit reluctantly. But the danger here is unknown. Moreover, despite our formidable strength in the heavenly path, none of us is even a god king. We could be instantly killed here. Mara frowned, clearly not favoring this idea. Aaron smiled bitterly. "I know that too, but there's no choice. Splitting up increases our chances of finding the immortal masters. Although we don't know what dangers lie ahead, we only have 6 months. Within these 6 months, we must achieve our goal, regardless. Even if not for Noah continent or our original world, just for the ones we love, it's worth the risk." At these words, everyone's eyes flashed with determination, and they nodded at each other. Sean spoke up. "All right then, let's all stay in our best condition at all times so we can deal with any crises that may arise." Everyone nodded in unison and started moving off in 6 different directions. Not long after they left, a cloud of colorful smoke appeared, quickly tall in the shape of a woman. Soon, more clouds of multicolored smoke emerged, forming various figures, both male and female, young and old. "Lillian, why would these children come to the heavenly path? Has something happened in the lower realms that makes them seek us?" asked an elderly sage beside the woman. "Grand Supreme Immortal, wouldn't you know if you used your divination abilities? No matter what, if they can't pass the trials ahead, all will be for nothing. From what I heard earlier, they have only 6 months. I've already adjusted the time difference between the heavenly path and the lower realms. 100 years here equals 1 minute there. I believe this gives them a chance," Lillian said with a smile. "You, Lillian, actually willing to help them?" "The sun rises from the west," a childlike figure remarked. "Humph, Emperor of mankind, don't think too poorly of me. Delan's sister, tell me, am I that bad?" Lillian asked the frail Llewellyn maiden beside her. Delan Fairy stifled a giggle and replied, "I think we shouldn't waste time Talalban nonsense. Uncle Wind and Aunt Rain, don't you agree?" The 2 elders nodded in agreement. "All right, let's wait quietly in our respective realms. If fate brings us together, we will meet them." Everyone nodded again, transforming back into colorful smoke and drifting off to various regions. Meanwhile, the group had dispersed. Willie found herself in a valley-like area. Though the heavenly path was peculiar, they could still fly. Just then, Willie furrowed her brow. With her profound knowledge of nature, she sensed danger sharply and immediately reacted, dispersing her body into butterfly petals to dodge a blood-red beam. She regained her form, and upon focusing, her face turned pale. Standing before her was an indescribable creature, one that resembled a demonic beast but was far more powerful. Willie had seen such creatures in ancient texts. They were called ancient beasts, beings of immense power that could dominate their peers effortlessly. Though Willie was one of the 3 great emperors of the elf realm, she wasn't the most powerful, as the strongest entities dwelled in seclusion within the Dawn Forest. Her own strength was actually on par with Aaron's. And now, this ancient beast before her was equally matched with her. Damn it, my spirit pets won't be of any use against such a creature. Willie's brows knitted tightly. Her pride and joy were her seemingly endless spirit pets, but except for Herbert, none of them could transform into human form. Against such an ancient beast, her butterfly form's defenses would mean certain death. Moreover, Herbert was still recovering from his realm drop, and thus was not ready for battle, which left Willie feeling stumped. The ancient beast was extremely ferocious, and clearly had no intention of letting her go. Willie's expression turned grim as she realized she had few options. With a gentle wave of her hand, the Lanting Tzu fan appeared in her grasp. She flicked the fan lightly, causing pink light powder to appear, transforming the surroundings into a garden. But this garden only contained black flowers, with a sinister and chilling aura floating all around. It was unmistakably Willie's illusionary attack. Soon, the ancient beast was tightly bound by the vines within the garden. Willie felt a severe headache as she watched the wildly struggling ancient beast. Most of her formidable techniques involved her spirit pets, and now that she couldn't summon them, her power was greatly diminished. Even though she managed to trap the ancient beast, she knew that illusions could restrain but not kill, especially not a creature as strong as herself. Moreover, using illusions required significant mental energy. She couldn't afford to deplete it here, or her journey ahead would be perilous. Willie's eyes grew colder. She waved her hands, and black petals floated in the air, turning into black light blades that attacked the ancient beast from all directions. With her mastery of illusions, the damage inflicted in the illusion would reflect in reality as well. The ancient beast went berserk. The pain made the already bloodthirsty and enraged beast even crazier. Willie's face changed as the illusionary space around her warped and then vanished under the beast's claw. The impact also hit her, forcing a mouthful of blood out of her. Yet, a flash of fierce determination crossed her eyes. When had she ever been this desperate? Now, enraged by the ancient beast's relentless attacks, Willie unleashed her full fury. Chapter 260 The Mysterious Black-Haired Man. Humph, this is your death wish. A cold gleam flashed in Willie's eyes. She fanned a fragrant breeze, and everything around her began to turn illusory. It seemed as if the entire space could vanish at any moment. Spialban of which, even in the spirit realm, Willie was considered somewhat of an anomaly. The power she had self-attained was slightly inferior compared to that inherited by Warren and Jace through generations, but this disparity was only due to time. After all, both Warren and Jace were hundreds of years older than Willie. The strength mastered by Willy could be roughly divided into two categories, one being the attacks from spirit pets, and the other being spatial manipulation. Illusion was merely one of the psychokinetic arts that she cultivated. At this very moment, Willy had completely lost control of her temper. Even though a long gash was sliced horizontally across her chest from colliding with the ancient beast, eerily enough, the blood flowing from the wound floated around her instead of dripping down, while no hint of pain appeared on her face. Her chest wound began to heal rapidly. Blood needle technique. With both hands forming seals, the surrounding blood transformed into countless needles made of blood. Like a torrential rainstorm, they instantaneously shot towards the ancient beast. A single blood needle was not terrifying, but thousands upon thousands could make even the ancient beast fear. An angry roar erupted from the ancient beast, then a red light circle appeared before it, helping defend against Willy's blood needle technique. However, although the ancient beast was formidable, lack-albin human intelligence meant it was easily distracted by the blood needle technique, allowing Willy to flash aside. Then with both hands clapping together, cracks started appearing in the sky. This was precisely Willy's spatial technique. I want to see how you can withstand hundreds of spatial rifts no matter how powerful you are. Willy sneered. Subsequently, with a wave of her hand, cracks continuously appeared in the sky and also around the ancient beast. Each rift revealed a dark red unknown dimension, Lualban ominous and horrifying. The massive gravitational pull from these rifts began tearing apart the body of the ancient beast. Willy watched coldly, saying, even those secluded experts in the spirit realm would tread cautiously facing hundreds of spatial rifts. For just an ancient beast, I don't see how you can resist. Sure enough, under the assault of the spatial rifts, the ancient beast was quickly torn to shreds, its body disintegrating, and its soul dissolving, emitting only a few mournful howls. But before Willy could feel any relief, an overwhelming sense of dread suddenly rose within her. Immediately, the space around her blurred, protecting her from a deadly attack she hadn't sensed. Beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. Such a silent, undetectable ability was far beyond her current level. Recalling that this was Heavenly Path, incomparably more powerful than the spirit realm, even boundary kings from the lower realms wouldn't amount to much here. Very soon, a handsome black-haired man appeared before her. This man possessed beauty no less strialban than that of the spirits, and his every move seemed to conceal murderous intent. Willy's expression turned grim. The opponent's strength was unfathomable. She felt no confidence in defeating him. But Willy couldn't retreat. She only had half a year, and she must seek out those immortal experts of the Heavenly Path to help relieve the danger in the lower realm. Honestly, Willy didn't want conflict with this man. So, forcing a smile, she said, esteemed elder, I am Willy from the spirit realm. I've come to the position of Heavenly Path Sialban immortal experts to resolve the crisis in the lower realms. I hope the elder can provide convenience. As she finished Spialban, Willy made a respectful bow. She didn't doubt for a moment whether the man was an immortal, because the aura he emitted was absolutely not what immortals should possess, but rather similar to that of the ancient beast. What if I say no? After a moment, the black-haired man smiled mock-albanly. Willy's breath caught in her throat. Her face turned to the darkest shade of gloom, and she sneered. Though the elder is an expert whom I cannot match, if you insist on block Alban my way, I will fight to the death and ensure you won't have it easy either. Yet this statement earned only a disdainful smile from him. Willy snorted, her eyes emitting a peculiar glow. Dream-shattering eye. One of Willy's 3 ultimate techniques, the supreme illusion that predicted and made the opponent's fate a reality. This technique once struck terror into her enemies in the hostile territories of the spirit realm. However, after a while, Willy's expression changed drastically. Then her face turned pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the black-haired man remained unmoving, showing no signs of injury at all. Willy hadn't expected that the gap between them was so great. Under normal circumstances, with her dream-shattering eye, she was confident she could make even stronger opponents suffer. Yet he was completely unscathed, and instead, she suffered backlash due to the failed move. At this moment, Willy was severely wounded. Willy's face darkened, then she gently waved her hand. The Lan Ting Shui Yu fan in her hand turned into points of light, which reformed into a Tang Dao. This was the true form of the Lan Ting Shui Yu fan. Facing such a formidable opponent, Willy had laid all her cards on the table. Humph, divine artifact, 9 layers of illusion. Willy tore open her top with her left hand. Bloodstains began flowing down from her forehead. This was the blood mist technique once taught by Willy to Abigail, only much more powerful when used by Willy herself, as she didn't need to rely on traces of blood on the enemy for direction. Following this, Willy disappeared into the blood mist with a cold laugh. The black-haired man revealed a look of curiosity and said, "Oh, I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve. In the lower realms, you should be considered one of the peak powerhouses." Willy had slowly moved behind the black-haired man, then swiftly slashed towards his neck with 9 layers of illusion. But upon impact, her hands were shaken until they bled. And yet, he remained uninjured. Willy's expression changed drastically as she instantly retreated back into the blood mist. "It's useless. Your blood mist is indeed quite misleading, but do you think it works on me?" The black-haired man flicked his hand lightly, and the surrounding blood mist dissipated. At almost the same moment, Willy stabbed towards his back with her dao, but the black-haired man, unruffled, turned around and stopped the attack effortlessly with 2 fingers. Willy immediately let go of the blade, which transformed into white smoke and reappeared in her hand. Willy quickly formed seals with both hands, her body enveloped in a 7-colored light. But this wasn't energy, it was an alternate dimension. Countless dimensions piled up, creating a frightening amount of power. This was Willie's final ace in the hole. Upon seeing Willie's actions, the black-haired man's expression became serious. Alternate dimensions were always the most terrifying existence. When layered, their power multiplied exponentially. Such compressed dimensional energy released by Willie could absolutely destroy everything around. Since you won't let me go, then I'll kill you even if it means severe injury to myself, Willie declared, about to push apart and unleash the alternate dimension, but suddenly fell from the air, overwhelmed by drowsiness. Without her control, those dimensional energies gradually vanished. Chapter 261, Willie's Father. The black-haired man sighed in relief when he saw Willie unconscious on the ground. To be honest, although he wasn't afraid of Willie's final move, their power disparity was too great. If Willie had died, it would have troubled him greatly. The black-haired man sighed as he slowly approached Willie, a loving look appearing on his face. He gently caressed Willie's cheek, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "You foolish child, actually using an all-or-nothing move like that." The black-haired man fell silent and smiled contentedly, saying, "Ivory, do you see? Our child has now grown up." With that, he picked up Willie, and then the surrounding space rippled before vanishing from its original place. When Willie woke up, he found himself lying on a soft, spacious bed, so soft, in fact, that his body was almost completely sunken into it. He slowly sat up, and despite not having used that final move, the last attack still placed an enormous strain on his body. Now, Willie felt very weak, with a pallid complexion. He looked around, noticing that the walls, floor tiles, and ceiling were all made of unknown magical stones. What surprised Willie was that the magic emanating from these stones was gently healing his weakened body. Willie watched tensely as this magic entered his body. In the elven realm, such self-healing magic stones were incredibly rare, yet here they were merely being used as building materials. Willie couldn't help but marvel at the extravagance of the owner of this house. He wasn't worried about the person who saved him having any ulterior motives. After all, within Tiandao, there were many powerful individuals, and he himself was just a minor player. Having no particular value, and not having been killed, clearly indicated that the owner of this house had indeed saved him out of kindness. At this thought, Willie let out a sigh of relief and noticed some food and a note on the bedside cabinet. Curiously, he picked up the note, which simply read, "Rest well." Willie frowned slightly, but didn't give it much more thought. He knew that what mattered most now was to heal as quickly as possible. Otherwise, going outside in his current state would surely lead to danger again soon. Willie picked up a delicious cake and milk, murmuring, "Huh? Dennisland cake? Flour milk? Isn't this something from the elven realm? How could it be here?" Willie looked at the food in his hand, puzzled. The elves loved nature, so their food was always derived from flowers and plants. Yet, finding such foods in Tiandao left him somewhat surprised. But quickly, he put it out of his mind. Although at his level eating or not eating was irrelevant, it would still benefit him to eat given his current injuries. After finishing the last sip of flour milk, he wore a satisfied expression. "It tastes even better than what I've made. Who is the owner of this house? How can they prepare unique delicacies from the elven realm and make them taste so good? Could there be people from the elven realm in Tiandao?" Willie wondered. At that moment, the heavy door slowly opened, and the black-haired man appeared with a smile, Lualban at the bewildered Willie. "You're awake." Willie wasn't particularly surprised by the visit. After living for countless years, his mind remained sharp. He calmly remarked, "Since you blocked my way and saved me, you must really be quite bored." The black-haired man didn't say much, only smiling as he slowly walked over and sat down beside Willie, his eyes Lualban at him tenderly, which made Willie feel uneasy. Reaching out, the black-haired man touched Willie's face and said, "I never thought I'd meet you again one day. There's nothing better than this." Willie frowned, but did not stop the black-haired man's actions. He was very curious, feeling as though he had known this man for a long time. So he asked, "Who are you? Do you know me?" "My name. You should have heard of it. I am called Bobby." "What? You are the king of the elven realm?" Willie exclaimed in shock. "You're half right. I was indeed the first king of the elven realm, but I'm no longer. The current ruler is the second Alban. As for me, after gaining immense strength, I ascended to Tiandao. Spee Alban of our relationship, you are my son." The next day, Willie slowly stood on the small windowsill in the room. Although his injuries had recovered somewhat, his body was still very weak. The previous attack had cost him too much of his vital energy. And just yesterday, Bobby, the king of the elven realm, told him that he was his son. Willie did not doubt the truth of these words. A realm Alban would not say such lies for no reason. So he accepted it easily. However, although he accepted it, his heart remained unsettled. Throughout his life, he had endured so much hardship, only to find out that he was actually a prince of the elven realm. Willie sighed, a bitter smile appearing on his face. He had already told his father, Bobby, about the dead bodies. And Bobby was one of the top 10 experts in Tiandao. The 10 top experts were Uncle Foam, Grandmother Yu, Hamley, 7 Extremes Heavenly Maiden, Bobby, Zhantai Fairy, the Human King, Count Hikari, High Priest Alina, and the Sand Plague Demon. These 10 people had existed before the birth of Tiandao and could be considered its controllers. Bobby let Willie rest in his house. As for the other 9, Bobby said their fate depended on luck. If they met them, everyone would be happy. If not, they might lose their lives. Although Willie longed to find Aaron and the others, reuniting with his long-lost father made him reluctant to leave. Regarding his mother, when Willie learned from Bobby that she had died, he felt sad but not to the point of being unable to accept it. Together with Bobby, They looked at his mother's beautiful face in a crystal coffin in the basement, and Willie ultimately shed tears. Willie left the room. All the events during this short period had exhausted him. Bobby brought him to the castle's garden. Willie discovered that there were other people inside the castle, though few. They arrived at a beautiful lake in the garden, where several handsome elves stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. Greetings, young master. All right, my son has been very tired these past days. I've brought him here to Bingshin Lake to relax. Take good care of young master, understand? Yes. Willie, I'll be out for a while. Rest well here, Bobby said with a loving smile. Willie nodded, watching his father's departing back. He then took off his luxurious robe, wearing only thin undergarments, and entered Bingshin Lake. As the name suggests, the temperature of the lake water was so cold that it could turn a person into an ice sculpture from head to toe. Even a Lord God couldn't endure this cold. Had Willie not reached the level of God King and inherited Bobby's bloodline, he would never have been able to enter the lake. However, Willie did not care about his appearance at the moment, but the few elves nearby blushed profusely. Because Willie was stunningly beautiful, and now, with his clothes soaked in water, his body was almost completely exposed to their eyes. The elves held the belief in love regardless of gender or age, so they struggled hard to suppress the urge to bleed noses. And even if Willie knew, he wouldn't care because he had seen this scene many times before. Now, Willie truly relaxed, discarding all worries from his mind, gradually drifting into a deep sleep. Chapter 262, The End. Unconsciously, Lawrence had been in Tiandao for an unknown number of years. With the help of her father, Devon, she had become a true expert. Even within Tiandao, she now possessed sufficient power to protect herself. On this day, Lawrence came to Devon's room to bid him farewell. However, she found that her father was gone. Only a letter was left behind. Child, the time has come for you and your companions to return. With your current strength, it will be easy for you to defeat the undead. We cannot leave Tiandao because its existence depends on our energy. This time, after you return, go back to the Elven realm. That is where you truly belong. Your mother. I once caused her harm out of duty to Tiandao, and even now, I deeply regret it. Parting is sorrowful, so I will not see you. If one day you and your beloved have no regrets, then come live in Tiandao again. Tears streamed down Lawrence's face, but crying wouldn't change anything now. She took a deep breath and left this place which had been her home for so many years, leaving the embrace of her father. Arriving at the agreed-upon location, she discovered several companions waiting for some time, each having undergone different trials, yet all becoming powerful. They had turned into genuine masters. Now, the undead posed no real threat to Aaron and the others. Aaron and company broke through the boundaries of Tiandao and returned directly to Noah Continent. At this moment, the highest leader of the undead had already reached the level of Divine King. Despite the best efforts of experts from both divine and demonic realms, they were no match for this leader. That day, the three great gods of Noah Continent, Heaven God David, Human God Debbie, and Demon God Jamal, engaged in a fierce battle with the leader of the undead. Even with a 3-on-1 advantage, they could only barely hold their ground. Relying on the light emitted by Noah's holy artifact, the revived goddess of Noah, also known as Human God Debbie, held a 5-colored ribbon, her body covered in wounds. I never thought that even our combined forces couldn't defeat him. Is Noah Continent truly doomed? David sighed. Jamal shook his head. If we hadn't fought over selfish interests in the past, perhaps we would have won now, but there's no going back. Just as everyone felt despair, the sky suddenly shattered, revealing chaotic dimensional space. Then, Aaron and the others appeared from the fragmented chaos. You are people of Tiandao, the leader of the undead changed color. Impossible. I merely destroyed a minor realm. How can you interfere? That's right. Tiandao beings should not meddle in such minor matters, but we are all masters of higher realms, just with enhanced power. We didn't truly ascend into Tiandao, so we aren't bound by its rules, and naturally, we can intervene. Aaron sneered. Undead, you are inherently against the laws of creation and thus nothing but sin. Perish. As he spoke, Aaron waved his hand, intending to annihilate the undead. However, the leader of the undead said defiantly, why? We just wanted a place for our kind to survive. Why must we be destroyed? Humph. If your undead truly sought only a place to live, we might not exterminate you. But can we believe your words? How did the undead originate? Aaron sneered. Your very existence and ambitions make you destined for destruction. With a gentle touch of his hand, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, instantly destroying the leader of the undead and all the undead. The three gods of Noah Continent were shocked and slightly fearful, yet mostly reverent. Enough. With this matter resolved, we too must return. Our disciples, follow us back to our respective realms. As he finished Spialban, Aaron and the other 5 waved their hands, creating 6 vortices in the sky. Then, their disciples hovered in midair and followed their leaders away from Noah Continent. It's over. Everything is finally over. The 3 gods sighed in unison. Shouldn't our wars end too? Debbie asked. We should forgive and forget past grievances. Today, I realized the immense gap between Noah Continent and the higher realms. If it weren't for the previous war, Noah Continent's strength would still be formidable, wouldn't it? David and Jamal both nodded in agreement. Through this battle, the 3 had become friends and comrades in arms. They smiled at each other, then each went their separate ways. Everyone would have different stories, everyone would have their own ending, and although Aaron and the others had returned to their own realms, their future was just beginning. The end.